A vehicle, a solitary figure, in an endless stretch of roadway. This unfolds as a peculiar survival game. Yet, in the midst of this perilous endeavor, Xia Bo has transformed it into a leisurely road trip. Cruising in a camper van, basking in air conditioning, savoring hot pot, and leveling up by battling wild creatures. Chapter 1. The Road Survival Game. Welcome to the Road Survival Game. The game unfolds in cycles of day and night. At the outset, each player is endowed with a small vehicle and a wooden stick. All subsequent resources must be scavenged independently. Only by persistently driving forward can one uncover new supplies. Along the journey, there exists a slight chance to encounter ruins, dilapidated towns, rainforests, and other extraordinary locales. A friendly reminder: life is singular. This game does not permit resurrection. Equates to genuine demise. Participants have been meticulously selected, so fret not about the collapse of the original world. For personal safety, refrain from exiting the vehicle, particularly during the night. Moreover, do not stray from the roadway. An air wall exists 10 meters beyond it. Strive diligently to survive. Suddenly jolted awake, Xia Bo opened his eyes wide and sat up, only to discover himself confined within the cramped confines of a vehicle. The car was modest, designed for two, with merely a trunk behind. The heat was stifling, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Xia Bo lifted his gaze, momentarily stunned. Beneath the blazing sun lay an infinite highway stretching far beyond sight, the heat distorting the asphalt. On either side, vast, verdant pastures extended endlessly, equally boundless. Xia Bo rubbed his aching head, staring at the unfamiliar road and expansive grasslands, still grappling with disbelief. Have I traversed dimensions? Or have I been abducted? To awaken here feels far too hasty. Who would abduct me? I possess nothing of value. A sense of incredulity washed over him as anxiety gripped his heart. He realized he was seated in the driver's seat, securely fastened by a seatbelt. Who is this considerate to leave me here and ensure I'm buckled in? Wait, this doesn't seem like abduction. As Xia Bo pondered, a colossal screen materialized, densely packed with text. This was a game world, and the words on the screen mirrored the earlier prompts. Upon reading, a shiver coursed through him. This was indeed a life-or-death game. In the next instant, the display morphed, revealing a massive chat box where messages scrolled rapidly. Help! I'm trapped on a highway. Is anyone out there? It's so hot. Have I been kidnapped? Impossible, I was just swimming in my pool. With so many people, surely the police must notice. I am a police, am currently struggling to save myself. Messages continued to flash by, leaving Xia Bo dazed, his initial hope for rescue rapidly fading into despair. A.S. Summer observed the scrolling barrage of comments and the myriad of avatars and usernames that represented individuals within the game. He surmised that all participants were physically capable players, with neither the elderly nor children present. He swiped through the screen, discovering a plethora of features yet to be unlocked. After a brief exploration of the system's functionalities, Summer decided to deactivate it, having gleaned all the information he could. He refrained from sending messages in the world, as everyone seemed to be in a state of utter panic. Sending messages would yield no meaningful outcomes. Rather than wailing in despair, he resolved to contemplate strategies for survival. The interior of the car was stifling, with the sun outside beating down mercilessly, transforming the vehicle into a sauna. However, the car remained the sole sanctuary, and stepping outside might not necessarily provide relief. In a short span, Summer felt parched and began to rummage through his belongings. The passenger seat yielded only a bare wooden stick, and the trunk was empty. Ordinary wooden stick description: an unremarkable wooden stick, usable as a weapon. Though seemingly useless at present, Summer recalled the system's notification that the game operated in cycles of day and night. Perhaps this stick was intended for use during the night. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. His immediate priority was to seek supplies. He could not afford to wait idly for death. Glancing down at the vehicle, he noticed the car key was still in the ignition. With a twist, he started the engine, which roared to life with a cacophony of noise and a few unsettling vibrations, almost threatening to fall apart due to its poor condition. Despite its shabby appearance and compact size, the car was equipped with automatic transmission, making it remarkably easy to operate even for those with no prior driving experience. One merely needed to start the engine, accelerate, and steer. The road ahead stretched endlessly, straight and wide enough to accommodate several large trucks side by side, undoubtedly reducing the game's difficulty. On either side lay an expanse of endless grassland. There were indications that a barrier existed 10 meters off the road, preventing entry, and Summer had no intention of driving into the grasslands to verify the existence of this barrier. The engine's roar was loud, and the vehicle was aging and cramped, offering only the passenger seat and trunk for space. As the car moved, a gentle breeze began to waft in, slowly calming his previously restless heart. He truly feared succumbing to the heat here. The road was vast and straight, stretching infinitely without a single vehicle in sight. Summer surmised that the entire world had been scattered across different locations, which also indicated the considerable length of this road, boundless and immeasurable. He tested the vehicle's limits, noting that it could only reach a maximum speed of 90 miles per hour, with the engine lacking in power due to its considerable wear and tear. Yet, it was sufficient for travel. The car cruised steadily for nearly 10 minutes, but there were no supplies to be found, not even a scrap. Summer felt increasingly parched, and to compound his distress, the fuel gauge indicated that only half a tank remained. He found himself compelled to contemplate the dire consequences of failing to locate supplies, even entertaining the notion of resorting to drinking urine. It has been so long, yet not a single supply in sight. How peculiar. Where do these resources manifest? At that moment, Xia Bo began to doubt the integrity of his own fortune. Pulling the vehicle over to the roadside, he continued to scrutinize the screen, realizing that his inability to find supplies might stem from some oversight on his part. After all, the expanse of the highway was vast, and it was all too easy to overlook certain details. Could someone spare me a sip of water? If I survive this ordeal, I shall surely repay your kindness. After driving for over 10 minutes without a trace of anything, he mused, is this game truly cursed? Are they deliberately toying with us? As he perused the messages, he noted that the majority were pleas for food and drink, with even women resorting to bartering their bodies. Xia Bo was certain that those engaging in such trades were nothing more than desperate souls. Continuing his search, he eventually stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. Pay close attention to the grasslands beside the highway. This game is not merely about driving. There are hidden treasure chests in the grasslands. Ordinary chests will be located alongside the highway, appearing as small boxes that one might easily miss without careful observation. Moreover, there's a vital point to note. This game is not as straightforward as it appears. I hope everyone survives the first night. The following day will herald a new beginning. Xia Bo, suddenly enlightened, lifted his gaze towards the endless highway. There are indeed resource boxes along the road, and these boxes are the sole initial means of acquiring resources. Furthermore, hidden resources are likely buried within the grasslands flanking the highway. Truly, there are extraordinary beings in this world. In an instant, Xia Bo comprehended that he had likely overlooked the ordinary chests. The highway was wide enough to accommodate 10 trucks side by side, making it entirely plausible for him to miss something. Thus, speed became a critical factor after all. The road was exceedingly broad. This time, Xia Bo reduced his speed, keeping his eyes fixed on the highway. The individual who had disseminated the strategy had evidently gained an understanding of these intricacies. He was already ahead of the majority, while the remarks from behind suggested he had discovered something significant. What that was would require conjecture based on the hidden treasures he unearthed. No one could know for certain. Suddenly, Xia Bo's eyes brightened as he spotted an inconspicuous box on the road, sitting in an ordinary wooden chest, its color remarkably similar to that of the pavement, making it exceedingly difficult to discern without careful inspection. Ordinary wooden chest description, an unremarkable box, within which may lie the resources you desperately seek. Open it to obtain resources and ensure your survival. Note, however, it may also contain nothing at all. Chapter 2. The infinite upgrade of resources. Xia Bo parked the car and swiftly pushed open the door, hurrying over. The box was not large, its color oddly blending with the ground, making it difficult to spot without careful observation. Upon noticing the hint on the box, Xia Bo realized it resembled a blind box, an element of chance. Although there was no inherent danger in opening it, the possibility of finding nothing loomed. How peculiar. It lacked even a lock. Xia Bo murmured to himself, noting that the box appeared entirely intact, reminiscent of a novice wooden stick. At that moment, the novice wooden stick proved its worth. Ordinary wooden stick. Description, an unremarkable wooden stick, usable as a weapon. Xia Bo swung it, testing its heft. The whoosh of the air signified considerable power. It should be sufficient to break the box. With resolute determination, he took a deep breath and swung the stick against the box. With a resounding crack, the wooden box splintered open, revealing its contents. Inferior water resource 200 milliliters, subpar bread slices 5, water and food. Xia Bo's eyes sparkled. It seemed fortune favored him, as he had unearthed sustenance on his first attempt. Indeed, the water was of poor quality, and the bread slices were substandard. As he extracted the items, Xia Bo couldn't help but sigh. The water filled only half a bottle, murky and tainted with visible impurities. It was questionable whether it was safe for consumption. Gazing at the half-filled bottle, he felt a pang of reluctance. This water was likely rife with bacteria, potentially leading to severe illness or, at the very least, debilitating diarrhea. In this endless expanse of highway, devoid of hospitals and doctors, falling ill would likely signify a death sentence. The bread, too, resembled something sunbaked for days, dry and waxy in texture. Yet, such considerations were irrelevant at this moment. Reaching a certain threshold necessitated the consumption of whatever was available. Quickly retrieving the supplies, he returned to the car, shutting the door behind him. He glanced at the surrounding grassland, finding no signs of movement. He still recalled the system's warning to refrain from exiting the vehicle, for one could never tell what dangers might lurk after prolonged exposure to the outside. In this desolate region, the confined space of the car offered a modicum of safety. Checking the fuel gauge, he noted it was alarmingly low. He had to find additional supplies before the fuel ran out. Xia Bo casually perused the world chat information, discovering that others were already lamenting their lack of fuel. However, many more were pleading for resources, desperately seeking assistance. Continuing to browse, he recognized that fuel was the most critical resource in the early stages. The chat could provide vital information, including strategies for locating boxes. As he scrolled further, he soon found what he sought. The likelihood of obtaining fuel from ordinary wooden boxes was exceedingly low. Only higher-tier boxes could yield such treasures. This was the extent of his current knowledge, and he hoped it would prove beneficial to others. Xia Bo swiftly came to understand that beyond the ordinary wooden crates, there existed more sophisticated containers, which undoubtedly held a wealth of more abundant resources. Encountering such crates was surely a matter of luck. Indeed, there were some capable individuals within this world's chat group. He continued to browse, gradually gleaning a wealth of information. For instance, the distance at which resource crates appeared was not fixed, and their refreshing distance varied as well. It was entirely dependent on one's fortune. He also noted that some individuals had ventured into the high grassland region, where the grass reached the height of 2 men, and eerie low growls echoed across the plains, warning everyone to remain vigilant, especially with the onset of nightfall. Discussions also revolved around the utility of wooden sticks, which were essential for combating the monsters lurking in the grasslands during the dark hours. Though the nature of these monsters remained a mystery to all. Consequently, some previously radical individuals grew even more fervent, exclaiming that death would be a release, or merely a suffering to endure. Xia Bo, burdened with heavy thoughts, closed the world chat box. As night descended, an undeniable sense of peril loomed. It seemed likely that many would meet their demise after this night. For the first time, he recognized the dangers inherent in this world. One must confront not only crises such as resource scarcity and illness, but also the darkness of night. Pondering such matters proved futile. He needed to address the immediate resource crisis. Xia Bo felt parched, the heat of the day proving unbearable. He picked up the slightly murky bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and was about to take a sip to alleviate his thirst when a chilling mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Finding infinite resource upgrade system. Startled by the abrupt voice, Xia Bo was soon enveloped in immense surprise. Was this truly a second system? Ding. Infinite resource upgrade system, binding successful. System introduction. This system can randomly enhance the quantity and quality of resources. Each item may only be upgraded once. Wishing the host a pleasant experience. As the voice echoed, an arrow appeared above the half-full bottle of water, indicating the phrase upgradable. Without hesitation, Xia Bo clicked on the upgradable text. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Inferior water resource of 200 milliliters has been upgraded to premium purified water resource of 20 liters. The system's voice resonated in his ears, and an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The murky small water bottle in his hand vanished, replaced by a substantial plastic barrel filled to the brim with crystal-clear purified water. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xia Bo, already parched, was now free to drink to his heart's content. Glug, glug, glug. Though it was merely purified water, Xia Bo found it remarkably refreshing, invigorating him completely. After finishing, he secured the lid on the barrel and placed it in the passenger seat, mindful not to waste any. Having utilized the skill once, he grasped the system's immense power. The recent enhancement was not merely an increase in quantity, the quality of the water had also improved. 100 milliliters of water had directly transformed into 10 liters, a staggering increase of 100-fold. All of this was indeed random. Xia Bo swiftly extracted the dry, hard slice of bread, and indeed, it bore the inscription indicating an upgrade. After experiencing the sweetness of success, he unhesitatingly selected the upgrade option. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 5-course dry bread slices have transformed into 70 robust, filled toast breads. The dry bread vanished, replaced by neatly packaged slices of luscious toast, which tumbled onto his lap, some even falling to the ground. So much food. Xia Bo was overwhelmed with delight as he picked up a slice and savored it. The aroma of the bread intertwined with the sweet essence of fruit jam flooded his palate, and he could hardly believe he was enjoying such delectable bread. After spending some time collecting the bread and placing it in the passenger seat, he unexpectedly noticed that his wooden stick also bore the mark of an upgrade. A wooden stick is considered a resource. This revelation left Xia Bo astonished, yet he obediently tapped the upgrade option. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. The wooden stick has transformed into an iron rod. In the blink of an eye, the wooden stick had morphed into a shimmering iron rod. This system is truly invincible. Xia Bo felt the weight of the iron rod in his hand, yet it did not hinder his movements. With this system, he would possess an abundance of resources. The upgraded iron rod not only boasted enhanced quality and greater power, but, most importantly, unlike its predecessor, it would not splinter. Chapter 3. Fuel Depletion in the Scorching Heat. Xia Bo clutched the iron rod tightly in his hand, a sense of security enveloping him. New thoughts began to blossom in his mind. He pushed the car door open and alighted, his gaze falling upon his dilapidated vehicle. Indeed, he contemplated upgrading his rickety car. It was in such a poor state that even a gentle slam of the door threatened to disassemble it. Yet, disappointment washed over him as he discovered there were no upgrade options available on the car. It seemed the system was not capable of enhancing everything. Returning to the driver's seat, Xia Bo gathered his disheartened emotions, biting into a piece of toast as he started the engine. The car emitted strange noises, trembling several times before it finally eased into motion. Drawing from his previous experience of discovering a treasure chest, Xia Bo drove at a leisurely pace. Devoid of the tense state he had once felt, instead, he embraced a relaxed demeanor. Surprisingly, if it were not for the horror inherent in this game, the surroundings were indeed quite beautiful. The azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, and the sprawling grasslands were a sight to behold, albeit the oppressive heat. Ah, a treasure chest. Not long after, Xia Bo spotted an inconspicuous little box by the roadside. He parked the car and stepped out, iron rod in hand. He found that the iron rod offered a greater sense of security than the wooden stick he had previously wielded. Without hesitation, recalling his earlier experience, he swung the iron rod and struck the box. Crack! The chest burst open effortlessly. Quickly rummaging through the contents, he found 3 bananas and 3 scraps of tattered cloth. While the bananas were understandable, the purpose of the worn cloth baffled him. Were they for sewing clothes? Gazing at the upgrade option, Xia Bo did not hesitate. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 3 bananas transformed into 50. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 3 scraps of tattered cloth transformed into 10 exquisite pieces. In an instant, a heap of bananas and 10 pieces of fine cloth appeared on the ground. It took some effort to load them into the car, which was now filled to the brim with food. Bananas, toast, and a large bucket of water, enough provisions to last several days. Xia Bo settled back into the driver's seat, comfortably peeling a banana to enjoy. Is there anything more delightful than relishing a banana on a hot summer day? Of course, while traversing this vast, barren highway, the endless road stretched before him, devoid of any distractions, yet the screen provided a semblance of entertainment. The highway was straight, allowing him to steer with one hand, ensuring the direction remained true. How parched I am. Brothers, does anyone have something to drink? When will the trading feature unlock? I'm out of water. Is there a skilled player who could assist me? I've opened 3 boxes, only to find a piece of dry bread. I could crack walnuts with it. I've opened 4, and they were all empty. Fuel levels are critically low. I implore you for fuel strategies. In this world, a plethora of information flooded in, and Xia Bo wondered if these individuals were not anxious. They seemed to have the leisure to engage in idle chatter. Truly remarkable. After perusing the global information, it became evident that the revelations on the first day were scant, as many remained in a state of shock. Yet to fully return from the tumultuous experience of their sudden transition, a significant number were still pleading for assistance, seeking help from anyone available. Xia Bo shook his head in resignation, fearing that many would face elimination by the end of the first night. The fuel was running low. If he did not locate more soon, the car would be rendered immobile. So far, only 2 fuel canisters had been discovered, and not a single hidden treasure chest had come into view. After half an hour of driving, the dashboard displayed a warning of insufficient fuel in the tank, underscoring the scarcity of resources in the early stages. Although a system was in place, it merely enhanced the quantity and quality of resources, without conjuring them out of thin air. Peeling another banana, he noted the irony of having an abundance of bananas when he lacked everything else. Regrettably, there was no onboard music, nor even a simple radio to enjoy. Driving aimlessly on an endless road was exceedingly monotonous. Xia Bo momentarily felt as though he were engaged in a driving simulator. The vehicle moved at a sluggish pace while his gaze remained fixated on the ground, hoping to spot any resource boxes. These were exceedingly rare. Despite the time spent driving, he had only encountered 2 resource boxes thus far. The system indicated that these boxes appeared at random, leaving it entirely to luck. With the fuel nearly depleted and only 2 resource boxes found, the night posed significant dangers, particularly from the surrounding grasslands. Thus, when the fuel ran low, he decided to halt the car in the middle of the road. A thought flickered in Xia Bo's mind, prompting him to realize the urgency of the situation. Within the car, there was no clock, but the virtual screen displayed a countdown timer. 10:23, 35, 10:23, 24, 10:23, 15. Clearly, this was a countdown to nightfall, subtly positioned in the upper right corner of the screen. Easily overlooked without careful observation, Xia Bo felt compelled to alert his companions, as they were all fellow humans. With the remaining fuel, he needed to expedite the search for resources. Have you noticed the countdown in the upper right corner? It signifies the time left until nightfall. Once darkness descends, we may face terrifying circumstances. We must gather supplies quickly. Do not discard the wooden sticks. With this thought, he was astonished to find that the system had directly recorded his message. What a user-friendly system. Xia Bo was taken aback, filled with curiosity about this technology. After sending the message, it was swiftly consumed by the vast sea of information, disappearing almost instantly. Xia Bo closed the screen and took a bite of banana, leaving the outcome to fate. Suddenly, the car jolted violently, the engine emitting a cacophonous sound as the speed diminished. Realizing that the fuel was nearly exhausted, Xia Bo quickly maneuvered the steering wheel, ultimately coming to a diagonal stop in the middle of the road. The meager fuel supply at the outset was truly torturous. A glance at the fuel gauge confirmed his fears. It was completely empty, with not a drop remaining. Alarmingly, there were still 9 hours until nightfall. After consuming a banana, Xia Bo was drenched in perspiration. The heat of the day was simply unbearable. He lifted his water bottle and took several hearty gulps before securely fastening the cap. What a predicament! There was no oil left, and he had only discovered 2 resource boxes thus far. Leaning back in his chair, he felt the oppressive heat wave in the air, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This weather could be likened to the very gates of hell. With dwindling fuel and soaring temperatures, the demand for water was immense, heightening the risk of dehydration. Fortunately, he had awakened the system. Otherwise, he might have been resorting to drinking urine to quench his thirst. Contemplating while reclining, he realized there were still 9 hours until dusk. An unfeasible duration to remain seated within the confines of the vehicle. The heat would soon transform the car into an oven, making it untenable to stay inside for long. After much deliberation, Xia Bo resolved to exit the vehicle in search of resource boxes. This decision was undeniably perilous, as the road ahead stretched endlessly, and the system had explicitly warned against leaving the car. Who could foresee the dangers lurking within the grasslands? Yet, remaining inside was hardly sustainable. Weighing his options, Xia Bo ultimately chose to venture out in search of resource boxes. Several hours had elapsed since he had discovered the second resource. Perhaps the next resource box lay just beyond the horizon. Chapter 4. The crisis arrives. Seizing the first kill, Xia Bo tidied himself up and fashioned a makeshift satchel from the upgraded cloth he had, stowing some silk bread inside. He then rolled up another piece of cloth, dampened it, and secured it around his head to prevent heat stroke. With more than half a bottle of water remaining, he lamented the loss of his small container. Carrying such a large bucket of water was undeniably burdensome, yet Xia Bo felt he could endure. As for bananas, he had not brought many, primarily due to the sweltering heat, which made it difficult to preserve them. The car felt like a steam chamber, rendering it unbearable not only for the bananas but for any living being. The thought of any spoiled bananas pained Xia Bo, for the initial supplies were the hardest to maintain. He directly peeled several bananas and devoured them until he was satiated, knowing that if he did not consume them, they would surely spoil. Meanwhile, people around the world had begun experimenting with eating grass. In case they could not find supplies, this would sustain them for several days. Some had tried it, only to discover that the grass here was tasteless. Gripping an iron rod in his hand, Xia Bo pushed open the car door and stepped out. The heat was oppressive, and surviving in such wretched weather was no easy feat. Fortunately, the damp cloth atop his head provided some relief. Without it, he would not have been able to walk far under this blazing sun. Casting a glance at his modest vehicle, Xia Bo resolutely turned towards the road, determined to find a box, for it was the foundation of his survival. After 10 minutes of walking, he could hardly bear the heat. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, soaking his short sleeves, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Looking back at his small car, it appeared significantly diminished. distorted by the heat waves, making it seem almost illusory. He touched the cloth on his head, which was now nearly dry. He resolved to return upon finding a box. As this extreme heat was intolerable, Xia Bo felt as if even speaking would evaporate his saliva, his body's moisture depleting rapidly. Scanning the road ahead, he saw no boxes and continued onward with his head down. Before long, sweat dripped from his chin to the ground. Had it not been for the headscarf, he might have succumbed to heatstroke by now. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, he turned to see his small car had shrunk to an ant-sized. Continuing forward, a sense of inexplicable panic washed over him. Ignoring the system's warnings, he ventured away from the protective confines of his automobile, exposing himself to the unknown dangers of the prairie. The iron rod provided some comfort, yet he truly dared not venture this far. After walking approximately 200 meters, a wooden box finally appeared at the roadside. A smile broke across Xia Bo's sweat-drenched face. His long trek had not been in vain, at last. He had encountered a box. He hurried over, without a second thought, and swung the iron rod down upon it. The wooden crate splintered with a resounding crack. As the contents emerged before Xia Bo's eyes, he momentarily questioned the clarity of his vision. One single melon seed? His expression contorted in disbelief. Akin to someone who had tasted something foul, he could hardly accept it as he pried open the wooden box to investigate further. Inside the large box lay a solitary melon seed, resting quietly. Indeed, it is truly a solitary melon seed. Clutching the seed inscribed with the promise of upgrades, Xia Bo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. After traversing such a distance, he had only obtained this singular seed, with nothing else to show for his efforts. At least it was not an empty box, he consoled himself, as he recalled a fellow who had opened 4 boxes, all devoid of contents. He had at least acquired this one melon seed. Placing the seed in his satchel for future enhancement, he pondered the limited capacity of his belongings. The upgraded seed would likely consume a significant amount of space. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Bo resolved to return. Just one box had nearly cost him his life, and if he ventured further, he could be walking for another hour. No sooner had he covered 100 meters than a strange, eerie cry echoed across the grassland. Xia Bo felt a jolt of fear as he turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically. A green creature was sprinting towards him at an alarming speed. This being, humanoid in shape, stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, its features twisted and grotesque. With a mouth reminiscent of a wolf's and hands adorned with vicious claws that seemed capable of rending flesh, its speed rivaled that of a sprinting champion. This, he realized, was precisely why the system had advised against disembarking. His heart raced as he tightened his grip on the iron rod, the only source of comfort in this dire situation. He could not outrun the creature, and running would only waste his strength. He possessed the iron rod, a tool that could inflict damage. Most importantly, the creature was unarmed. Whereas he wielded a weapon, there was no need to flee. Before long, the creature was less than 20 meters away, but it halted, approaching him at a deliberate pace. Xia Bo's heart thudded furiously, though he could sense an underlying anxiety emanating from the creature as well. He recalled a program he had watched, which advised against turning one's back to a beast. One must face it head-on, projecting an aura of strength. Come on, approach. Xia Bo bent slightly, his voice booming as the iron rod struck the ground with a deafening clamor. The impact sent pain through his hands, yet in the face of this bizarre creature, such discomfort was trivial. It seemed his display of bravado had a tangible effect, for the peculiar green being hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, it continued its slow advance. Now merely 10 meters away. Come closer, you wretched thing. Xia Bo's heart raced, his pulse quickening as beads of sweat poured down his face like rain. After shouting for what felt like an eternity, his throat grew parched. The standoff continued, with the green creature inching forward, one foot now planted on the road. This entity would not relent easily. The distance to his meager vehicle was far too great. He needed to neutralize the threat swiftly. For who could say whether other such creatures lurked in the grassland? Xia Bo's mind raced. He realized that remaining in this tense stalemate was perilous. After a brief internal deliberation, he ceased his shouting and began to retreat slowly, attempting to convey a semblance of weakness. Indeed, his actions bore the faintest fruit, and the monster displayed an audacity that was unmistakable. As it drew nearer, Xia Bo felt an increasing tension within, beads of sweat forming in the palms of his hands. Closer, just a bit closer. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Xia Bo could even perceive the foul stench emanating from the creature. It advanced once more. 3 meters. As it prepared to launch its attack, Xia Bo moved with swifter resolve, swinging the iron rod with force. A resounding thud echoed. The green-skinned creature, taken aback by the sudden assault, was struck and fell to the ground, clutching the impacted area and howling in agony. Xia Bo's heart raced, adrenaline surging through his veins. Rather than fleeing after downing the creature, He raised the iron rod once more and brought it down again. Crack. The greenskin being instinctively reached out in defense. But its arm met with a solid blow, snapping under the force. The creature emitted a chilling scream. Die, you monster! Xia Bo showed no mercy, delivering 3 successive blows. The final strike shattering its skull. Blood splattered onto Xia Bo, jolting him into clarity. An unseen screen before him flashed a notification. Congratulations, human, Xia Bo. You have achieved your first kill of a survival wild creature. You are awarded an unknown reward. Congratulations, human, Xia Bo. You have achieved your first kill of a survival wild creature. You are awarded an unknown reward. Congratulations, human, Xia Bo. You have achieved your first kill of a survival wild creature. You are awarded an unknown reward. The announcement reverberated thrice within the global chat, and the once vibrant conversation fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 5. Explosive Resources, Unknown Rewards. The world fell into a moment of silence, soon followed by an eruption of astonished exclamations. Who is Xia Bo? What is the first kill of a survival wild monster? Please enlighten me, esteemed players. Unknown rewards. My goodness, this person is truly remarkable. As a mere bystander, I can only shout 6666. Before long, some astute individuals began to piece it together. The system prompted, advising against disembarking hastily, for Xia Bo had indeed exited, attracting wild monsters from the vast plains. Most impressively, Xia Bo had slain one. Incredible. I too wish to engage in combat. Just as the world buzzed with that announcement, Xia Bo sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His fingers trembling slightly as he beheld the glaring pool of blood. He felt dizzy, as if his very soul had departed. I have taken a life. Xia Bo's lips quivered. After all, he was still a young lad. Though the creature was not human, it was an intelligent being that walked on 2 legs. No. It is not human. It is a monster, one that sought to kill me, and I have vanquished it. Xia Bo swallowed hard, reassuring himself from within. Trembling, he rose and picked up the iron rod that had fallen to the ground. Though he dared not look at the creature, he forced himself to gaze upon its lifeless form. He understood that many such monsters would emerge in the future. He must conquer this fear. Xia Bo even turned the body over with his own hands, not out of some morbid curiosity, but to fortify his mental fortitude. A faint sound broke the silence, startling Xia Bo as he dragged the corpse. A wisp of green smoke emanated from it before it vanished entirely, leaving behind a solitary bucket lying quietly on the ground. What the hell? Xia Bo jumped back, his heart racing. This was utterly bizarre. He stared at the black bucket in astonishment. Could this be a reward from defeating monsters? 2 liters of inferior oil. It is indeed oil. Xia Bo's expression shifted from shock to delight as he picked up the 2 liters of oil. Noticing the upgrade inscription on the bucket's exterior, the objective had been achieved. It turned out that oil could be obtained through monster encounters. Xia Bo seized the oil and hurried towards the dilapidated vehicle. The sun-warped little slope car came into view. Soon, he arrived beside the battered vehicle, panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a bath, Xia Bo first gulped down some water from the bucket, then dampened a cloth to wipe his face and neck. While others struggled for a mere sip, Xia Bo had already commenced refreshing himself. Truly, it is a case of comparison breeds contempt. Congratulations, host. 2 liters of inferior oil have been upgraded to 30 liters of premium gasoline. After tidying up, Xia Bo upgraded the inferior oil. The small container vanished, replaced by a large barrel of premium gasoline. A broad smile spread across his face. For now, he no longer needed to worry about fuel consumption. The small fuel tank of the rickety vehicle was only half full, and with a mere half barrel of gasoline placed in the trunk, Xia Bo felt a sense of satisfaction as he settled into the driver's seat. The first order of business was to peel a banana, prioritizing the most perishable of his provisions. It was prudent to inform the denizens of this world about the lurking monsters and the potential for resource drops. Upon opening the game interface, Xia Bo was taken aback by the sudden shift in the global chat dynamics. Goodness, my strength is a mere 5 points, and I am a fitness instructor. This cannot be right. My agility stands at 6 points. Is there anyone else with me? Why does my stamina only register at 2 points? Am I truly that inept? He marveled at how the game had become increasingly gamified. Alarmingly, his health had dwindled to just 76 points. Was he doomed to perish if it dropped to 0? With a hearty laugh, he recounted his recent monster-slaying exploits, boasting that he had acquired a jug of water and some food, along with 2 liters of inferior oil, which he relished. The world around him had become more vibrant and lively, yet Xia Bo found himself dumbfounded. His peers were already aware of the monster drops. The true fool was he. But what did this agility and stamina even signify? After engaging in a skirmish with a wild creature, Xia Bo felt as though the world had transformed entirely. He sensed that he had overlooked a crucial detail and scrolled through the historical chat logs. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was a hidden quest to unlock the attribute panel. Brothers, it seems that slaying monsters yields resources. However, these creatures are perilous, and my wooden stick has already splintered. I am uncertain how I shall endure the night. Xia Bo, the illustrious one, was indeed a remarkable figure. Congratulations to humanity, Xia Bo, for achieving the first kill on a survival monster. You have been awarded an unknown prize. After a prolonged period of exploration, Xia Bo finally comprehended the underlying reason for the transformation in the world's atmosphere. It turned out that defeating wild monsters was a hidden task, necessitating a departure from the vehicle for a certain duration before the monsters would strike. Of course, the nocturnal assaults from these creatures could also be initiated. Yet Xia Bo was an anomaly among others. Most individuals preferred to remain inside their vehicles, even when low on fuel, fearing the dangers that awaited them outside, as they had received system warnings and held their lives in utmost regard. Some ventured out in search of resources, but constantly fretted about straying too far from their cars, often retreating midway. In contrast, Xia Bo, emboldened by his iron rod, ventured forth to gather supplies, delving deeper into the wilderness. Upon encountering monsters, he vanquished them, establishing himself as the first to achieve such a feat. Consequently, he garnered global recognition. Xia Bo had not anticipated such fame. According to the chatter among the populace, after slaying wild monsters, one's personal avatar would appear in the upper left corner of the screen. Xia Bo glanced at the upper left corner and, indeed, there was his avatar, adorned with a level 1 insignia at its lower left, alongside a gift icon at the upper right. With a mere thought, he clicked on his avatar. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience, 110. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Stamina, 4. Mental power, 4. Health, 100. Skills, none. Attribute panel. Is it possible to play a survival game on the road in this manner? Xia Bo was somewhat astonished. What is this nonsense about occupations? What do strength, agility, stamina, and mental power even mean? Isn't this the online game he used to play? Has survival gaming been transformed into an online format? What could the unknown reward be? Xia Bo felt a surge of excitement as he clicked to open the package. 1 point of free attribute. Bulletproof glass blueprint. Xia Bo. What on earth is this reward? 3 question marks hovered above his head. Only 1 point of free attribute? And what is this blueprint for bulletproof glass? Soon, a vibrant blue blueprint materialized in his hands. Bulletproof glass blueprint. Requires 10 glass fragments, 10 pieces of glass, which he currently lacked. So he decided to tuck it away for later. In truth, Xia Bo felt quite disappointed with this unknown reward, having anticipated something far more impressive. He rolled up the blueprint and placed it in the car, then turned his attention to the global chat messages. Each individual's attributes varied. Some possessed great strength yet had low agility, while others boasted high agility but lacked strength. Attributes were inherently personal, unlike his own well-rounded balance. Chapter 6. The Hidden Box. First skill acquisition. With only a single attribute point available, which should I allocate it to? Xia Bo found himself in a quandary. In the early stages, strength and stamina are paramount, as battling wild creatures requires immense power to overpower them, while enduring stamina allows for prolonged combat. Speed and mental fortitude would only reveal their significance once a profession is chosen. After much contemplation, Xia Bo decided to invest the point in stamina. The interminable night demands formidable endurance to sustain his combat effectiveness, and his current strength suffices for now. With a mere thought, his stamina increased by 1 point. A mysterious force enveloped him, and Xia Bo realized he was no longer out of breath. It seemed his vitality had improved, granting him boundless energy. Name, Xia Bo. Profession, none. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience, 110. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Stamina, 5. Mental fortitude, 4. Health, 100. Skills, none, with stamina elevated to 5 points. The enhancement was markedly significant, and Xia Bo felt a profound satisfaction. The increase in attributes greatly augmented the survival efficiency of all. With fuel acquired, it was time to set off. Having completed his preparations, Xia Bo ignited the engine and continued on his journey. With fuel in abundance, he no longer fretted over consumption. This supply could easily last him for days. The engine roared to life, though it emitted a sound reminiscent of imminent disassembly. Having finished the previous banana, Xia Bo busied himself by peeling another one from the passenger seat. These bananas would spoil if not consumed, and he had no intention of wasting them. On the long, desolate road, not a soul was in sight. In a few hours, darkness would descend, and encountering another person would significantly enhance survival chances. The night, however, was fraught with uncertainty regarding the number of monsters that might emerge. It was now practically a certainty that creatures would attack after sundown. A fact no longer concealed from the world. People had already begun calling out for assistance to survive the night, some even resorting to seduction. Others brazenly directed unsavory remarks towards Xia Bo. Thankfully, there were no private messages, or he would have been utterly inundated. After about 10 minutes of driving, another resource box appeared before Xia Bo. A smile graced his face as he exited the vehicle, closed the door, and skillfully lifted a metal rod to smash the box, shattering it to reveal its contents. One dried chrysanthemum petal, 2 anti-inflammatory pills. To his surprise, there were medicines. Xia Bo seized the items. The single chrysanthemum petal, useful for tea, held little value at the moment since he lacked a means to boil water. However, the anti-inflammatory pills were invaluable in the event of injury. Inflammation was the greatest concern, particularly in such sweltering weather where infections were most likely to occur. This medicine was truly life-saving. Observing the upgrade option, Xia Bo did not hesitate to select it. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 1 dried chrysanthemum petal has been upgraded to 1 barrel of premium dried chrysanthemum. Congratulations to the host on the successful upgrade. 2 anti-inflammatory pills have been transformed into a box of specialized anti-inflammatory medication. He took out the melon seeds for another upgrade, resulting in a packet of melon seeds. Exceptional medicine. How splendid. A radiant smile illuminated Xia Bo's face. Apart from dried chrysanthemum flowers and melon seeds, the specialized medicine was undoubtedly of paramount importance. The more melon seeds one consumes, the thirstier one becomes. Despite possessing a resource upgrade system, water resources remain highly cherished. As for the dried chrysanthemum flowers, although they can be brewed into tea, the lack of a kettle makes it impossible to enjoy a warm cup. However, the specialized medicine is indispensable, especially knowing that a battle might ensue tonight on this endless highway, where the greatest fear is injury. He rolled up the 3 items and placed them on the dashboard. Starting the car and resuming his journey. The contents of the resource box were a mix of good and bad. Xia Bo had come to terms with it. What could be worse than discovering a single melon seed? Seated in the car, Xia Bo continued to munch on bananas. Out of 50 bananas, after discarding the spoiled ones, he had consumed a considerable amount. This fruit, when not eaten, would go to waste in this age of scarcity. Even when he felt full, he still forced himself to eat. Bananas occupy significant space and spoil rapidly. Many were already inedible, prompting Xia Bo to discard them. A decision that would likely evoke public outrage. While some were still striving for a bite to eat, Xia Bo was already throwing food away. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to eat. Rather, consuming too much could lead to diarrhea or gastrointestinal issues. In this desolate landscape devoid of doctors, unless one possessed extraordinary resilience, the only fate awaiting them was demise. Unable to consume any more, Xia Bo reclined in a relatively comfortable position while driving. The car progressed slowly, his gaze sweeping the sides of the highway, fearing he might overlook a resource box. However, after half an hour of driving, not a single item was in sight, leading Xia Bo to believe his luck was amiss. Fate dictated luck, something beyond his control. After a few more minutes, with his keen but weary eyes, Xia Bo suddenly noticed a depression in the grass nearby. Was it an illusion? He halted the vehicle and scrutinized the patch of grass. Indeed, it was sunken. The terrain of the entire prairie was remarkably flat, as if sculpted from a mold. Any slight elevation or depression was readily apparent, and Xia Bo had promptly detected the anomaly. Could there be something hidden beneath? A concealed box? He recalled tales of others discovering hidden boxes in the world. Grabbing the iron rod from the passenger seat, he exited the car. Upon reaching the sunken area, Xia Bo discovered that the soil was exceedingly loose. A gentle grasp was sufficient to dislodge it. In contrast, the surrounding earth was quite hard. Xia Bo quickly realized that this was likely a site of buried treasure. Setting the iron rod aside, he began to dig with his hands. The soil was soft, merely covered by a layer of weeds, making the task effortless. In less than a minute, he felt a solid object beneath his fingers. It was a box. The revealed part was the top of a box, and a look of delight appeared on Xia Bo's face. This concealed box was indeed difficult to locate, as it was buried underground. Without the keen eyes of an observant person, finding it would have proven quite challenging. Upon excavating the box, a red wooden chest emerged, larger than the resource boxes typically found by the roadside, and it was evident that its contents were quite plentiful. Placing it on the ground, he skillfully smashed it open and began to sift through the splintered wood. Skill, basic combat technique, attribute, strength 2, 200 milliliters of ordinary water resources for liters of inferior oil, 2 pieces of dry bread. The skill materialized as a book radiating a faint white glow. Wow, Xia Bo exclaimed, unable to restrain his surprise. Setting aside the resources, the fact that this item could yield a skill book was astonishing, particularly one that enhanced his strength. After retrieving the contents from the box, he settled into his vehicle. Observing the upgrade option, Xia Bo promptly selected it without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading. 200 milliliters of ordinary water resources have been transformed into 40 liters of purified water. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading. 4 liters of inferior oil have been upgraded to 50 liters of premium gasoline. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading. 2 pieces of dry bread have been enhanced to 10 bags of gourmet sandwich bread. With such a substantial upgrade in resources, a beaming smile spread across Xia Bo's face. He had amassed enough supplies. Chapter 7. Skill Enhancement. As night falls after reorganizing the supplies, a considerable amount of space was freed up. Xia Bo retrieved the skill book from his pocket. Skill, Basic Combat Technique, Attribute, Strength 2. The words upgradable appeared on the skill book. A look of immense joy spread across Xia Bo's face. Incredible! Even skill books can be upgraded. This was undoubtedly a significant discovery. The ability to upgrade skill books meant he could stay ahead of the majority. As this thought crossed his mind, the skill book instantaneously upgraded. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Basic Combat Book has evolved into Junior Combat Mastery. Skill, Junior Combat Mastery. Attribute, Strength 3. Advanced skill. With training, levels will increase, and strength will consequently grow, with limitless potential. What a formidable skill. It actually improves with training. Xia Bo's brows lifted with delight, and without hesitation, he opted to utilize it. The skill book transformed into a beam of light and entered his forehead, followed by an overwhelming surge of strength and an abundance of combat techniques. The combat skills encompassed both unarmed and armed combat, all lethal in nature. Xia Bo felt a profound transformation within himself, his strength magnified, even experiencing the sensation of being capable of striking down a bull with a single punch. However, he recognized this as merely an illusion, a fleeting perception born from the sudden surge of power, thankfully not reaching an excessively monstrous level. Yet, when he grasped the iron rod, it felt remarkably lighter. Stepping out of the vehicle, he effortlessly swung the rod in the open space beside the car. It was as though explosive power surged within him. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to discover the faint outline of abdominal muscles emerging from what was once a bulging belly. This transformation was undeniable evidence of change within his physique. Moreover, the Junior Combat Mastery boasted advanced techniques. With consistent training, his strength would continually amplify, offering boundless potential. Thus, from this day forth, in addition to scavenging for supplies, he needed to allocate time for physical training. Xia Bo glanced at the skill's true strength, while Basic Combat Technique merely increased fixed strength. Junior Combat Mastery promised unlimited potential and possibilities. Noticing the time, with 5 hours remaining until darkness fell, Xia Bo resolved to embark on a training session. The weather was swelteringly hot. He soaked a cloth, tied it around his head, and retrieved a water bucket and an oil drum, one in each hand, balancing them as he sought shade beneath the vehicle to perform squats. 1, 2, 3. His biceps swelled impressively, veins bulging, muscles developing, and the hidden muscles beneath his clothing strained against the fabric, resembling solid stone. Xia Bo felt an immense power in his arms, lifting the water bucket with ease. After completing a dozen squats, he began to feel slightly winded. 29. 30. Phew, how exhausting. Xia Bo placed the 2 buckets, the size of water bottles, onto the ground. His shirt was thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his body, revealing the contours of his muscles. After completing 30 squats, my legs felt as though they had been filled with lead, and my arms were exquisitely sore. Having acquired this skill, my once frail physique had now developed well-defined muscles. This is the sensation of a robust body, and it is undeniably delightful. After a brief respite, I felt nearly restored. Aside from a lingering soreness in my arms and legs, I was no longer gasping for breath. My body had indeed grown stronger. Eager to continue, I plunged back into my training regimen. Squats, frog jumps, jumping jacks. After an hour of such exertion, I resembled a waterlogged creature, drenched in sweat, leaving a puddle on the ground. Thirsty and parched, my throat felt as if it were ablaze. Upon returning to the car, I eagerly embraced the small bucket of purified water and gulped down several mouthfuls. I then stepped outside, draped my clothes over the rearview mirror, and used a damp cloth to wipe down my body. Ah, the relief! Shaking off the droplets from my head, I felt rejuvenated. Nothing compares to the refreshing feeling of a shower after a workout. I wasted a bit more water rinsing my clothes, which I then laid out on the hood of the car. Though evening was approaching, the sun still blazed fiercely, hastening the drying of my garments. After 10 minutes, my clothes were ready, and slipping into the dry fabric brought immense comfort. Sitting inside the car, I opened my attribute panel to check my strength. To my dismay, it had not increased. It appeared that gaining strength was no simple endeavor. Nevertheless, I remained undeterred, for this journey required perseverance. With only 2 hours left until darkness, the sun began to dip, casting a long shadow of my modest vehicle on the ground. I resolved to utilize the remaining time to search for supplies. The little car emitted an angry roar as it rattled down the road. This world is so flat, stretching endlessly without a visible end. Driving in such an expanse can feel profoundly lonely, aimlessly traversing a straight highway. After nearly an hour of travel, I finally stumbled upon a resource crate. Inside was a small packet of biscuits and half a bottle of murky water. Upon upgrading, I received another bucket of water and a large bag of cream-filled biscuits, which I crammed into the car, holding the biscuits in my arms as I munched while driving. With only 20 minutes remaining before nightfall, I encountered the last resource crate. It yielded a single bottle of water, which, upon upgrading, transformed into a substantial bucket of water. After stowing it in the car, the passenger seat was already overflowing with supplies, while the trunk still had ample space. Perhaps I was the first person to be troubled by an excess of resources. As the minutes dwindled, the world became exceedingly vibrant, with countless messages being generated every second, far more than I could count. Reaching a staggering 99 in the blink of an eye, nightfall approached. Would monsters soon appear? Who could come to my aid? Ha ha, the night has fallen. It is time to upgrade. I merely need to defeat 9 more monsters. Upgrading would grant me strength. Today, I spent 3 hours outdoors. And yet only a single monster dared to emerge. How absurd. Tonight marks a sleepless eve, the inaugural night in this place. In merely 10 minutes, with an upgrade, one could attain great power. I urge everyone to safeguard their vehicles, for if they falter, procuring resources will become a daunting task. Brothers, I have unearthed a skill book from a hidden treasure chest. Ha ha ha. Let us soar. A stamina of 3. Oh my, how enviable. The world brims with an abundance of messages. It seems that as the sun descends, the number of people increases. Yet, it is only fitting, as this marks their true first night in this realm. Who can foretell how many shall remain after the morrow? Some revel in joy, while others dwell in sorrow. Xia Bo reclined against the car, savoring a biscuit, his gaze fixed upon the messages in the world chat. A few fortunate souls have also acquired skill books. Though they are few, these individuals are undoubtedly blessed. As Xia Bo perused the world chat, the darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The clock struck 0, marking the commencement of a new cycle from 12. Night has descended. Chapter 8. The beast approaches, the hunter's mettle. Night has descended. Xia Bo closed the global chat and gazed out at the world through the car window. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the surroundings with astonishing rapidity, almost as if the night itself was swallowing the light. He activated the interior lights and headlights, seeking a semblance of safety amidst the enveloping gloom. Before long, the entire world had succumbed to darkness, the distant landscape obscured, save for the faint glow emanating from the headlights, seemingly the sole beacon of light in the infinite blackness. However, he quickly recognized the folly of leaving the headlights on. Once illuminated, he would become the most conspicuous target in this dark expanse, akin to turning on a light in a restroom to find a wayward creature. Realizing this, Xia Bo promptly extinguished the headlights. Without their illumination, the world fell deeper into obscurity. He retrieved a sandwich, consuming it while cautiously surveying his surroundings, wary of any lurking dangers. Fortunately, all remained tranquil at that moment. Seated within the car, with little else to occupy himself, he opened the global chat window and perused the ongoing discussions without contributing. This chat had become his sole source of amusement. In such an environment, a diversion was essential to stave off madness. The heat of the day still lingered in the air, though the interior of the vehicle felt less like a steamy oven and more refreshingly cool, an improvement over the sweltering daylight. With nightfall upon him, he pondered why the beasts had not yet emerged. Surely, it was still too early. Perhaps it would be deep into the night before they appeared. Is there anyone with food? I'm famished. Does anyone have water? I would pay a fortune. He mused. This is a punishment bestowed upon us by the divine. The world was a chaotic tapestry, teeming with all manner of beings and rife with unsightly discourse. Yet, Xia Bo noted a peculiar phenomenon. No one seemed to cross paths with one another. After a full day of traversing the road, he had encountered no other souls. Clearly, the chance of meeting a kindred spirit was a rare prospect. It was unfathomable that billions inhabited this world, confined to this solitary roadway. The distance traveled without an encounter was staggering. Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved to consider how best to endure the night ahead. The darkness was oppressive. Should a creature approach stealthily, he would be utterly oblivious, lacking any night vision and surrounded by impenetrable blackness. Perhaps the beast was already lurking nearby. His humble vehicle could not withstand much strain. Should it falter, the consequences would be dire. The notion sent a chill down his spine. Whether to illuminate the path or remain in obscurity was a dilemma. Unless, Of course, the creature was unable to perceive him. But how likely was that? No, he must turn on the lights. After all, this was a game. The idea that monsters could be blind to his presence was ludicrous. How could he possibly entertain such a notion? It seems to be a mere figment of his imagination. The game itself does not possess the capacity for thought. Indeed, he noticed discussions in the world regarding the necessity of activating the vehicle's headlights. It is essential to illuminate the path, for the game's very nature is inherently illogical, as are the monstrous entities that inhabit it. Failing to turn on the headlights does not deter the creatures. It only renders oneself blind to the surroundings. With determination, Xia Bo activated the headlights, and the area around him brightened somewhat. However, as the lights flickered to life, he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. At the edge of the illumination stood a bizarre silhouette. Its diminutive frame obscured its true nature, yet it bore a resemblance to creatures of the daylight. Its movements suggested an approach towards him, startled by the abrupt glare of the headlights. Indeed, had he not switched on the lights, this entity might have already crept upon him unnoticed. Xia Bo was enveloped in a silent dread, but he resolutely grasped a metal rod and exited the vehicle. He halted before the front of the car, fixating on the strange creature. What manner of being could this be? It felt as though this creature was not a solitary hunter. Clutching the rod, he pondered, feeling less anxious than during his initial encounter with the monster. The creature cautiously advanced, seemingly intimidated by Xia Bo's imposing stature. Yet, driven by the primal instinct of hunger, it inched closer. Its claws twitched in anticipation. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Suddenly, Xia Bo surged forward, swinging the iron rod with ferocious intent. Veins bulged on his arms as he concentrated all his strength into his legs, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Were he barefoot? One could observe the bluish hue of his soles and the explosive power in his leg muscles. This was a specialized technique for martial arts, enabling the concentration of his entire force into his arms. The blow was powerful and forceful. The air resonated with the sharp sound of the rod slicing through it. Bang! Crack! The creature attempted to counter his strike with its own, but the outcome was inevitable. Its bones shattered upon impact, leaving it lifeless. Was this the boon of 7 points of strength? Xia Bo retracted the rod, clenching his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. On the ground, the creature's remains vanished, replaced by an intriguing item that caught Xia Bo's eye. Hunter's Emblem 1. Description: a critical item for class transition to Hunter. Note: 100 Hunter's emblems are required to transition to Hunter. A profession. Xia Bo was astounded by his fortuitous luck. The very first monster he encountered had yielded such a remarkable item. The display indicated that it was upgradable. Without hesitation, Xia Bo picked it up and selected the upgrade option. The pentagonal Iron Hunter's emblem vanished from his hand, replaced by a gleaming silver emblem. And he now possessed 5 in total. Wilderness Hunter's Emblem 5. Description: a vital item for class transition to Wilderness Hunter. Note: 500 Wilderness Hunter's emblems are required to transition to Wilderness Hunter. Xia Bo's breath momentarily stilled. The enhancement in quality directly influenced the game's professions. In this moment of revelation, he discovered that his infinite resource upgrade system appeared to possess untapped potential. Placing the metals and special potions together, Xia Bo closed the car door and seated himself in front of the wheel, leaning against it. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of anticipation enveloped him regarding the arrival of these monsters. In addition to gathering resources, enhancing one's own strength constituted a substantial aspect of the game. His experience points had already reached 2, meaning he needed just 8 more to attain the next level. With each upgrade, his power would inevitably increase. As the night descended, the odds of survival would significantly improve. Gazing into the encroaching darkness, Xia Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Monsters, come forth, and allow me to level up swiftly. Chapter 9. Fierce Battle with 2 Monsters. Seizing the fleeting moment before the monsters arrived, Xia Bo opened the global chat, discovering that many others were lamenting their fates. The monsters are terrifying. My wooden stick shattered in an instant. What should I do? I need help. The claws of the beast are too sharp. They left deep marks on the car doors. I just need 8 more experience points to level up, and my wooden stick hasn't broken yet. Here's a tip. Use the car to block the monsters. They possess immense explosive power but are quite short. Their weak point is their heads. Xia Bo realized that others were struggling far more than he was. His situation was remarkably easier. He attributed this ease to the infinite resource upgrade system, particularly the iron rod, which proved invaluable in the early stages when he only had a wooden stick. The iron rod not only boasted greater attack power but also did not suffer damage like the wooden stick. Furthermore, with his proficiency in basic combat skills and enhanced fighting awareness, he faced the monsters with calmness rather than panic. The monsters were not as fearsome as he had imagined. They resembled wild beasts that would intensify their ferocity if they sensed weakness. Xia Bo concluded that maintaining an imposing presence was crucial when confronting such creatures. The night brought a slight chill, dispelling the daytime heat. He retrieved some food from the car to satiate his hunger. Compared to others, his condition was significantly better. He had ample food and drink. He had even accumulated 2 experience points, and once he leveled up, his strength would increase further. If any rewards were to come from the system upgrade, the enhancement would be exponential. One could say he was truly fortunate. He had food, drink, and strength. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the distant dark grasslands, causing Xia Bo to sit up abruptly, gripping his iron rod and gazing intently into the shadows. Though nothing was visible, he sensed an underlying threat lurking in the darkness. The monsters were social creatures. If they appeared in numbers, he would be in dire straits. Anxiety gnawed at him as the continuous emergence of similar beings led him to believe they were indeed pack animals. The eerie growl of the monsters reverberated again, and his expression shifted dramatically. This time, there were 2 distinct sounds, each emanating from different creatures. 2 monsters were approaching. Xia Bo furrowed his brow, his unease deepening. Confronting one was manageable, but 2 could prove daunting. This was his first crucial step into the unknown. He steeled himself, knowing he had potent anti-inflammatory medicine on hand. With determination, Xia Bo moved to a well-lit area in front of the car, unreservedly revealing his presence. He stood tall, quietly awaiting the monster's arrival. In this game world, evasion was futile. These beings would invariably follow the rules of the game to find him. As for fleeing, that was a thought to abandon. The endless road offered no vehicles, and running would only hasten his demise. The sole option was to confront the monsters head-on. They were here. Xia Bo's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Having already dispatched 2 monsters, fear had largely dissipated from his heart. Certainly, beyond the unsettling nature of these creatures' social behavior, which signifies an increasing number of monsters and a more perilous existence, one must not only seek sustenance, but also grow in strength. In the darkness, 2 eerie figures approached. One to the left and the other to the right, approximately 5 meters apart, emitting strange cries. These 2 monsters would not turn against each other. Initial observations confirmed their gregarious nature. Over time, their numbers could swell like waves. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo suppressed his inner turmoil, clutching the iron rod tightly. For it was the only source of solace. The monsters drew near, their green skin starkly visible, with claws of an ominous black, 2 fingers long, capable of disemboweling a person. Xia Bo's gaze fixated on the 2 creatures, his mind racing with combat techniques. Strike first. As the monsters closed in, Xia Bo surged forward. He swung the iron rod forcefully at the nearest creature on his left. The 2 monsters, displaying remarkable caution, did not behave like the previous pair. Instead, the one on the right emitted a bizarre roar while the left one dodged, and the right creature lunged at Xia Bo from behind. These 2 monsters demonstrated teamwork. A chill ran down Xia Bo's spine. He swiftly retracted his move, sidestepping to his left to evade the attack of the right monster, and he was not at ease. For the left monster had already closed in. In a panic, he raised the iron rod and struck. With a resounding thud, he sent the left monster sprawling. However, he had not exerted his full strength, and the creature merely tumbled to the ground. In that fleeting encounter, Xia Bo grasped the coordination between the 2 monsters. Their synergy was impressively skilled. Had it not been for his acquired proficiency in basic combat techniques, enhancing his strength, he might have indeed succumbed here. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the 2 creatures. The one he had struck appeared to be in agony, clutching its arm and wailing, while the other fixed its gaze upon him, its green eyes radiating an eerie intelligence. Yo yo. The unscathed monster emitted a peculiar cry, seemingly communicating with its companion. Then, astonishingly, they charged at him once more. One to the left and one to the right, attempting to encircle him. As they closed to within 4 meters, their speed surged, leaping towards him. Faced with the oncoming monsters, Xia Bo remained composed, not succumbing to panic. He swung the iron rod, sending one creature flying, then deftly sidestepped the other's leap. After sliding to the side, he lunged toward the freshly landed monster, raising the iron rod high, the veins in his arm standing out, aiming for its forehead. The creature attempted to block with its hand. A fierce glint flashed in Xia Bo's eyes. The creature's fingers shattered as he swung the iron rod down again. Blood and brain matter splattered in a gruesome display. Meanwhile, the monster behind him lunged once more. Despite Xia Bo having dispatched the creature before him and darting forward, he was still grazed by the claws of the other. A searing pain coursed through his back, his shirt torn asunder, leaving 3 crimson gashes. Hiss. Summer Bo gritted his teeth, drawing in a sharp breath. Stifling the fiery sting along his spine, he pivoted and charged toward the creature. With a mighty swing, he raised the iron rod above his head, its descent accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to turn and flee. Yet, Bo had anticipated this, moving with remarkable swiftness as he brought the rod crashing down. Thud. The creature's skull shattered like a watermelon. It was done. Having dispatched the remaining fiends, Bo panted heavily, wiping the blood that had splattered across his face, and began to scavenge the spoils left by the defeated monsters. Chapter 10. The Promise of Automobile Upgrades, Automotive Mechanic Metal 1. Description: a crucial item for transitioning into the profession of automotive mechanic. Note: accumulating 100 automotive mechanic metals enables full-time employment as an automotive mechanic. Once again, it is this item, merely a new profession. Xia Bo picked it up and confirmed the upgrade. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Automotive Mechanic Metal 1 has been upgraded to Automotive Engineer Metal 5. Automotive Engineer Metal 5. Description: a vital item for dedicating oneself to the profession of automotive engineer. Note: 500 automotive engineer medals are required for full-time employment as an automotive engineer. Two professions, wilderness hunter and automotive engineer, both sound promising. However, 500 is quite a daunting number. I can only accumulate them gradually. After pocketing the item, Xia Bo turned around and discovered a glimmering object on the ground where the monster's corpse had vanished. Upon picking it up, he received the information about the item. Automotive Fragment 1. Description: a key item for upgrading automobiles. Note: 50 automotive fragments are needed to upgrade an automobile to a sedan. This is the item for upgrading vehicles. Xia Bo's eyes sparkled at once. He had long felt that the space of his two modest vehicles was insufficient. And now a means for upgrading had finally emerged. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Automotive Fragment 1 has been upgraded to Automotive Fragment 8. As he beheld the 8 automotive fragments materializing in his palm, a faint smile graced Xia Bo's face. Accidentally pulling at the wound on his back, he winced in pain. Climbing into the vehicle, he stowed the fragments in a piece of cloth. He then removed his shirt, revealing his moderately muscular physique. From the passenger seat, he retrieved a fine piece of cloth to wipe the blood from his face. He dampened another exquisite cloth to tend to the wound on his back, wrapping it with a dry cloth afterward. Following this, he drank some water and took a potent anti-inflammatory pill to prevent infection. He then rested his head on the steering wheel. The injury was not severe, merely superficial, though his health had declined. After this ordeal, Xia Bo pondered that many would likely perish in this world. He opened the global chat. There were still 7 hours until dawn. The atmosphere in the world remained intense, yet now it was tinged with a heavier weight. Brothers, I am injured. My abdomen has been slashed, and I cannot hold on much longer. I miss my family and feel I cannot endure any further. By the way, my name is Wei Tian. The two monsters are incredibly powerful, and even my car door has been damaged. I cannot hold on much longer, brothers. Half of the vehicle was destroyed, yet he could still manage to move. Even Xia Bo felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, the world trembled, and a system notification appeared. Congratulations on surviving the second wave. Strive for a better tomorrow. Note: the spawn of wild creatures has been changed to random. We wish you well. With the emergence of the system notification, the world shook, and countless voices erupted in cheer. Xia Bo let out a sigh of relief. Contending with two foes was already his limit. Were it not for his specialization in basic combat techniques, he would have likely remained cowering in the vehicle. Although wild creatures might still appear, it seemed unlikely that he would encounter two at once. As he relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Xia Bo found himself unable to resist the pull of sleep, drifting into a haze. The night was pitch black, devoid of moonlight and stars. Enveloping him in an abyss of darkness, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Unaware of how long he had been asleep, he was abruptly awakened by a nightmare in which he perished beneath sharp claws, disemboweled and torn asunder. A gruesome fate indeed. Upon waking, he discovered his body glistening with beads of perspiration. What a terrifying nightmare. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xia Bo still felt a lingering unease. The dream had felt so vivid that it had led him to believe he had truly met his end. His stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting him to pat his belly. How could he be hungry again after such a short time? Glancing at the time, he realized he had merely 5 hours and 59 minutes until dawn. He ate a little something and drank some water. A sharp pain shot through him. Even a slight movement tugged at the wound on his back, making him grimace in agony. Fortunately, the injury was not deep. Otherwise, he would have been unable to exit the vehicle that night. Tearing a piece of cloth from his makeshift bandage, he winced as the wound, no longer bleeding, was exposed to the warm summer air, offering a refreshing sensation. As the wound felt more comfortable, Xia Bo lay idly browsing the chat in the world around him. Following his recent ordeal, an abundance of information was rapidly emerging within the realm. Suddenly, Xia Bo's eyes brightened. Goodness, the trading feature has been activated. He straightened up, clicked to the next page. And indeed, The trading function was now live. However, there were no messages regarding posted trades. Curious about this trading function, he decided to give it a try. He quickly crafted a trading message and clicked to publish it. Instantly, his trading notice sparked discussions among the inhabitants of the world. Goodness, someone is trading water. Is this for real? I must see it. Lo and behold, there truly was someone offering water. How extravagant. I'm currently sipping water in tiny mouthfuls, while others are already trading it. What are car fragments? Seeking information. Car fragments. I have some. They dropped from a monster I defeated moments ago. Surprisingly, someone has already initiated a trade. As expected, many rushed to check, and the trade status had changed to in progress. Oh no, someone has beaten me to it. I am so frustrated. Please tell me, what are car fragments for? They are used for upgrading vehicles. Goodness, are there still people willing to trade them? If their lives are at stake, why would they even bother? Indeed. On the other side, Xia Bo observed a private message from an individual with a strong, determined visage. It was a man named Su Hao. In this game, names, genders, and appearances are not concealed, as personal avatars are prominently displayed. Greetings. I have come to trade. Is it truly possible to exchange for water? Indeed, I possess both purified water and food. Are you certain it is purified water? Yes. Really. I have a fragment of a car, though I possess only one. How much purified water and food can that procure? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bo responded, 500 milliliters of water and 10 slices of toast. Excellent. Without a hint of hesitation, the car fragment appeared in the trading interface. Xia Bo gazed at the purified water and toast, pondering how to place them into the trading section. Unexpectedly, some water from the bucket vanished, along with 10 slices of toast. In a swift motion, the purified water and toast materialized in the trading bar. It was remarkably convenient, requiring no lid to be removed. The trading page transitioned, displaying a system verification, before confirming the successful exchange. I have received it. It is indeed purified water. Thank you. You are most welcome. Xia Bo casually replied. Observing the car fragment in hand, he initiated an upgrade. Upgrade successful. Car fragment 1 has been upgraded to car fragment 9. A step closer to further enhancement. A smile graced Xia Bo's face. Chapter 11. The Great Xia Bo. The transaction was complete, marking the inaugural trade on a global scale, and astonishingly, 3 momentous announcements echoed throughout the world. Congratulations to Xia Bo for accomplishing the first trading task. Reward, a skill book. Congratulations to Xia Bo for accomplishing the first trading task. Reward, a skill book. Congratulations to Xia Bo for accomplishing the first trading task. Reward, a skill book. The world fell momentarily silent before erupting in a frenzy. A skill book. The first transaction. I realized this was akin to pioneering a new realm. Goodness, it's Xia Bo again. Great Xia Bo, I humbly bow before you. The prowess of Great Xia Bo is unparalleled. By the way, why did that other individual not receive a reward? Foolishness. It was a task issued by Great Xia Bo. I regret not claiming it first. I was the one who discovered it initially. Amidst the clamor of the world, Xia Bo found himself utterly bewildered by this peculiar operation. He had casually issued a trading message and completed a task. It was simply unfathomable. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and a skill book materialized in his hand. Skill, basic acceleration, attribute, consumes 1 point of mental energy to unleash the skill. When activated, increases movement speed by 50. Duration, lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Xia Bo? What in the world is the skill? Is this not akin to an assassin's ability in a game? Xia Bo felt an inexplicable shock within. Basic combat skills were within his realm of understanding, as they enhanced personal technique. However, this basic acceleration was a bona fide skill book. A 50 increase in movement speed could mean the difference in facing 2 wild beasts. A brief burst of speed would suffice to eliminate one, rendering the other a trivial threat, no longer requiring the arduous efforts of before. Acquiring this skill book left Xia Bo in a state of exhilaration. Even more astonishing was the fact that this skill book could be upgraded. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for successful upgrade. Basic acceleration has evolved into basic swiftness. Skill, basic swiftness. Attribute, consumes 1 point of mental energy to unleash the skill. When activated, increases movement speed by 100. Duration, lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. A pearlescent glow emanated, transforming the skill book in his grasp. Xia Bo's breath quickened. This was nothing short of a divine ability. He promptly chose to learn it. Although there were no physical changes, his skill repertoire had expanded by 1. With 2 skills in his possession, he far surpassed his peers. Clenching his fists, Xia Bo gazed into the hazy night, his eyes shimmering with determination. Skills were the key to survival in the darkness. With strength, everything else would follow. Time to upgrade swiftly. Upon calculating the number of car fragments, He found himself with 17. 33 more were required, and 2 dilapidated vehicles would suffice for the upgrade. Opening the global chat, he noticed that the conversations revolved around him. I never expected the existence of skill books, but with a profession established, these skill books must indeed represent abilities. Let's discard the word should. The esteemed Xia Bo has ushered in a new era. Is Xia Bo present? I am willing to offer 10 billion for the skill books in your possession. 10 billion? I would gladly raise my bid to 100 billion. Haha, what a collection of fools. Where is Xia Bo? Is there anyone willing to target him? He undoubtedly possesses more than one skill book. Let us not forget the unknown rewards for initial kills. Furthermore, he has traded a substantial amount of water and food through the trading function. It was suggested by a fellow player. And suddenly everyone recalled that unknown rewards combined with skill books are enough to incite envy in all. The global chat revolves around him, making it nearly impossible to remain nameless. Soon after, a subtle sense of crisis emerged within Xia Bo. He understood the principle of an innocent man is guilty of possessing a jade. There are indeed good people in this world, but there are also those with ill intentions. If he were to encounter humans, how could he ensure they harbored no ulterior motives? In this game, women can be exchanged for a sip of water, and likewise, lives have become worthless. He had seen a film where, in a society devoid of legal constraints, the probability of crime surged, and the darker desires of humanity were unleashed. Much like in his current game, when the law loses its potency and firearms are absent, all individuals are positioned at the same starting line. When some have already surged ahead, would they allow those behind to catch up? Certainly not. The most effective solution for them is to ensure those in the rear vanish. Seizing their resources. One must understand that the supplies within his vehicle could incite madness among all. Yet, this also brings about considerable danger. A sense of unease settled within Xia Bo, accompanied by a gnawing pain. When did I become so sentimental? After all, I have already slain 4 wild creatures. It is time for growth. Xia Bo resolved within himself, if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they do, I shall eliminate them. In this world, laws and regulations have ceased to exist, as have ethical standards. All that matters is one's own comfort. In this moment, he felt a profound elevation of spirit. Regardless of the chaos around him, as long as he lives comfortably, that is sufficient. Glancing at the global chat messages, Xia Bo closed the window, choosing to ignore them. This group had already been swayed, and he must exercise caution in future encounters. With an upgrade requiring the collection of 7 or 8 items, he needed at least 5 more. With so many people in the world, I refuse to believe it is impossible. Aside from car fragments, let me see if I can locate a profession badge. Xia Bo was resolute in his determination to enhance his strength in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. Soon, 2 trade offers appeared in the trading function. What a surprise! The esteemed Xia Bo has released another trading announcement. Car fragments are understandable, but what of the profession badge? Collecting profession badges allows for the synthesis of professions. While I am still troubled over my next meal, Xia Bo has already begun to explore these matters. I merely remarked that he possessed an abundance of resources. Who among you dares to join me in this venture? With the dispatch of 2 trading messages, the global chat bar once again trembled with activity. Meanwhile, in Xia Bo's private communication interface, the number of messages surged beyond 99.99. The private messaging feature was launched alongside the trading system. And as soon as his trade was announced, it swiftly captured the attention of countless individuals, too many to count. Xia Bo briefly skimmed through the messages. Some were threatening, others trivial, and there were even peculiar claims such as, I am your long-lost sister, delicate and easily toppled. Truly, the array of responses was astonishingly diverse. However, one particular message caught his eye. The profile picture depicted a girl, striking and spirited, bearing the name Feng Xin. Xia Bo, I possess a warrior's medal. May I trade it? Xia Bo's interest was piqued. Warrior's medal? A new class? He promptly clicked on her profile and replied succinctly, yes. Chapter 12, Vehicle Upgrade. At this moment, on a desolate stretch of road, a dilapidated car stood still, inside which sat a strikingly beautiful young woman with a long braid. She was Feng Xin, and her condition was far from ideal. Her arms bore several long gashes, now wrapped in tattered fabric. The torn pieces were evidently remnants of her clothing, exposing her fair skin, which was tantalizingly alluring. Her cracked lips moved. Have you replied yet? As she gazed intently at the system interface, her eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly typed, Boss, I require water and food. On the other side, Xia Bo glanced at her message and smiled faintly, responding, certainly. 500 milliliters of purified water and 10 slices of toast. Upon sending the message, the transaction page displayed the items. Feng Xin was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with delight. Boss, this is too much. Xia Bo raised an eyebrow, bemused, while others often complained about receiving too little. She was the first to express discontent over an abundance. A knowing smile crept onto his face. It's not excessive. Metals are relatively precious. This is an equitable exchange. Perhaps these metals hold little value now, but as time progresses and sustenance becomes abundant, individuals will contemplate their professions. The early stages are the most opportune for reaping rewards. They possessed metals but lacked food and water, a necessity he did not share. Unable to resist the temptation, Feng Xian cautiously retrieved a gleaming metal from her bosom, adorned with the emblem of a broadsword. With a mere thought, the metal appeared in the transaction bar, and soon 500 milliliters of water and 10 slices of toast manifested within the car. Feng Xian's beautiful eyes shimmered with delight as she gingerly picked up the bottle of water, savoring a sip against her parched lips, then carefully recapped it, fearful of spilling a single drop. Still craving more, she licked her thin lips. Her gaze fixed on Xia Bo's avatar, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Thank you, boss. Unbeknownst to her, she awaited Xia Bo's response in vain, her message sinking into the abyss. Meanwhile, after completing the transaction for the warrior medal, Xia Bo, seeing no further trades, was in no rush to level up. He placed the medal in the car and stepped out, carrying a bucket of water. Sitting in the vehicle, he was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He wiped his body with a piece of cloth, avoiding the wounds, before settling back into the car. He might very well be the first person in the world to bathe with purified water. He picked up the warrior medal, and the information appeared on the system interface. Warrior Medal 1. Description: a key item for transitioning to the warrior profession. Note: 100 warrior medals are required to transition to a warrior, with 3 professions available. Xia Bo decided to attempt an upgrade. He clicked on the upgrade option. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Warrior Medal 1 has been upgraded to Berserker Medal 10. Berserker Medal 10. Description: a key item for transitioning to the Berserker profession. Note: 500 Berserker medals are required to transition to a Berserker. The Berserker, the Wilderness Hunter, and the Automotive Engineer. Having encountered 3 distinct professions, it is now time for Xia Bo to deliberate on a definitive direction. He glanced at the transactions, noticing yet another deal, a collection of automotive fragments. Without hesitation, he accepted them all. After acquiring 3 automotive fragments in succession and waiting for over 10 minutes without further transactions, he upgraded the fragments, resulting in a total of 25 pieces. With the previously upgraded fragments included, he was merely 8 fragments shy of the 50 required for an upgrade. To his astonishment, the 3 fragments had yielded 25, a delightful surprise indeed. Just 1 more was needed for the upgrade. A look of excitement graced Xia Bo's face, but it quickly subsided as he gazed into the vast, starlit night. He resolved to formulate a plan to enhance his strength. The first night evidently posed a threshold. Only those who could transcend it would thrive. As time progressed, the monstrous threats would likely multiply, their power becoming ever more formidable. Not only did he need to enhance his humble vehicle, but he also had to bolster his own prowess. In future encounters with wild beasts, it would be wise to avoid confrontation. Sustaining severe injuries would be detrimental. His aim was to target solitary monsters. Contemplating this, he retrieved 3 medals. Undoubtedly, these medals belonged to the Wilderness Hunter and the Berserker, the most formidable of his options. Yet, deep within, he felt a stronger affinity for the Automotive Engineer. In this wilderness, strength may be paramount, but one must not overlook the vehicle, the quintessential means of mobility in the soul sanctuary amidst the night. Without it, progress would be painfully hindered. While the Automotive Engineer may appear lacking in raw power, he possessed a specialization in basic combat techniques that could be honed to enhance his strength. Additionally, with agility on his side, his speed would not lag behind, making the Automotive Engineer the most fitting choice for him. However, a concern lingered. While his strength would incrementally improve, he lacked the extensive techniques available to other professions. The emergence of agility was a direct concern, with the potential for ranged skills in the future. Engineers heavily relied on their teammates. He needed to tread carefully in his decision-making. As he pondered, another transaction appeared, a hunter's medal and automotive fragments. Xia Bo accepted them without hesitation. Upon upgrading the hunter's medal, he acquired 4 additional wilderness hunter medals, and the upgrade of the automotive fragments yielded 9 more pieces. The presence of a system brings comfort. A smile spread across Xia Bo's face as he descended from the vehicle, his gaze falling upon the battered car, which bore a yellow exclamation mark, reminiscent of a video game. After deducting 50 automotive fragments, a colossal box enveloped the car, accompanied by a cacophony of knocking sounds from within. As the box opened with a hiss, a plume of white smoke billowed forth, revealing a gray sedan before Xia Bo. The 4-seater, an older model of the Santa, still featured an automatic transmission, devoid of any additional equipment other than a steering wheel and a display. The upgrade not only enhanced the vehicle's space, but also significantly improved its performance. Xia Bo, filled with joy, sat inside the car and started the engine. The cacophony of sounds had vanished, leaving only a slight vibration, which was a marked improvement from before. Most importantly, the space was ample. Not only was there a trunk, but also the back offered additional storage. Xia Bo turned off the vehicle and placed gasoline and purified water in the rear, while keeping some food and drinks in the front for easy access. This arrangement afforded him much greater comfort. A smile adorned Xia Bo's face. Having upgraded his vehicle on just the first night, he felt optimistic about the days to come. The subsequent night passed without encountering any monsters, suggesting a significant reduction in the likelihood of their appearance. The dawn arrived swiftly, the sun casting its warm rays upon the earth. Xia Bo awoke from the car, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He had managed to endure for another hour without any monsters appearing, but eventually, exhaustion overcame him, leading him into slumber. Chapter 13. The new monster. Fortunately, no monsters appeared during the latter half of the night. After the initial 2 waves, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Xia Bo stifled a yawn, dampened a cloth to wipe his face, and rinsed his mouth, feeling considerably more invigorated. It was time to set forth. He could not afford to squander his resources. Xia Bo ignited the engine of his gray sedan, and as he drove into the sun, the morning light proved to be quite blinding. The newly upgraded vehicle was equipped with a sun visor, and as time progressed, the air grew increasingly oppressive. After several hours of travel, he had yet to encounter any resource crates. As noon approached, doubt began to gnaw at Xia Bo's confidence in his luck. Surely, it was improbable that he would be so unfortunate. For the first time, he questioned his fortune, only to reaffirm his belief that he was indeed fortunate. After all, he had successfully hunted monsters at night, yielding valuable spoils, and he was the sole individual possessing an additional system beyond the game itself. His luck could not be so abysmal. Rather, something unusual was afoot. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Xia Bo slammed on the brakes, straining his eyes to discern the figure. Was it human? The dot revealed itself to be a standing silhouette by the roadside, and instinctively, he thought of humanity. His heart raced. This was his first genuine encounter with another human being. Truth be told, anxiety coursed through him. His notoriety was substantial, and in this lawless world, he could easily become prey. He felt a reluctance to confront another human. After all, while he could slay monsters with relative ease, taking a life was a different matter altogether. Yet, having stumbled upon this figure, he had no choice but to approach with trepidation. As the small black dot loomed closer, his initial tension shifted to unease. A normal human would surely react upon seeing him, yet this figure stood unmoving, even as his vehicle approached. Something was amiss. Xia Bo furrowed his brow. This creature appeared to be anything but human. Slowing the car, he steadied the steering wheel with one hand while his other instinctively reached for the iron rod. The dot grew closer and clearer, revealing a terrifying visage. His unease materialized into dread as he recognized that the entity before him was not a human at all, but a 2-meter-tall monster, with a grotesque face and fins along its back, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of various species. Beside the creature lay a red wooden box, identical to those hidden crates he had sought. A monster guarding a box surely contained something valuable. Xia Bo pondered, realizing this was likely the reason for his fruitless search for crates over the past few hours. The extraordinary circumstances had culminated in this very moment. The monster remained oblivious to its surroundings as Xia Bo cautiously maneuvered his vehicle forward. He faced 2 choices, a hasty retreat or a daring confrontation to vanquish the creature and seize the treasure chest. Within the chest undoubtedly lay an abundance of valuable resources, and he would regret missing such an opportunity for the rest of his life. Last night, he had resolved to enhance his strength, and this monster appeared formidable. Defeating it would surely yield substantial experience points, akin to an elite foe in a gang. At a distance of 100 meters, the creature remained stationary, indicating that Xia Bo had yet to enter its attack range. He parked the vehicle at the roadside, valuing its safety above all else, and delighted with a crowbar in hand, advancing with utmost caution. The monster stood, surveying its surroundings. As Xia Bo approached within 50 meters, the creature abruptly turned its head, revealing a pair of crimson, icy eyes fixated upon him. A surge of anxiety coursed through Xia Bo. His palms began to sweat. Uncertain of the monster's combat prowess, he prioritized safety, especially as the wound on his back throbbed with lingering pain, still not fully healed. Though he had acquired swiftness, it did not render him invincible. Xia Bo was acutely aware of his limitations. He was not the type to become overconfident after gaining a skill. The game world harbored numerous unknown horrors, necessitating extreme caution. Despite his carefulness, he had been detected. The monster, upon spotting him, emitted a peculiar howl but did not launch an attack. Instead, it shielded the treasure chest behind itself. This action solidified Xia Bo's resolve. His body tingled with anticipation at the thought of what the chest might contain, perhaps skills or blueprints. Thus far, he had only obtained one blueprint, which he discovered could not be upgraded, a curious predicament. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Xia Bo continued to advance toward the monster, proceeding with deliberate caution. The creature's unwavering gaze bore into him, producing strange sounds that seemed to warn him against proceeding further. Wealth brings peril, birds perish for food. Who would not desire an abundance of resources? He was committed to this endeavor. 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At 8 meters, the monster could no longer contain itself and charged at Xia Bo. As it drew near, he discerned that the creature's spines were akin to wide blades embedded within its flesh. When it attacked, one of these blades manifested in its grasp, glinting ominously. Xia Bo, refusing to underestimate his foe, swiftly activated his agility. In an instant, he sensed a loss of some mental acuity, but his speed surged, while the monster's pace diminished correspondingly. The creature raised its blade to strike, its movements clear and deliberate. Xia Bo planted his feet and darted forward, narrowly evading the descending blade with remarkable speed. He swung his crowbar with all his might, delivering a blow to the side of the monster. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Although the creature toppled to the ground, it remarkably struggled to rise again, the fallen blade reappearing in its grasp. Such formidable resilience! Despite enduring a powerful strike, it could still move. Xia Bo was taken aback. Had it been the green-skinned little monster, it would have already collapsed to the ground, struggling for quite some time. This was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength of the monsters here. Most would likely flee in terror, for not everyone possesses the might of an iron rod. However, while this creature's defensive capabilities had indeed increased, its speed had correspondingly diminished. In a deft sidestep, Xia Bo evaded the monster and struck at its abdomen once more, employing the same technique as before. A dull thud echoed as the monster fell to the ground. But unlike before, it did not rise immediately. Instead, it struggled for a couple of seconds before regaining its footing. Meanwhile, the moment of swiftness had also arrived. After assessing the creature's speed and confirming that his own abilities were sufficient to handle the situation, Xia Bo felt a sense of reassurance. It was not insurmountable. Thus he resolved to deliver another 2 blows. With no mercy in his heart, and having lost the element of swiftness, he no longer acted with the same recklessness as before. The monster, having endured 2 heavy strikes, was now hindered in its movements. All he needed to do was wait for the perfect opportunity. This was the safest approach. Soon enough, the chance presented itself, as the monster raised its broad blade with great clumsiness, exposing a significant flaw. Chapter 14. The second blueprint. Perhaps every monster possesses a weakness, and this particular creature was no exception. Although Summerwave's speed was not remarkable, his agility, rated at 3 points, fell short of that of an ordinary person. Yet, it proved more than sufficient against the monster before him. His reflexes were swift and decisive. Disregarding the wound on his back, he swiftly rolled over and repositioned himself at the creature's flank. With a clang, the monster's broad blade missed its mark, striking the ground and sending sparks flying. Seizing the opportunity, Summerwave rose to his feet and swung his iron rod down upon the creature's abdomen. The force imbued by his 7-point strength was formidable, delivering a resounding blow. A dull thud echoed as the monster was struck to the ground, its struggles growing prolonged, as if it were gasping for breath. Summerwave showed no mercy, advancing to deliver a relentless barrage upon its skull. The creature's head shattered, blood mingling with white brain matter oozing forth, only to vanish almost instantly. Taking the broad blade with it, Summerwave felt a pang of regret. Such a magnificent weapon had been lost. Suddenly, an item materialized upon the ground. Instant Noodles 1. There lay a bucket of instant noodles, devoid of branding or expiration date. Simply a plain bucket. It was astonishing that such a formidable monster yielded only a bucket of noodles. With a hint of sarcasm, Summerwave scoffed but dutifully collected the noodles. After activating the upgrade, the solitary bucket transformed into a whole box of instant noodles, which he gleefully stowed in the trunk. With iron rod in hand, he approached the supply crate guarded by the monster and struck it with a mighty blow. The box splintered open, revealing its contents. Blueprint for broad blade. Requires 20 iron. Regular water supply, 200 milliliters. Inferior oil, 20 liters. Watermelon 1. Crispy noodles 5. Astonishingly rich provisions. Summerwave felt as though he had been struck by a wave of delight, his face lighting up with joy. The other items were of little consequence. The watermelon was the true treasure. What could be more refreshing than enjoying a watermelon in the sweltering summer heat? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he proceeded to upgrade all these items. The blueprint could not be upgraded, so he placed it alongside the bulletproof glass blueprint. The quantities of water and oil surged dramatically. Had his vehicle not already been upgraded, there would have been no room to accommodate them. The trunk still had ample space, and the rear seats were available for further storage, rendering him untroubled by the potential influx of supplies. The watermelon upgraded to 15 pieces, filling the rear seats, while the crispy noodles were upgraded to a box and stored alongside the instant noodles. These provisions would sustain him for quite some time. After organizing his supplies, Summerwave washed his hands with purified water. Once satisfied with his cleanliness, he retrieved a watermelon, smashing it open with the iron rod. He then scooped out the succulent red flesh and began to eat. The clear, refreshing pulp burst with flavor in his mouth, the excess juice trickling down, sending waves of delight through his soul. It was simply divine. Truly, it was a premium watermelon. Produced by the system, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. The watermelon underwent an upgrade, transforming into a premium giant fruit. Not only significantly larger in size, but also boasting a remarkable enhancement in flavor. Unable to resist, Xia Bo embraced the watermelon and indulged in it within the confines of his vehicle. Only when he could consume no more did he set aside the unfinished fruit. Sated, Xia Bo unfurled the blueprint. To his dismay, it proved impervious to upgrades, suggesting that the blueprint shared a similar nature with the automobile. Contemplating this, he noted that the blueprint required 20 pieces of iron for synthesis. After some consideration, Xia Bo posted a trading request for iron within the trading feature, which also included a search for automobile fragments and metals, though it seemed no one was currently engaging in transactions, likely due to the low drop rate of such items. Of course, it could also be that others simply had no interest in trading. Having submitted his request, Xia Bo started the car and continued onward. While his supplies were ample, one can never have too much. After traveling approximately 1,000 meters, he stumbled upon a resource chest, only to find it empty. Scratching his head, he mused that perhaps his luck had run out, yet he remained undeterred and returned to his vehicle. To his surprise, he discovered that someone was indeed trading the iron he needed. A familiar acquaintance, a girl named Feng Xian. "Are you there? I have iron and wish to trade," he messaged. "How much?" came her prompt reply. Inside the car, Feng Xian, drenched in sweat, pouted in irritation at his cold demeanor. 2 pieces, dropped for monsters. "I have no use for them. If you need them, I'll give them to you." 2 pieces? With the upgrade system in place. "I wonder if I can elevate that to 20, Xia Bo pondered, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll trade you for 1 bottle of purified water, 2 packs of instant noodles, and would you like a watermelon as well?" He sensed that the girl had a good heart and potential, an investment for future endeavors. The challenges ahead would likely grow more formidable, and he would require allies to navigate them. "Isn't that a bit much, boss?" She hesitated, glancing at the generous offer. "Not at all," Xia Bo replied tersely, transferring the items to her. Feng Xian hesitated, contemplating whether the boss might have taken a liking to her. In the game, avatars reflected their real-life appearances, and hers depicted an attractive figure without any digital enhancements, making it evident she was indeed a beauty. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Considering the boss's status and abundant resources, he likely had no shortage of female company. With determination, she placed the 2 pieces of fine iron on the transaction table. Upon completion of the trade, Feng Xian beamed at the abundance of supplies now by her side, including a sizable watermelon. Though her joy was tinged with a hint of worry. "Is it true that the boss really has an interest in me?" Xia Bo reassured her. "You're overthinking it, sister." Meanwhile, having received the 2 pieces of iron, Xia Bo commenced the upgrading process. "Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Iron 2 has been transformed into Iron 13. Not enough," he mused. Xia Bo furrowed his brow, resigned to continue uploading a transaction message, before placing the iron on the passenger seat of his car. Glancing at his private chat page, he was met with a multitude of 999 notifications. He perused through them, searching for anything of value. "Big shot. Could you spare a sip of water? I'm parched to the brink of death." "Xia Bo, I would gladly offer you $1 billion for a bottle of water. Or wait until the game concludes, and then I shall bestow upon you 10 billion. Observing the influx of messages in the background, Xia Bo couldn't help but chuckle in frustration, although there were a few requests for team-ups, which he automatically disregarded. As he continued to scroll, the sheer volume of messages was overwhelming. He had no idea how many people were reaching out. The progress bar barely moved as he slid down the page. Just as he was about to close the window, a particular message caught his eye. It had been sent to him 2 hours prior, but had long been swallowed by the sea of notifications. "Big shot. Do you need the air conditioning blueprint? I am in need of water resources and food." Chapter 15. Battling Monsters, Training, Air Conditioner Blueprints? A thought crossed Xia Bo's mind as he opened his dialogue box and replied with a single word. "Yes." The heat of the day was oppressive, and the interior of the car felt stifling. Driving offered some relief, even if the air was warm. It was certainly better than nothing. Without the car, the space would resemble a steamer, unbearable in its warmth. Fortunately, the watermelon was a fine specimen, possessing the remarkable trait of longevity, or else it would have spoiled long ago. The emergence of the air conditioner blueprint was nothing short of fortuitous. Although resources were initially scarce, as time passed, supplies became more plentiful, rendering his collected blueprints invaluable. "Boss, I need food and water." Before long, the person replied, stating that he had placed the design on the trading platform. Xia Bo glanced at it, confirming its accuracy, and subsequently offered 1 liter of water and 10 packets of crispy noodles in exchange. He then added, "If you have anything else in the future, feel free to trade with me." Received. "Thank you, Boss Xia Bo," came the excited response. The individual was thrilled, as the items Xia Bo had provided were overwhelmingly generous, leaving him in a state of astonishment. A slender man sat in his car, gazing at the traded goods, his face alight with immense joy. Truly, the boss was worthy of admiration. He vowed to cling tightly to this benefactor. Inside the vehicle, Xia Bo examined the blueprint in his hands. Air conditioner design. Requires 30 iron, 20 wood, another demand for timber. An idea struck him, and he promptly listed wood on the trading platform. All the tasks he had posted for trade were his own. Discussions about Xia Bo had never ceased throughout the world, as traders had amassed substantial resources. Those who had engaged in trade spoke highly of him, extolling his virtues. Xia Bo observed quietly, nodding in agreement. Cultivating connections was of relative importance, as it would yield opportunities for collaboration in the future. Suddenly, a character with a level 2 avatar emerged. "Xia Bo, share half your resources with me, and I can protect you." The world was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this level 2 individual. A level 2 boss. Incredible. To reach level 2 in just one day, one could sense the emergence of a ranking system. Xia Bo was renowned for his resourcefulness, and now a new contender had surfaced in the realm of levels. How thrilling. It seemed inevitable that a clash would ensue between these two formidable figures. The unexpected arrival of the level 2 boss sent ripples through the world chat interface. In an era where one could only wield a wooden stick against monsters, a player had managed to defeat 10. Remarkable. Xia Bo's gaze sharpened as he clicked on this player's profile. Indeed, they were a genuine level 2. While he had not lagged behind in terms of resources, he found himself considerably behind in levels. He cast a glance at his personal attribute panel. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience, 610. Strength, 7. Agility, 3. Stamina, 5. Mental power, 4. Health, 100. Skills mastered. Beginner combat specialization, increasing strength through training. Beginner agility. Xia Bo finds himself merely 4 experience points away from advancement. Despite possessing ample resources, he feels a significant lag in experience, especially as others of level 2 have emerged in the world. It is evident that he cannot afford to become overly engrossed in the accumulation of resources. With his needs secured, it is time to enhance his strength. He cannot afford to fall too far behind. Observing the newly risen level 2 beings, a sense of urgency stirs within him, not for fame, but for his own stability. Having gained early notoriety and recently drawing attention, he is acutely aware that many eyes are upon him. Thus, he must not allow his capabilities to dwindle. This realization solidifies a notion within him. The role of an automotive engineer cannot be pursued further. Such a profession lacks combat prowess and relies heavily on allies. Given his own indulgent nature, he recognizes that some may succumb to temptation, even close companions. Therefore, he cannot place his safety solely in the hands of his teammates. He must cultivate his own strength. This world is no longer governed by law, but rather by the supremacy of power. He resolves to elevate his prowess swiftly, aiming to reach level 2. With resources abundant and possessing 2 skills, he believes he is adequately equipped to confront the lurking monsters. After finishing the last of his watermelon, he fashions a hat from the rind to shield himself from the heat. He resumes his physical training, and soon, sweat beads form and soak his clothing. Having received system prompts, Xia Bo suspects that the path to level 2 is intrinsically linked to attracting monsters. The night is perilous, primarily due to impaired visibility, while the current expansive surroundings are ideal for monster encounters. Therefore, he concludes that leveling up during the day is far more feasible than at night. As he trains, he remains vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, his breathing quickens, and a wave of heat surges through his body, bringing an unexpected sensation of refreshment. He feels his pores open, a delightful warmth rising from his soles, enveloping him in a state of bliss. Almost immediately, he senses a surge in his internal strength. Glancing at his attributes, he finds his strength has indeed increased to 8 points. This enhancement fills Xia Bo with an immense sense of accomplishment, dispelling any lingering fatigue and invigorating his spirit. However, the exertion has led to considerable fluid loss, exacerbated by the sweltering heat. Grabbing a watermelon, he discovers its rind has heated under the sun. As he breaks it open, the vibrant red flesh reveals itself, cool and thirst-quenching. The watermelon serves both to hydrate and satiate his hunger. Having consumed half, Xia Bo was immersed in his training. His proficiency in basic combat skills rapidly augmented his strength. Within a single afternoon, his power had surged to 9 points. His experience points also reached 9. Just shy of leveling up, among the 3 monsters he had hunted, one yielded an umbrella, which he upgraded to an extra-large version complete with a base for stability on the ground. The others dropped some food and beverages, all of which he stored in the car. As evening approached, he encountered no further monsters. Xia Bo unfurled the large umbrella, seeking refuge in the shade beneath the car, and indulged in a watermelon, drenched in sweat. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment from the day. His strength enhanced to the extent that he felt capable of delivering a punch powerful enough to fell a bull. Additionally, regarding experience points, he realized that the individual who leveled up to 2 had not achieved it through the daytime monster encounters, but rather through the night. This instilled in Xia Bo a sense of admiration for that person who boldly wielded a wooden stick and labored in the darkness. Chapter 16. Secondary Transformation as Night Fell. Xia Bo folded the large umbrella and secured it to the car, then leaned against the front of the vehicle, holding a steel rod. He glanced at the trading panel, only to find it devoid of any transactions. Clearly, the likelihood of such rare materials being traded was exceedingly low. Otherwise, there would be activity. Nevertheless, Xia Bo remained undeterred. As long as he kept the offer active, he was confident that someone would eventually trade. Turning on the headlights, he surveyed the surrounding wilderness, which appeared still and silent. The emergence of wild creatures had now become a matter of chance, relying solely on fortune. Yet, Xia Bo found himself yearning for the appearance of these beasts, as he was in dire need of enhancing his strength. 2 days had already passed, and several individuals around the globe had ascended to the 2nd level, with many setting their sights on him. Part of this attention stemmed from his conspicuous display on the first day. In addition to his newfound reputation as the individual possessing the greatest quantity of resources worldwide, it was only natural that they would seek to challenge him, prompting Xia Bo to disregard the news from around the world. After all, sometimes when a dog seeks to bite you, there is no need to retaliate. Let them bark. Suddenly, Xia Bo's eyes lit up as he spotted a dark figure sprinting towards him from afar. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized it as a creature. After a day of improvement, he was eager to test his newfound power. The headlights illuminated the area, casting a bright glow, particularly since the vehicle had been upgraded to a sedan, extending the light's reach to 4 or 5 meters. Thus, as long as he remained near the car and did not venture too deeply into the darkness, he would be relatively safe, provided the number of monsters remained sparse. Before him stood a solitary creature, a prospect that seemed almost effortless. The beast soon reached the road, at which point its movements became cautious. Whether it was in fear of the headlights or of Xia Bo himself was unknown. Without hesitation, Xia Bo charged forward with the steel rod as the creature entered the roadway. With a fierce howl, the monster lunged at Xia Bo, its claws raised in defiance against the oncoming steel. The clash echoed with a resounding thud, sparks flying from the rod upon impact. The creature was sent reeling. Its claws twisted at an unnatural angle, while the rod bore several white marks from the encounter. Drawing upon his extensive experience in battling such creatures, Xia Bo wasted no time. As the beast landed, he rushed forward and swung the steel rod down upon it, denying the creature any chance to recover. The monster's skull shattered under the force of the blow. Simultaneously, Xia Bo felt an inexplicable surge of power envelop him, a warm sensation washing over him, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. Ignoring the remnants scattered across the ground, he hurriedly opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 2. Experience, 0-20. Strength, 10. Agility, 4. Stamina, 6. Mental power, 5. Health points, 97. Skills mastered. Basic combat specialization. Strength increases with training. Basic agility. To Xia Bo's astonishment, all attributes had increased slightly. How remarkable! His strength had now reached a formidable 10 points, allowing him to imagine that even without a metal rod, a single punch could vanquish a monster. A sense of inexplicable awe filled his heart. The augmentation of his strength stemmed entirely from his basic combat specialization, and with continued training, he anticipated an incredibly terrifying enhancement. Soon, he might possess the power to crush a cow with a mere fist, perhaps even become a figure capable of tearing apart foes with his bare hands. The thought exhilarated Xia Bo. The enhancement of his abilities was indeed the foundation upon which he stood on this road. The terrifying advancements brought by achieving level 2 resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his physicality. In that moment, Xia Bo's resolve solidified. He shifted his gaze from the panel to the object that had emerged from the ground. Wood 1. It was a peculiar piece of wood, no larger than a palm. Inscribed with the words upgradable. Xia Bo selected the upgrade option. Congratulations to the host on successful upgrade. Wood 1 upgraded to its 6. The wood had transformed into 6 pieces, and with the air conditioner requiring 20 pieces, it seemed he was not far from that goal. After placing the wood in his vehicle, Xia Bo continued to await the appearance of wild creatures. In the early hours, Xia Bo's experience points rose to 4. While both his health and stamina saw varying degrees of decline, the stamina was manageable, but the health had diminished significantly. Health points, 87, hungry. Upon seeing the system's notification, Xia Bo felt a pang of hunger in his abdomen. Having been in a state of heightened alert during the hunt, he had not sensed his hunger until now, and with his guard down, fatigue and hunger surged upon him. He decided to eat something. This would be enough for the night, as he was utterly exhausted. Climbing into his vehicle, he was overwhelmed with fatigue, having not slept well the previous night. Suffering through the heat of the day, and now engaging in both hunting and enhancing his strength had left him utterly drained. After consuming some sandwich bread and drinking a bit of water, he settled into the vehicle, cracked the windows to allow a refreshing breeze to enter, and turned off the lights. Leaning back in the seat, he began to doze off. Each night was a sleepless vigil. Some trembled as they fell asleep. Others toiled for food, and some danced perilously close to death in their pursuit of advancement. Xia Bo also slept with trepidation. For being alone in the wilderness posed the constant threat of ambush, with death being a very real possibility. In a haze of slumber, a shadow approached Xia Bo's vehicle. With a sharp screech, a set of razor-like claws grazed the car, leaving 3 distinct marks on its surface. Xia Bo was abruptly awakened, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld a grotesque creature standing before the car door, sending a chilling wave of perspiration cascading down his spine. The creature emitted a ghastly shriek, its razor-sharp claws reaching into the vehicle, poised to strike at Xia Bo's chest. He was acutely aware of the lethal potential of those talons, capable of effortlessly hollowing out his torso. However, his reflexes were extraordinarily swift. He instinctively grasped the creature's wrist, showcasing the formidable strength he possessed at that moment. Despite the creature's desperate attempts to exert force, its claws remained motionless, perilously close to his chest, mere half a finger's breadth away, provoking another wave of cold sweat to drench his back. Damn it, I nearly met my end. Xia Bo's heart raced with trepidation, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he scrutinized the creature. He tightened his grip, his hand resembling an iron vise as it clamped down on the creature's wrist, while his other hand stealthily reached for the iron rod at his side. With his current strength, he could wield the rod with devastating force, though the cramped confines of the car made it difficult to unleash its full potential. Thus, after seizing the rod, Xia Bo opened the door, summoning all his strength to push it ajar. The time for the hunt had arrived. A smirk crept upon his lips, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Chapter 17. The Broad Blade Synthesis. Lush prairie. The creature had undeniably become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Despite its frantic struggles, its anguished cries echoed far and wide. With a swift motion, Xia Bo forcefully released his grip, causing the monster to stumble backward a few paces. His actions were remarkably quick. In the very instant he let go of the beast, he slammed the car door shut and swung his iron rod in one fluid motion. Bang! The monster was struck by the heavy blow of the iron rod, emitting a wretched howl of pain. Die, wretched creature. Xia Bo exhibited no mercy, delivering fatal blows until the monster collapsed, disintegrating into experience points. From the ground emerged a dark, glistening object. Iron 1. Iron had materialized. What extraordinary luck he possessed. Xia Bo took a deep breath, feeling his stamina wane while calming his frayed nerves before retrieving the item from the ground. Congratulations, host has successfully leveled up. Iron 1 has been upgraded to Iron 7. 7 pieces of iron. It seemed he could indeed craft something. He hurried to the front of the car, pulling out 3 blueprints, and indeed, one of them was available for synthesis, the blueprint for the Broad Blade. Broad Blade Blueprint requires Iron 20 synthesizable. A thought crossed Xia Bo's mind. In comparing the iron rod to the Broad Blade, it was evident that the iron rod was superior. Paired with immense strength, a swing could incapacitate a monster instantly, though not lethally. Conversely, the Broad Blade, when wielded with power, was capable of beheading with a single stroke and could be upgraded. His inclination leaned towards the Broad Blade. Most importantly, it allowed for maximum damage with minimal effort. The monsters possessed little defense, and the Broad Blade could easily slice through them. The iron rod, if swung lightly, lacked the force to incapacitate, while excessive force would drain his stamina significantly. After much contemplation, Xia Bo resolved to synthesize. Luxuries like air conditioning could wait until he was secure enough to gather them. For now, a weapon for survival was paramount. He grasped the blueprint and chose to synthesize. Broad Blade synthesis successful. Consumption, Iron 20. A broad iron blade materialized in Xia Bo's hands, and the blueprint vanished. The blade measured half an arm's length. Its texture somewhat coarse. Running his fingers along it felt rough, clearly indicating that this iron blade had not been finely crafted. 20 pieces of substandard iron. Xia Bo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The words upgradable appeared on the blade's surface. Indeed, while the blueprint could not be upgraded, the item crafted from it could. A spark of excitement ignited within him as he opted to upgrade. Congratulations, host has successfully leveled up. Broad blade has been upgraded to exquisite steel blade. The inferior broad blade vanished, replaced by a resplendent steel sword. Its blade smooth as a baby's skin and astonishingly sharp, radiating a chilling gleam. What a splendid blade! Xia Bo exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with delight. The steel blade, unlike its iron counterpart, is remarkably lightweight, exuding a sense of effortless strength. Gripping the steel knife feels as though it is virtually non-existent in his hand. Xia Bo, enamored with this weapon, places the iron rod in the passenger seat while keeping the steel knife close at hand for easy access. After the recent events, sleep eludes him, prompting him to start the car and venture out into the night. During the day, it is already challenging to locate resource boxes. At night, the task becomes even more daunting. However, Xia Bo has no intention of searching for resource boxes tonight. Instead, he wishes to explore a different notion, whether the monster spawning mechanism is region-specific. After driving for an hour without encountering any creatures, he dismisses this thought. Yet, as he continues to drive, an unsettling realization dawns upon him. The grass around him seems to have grown taller. Peering into the illuminated area cast by the car's headlights, he vaguely senses that the roadside vegetation has indeed increased in height, though he cannot ascertain whether it is merely an illusion. As the car progresses, a sense of unease settles within him. This is no mere trick of the mind, but a tangible reality. After 10 minutes, the grass reaches the height of the vehicle's roof. Another 10 minutes pass, and the grass grows to over 2 meters, with its height continuing to rise. Xia Bo's apprehension deepens as the surrounding grass becomes denser and taller. Now towering at 3 meters, a gust of wind sweeps through, causing the thick foliage to rustle ominously. This must be the special area indicated by the system prompt. Suppressing his anxiety, Xia Bo reassures himself that he possesses both the steel knife and agility, rendering him far more powerful than before. Confronting monsters should pose no threat. Yet, the solitude weighs heavily on him. Despite this thought, he knows that having another human nearby would not alleviate his restlessness. He decides to pause and observe, noting that there are still 2 hours until dawn. This special area must harbor abundant resources. Xia Bo halts the vehicle and effortlessly slices open a watermelon with his steel knife. After washing his hands, he indulges in the fruit, consuming it while scanning his surroundings. Soon, he finishes half of the watermelon, discarding the rind from his head and reaching for another, relishing the refreshing sensation. As the wind blows, the grass rustles, obscuring any useful information from view, yet the towering grass seems unnatural. This place feels like a game. Who knows what hidden powers might lie within? With this thought, Xia Bo hesitates to linger any longer. Having consumed half a watermelon, he deems it sufficient. Life takes precedence over resources. He starts the car again, accelerating as he intends to swiftly exit this area, only to underestimate its vastness. Half an hour later, not only has the height of the grass not diminished, but it has also grown even taller, with the vegetation on either side exhibiting an alarming upward trend. Xia Bo abruptly halted the vehicle, fixating his gaze on the expansive grasslands on either side. It appeared that escape was not imminent. The peculiar nature of this terrain suggested that, in accordance with the whims of the game, extraordinary opportunities often lay hidden within such unique locales. Perhaps this was a chance meant for him. With no prospect of departure, he resolved to embrace the moment. After all, fortune frequently accompanies risk. Had he managed to flee this area, he might have found himself plagued by regret. Once the vehicle was securely parked, Xia Bo extinguished the headlights, plunging the world into darkness. The rustling of the grass reached his ears, evoking a palpable sense of dread akin to that found in a horror film. Fortunately, the shadows of the swaying grass remained unseen, or he might have been thoroughly unnerved. Leaning back within the confines of the car, he grasped a steel knife, closing his eyes in a semblance of slumber while attuning his senses to the surrounding sounds. Aside from the incessant rustling of the grass, no other noises disturbed the stillness. Gradually, he succumbed to sleep, drifting into an oblivion that lasted until dawn. Chapter 18. The wreckage of the car. The following day, Xia Bo was awakened by the blinding sunlight, rubbing his drowsy eyes. It's already the next day. He was startled to realize how deeply he had slept the previous night, breaking into a cold sweat as the remnants of sleep dissipated. Glancing around, he found himself still on that overgrown roadside, with the blazing sun directly overhead. Discarding the remnants of a watermelon from his head, he was met with an unpleasant odor. After washing up with some water, he climbed into the car, his gaze fixed upon the flat, straight, and wide road ahead. It was already the third day, and he had persevered. Without the system, he might have found himself in the same plight as countless others in this world. On this third day, there remained many who were desperately pleading for food and water. Some were already on the brink of starvation. Xia Bo felt a twinge of gratitude for his fortune. With a vehicle full of supplies and the resource upgrade system, he was assured of abundance, not just in the present, but also in the foreseeable future. Of course, this was contingent upon whether he would encounter any terrifying monsters along the lengthy road. The morning sun bore no resemblance to the afternoon sun. Early in the day, Xia Bo was already drenched in sweat. Reluctantly, he dampened his clothes with water before donning them, finding this to be a much cooler respite. Next, he needed to synthesize the air conditioning, otherwise, the heat would be unbearable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he squinted at the rising sun. After a modest breakfast, Xia Bo resumed his journey, but the tall grass on either side offered no shade as the sun blazed directly overhead. After 3 hours of driving, midday approached. Yet he had encountered not a single resource box. Could it be a repeat of the previous circumstances? Xia Bo pondered as he gripped the steering wheel. Before encountering that monster, he hadn't come across a single resource box either. Clearly, something was amiss. However, as afternoon waned, he still found no resource boxes in sight. Breaking open a watermelon, securing the steering wheel, he aimlessly drove while munching on the fruit. The road was wide and devoid of obstacles, so he didn't worry about veering into a ditch. Under compulsion, he continued driving for another 2 hours, yet not only had he not exited the grassland, but he had also failed to spot any sign of a resource box. He parked the car by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the endless stretch of highway. The polished road flanked by dense grasslands towering as high as 2 men, seemingly magnified several times over. Perhaps I misunderstood. There might not be any resource boxes in special areas. After nearly a day of exploration, Xia Bo came to this realization. The system had previously hinted that along the lengthy road, one would traverse different regions. This overgrown highway was one such area. He decided to drive a bit further to see if anything else might appear. If not, he could conclude that this special region indeed did not refresh resource boxes. With determination, Xia Bo restarted the car and continued onward. Half an hour later, just as he was about to give up, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the horizon's end, right in the middle of the road. Xia Bo's thoughts raced, and he pressed the accelerator, increasing speed as the small dot began to enlarge. That is, as the small dark spot came into focus, Xia Bo instinctively reached for the steel knife resting beside him. Before him stood a small car, its 2 boxes halted in the middle of the road. Xia Bo halted 50 meters away from the vehicle, opened the door, and stealthily approached, knife in hand. The atmosphere was eerily calm. The occupants of the car appeared oblivious to his presence as he crept closer, regardless of the nature of the individuals inside. His resolve was clear. He would incapacitate them first and ponder later. This mindset was born from the knowledge that the resources he possessed could incite envy in anyone across the globe, necessitating his utmost caution. Upon reaching the rear of the car, he peered through the fogged rear window and discerned the driver's seat. It was empty. Xia Bo squinted, inching closer, his palms damp with perspiration. As he touched the side of the vehicle, he lunged forward, the wide blade extended, commanding, "Don't move." Yet, as he reached the driver's seat, it was devoid of any occupant. The car door was marred with deep scratches, severely damaged, evidence of a monstrous presence, but Xia Bo dismissed such thoughts. Swiftly turning to survey his surroundings, there was no one in sight. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A foul stench pervaded the air. One he recognized all too well, the odor of decaying flesh. He was uncertain whose remains lay nearby. Xia Bo's keen eyes caught sight of what appeared to be bloodstains on the ground beside the road. And the grass there was bent as if something had emerged from that very spot. He approached, finding a conspicuous puddle of darkening blood, emitting a faint, repugnant odor, accompanied by a broken wooden stick at the roadside. This stick was familiar. It was the very one provided by the system. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He moved closer to the trampled grass, parting the weeds, and discovered bloodstains scattered about. Driven by curiosity, he took a couple of steps forward, using his steel knife to sever a large root obstructing his view. What materialized before him was a corpse, grotesquely mangled and half-consumed. Bite marks marred the body, and the darkened entrails were torn apart, dragged along the ground, the abdomen nearly devoured, exposing a stark white skeleton. The face was similarly ravaged, revealing a skull still adorned with strips of flesh. Among the remnants of bone and sinew, white maggots writhed, a nauseating sight that sent shivers down his spine. The air was thick with the stench of death. Xia Bo could not bear to linger. His stomach churned violently, the impact of the scene overwhelming. He retched, the contents of his recent meal spilling forth, and he staggered back to his car, slamming the door shut and burying his head in the steering wheel. He trembled, his hands and feet cold. The image of that corpse was indelibly etched in his mind, his stomach still roiling. It was a human body. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Bo took a sip of water, feeling slightly better, though his grip on the knife remained unsteady. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the lingering fear. It was his first encounter with a human corpse, and the shock was profound. After a brief respite, he splashed water on his face, striving to clear his mind and regain his composure. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive that the lifeless body before him was his own, and that he too might succumb to the hands of these monstrous beings. No, I cannot allow such a fate to unfold. I must become formidable, with unwavering resolve. Xia Bo inhaled deeply and steered the car closer to the battered vehicle. At that moment, he noticed the car emanated an eerie crimson hue, a manifestation of the game's effects. Words indicating strike were displayed above it. Since the owner had perished, this vehicle had become a forsaken object. Xia Bo seized a metal rod and approached the car, swinging it with unrefined ferocity. With a resounding crash, the car disintegrated, a cloud of special effects smoke enveloping the area. On the ground lay two fragments of the vehicle, a small bottle of inferior oil, a half-eaten dry loaf of bread, and a mere 50 milliliters of ordinary water. So this is how the game unfolds. Chapter 19. The storm approaches. The Minotaurs emerge, gazing at the meager supplies strewn across the ground. Xia Bo felt a pang of desolation. Despite his own abundant resources, he had not anticipated that others in the world would consume only half of a dry loaf of bread. The number of rotten bananas he had discarded was not insignificant. He even had water for washing his face and bathing. It dawned on him that he was far luckier than they were. After tidying up his belongings, he initiated an upgrade. 2 fragments of automobiles elevated to 11, enhancing his water and fuel supplies, which he then stowed away in the trunk. As for the dry bread, he opted to upgrade it as well, obtaining a loaf of exquisitely packaged toast. This haul was relatively satisfactory. Casting a silent glance at the location of the corpses, a hint of sorrow involuntarily surfaced on Xia Bo's face, though it was swiftly replaced by resolve. If he wished to avoid meeting a similar fate, he must strive to upgrade. With a heavy heart, he continued along his journey. The endless expanse of tall grassland stretched far into the distance, its endpoint an enigma. He spent the entire day traversing this terrain, during which he encountered no resource boxes. As evening approached, the weather took a sudden turn. The sky darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. A fierce wind howled by, rustling the towering grass and creating a cacophony that resembled ghostly apparitions, instilling a sense of terror. Despite the tempestuous winds, the air remained oppressively heavy. This was the prelude to a storm. Xia Bo exited the vehicle, and the scene before him resembled an apocalyptic landscape. The fierce winds dispelled the heat, leaving only the stifling atmosphere in their wake. Upon checking the world status, he discovered that it still appeared rather ordinary. Though the discussions had shifted, the topic of conversation had turned to professions. Xia Bo found this surprising. The impending storm was the optimal solution for water scarcity. Yet no one seemed to rejoice. This implied that storms only manifested in specific regions, akin to wild monsters, randomly refreshing. Pondering this revelation, he returned to his vehicle and retrieved his workout equipment. Having spent the day traveling without exercising, it appeared he would be unable to exit this peculiar area anytime soon. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to engage in some physical training. The weather was ideal for such activity. When the storm arrived, he could take a shower. As for collecting rainwater, he had ample supplies. Stripping off his clothes to reveal his moderately muscular physique, he plunged into his workout. An hour later, darkness enveloped the sky. The winds intensified, and torrential raindrops began to fall, cooling against Xia Bo's back. What a relief! Xia Bo chuckled in delight. The weather was simply exquisite, refreshing and invigorating. Soon, the rain poured down in sheets, accompanied by deafening gusts and the crackle of thunder. Xia Bo shed his remaining garments, placing them inside the car. While resting a steel blade upon the hood, he relished a thorough wash, though regrettably, he lacked shower gel and shampoo. After enjoying a refreshing bath, Xia Bo took the steel blade, entered the vehicle naked, and opened the window to listen to the soothing sound of raindrops, feeling utterly rejuvenated. He had always adored the sound of rain, as it evoked a profound sense of tranquility. Before long, drowsiness overcame him. However, Xia Bo did not dare to succumb to slumber. Instead, he splashed rainwater upon his face to invigorate himself, and then donned his clothing. Sleep was a luxury he could not afford, for he remained oblivious to the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Once clothed, he grasped his broad knife and illuminated the surroundings with the car's headlights. Rain cascaded down the windshield like a torrent, obscuring his view ahead. The deluge was so intense that nearby sounds were drowned out, leaving only the relentless patter of raindrops against the car roof and the howling wind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a crack of lightning that cleaved the sky like a dragon of thunder, casting a fleeting silvery glow upon the world. In that moment, Xia Bo's mind sharpened to a razor's edge. The sky deepened into an inky blackness. This moment marked the time when wild creatures were most likely to respawn. As 2 hours had elapsed since dusk, despite his mounting fatigue, Xia Bo persevered. He needed only to endure until this critical period of creature respawn passed, which spanned from half past midnight to 2 or 3 o'clock. The previous night, 3 wild creatures had emerged during this very window. With another resounding crash and a flash of purple lightning tearing through the heavens, Xia Bo caught sight of a towering silhouette amidst the curtain of rain. Standing at least 2 meters tall, the creature's massive form, rippling with muscles akin to stone, pushed through the tall grass and strode toward the automobile. The vision was fleeting. Startled, Xia Bo clutched his steel knife and leaped from the vehicle, the torrential rain pelting him with stinging droplets that quickly drenched his attire. Wiping the rain from his face, he tightened his grip on the knife and squinted at the hazy figure illuminated by the headlights. This was a new monster, not the one that had slain the human. Upon the car door, there were deep scratch marks. If indeed this minotaur was responsible, the vehicle would surely be rendered inoperable. Glancing at the headlights still aglow, Xia Bo approached the front of the car and called out to the beast, "Hey, big guy, come over here." The minotaur, upon spotting Xia Bo, glared with crimson eyes radiating malice. With a thunderous crash, it charged directly at him, causing the ground to quake as it barreled through the downpour like a speeding locomotive. "Oh no," Xia Bo exclaimed, realizing the creature was hurtling towards him with alarming velocity. Should it collide with him, his body would undoubtedly crumble. Xia Bo did not underestimate the minotaur's might. He swiftly shifted his stance, evading its fierce assault. The creature crashed past him, missing its target entirely, and skidded to a halt on the slick ground. Seizing the moment, Xia Bo reacted with remarkable speed, raising his steel knife to strike at the minotaur's back. Moo! The minotaur bellowed in pain. Xia Bo then retreated, maintaining a cautious gaze upon the formidable beast. Its defenses were terrifying. The knife had merely left a superficial wound. It was crucial to remember that his own strength was 10 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary human. With the steel blade in hand, he was barely able to slice through its flesh, a testament to the formidable defense of the minotaur. The creature turned, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity, heavy breaths escaping its flared nostrils. Xia Bo proceeded cautiously, gradually maneuvering away from the automobile, aware that his vehicle could not withstand such a collision. As he moved, he wiped the rain from his face, unwaveringly fixated on the minotaur. Although the steel blade struggled to breach its defenses, the relentless assault of 1,000 cuts could not be underestimated. A daring plan began to form in Xia Bo's mind. His agility was sufficient to contend with the clumsy minotaur. As for strategy, it was the guerrilla tactics passed down through generations. The minotaur charged once more, fierce yet awkward. A timid soul might falter before such a beast. However, having faced numerous wild creatures before, Xia Bo remained remarkably composed. "Come forth, minotaur." With his grip firm on the steel blade, he met the minotaur head-on, unafraid. As the battle was poised to erupt, Chapter 20, a momentous discovery. Xia Bo maximized the guerrilla tactics to their utmost potential. When the enemy advanced, he retreated. When the enemy withdrew, he surged forward. With agility surpassing that of the minotaur, Xia Bo struck again and again, his blade cleaving into the creature's flesh. Soon, the beast was marred by numerous wounds, its blood mingling with the rainwater that cascaded down. It became evident that the minotaur's stamina was waning, its movements growing increasingly clumsy. Xia Bo, too, was nearing his limit, gasping for breath as if his lungs were being sliced by shards of glass, each inhalation a painful reminder of his exertion. Nevertheless, the minotaur was clearly in a more dire state. "To challenge me is a folly. You are yet too green, for I am a being of intellect." Xia Bo heaved a heavy sigh, acutely aware that the intelligence of these monsters was markedly low, driven solely by the primal instincts instilled in them by the game. Perhaps more sentient foes awaited him ahead. For now, this was merely a transitional phase. With labored breaths, the minotaur exhaled heavily, and Xia Bo, steel blade in hand, propelled his weary body forward, denying the creature any respite. His movements were cautious, wary of a sudden retaliatory strike from the beast. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Xia Bo could feel his strength depleting, and soon, he was unable to breach the minotaur's defenses. His chest heaved like a bellows, the rain mixing with sweat until he could no longer distinguish between the two. Ultimately, the minotaur lay motionless on the ground, its life extinguished by Xia Bo's relentless assault. Exhausted, Xia Bo collapsed, his chest rising and falling violently. He was utterly drained, as if fatigue might claim him entirely. After a brief reprieve, he felt the telltale ache of overexertion in his muscles. Dragging his weary form to the spot where the minotaur had fallen, he beheld the spoils it had dropped, and a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes. Master of the Fist Medals 5, description, a crucial item for transitioning into a Master of the Fist. Note, 100 Master of the Fist medals are required for the class change. Another new profession. Thus far, he had accrued medals for the wilderness hunter, automotive engineer, and berserker, an eclectic mix of Eastern and Western vocations. What, then, was this Master of the Fist? Shall I realize your dreams with my bare hands? Xia Bo mused, his eyes glinting with skepticism as he collected the items amidst the torrential downpour and retreated to his vehicle to initiate the upgrade. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Master of the Fist medals 5 have been upgraded to Master of National Arts medals 34. By the heavens! Xia Bo exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he gazed at the dazzling array of medals he now possessed. Master of National Arts medals 34. Description: an important token for transitioning into a Master of National Arts. Note: 500 Master of National Arts medals are required for the class change. A Master of National Arts? Such an extraordinary profession existed. Xia Bo tucked the items away. The Master of National Arts medals represented the highest yield he had encountered thus far. He had not anticipated that the Minotaur would yield such a bounty of medals. Something felt amiss, for according to the game's mechanics, the drop rate for wild monsters could not be 100%. Xia Bo leaned against the car, momentarily engulfed in confusion. He recalled the astonishing drop rates he had experienced while hunting monsters lately. Nearly every wild creature yielded something, and now this Minotaur had astonishingly dropped 5 class emblems. The drop rate was extraordinary. However, Xia Bo was struck by a pressing question. Would such a 100% drop rate persist? Much like resource chests, which sometimes appeared empty, he rarely encountered them. Only those plagued by misfortune seemed to do so. This indicated that the resource availability in these chests was quite high. Yet, Xia Bo harbored a nagging feeling that, eventually, this likelihood would diminish. No, perhaps he had merely scratched the surface of the system's intricacies, if his conjecture was accurate. It was likely akin to a novice period, bound by time, one he had yet to uncover. Upon accessing the game system, the world remained a vibrant tapestry of activity, and he was no longer the sole trader within the trading function. Several others had emerged as well, adorned with LV2 emblems, suggesting that players were gradually stepping into the realm of the second level. In addition to the trading function, Xia Bo stumbled upon a new feature, the space function. However, it was still in an inactive state, with the requirement for activation set at level 5. Note: the first player to activate the space function will receive 1 space gift pack and a unique title. Even the description hinted at rewards. Xia Bo's gaze sharpened. A unique title and a space gift pack were undoubtedly valuable assets worthy of pursuit. Name: Xia Bo. Occupation: none. Gender: male. Level: 2. Experience: 920. Strength: 10. Agility: 4. Endurance: 6. Mental power: 5. Health: 97. Skills: Basic combat mastery, increases strength with training. Basic agility: upon opening the system panel, he discovered that his experience points had surged by 5. The Minotaur evidently provided an impressive amount of experience, making this special area a splendid locale for leveling up. An idea sparked within Xia Bo. Should he linger here? After all, his supplies were dwindling, and even sustaining himself for 10 days or half a month seemed manageable. With this thought, he was convinced that this strategy was viable. In any case, he was determined to vie for the honor of being the first to unlock the space function. Shifting his focus away from the trading function, he noted that his listing in the global marketplace was still active, albeit with fewer transactions. It appeared that many had acquired some unique items or blueprints, thus grasping the preciousness of these resources. Xia Bo understood the underlying reason, the exorbitantly high drop rates of resource chests and wild monsters. But could the game truly be this benevolent? After browsing for 10 minutes, he finally located what he sought. Nestled in an unobtrusive corner of the attributes page, something one would easily overlook without careful scrutiny. Newbie Welfare Period. Introduction. The initial week serves as a period of benefits for newcomers. Features. The probability of wild monsters dropping items is elevated to 100. The likelihood of obtaining resources from supply boxes is enhanced to 90. The refresh rate of wild monsters is reduced by 20. The appearance rate of hidden resource boxes is increased by 10, and the refresh rate of ordinary resource boxes is heightened by 80. Note: upon the conclusion of the newcomer benefit period, the resource box upgrade and refresh function will be activated. Special regions. Description: within the survival game set on the roads, various unique locales exist, such as towns, mountains, lakes, wastelands, plains, and tall grass fields, among others. Features: the wild beasts inhabiting these special regions are particularly unique, offering substantial experience points and possessing formidable strength, with the items they drop predominantly being rare treasures. Note: this feature can coincide with the newcomer benefit period. Introduction to rare items. A variety of medals, skill books, professional emblems, vocational skill tomes, blueprints, and much more. Chapter 21. The Frantic Hunting Plan. Upon reading the introduction, Xia Bo's breath quickened. As he gazed upon the towering 3-meter-high grassland, he swiftly realized that he was not ensnared in a hellish abyss, but rather a celestial paradise. With merely 3 days remaining until the end of the novice benefits period, the special area S monsters would yield extraordinary items, and the novice benefits had elevated the drop rate to an astounding 100%. What did this signify? It meant that every creature he vanquished in this lush grassland would bestow rare treasures, with a drop rate of absolute certainty. Various precious metals, formidable skills, and occupational emblems essential for class advancement awaited him. Armed with a broadsword, a potent weapon, and an abundance of resources, Xia Bo soon comprehended the gravity of his situation. He found himself in a perilous territory, yet simultaneously a paradise. Before him lay an unprecedented opportunity for ascendance. Observing the world around him, he noted that few recognized this reality. Most were engrossed in discussions about the changes following their upgrades and the emergence of new realms. Xia Bo suspected that he was not the sole one to grasp this. Others might be aware, yet chose silence. Furthermore, this special area was a rare gem, for without significant fuel reserves, one could scarcely reach it. He recalled the vehicle that had appeared earlier and remembered a fellow who had shared a message in the world. That individual was likely the fortunate one, yet it was unfortunate that this special area lacked resource boxes. And the monsters within were indeed more formidable than those on the plains. Armed solely with a wooden stick, encountering a minotaur would spell certain doom. It was no wonder that the vehicle contained so few supplies. Powerful monsters, depleted resources, and fragile weapons, this place was perhaps a veritable hell for others. Yet for him, it was nothing short of a utopia. With ample resources at his disposal, he had crafted a steel blade and possessed 2 skill books, endowing him with considerable strength and commendable speed. He felt sufficiently prepared to tackle some challenges. It appeared that formulating a strategy was imperative. A golden opportunity for ascendance must not be squandered. The provisions he had accumulated could sustain him for quite some time. Missing this chance would lead to a lifetime of regret. Xia Bo nibbled on some food inside the vehicle, staving off sleepiness. This time, he could not afford to slumber, for more pressing matters awaited him. After satisfying his hunger and restoring his energy, he pushed open the car door and stepped into the torrential downpour. The rain was relentless, and the wind howled fiercely. Setting up an umbrella would be futile. He had initially considered using the umbrella he had acquired, yet the fierce gusts threatened to whisk it away. Thus, he had no choice but to brave the rain while surveying his surroundings. Fortunately, his physical resilience had dramatically improved. Otherwise, he would not dare to venture out in such conditions. The monsters here were likely to drop such rare items that the spawn rate was probably minimal. Patience was essential. The daytime spawn rate paled in comparison to that of the night, making nocturnal hunting the prime opportunity. However, the darkness also escalated the peril significantly. Not everyone possessed the audacity to hunt at night as Xia Bo did. I possess 2 remarkable skills, coupled with a formidable broad blade and an ample supply of resources, sufficient to create an insurmountable chasm between myself and others within the span of 4 days. By that time, even when showcasing my abundant provisions, no one would dare to challenge me, bolstered by my own strength. Indeed, this is Xia Bo's hunting strategy. It may appear reckless, yet he is thoroughly prepared. With an abundance of resources, a powerful broad blade, and the skills he possesses, he certainly stands a chance. Most importantly, the wild creatures in this area yield treasures, experience, and rare materials that could drive the entire world into a frenzy. This bounty is enough to enable him to surpass everyone within 4 days. The night is shrouded in darkness, the rain falls relentlessly, and the grass stands tall and lush. Drenched in the downpour, Xia Bo remains alert and clear-headed. If he can endure tonight, he will rest during the day and hunt again by night. By the 4th day, he will undergo a profound transformation. The night stretches endlessly. Uncertain of how much time has passed, a slender, shadowy figure emerges from the thick grasslands and approaches Xia Bo's vehicle. Despite his vigilance, he remains oblivious to the lurking creature, as the torrential rain and enveloping darkness limit his visibility. The cacophony of raindrops perfectly masks the creature's movements. Suddenly, as Xia Bo turns, he catches sight of the creature nearing the taillight of his car. The deluge obscures the monster's features, revealing only a slight, gaunt silhouette, yet it startles him nonetheless. Upon noticing Xia Bo, the creature emits a grotesque shriek and lunges at him with alarming speed. He realizes too late that the creature is upon him, its swiftness overwhelming. Though Xia Bo reacts in a split second, the creature's velocity is astonishing, especially with its sharp claws capable of easily slicing through flesh. In a critical moment, he thrusts his steel blade upwards, and the shadow collides with him, toppling him to the ground. One claw pierces his arm but is thwarted by the blade, merely grazing the skin. The creature then extends another claw, aiming for Xia Bo's eyes. Damn it! He curses, a surge of rage igniting his courage. Adrenaline courses through him, unleashing a powerful surge of strength that propels the creature away. Despite the monster's speed, its force is comparable to his own at a mere 4 out of 10. It cannot match the strength of Xia Bo at 10. In a fit of fury, he thrusts it aside, rising swiftly, disregarding the pain in his arm. He brings the steel blade down. With a decisive thrust, the creature is swiftly vanquished. Phew, that was close. Xia Bo breathes heavily, leaning against the car, his heart racing. After a brief respite, he reaches for the spoils the monster has left behind. Universal key and iron box 1. What is this? Xia Bo was taken aback. The introduction was lacking, merely presenting an unremarkable key. Upon upgrading, a single key transformed into 5. It appears to be the key to a certain box. Seemingly without purpose at present, Xia Bo placed it in the car. Just because it is of no use now does not imply it will remain so in the future. After a brief respite, Xia Bo recognized that there were significant gaps in his awareness of safety. However, it is understandable, it was already late at night, and he had not been sleeping well recently, making this a time of mental fatigue. Yet, Xia Bo could not afford to rest. He must seize this opportunity and remain vigilant without pause. Chapter 22. The Guide to Professional Skills. At this moment, it is all too easy to expose oneself to vulnerabilities. Fortunately, the monsters lack intelligence. Otherwise, I would have already become a lifeless corpse. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I remain in the light. Caution is imperative. After a brief respite, Xia Bo rose, shaking the rainwater from his hair, and resumed his vigil around the perimeter. The grasslands on either side were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the car's headlights. The torrential downpour continued unabated, and my spirits were low. It could be said that the current circumstances were exceedingly unfriendly to me. Utterly so. Had I not possessed considerable combat prowess, I would have fled long ago. With 5 hours remaining, the novice protection had diminished the spawn rate of monsters. In 7 hours, only 2 wild creatures had appeared, and their emergence was random, resulting in their scarcity. I surmised that during the latter part of the night, at most 2 wild creatures would spawn, a rather optimistic estimation. It was entirely plausible that only 1 would appear. After all, the spawn rate for wild creatures had been drastically reduced. If the average nightly occurrence were 3 creatures, over 4 days comprising 3 nights, I would potentially slay 9 wild beasts. Nonetheless, this was merely conjecture, as the spawn rate is inherently unstable. A fortunate individual might encounter none, while another less fortunate could stumble upon one every few minutes. People differ greatly in their fortunes. At present, I find myself hoping to encounter wild creatures, for they represent my pathway to strength. The night watch is arduous. Despite the relentless downpour, I am feeling quite fatigued. Maintaining a heightened state of alertness is taxing, especially given my lack of restful sleep. I am on the brink of exhaustion. Even the act of eating has lost its appeal. I am merely aware of my hunger. My spirit is exceptionally languid. With 2 hours to go until dawn, the rain shows no sign of relenting. Huddled within the confines of the vehicle, I experience an unprecedented sense of security. The rain has drained me both physically and mentally. As dawn approaches, wild creatures will become increasingly sparse, and I shall finally be able to enjoy a restful slumber. However, the night has not yet passed. Vigilance remains essential. Summoning the last remnants of my energy, I consumed some food, which provided a fleeting sense of satiety. I opened the car door once more. With an hour and a half left, it has been nearly 4 hours since I encountered any wild creatures. I did not anticipate that the novice protection would become my greatest impediment to ascendance. Feeling somewhat exasperated, I found myself with little choice but to jog around the car. A means to bolster my spirits while simultaneously enhancing my physical condition, a dual benefit. 1 lap, 2 laps, 30 laps. After every 30 laps, I paused to rest, conserving my stamina. In truth, exercising at this juncture is unwise, for wild creatures could appear at any moment. Nevertheless, a surge of confidence coursed through me, rooted in my own strength. This confidence is precisely what emboldens me to act as I do. In half an hour, dawn would break, and it seemed that the wild creatures would not make an appearance, allowing for a moment of respite. Xia Bo jogged a lap, braving the diminishing rain, and could not help but ponder. His strategy was to rest during the day and hunt at night. Resolutely, Xia Bo continued, steel knife in hand, maintaining his pace along the road. He had invested considerable time in his training, and he sensed that his strength would soon escalate once more. Xia Bo always held a hopeful heart towards the enhancement of his abilities. Who wouldn't relish the sight of their own burgeoning strength? In stark contrast to the bustling world, Xia Bo's existence was marked by remarkable discipline. His life now revolved solely around training and hunting the wild beasts. With mere minutes until daylight, he took a moment to glance at the time, then shut off the system panel. The information available to him had become scarce. No one knew more than he did. He had an inkling that the novice phase was drawing to a close, and what awaited him was likely a hellish mode. One could only wonder how many would still survive in this world thereafter. Suddenly, Xia Bo spotted a shadow emerging from the grassland ahead. The rain had significantly lessened, and visibility had greatly improved. The shadow, unfortunately, appeared right in front of him. Gripping his steel knife tightly, he approached the wild creature. In an instant, he activated his speed, launching himself forward like a cannonball, piercing through the curtain of rain, his gleaming steel knife descending from above. The creature let out a startled shriek. With a heart of ice, Xia Bo's muscles tensed, resembling solid rock. The knife fell with tremendous force. Crack! He felt a jolt in his grip as the steel blade struck the creature's skull, embedding itself deeply. Although the skull was the hardest part of the body, it could not withstand Xia Bo's might and the knife's sharpness. The impact was akin to a hammer. The creature was momentarily dazed. Quick as lightning, he thrust his foot forward, kicking the beast into the lush grass, and with a swift motion, he withdrew the knife, leveraging the momentum to free it from the skull. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Bo advanced, indifferent to whether the creature sprawled beneath him was alive or dead, as his knife sliced through its neck, severing head from body. Just then, as his rapid movement ceased, Xia Bo felt the weight of his body settle. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. The battle was resolved in a mere 10 seconds. Exhaling deeply, Xia Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. With another beast dispatched, his experience points had risen to 11. He was overcome with an urge to encounter a minotaur. Of course, this did not signify madness, while the minotaur was undeniably formidable. His own speed and reflexes surpassed those of the beast, and with the steel knife in hand, he was fully capable of slaying it. The experience points and loot dropped by the minotaur were abundantly rewarding, complemented perfectly by his resource upgrading system. Perhaps it was the defeat of the minotaur that led to a significant surge in experience points, causing him to regard the lesser creatures with a sense of disdain. No. Such thoughts must be dismissed. Xia Bo shook his head, gazing at the vanishing corpse on the ground, and swiftly knelt down, parting the grass to discover what treasures lay revealed. Professional skill, beginner's iron fist, level, designated profession, boxer, attribute, strength 10, passive 1, critical hit. With a swing of the iron fist, it inflicts considerable critical damage, dealing 50 of strength as damage. Passive 2, double attack. A swing of the iron fist has a chance to execute a double attack, triggering passive 1. Upon seeing what had been uncovered, he stood frozen in place. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, only to be overwhelmed with excitement. What an astonishing discovery. Chapter 23. The unveiling of a sword. The simplicity of 2 words encapsulated the tumult within Xia Bo's heart. This occupational skill was astonishingly formidable. Grasping the skill book tightly, he was overwhelmed with awe. The pugilist, a profession centered on close combat, found a fitting embodiment in the iron fist technique. Could this be destiny? The first skill book of his profession, coupled with an impressive collection of occupational medals, rendered this profession the most uncomplicated to synthesize. As he gazed at the skill book in his hand, an unseen force seemed to tether him to it. Shaking his head, Xia Bo chuckled. It couldn't be that mystical. The advancement in this profession was rapid, with a commendable number of occupational medals already amassed, and now, a skill book collected. If he could synthesize it first, then he would undoubtedly transition into this profession. Upon returning to his vehicle, Xia Bo opted to upgrade the skill book. Skill book, Bagwazang, designated profession, master of national arts, attributes, strength 10, agility 10, stamina 5, passive, mastery of Bagwazang, a form of national martial arts. Xia Bo felt a twinge of incredulity. The iron fist could evolve into Bagwazang. Was such an upgrade rational? It seemed somewhat illogical. Perhaps the direction of this skill book's evolution was aligned with the advancement of the profession itself. Thus, the iron fist would transform into Bagwazang. Given that Bagwazang is a martial art, it indeed aligns with the role of a master of national arts. After thoughtful consideration, Xia Bo decided to temporarily set aside the skill book. This profession remained undecided, yet the allure of the master of national arts was undeniable, especially since his progress in collecting it far surpassed that of other professions. However, the close combat nature of this profession gave him pause. He would observe which profession could be synthesized first and pursue that path. As he pondered, he noticed that someone had responded to the trading information he had posted in the system. Intriguing. An assassin's occupational medal had finally surfaced. Upon reviewing the offer from the trader, Xia Bo's face brightened with keen interest. He promptly replied, agreed, 500 milliliters of purified water and 10 slices of toast. He offered a considerable amount of resources, primarily to cultivate goodwill. Though he wasn't particularly affluent in other areas, he was well stocked in supplies, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. It seemed wiser to be generous, allowing others to recognize him, Xia Bo, as a benevolent individual. There was no ulterior motive. As the number of wild creatures increased, surviving alone would prove arduous without firearms. Thus, forming a convoy was an inevitable development. After all, unity would significantly enhance survival odds. Xia Bo harbored intentions of establishing a convoy, for the strength of a team far surpassed that of an individual. He was casting a wide net now, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. He aimed for everyone to recognize his generosity and abundant resources, thereby attracting a loyal cadre of players. If he could encounter old classmates or friends, especially those from the orphanage, it would be all the more splendid. Congratulations to the new addition at the Qidian orphanage. While it may seem like a celebration, it is merely a means to fill space. Nonetheless, it is worth pondering the improbability of encountering someone among the billions scattered along this path. The struggle for survival in the early stages is exceedingly arduous. However, dwelling on such thoughts is futile. It is more prudent to lay a foundation for the future. Xia Bo upgraded the Assassin's Medal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Assassin's Medal 1 to the Shadow Phantom Medal 6. Shadow Phantom Medal 6, description, an essential token for transitioning to the Shadow Phantom profession. Note, 500 Shadow Phantom medals are required to transition to Shadow Phantom, a new profession, the Shadow Phantom. Unbeknownst to him, he had gathered 5 distinct professions: mechanic, hunter, warrior, boxer, and assassin. Following certain mechanisms, one might wonder if there could be roles like healer or tank among them. Presently, he possessed a considerable number of profession medals, yet this did not deter Xia Bo from indulging in his musings. Ultimately, the professional system would undoubtedly be the cornerstone of the future. After securing his belongings, Xia Bo exited the vehicle and used his steel knife to cut through some tall grass, which he then placed over the windshield. Minutes later, the sky began to brighten as the sun emerged, the torrential rain ceasing as if it were a dream. Xia Bo had transformed his car into a mound of grass, effectively shielding it from the sun's harsh rays, creating a dimly lit space inside that promised a more comfortable slumber. After an hour of effort, the sun was fully out, casting its scorching light upon the earth. Exhausted, Xia Bo crawled into the car. He was fatigued, having not slept the previous night and rarely having enjoyed a restful sleep before that. At last, he could indulge in a proper rest. The interior was significantly cooler and darker, free from the blinding sunlight. Most importantly, it was safe during the day. Barely a minute passed before drowsiness overtook him, and Xia Bo succumbed to sleep, still gripping the hilt of his knife. His slumber was profound, enveloped in darkness, with the stars dim and the sun and moon absent. When he awoke, only minutes remained until nightfall. Inside the car, he was drenched in sweat, and his stomach protested with hunger. After emerging from the vehicle obscured by grass, Xia Bo freshened up. Following a day of relentless sun, no trace of the earlier storm remained. The merciless sun indeed had its way. As he chewed on a sandwich, washing it down with water, he remarked on the sun's unforgiving nature. Nonetheless, he had enjoyed a comfortable sleep. Before long, darkness descended once more, marking the arrival of the 4th night in this world. Xia Bo, invigorated, leaned against the slightly worn car hidden within the grass, his gaze scanning the surroundings. This moment was the most challenging, as vigilance was paramount during the long, interminable night devoid of any entertainment, which could easily lead to madness. Fortunately, there was still world chat to pass the time. I have acquired a skill book from slaying monsters and have already mastered its contents. The presence of deceptive individuals is evident. The assessment is complete. Brothers, let us strive harder, for the novice period lasts only 3 more days. Can you believe it? Even at this late hour, the world remains so bustling. Are we not concerned about the diminutive ones approaching? Astonishingly, after just 1 day of absence, so many formidable players have emerged, all for the sake of space. The world is alive with activity, and despite the passage of many days, it remains vibrant. Suddenly, the world chat abruptly ceased, and Xia Bo, brandishing a knife, gazed at the tall and dense grass nearby. Tonight, there is no torrential rain, a gentle breeze stirs, and the sounds from the grass are faint. Yet, the rustling is strikingly pronounced. A wild creature. A smile spread across Xia Bo's face as he charged forward. Rudimentary iron longsword. Description: crafted by creatures from a certain tribe. Note: it possesses no special attributes. I have obtained equipment. I kindly request comments. The comment section feels rather desolate. Please, everyone, share your thoughts and suggestions to enliven the review area. Chapter 24. The emergence of the steel sword shakes the world. Xia Bo clutched the newly forged iron sword, a look of incredulity etched upon his face. The mere description unveiled a wealth of information. The creatures of this world were not mere monsters. Rather, they seemed to embody a form of sentient entity capable of crafting weapons. In recent days, Xia Bo had taken immense pride in the steel knife he wielded, as it provided him with an unparalleled sense of security. Yet now, he felt the ominous stirrings of impending danger. The advent of the iron sword signified the existence of an intelligent race among these creatures. No, they should be referred to as exquisite beings. This development was somewhat anticipated. Yet Xia Bo was taken aback by the realization that these exquisite beings could forge iron swords. If they could create iron swords, then the crafting of spears and bows would be even more effortless. The thought of encountering such exquisite beings sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps not just yet, for during the novice phase, such beings remained distant. Their appearance was merely a matter of time. Thus, he understood he must grow stronger. With such weapons now in existence, it would not be long before these exquisite beings wielded them. At this moment, he grasped the original intent behind the design of the bulletproof glass. It was meant not only to arm himself but also to fortify his vehicle. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. The crude iron longsword has transformed into a steel sword. The rough, rudimentary iron longsword vanished, replaced by a gleaming steel sword, 3 feet in length and exceedingly sharp. It rivaled the steel knife in its lethality. However, Xia Bo found himself somewhat disenchanted with the steel sword, for it felt too light, lighter even than the steel knife, rendering it unwieldy, particularly as his strength increased. Though he was aware that its sharpness matched that of the steel knife, the sword's lightness instilled a disconcerting sense of fragility. Deciding to set the steel sword alongside an iron rod, he continued to wield his trusty machete. The machete was far more comfortable to handle. Its simplicity and raw power made it a straightforward tool for dispatching foes. He stowed the steel sword in the vehicle, standing resolutely in front of it with the machete in hand. The steel sword may seem useless for now, yet its value would surely manifest in the future. His experience points had risen to 12. With the hunt of 6 more creatures, he would level up, or perhaps he would encounter a minotaur. Minotaur, come forth. I eagerly await your arrival. Xia Bo licked his slightly parched lips, gazing across the tranquil grasslands. Aside from the gentle rustle of the wind, there was no further disturbance. Having just slain a creature, it would be some time before another would spawn. Thus, he retrieved a large barrel of water and continued his training. Time flew by in the midst of his exertions, and soon he was drenched in sweat. After 2 hours, Xia Bo took a deep breath. Placing the barrel on the ground and rising to his full height, his bones cracking audibly. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him. He could feel his muscles becoming more robust, the veins in his arms standing out prominently, a truly striking sight. His biceps bulged, stretching the fabric of his clothing. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 2. Experience, 1220. Strength, 11. Agility, 4. Stamina, 6. Mental power, 5. Health, 97. Skills, basic combat proficiency. Increasing strength with trainings. Basic agility. Xia Bo cast a glance at his attributes panel and, as expected, his strength had indeed improved slightly. At present, his agility remained notably deficient, regrettably lacking any skill books that could enhance this attribute. Agility merely provided a momentary burst of speed should these wild creatures become cunning. He would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Understanding his vulnerabilities, Xia Bo noted that the 3 wild creatures he encountered were not particularly intelligent, failing to exploit their inherent advantages in combat. The small green creature, equipped with claws, surpassed him in speed. However, its inherent clumsiness and instinctive fear of humans, due to its size, rendered it overly cautious in close quarters. This naivety provided Xia Bo with a significant opportunity. A sudden strike with a metal rod would be devastating for the unsuspecting green creature. The creature wielding a broad blade clearly possessed an extensive reach, yet it exhibited a lack of tactical awareness, relying solely on indiscriminate overhead swings. As for the Minotaur, its formidable defense was countered by its linear charges, which were easily evaded. At times, Xia Bo questioned whether these creatures were mere constructs of the system, designed to grant experience to fledgling players. They reflected the various aspects of a novice's welfare period. Once this phase concluded, would they retain such ineptitude? This was his foremost concern. He needed to swiftly devise a means to overcome his speed disadvantage, as well as his stamina deficiency. Regarding mental power, aside from the consumption incurred by agility, the basic combat proficiency felt predominantly passive. Thus, augmenting his speed became his immediate objective. Xia Bo meticulously organized his belongings before contemplating his next course of action. Unless he stumbled upon a skill book capable of enhancing speed, ideally one that functioned passively, his options were limited. If he could achieve sufficient speed, a vigorous punch delivered under the right conditions would yield a linear increase in strength. While he had formulated a potential strategy, he currently lacked a direct method to acquire a skill book that provided acceleration. The notion of defeating creatures to obtain such items felt fanciful. The drops could be wildly unpredictable. Ultimately, such necessities must be procured through trade. Thus, his only recourse lay in utilizing the trading function. Among billions of compatriots, it was likely that someone would possess good fortune. Whether or not this was the case remained to be seen. Xia Bo's eyes glimmered as they settled upon the newly acquired steel sword. The value of the steel sword was undoubtedly immense, standing as one of the most prized possessions in the world. After all, the only available means of attack at present was the wooden stick, which would inevitably succumb to wear and tear. However, the steel sword, while of little use to him personally, could serve as a valuable trade item, facilitating the search for skills across the globe. This idea became increasingly appealing to Xia Bo. With resolute determination, he drew forth the exquisite steel sword and placed it upon the trading interface, inscribing the item for exchange. Exquisite steel sword. As depicted. Desired item, a skill book. Requirement, a skill book associated with agility. After a thorough review to ensure accuracy, he clicked confirm. Subsequently, he closed the trading panel and commenced his vigil. Little did he know, the announcement of his trade would ignite an explosive fervor across the world. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? The esteemed Xia Bo is trading a sword, crafted from exquisite steel. Incredible. Absolutely extraordinary. What wealth to trade a long sword forged from exquisite steel. I'm envious. I must venture forth to slay monsters and acquire a skill book. A sword of such masterful craftsmanship must be worth far more than just one skill book, right? How I envy. Here I am, still wielding a mere wooden stick against monsters, while Xia Bo has already begun exchanging exquisite steel swords for goods. The trade information had been disseminated, capturing the attention of those idling through the night, sending tremors through the global chat. Chapter 25, Self-Redemption. Elementary sensitivity. Xia Bo's background surged at an astonishing rate of 99 per second. Regardless of gender, whether possessing anything or not, individuals flocked to inquire. Some young women, unabashedly, resorted to bartering flesh for the coveted steel sword. Yet, Xia Bo remained skeptical of such ephemeral desires. In contrast to the world's upheaval, he appeared remarkably calm, arms crossed, a machete gripped in hand, resting against the vehicle. After a rigorous workout, the toll on his stamina and muscles was considerable. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his strength, the soreness subsided, leaving him with a fleeting sensation of being capable of slaying a bull with a single punch. Of course, this was mere illusion, and upon reflection, that feeling diminished significantly. The night stretched endlessly, a boundless darkness. Prior to this, some had attempted to drive through the night along the roadside. Yet none discovered any resource boxes. This indicated that the night did not spawn resource boxes, but rather summoned wild creatures. In this peculiar region, resource boxes were entirely absent, replaced solely by monsters. However, to compensate, the quality of items dropped by these creatures had improved. Ultimately, the night posed a formidable challenge to humanity. Presently, many uncertainties loomed before him. Who could predict what the world would resemble 7 days hence? Contemplating deeply, Xia Bo felt a wave of confusion. The difficulty of the game would only escalate, while the number of humans would inevitably dwindle. What would the game become a year from now? Would he be left alone? Or would he meet the same fate as the corpse he encountered 2 days ago, a lifeless remnant in the wilderness? After a brief moment of resolve, Xia Bo found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Confronted with the interminable night, this sudden surge of emotion surged forth, akin to the Yellow River overflowing its banks. What significance did mountains of supplies hold? What power could rival the immeasurable strength he possessed? Years later, this road would bear only his presence, silent, desolate, and aimless. A wave of sorrow washed over him, uncontrollable and profound. Perhaps it was the late hour and the stillness of the night that birthed such a profound sense of loneliness. He opened the world chat, and a torrent of messages flooded in. No, at least not now. Humans are inherently social creatures, and nothing is more feared than solitude. Gazing at the multitude of messages, Xia Bo experienced an unprecedented elevation of spirit. If previously his motivation was mere survival, perhaps now he had discovered a new purpose. This purpose might be to ensure the continuation of human civilization. At the very least, as long as he lived, humanity would not perish. Some live in the present, while others strive for the future. Xia Bo took a deep breath, the weight in his heart still heavy. His private messages revealed numerous blacked-out avatars, an ominous sign that they were deceased. No one knew of their demise, nor did anyone recognize their identities. Only the dimmed avatars and scattered messages bore witness to their existence. Perhaps death was yet another cycle, a release for them. While the rest of us persevered in the game, Xia Bo silently contemplated as he glanced at the private messages, overwhelmed by the multitude of individuals attempting to reach him. Each message, each word. At least they were alive, were they not? Even if some were ill-intentioned. He exhaled, skimming through the messages. those possessing skill books related to agility and willing to sell were few and far between. More often than not, individuals harbored skepticism about owning a steel sword. After all, no one had yet encountered a steel sword drop in this game. Many were questioning. Xia Bo chose to disregard them, sifting through the messages, eliminating those who claimed to have such items yet were merely seeking to deceive, revealing that the actual number of true owners was scant, merely 2 individuals. Most players, upon acquiring skills, promptly utilized them, as these were crucial for enhancing one's power in the early stages of the game. Few could resist the temptation of employing their newfound abilities. Xia Bo investigated, discovering that one individual possessed a profession-specific skill book, while the other held a general skill book. The profession-specific skill book pertained to the assassin class, which emphasizes agility, and thus, such skill books are typically invaluable, especially in the nascent phase of the game. Regrettably, it was merely a profession skill book, and gathering it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Xia Bo shook his head in resignation. He had yet to determine his own profession, so acquiring it would merely add to his accumulation. Though he was affluent, he could not hoard everything indiscriminately. After passing on that opportunity, Xia Bo turned his attention to the other individual's skill book. This person possessed a skill book titled Basic Speed. It was a straightforward and comprehensible skill book. Are you certain you wish to trade this skill book? Xia Bo inquired directly. Yes, I am Xia Bo. This skill book dropped after I valiantly defeated a monster wielding a machete. I sustained some injuries and broke my wooden stick, but I was fortunate to have vanquished it. Upon seeing your trade notification, I contacted you without hesitation. The other party replied promptly, almost instantaneously. Xia Bo nodded. Very well, please upload the item for trade. I have already uploaded my item, the other party responded. Subsequently, Xia Bo granted access. The trading criteria were met. The other individual appeared momentarily stunned. Xia Bo. Did you upload it before? Wasn't it just an image? Xia Bo replied, no. A brief silence ensued. The master certainly lives up to the title, the individual remarked. Proceeding to upload. In a flash, the trade vanished. A raucous laugh erupted from within a parked hatchback by the roadside. Wow, what a magnificent sword. Truly splendid. In contrast to the other's exuberance, Xia Bo remained relatively composed, though a glimmer of surprise graced his features. Skill, basic speed, attributes, agility 2. Stamina 1, an admirable enhancement, indeed. Exchanging a steel sword for a skill book proved to be quite a worthwhile transaction. Once the novice welfare period concludes, subsequent transactions will be subject to restrictions, rendering them no longer as unrestricted as before. In a recent exchange, he discovered that the trading function was also part of the novice welfare benefits, allowing for unlimited transactions without limitations. However, during this novice phase, such a feature appears somewhat superfluous. The automotive fragments and professional badges he sought have lingered on the trading platform for days without any takers. It can only be said that during the novice welfare period, the drop rate of resources from wild creatures is excessively high, resulting in an overabundance of resources. At the very least, no one is lacking in sustenance. Resource boxes and wild creatures abound. This situation is likely to persist until the end of the novice welfare period, at which point transaction features will also face restrictions, which is rather disheartening. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Basic Agility has evolved into Basic Agility Light. Skill, Basic Agility. Attributes, Agility 3, Stamina 2. Advanced Skill. As one trains and increases levels, agility will likewise improve, revealing boundless potential. Chapter 26. Confronting the Wild Beasts, Shock and Crisis. Indeed, such universal skill books, once upgraded, easily transform into skill books with growth potential, particularly those concerning four-dimensional attributes. However, there was one aspect that perplexed Xia Bo, namely, the peculiar linkage between agility and stamina. The previous specialization in martial arts did not exhibit the emergence of other attributes. After pondering for a moment, Xia Bo found himself at a loss and chose to dismiss the thought. This game, by its very nature, was irrational, hence, such anomalies were to be expected. Whenever mental fortitude seemed to correlate with physical strength, Xia Bo no longer felt astonished. Upon selecting to utilize the skill book, an inexplicable sensation coursed through his body, tingling and delightful. Ah, Xia Bo murmured. This form of bodily enhancement was indeed quite pleasurable. Alas, he was but a novice. The initial euphoria swiftly subsided, yet Xia Bo felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. His legs brimmed with explosive power, and his entire being felt markedly lighter, as though he could leap into the heavens with each step. Xia Bo understood that these were mere illusions, akin to the delusion of being able to fell a bull with a single punch after a surge in strength. In reality, he remained a fledgling, incapable of such feats. The attributes panel refreshed accordingly. Name, Xia Bo. Class: none. Gender: male. Level: 2. Experience: 12-20. Strength: 11. Agility: 7. Stamina: 8. Mental strength: 5. Health: 94. Mastered skills: beginner martial arts specialization. Strength increases with training. Beginner swiftness, beginner dexterity. This system panel was undeniably extraordinary. Ah, what a relief. His current attributes were nearly perfect. With continuous training, both strength and agility would surely elevate. Xia Bo felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. It could be said that he had ascended to the pinnacle of his existence. Power and resources were both plentiful. His current focus could comfortably rest upon earning accolades and leveling up. At this moment, the world was stirred by the conclusion of a trade. The transaction had occurred, and the status of the trading information had been altered. Who was the prominent figure behind this trade? Xia Bo, a seasoned veteran, daring to trade a steel sword, indicated he lacked for weapons. Remarkable. Xia Bo was indeed the number one in this game. Envy surged among the onlookers, lamenting their nearly broken wooden staffs. Bobo, dear brother, I seek the sun. People around the globe remained fixated on the trade, and upon witnessing the updated status, the world trembled anew. Joy mingled with sorrow, and many turned their gaze toward Xia Bo, the individual who had ignited the world since the game's inception. He attracted an overwhelming amount of attention, including that of some reckless individuals from the real world. To them, Xia Bo represented a veritable treasure trove. A chance encounter could propel them to great heights. However, Xia Bo remained blissfully unaware, his focus entirely on a wild beast before him, a creature wielding a massive cleaver. It was freshly spawned. This marked the second encounter with such a beast. Xia Bo did not allow himself to become complacent upon attaining basic agility. Rather, he approached each battle with utmost seriousness. At this moment, his eyes radiated a chilling intensity, his countenance resolute, and the muscles in his arm, gripping the steel blade, bulged like granite. Within these sinews lay explosive power. His feet anchored firmly to the ground. The well-developed muscles of his thighs could propel him to the speed of a sprint champion in an instant. This prowess stemmed from the skill book he had acquired. The wild creature wielding a broad blade exhibited a vacant expression, swinging its arm to cleave through the towering grass. Its movements were mechanical as it approached Xia Bo, reminiscent of a robot. Come forth, just in time for me to test my skills. Xia Bo licked his lips, his gaze icy, akin to a beast poised to pounce. As the lanky monster stepped onto the road and emitted a ghastly cry, it charged toward Xia Bo, its long, slender legs covering considerable ground with each stride. The broad blade in its hand swung with a deadly glint. Excellent. Xia Bo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He tensed his thigh muscles, channeling power from his body to the soles of his feet. He moved, like a tiger descending from the mountain, his figure erupting into motion. At the moment the broad blade descended, Xia Bo darted aside. A flash of white light streaked past, striking the creature's leg directly. Crack! Xia Bo felt a jolt in his hand as the steel blade severed the monster's limb, causing it to stumble and kneel on one leg. Nevertheless, it mechanically pivoted, swinging its blade toward Xia Bo. He withdrew his knife, fully prepared. The steel met the creature's weapon with a resounding clang. Xia Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered back several steps. The steel hummed, his arm quivered, and a dull ache throbbed in his palm. Such terrifying strength. Until now, he had relied on cunning tactics and had never faced these beasts head-on. He was astonished by the magnitude of its power. Indeed, these creatures were not to be underestimated. Clutching his throbbing palm, Xia Bo fixed his gaze upon the monster, ceasing his probing tactics. He activated his swift skill, augmented by his basic agility passive, propelling his speed to an astonishing level. As the creature raised its broad blade, he had already reacted, launching himself like a cheetah, his speed akin to lightning. A brilliant white moonlight slashed from the side. The muscles in his arm bulged as he struck the monster's abdomen. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was crystal clear as a massive gash opened in the creature's midsection. Without hesitation, Xia Bo thrust his foot into the wounded beast, sending it crashing to the ground. He swiftly withdrew his blade, cleanly severing its head, finally exhaling in relief. Against such monsters, utilizing speed and intellect for a decisive advantage proved the most straightforward approach. Yet, he feared that once the novice phase concluded, the protective mechanisms of the game would dissipate, and these creatures would possess intelligence, a truly terrifying prospect. With a fleeting touch, he sensed that the power of this monster was at least 15 points, equivalent to that of 3 fully grown adults. Should it acquire intelligence, it would undoubtedly be cautious of its speed advantage. At that point, hunting these wild beasts would become far more challenging. If he struggled so much to hunt, what of others? The thought was unimaginable. 3 days hence, it would spell a dire catastrophe for humanity on the road, a crisis that was unavoidable. Lost in thought for a moment, Xia Bo let out a weary sigh. The path ahead would only grow more arduous, yet he felt a modicum of gratitude for the system that ensured his existence would not be too bleak. A hunter's medal emerged, which, upon upgrading to a wilderness hunter's medal, now stood at 15, with a long journey still ahead to reach 500. He placed it on the dashboard beside other belongings and commenced his training. He then decided to post an update. To his delight, they had unexpectedly made it to the Rising Stars list in the game rankings. His heart swelled with joy, and he expressed his gratitude for everyone's support. He resolved to offer a bonus chapter. For every 10 monthly votes received, he would add a chapter. If you dare to reward, he would dare to deliver more. Since they had made the list, though uncertain of its significance, the author decided to strive harder. If he did not push forward now, time would slip away. Let us go. The author quietly added, please consider favoriting this work. Chapter 27. The Minotaur returns to bestow experience after 4 nights of experience. Xia Bo discerned a clear pattern. Following the defeat of a wild creature, there existed a half-hour window during which it was utterly safe, as no new monsters would spawn. This observation was derived from his novice period, where the spawn rate of monsters was evidently diminished. However, one could only speculate that once this initial phase concluded, the frequency of monster spawns would increase, rendering this pattern obsolete. Having witnessed the formidable power of these creatures, Xia Bo felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The desire to rest was swiftly supplanted by the pressing need to bolster his strength in preparation for the formidable foes that awaited him after the novice benefits expired. Securing the rewards from the first realm was imperative, as it represented a critical opportunity for his advancement. He resolved not to overlook any means of enhancing his capabilities. For the most significant task lay ahead, the choice of profession, a journey fraught with challenges. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Xia Bo immersed himself in rigorous training. Possessing a basic agility skill, he understood that his training must extend beyond merely honing his upper body. Equal attention must be given to his lower body. A comprehensive enhancement was essential to prevent any particular attribute from becoming disproportionately strong while others remained feeble. Naturally, the use of mental energy was optional, as it primarily pertained to the execution of techniques. Among the skills he acquired, aside from the basic swiftness, the other 2 were passive abilities, thus a lower mental capacity posed no significant hindrance. Panting heavily, Xia Bo found himself drenched in sweat. Pacing in the open space after half an hour of intense exertion, the muscles in his thighs trembled, a sign of transitional strain from his workout. Yet, the results were markedly positive. Such training was vital for awakening his latent potential. The human body harbors an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, akin to a vast treasure trove. Yet humanity often lacks the means to uncover it. This game, however, provided the tools to unearth such power, granting individuals the ability to harness the unknown. It ultimately depended on humanity's willingness to explore. Xia Bo firmly believed that diligence would be rewarded. Through earnest effort, his capabilities would undoubtedly expand. Moreover, with his body now digitized and the possession of 2 invaluable passive skills, neglecting to exert himself would equate to a refusal to progress, a grave folly. After 10 minutes, he exhaled deeply, his muscles gradually relaxing. The toll of 30 minutes of exercise was considerable, necessitating adequate energy replenishment. Retrieving a watermelon from the back seat, he effortlessly struck it open, revealing its vibrant red flesh. After washing his hands, he indulged in the sweet, refreshing fruit. Consuming this watermelon was a delightful experience, as its sugars, salts, and acids offered benefits for treating nephritis and lowering blood pressure. This is due to the fact that a moderate amount of sugar can act as a diuretic. An adequate quantity of potassium salts can alleviate kidney inflammation, and the enzymes present can transform insoluble proteins into soluble ones, thereby enhancing the nutrition of patients suffering from nephritis. Furthermore, the glycosides found in melons can help lower blood pressure. The rind of the watermelon serves to dispel heat and quell thirst, promoting diuresis and alleviating dampness. During dry seasons, it proves to be beneficial for sore throats, mouth ulcers, and diabetes. One could assert that every part of the watermelon is a treasure. However, for Xia Bo at present, the primary focus is simply on consuming it. After several days of rigorous training, coupled with the enhancements from passive skills, his strength has surged dramatically. Naturally, this has also resulted in significant physical expenditure, necessitating ample energy replenishment. Xia Bo's eating schedule has become irregular. He simply eats when hungry and subsequently expends energy through exercise. This has established a cyclical pattern, with the greatest reward being the improvement of his own physique. The night swiftly passed, during which he managed to slay a solitary monster, yielding a piece of wood. Through leveling up, his stock of wood reached 11 pieces, bringing him one step closer to completing the air conditioning blueprint. However, iron remains elusive. As dawn approached, the night faded quickly. Although the sun was not yet visible, The air had begun to stir restlessly. Xia Bo slipped into his car, which he had covered with grass to effectively block the scorching sunlight, ensuring his safety within. Overcome by drowsiness, the fatigued Xia Bo succumbed to sleep. The hours of rest are always fleeting. Amidst his drowsiness, he was abruptly awakened by a commotion outside, as if something was disturbing his small car, causing it to sway gently. In an instant, Xia Bo became alert, grasping his steel knife tightly. Ignoring everything else, he felt a surge of anxiety. Through the grass that had fallen from the car due to the disturbance, he glimpsed the silhouette of the monster against the darkening sky. It was a towering minotaur. To his astonishment, it was scratching itself against the front of his vehicle. While the scene was somewhat comical, Xia Bo had no inclination to laugh. Rather, he felt a tinge of tension. If the minotaur were to become aware of his presence, even a moment's carelessness could result in his car being wrecked. There were no places to repair a vehicle here. If the car were damaged, there would be no recourse. The minotaur was positioned at the front of the car, fortunately with its back turned towards him, and only a few blades of grass had fallen, leaving just a few cracks visible on the windshield. He was merely 5 experience points away from leveling up. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Xia Bo cautiously gripped the edge of the door, carefully opening it just enough to create a narrow gap, his gaze fixed on the minotaur. Thankfully, the creature was engrossed in its scratching, rubbing its broad back against the front of the vehicle. Xia Bo's movements were deliberate as he pushed the door open and stepped out slowly. He then gently closed the door, crouching beside the car. He needed to devise a way to divert the minotaur's attention. A confrontation could not occur beside the vehicle. A thought crossed his mind as he directed his gaze towards the open area in front of the car. Undoubtedly, it is the finest region. Grasping the broad blade tightly, Xia Bo suddenly charged into the open space before the front of the vehicle. The minotaur, upon spotting Xia Bo, rose and let out a bellowing roar as it charged towards him. Xia Bo had anticipated this. His intention was to provoke the minotaur into attacking him, thereby luring it away. He deftly sidestepped the minotaur's charge, then swiftly drew his knife, striking at the creature's spine. The blade sliced through the minotaur's back, leaving a deep crimson gash. In agony, the minotaur pivoted and charged again. Having learned from the previous encounter, Xia Bo had already retracted his blade and retreated as the knife had grazed the minotaur's spine. The creature's charge missed, leaving yet another wound upon its body. With superior speed over the minotaur, Xia Bo relentlessly launched a series of attacks, supported by formidable physical prowess, striking again and again. Ultimately, the minotaur succumbed to Xia Bo's onslaught, its body riddled with wounds, and fell to the ground, where Xia Bo severed its neck. Chapter 28. The first encounter with the demise of the minotaur, 5 experience points were credited to Xia Bo, allowing him to level up. A warm current invigorated his body, prompting a contented hum from him. The fleeting exhilaration arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 050. Strength, 12. Agility, 8. Stamina, 9. Mental power, 6. Health, 97. Skills, beginner combat mastery. Strength increases with training. Beginner swiftness, beginner dexterity. His attributes had grown once more, and with a sense of satisfaction, Xia Bo closed the panel. The greatest pleasure lay in witnessing his strength gradually ascend. Presently, his attributes were quite formidable, enabling him to easily dominate other humans in this world. However, his pursuit of power was not driven by a desire to overpower others. Rather, it was a simple wish to survive. He understood the adage about the bird that sticks its neck out being shot first. On Blue Star, 70% of humanity had descended into this game. And without the constraints of law, human nature was unleashed. While humans are inherently good, such goodness is often nurtured through education. Once freed from constraints, desires can expand infinitely. When an individual possesses formidable strength capable of controlling the lives of others, a certain yearning inevitably arises, especially in the absence of any restrictions. Xia Bo considered himself to possess a modicum of conscience. Otherwise, he would not harbor thoughts of preserving human civilization. Warrior Medallion 5. Description: a key item for the class change to warrior. Note: 100 warrior medallions are required to change to warrior. To his surprise, the first Minotaur had dropped a profession medallion. Xia Bo stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Could it be that Minotaurs exclusively drop profession medallions? Regrettably, he lacked a monster compendium. Had he possessed one, he would have gained insights into unknown creatures, recognizing certain characteristics when faced with them again. Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Transforming the 5 medallions into Berserker medallions, their count multiplied exponentially, resulting in 46 Berserker medallions. Coupled with the previous 10, he now possessed a total of 56 Berserker medallions. Holding a handful of medallions amidst the others, Xia Bo stepped out of the cockpit, his gaze surveying the inky night. The medallions he had acquired were of varying quality, and few were willing to trade in this world, clearly indicating that the supply of necessities such as water and food was rapidly increasing during the novice welfare phase. Leaning against the vehicle, he pondered deeply. This situation would likely persist until the end of the novice welfare period over the coming week, after which these essentials would be consumed significantly, leading to a decrease in drop rates. Only then would people be inclined to part with their supplies. Wait, it seemed he had overlooked another vital resource, gasoline. As Xia Bo pondered, he suddenly remembered that in addition to water and food, he possessed another vital resource, gasoline. Apart from a plethora of supplies, gasoline was his second most significant asset. Perhaps it could be utilized for trading, though not just yet. After all, the initial surplus of resources made it challenging to exchange for anything of real value. He felt no urgency. He was in command of abundant resources, which would serve as his bargaining chips in the future. As time flowed by, Xia Bo's spirits lifted with his recent advancement in levels. Fortunately, there was no leaderboard yet. Otherwise, his ascension to level 3 would undoubtedly cause a seismic stir across the world. The night was profoundly dark. He gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days had passed, and he was certain that his future would be brighter. Clenching his fist, he suddenly turned to the shadowy thicket beside him. A rustling sound emerged. Something was amiss. The refresh rate was remarkably swift this time. Xia Bo's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the source of the noise. Before him appeared a green-skinned creature, one he was exceedingly familiar with. Renowned for their speed, the creature's claws were sharp weapons capable of easily piercing through flesh. Its weakness lay in its mental fortitude. It was cautious and failed to leverage its own advantages. Xia Bo understood that this was a special protection mechanism during the novice welfare period, allowing humans to triumph over these wild monsters to enhance themselves. After all, this game was fundamentally a survival of the fittest. Those unable to accept its premise would inevitably be eliminated. Only the brave could conquer this game. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo resolved that regardless of how things would unfold, his only priority was to live well. With determination, he charged forward as the creature revealed itself. His astonishing agility of 8 points propelling him swiftly. The glinting steel knife sliced through the darkened sky. The creature recoiled in surprise, instinctively raising its claws to defend itself. The clash of steel rang out as Xia Bo's knife severed its claw. Withdrawing his blade, he delivered a swift kick, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Writhing in pain, it instinctively clutched its injured claw. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Xia Bo closed in and decapitated the creature with a single stroke. Lighter X1? Exhaling in astonishment, he beheld the item that had dropped. It was indeed a lighter. He picked it up and opted to upgrade. Congratulations, host has successfully upgraded. Lighter X1 upgraded to windproof lighter X6. Now possessing 6 windproof lighters, Xia Bo was elated. Their arrival was fortuitous. With gasoline on hand, he could create a ring of fire with the lighters, providing illumination and enabling him to boil water. So many practical applications lay ahead. An excellent idea sparked in his mind. He used the sun-dried grass from the car to create a mound in the open space in front of the vehicle. Then, he retrieved a barrel of gasoline from the car and doused the pile of grass with it. Following this, he chopped a substantial amount of grass to place on top, ensuring that the flames from below would ignite the grass above. Xia Bo spent several more minutes gathering a considerable quantity of grass to use as fuel, ensuring that the fire would burn for an extended period. With a resounding boom, Xia Bo grabbed a cookie wrapper, ignited it with a windproof lighter, and tossed it onto the grass pile. The flames erupted, soaring to a height of 3 meters. A fierce blaze ignited, and a wave of heat rushed toward him. Oh, how exhilarating! Seeing the flames, Xia Bo let out a joyful shout, dancing with glee. The fire, a symbol of life's continuity. After the initial thrill, he gazed at the roaring flames, his dark eyes reflecting their flickering light, and his heart ignited with passion. The fire crackled and popped, and Xia Bo watched it, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him and turned sharply, only to see a shadow swiftly approaching. The shadow paused, taken aback by Xia Bo's sudden turn. Chapter 29, The Veteran with a Swift Motion. The sudden appearance of a shadow sent a wave of cold sweat cascading over Xia Bo, his heart racing with an unexpected surge of adrenaline. A human had dared to approach him. Taking the initiative was imperative. Xia Bo, unable to dwell on the matter further, seized his blade and charged forward. Disregarding any potential hostility, the reins of control were always to be firmly in his grasp. The mighty force, accompanied by a rush of wind, surged forth from his steel blade. Yet, to his astonishment, the shadow evaded his strike. Evaded? Xia Bo had not anticipated such a feat. He had believed his speed to be unparalleled, yet the figure had eluded him. Nevertheless, Xia Bo's reflexes were sharp, and amidst the flickering flames, he caught a glimpse of his assailant's visage, a somewhat aged man. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated before lunging forward, unleashing his formidable combat skills, determined to incapacitate the opponent. Aware that the man wielded a weapon. However, Xia Bo was taken aback. The elder's agility was no less impressive. As each of Xia Bo's assaults was deftly sidestepped, a sense of gravity settled upon Xia Bo's expression. His opponent was a master. The aged man, equally astonished, marveled at the raw power emanating from Xia Bo's fists, acutely aware of the strength contained within. If this continued, his own body would surely falter. Enough, Xia Bo. He barked suddenly. Xia Bo retreated a few paces, fixing a steely gaze upon the elder. Who are you? How do you know me? Amidst the backdrop of steel blades, automobiles, bonfires, and the pungent aroma of gasoline mingling with discarded watermelon rinds, the elder spoke. Only one who has sparked such global discourse could achieve this feat. You must have reached level 3. Your strength is formidable. Observing Xia Bo's astonished expression, he chuckled. Fear not. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. After all, you are an elite among humans, and I have no desire to see you meet your demise. Xia Bo inhaled deeply. So, I should be grateful to you. However, how did you enter this game? The announcement clearly states that the elderly and children are barred from entry. Who is old? Who is old? I do not resemble an elder. The man's indignation flared. I am merely 59. My beard is just a tad long. Xia Bo paused. Recalling the elder's earlier agility, even with his newly acquired basic combat proficiency, he had been unable to lay a finger on him. The man's nimble movements and keen observational skills certainly defied the label of elder. Little one, you've made quite a name for yourself in this world, yet your defenses are woefully inadequate. You only realized I was upon you when I had already circled behind. Level 3, is this truly your caliber? The elder scoffed without reservation. Xia Bo remained silent, his gaze unwavering, cautious not to let his guard down. At this juncture, he still held a deep-seated wariness towards humanity, especially in light of the staggering wealth of resources he possessed, capable of shaking the world. Any individual approaching him warranted utmost vigilance. Little one, I comprehend your thoughts. You are merely wary of me, are you not? He chuckled. Do you think I would engage in such petty antics? The old man puffed out his cheeks, glaring. I am a soldier of integrity. A soldier? Xia Bo was taken aback. You are indeed a soldier? Of course. The old man straightened his back considerably. Xia Bo scrutinized him for a moment and noticed a certain fierceness in his demeanor. What rank are you? Little brat, you shouldn't pry like that. One watermelon? Deal. Currently, I'm at level 2. Where's the watermelon? Child, you mustn't deceive me. I'll fetch it. Xia Bo scoffed, thinking how this veteran could be so easily swayed by a single watermelon, scampering off to retrieve 2. One for himself, one for the old man. Apologies for earlier. I wasn't sure about your character, so I wanted to get closer. Who would have thought you'd catch on? The old man cheerfully accepted the watermelon, looking up. Xia Bo narrowed his eyes. Old man, that's merely a basic human instinct. By the way, your skills are quite impressive. Hey. The old man chuckled. Little brat. Do you think I lack countermeasures? You underestimate me. Xia Bo considered that the old man certainly had some skills but had chosen not to display them earlier. He didn't dwell on it but instead sat in the glowing light of the fire, toasting his steel knife over the flames, killing off some bacteria, before swinging the blade to split the watermelon. After taking a bite, he remarked, to be honest, I'm quite pleased to have met you. Pleased? Aren't you afraid I might have just killed you? The old man, seated about 7 or 8 meters away, casually dug into the watermelon. If you had the capability, you would have done so already. Xia Bo grinned, relishing the sweet flavor of the watermelon that flooded his palate, feeling utterly at ease. Wiping the juice from the corner of his mouth, Xia Bo continued, humans are social creatures. On this lonely road, those with fragile mental resilience often succumb to despair. I thrive in lively company. It's the only way to survive on this endless highway. Though he harbored secrets, Xia Bo preferred companionship over solitude, believing it would propel him further. Old man, you should consider yourself fortunate that you harbored no murderous intent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have held back. Xia Bo took another bite of the watermelon, confident in his ability to counterattack with his formidable strength and speed. Kid, care to spar? With just your fists and skills? I'll make you respect me, the old man declared, putting down the watermelon and stroking his beard. Bring it on. Xia Bo, a man of valor, felt no fear. It was a perfect opportunity to test his novice martial arts proficiency. I was once the champion of the army, skilled in all disciplines. I'm not afraid of a little brat like you. The old man removed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Xia Bo's eyes widened in admiration, aging like fine wine. Impressive. Enough chatter. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of. The old man, straightforward in nature, lunged at Xia Bo, his right hand clawed, targeting Xia Bo's ribs directly. All right, Xia Bo was filled with enthusiasm. This elderly man was indeed straightforward, always ready to take action. She appreciated such individuals who spoke candidly and did not beat around the bush. Chapter 30. The gift from the old man in Xia Bo's mind. Various combat techniques surfaced as he stepped forward. Sidestepping with agility. The old man missed his attack. Observing the trajectory of his own arm, Xia Bo suddenly seized the old man's arm, delivering a counterstrike with a swift punch, grinning. Is that all you've got? Haha, watch closely, young one. The old man, unfazed, chuckled softly, bending his arm to strike Xia Bo with his elbow, while simultaneously using his other hand to catch Xia Bo's counterattack. His foot found a gap beneath Xia Bo's stance, attempting to topple him to the ground. However, the old man underestimated Xia Bo's formidable strength, which had already reached a terrifying 12 points. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed the old man's face as a force pushed against him, sending him sprawling. Yet as he fell, he executed a roll and sprang back to his feet, staring intently at Xia Bo. What is your strength value, young one? I couldn't budge you. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. Xia Bo's face lit up with exhilaration, his fighting spirit ignited as he advanced. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists and feet collided, and the old man was forced to retreat step by step, gritting his teeth. The young man's strength was nothing short of divine, rendering the old man's attacks laborious to counter, particularly since the young man was also skilled in martial arts, complementing the combat techniques he had learned in the military. After several exchanges, the old man's limbs ached. You young rascal, you show no respect for the elderly. Enough, enough. After narrowly evading Xia Bo's next assault, the old man leapt away, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Huh, you still call yourself a warrior? I truly overestimated you, Xia Bo exhaled, attempting to calm his racing heart. Humph, you're at level 3, while I'm merely at level 2. The old man's eyes widened as he picked up a half-eaten watermelon, continuing to munch on it, adding, you're quite lucky to have found so many supplies. My fortune pales in comparison. Xia Bo chuckled softly, realizing the abundance of supplies seemed rather unreasonable. You are quite an amusing old man. Heh. If you think I'm amusing, then bring me some watermelon. I see you have several left in your vehicle, the old man said, unabashedly. Get lost. Xia Bo's expression darkened. The old man's audacity was astonishing. He clearly possessed a thick skin, a true trickster in the army. You young ones show no respect for the elderly, the old man huffed. Xia Bo smirked coldly, choosing to ignore him as he sat down to enjoy the watermelon. After an exhilarating bout, this was the perfect time to indulge. Once finished, he glanced at the old man, puzzled. Old man, where is your vehicle? I didn't hear a sound when you ambushed me. Ah, well, it's out of fuel. On this wretched road, there are no resources. I've been pushing it by day and resting by night. All the way here, the old man replied nonchalantly, discarding the watermelon rind onto the ground and patting his slightly bulging belly. Quite comfortable. Xia Bo's lips twitched slightly. No wonder he hadn't heard the sound of a car. The old man was indeed impressive. All right, I've had my fill of your watermelon. I'll no longer disturb you. It's time for me to set off, the old man remarked after a brief respite, rising to his feet. Xia Bo silently observed him retreat into the shadows. Soon a dilapidated hatchback was pushed forward. Though somewhat arduous, it was not insurmountable. Xia Bo wrestled internally, harboring secrets within himself. He yearned to keep the old man close for mutual care. Yet, how could he safeguard his own secrets? His heart was in turmoil. Wait. Breaking the silence, Xia Bo finally lifted his gaze. What is the matter, lad? You planning to offer me a watermelon? The old man leaned out from the driver's side. Xia Bo chuckled in exasperation. I have some gasoline. Let me give you a bit. He rose and retrieved a half-full container of gasoline, along with a metal rod and some food and drink, including a watermelon, which he handed to the old man. You seem to suit my palate. Take these items with you. If fate allows, we shall meet again. You finally show some respect for your elders. Wait a moment. The old man rummaged through the vehicle and produced a ragged cloth, tossing it to Xia Bo. These trinkets were dropped by monsters I vanquished. They are of no use to me, so consider it an exchange. Thank you. Xia Bo was taken aback by the unexpected offer. He remarked, appreciating the old man's straightforwardness. It was indeed refreshing to his taste. Were it not for his own secrets, he would have gladly teamed up with the old man, whose prowess was commendable. Don't mention it. Don't be so formal. If you were part of my clumsy brigade, I would have slapped you by now. The old man grinned. After filling the tank, he approached Xia Bo. You are now the most popular person in the world. Here's a piece of advice. More fearsome than ghosts is the human heart. With that, he hopped into the car and started the engine. Xia Bo, with a complex expression, called out as the vehicle prepared to depart. Old man, can I trust you? Me? Don't trust me. By the way, that lighter is quite nice. I'll be taking it. You'd better stay alive. I can see you one perish halfway through your journey. Your future is boundless. Perhaps it will hinge on you. With that, the car rolled away. Xia Bo paused, patting his empty pockets. Damn it, old man, you take care. I might just cross paths with you again. You too, lad. The vehicle gradually faded into the night. Once the old man was gone, Xia Bo sat on the ground, gazing into the fire, feeling an emptiness within. This was the first human he encountered since arriving in this world, a man who had nearly evaded the game. His candid and unique manner resonated with Xia Bo. He longed to team up with him. For at least companionship on the daunting journey ahead would alleviate the solitude against the vast grasslands and the encroaching darkness. They would surely meet again. He hoped the old man would live on. Xia Bo added more grass to the fire, urging it to blaze brighter. While reflecting on the old man's words, more fearsome than ghosts is the human heart. From the perspective of the old man's journey and the automobile wreckage he encountered, it is not difficult to deduce that the two humans were abandoned on the highway, at least 500 kilometers away. This is a conservative estimate. After pondering for a moment, Xia Bo realized that it would take at least 2 days for the next person to arrive here. Of course, there is also the possibility that the individual trailing behind the old man has met their demise. One cannot dismiss such a possibility. In this world, anything can transpire. He must remain vigilant, for not everyone possesses the resilience of the old man. Concurrently, Xia Bo resolved to alter his approach. He would sleep during the day and ensure he did not lie in the vehicle as he had previously, but instead conceal the car. He retrieved the tattered cloth handed to him by the old man, feeling its rough texture. This was a keepsake from the old man. Upon unfolding it, he discovered 2 medals and a pale pink blueprint. Just this meager collection. How disappointing. Fist Fighter Medal 1. Automobile Mechanic Medal 1. Space Storage Cabinet Design. Requires 2 Witch S staff crystals, 40 iron. 50 wood. Chapter 31. The sudden emergence of the steel-haired boar. As he gazed at the items bestowed upon him by the old man, Xia Bo found himself momentarily entranced. A spatial storage cabinet? What on earth is this? The game was becoming increasingly fascinating. After the initial shock, a serene calm descended, as if this game was inherently astonishing. With 2 medals upgraded, the automobile engineer medal had reached 12, while the martial arts master medal soared to an impressive 41. Nearly terrifying. If he were to acquire a few dozen more, he might even be able to change professions, though such thoughts were purely fanciful. A few dozen medals, it seemed, were only attainable in dreams. After securing his belongings, Xia Bo felt compelled to store them carefully. The exquisite fabrics enveloping these items would surely astound the world if revealed. It was imperative that he kept them concealed. If only he could fabricate the spatial storage cabinet himself, that would be simply marvelous. Iron and wood were understandable materials. But what was that crystal from the old witch's staff? It was likely the core of the spatial storage cabinet. Placing the items beneath the driver's seat, Xia Bo felt a slight sense of relief. He returned to the campfire, adding some grass to stoke the flames, which blazed more brightly. The night was dark, yet the fire provided a profound sense of security. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the right side of the fire. Xia Bo became instantly alert. A creature emerged from the dense grasslands, a monster unlike any he had ever encountered. Illuminated by the firelight, he discerned the creature's form, robust and crawling on all fours. Resembling a wild boar, its body covered in bristling red steel hair that glimmered ominously. Its mouth was filled with menacing fangs, and its body exuded a strange crimson hue. It rooted through the thick grassland, its heavy breath fixated on Xia Bo, radiating an aura of ferocity. Upon witnessing this monster, Xia Bo's heart raced. This was a new creature. Judging by its physique, its potential for attack was exceedingly formidable. The hard, glimmering steel hair, densely packed, suggested that even a steel blade would struggle to penetrate its defenses, which were undoubtedly terrifying. This creature represented a horrifying fusion of offense and defense. Were it anyone else, they might have fled in terror. But Xia Bo was not one to back down. He possessed a heart that dared to strive. Furthermore, it was time to assess. Any newly emerged wild creature was shrouded in uncertainty, necessitating experimentation. Perhaps this attempt would provide insight, so that when this creature appeared again, he would not be caught off guard. This was the 4th new wild creature to emerge, and while its intelligence seemed low at present, understanding it now could prove invaluable in the future. With determination, Xia Bo licked his cracked lips, his gaze fixed intently on the beast, steel blade firmly in hand, poised for action. The creature appeared somewhat wary of Xia Bo, a natural instinct. After all, he stood tall, requiring the beast to look up at him, which endowed him with an imposing presence. This instinctive response was heightened by the fire beside him, which radiated an aura of danger, causing the creature to hesitate. A lone figure stood in a tense standoff against a wild creature. Xia Bo remained composed, unperturbed by the looming twilight, knowing that he had several hours until dawn. He felt no trepidation. If worst came to worst, he could simply drive away. His escape route provided him with the courage to confront the beast. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to let this rare opportunity slip away. It would be a grave mistake to allow such a creature to escape. And he was determined not to watch the experience points elude him. If you want to make a move, then I shall. Xia Bo suddenly charged forward. The action so unexpected that it caught everyone off guard. This was precisely the outcome he desired, the element of surprise. The wild creature, upon seeing Xia Bo rush towards it, let out a guttural cry and charged back at him, just as he had hoped. A glimmer of excitement crossed Xia Bo's face as he shouted to bolster his own spirit, attempting to intimidate his opponent. He swung his gleaming machete with great force. Clang! The blade struck the creature's hide, creating a shower of sparks as it clashed against its steel-like fur. The immense recoil stung Xia Bo's hands. Yet he paid it no heed, swiftly sidestepping the creature's boar-like charge. This creature's defense was astonishingly formidable, surpassing even that of the Minotaurs. It was as though it donned impenetrable armor, making it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses. Xia Bo surveyed the creature, his expression grave. No, this was not a matter of mere difficulty. It was an insurmountable challenge. Its steel fur provided absolute protection, rendering ordinary weapons, even steel blades, nearly useless. He would have to discern its weakness. After a failed charge, the creature quickly recalibrated its direction and lunged forward once more. Having experienced the previous encounter, it now perceived Xia Bo as less daunting. This time, Xia Bo chose not to confront the creature head-on. Engaging in a brute force struggle was impractical. Even with all his might, he could not pierce its formidable defenses. Instead, he understood the necessity of evading the creature's attacks, capitalizing on his own agility. Observing its speed, he noted it was comparable to that of the Minotaurs, perhaps even inferior, as it lacked the same overwhelming force behind its charge. The only truly terrifying aspect was its armored hide. Xia Bo resolved to leverage his strengths, continuously observing for any vulnerabilities. He deftly dodged to the left and right, his agility rating of 8 making it a simple task to evade the creature's assaults. Moreover, like the Minotaurs, this beast possessed a critical weakness. It could not change direction while charging. Much like a bull, he merely needed to time his movements and sidestep effortlessly, expending minimal energy. During this interval, Xia Bo meticulously studied the creature. Soon, he noticed an intriguing detail. While its body was covered in steel-like fur, there was a patch beneath its belly that was devoid of this protection, revealing dark, exposed flesh that contrasted sharply with its crimson exterior. Initially, Xia Bo assumed this dark patch was some form of soft armor, until the creature suddenly curled up, prompting a realization, much like a hedgehog. A hedgehog's body is adorned with sharp spines, yet its underside remains soft and vulnerable. Before him stood a creature strikingly reminiscent of a hedgehog. Could it be that its underbelly was its Achilles' heel? Regardless of the truth, an attempt must be made. Contemplating his strategy, Xia Bo resolved to find an opportunity to topple this beast. This would test his mettle. The creature appeared somewhat clumsy, and an idea flickered in Xia Bo's mind. Perhaps he could exploit this. With swiftness, he drew his blade and struck at the creature's steel-like quills. Then, leveraging his own agility, he maneuvered to the rear of the beast for a second strike. A cascade of sparks erupted as the creature emitted a furious howl, pivoting to charge with formidable force. Akin to an unyielding tank, should it collide with him, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Xia Bo, cautious and alert, swiftly darted aside, executing a minimal arc in his evasion, allowing the creature to react. In doing so, it strained to alter its course, and at that moment, Xia Bo seized his chance. He dashed to the outer edge of the creature's trajectory, turned, and with a fluid motion, plunged his blade into its flank, delivering a decisive thrust. Chapter 32, Equipment Drop. With all his might, Xia Bo exerted himself to the utmost, his thigh and arm muscles bulging like stones, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Get up, he bellowed through gritted teeth. Thus, the already awkwardly coordinated creature was toppled by Xia Bo's force from the side. Its massive body leaned over, and due to inertia, the creature's steel-like fur scraped against the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Got it. A flicker of surprise mingled with trepidation flashed in Xia Bo's eyes, as he narrowly evaded the creature's swift passing, almost colliding with it. The creature struggled, attempting to right itself, but Xia Bo was swift. He activated his speed ability and darted to the creature's side. As the creature writhed in panic, letting out desperate cries, Xia Bo's eyes held no pity. In his hand, a gleaming steel machete traced a graceful arc through the air. With a swift slash, he cleaved open the creature's belly, its crimson innards spilling forth amidst a stench of blood. Xia Bo frowned, only to find that the creature had vanished, replaced by a dark object on the ground. Crude steel boar skin armor. Description: crafted by a certain species of creature. Note: lacks any special properties. Xia Bo was momentarily taken aback as he picked up the item, feeling its rough, rigid texture, astonished by his fortune. I've dropped equipment again. It seems my luck is truly exceptional. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. It was fortunate he had chosen to stand his ground rather than flee, or he would have missed this piece of equipment. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Crude steel boar skin armor has transformed into exquisite steel boar skin soft armor. Upon selecting the upgrade, the appearance of the armor in his hands changed. What was once coarse and rigid became soft to the touch and comfortable to wear. The hard armor had morphed into soft armor, allowing it to be worn snugly beneath clothing. Xia Bo wore a satisfied smile as he donned the new attire, wielding his machete for a few practice swings. Apart from a slight awkwardness, it did not hinder his movements at all. Now he simply needed to acclimate to this soft armor. Stowing the item away, a rumble from his stomach reminded him of his hunger. Rubbing his belly, he realized the watermelon he had consumed was nearly gone. Although refreshing and filling, the watermelon's effects were fleeting. He found himself hungry again after merely 2 trips to the restroom. Particularly after enhancing his physical condition, he required high-calorie sustenance to sustain himself. After nibbling on some biscuits and drinking a bit of water, he felt somewhat better. Glancing at the time, he noted that dawn was merely an hour away, and the likelihood of encountering more creatures was slim. After a brief workout, the sky began to brighten, and the campfire had extinguished. Instead of relighting it, he gathered some grass to cover his vehicle. Based on the previous appearances of the old man, Xia Bo speculated that the individual behind him would require at least 3 days to catch up. Now it was the 6th day, with tomorrow marking the final day of the novice welfare period. He pondered the transformations that would occur to the wild monsters once this period concluded. Ultimately, he decided to dismiss such thoughts, as they only served to agitate him further. Reclining in the vehicle, he activated the system panel, where the world remained as bustling as ever. Rather than engaging in the chatter, he focused on the system interface. Name, Xia Bo. Profession, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 650. Strength, 12. Aggressiveness, 8. Stamina, 9. Mental power, 6. Health, 88. Exhausted. Skills mastered. Basic combat proficiency, enhances strength with practice. Basic agility, basic dexterity. The experience from a steel boar was a mere 5 points, with a daunting 44 points still required for level advancement. Xia Bo realized for the first time how arduous it truly was to level up. If it proved challenging for him, one could only imagine the plight of others. He then accessed the private messaging system, perusing the profiles of those he had previously traded with. 2 avatars had already turned to monochrome, one of which belonged to his very first trading partner. Gazing at their grayscale images and the frozen history of their conversations from days prior, Xia Bo felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy. Observing a few others, he noted with surprise that Feng Xian's avatar still shone brightly. She appeared clad in a form-fitting outfit, her hair tied back, exuding an air of spirited vitality, adorned with a level 2 insignia. The fact that a girl had managed to survive was astonishing, and even more impressive was her ascension to level 2. Xia Bo found himself taken aback, considering her prowess surpassed that of the 2 older gentlemen whose avatars had dimmed. His impression of Feng Xian was quite profound. She was the sole girl in his trading encounters, and he had initially doubted her longevity. Yet, here they were on the 6th day, and she was thriving. Closing the private chat, Xia Bo refrained from intruding upon her. He reopened the trading system, where he discovered multiple new transactions, one of which amusingly noted, "Xia Bo is nothing. I am the true resource king." A chuckle escaped him. He was unconcerned, finding joy in the fact that someone was willing to share the burden of pressure. It was preferable for others to remember him by name rather than himself. As he scrolled further, he noticed that this individual had posted several trading messages. Intriguing. He muttered a remark and subsequently closed the trading information, viewing it as a mere interlude. After browsing the system for a while longer, he logged out, observing no significant changes. Everything remained as it had been. The world outside held no extraordinary news, primarily consisting of idle boasts and discussions about the present and future. When the moment of truth eventually arrived, it would surely leave them paralyzed with fear. Shortly after shutting down the system, fatigue enveloped him, and unable to resist, Xia Bo leaned against the driver's seat and succumbed to a deep slumber. The temperature outside was quite high, although the grass provided some shelter from the sun. The heat inside the car was still considerable. Xia Bo found it difficult to sleep comfortably, often waking up due to the warmth. Thus, he drowsily welcomed the onset of the 6th night. As night fell, a sudden breeze arose, rustling through the towering grasslands with a gentle sound. Xia Bo pushed open the car door, extracted his steel knife, and could not resist stretching out. The wind had picked up, and something felt amiss. Could it be that another torrential rain was approaching? Furrowing his brow, Xia Bo surveyed his surroundings. After experiencing that storm, he had developed an aversion to rain, particularly at night, when visibility was already compromised. The darkness, devoid of light, rendered even the car's headlights ineffective. After freshening up and having a light meal, Xia Bo immersed himself in exercise. An hour later, he lay upon a bed made of grass, the moment of utmost relaxation after his workout. His muscles, having been stretched and relieved, allowed him to savor a delightful sense of ease. Chapter 33. The Calm Before the Storm? An hour had elapsed, and the sky continued to be caressed by a gentle breeze, softly brushing against Xia Bo's resolute visage, reminiscent of an infant's tender touch. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his keen senses detecting a hint of movement. The rustling sound of the wind reverberated around him. Had he misheard? Xia Bo strained his ears, scrutinizing his surroundings, leaving no potential clue overlooked, even if the sound truly was merely the wind at play. This was a matter of his very life. He could not afford to let down his guard. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The wind continued to whisper softly, gently sweeping across the endless grassland. The sound had indeed been a misperception. Nothing amiss. Xia Bo accessed the system, discovering a trade request for a metal. Upon inspection, it was a hunter's metal, only one available, with a demand for water resources. Without hesitation, he transferred 500 milliliters of water to the other party, upgrading his metal count to 6. Approaching the vehicle, he unfurled an exquisite fabric to reveal a collection of metals, predominantly berserker metals. Not a single metal exceeding 100 in value was among them. Eager to transition to a new class, he realized that his trading focus must remain on the accumulation of metals. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to stow his belongings. There was no need to rush this endeavor. Furthermore, he needed to swiftly confirm his chosen profession. It was impractical to collect metals for every vocation. Selecting a single profession for collection would expedite the process. To hasten his progress further, he could utilize these upgraded metals for trade, leveraging the allure of rare professions to attract numerous interested parties. Yet, these were considerations for the future. For now, his priority lay in battling monsters to gain experience. Presently, his experience points stood at 6, indicating he would need to vanquish 44 greenskin creatures, 10 Tauren, or steel boars. Experience and metals, Xia Bo muttered, recognizing these as his immediate focus. After a brief respite, he placed his steel knife atop the grassy hood of the car and began to stretch his limbs, sensing that his strength was on the verge of a significant enhancement. The night was long, and 2 hours had already slipped away without a single wild creature respawning. Xia Bo began to question whether the monster spawn rate was excessively low. Grumbling about this, he engaged in some light warm-up exercises to alleviate his growing boredom. The night was interminable, devoid of conversation, and the atmosphere was heavy. He dared not relax his vigilance, for a moment's inattention could lead to an ambush by wild beasts. Even Xia Bo felt that the night mode was excessively grueling. Perhaps it was time to release some tension. Muttering to himself, he resolved to elevate his training regimen. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, jumping jacks. Xia Bo murmured as he etched symbols onto the vehicle's surface. In addition to these markings, there were disjointed characters representing the number of monsters he had slain. After completing his writing, he resumed his training, this time activating Helm mode, all the while meticulously calculating the timing to prevent an unexpected monster encounter during his most fatigued moments. Thus, the night swiftly slipped away. In the early morning, Xia Bo stretched lazily, loosening his muscles and bones, and then tidied up his belongings. He seemed to have gained a bit of muscularity. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 750. Strength, 13. Agility, 9. Stamina, 9. Mental power, 6. Health, 87. Fatigued. Skills mastered. Beginner combat expertise, which enhances strength with training. Beginner swiftness, beginner dexterity. This encapsulated his current state. Last night, a wild creature had respawned, and the respawn rate was rather absurd. He only gained a slight increase in experience and obtained a piece of iron. Upon leveling up, the single piece of iron transformed into 5. Furthermore, both his strength and agility had seen a modest increase. A modest increase, yet it was an extraordinary growth. Xia Bo felt an explosive power coursing through his thighs and arms, but he also sensed a drawback. It appeared that as he continued to train, further enhancement in strength would become exceedingly challenging. However, he felt he had not yet reached a critical threshold. It seemed that through persistent training, the journey would be arduous. Should he reach a certain pivotal point, it was likely that this skill would advance, thereby augmenting his capabilities. Xia Bo was filled with anticipation. In terms of health, he had accrued a state of fatigue, having gone without sleep the previous night, which was rather normal. The harvest of the 6th day was neither overwhelmingly significant nor trivial, consisting solely of a piece of iron and a smidge of experience. Fortunately, his strength and agility had improved. Otherwise, the previous night would have been for naught. Inside the vehicle, Xia Bo reflected on the peculiarity of the sixth night. It was unsettlingly tranquil. Only one wild creature had respawned. He could not discern whether he was exceptionally fortunate or merely unfortunate, but the situation felt strange. Xia Bo sensed a calmness reminiscent of the eye of a storm, which stirred unease within him. He accessed the system and navigated to the world chat, where he was astonished to discover that he was not alone in his experience. Others shared similar sentiments. What bliss! I had a splendid night's sleep, so comfortable. It was the first time I slept so soundly. I truly hope there won't be any wild creature spawns at night in the future. Daytime is already quite exhausting enough without the added nighttime disturbances. Wake up upstairs. Is everyone experiencing this? Why does it feel so peculiar? Indeed, I thought I was the only one who didn't encounter any wild creatures last night. I checked this morning and realized everyone else is in the same boat. The implications are quite chilling. Xia Bo gazed at the world chat, his brows furrowing in concern. Indeed, he was not the only one who had not encountered wild creatures the previous night. Others around the world were experiencing the same phenomenon. Some suggested that it was a reprieve granted by the game to humanity. Others speculated that the wild creatures were enjoying a weekend break. Taking 2 days off on Saturday and Sunday, how unfortunate that the wild creatures have weekends while the author does not. Yet others believed it to be the calm before the storm. In any case, with so many individuals involved, opinions on the matter were manifold. Many individuals adopt a spectator's attitude, engaging in trivial conversations without much substance. However, Xia Bo firmly believes in a third perspective, the calm before the storm. While it is not entirely implausible for games to grant humanity a respite, one must question if games possess such benevolence. The 2 waves of challenges on the first night eradicated a significant number of players, and Xia Bo, wielding his iron staff, narrowly managed to overcome both waves of monsters. The second notion suggests that monsters enjoy weekends. Whose brilliant idea was that? The idea that monsters toil relentlessly only to be rewarded with weekends is utterly perplexing to Xia Bo, especially considering that many people worldwide actually subscribe to this belief. It is undeniable that the world is filled with eccentricities. As for the third perspective, it is the one Xia Bo finds most convincing. He does not believe that games would exhibit such kindness. Rather, it feels more akin to a tempest brewing. Chapter 34. The eve of the storm in this game. Both its mechanics and rules dictate that humanity plays with their very lives at stake. The creators behind this game exist in a realm beyond human comprehension. To them, the lives of billions may seem as insignificant as ants. After all, do humans truly care about the fate of ants? Crushing a couple would evoke no pangs of guilt. Thus, the loss of human life elicits no emotional response from them, for humanity is akin to ants. Conversely, witnessing human struggle is their source of amusement. Much like the enjoyment humans derive from watching 2 ants engage in combat. Reflecting on a childhood memory, the author recalls growing up in a rural setting, where summers were carefree. During those languid afternoons, one would sit beneath the shade of a grand tree, observing ants in their battles and their efforts to transport food. Often, one would scatter sugar before them, and soon a multitude of ants would gather to carry it away, filling an entire afternoon with simple wonder. This is the rationale behind Xia Bo's belief that a storm is impending. Ants do not require compassion. Such notions are merely human sentimentality. Amidst the clamor of the world, Xia Bo succumbed to a restless slumber, utterly exhausted from the night. He remained asleep for 2 hours after darkness fell, undisturbed by the emergence of wild creatures or any looming crises. After refreshing himself, he sat at the front of his vehicle, gazing into the vastness of the night. It appeared that wild creatures would not spawn tonight, rendering this location obsolete, with the novice welfare period concluding the following day. This once safe haven would transform into a perilous domain. Thus, it was prudent to depart swiftly. Without hesitation, he leapt from the car, cleared away the grass that had accumulated on it, and climbed back inside, starting the engine. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward like an arrow, reaching speeds exceeding 80 miles per hour. This was the vehicle's limit, not due to his desire for greater speed, but because the system imposed restrictions on both velocity and fuel capacity. In the case of the compact car, the maximum speed was merely 90. Upgrading to a sedan did not alter this. The speed remained capped at 90, and the fuel tank had not been enhanced either. Therefore, he concluded that improvements to speed and fuel capacity would require additional resources, the specifics of which remained elusive. Perhaps blueprints were necessary. Who could say? This line of thought led him to consider a profession, the automobile mechanic. It was evident that this vocation was intrinsically linked to his vehicle. Yet its initial weakness posed significant limitations on his potential for growth. Should he encounter another human, he would likely find himself compelled to flee. 3 hours later, Xia Bo finally departed from the dense grasslands, emerging into the expansive, low-lying prairie. A sense of unexplainable tranquility washed over him. The broad view greatly increased his chances of spotting monsters, though it also heightened the risk of exposure. He halted the vehicle, choosing not to press onward. Having distanced himself from the tall grasslands, there was no need to waste fuel on unnecessary travel. Although he was well stocked with gasoline, he could not afford to squander it. Here, the breeze was refreshingly cool. Xia Bo sat by the roadside, a gleaming steel blade thrust into the grass beside him, with a vehicle parked behind. After sleeping throughout the day, he found it impossible to rest at night. The night breeze was cool, gently tousling Xia Bo's hair and caressing his cheeks. Having reached level 3, the ascent to level 4 proved to be considerably more challenging. Tomorrow marked the end of the novice benefits, and he was uncertain of what lay ahead. One thing was clear: this game would not be kind to humanity. Regardless of what transpired, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Contemplating deeply, Xia Bo rested by the roadside for about an hour. He then brushed off his pants, stood up, placed the steel blade on the car's hood, and began his training. The sense of crisis within the game lingered, even though he had already achieved level 3. At last, someone had taken notice of the existence of the novice benefits period. Not just anyone, but a level 2 veteran who had disseminated a message. Today marked the final night of the novice benefits period. Observing all of you around the world, I feel a profound sorrow. The impending conclusion of the novice benefits fills my heart with unease. The end of this period signifies that we have transcended the novice phase, and the game's difficulty will undoubtedly escalate. Not only will the wild creatures become more formidable, but their spawn rates will also increase, while the availability of resources will diminish. Fortunately, the level of resource chests will rise, suggesting that, aside from hidden chests, there will be some advanced resource chests. These details are documented within the system. Yet I am more concerned with what remains unrecorded. It is well known that this game is played with one's very life. The implications of what lies behind this game are too daunting to ponder, as it toys with human existence without a care. The introduction of the novice benefits might aim to enhance human resilience, albeit in a subtle manner. Hence, I speculate that following the conclusion of the novice benefits, a significant purge may occur, akin to the 2 waves of wild creatures that marked the first night. Perhaps it will transpire tomorrow night. Such knowledge remains elusive. For now, my deductions rest here. Ultimately, if humanity can unite, the chances of survival will increase significantly. The emergence of professional metals serves as a testament to this need for teamwork. Therefore, I implore everyone to refrain from engaging in trivial discussions and instead confront the fear of the unknown that tomorrow brings. I hope for everyone's survival, for therein lies humanity's hope. A lengthy discourse ignited the entire world. Soon, someone uncovered the novice benefits. Hidden in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the personal attributes panel, so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. The implications are chilling. If what this veteran claims is true, all previous assumptions were erroneous. The tranquility of the past few days resembles a harbinger of stormy times ahead. Yet, when storms approach, does it not often feel oppressive? This reveals humanity's inherent cognitive inertia. This game compels us to wager our lives, undoubtedly orchestrating some form of experiment. The comfort of the past days has lulled many into a false sense of security, with some even suggesting the notion of a holiday from wild creatures. Pray tell, do the relentless wild creatures ever enjoy a respite? Or do these beings, devoid of intellect, possess the capacity for awareness? Perhaps this is a test devised by the game. Seeking to unveil the true nature of humanity in the absence of pressure, will we strive diligently or succumb to sloth? Ah, how terrifying. I have also discerned that the novice benefits grant us an abundance of protection. The spawn rate of wild creatures diminishes while the yield of resources flourishes. Once this period of novice advantage concludes, shall we still navigate our journey with such ease? Have you contemplated the genuine purpose of this game? Is it merely to observe a spectacle? In the grand scheme of nature, it is survival of the fittest. This game transcends the realm of Blue Star. It is a world governed by the principle of natural selection. Thus, we stand on the precipice of an impending storm. Chapter 35, Game Update in an Instant. The discourse across the globe shifted. The individual who had ignited a worldwide phenomenon vanished, perhaps in a bid to salvage humanity. Little did he know that the conclusion of the novice benefits period would not only ignite the fighting spirit in some, but also serve as the last lifeline for others. A few seemed unable to cope with the impending changes, struggling to confront reality, and began to disseminate negative sentiments throughout the world. An increasing number succumbed to pessimism, while others remained optimistic and confidently embraced the future. People differ vastly. Some are innately strong, while others are born timid. Unbeknownst to Xia Bo, he understood that the end of the novice benefits period would inevitably precipitate upheaval. He diligently trained, striving to marginally enhance his odds of survival. As time passed, the deadline for the cessation of the novice benefits drew ever closer. Many found themselves sleepless, tormented by anxiety, for after tonight, the true adventure of the game would commence. A survival game on the road. This was indeed a quest for existence, not a mere holiday escape. At this moment, after an intense workout, Xia Bo, parched and exhausted, indulged in a watermelon, with a seed adorning his lips, rendering him somewhat comical. Nothing felt more refreshing than consuming a slice of watermelon after a rigorous session. Drenched in sweat and thirsting for relief, having devoured half of the watermelon, Xia Bo wiped his mouth and set the remaining portion aside for later. Having just completed his workout and savored the watermelon, Xia Bo felt a lack of engagement and opened the system, only to discover a frenzy had erupted worldwide. Speculations regarding the end of the novice benefits period flooded in, accompanied by many lamenting their fate with a woeful attitude. As he sifted through the pertinent information, he found most aligned with his own thoughts. The majority believed that following the conclusion of the novice benefits, wild creatures would undergo a significant enhancement. Correspondingly, experience points were likely to increase, facilitating their advancement, albeit with an amplified game difficulty. As he perused the information, time swiftly slipped away. With merely an hour until dawn, an alert from the system reverberated across the globe. 1 hour until system update. Everyone paused in astonishment. This notification caused an uproar. The impending system update signified the true end of the novice benefits period. The genuine survival game was about to commence. At that moment, a message sparked widespread debate. The era of scarce resources is about to begin. Trade with me, and I shall offer the utmost discounts. Xia Bo was dismissed with disdain. I am the one who possesses an abundance of resources in this world. This proclamation came from a level 2 player. Li Tian is incredible. 666. When it comes to prowess, I only bow to Li Tian. It was noted that Xia Bo had become increasingly elusive. It seemed that after ascending to level 3, he adopted a more subdued presence, and it had been a while since anyone had heard from him. In terms of prowess, I only revere Xia Bo. Li Tian is insignificant. The global sentiment was abruptly swayed by this level 2 player. Xia Bo squinted as he observed the messages circulating in the world. Realizing that this individual was the one who had posted numerous trade offers within the trading feature, even as he mocked himself. He could not fathom why this individual sought to undermine him. Yet, he did not perceive this person as a fool. Rather, those who had persevered until now possessed genuine strength. The reason for this person's derision was likely to showcase his own substantial resources. And there must be some underlying motive behind it. So, what could it be? In a world shrouded in darkness, a vehicle was parked by the roadside. Facing the expanse of the grassland, a lean man reclined upon the verdant ground, a crude iron sword planted beside him. His eyes sparkled with determination as he scrutinized the world around him, and his visage was unmistakably that of the second-tier player who had ridiculed Xia Bo currently. Discussions across the globe revolved around him. Indeed, my substantial investment of resources seems to bear fruit. Success appears imminent. All that remains is to await the system upgrade. And then the entire plan shall come to fruition. A sly smile graced his face, as if every scheme lay firmly within his grasp. He clutched a tattered piece of fabric, upon which faded letters were barely discernible. Meanwhile, Xia Bo remained unresponsive. His recent demeanor had been notably subdued, allowing this individual to use him as a stepping stone to achieve some ulterior goal. Unbeknownst to Xia Bo, he had unwittingly become a tool for another's ambitions, all the while believing this person to be a simpleton who was inadvertently drawing fire away from him. During this period, he had maintained an unusually low profile, refraining from disseminating any messages to the world or offering any replies. This had left many in the world somewhat disillusioned, as they had anticipated a grand spectacle of war. Had the esteemed Xia Bo faltered? Undoubtedly, he had. After all, he was the sole third-tier player in existence. How could he possibly waver? The fact that Xia Bo had not publicly expressed any opinion suggested his disdain for petty squabbles. His focus was on advancement, for that was the true path to success. Instead of indulging in idle chatter, why not discuss the challenges posed by the game's forthcoming updates? The world buzzed with excitement, the recent events acting as an invigorating catalyst to dispel the earlier gloom. As Xia Bo perused the world's commentary, he refrained from responding or silencing the conversation. His sole pursuit was to await the system update, passing the time by observing their discourse, his only source of amusement. Time indeed seemed to fly by. With merely a minute remaining before the beginner's benefits concluded, messages surged forth at a staggering rate, thousands arriving each second. A single message cast into this sea of information was akin to a pebble sinking into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. As the countdown progressed, the volume of messages escalated further. Xia Bo had closed the world chat, fixating instead on the countdown. With only a few seconds remaining, it felt as though a century had passed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. At last, the screen abruptly darkened, and he quickly surveyed the world around him, discovering that the grassland remained unchanged and the vehicle was still parked in place. Xia Bo touched his hand and rubbed his face, anchoring himself in the reality of the moment. Aside from the system's black screen, there appears to be no other noticeable changes. The sound ceased abruptly, and the game updates swiftly, with a notification of completion appearing within a mere second. Game update content: leaderboards, moonlit mode, 7-day hunt, endless mode, ranked mode. Leaderboards: level leaderboard, distance leaderboard, popularity leaderboard, professional level leaderboard, vehicle upgrade leaderboard. Introduction: the leaderboard updates every 7 days, with the top 10 players receiving various rewards based on their ranking. Click to view ranking rewards. Moonlit mode: there is a 10% chance of a moon appearing at night. When the moon is present, the respawn rate of wild creatures increases, along with drop rates and experience points. The respawn of wild creatures is contingent upon the player's strength and number. Note: after this update, nights will feature stars providing a faint source of light. 7-day hunt: every 7 days marks a cycle, during which a boss will emerge to hunt the players. During the hunt, the area will be confined to a 100-meter stretch of road. Note: the number and strength of the boss will depend on the quantity and strength of the players. Choose to endure for a certain duration or retaliate against it. Endless mode. Chapter 36. The leaderboard refresh. Endless mode. As night falls, players may choose to enter endless mode to challenge various waves of monsters. This mode features a corresponding wave leaderboard, updated every 7 days, with rewards based on rankings. Note: in this mode, defeating other species will not yield experience. Players may exit at any time. Ranked mode. Players can engage in matchmaking battles worldwide. With each victory, a ranked medal is awarded, and the quantity of these medals determines the ranking in ranked mode. 10 medals constitute level 1, with upgrades providing rewards. Strive for higher ranks. Note: this mode only activates during the last 2 hours of daylight. Swords and clubs are available for use in the game. The game update has been completed. We wish you all the best. Aside from the update notifications, the system indeed introduced several new modules, akin to playing a game. However, Xia Bo understood that these aspects were secondary. The foremost priority remained one's own strength. This road is boundless, requiring unwavering commitment and effort. Only with formidable personal strength can one thrive on this journey. The modules from the game update are limited in number. While the system hints at the updates, it remains silent regarding the changes following the end of the novice welfare period, necessitating self-exploration. What concerns Xia Bo the most is the trading function. After the novice welfare period concludes, the high drop rates will vanish, leading to a significant reduction in resources in the later stages. He could rely on his vast resources to exchange for more. However, upon accessing the trading function, Xia Bo's heart sank. Today's trading attempts, 1-1, in the trading function. Both his own trade listings and those from the individual who mocked him had been erased. Furthermore, trading attempts were restricted to once per day, shattering his plans. Xia Bo conducted further experiments regarding the trading limits, confirming that he could only trade a single item at a time. Water and oil resources also faced restrictions. Additionally, there exists a price assessment feature in trading, whereby both parties upload items, and a comparison is made. If the values differ, the trade fails. This peculiar setting left Xia Bo bewildered, effectively curtailing any attempts at haggling. It was evident that the trading function had become utterly useless. Disheartened and confused, he pondered anew. Yet, upon reflection, this game is fundamentally a survival experience, where everything hinges on one's own capabilities. If one were to depend on trading to obtain desired items, what purpose would survival serve, especially for someone like himself, who possessed a second system? Nevertheless, Xia Bo remained undeterred and posted a trade listing. Upon exiting, he discovered the world was ablaze with excitement. Incredible! Xia Bo, the great master, is at the top of 3 leaderboards. What? The top of the journey leaderboard is occupied by a young lady. I am utterly flabbergasted. What? The second place in the popularity leaderboard belongs to that individual. The one who ridiculed me, Xia Bo. Unbelievable. It appears I have come to an understanding. Xia Bo casually perused the interface and realized that the leaderboard had been updated. Upon opening the rankings, he discovered it was a level leaderboard, with himself occupying the top position. As he scrolled down, he spotted the avatar of an elderly man ranked 5th. It turned out that this old man was Zhou Guoping. Indeed, he remained as formidable as ever. However, below him was a figure that took Xia Bo by surprise. Feng Xian had actually made it onto the list. Xia Bo found it astonishing that a girl had secured a spot, ranking 7th no less. In addition, there was another familiar face, that of the individual who had mocked him, holding the 8th position. The rankings in this game were not anonymous, which meant that all participants were transparent. In the popularity leaderboard, Xia Bo stood at first place, while the individual who had derided him occupied the second spot, albeit with significantly lower popularity. Nonetheless, he was still well ahead of the third place. Was he merely stepping on Xia Bo to elevate his own status? Xia Bo narrowed his eyes, a cold glint revealing his thoughts. He could choose to ignore him, but such indifference would suggest cowardice, leading to an influx of others trampling over him to gain popularity. If he could employ such tactics, so could others. In the end, Xia Bo would gain nothing, instead becoming a mere stepping stone for others. From the onset of the struggle for resources, it was clear that this individual had plotted his actions. What seemed like foolishness had garnered him significant popularity. Little did I know I had been outmaneuvered. Xia Bo brushed off the dust from his trousers, withdrew his steel knife from the ground, and gazed across the expanse before him, a chilling resolve in his eyes. Should we cross paths, you shall learn precisely what is worth taking and what is not. He chose not to dwell on the subsequent rankings. It was without question that he led the automobile upgrade leaderboard, having elevated his vehicle to level 2. As for the distance leaderboard, he had just been informed by someone in the world. It was not his own achievement, as he had spent considerable time in the high grasslands leveling up and slaying monsters. Although he had only progressed to level 3, his skills in monster hunting had become increasingly refined. Nevertheless, Xia Bo decided to push for a position on the distance leaderboard as well. For the rewards for the top rank were too enticing to ignore. With the car engine roaring to life, Xia Bo surged forward, unrestrained by concerns over fuel consumption. Currently, the distance leaderboard was topped by a woman named Xia Qingqing, who was at level 2 and had already covered over 2,000 kilometers, with only a slight margin of over 100 kilometers separating her from the second place. Xia Bo had encountered her on both the level and popularity leaderboards, where she had ranked impressively high, particularly following the leaderboard refresh, which had significantly boosted her popularity. Consequently, all those who appeared on the popularity rankings experienced rapid ascension. Xia Bo, with his staggering popularity, outpaced the second-ranking individual by a staggering margin of over 100 million in popularity. In the wake of these updates, competition had intensified remarkably. Driving along, Xia Bo fixated on the expansive road ahead, his mind pondering the implications of the leaderboard's emergence. The arrival of competition heralds motivation. Without competition, there can be no drive. This game, it seems, transcends mere amusement for humanity. The reasons behind this phenomenon elude him, as such matters are beyond his capacity for speculation. For now, he resolves to focus solely on honing his own skills. Suddenly, Xia Bo slammed the brakes, halting on the broad road as he spotted a resource crate at the roadside. It had been ages since he last encountered one. Grabbing his steel knife, he exited the vehicle and, with a flurry of strikes, successfully breached the crate, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. An empty crate. Xia Bo's expression darkened as he recalled that his novice period had long since passed. The once promised loot rates had become mere legends. It was not merely a stroke of bad luck. After collecting his belongings, Xia Bo returned to his vehicle and continued onward. Achieving the top rank on this arduous journey was no simple feat. Covering over 2,000 kilometers would require no less than 2 days and nights of relentless travel. Especially in a game where fuel is scarce, it was difficult to fathom how that girl managed to traverse such a distance. Chapter 37. The ranking mode commences. After a considerable duration on the road, Xia Bo found himself unable to endure any longer. The interior of the vehicle was stifling, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him, rendering the experience quite unbearable. Had he known, he would have preferred to travel after a refreshing slumber. Nevertheless, he would inevitably depart from the high grassland, only to be greeted once more by the relentless heatwave. With one hand firmly grasping the steering wheel on the exceptionally straight and broad highway, he felt secure that the car would not veer off course. With his other hand, he retrieved the air conditioning blueprint. It had become imperative to assemble the air conditioning unit, for the heat was intolerable. Air conditioning design requires 30 iron, 20 wood, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Xia Bo took a moment to meticulously inventory the supplies within the car: chrysanthemums, specialized anti-inflammatory medication, melon seeds, water, gasoline, gourmet sandwich bread, toast, bulletproof glass blueprints, air conditioning schematics, filled biscuits, instant noodles, and crispy noodles. He also had 5 windproof lighters, 5 pieces of iron, 11 pieces of wood, 5 universal keys for iron boxes, and 10 exquisite fabric pieces. Furthermore, he possessed 21 wilderness hunter medals, 12 automobile engineer medals, 38 automobile fragments, 56 berserker medals, 41 martial arts master medals, and 6 shadow phantom medals. With only 5 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood at his disposal, it was apparent that he required a considerable amount of resources for synthesis. Xia Bo stroked his chin in frustration, The oppressive heat coupled with his drowsiness was truly vexing. Fortunately, there were no mosquitoes in the vicinity. Had there been, he would have surely lost his sanity. No longer able to withstand the fatigue, he resolved to take a brief nap. Xia Bo retrieved half a watermelon, consumed it, donned the rind atop his head, and dampened the fabric to cover himself. This provided him with a modicum of relief, and he soon drifted into a deep sleep. However, his slumber was far from restful, as he was frequently roused by the sweltering heat. During his final awakening, he decided to forego sleep entirely, as only 20 minutes remained until the commencement of the first mode, the ranking mode. This mode was designed for player versus player combat, where victors would earn a ranking medal, and upon accumulating 10 medals, they would advance to the next level. Xia Bo placed great importance on this upcoming ranking mode. After awakening, he discarded the watermelon rind, refreshed himself, donned a short-sleeved shirt, and settled back into the vehicle. This marked the first day after the conclusion of the novice welfare period, as well as the inauguration of various peculiar modes. The game was evolving into a more diverse experience. As Xia Bo gazed at the seemingly endless highway beyond, he realized that the game was maturing, no longer confined to a single roadway. The future undoubtedly heralded a trend of diversification, the coexistence of automobiles and professional upgrades, alongside an escalation in competitive gameplay, was palpable. As time passed, individuals around the world ceased their activities, preparing for the impending ranking mode. Most players had already reached level 2, and it was rare to encounter anyone at level 1 engaging in conversation. Brothers, if anyone matches with me, please spare me. Xia Bo, please have mercy. Xia Bo, please spare me too. Xia Bo, please grant me mercy 10,086. The unparalleled Xia Bo, a force to be reckoned with at level 3. However, in that game, one can evolve weapons, not merely engage in bare-handed combat. It ultimately hinges on one's martial prowess. It is worth noting that numerous skilled fighters exist within the game, and they are by no means to be underestimated. Indeed, victory is not solely dictated by one's attributes, but rather by individual combat skill. Xia Bo found himself in profound agreement with this notion, recognizing that the disparity between levels 1 and 2 is merely a slight variance in attributes. Some individuals have even managed to challenge those at level 2 while still at level 1, demonstrating that in the early stages of the game, it is not merely about the game mechanics. When confronted by an elder, he received a valuable lesson. Despite possessing formidable strength and speed, equivalent to that of 2.5 men in strength and 2 men in speed, he found it challenging to subdue the elder easily. Yet, he remained confident, for his own strength and speed far surpassed that of a level 3 player. While others might see his level, they cannot perceive his true attributes. Even the elder, should he endure a single blow from him, would undoubtedly falter. As time elapsed, only a few minutes remained before the commencement of the ranking matches, and players around the world were brimming with anticipation. 1 minute, 10 seconds. The previously dark ranking mode suddenly illuminated, prompting those who had paused their tasks to hastily click to enter. Xia Bo, too, seized the moment to enter. System notification: the ranking mode is entered through consciousness, with the consciousness corresponding to one's attributes, allowing the use of acquired techniques. Players in the ranking mode will not be attacked by wild creatures from the external world. System protection mechanism. Every player will receive a room in the best mental state, where they can wait and watch live broadcasts during the ranking period. Upon entering the arena, players may choose to generate weapons, limited to swords, staffs, and clubs. During the ranking period, players may opt to start a live broadcast to gain popularity, but must be cautious not to expose their true strength, as opponents may analyze it. Professional rankings allow the generation of real-world weapons. The ranking mechanism employs random matching, with the strength of opponents determined by one's luck. Only players within the same ranking level will be matched. Ranking level system: 110 ranking medals for level 1, 1120 ranking medals for level 2, 2130 ranking medals for level 3. Transactions of flesh and blood are prohibited during rankings. Detection by the system will result in a 3-day suspension, nullifying all match records and reducing the drop rate of all items. Death, injury, or disability during rankings will have no effect on the physical body in reality. Ranking. In the next moment, Xia Bo found himself in a room of moderate size, featuring a large screen that continuously flashed the ranking rules. The system was remarkably user-friendly, encompassing a multitude of regulations. As he observed the screen displaying the ever-changing rules, Xia Bo instinctively thought that these rules were mandatory reading. Without comprehension, one could not progress to the next step. As they pertain to game rewards and mechanics, everyone diligently read through the system rules in earnest, wishing everyone the best. After a few minutes, the carousel finally concluded. With the final 4 words glaringly apparent, the screen began to evolve, displaying the message, "No one is live," in the lower right corner. There was a button labeled Start Live Broadcast alongside another button for matching. In the next moment, the screen flickered, revealing that someone had indeed initiated a live stream. It was an adorable girl with a charming appearance, and there was a feature for tipping, which surprisingly allowed viewers to use their own possessions as gifts. This left Xia Bo quite astonished. Subsequently, Xia Bo decided to start his own live broadcast, clearly recognizing that this ranking mode of live streaming was mainstream and feeling undaunted. After clicking to go live, he changed the title to First Person, and then clicked on Matching. Xia Bo was truly remarkable. Instantly, as he commenced, he attracted attention, and the viewer count skyrocketed to 60 million. These were genuine viewers, and a flurry of comments filled the screen, all eager to connect. After all, on the very first day of this game, Xia Bo had unveiled the attribute panel, guiding countless individuals along their paths. Xia Bo merely nodded slightly, his emotions stirred. Soon, he redirected his focus to the matching process, as he had successfully matched. Earlier that morning, upon waking, he was taken aback by the news of Grandpa Yuan's passing, struggling to believe it until later when the official announcement dispelled the rumors. Just this afternoon at work, he overheard a colleague mention that Grandpa Yuan had died. He had laughed, asserting that the official sources had already confirmed the rumors were false, yet his colleague persisted. It wasn't until they showed him a post from the People's Daily on Weibo that reality set in. Sigh. May 22nd, 1307. I hope everyone remembers this day, as a man worthy of being immortalized has departed from us. Words fail me. Let us observe a moment of silence. Chapter 38, The Blade of Xia. The match was a success. Xia Bo focused intently on the game, acutely aware that many would cast their gazes upon him. The barrage of comments was filled with a mix of praise and ridicule. He understood that at this moment, he had been indelibly etched into the minds of many. There was no escape from this newfound notoriety. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident that his prowess would speak for itself. Viewing the live stream merely as a tool to maintain his popularity, before him lay a screen showcasing 4 weapons, representing swords, clubs, and blades. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Bo selected the blade, for it was the weapon he wielded in reality, and thus, felt most adept. Upon confirming his choice, darkness enveloped him. And when his eyes opened again, he found himself on a colossal circular platform, greeted abruptly by a man before him. The man's expression was one of disbelief. Clutching a large, broad blade in his hands, Xia Bo, the esteemed Xia Bo. The man's astonishment transformed into awe. Ha ha ha, I'm matched with the great Xia Bo. I can't believe it. Sympathy for this individual flooded the comments, as many felt the weight of impending defeat. At first, it's like deities clashing. Perhaps I should wait a while before matching again. I'm coming. Be careful. With a clean and concise declaration, Xia Bo lunged forward with determination. He aimed to swiftly conclude the battle and move on to the next challenge. Wait, I surrender. Faced with the overwhelming force of Xia Bo, the man's face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling. However, Xia Bo's movements were too swift. The broad blade sliced through the man's neck, and in an instant, his form dissipated into a wisp of white mist. In this game, surrender was not an option. Did he not read the rules? Xia Bo sheathed his blade, and a screen materialized in the void. His avatar appeared prominently, accompanied by 10 vacant circular medals. Suddenly, one medal illuminated, signifying his victory in this match. In the next moment, he found himself back in the room. Would you like to generate a battle video? A prompt appeared on the screen. Naturally, Xia Bo selected no. He had no desire for others to scrutinize his gameplay through video analysis. Without hesitation, he clicked to initiate the next match. Meanwhile, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Incredible! A one-hit kill. Xia Bo truly lives up to his reputation. The speed of this legend is astonishing. In the second match, another man fell victim to Xia Bo's blade, dispatched without a chance to retaliate. The third match featured a cute girl, who, despite her pleas, was granted only 5 seconds of life before her neck was severed. In the fourth match, another girl lasted merely 3 seconds. The fifth, a man, lasted 4 seconds. The sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth. As Xia Bo's figure reappeared in the room, a sense of unease settled within him after the consecutive slayings. Although there were no gory displays of bloodshed, these were living beings he had vanquished. After claiming his 9th life, his grip on the blade trembled ever so slightly. At this moment, the live stream was astounded by Xia Bo's astonishing speed as he dispatched an opponent with a single stroke. It was truly breathtaking, a one-hit kill. Who else could achieve such a feat? Thank goodness I didn't team match with him, facing a master like that would surely lead to a disastrous end. Incredible! Not even the adorable girls are spared. A slayer of maidens. Perhaps the master should change his name to Xia One Blade. Xia One Blade 1. I came here to learn techniques, not to witness sorcery. The atmosphere in the live stream was jubilant. Many participants had not engaged in matches but had come with a mindset to learn. After all, reaching the top of the leaderboard surely required exceptional skills. However, upon witnessing Xia Bo's actual prowess, they were left in awe. His unparalleled speed and precise, efficient kills were devoid of any superfluous words or flamboyant techniques, always just a single strike. As Xia Bo clicked to match, excitement surged through the live stream once more. Let the next victim step forward. The blade-wielding maniac. I would dare to call him the strongest. This was the 9th match, just one more, and he would level up. I finally understood why Xia Bo had reached level 3. Remarkable. The matching process was swift, completing in a mere second. Meanwhile, another streamer, boasting 4 consecutive victories, beamed at the sight of a successful match. It was the 5th match, just 5 more victories, and he would ascend the ranks. Brothers, if anyone encounters me, supply some resources, and I shall ensure your victory. He grinned at the screen. Newcomers, I am Zhao Tianlong, ranked 10th on the leaderboard, affectionately known as a Long. Those who have just entered may wish to follow. To learn techniques, one must eat a Long. Xia Bo is simply too fast. Indeed. A single blade execution leaves no techniques to learn. A Long S-stream has much to offer. One can acquire valuable combat skills. The screen flickered to black before reappearing, revealing a familiar arena. Let us see who the next challenger is, a girl, or perhaps. A Long enthusiastically remarked, only to be abruptly silenced upon seeing the incoming opponent. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grave expression. For he was about to face the number 1 ranked player, Xia Bo. This is it. I have encountered the great Xia Bo. GG, I predict a one-hit kill. I concur, it's bound to be a single strike. The moniker of Xia One Blade is not without merit. This is Xia One Blade's promotion match. Let us mourn for a Long. In that instant, Zhao Tianlong shed his carefree demeanor, his face now serious, gripping his sword tightly. Just as he prepared to speak, he witnessed the silent Xia Bo suddenly launch an attack, his speed akin to a beast unleashed, accompanied by a chilling aura of lethal intent. Goodness! Such ferocity! Zhao Tianlong felt as though his heart had been seized, overwhelmed by Xia Bo's formidable presence. This was an uncontrollable force. Once he initiated an attack, there was no holding back. As he beheld the gleaming silver blade, Zhao Tianlong quickly composed himself, readying his sword to confront the impending threat. With a resounding clash, the blade met its mark. An overwhelming force surged through his wrist, causing a sharp pain in his grip. In the blink of an eye, a flash of silver darted before him. Such swiftness in the knife. This was the fleeting thought that crossed his mind before darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a room, drenched in cold sweat, his lips pale. He had just brushed against death itself. The speed of that blade was astonishingly rapid. Zhao Tianlong could only manage a wry smile, his hands still trembling. It was evident that the formidable Xia Bo had delivered the first strike with a mere simplicity, beckoning him to respond, but the true lethal move lay in the second strike. The draw of the blade, followed by a diagonal slash, executed seamlessly. Indeed, he was Xia Yidao. His comrades, how terrifying it was. Thankfully, Xia Bo had leveled up. He hoped never to encounter such a foe again in his lifetime. With that, he steadied his mind and initiated the next match. Meanwhile, Xia Bo, expressionless, claimed his secondary rewards before proceeding to match again. After several minutes, Xia Bo opted to go offline, for at this level, he stood alone. Chapter 39, Growth and Reward, The Hunt, The Emergence of Divine Skills. With a decisive stroke, Xia Yidao concluded his broadcast, and matchmaking could commence. Xia Yidao has indeed never disappointed us. His explosive speed and terrifying reflexes are simply remarkable, unmatched. Even though Xia Bo has finished his stream, he remains the focal point of fervent discussion worldwide, for his strength is unparalleled, and his prowess is astonishing. Those who have faced him assert that they would prefer never to encounter Xia Bo again, a man akin to a demon. Xia Bo's speed, his strength, they surpass us by an immeasurable margin. This is not a battle of equals, it is a one-sided massacre. Did he truly massacre anyone? He merely wielded a single stroke. How could it possibly be termed a massacre? The world trembles, while Xia Bo sits dazed in his car, his hands and feet icy. I have killed 10 individuals, albeit not in the literal sense, yet I experienced no emotional turmoil during the act. Is it possible that I am a person with a thirst for blood? Sweat beads on Xia Bo's forehead. This realization is deeply unsettling. Previously, he had slain mere wild creatures, but now, having turned to humans, he feels a weight in his heart. He understands that if he does not overcome this psychological barrier, his growth will be stunted, akin to an insurmountable mental block. Perhaps I must alter my mindset. If I do not evolve, I will become the prey, potentially falling to the hands of wild beasts. If I do not project strength, an increasing number of individuals will rise above me. In this world, where light exists, so too does darkness. Those who enter are a mixed bag, some possessing the ability to manipulate others. My actions are solely to fortify my own strength. Old Master Zhou has also warned me that nothing is more fearsome than the human heart. The human psyche is unfathomable. If I do not become formidable, I will continue to suffer under the weight of others, with countless individuals scheming against me. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, I must strive to grow stronger. Xia Bo murmured to himself, his eyes gradually igniting with determination. I must become powerful. Ah, rewards. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Xia Bo was about to grab something to eat when he remembered that his ranking had already reached level 2. Skill, Bloodthirst State. Feature, Concentrate your mind. Enter Bloodthirst State. 5 Increase in all attributes. Note, Sustained consumption of mental energy. The state ends when mental energy is depleted. Xia Bo. Upon witnessing the skill he had unlocked, Xia Bo's breath quickened. This ability is remarkably overpowered, perhaps in the early stages. A 5 increase in all attributes may not seem significant, but as one progresses to the later stages, where attributes soar into the hundreds or thousands, this enhancement will prove to be extraordinarily terrifying. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Bloodthirst State has evolved into Hunt State. Skill, Hunt State. Feature 1, Concentrate your mind. Enter Hunt State. Gain Dynamic Vision. Feature 2, 10 Increase in all attributes. Note, Sustained consumption of mental energy. The state ends when mental energy is depleted. Xia Bo stared blankly at the description of the skill book for a long moment before 2 words rolled off his tongue with perfect enunciation. Holy cow, such remarkable skills. After the initial shock, Xia Bo immediately chose to learn. The book shattered, its fragments merging into Xia Bo's body, a wave of comfort coursing through him, leaving him tingling and utterly unrestrained. This sensation dissipated swiftly. Xia Bo shifted in his seat, finding comfort before opening the system panel. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 650. Strength, 1313. Agility, 909. Endurance, 909. Mental power, 606. Health, 97. Mastered skills. Basic combat proficiency. Increases strength with training. Basic swiftness. Basic sensitivity. Hunting state. All 4 primary attributes had seen varying degrees of enhancement. This phenomenon resembled a passive ability, and that dynamic vision was indeed a formidable weapon. Dynamic vision enables the eyes to capture, decompose, and perceive the imagery of moving targets. Akin to the concept of bullet time, this ability was extraordinarily overpowered, almost celestial. Focusing intently, Xia Bo suddenly felt himself enter a hyper-focused state. His gaze honing in on a single point, the rippling grass appearing to shift in response. He even sensed his heartbeat slow for a moment. Extending his hand, the fine hairs on his arm gently stirred. In this state, activated by the hunting state, Xia Bo felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm. However, this bliss was short-lived. Soon, a wave of dizziness overcame him, the clarity of his heightened senses beginning to flicker like a television with poor reception. Startled, Xia Bo quickly diverted his focus, breaking free from that state. He gasped for breath, the dizziness leaving him profoundly nauseated. Grabbing a bucket of water, he took several large gulps, gradually regaining his composure. What an unpleasant experience. He pondered on what had just transpired. Calming himself, Xia Bo suddenly realized that this state had a temporal limitation. He soon found the answer. Mental power, 1606, recovering. Alert, if mental power reaches 0, a state of fainting will ensue. This information had been revealed in the mental power attribute section. Activating the hunting state consumed mental power, which represented one's mental capacity. Hence, this was merely the after-effect of mental exhaustion. Reflecting on his earlier sensations, Xia Bo still felt an echo of unease. That state was undeniably distressing. Leaning against the driver's seat to recuperate, he checked the system. Noting that there were still half an hour until dusk, he then opened the popularity leaderboard. The top 10 had several new faces, one of whom was a familiar name, Feng Xin, ranked 9th. Another was the adorable girl who had initially streamed. She had also made it onto the popularity leaderboard. Currently in 8th place. The commencement of ranked live streaming has bestowed considerable popularity upon certain individuals, particularly those who were the pioneers in this endeavor. It is evident that this charming girl, Feng Xin, has indeed seized the opportunity. Has she also embarked on her live streaming journey? Xia Bo re-entered the ranked mode and searched for Feng Xin, discovering several profiles, most of which belonged to individuals with identical names yet differing appearances. The rankings were determined by popularity, with Feng Xin emerging as the foremost. As expected, she had initiated her live stream, and upon clicking, Xia Bo was immediately captivated. At that moment, Feng Xin was engaged in combat with a male opponent. Both exhibited commendable skills. The man was evidently trained in martial arts. while Feng Xin also demonstrated impressive prowess, having honed her skills in combat techniques. This was readily apparent to Xia Bo, who had pursued basic combat specialization himself. Feng Xin garnered immense admiration, with the screen filled with words of praise, as their duel was indeed a feast for the eyes. The phrase feast for the eyes aptly describes their exchange, as their combat involved a harmonious blend of punches and kicks, utilizing weapons as well. However, as is the nature of combat, the outcome soon became evident. Feng Xin ultimately faced defeat, succumbing to exhaustion. Chapter 40. The first night is a moonlit night. Feng Xin succumbed to exhaustion. Their strengths were nearly equal, and while Feng Xin's defenses were impeccable and his attacks measured, his opponent's stamina clearly surpassed his own, resulting in his ultimate defeat. Nevertheless, the loss was not unjust. Brothers, we lost. The opponent is formidable. There were opportunities, yet several were missed. Feng Xin's silhouette materialized in the room as he exhaled softly, then declared, "Let's continue. The next match begins. We have half an hour left. Just 3 matches away from reaching level 2. To the newcomers among the audience, feel free to follow. This live stream is dedicated to teaching martial arts, specifically military combat techniques, which are immensely practical and can impart valuable skills for better survival in the wilderness." Before long, the next match commenced. Xia Bo observed for a brief moment before withdrawing, for watching the live stream was a frivolous use of time, especially now that the novice benefits period had concluded. He cherished every moment. Upon exiting, he did not engage in any further matches, as there were scarcely any contenders of equal strength. Most encounters ended swiftly, necessitating a wait for others to join. The half hour passed swiftly amidst training. As evening approached, Xia Bo sat beside the road, his steel knife embedded in the ground at his side, a bucket of water beside him, munching on biscuits, with a virtual screen before him. The rankings for the first day had emerged. I bet Xia Dao is in there. Xia Dao is incredible. Never has there been a second strike. I only respect Xia Bo in the rankings, known as Xia Dao. Sun Wudi is formidable as well. I believe the veteran is commendable too. In a world brimming with praises for Xia Bo, he remained unfazed, confident in his prowess, particularly after achieving his recent victory, which had propelled his strength to unprecedented heights. First place, Xia Bo, ranking level 2, record, 10 wins, 0 losses. Win rate, 100. Second place, Sun Quan, ranking level 2, record, 13 wins, 4 losses. Win rate, 76. Third place, Feng Shihong, ranking level 2, record, 12 wins, 5 losses. Win rate, 70. The top 10 rankings for the competitive matches had been unveiled, with Xia Bo securing first place with an astonishing record of 10 wins and 0 losses, boasting a perfect win rate. His achievements were indeed remarkable. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the world beyond, Xia Bo found solace in the tranquility of his surroundings, gazing upward at the sky. Above, another crimson moon cast an eerie glow, enhancing visibility, yet the presence of this red moon was unsettling. Its appearance had stirred great commotion across the globe. Is the first day truly a moonlit mode? The onset feels like hell. Help? Is there anyone who can assist me? Moonlit mode. There is a 10 chance of a moon appearing at night. The appearance of the moon increases the spawn rate of wild monsters, enhances drop rates, and boosts experience. Note, subsequent nights following this update will feature stars providing a faint source of light. Tonight marks a night of ascension. As long as the wild creatures do not instill fear, it is anticipated that after this evening, a multitude of level 3s will emerge. With a lowered gaze, Xia Bo's eyes darkened, obscuring his expression. Time trickled by, and Xia Bo sat resolutely by the roadside, his posture erect, resembling an immovable mountain peak. The debut of the moonlit mode on the very first night indeed instilled a sense of crisis among the populace. However, many, upon witnessing the enhancement of experience points, fell into silence. Crisis and opportunity coexisted. Survival tonight would evidently lead to significant leveling up. Thus, numerous individuals approached this moonlit mode with a determined attitude to level up, seizing this rare opportunity. Not long after the night had descended, Xia Bo encountered his first monster, a creature with green skin, a familiar sight. In the presence of this beast, Xia Bo remained silent, perceiving a flicker of intelligence in its eyes. Indeed, the creature's wisdom had increased, though it was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. With immense strength, he dispatched the creature, earning an increase of 2 experience points. Yet, Xia Bo felt no elation. The enhancement of the wild creature's intelligence was not a favorable omen. Just moments ago, it had demonstrated the ability to dodge, flee, and even execute guerrilla tactics. The first wild creature yielded no loot. Gripping his steel knife, Xia Bo departed from the roadside, focusing his gaze upon the vast, red-glowing expanse of the prairie. He recognized the necessity of becoming stronger to survive in the days to come. With the first wild creature dispatched, Xia Bo's tense heart eased slightly, reassured by his own formidable strength. Half an hour later, a second wild creature approached. Its bulky form surged from the depths of the prairie, a new monster. Possessing 4 legs and a humanoid upper body, bearing its chest and wielding a sharp wooden spear. The creature charged forth without hesitation. Akin to a mounted warrior storming into battle, it offered Xia Bo no respite for contemplation, and without uttering a word, he met it head-on, knife in hand. An alien. To be vanquished. Xia Bo's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he advanced towards the charging monster. Suddenly, his speed surged, allowing him to deftly evade the creature's thrusting spear and swiftly maneuver behind it, striking with his blade. Roar. The monster reacted with remarkable agility, evading his attack and leaving only a gash on its back. In pain, it let out a howl, while Xia Bo had already distanced himself to avoid the repercussions of his initial failure. Such quick reflexes, this creature was formidable, having retreated to a safe distance. Xia Bo observed the 4-legged beast, preparing for a second assault. His first attempt at swiftness had failed to eliminate it. With no room for underestimation, he launched his next offensive less than half a second later, preferring to maintain control of the situation. Die, you wretch. Xia Bo tore at his throat, letting out a ferocious roar as he brandished his steel blade towards the enemy's weapon. This time, he altered his strategy, since his opponent wielded a spear. Albeit a wooden one, he resolved to sever it, leaving the foe defenseless. The plan proved remarkably successful, as the spear met the blade and was swiftly cleaved in two. With this victory, Xia Bo's movements grew bolder. He launched relentless attacks without a hint of caution, confident in his dominance now that the spear lay shattered. The once formidable creature, now bereft of its weapon, became an easy target. Xia Bo charged forward 3 times, leveraging his speed and strength to decapitate the beast. Exhaling with relief, he watched the creature's form collapse, beads of sweat trickling down his chin. Wiping his brow, Xia Bo noticed that the monster had finally yielded a reward: 2 liters of inferior gasoline, an abandoned pot. Staring at the pot, he momentarily froze, bewildered that not only oil but now even pots could be obtained from vanquished foes. Chapter 41: Zombies. After upgrading the oil, it was tossed into the trunk, which was nearly filled to capacity with a substantial amount of gasoline and purified water. Congratulations to the host for a successful upgrade. A dilapidated pot has been transformed into a refined iron pot. As the worn pot vanished from his grasp, it was replaced by a pristine iron vessel, causing a joyful smile to blossom on Xia Bo's face. With this pot, he could boil some hot water, steep some chrysanthemum tea, or even prepare a packet of instant noodles. The mere thought of instant noodles made Xia Bo's mouth water. After subsisting on bread and biscuits for an extended period, his palate had grown weary. Tomorrow evening, he would finally be able to savor some noodles. Xia Bo placed the pot in the car, his mind brimming with ideas. He deliberately gathered some grass, spreading it evenly along the path. After basking in the sun tomorrow, this grass would serve as fuel for a fire. As for how to set up the pot, that was a trivial matter. He simply needed to dig a pit in the grass and position the pot over it, igniting a fire below. Anticipating the grass's quick burn rate, Xia Bo collected ample grass to lay along the path. When the time came, a splash of gasoline would suffice to boil his noodles. His mouth was already watering uncontrollably. He had grown utterly tired of biscuits and bread. With everything set, he only had to wait for tomorrow. Xia Bo felt a sense of satisfaction. Instant noodles were a culinary delight, no further explanation required. Leaning against his car, Xia Bo continued to await the respawn of wild monsters. The number of creatures this evening exceeded previous encounters. Within an hour and a half, 2 wild monsters had respawned, and his experience points had risen to 12. The growth in experience was undeniable, with double points in effect. This moonlit night mode was truly a paradise for experience farming. After an hour, the anticipated monsters finally appeared. In the distance, a dark figure staggered across the prairie. Soon after, a second, and a third, until there were 5 in total. Initially, Xia Bo mistook them for humans, as the silhouette resembled the contours of a person, both in height and gait. However, he quickly recalled that this was a gaming world, and humans could not stray more than 10 meters from the prairie. Thus, those stumbling figures were undoubtedly not human, but rather a type of humanoid monster. Xia Bo gripped his steel knife tightly, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the swaying figures. 100 meters, 50 meters. Suddenly, at about 50 meters away, the 5 unsteady figures lunged forward, charging at Xia Bo like deranged humans, their mouths emitting terrifying howls. In that moment, Xia Bo caught a clear glimpse of their faces: tattered clothing, decaying flesh, their visages riddled with wounds, writhing white maggots, and even dirt stuffed into the cavities of their faces, as if they had just clawed their way out of the ground. A wave of horror washed over Xia Bo, and an instinctual fear surged within him. These creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies from films. It was not so much the beings themselves that terrified him, but rather their ghastly visages, which were far more horrifying than any creature from a horror movie. This creature resembles a zombie, or perhaps it truly is one. Their speed is astonishing. One even fell and rolled several times on the ground, only to rise again, twisting its body wildly and charging forward. Xia Bo retreated several steps, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence of the zombie, which instilled in him a sense of helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo endeavored to conquer his inner fears. This being was a mutated form of humanity, buried underground to the brink of decay, yet revived, emerging from the earth. In terms of strength, he might not have to contend with that four-legged monster, as there were 5 of them, but he felt confident he could handle them. Come on, let me witness your might. Once he suppressed his trepidation, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him as the 5 zombies stepped onto the road. An overwhelming stench of decay assailing his senses, nauseating him. The best way to overcome fear is to confront it head-on. Xia Bo held his breath, refusing to let the putrid odor affect him, and focused his mind, entering a heightened state of awareness. The hunting mode was activated. The most immediate change was in his vision. The speed of the 5 zombies seemed to slow, allowing him to keenly perceive their every movement. His focus was razor-sharp, the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing like a drum. Xia Bo understood that this state could not be sustained for long, so he charged forward immediately after entering hunting mode. The nearest zombie lunged at him, but in his heightened perception, Xia Bo had already noted its attack. Anticipating its move, he dodged, his steel knife gleaming like a silver crescent moon. With a swift motion, he severed the creature's head, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Without pausing, he rushed toward the second, as the remaining 4 zombies launched their assault. Yet, Xia Bo evaded their attacks with the grace of a fish, each dodge resulting in another head rolling away. His skill with the knife grew increasingly refined, even against these formidable foes. He wielded it with the finesse of a gentle breeze. It is often said that combat is the fastest way to enhance one's abilities, and Xia Bo wholeheartedly agreed. Thriving on the edge of mortality in this brutal dance, this was indeed the quickest path to growth. With the final zombie's head severed, all 5 lay defeated on the ground. Xia Bo stumbled, collapsing onto the ground, the hunting state coming to an end, leaving him feeling quite nauseous. This state was indeed grotesque. The 5 terrifying zombies had even grazed his clothing. Exhaling deeply, Xia Bo felt an exhilarating thrill. This was nothing short of divine. Calming his excitement, he began to tally his gains. First, he noted an increase in experience points, rising by 10. His total experience had reached a staggering 22 points. With leveling up now within reach, each zombie granted 2 experience points, and under the moonlit mode, it seemed the experience gain was doubled, suggesting that ordinarily, a single zombie would yield just 1 point. Xia Bo pondered for a moment. Based on the recent skirmish, the strength of the zombies was rather feeble. With a suitable weapon, they could be easily dispatched. The scarcity of experience points was to be expected. However, he also observed an intriguing aspect. These zombies lacked intelligence and relied solely on their primal instincts, rendering them not particularly challenging foes. Next came the assessment of the spoils. A piece of iron and a scrap of cloth, rather meager offerings. Xia Bo retrieved the 2 items from the ground. The iron upgraded to 6 pieces, while the scrap transformed into 9 exquisite fabric pieces. The loot was quite ordinary. It appeared that the future focus would revolve around iron swords, assorted blades, iron armor. This game seemingly lacked a technological progression. Xia Bo recalled the automotive engineer, uncertain if they could transcend the barriers of technology. Chapter 42. The Tentacled Beast, however, upon further contemplation, it seemed unattainable. Even if automotive engineers were capable of transcending technological boundaries, such advanced materials are exceedingly rare in this world. Yet, this may only be the early stages of the game, and updates are forthcoming. Currently, the updates pertain to modules, but perhaps one day, materials will be the subject of enhancement. After pondering this, Xia Bo decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. He hastily stowed the upgraded items into the vehicle and took out a piece of bread to eat. The adverse effects of entering the hunt state rapidly deplete physical energy. Merely activating it once left him feeling hollow. Furthermore, this was compounded by the necessity of combat, indicating that certain techniques would also incur negative consequences, much like the hunt state itself. Indeed, its power is formidable. However, when mental energy is exhausted, one becomes vulnerable and defenseless. Thus, enhancing mental fortitude must be prioritized. An increase in mental strength would extend the duration of the hunt state. After consuming some sustenance to quell his hunger, Xia Bo leaned against the front of the vehicle, continuing to await developments. This night was undeniably a paradise for leveling up, double experience, increased drop rates, and enhanced spawn rates for wild creatures. What else could it be but a paradise? Perhaps for Xia Bo, it was indeed a haven. Yet, for others, it was less than welcoming. He was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding others. All he knew was that he needed to safeguard his modest plot of land and wait for dawn. However, there was a downside. His sleep time had been significantly reduced. After all, one cannot sleep at night, and during the day he must travel, naturally compressing his hours of rest. Initially, this might be manageable, but over time, it would become unbearable. As he pondered, he noticed activity on the system. Upon investigation, he discovered that someone had accepted his trade. He had posted a request for iron blocks to synthesize an air conditioner. The trading process was remarkably straightforward. Xia Bo offered 2 bags of instant noodles, and the other party presented 1 iron block, which the system deemed a fair exchange. In this time frame, iron blocks were still quite valuable, and his upgraded instant noodles were equally commendable. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and Xia Bo's iron block was upgraded to yield 6 pieces of iron. This was a gratifying advancement, bringing him one step closer to synthesizing the air conditioner. He placed the iron into the vehicle and examined his stored items. He now possessed 17 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood, still requiring 13 more iron blocks and 9 pieces of wood. Muttering to himself, he returned the items to the vehicle and then exited the automobile. The path ahead was long and arduous. With a sigh, Xia Bo gazed out over the vast prairie. It seemed that wild creatures had not respawned for quite some time, which felt unusual. Suddenly, he realized that something was amiss with the passage of time. 3 hours had already elapsed, and it had been about an hour since the last zombie spawn. Strangely, in this expansive grassland, there were still no signs of any creatures. Nor could he glimpse a single monster. First, there had been the green-skinned creatures, then the quadrupeds, followed by the 5 zombies. Could it be that this was a tranquil phase of the moonlit night mode? Xia Bo found himself lost in a whirlpool of thoughts once more. After pondering for a brief moment, he suddenly rose to his feet. Through the crimson light cast by the blood-red moon, a peculiar silhouette emerged in the distant grasslands. Observing this figure, Xia Bo realized he had been overthinking. The 4th wild creature, bring on more, and I shall level up swiftly. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Xia Bo licked his parched lips and focused intently on the monster in the distance. The creature advanced at a leisurely pace. Had it been anyone else, they would have fled in a vehicle long ago. Only Xia Bo, with his audacity, dared to wait for the beast. Yet, was this not the very reason for his formidable strength? As the wild creature drew near, its face came into Xia Bo's view, prompting him to gasp in shock. If the visage of a zombie is terrifying and unsettling, then the monstrous figure before him was positively dreadful. It was the size of a cow, resembling an alien entity, with a multitude of tentacles stretching out from its body, each measuring about a meter long. Sharp barbs extended from these appendages, writhing and snapping menacingly. Its body coated in a viscous slime as if it had recently emerged from some forsaken abyss. In the moonlit night, each wild creature took on a unique form: green-skinned beasts, quadrupeds, zombies, and now this tentacled horror. Unable to discern the creature's strength, Xia Bo gripped his steel knife with utmost caution. The monster's mode of attack lay in its extending, barbed tentacles. The fleshy appendages could potentially be his point of breakthrough. A total of 8 tentacles. To kill, one must first sever the limbs. To eradicate the beast, one must first strike at its appendages. A straightforward battle plan formed in Xia Bo's mind as he glanced at his mental energy, which had fully recovered. The restoration of his mental energy was directly linked to his state of mind. When in a relaxed state, recovery was swift, whereas in a tense state, it was agonizingly slow. Now, his mental energy had reached 6 points, ample for the task at hand. As the creature stepped onto the road, Xia Bo unhesitatingly activated his hunting mode and launched his attack. This was his style. He relished taking the initiative. The advantage must remain firmly within his grasp, whether facing a wild creature or a human adversary. Most crucially, there should be no superfluous words. If one seeks to kill, one assumes the role of the villain, and villains often perish due to their verbosity. With a clean and swift charge, enhanced by his agile modifications, his speed surged dramatically. Coupled with hunting mode, he dashed forward. The wild creature, momentarily stunned, emitted a horrific shriek as its 8 tentacles surged forth, barbed tips poised to strike, encircling Xia Bo from all sides. Moving with blinding speed, claws outstretched, each tentacle's motion was captured with precision in Xia Bo's dynamic vision. Utilizing this acute awareness, he evaded their attacks with a terrifyingly swift reaction. His countenance radiated a chilling intensity, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him, devoid of fear or trepidation. This was his state upon activating hunting mode, akin to a ferocious beast. Clang! With a precise strike, his steel knife met the approaching barb, deflecting it effortlessly before he ruthlessly slashed again, severing the appendage entirely. As the actions converged, the severed tentacles writhed and recoiled, a flicker of anguish evident upon the creature's visage. Without a moment's hesitation after dispatching one, Xia Bo surged toward the next, determined to shatter the confinement created by the 8 tentacles. Upon entering a state of relentless pursuit, every fleeting second became invaluable, each moment cherished as if it were gold. His movements were swift. Within 2 breaths, he dispatched the second tentacle, successfully breaching the creature's blockade and directing his assault toward its core. Tentacles lashed out from behind him. The creature, now gripped by panic, exposed its vulnerable center, a perilous opening that signaled a path only to death should it be approached. Yet, before the blockade could fully form, Xia Bo's steel blade had already pierced its flesh, revealing a face devoid of emotion, unmistakably human. The blade tore through the monster's body as Xia Bo, like a butcher, frantically wielded his weapon, dismembering it with unparalleled speed. Chapter 43, A New Profession. Guess what it is? The sound of flesh being pierced echoed in the air, accompanied by a splatter of viscous liquid that besmirched Xia Bo's face with a metallic tang. I'm not driving. Although this narrative may revolve around driving, the author does not advocate such behavior. A sharp spike lunged from behind, aimed directly at his head. Xia Bo's heart raced with shock. He was already on the brink of being utterly dismantled, yet this creature still dared to launch an attack, a final act of defiance. He sensed the imminent danger and swiftly twisted his body. Just as he turned slightly, the spike struck him but was thwarted by his defenses. The wild creature collapsed to the ground, and Xia Bo's heart pounded violently as he felt the latent power within that spike. It was a narrow escape. At the critical moment, he had managed to evade it by using his body to absorb the impact. The exquisite craftsmanship of his steel pigskin armor had proven its worth. Had he not donned this protective gear, he would have been impaled. What a thrill! The rush of adrenaline coursed through him, an indescribable exhilaration. With 3 points of mental energy remaining, he had not yet exhausted his reserves. In that moment, he had chosen the most perilous yet direct method of attack. He had not eliminated all the tentacles. He had merely breached the blockade they formed, reaching the core of the creature, ignoring the other 6 tentacles. He knew that any delay in his speed could lead to his own demise. It could be said that he had danced on the very edge of death. However, this also stemmed from his confidence, and ultimately, he had succeeded. Others would surely hesitate to take such risks, yet they would not encounter this beast. As the spawning of wild creatures during the moonlit night mode depended on the player's strength and numbers. After the monster's demise, Xia Bo exhaled in relief, exiting the combat state for a brief respite. The wild creature had granted him an increase of 10 experience points, akin to that of a minotaur. Observing the sudden surge in experience, Xia Bo wore a contemplative expression, devoid of exuberance. His life had been the price for this gain. It was neither a cause for joy nor despair. If this creature had a level, it would be equivalent to that of the minotaur, following its awakening to intelligence. The minotaur had ceased its previous reckless behavior. Checking the time, he noted that 4 hours had already elapsed. After resting, Xia Bo approached the spot where the monster's corpse had vanished, and there lay 10 gleaming objects, shimmering softly under the crimson glow, an exquisite sight to behold. Abomination Metals 10. Description: a key item for class change to Abomination. Note: 100 Abomination Metals are required to change class to Abomination. Abomination, a new profession. The name was strikingly familiar, originating from a character crafted by a film company on Blue Star, possessing unparalleled strength. However, in this game, it might not hold the same significance, as its existence surely possessed unique traits. To his astonishment, this wild creature had dropped 10 medals. Grasping the Abomination Metals in his hand, Xia Bo chose to level up. Butcher Metals 69. Description: a key item for class change to Butcher. Note: 500 Butcher Metals are required to change class to Butcher. Gazing at the heap of metals in his arms, Xia Bo found himself momentarily dazed. Subjectively, he felt as though his profession had been diminished. The term abomination was indeed overshadowed by that of the butcher, which seemed far more formidable. However, drawing upon his familiarity with the system, he discerned that it was not a matter of debilitation. Rather, the butcher had become even more potent. Thus, the term abomination was merely a synonym. Placing his belongings in the vehicle, Xia Bo ceased to dwell on these thoughts. The abomination was not necessarily the same as the one depicted in films. It was simply a profession. Hunters, warriors, mechanics, brawlers, assassins, and abominations. 6 professions had emerged, and there was no telling if others might follow. He shut the car door and mumbled to himself, casting a glance at the world around him, where messages flowed in rapid succession. They all pertained to personal achievements. Some announced skill books, others revealed blueprints, while yet others boasted resources. And even amplifying items, it appeared that many in the world were fortunate. Regrettably, he considered himself rather unfortunate. After perusing the world chat messages for a while, Xia Bo revisited the leaderboard. In terms of levels, vehicle upgrades, and popularity, he found himself firmly in first place, a position that brought him considerable peace of mind. As he need not fear being dethroned, time sped by, and Xia Bo refrained from further training, knowing that wild creatures could emerge at any moment. He needed to ensure his stamina was robust. Waiting was undoubtedly the most tedious endeavor, or at least that was his perception. The endless grasslands stretched before him, a straight road vanishing into the horizon, bathed in the eerie red light of the crimson moon, which cast an uncanny aura. Sitting 30 meters away from his car, he planted his steel knife into the earth and cradled a half-smashed watermelon in his hands. Eating seemed to be the only way to pass the time. Tomorrow, he could indulge in instant noodles. There truly were many who sought their own demise in this world. One could not afford to be complacent when facing wild creatures, especially those endowed with intelligence. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to an untimely death. Xia Bo scoffed at the dismissive comments regarding wild creatures, taking a hearty bite of the watermelon, which brought him fleeting comfort. Having finished the watermelon, he rose and surveyed his surroundings, a look of anxiousness creeping onto his face. Time dragged on, an immense torment for him, inducing a sense of desperation. Wild creatures, come forth, he silently implored. In that moment, he found himself yearning for the thrill of battle with these beasts. At that juncture, he spotted a wild creature emerging from the distance. The fifth wild creature had appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a green-skinned monster. Xia Bo gripped his steel knife tightly, his expression relaxing as he regarded the approaching creature. He had grown adept at handling this type of foe. As the green-skinned monster drew nearer, its emerald eyes scrutinized him, its slightly emaciated body bending as if poised to pounce, like a beast ready to hunt its prey, its claws twitching with anticipation, eager to taste blood. Xia Bo ambled leisurely, for time was on his side. He saw no reason not to toy with this creature. After all, it was merely a diversion. Suddenly, the wild beast launched itself at Xia Bo, swaying from side to side, its true intentions obscured. This took Xia Bo by surprise. How intriguing that it would employ tactics. This elusive maneuver, akin to a strategic feint, appeared to signal an impending assault while, in reality, it did not. Conversely, what seemed like a lack of aggression concealed a palpable threat. However, Xia Bo was no longer the naive student he once was, coupled with his inherent cautiousness. He activated his hunting state the moment the creature initiated its attack, swiftly discerning the beast's ruse. He stepped forward, wielding his steel blade in a decisive downward strike. Clang! Sparks flew as the creature surprisingly defended itself with its sharp claws. Yet, this was anticipated by Xia Bo, who had previously employed a similar tactic against Zhao Tianlong. Especially in hunting mode, the wild beast could scarcely react. With a swift motion, Xia Bo drew his blade and cleanly severed one of the creature's arms. Then, he slid to the side, a glint of coldness in his eyes, and thrust his steel knife straight into the beast's neck. Chapter 44. The Endless Mode is activated. The wild creatures are utterly vanquished. Xia Bo exited the state of hyperacceleration, and apart from a buzzing sensation in his head, he felt relatively well. He had gradually grown accustomed to the aftereffects of this state. Upon inspection, the wild creatures had not yielded any spoils. A slight sense of frustration washed over him. He turned to the side of the vehicle, seated himself on the grassy ground, and glanced at his experience points. They had increased by 2. The absence of the novice bonus had indeed made the drop rates rather challenging. The loot gathered this evening was somewhat meager, particularly from the 5 zombies. Having only passed 4 hours, Xia Bo resolved to cease guarding the creatures. The waiting period for respawning was not only tedious but also a significant waste of time. It would be far more beneficial to traverse a greater distance during the night. After consuming some provisions, Xia Bo gathered the grass spread upon the ground, stowed it beneath the large umbrella atop the vehicle, and took his place in the driver's seat, igniting the engine. The car sped away, leaving behind the green-skinned creatures, the quadrupeds, the zombies, and the tentacled beasts, 5 wild creatures in total. 4 hours and 30 minutes had elapsed, which equated to approximately 54 minutes for a single creature to respawn. Excluding the random respawn probability, it could be said that at most, a creature would respawn every 30 minutes, although this was not guaranteed. It merely indicated that after 30 minutes, the subsequent 10 minutes held a high likelihood of a creature's appearance. The night cycle commenced its countdown from midnight. It was now 7:25. After 6:05, he could halt the vehicle and wait for 10 minutes. Xia Bo pondered this deduction, uncertain of its accuracy. In half an hour, he would test it out. After all, there was little to lose. If no wild creatures appeared after 30 minutes, he would simply drive on, awaiting the next half hour. The car roared to life, and the accelerator was pressed to the floor. Fuel was abundant, allowing him to drive without restraint, with several jugs of gasoline in the trunk sufficient for his needs. Moreover, he had resources to upgrade his system. If necessary, he could sell some items for fuel. There was no cause for concern. Half an hour later, Xia Bo exited the vehicle to wait for 10 minutes, yet no wild creatures materialized. The first attempt had failed. The next opportunity would be at 6:15. The car sped forward, and when the second time arrived, Xia Bo repeated the process. In the final minute, a creature approached from a distance. It was a green-skinned beast. After dispatching it, he found no spoils, only 2 experience points. Inside the car, Xia Bo contemplated. His reasoning was somewhat accurate, yet there existed an element of probability. How vexing. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 4550. Strength, 1313. Agility, 909. Stamina, 909. Mental power, 606. Health, 97. Skills mastered. Beginner combat specialty. Strength increases with training. Beginner agility. Beginner sensitivity. Hunting state. The night passed swiftly, and at dawn, Xia Bo sat in a car parked by the roadside, munching on snacks while observing his attribute panel. Only 5 experience points remained until he would level up. The method he discovered was quite effective, having encountered a quadrupedal creature and 3 green-skinned beings. Indeed, factors influenced by probability played a significant role. After finishing the last bite of a cream-filled biscuit, he took a sip of water, feeling a satisfying fullness in his abdomen, and let out a comfortable belch. The moonlit mode was endured, indistinguishable from the ordinary mode. However, the moonlit mode shifts in accordance with one's own strength, and this was merely the beginning. Xia Bo exited the vehicle, laid grass along the road, and then used a steel knife to cut some more to spread out, planning to prepare instant noodles for dinner. With his umbrella unfurled, he decided to take advantage of the relatively cool morning to catch a bit of sleep. Meanwhile, while Xia Bo slumbered, the world erupted in excitement. For another mode had been activated. This was the endless mode. Endless mode. As night falls, players may choose to enter endless mode to challenge various waves of monsters. Endless mode features a corresponding leaderboard that updates every 7 days, with rewards granted based on rankings. Note, this mode does not provide experience for defeating other species. Players may exit at any time. Endless mode had commenced. Goodness, endless mode indeed. A challenge of endless waves with no rewards. Following a night spent in moonlit mode, more and more level 3 players emerged, with many showcasing their skills, and everyone's progress was catching up to Xia Bo's prowess. As the evening's ranking matches approached, it was certain that a plethora of formidable players would arise. The world was ablaze with enthusiasm as players dove into the challenges of endless mode. In this mode, death bore no consequences, and it significantly enhanced one's abilities, particularly regarding experience gained from defeating wild creatures. Yet, Xia Bo slept soundly, having exerted himself the previous night, and thus missed the activation of this endless mode. 2 hours had already elapsed, and the rankings for endless mode had refreshed. First place, Sun Quan. Survived 4 waves. Second place, Feng Shihong. Survived 3 waves. Third place, Wu Renbin. Survived 3 waves. Soon, the top 10 rankings for endless mode emerged, leaving everyone in the world astonished, as it seemed one notable player was absent. What on earth? Where is Xia Bo? How could he not be on the leaderboard? Where is Xia Yidao? How could Xia Yidao be missing? Is something amiss with Xia Bo? Something amiss? His name still appears on the 3 lists. The moonlight mode refreshes wild monsters in accordance with the player's strength and numbers. Could it be that the esteemed Xia Bo has sustained injuries, and quite severe ones at that? Although he is not dead, he is on the brink of it. The world fell into a moment of silence. Xia Bo injured? Severely wounded? This explanation seemed quite plausible, gaining consensus among the crowd. After all, how could such an essential mode be missed? In a certain section, a man sat in his car, fixated on the system, a faint smile gracing his face. He is Feng Shihong, currently ranked 2nd on the popularity chart and 2nd in this endless mode. His name also appeared on the level leaderboard, where he held the 4th position, having achieved level 3. If Xia Bo were to perish, I would ascend to the top rank. However, this 3rd place is a bit concerning. I cannot fathom why a cute girl would possess such high popularity. Feng Shihong felt a pang of frustration towards this 3rd-ranked individual, whose popularity was closely trailing his own, not to mention her formidable strength. According to the whispers circulating in the world, this adorable girl seemed to be a killer. What a perplexing revelation. In this day and age, there are still assassins? Nevertheless, one could surmise that this seemingly innocent girl is far from ordinary. Additionally, several prominent figures from the military populate the leaderboard, with most of the familiar names being those of highly capable soldiers boasting exceptional physical prowess. Chapter 45. Breaking through oneself. Currently, some individuals in the military possess genuine strength. Yet the origins of this Xia Bo remain a mystery. However, it matters little. Once this evening passes, Xia Bo will surely falter, and I shall ascend to the pinnacle of popularity. Feng Shihong suddenly felt a sense of bright prospects ahead. Meanwhile, on a certain road, a disheveled woman with sparkling eyes observed the world's chatter surrounding Xia Bo. Has Xia Bo truly reached his limit? Humanity has lost yet another elite, she murmured. Through her somewhat soiled visage, a trace of familiarity could be discerned. She was none other than the newly crowned sensation, Zhu Shihan. The adorable girl, Zhu Shihan, wielded her sword with remarkable grace. Yet, her true identity was not that of an assassin. As dawn broke, the sun hung high in the sky. Feng Xian sipped from a bottle of water, fixating on the information swirling in the world, ultimately exhaling a silent sigh. Time passed, and by afternoon, speculation about Xia Bo intensified ominously. Meanwhile, Xia Bo finally opened his bleary eyes, drenched in sweat, awakened by the sweltering heat. His head felt heavy, and his sleep had been far from restful, primarily due to the oppressive warmth. The vehicle resembled a colossal oven. Even with an umbrella shielding him, the heat was unbearable. Xia Bo blinked, unable to tolerate the sweltering conditions any longer. He procured some cloth, dampened it, and wiped his body before donning his clothes. It was unbearably hot. He needed to swiftly create an air conditioning unit. Otherwise, restless nights would persist, jeopardizing his ability to remain alert come evening. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with the damp cloth, he muttered to himself that ever since leaving the high grasslands, sleep had become elusive. He was either awakened by the heat or unable to fall asleep due to it. After eating, Xia Bo calculated the materials required for the air conditioner: 17 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood. He currently had 17 pieces of iron and 11 pieces of wood. The blueprint required 30 pieces of iron and 20 pieces of wood, making progress. He intended to release a trading message. Xia Bo skillfully summoned the system, only to discover that he was the subject of global discussions. Some even speculated that he was on the brink of death. This left him bewildered. How could the world have transformed in just a brief slumber? He paid little mind to the discussions surrounding him. His popularity was surging, and he had no reason to concern himself. This was an excellent opportunity for gaining recognition. Soon, a trading message was dispatched. The world trembled once more. The great Xia Bo had returned to life. Remarkable, even on the verge of death. He did not forget to engage in trade. Truly commendable. The great one lacked iron. I shall trade with him. Let us inquire about the severity of his injuries. Just as Xia Bo contemplated closing the leaderboard after posting the trade message, he was astonished to find that within mere seconds, someone had already engaged in a transaction. Great Xia Bo, are you all right? Just a minor issue. Let us trade first. As the commencement of the ranking matches approached, Xia Bo felt an urge to engage in some training. He had a premonition of potential advancement, after all. The extensive battles he had endured had honed both his strength and speed to varying degrees. This was the essence of growth through combat. However, when this sentiment reached the opposing party, it took on a different connotation. The other party fell into a brief silence, and it became evident that Xia Bo was indeed a forthright individual, unreserved in sharing his circumstances. Could it be that his injuries were so grave that survival was in question? That seemed improbable. Xia Bo, this is my piece of iron, he mused. Upon witnessing the exchange, Xia Bo responded with alacrity, inquiring about desired items and promptly uploading his request. After negotiating the price, Xia Bo received the goods and immediately opted for an upgrade. 1 piece of iron transformed into 7. This was somewhat surprising. After stowing the items away, he glanced at the clock. There remained an hour and a half until the ranking matches began. With this time at his disposal, he was determined to make further progress. Without hesitation, he set to work. This time, his training target was a car. Having attained an impressive strength equivalent to 3 men, lifting a mere bucket was child's play. Elevating a vehicle would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional muscle workout. The small car, weighing several tons, posed a significant challenge even for Xia Bo. Yet it was indeed an effective method of training. Stripping off his shirt, he grasped the front of the car with his powerful hands and summoned all his strength, gradually lifting the front end. After releasing the weight, Xia Bo recognized the necessity of rest. Otherwise, his muscles would inevitably suffer damage. After several repetitions, he found himself unable to continue, drenched in sweat, with his arm muscles bulging yet tinged with a slight ache. Each lift required the consolidation of his entire strength. And through his combat specialization, Xia Bo had learned to focus his power into a single point, a straightforward technique of exertion. With only half an hour remaining, he decided to attempt a frantic sprint. Gazing down the endless road, he was unconcerned about the spawning of wild creatures, as their emergence during daylight was nearly non-existent, primarily due to the extended duration spent outside vehicles. His recent rest had been inside a car, thus resetting the spawn timer. This was a simple deduction. Whether it bore any actual significance remained uncertain, yet Xia Bo was undeterred. Should wild creatures appear, he would have ample time to retreat into the vehicle. He then proceeded to execute his plan, spending 10 minutes within the car to ensure he would not be ambushed by any wild creatures once he became exhausted. Focusing on a specific area within his line of sight, he gripped his steel blade and dashed forward with unrestrained speed, surpassing even the world's fastest sprinters. His velocity continued to escalate, seemingly on the verge of breaking through his physical limits. The intense short burst of speed exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina. Yet he had fortified his endurance. However, as he accelerated further, his energy reserves visibly diminished. 300 meters, 500 meters approaching his destination. He lost track of the distance, but as he rounded a sharp turn, he surged toward the now diminutive black dot of the car. Panting heavily, he pressed on. The immense exhaustion drained him, leaving his lungs feeling as though they were being sliced by blades. Xia Bo was unfamiliar with running, nor did he comprehend the art of breathing in a manner that would allow him to endure longer. Yet, he understood one thing: to shatter his own limits. 500 meters, 400 meters, the small car gradually loomed larger, and Xia Bo began to sense his strength waning, his legs feeling as if they were laden with lead. Such a brief surge of energy was not something everyone could achieve. A moment's carelessness could overwhelm his heart. At this moment, Xia Bo was drenched in sweat, as if having taken a shower without drying off. His previously explosive speed began to diminish. Yet he still moved considerably faster than the average person. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Gasping for breath, his chest heaved like a bellows, a sharp pain piercing his lungs. Nevertheless, he persevered, racing past the dilapidated car, for his limits had not yet been reached. To halt now would signify defeat. Finally, having sprinted the last 50 meters, his body encountered a turning point. Chapter 46. The emergence of Xia Bo. A faint warmth surged from the soles of his feet and his arms, enveloping his entire being. Xia Bo felt this gentle warmth nourishing his body, urging him not to pause, but rather to hasten towards his humble vehicle. After engaging in strenuous activity, one must not succumb to rest, particularly not by sitting down. The body, akin to a finely tuned machine, cannot afford to cease operation abruptly. To do so is akin to cutting off the power supply of a machine that is running at full capacity. He needed to gradually decelerate, continuing to move, allowing his body, which had been under immense strain, to come to a gentle halt. Xia Bo paced in front of his car, diligently wiping away the copious sweat that cascaded down his body with a piece of exquisite fabric. The perspiration was relentless. After a single wipe, it would emerge anew. This relentless cycle persisted for 5 minutes before he finally sank onto the straw bed he had prepared, lying there, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Completely fatigued, Xia Bo felt as though his legs had turned to jelly, his body seemingly hollowed out. Name: Xia Bo. Occupation: none. Gender: male. Level: 3. Experience: 4750. Strength: 14. 1. 4. Agility: 10. 1. Stamina: 9. 0. 9. Mental power: 6. 0. 6. Health: 97. Skills mastered: beginner combat specialization, strength increases with training, beginner agility, beginner dexterity, hunting state. Upon accessing his system panel, he noted a slight enhancement in both agility and strength, albeit masked by the soreness that rendered such improvements difficult to perceive. Exhaustion enveloped him. If every breakthrough were to be as taxing as this one, what was the point of continuing? If this was the toll at present, would a property breakthrough to 20 require him to flirt with the edge of demise? Feeling somewhat revitalized, Xia Bo straightened his posture, muttering curses under his breath. Another possibility loomed. Perhaps the rudimentary skills offered minimal attribute growth, necessitating an elevation in technique. Initially, he believed that advancing his skills would allow him to transcend his limits. In retrospect, it seemed rather comical. This matter required careful contemplation. After resting for a spell, Xia Bo rose and retrieved a large bucket of water from the passenger seat. Having just surpassed his physical limits and lost considerable fluids through sweat, he now felt parched, his throat dry and desperate for hydration. At this moment, the commencement of the ranked matches had already begun, drawing numerous participants into the live stream. Many were awaiting the appearance of prominent figures before commencing their own matches, traversing various streaming rooms to observe the live performances of those atop the current leaderboard, absorbing their techniques to practice in reality. This was an ongoing journey of learning. Xia Bo had yet to initiate his own stream, likely fearing he would miss the evening's ranked matches. Perhaps his injuries were quite severe, necessitating a period of recuperation. A reasonable conclusion indeed. Numerous live streaming rooms have been engaged in speculations about Xia Bo, for he is undeniably the foremost figure in the gaming realm. The sole competitor with an impeccable win rate in ranked matches. To this day, no one has withstood his initial assault, let alone compelled him to unleash a second strike. As time progresses, it appears that this may soon become a legendary tale. However, Xia Bo remains blissfully unaware of the discussions circulating in the world. He seldom glances at the commentary during his downtime, only indulging in it during late-night hours. After a brief period of recuperation, ensuring he is in pristine condition, Xia Bo checked the system and noted that several minutes had elapsed since the commencement of the ranked matches. Fortunately, he had not missed much. Seated in his chair, he opted to enter the ranked competition. The screen darkened momentarily before his vision returned to that familiar space. A colossal screen displayed the live streaming footage. While his personal ranking information appeared on one side, Xia Bo, ranking level 2, record 10 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100, an impeccable record. Primed to reach level 3 at an astonishing pace tonight. Xia Bo's expression grew frigid, exuding an aura of aloofness. He was acutely aware of his formidable popularity. If he were to display any sentimentality or exuberance, it might invite unwarranted speculation from others. Thus, he maintained a demeanor of icy resolve, leaving an indelible impression on others, instilling a sense of caution regarding his prowess. Naturally, this comes with its drawbacks, particularly the ease with which he becomes immersed in his role, an inevitability he currently cannot circumvent. With his mindset adjusted, Xia Bo's demeanor sharpened further before he chose to initiate the live stream. In an instant, a flurry of messages surged across major streaming platforms. Xia Bo had commenced his live broadcast. Those engaged in matchmaking opted to cancel their endeavors, while viewers in other rooms exited en masse to flock to his stream. The audience numbers skyrocketed. Initially presumed to be streaming despite an injury, viewers were taken aback to see Xia Bo appearing unscathed, his expression as cold as ever, with matchmaking already underway. Xia Bo was unharmed. This was inconceivable. How could he possibly be absent from the endless mode? Xia Bo, why did you not participate in the endless mode? The live chat exploded with frantic commentary. Yet, Xia Bo paid little heed to the barrage of messages, remaining oblivious to the ongoing chatter. Soon, matchmaking commenced, and he instinctively selected his favored weapon. The first opponent matched with him was rendered speechless upon seeing Xia Bo. Xia Bo, aren't you injured? The individual stammered, visibly shaken. Caught off guard, Xia Bo paused, a frown creasing his brow, and coldly uttered 3 words. Who said that? The world has been saying that you have been out of touch for a day, and you missed the morning activities. Many believe you are injured and therefore did not participate. The individual spoke cautiously, yet he remained ever vigilant of Xia Bo, for he had witnessed the latter's live stream the previous day and was aware that Xia Bo relished in launching sudden assaults. Oh, Xia Bo replied, albeit with a hint of surprise, as he was entirely oblivious to what he had overlooked. However, there was no need for haste. He would soon ascertain the nature of the event. Have you finished? I am about to take action. Xia Bo cast a glance in his direction and remarked, you have only spoken half the truth, before dashing forward with remarkable speed. With unwavering focus, the hunt was on, in the face of an adversary. The most prudent course of action was to give one's all. Such swiftness. The man was utterly astonished, feeling as though a primordial beast had fixed its gaze upon him. A tremendous aura of pressure emanated from Xia Bo. The man's heart raced. He did not conceal his intentions and immediately unleashed the skills he had acquired. Layers of scales appeared on his arms gripping the broad blade. An overwhelming force surged forth, enhancing his abilities. Yet, just as his technique was initiated, a silver flash sliced through his vision. He clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. You lack martial virtue. As the words fell, his form disintegrated into countless specks of starlight. Chapter 47. The tragedy of Level 2. The live streaming room was engulfed in an eerie silence. My goodness. A Level 2 master dispatched his opponent with remarkable swiftness, not allowing even a fleeting moment for the latter to showcase any skills. Gulp. Countless viewers watched the stream, swallowing nervously. This was utterly terrifying. The man was indeed a Level 2. He struck with lethal precision, devoid of any hesitation. In the footage, Xia Bo retracted his gaze, his expression icy. An enemy is merely an enemy. If they wish to slay you, would they grant you a moment to linger? Upon hearing Xia Bo's words, the live chat erupted once more. Wow, Xia Bo's reasoning is astute. No wonder he initiates attacks in every battle with not a single word wasted. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. Before long, the stage before him faded away, replaced by the obscurity of a dark chamber. Xia Bo glanced at his mental energy. Indeed, it was replenished once more. This signified that within the arena, regardless of the severity of his injuries, upon returning to this place, he would instantaneously revert to his prime condition. So this is the endless mode. Casually observing the activity panel, Xia Bo discerned which event had commenced. However, he was taken aback to discover that endless mode began in the morning, while ranked mode was initiated at night, an opposing dynamic. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He resolved to allow them a day's respite. Not long after pondering this, Xia Bo initiated matchmaking once again. The matchmaking process was swift, almost instantaneous, concluding in a mere 2 seconds. The screen transitioned, revealing the arena, followed by the appearance of a woman with an alluring figure. Upon seeing her, Xia Bo's expression shifted momentarily, only to quickly return to normal. Simultaneously, Feng Xian's live stream fell into an uncanny stillness, soon erupting into fervent discussion. Well, it's the great Xia Bo. To think she matched with the renowned Xia Bo, infamous for his ruthlessness. In yesterday's stream, he had dispatched 4 women, one after another. Xia Bo remarked, "Women merely impede the speed at which I draw my blade." Feng Xian, taken aback, realized that upon entering level 2 matchmaking, she had encountered Xia Bo. Xia Bo nodded nonchalantly, his gleaming steel blade spinning lightly in his grasp. Goodness, they actually know each other. It was reminiscent of a domineering CEO and his delicate wife. This woman might just be the one who endures the longest under Xia Bo's prowess. You're unharmed. That is splendid. Feng Xian grasped her longsword, its tip directed towards the ground, her tone imbued with an elusive excitement. Yes, Xia Bo responded calmly. His gaze fixed upon her, gently warning, I shall commence now. Excellent. Great Xia Bo, I have long admired you and wish to seek your guidance today, Feng Xian declared. Her exquisite features radiating determination. I have trained in martial arts, practiced swordsmanship, and served as the chief instructor of the police academy. I seek your counsel. So much unnecessary chatter. Xia Bo furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. Let us fight. Wherefore all this superfluous discourse? With his focus sharpened, he activated his hunt mode and lunged forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, Feng Xian felt as though she was being stalked by a predatory beast. Danger. Utterly perilous. Feng Xian dared not be careless. She immediately employed her skills, her figure becoming agile, enhanced by the technique she had learned at MMA, her speed remarkable. However, as her foot touched the ground, a shadow surged beside her, and she sensed a chilling breath at her face. How could this be? He has discerned my landing point. My martial arts are a haphazard mix. Even my master cannot fathom my footwork. Could he truly understand it? Feng Xian, refusing to underestimate the threat, swiftly drew her sword to confront the foe. Clang! Sparks flew before her as she staggered back several paces. Such formidable strength, yet she managed to block the attack. Nevertheless, the barrage of comments in the live stream warned, be careful. This is a feint. There is another strike. That one is lethal. It's over. The streamer is finished. Indeed. Just as Feng Xian regained her stance, a dazzling silver crescent swept towards her. Suddenly, her vision went dark, and when it reappeared, she found herself back in her small room. What just happened? Feng Xian was bewildered, not comprehending how she had perished. Earlier, she had watched a video by the renowned Xia Bo, and her first thought was that Xia Bo was quite handsome. Her second thought was, this person is extraordinarily powerful, leading her to start her own live stream. Though Xia Bo was her benefactor, she saw it as an opportunity she did not wish to miss. So she only watched one match after he began streaming. She did not witness the subsequent battles, thus remaining unaware of Xia Bo's attack strategies. A glance at the comments made her realize she was captivated by Xia Bo's terrifying explosiveness, speed, and formidable insight. Subsequently, she observed Xia Bo's third battle. Devoid of unnecessary dialogue, even when his opponent spoke, he did not respond, launching straight into the attack. With a single strike, he decapitated his adversary. After watching Xia Bo's third match, Feng Xian wore an expression of shock, inhaling deeply. Brothers, you may not discern it, but I am a martial artist, and I have glimpsed the terror of Xia Bo. I believe you are curious as to why, despite the opponent's block, he was still decapitated by Xia Bo's sword. This brings us to a term, insight. Also known as observation, it is a profoundly terrifying skill. The opponent had indeed attempted to defend, but Xia Bo, with his immense insight, found the flaw in the defense and struck him down. Breathtaking, truly terrifying. It seems that Xia Bo had let me off easy. Yet I failed to seize the opportunity. His prowess is simply beyond comprehension. Even now, having reached level 3, I was forced back several steps by his single blow. Today is destined to be a lament for level 2, as a massacre awaits at the hands of Xia Bo. To avoid a clash with Xia Bo, I shall refrain from matchmaking for now. His ranking matches proceed swiftly, typically resolving battles within a minute, so I need not worry about wasting time. Subsequently, Feng Xian decisively abandoned the live stream and shifted his attention to Xia Bo's broadcast, recognizing the myriad of insights one could glean from the esteemed streamer. At this juncture, Xia Bo had commenced the fourth matchmaking round. Indeed, encountering level 3 opponents proved to be quite formidable, as they exhibited a repertoire of skills that required considerable effort to contend with. He casually remarked, sparking a considerable stir within the live chat. Is that so? Truly exerting some effort. The fourth matchmaking round commenced promptly. On the arena stood a stoic young man, his gaze fixed intently upon Xia Bo, devoid of any discernible emotion. Han Yi, known by the moniker Leaf, wielded a blade. Upon Xia Bo's appearance, the young man promptly declared his identity. Goodness, it's a newly ascended powerhouse on the leaderboard. Han Yi, the Mad Blade, ranked 7th in the standings. It was said that he possessed a deadpan demeanor and a reclusive nature. Finally, an encounter with a prominent figure on the leaderboard had materialized. The live stream reverberated with excitement, as the audience was palpably exhilarated. Having perused various comments, let me share some reflections. As a novice writer, crafting an impeccable novel seems an unattainable aspiration. Imperfections and flaws are inevitable. After all, one mind cannot rival the collective wisdom of many. Moreover, tastes vary widely, and some may find certain elements displeasing. While writing, the author often lacks a profound sense of the narrative, akin to merely recounting a story. Consequently, certain aspects may not resonate with everyone's preferences or may even seem illogical. My apologies for any discrepancies encountered. Should you identify any inconsistencies or flaws, please feel free to comment within this chapter. The author will take note and strive to rectify these shortcomings within the narrative. The discerning eyes of the audience are invaluable. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. Additionally, regarding the difficulty of wild monsters, each individual possesses their own survival strategies, whether through vehicular collisions or wielding clubs. Everyone devises their own methods. In times of crisis, individuals often unleash remarkable potential, and those who survive the first night are certainly not to be underestimated. Ultimately, everyone has their own opportunities, but the protagonist may possess certain advantages. Furthermore, concerning the initial trading mechanics, as observed by those who have progressed further, there exists a novice welfare period where the drop rate is 100% and the chest opening rate is 90%. Thus, whether defeating monsters or opening chests, resources are assured, barring a stroke of bad luck. During this phase, a surplus of resources may arise, leading to an abundance for all. Who would wish to trade their valuable car fragments and metals? Everyone harbors dreams of being a protagonist. However, the author focuses solely on one character. Should the author delve into every individual's thoughts? I, for one, would refrain from trading. Who knows, perhaps I am also a hidden powerhouse, a paragon of fortune. A game's first update is invariably followed by subsequent updates. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Rather, I humbly request your support in the form of votes, collections, and likes. Your opinions are welcome, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Here is a sweet kiss for you all. Updated at 11:30 p.m. Occasionally at 8:30 p.m., sometimes earlier. Evening updates are irregular. Chapter 48, the Tier 3 Reward. Although Feng Xian, whom he had just encountered, was also on the leaderboard, she did not rank on the competitive standings. Those who appeared on the leaderboard were exceptionally formidable, either military personnel or martial artists. Xia Bo remained silent, refraining from revealing his identity, and instead charged forward decisively. Those who knew him were well aware of who he was. There was no need for self-introduction. He had long been renowned as Xia Dao, a name synonymous with a perfect win rate. Han Yi maintained an impassive expression, gripping his blade with unwavering focus, exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. Xia Bo's ascent to the pinnacle with an impeccable win rate was beyond imagination. If he were to shatter Xia Dao's record in this battle, the surge in his popularity would be nothing short of staggering. After all, Xia Bo was famed for his singular strike, and no one had yet managed to surpass Xia Dao's legendary blow. Should he succeed in doing so, he would undoubtedly rise to fame alongside Xia Bo's illustrious reputation. This battle was one he must seize with utmost diligence. With a stoic demeanor, Han Yi unsheathed his sword, revealing his robust arm, which concealed explosive power. Come forth. Han Yi suddenly swung his wide blade, leaving a flurry of afterimages in its wake. Here it comes. The Mad Blade has arrived. This was indeed a high-level technique manual, all wielding blades. It remained uncertain whether Han Yi could eclipse Xia Dao's renowned strike. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. On the arena, Xia Bo's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light as he approached Han Yi at lightning speed, drawing his blade for a fierce slash, his movements fluid and seamless. One strike. Han Yi falls. Instantly, the two live streams fell into a profound silence, all spectators momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of fervor ignited. Xia Dao is incredible. Wow, this is simply astonishing. Is this the might of insight? With an unbelievable precision, this strike intercepted Han Yi's Mad Blade assault, delivering a lethal blow to the throat. Feng Xin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How extraordinarily powerful! The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, and throughout, Xia Bo had not uttered a single word. The subsequent encounters were remarkably effortless, with an increasing number of challengers advancing to Tier 2. And Xia Bo's pace quickened accordingly. The 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. In these successive battles, no one could withstand his singular blow. Naturally, his chain blade techniques were never employed again. All were acutely aware that Xia Bo's prowess had grown even more formidable. In the final confrontation, Xia Bo delivered a decisive strike, sealing his opponent's fate, before reappearing in the room. Attempting to matchmake once more, he found no challengers remaining. It turned out he had already ascended to Tier 3. Xia Bo closed the matchmaking interface and coolly remarked, "I'm signing off." With that, the screen descended into darkness. Devoid of any unnecessary delay, while his record was firmly established. Xia Bo, rank 3, record 20 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100 thus. He remained immortalized in such a terrifyingly impressive record. After receiving the rewards from the level 3 treasure chest, Xia Bo did not linger to watch the live stream. Instead, he exited promptly. He deemed watching the stream to be a waste of time and had little interest in studying others. His mood did not allow for such distractions. Inside the familiar car, Xia Bo opened his reward. Beginner Skill Upgrade Book 1. Clicked to view details. To his delight, it was a skill upgrade book. Xia Bo's eyes lit up as he clicked to explore further. Beginner Skill Upgrade Book has a small probability of skill advancement. Note, the failure rate is relatively high. It is advisable to use several books. The prospect of a small chance for advancement was rather disappointing. Xia Bo furrowed his brow. He had initially expected a direct upgrade, but was met with the uncertainty of probability. What a miscalculation. Upon seeing the 3 words that appeared on the skill upgrade book, Xia Bo made the decision to proceed with the upgrade. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Beginner Skill Upgrade Book has been upgraded to Elite Skill Upgrade Book. Elite Skill Upgrade Book. 99 probability of skill advancement. Note, as long as luck is on your side, success is generally guaranteed. Perfect. A faint smile graced Xia Bo's face. With the skill upgrade, his prowess would soar once more, rendering him absolutely invincible among level 3 players. Currently, he had mastered the beginner combat expertise, with strength increasing through training, beginner swiftness, beginner agility, and the hunting state. All skills were eligible for upgrades except for the hunting state. Contemplating the 3 skills available for enhancement, Xia Bo felt a pang of indecision and opened his personal attributes panel. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 4750. Strength, 14, 1. 4. Agility, 10, 1. Endurance, 9, 0, 9. Mental power, 6, 0, 6. Health, 97. Mastered skills, beginner combat expertise, with strength increasing through training, beginner swiftness, beginner agility. Hunting state. While mental power was a shortcoming, it sufficed for now, leaving only the speed-related skills for upgrade. Xia Bo examined the options and then clicked on beginner swiftness and beginner agility. Skill, beginner agility. Attributes, agility 3, endurance 2, advanced skill. Level increases with training. And agility will subsequently rise, with boundless potential. Skill, beginner swiftness. Attributes, consumes a bit of intelligence to unleash the skill. Increasing movement speed by 100 for the duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Beginner swiftness offered a short-term burst of speed with a cooldown, rendering it somewhat less useful. However, it could yield remarkable effects at critical moments, thus the higher his base speed, the better the outcome. After contemplating briefly, Xia Bo reached a decision. While brute force could overcome myriad obstacles, this was not an era of hand-to-hand combat, especially with professions yet to be unlocked. He opted to upgrade beginner agility. Beginner agility, upgrading. Beginner agility upgrade successful. Skill, intermediate agility. Attributes, agility 8. Endurance 6, advanced skill. With diligent training to enhance levels, agility will concurrently increase, revealing boundless potential. As his skills successfully advanced, Xia Bo noticed both his agility and endurance attributes had triumphantly surpassed 10. Agility, 15, 1. 5. Endurance, 13, 1. 3. His body transformed, the strength in his legs intensified, and he felt an extraordinary lightness throughout his being. This sensation was remarkably intuitive. Furthermore, his heart pulsated robustly, and he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy coursing through him. Ah, what bliss! He had grown stronger. No longer gasping for breath, his body thrived, meals were more delectable, and sleep was profoundly restful. After stepping out of the vehicle and stretching, Xia Bo felt as though he had gained an inch in height. It was exhilarating. This agility skill was truly exceptional, not only enhancing agility but surprisingly augmenting endurance as well. A smile graced Xia Bo's face, for in the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. And with his hunting mode, he was utterly invincible. Chapter 49. The Emergence of a Unique Highway. Having completed his power enhancement, Xia Bo found himself disinclined to engage in ranking matches, as each encounter resulted in swift victories that offered little challenge or excitement. His daily routine now consisted merely of leveling up at scheduled intervals to claim the rewards associated with competitive play. He tidied up the grass on the ground, compressing it beneath his umbrella, which he then secured to his vehicle. With everything in order, he started the engine and set off, with over an hour remaining before dusk, allowing him ample opportunity to scavenge for additional supplies. Following the conclusion of the novice welfare period, new resource boxes had appeared, upgraded and more abundant in contents. However, the absence of protective measures meant that the likelihood of encountering empty boxes had increased significantly. In addition to being vigilant for ordinary treasure chests along the roadside, he needed to remain alert for hidden boxes buried underground, which had the potential to yield rare items. His very first skill book had come from such a concealed chest. These hidden treasures were challenging to detect, as they lay beneath the surface. Yet a useful tip was that their locations bore a slight depression compared to the surrounding terrain. With keen eyes, one could discern their presence. Before embarking on his journey, Xia Bo glanced at the leaderboard. Noting with disappointment that he had not made the rankings, the 10th position required a distance of 1,500 kilometers. Clearly, he had a long way to go. Uncertain of his current mileage, he resumed driving at a relatively slow pace, maintaining a speed of 30 miles per hour while scanning the roadside. After half an hour, he had yet to encounter a single treasure chest. It was evident that the frequency of appearances had diminished significantly since the end of the novice welfare period. He mused as he drove. Moments later, he finally spotted a wooden chest by the roadside, a familiar sight that elicited a glimmer of joy on his face. He parked the vehicle, opened the door, and approached the chest, skillfully wielding his steel knife to pry it open. Nothing inside. His expression froze as he squatted beside the road. This marked the second empty box he had encountered. He was curious to see how many more would follow. Returning to his vehicle, he closed the door and restarted the engine. After another half hour, a third chest came into view. Xia Bo stepped out of the car, his face devoid of expression. Surely this one must contain something worthwhile. This time, he resolved to be gentler. Bang! Crack! The wood splintered as he reached inside to pry it open. Nothing inside. The fourth empty box. Frustrated, he discarded the remnants of the chest onto the ground and closed the car door with a stoic demeanor. A slight wave of disappointment washed over him, prompting him to grab a piece of bread to eat. When in a foul mood, one must find a way to vent. As darkness approached, he was determined to locate at least one more box before the day concluded. Xia Bo bit into the bread decisively, pressed the accelerator, and continued down the road. The highway was broad, and he maneuvered his vehicle to the opposite side. According to the refresh pattern, once a box appeared on one side of the road, that side would refrain from generating another for a short duration, necessitating a switch to the other side. This serves as a form of self-soothing. Who knows if this road might only yield a single refresh? As dusk approached, Xia Bo observed that with the system's updates, nightfall no longer descended like a mere flick of a screen from day to night. Instead, it became a gradual dimming process. In approximately 10 minutes, the sky donned the hues of twilight, with the blazing sun reduced to a mere quarter on the horizon, casting the world into a tapestry of darkness interwoven with crimson, a scene of indescribable beauty. It would not be long before the sky succumbed entirely to darkness. However, Xia Bo's mind was far from such musings. His attention was fixated on the roadside, for with the onset of night, no further resource boxes would materialize. A sudden realization struck him as he spotted a wooden crate ahead, a smile finally breaking through his tense demeanor. He disembarked from his vehicle, aware that this was the final box, hoping for some supplies. Xia Bo murmured to himself as he brandished his gleaming steel knife, sliding it deftly, and with a resounding thud, the blade struck the crate. The box was no match for such force and shattered instantaneously. As he skillfully pried it open, Xia Bo's expression froze. The familiar notification greeted him, revealing an all-too-familiar empty box. Cursed be the malevolent Black Emperor. He sighed in resignation, yet quickly composed himself. Recognizing that after the novice welfare period had concluded, the resource refresh rate had diminished. Opening 4 boxes under such circumstances was commendable, previously. The mere act of opening 2 would have been deemed extraordinary. Rising to his feet, Xia Bo lifted his gaze to the horizon. Where only a slender line of red remained, the sun had vanished, yielding to the embrace of night. However, the sky sparkled with countless stars, twinkling with faint light, illuminating the distant, shadowy grasslands. At least it was no longer an abyss of darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. As darkness enveloped the land, the leaderboard for the ranking competition was also updated, casting many into a state of astonishment. First place, Xia Bo, ranking level, level 3. Record, 20 wins, 0 losses. Win rate, 100. Second place, Feng Shihong, ranking level, level 2. Record, 19 wins, 12 losses. Win rate, 61. Third place, Sun Quan, ranking level, level 2. Record, 19 wins, 14 losses. Win rate, 58. Today, the esteemed Xia Bo had indeed ascended to level 3. Alas, I lack the eloquence to express my astonishment, only exclamations of disbelief. How could such a record be achieved? 20 wins, 0 losses? This stage belongs solely to Xia Bo. At this moment, words fail to encapsulate my feelings, leaving only incredible. It must be noted that every individual has their nemesis. Last night's moonlit mode elevated everyone's overall prowess, enabling many to catch up, except for one individual, who left them all in the dust. Magnificent. The world trembled at the realization that today, only Xia Bo had reached level 3, while all others faltered. As for Xia Bo, he had already kindled a fire, utilizing a steel knife. He excavated a pit in the grass and positioned a pot atop it, subsequently creating an opening at both ends. Thus, a natural fire pit was formed. Within the pot, instant noodles were bubbling, and upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, Xia Bo found himself salivating. It was simply irresistible. After subsisting on bread and biscuits, his palate had become weary. The mere presence of a pot of noodles had transformed his life. He had instant noodles. Before long, the noodles were ready. Xia Bo disregarded all else, rolled up the plastic bag containing the noodles, lifted them, and commenced feasting. The flavor was exquisite. The salty and spicy essence tantalized his taste buds, and as he wiped the corner of his eye, he pondered, what could be more gratifying than indulging in a bowl of instant noodles after over a week of bread and biscuits? This meal was undoubtedly the finest dinner he had ever experienced. After a simple cleanup, Xia Bo resumed his journey based on the thoughts he had entertained the previous night. Half an hour later, he halted by the roadside, awaiting his turn. Time elapsed, stretching beyond an hour, and to his astonishment, not a single wild creature had crossed his path. This left Xia Bo somewhat dumbfounded, as he was now just 3 experience points away from leveling up. Effectively stranded at this juncture. Moments later, Xia Bo abruptly stopped his vehicle. He was taken aback, for at the end of the road lay a shroud of darkness, undulating in familiar mountains. A group for readers has been established, group number 633202212. In response to the request of numerous readers, the author, albeit reluctantly, created this group. In truth, there are only 2 active members. Previously, the author had written another novel and established a group that attracted only a handful of participants, leading to its eventual dissolution. This time, the creation of this group stirred a sense of trepidation within the author, uncertain if it would garner even 20 members. To elaborate further seems unnecessary. The group number is 633202212. Those wishing to become administrators may contact me directly, with roles assigned based on contributions. While I cannot guarantee the presence of many members in the group, I assure you, as long as I am here, there will be company. A little secret, there are currently 2 chapters ready for release. What an achievement, hee hee hee. In conclusion, I cherish you all, sending virtual kisses. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50, The Eerie Village and the Strange Chime. It is a peculiar stretch of road. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xia Bo's eyes. How long had it been since he emerged from the high grassland? He had traversed nearly 200 kilometers, yet here he was, confronted once more with the unexpected. The wild creatures that emerged from this special road bestowed experiences and rewards far surpassing those of ordinary routes. However, upon encountering this unusual road again, Xia Bo felt no excitement, for with the system's updates, these special zones harbored tremendous dangers, especially since the wild creatures now possessed intelligence. He understood all too well that the true terror lay not in the creatures themselves, but in their newfound wisdom, with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary humans. Combined with intelligence, their formidable nature was nearly unfathomable. Thus, upon this new encounter with the special road, Xia Bo resolved to pass through as swiftly as possible and set his vehicle in motion. As the twisted shadow loomed larger, his initial doubts about whether it was merely a mountain dissipated. Indeed, it was a grand mountain, serpentine and unending. The closer he drew, the more vividly he perceived its majesty, the undulating range forming a barrier across the infinite grasslands, with only this wide open road cutting through it. Xia Bo's small car resembled a mere toy as it navigated the lofty mountain roads. After traveling approximately a kilometer, Xia Bo abruptly halted the car, hastily extinguishing the headlights, his gaze betraying a mix of dread and curiosity. For in the distant, hazy darkness, a vague outline of a village emerged. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, and climbing halfway up its slope, the village lay in utter darkness, devoid of any illumination, resembling a forsaken settlement. At the same moment, Xia Bo noticed a change in the roadside signs. The previous warning against straying from the road by 10 meters had transformed into an invitation to explore. This revelation left him momentarily stunned. He parked the car by the roadside, grasped his steel knife, and ventured 10 meters from the road. Indeed, the invisible barrier had vanished, allowing him to delve deeper. After confirming this, Xia Bo returned to his car, sitting quietly within, hesitating to start the engine. He was oblivious to what lurked within the village. What if it was the territory of some tribe? The sound of the car could very well attract their attention. From various cues within the game, he gleaned that these newly spawned monsters were emblematic of distinct races. The green-skinned creatures, broad-bladed beasts, quadrupeds, steel boars, zombies, tentacled horrors, and minotaurs each represented a different faction. Initially, Xia Bo speculated that these wild creatures hailed from beyond the grasslands, but now his assumptions seemed somewhat misguided. Should he dare to explore this village? In truth, he could easily accelerate his vehicle and swiftly traverse the area. Yet, Xia Bo harbored an unsettling feeling that crossing this threshold would lead to regret. After contemplating for a good 10 minutes, he finally steeled his resolve. He would act. He disengaged the handbrake, maneuvered the car to the roadside, concealed it with dense foliage, and calculated his supplies, ensuring he had provisions at the ready. Everything was prepared. Xia Bo stealthily approached the village. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his gaze drawn to a vehicle parked at the roadside of the village. Upon inspecting the car, he discovered it was vacant and devoid of any occupants. Turning his attention back to the dimly lit village, a grave expression crossed his face. It was evident that the individuals associated with the vehicle had either fallen prey to the creatures of the village or, like him, had chosen to venture forth in exploration. In that moment, Xia Bo's thoughts turned to a certain individual, Xia Bo. Xia Bo was the first human he had encountered, a formidable figure reputed to be a military elite, whose remarkable physical condition at such an advanced age was indeed rare. At least until he enhanced his own abilities, Xia Bo knew he was no match for him. Could it truly be Xia Bo? After all, he had arrived here before Xia Bo. Given the old man's character, he would undoubtedly have chosen to investigate. Xia Bo's gaze lingered on the dilapidated vehicle, which was now covered in a layer of leaves. He reached out to touch the windshield, revealing a fine layer of dust, indicating that it had been here for quite some time. What could have transpired in this village to warrant the activation of the exploration function? To uncover these mysteries, he resolved to investigate further. His eyes fell upon the village, shrouded in darkness, its outline uneven and indistinct. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo steeled himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to enter the village for a closer look. With his agility now surpassing 10 points, he was confident that if confronted with insurmountable challenges, he could swiftly retreat. Cautiously approaching one of the small houses, Xia Bo's attention was caught by its diminutive stature. The door stood ajar, only 2 meters high, and was adorned with a thick web of spider silk. After hesitating briefly, he crept into the room, his movements deliberate and cautious as he quickly searched the interior. The furnishings were peculiar yet covered in dust. Xia Bo conducted a swift examination, finding little of interest. Though it was apparent that the house had been rummaged through by someone, the outcome of which remained unknown. Indeed, someone had been here recently. Xia Bo noticed a flicker of movement in his eyes before he swiftly exited the house. The subsequent small cabins he inspected were largely devoid of contents. The village was expansive, and these structures belonged to the outskirts. As he ventured upward into the mountains, the houses grew larger, and the shadowy village above appeared to be substantial, reminiscent of a tribe. Not long into his exploration, Xia Bo suddenly halted, his previously steady breath caught in his throat. About 7 or 8 meters ahead lay a dark object, permeating the air with a foul odor of decay. What could it be? A corpse. Could it be that of the old man Zhou? Xia Bo dared not approach openly. Instead, he stealthily maneuvered along the side of a nearby cabin, inching closer to the body. As he neared, he discerned that it was no human corpse, its size alone made that abundantly clear. As he approached, Xia Bo was taken aback to discover the lifeless body of a wild creature. The remains were visibly decayed, suggesting that it had been dead for some time. This was perplexing. According to the rules of the game, the bodies of slain wild beasts should vanish immediately, even in the high grassland regions. Yet here lay a corpse that refused to disappear, resembling a glitch in the game. Frowning deeply, Xia Bo found the presence of this body exceedingly strange. Raising his gaze towards the village, he sensed an air of uncanny mystery surrounding the place. Doubts began to creep into his mind, as he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the village. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed through the air, jolting Xia Bo from his thoughts. The sound of a bell reverberated from the mountain. Was it struck by a person? Or perhaps something else entirely? He hesitated, contemplating whether he should ascend. While danger loomed, so too did the promise of opportunity. Yet, an instinctive wariness held him back. The village felt decidedly unsafe. Who could say what unknown entities lurked within its shadows? Chapter 51. Discovery. Escape. After much internal conflict, Xia Bo remained at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. This village was exceedingly peculiar, marked by an eerie chime and the presence of lingering corpses. Every aspect exuded an unsettling aura. According to the game's narrative, this area was supposed to be a tribe of wild creatures. However, due to certain circumstances, the dwellings at the foot of the mountain had fallen into desolation. Perhaps only atop the mountain could something of value be uncovered. But what lay above? Was it worth the gamble? It could lead to nothing at all, or worse, cost him his life. The old man Zhou had ventured inside, indicating that something indeed resided within. Having served in the military and held a position of authority, he was meticulous and adept in various combat techniques. Perhaps the chime had been orchestrated by him. Damn it, I'm here now. I'm almost level 4. And with 3 of my attributes reaching 10 points, why cower any longer? Xia Bo gritted his teeth and resolutely ascended. The mountain path was rugged and uneven, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. He felt immense confidence when facing solitary wild creatures, yet the fear of the unknown caused him to tremble. After all, he was merely human. As he crouched low and progressed cautiously, he encouraged himself silently. Once he had explored this place thoroughly, he would leave without a moment's hesitation. Delving deeper, he noticed some food items on the eaves of the small wooden huts, fresh, crimson flesh, some covered in a revolting slime. It was evident that this was the sustenance of some wild creature. Previously, he had encountered a decaying monster, and under the cloak of darkness, coupled with its putrid state, he had failed to discern its type. Now, Xia Bo realized he must exercise greater caution. He did not wish to be besieged by a tribe of wild creatures. At that moment, he might not even comprehend how he met his demise. The doors of these huts stood ajar, and Xia Bo casually entered one. Inside, the layout comprised a row of wooden partitions creating 2 rooms, and a nauseating stench permeated the air. In the center lay a heap of putrid flesh, congealed and sticky, enveloped in a layer of unknown green slime, utterly repulsive and stomach-churning. Even witnessing it nearly made Xia Bo retch, prompting him to flee to a shadowy corner. It was far too disgusting. Upon exiting, he still sensed the foul odor lingering at the tip of his nose, an unbearable affront to his senses. Xia Bo rubbed his nose, feeling as if his stomach were in turmoil. Those remnants were likely the tribe's food, albeit in a most revolting state. Suddenly, he quickly concealed himself as 4 grotesque figures approached from the dark distance, appearing somewhat deformed, an entirely new breed of wild creature. In that instant, he understood the source of the tribe's strangeness. There were no sources of illumination, and the entire tribe was shrouded in darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. These wild creatures seemed to navigate the night as if it were daylight, possessing an uncanny ability to pierce through the shadows. Xiao Pao concealed himself adeptly, observing as the 4 wild creatures entered a nearby dwelling before cautiously emerging. At present, every room harbored these wild beings. In fact, the entire village seemed to be infested with them. The chime he had heard earlier may have lured these creatures forth. Xiao Pao's eyes glimmered with determination as he decided to skip these rooms, instead advancing through the pitch-black corners of the village. He refrained from engaging. Recognizing that the value of these 4 creatures was rather negligible, there might be substantial treasures hidden within the village. To lose sight of the larger prize over these trifles would be a grave error. The air was oppressively warm, imbued with a faint, unpleasant odor that was quite intolerable. Gripping his steel blade, Xiao Pao proceeded stealthily, ever vigilant of the surrounding structures. The arrangement of the buildings was utterly chaotic, seemingly erected at random, making navigation a cumbersome task. The resources within these darkened spaces were shrouded in mystery, and he could only tread carefully, refraining from uttering a sound. He moved with utmost caution, the air thick with heat and an unsettling atmosphere. As he advanced, he encountered the remains of unknown creatures strewn across the ground, their lifeless forms reduced to mere skeletons. The ground slick with viscous blood. He needed to locate the bell or any semblance of a clue. Aimlessly wandering the village like a headless fly would surely lead to his discovery. Xiao Pao found himself beside a wooden shack, having delved deeper into the village, where numerous wild creatures lurked. However, he was uncertain of their exact locations, inside the house, or perhaps. Suddenly, an eerie call echoed from behind him. Lost in thought, Xiao Pao felt his body stiffen, his heart racing as he heard approaching footsteps, the peculiar cries growing more distinct. He had been detected. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound, and through the murky darkness, he beheld a grotesquely deformed wild creature standing there, staring directly at him, cursing under his breath. A chill coursed through him, and Xiao Pao swiftly reacted, bolting away towards the mountainside. As he navigated the labyrinthine structures, confusion enveloped him. These convoluted buildings had formed a maze, After traversing a few rooms, he realized he had lost his way. He had to rely on the terrain, with little time for contemplation. A singular thought crystallized in his mind, compelling him to act. The increasing presence of wild creatures left him with scant opportunities for reflection. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient to elude those pursuing him. Yet, he soon discovered that the cacophony of wild creatures surrounded him from all angles. He had stirred a hornet's nest. The encroachment was becoming increasingly evident. Spotting an open room, Xia Bo dashed inside, where he locked eyes with a wild creature. As it prepared to cry out, he instinctively lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with precision. The hot blood gushed forth, splattering the ground. He instinctively glanced at his experience points. 47 remained 47. Indicating that the wild creatures encountered during exploration yielded no experience whatsoever. The corpses of the wild creatures on the ground remained undisturbed. Damn, this is infuriating. Xia Bo's expression darkened, and he cursed under his breath. There was no experience gained, nor any loot dropped. It was utterly frustrating. Outside, the sporadic sounds of wild creatures echoed, sending shivers down Xia Bo's spine. Yet, he soon regained his composure. The strength of these creatures appeared to be lacking, and he was fully capable of handling them. His only concern lay in their numbers. He possessed stamina, but should it deplete, death would surely follow, especially at this juncture. Maintaining calmness was imperative. Panic would only lead to mistakes. Once he steadied himself, Xia Bo began to devise a strategy. Clearly, he had stirred up a hornet's nest and found himself trapped in this room. The sole means of escape was to fight his way out and then locate his vehicle to make a swift departure from this place, without looking back. Chapter 52. The captured Elder Zhou. There exists an alternative strategy, to remain concealed here until the tumult outside subsides. Yet, the ruffians outside afforded no such opportunity. No sooner had I taken my seat than a creature emerged within the confines of the room, its gaze immediately falling upon the lifeless form of its fallen comrade. A piercing shriek erupted, an eerie sound that seemed to beckon for aid. As anticipated, the commotion drew the attention of others nearby. The reaction of Xia Bo was nothing short of alarming. Upon the creature's appearance, he shattered the window and leapt outside, unleashing his full speed without regard for the terrain. Whether ascending or descending, he chose a less tumultuous path and bolted forth. Good heavens! The sight of so many creatures ahead caused Xia Bo's heart to plummet. Over 20 of these fiends, brandishing clubs, set their sights on him and howled as they charged forward. The sheer terror of the situation sent chills down Xia Bo's spine. Engaging them was not an option. It would lead to no rewards, nor would it yield any spoils, and slaying them would be a futile exertion of energy. It was far more prudent to conserve his strength and devise an escape plan. Minutes later, he encountered a tall fence and squeezed through a small opening at its base. Pausing to gather himself in a narrow alcove, panting heavily. Stamina, 513, 1, 3, recovering. Summoning the system, he noted his dwindling stamina, only 5 points remained. Depleting rapidly. In this state of frenzy, he felt utterly disoriented, akin to a headless fly. Hiding in this dim, constricted corner, Xia Bo managed to catch his breath. He realized that he had not simply burrowed directly inside, but had circled around before entering. This place was far from secure. Those creatures would inevitably discover his hiding spot, necessitating a plan for relocation. Huffing and puffing, Xia Bo listened intently to the sounds outside, gradually regaining his composure. A glance at the time revealed that only 2.5 hours had elapsed. There was still ample time. Presently, his greatest dilemma was that he had lost his bearings. The area where these creatures had erected their dwellings was a clearing on a hillside. The desolate village at the foot of the mountain was merely a ruse to attract curious beings, including players like himself. In this vast expanse, the number of such creatures was uncertain, and the houses they constructed bore striking resemblance to one another. The uniformity of the structures, coupled with the lack of significant elevation change in the clearing, made it all too easy to lose one's sense of direction. The urgent task at hand was to ascertain the route down the mountain, but darkness enveloped him, and looking upward revealed the looming, shadowy peaks on either side. Only from the village's edge could he see the road. The creatures outside had been stirred from their slumber. Escaping would prove to be no simple feat, especially as they had grown wary. Even the most dim-witted among them would surely bolster their vigilance. Thus, he needed to devise a plan. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from beyond the fence, accompanied by the sharp sound of a twig snapping. His train of thought interrupted, Xia Bo held his breath. Cautiously rising to his feet, checking his stamina, he noted it had risen to 8 points, recovering swiftly. Silently, he crept to the right side of a small hole in the fence, the steel blade in his hand drawn and ready for use. The footsteps grew closer, and Xia Bo held his breath, suppressing the tumultuous and frantic beating of his heart. At this moment, panic was not an option. Succumbing to fear would spell disaster. Through this experience, Xia Bo recognized a recurring flaw within himself. in moments of genuine crisis, he tended to lose his composure, much like a headless fly. Consumed by chaos during the recent chase, the footsteps were now mere meters away, just on the other side of the fence. Sweat began to bead in the palm that gripped the blade, his heart pounding fiercely, echoing like a drum, thudding robustly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fence above him, and Xia Bo quickly stifled his breath, his heart racing to his throat. The creatures chattered among themselves before, surprisingly, they departed. Xia Bo blinked in astonishment, then exhaled in relief. They had not discovered his presence. As he relaxed, he became acutely aware of how his clothes clung to him, soaked in a dense layer of cold sweat, an involuntary response to his earlier panic, when he hadn't even recognized. He managed a wry smile. He had thought himself prepared to face adversity, yet when true danger manifested, he reacted like a child. This mindset would not suffice. He needed to devise a way to forge resilience. This was merely his first foray into the world beyond the road, with many more to come. Comparatively, the road felt safer, free from the threat of large-scale wild creatures. Leaning against the fence to catch his breath and regain his strength, he noticed that the commotion outside had not subsided. These creatures appeared relentless in their pursuit. Exhaling deeply, Xia Bo's expression remained taut. It seemed he would not escape anytime soon. Once he felt sufficiently rested, he lifted his gaze to survey the area beyond the fence. The scene was chaotic, resembling a disordered storage room, with debris littering the ground. An inexplicable foul odor permeated the air, unpleasant yet something he gradually acclimated to. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to explore this space. At least here, danger seemed absent, and it resembled a room. Xia Bo scrutinized his surroundings. It was dark and reeked. Clutching his blade, he cautiously explored along the fence's edge, suddenly halting his steps, his movements becoming more deliberate. He sensed an unusual presence, something peculiar lurking in the shadows ahead. As he approached, Xia Bo was taken aback. The interior was filthy and chaotic, and there were several robust figures huddled in deep slumber. Adjacent to them was a massive circular apparatus filled with a repulsive, viscous substance. Was this truly a pigsty? Xia Bo was dumbfounded. No wonder the creatures outside had refrained from entering, merely gesturing toward this pigsty. Momentarily bewildered, he realized that this place might offer a semblance of safety, serving as a temporary refuge. Emerging from within, Xia Bo glanced around, finding no trace of wild creatures. For now, it was relatively safe. Behind the pigpen lay a pitch-black cavern, its entrance wide and flanked by a staircase. Could there be clues hidden here? With a sense of curiosity, Xia Bo surveyed his surroundings before swiftly venturing inside. The tunnel was both deep and lofty. Even standing upright, he could not touch the ceiling. Upon reaching the bottom, he found himself wading through water that reached his knees. This was a dungeon. As he delved deeper, Xia Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. On either side of the dungeon were locked-up monsters, including familiar creatures such as tentacle beasts, quadrupeds, and green-skinned beings. The further he advanced, the more alarmed he became, encountering many wild creatures he had never seen before, their severed limbs pinned to the walls. Some already lifeless. Among them lay a human corpse, marred by numerous wounds. It was uncertain whether this individual had been captured and slain after arriving at the estate. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his pupils constricting in shock. Old Man Zhou. Chapter 53. Task Activation Point. Xia Bo exclaimed in astonishment. Never anticipating he would encounter the Old Man Zhou in such a setting, nor could he have imagined that Zhou had been captured. Unlike the previously ensnared wild creatures, which were impaled by thick wooden spikes, Zhou was bound tightly by vines. With his head lowered, he sensed movement, and, upon opening his eyes and spotting Xia Bo, his murky gaze brightened slightly. Well, it's you, kid. Hurry up and get me out of here. Xia Bo promptly used his steel knife to sever the vines that bound Zhou, who then tumbled into the water. Quick to react, Xia Bo helped him up. My limbs have gone numb. Damn it, those scoundrels ganged up on me when they couldn't take me on one-on-one. Zhou spat, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. They know they can't defeat you, yet they still dare to challenge you directly. How could that be? Xia Bo rolled his eyes, realizing his unintentional reveal had alarmed the entire village, not to mention Zhou's unrefined demeanor. Once Zhou regained his strength, he quickly said, Kid, there's no time for banter. We must leave this watery prison. I've uncovered a significant secret. Initially, I intended to tackle this alone, but it seems rather difficult now. If it weren't for you, I might have perished here. The creatures before them hailed from various races, and as the game currently lacked a bestiary feature, their origins remained a mystery. TSK, their corpses 1T disappear. I wonder if their flesh is edible, Zhou mused. You, old pervert. Xia Bo frowned. I can see your heart is too kind. You may not realize how many lives these creatures have consumed. What if I told you a secret, that these beings once fought for survival on this very road? How would you react? Zhou's knowing smile indicated he anticipated Xia Bo's expression. Do you truly believe we humans were the first players? You are gravely mistaken. Many races have traversed this game. All from beyond Blue Star. Observing the expression on Xia Bo's face, Zhou chuckled ominously. Xia Bo furrowed his brow. Where did you glean this information, old man? Of course. It's knowledge I've pieced together through exploration, though I can't elaborate further. Come. Let me guide you to trigger this. It's part of the survival game and offers abundant resources, Zhou replied with a grin. Xia Bo felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship, realizing that rescuing Zhou might have been an unwise decision. Yet, his objective was to explore this place and acquire supplies. Since the old man had arrived earlier, he undoubtedly possessed valuable insights. Perhaps allowing him to accompany him was a prudent choice. The two emerged from the water prison and into the outside world. Did you blow up someone's latrine? Why has the entire village been stirred up? Zhou exclaimed upon hearing the commotion outside. I'm not sure. I was merely exploring when I was discovered. Xia Bo replied. By the way, I heard the sound of a bell on my way here. The sound of a bell? Oh, that explains everything. What did you say? No, it's nothing. You must have misheard. Old Zhou coughed lightly and glanced around as if to confirm something. I remember now, let us go. You actually know the way? Following Old Zhou's winding path, Xia Bo was amazed that they encountered no wild monsters. He looked at Old Zhou in astonishment. Of course. I've been here for 2 days. How could I not know the way? Wait a moment, you're not lost, are you? Did you recklessly stir up the entire village as hornet's nest? Observing Xia Bo's expression, Old Zhou felt he was close to the truth. Then spoke in a softer tone. I told you, the bell caused turmoil in the residence. Once caught, it would settle down. Yet, I have been captured. And there is still chaos. Damn. Old Zhou, I knew you would lead me into trouble. Xia Bo's eyes widened suddenly, and he grasped Old Zhou's garment tightly. Shoo. Old Zhou abruptly signaled for silence, swiftly pulling Xia Bo behind a wooden fence. Moments later, several wild monsters scurried past them from behind the fence. Xia Bo was suddenly filled with uncertainty. Old Zhou, tell me the truth. Do you possess some sort of scouting skill? Old Zhou shot him a glance. Your brain isn't entirely dull, is it? Xia Bo chuckled. With such scouting skills, how could you have been captured? I can't tell if you're foolish or simply dim-witted. Hey, I don't wish to engage in banter with you. I watched your live stream and thought you were a cool character, but you turned out to be quite the tease. Old Zhou glared at Xia Bo. I led you to trigger the quest. You must tell me the quest details later, all right? Just as they were walking, Old Zhou suddenly halted and whispered. Xia Bo glared, nearly raising his weapon in anger. After saving his life, Old Zhou still thought to take advantage of him. Hey, we should respect our elders. And besides, this is a mutually beneficial deal. Lucky for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother telling anyone else, Old Zhou huffed. But I saved your life too. Xia Bo shot him a glare. Then I'll share my task with you. Would that suffice? Old Zhou pondered before responding. Xia Bo suddenly grasped the crux of the matter and asked suspiciously, can tasks even be different? Of course, tasks must differ, Old Zhou replied irritably. He had initially thought all tasks were the same until he noticed his own task was labeled Task 2, realizing that tasks were not unique and varied for each individual. I'll take a look first. Xia Bo neither agreed nor refused. Fine. In the darkness, 2 eerie figures crouched in the corner, occasionally pausing to evade passing wild monsters. Soon, a towering platform over 3 meters high came into view, and atop it was a bell. A prompt appeared. Task activation point. Is this the task activation point you mentioned? Are you certain you're not joking with me? Xia Bo glanced back, observing Old Zhou's expression, which seemed to convey a sense of reassurance and encouragement to press forward. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. This was indeed a task activation point, guarded by a dozen ferocious beasts. What a predicament! You, my friend, seem to lack appreciation. When I activated my own task, I too faced a horde of wild creatures. Old Zhou huffed, his brows furrowed in agitation. Xia Bo took a deep breath and inquired, Are you certain you will not assist me? I might assist you. But what isn't it for me? After all, I saved your life, Old Zhou retorted. That's a separate matter entirely. Your act of rescue merits my gratitude. Yet we are currently in a life-or-death situation. Could we not settle this by accounting for our deeds? I saved you once. You helped me once in return? Old Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, That is not permissible. Damn it, Old Zhou. You shall be the death of me. Xia Bo's chest heaved, a tempest of frustration urging him to lash out. Sensing the rising tension, Old Zhou reconsidered and suggested, Well, it may not be entirely out of the question. After you accept the task, let us collaborate and assist one another in completing it. What do you say? Agreed. Chapter 54. Activation Task. Survival in the ruins. Upon receiving the approval from Old Zhou, Xia Bo stifled the urge to unleash his blade. This Old Zhou was indeed cunning. Despite having saved his life, he still sought to exploit Xia Bo's efforts. Truly, a dog of a man. Do you have any good ideas? Xia Bo inquired. Surveying the dozen or so wild creatures, there were no blind spots in sight. And rushing forward would not only be perilous but would also likely alert the other beasts lurking within the estate, resulting in a futile endeavor. He was but a man, not a deity. He could handle these 10, but the subsequent creatures would undoubtedly overwhelm him. I do have a plan. You charge in and engage them, and I shall provide support, old Zhou replied with a solemn tone. Xia Bo nearly choked. Can you not come up with a more sensible idea? You would make a fine soldier in the army. Old Zhou gazed at Xia Bo in astonishment, wearing an expression that seemed to say, how do you know? Think for yourself, or follow my earlier suggestion. Damn. Xia Bo felt that spending too much time with him would eventually wear down his defenses. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on old Zhou. What are you staring at me for? I must remind you that my body has yet to recover, and I still feel weak in my limbs. Old Zhou, sensing the intensity of Xia Bo's gaze, felt a sense of foreboding. Old Zhou, I believe having you along is more of a burden. It might be wiser to leave you here, allowing me to complete the task alone. Xia Bo narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of extreme danger. What the hell? Are you trying to abandon our revolutionary friendship? Old Zhou exclaimed in shock. Perhaps it is time to discard it. You admit you cannot be of much assistance and may even hinder me. For my own sake, I must make this sacrifice. Besides, I did save your life, so I am entitled to take it back. No. Old Zhou hastily interrupted. Tell me what you need me to do, and I shall do it. He had witnessed this fellow's live streams. He was far more formidable now than when they first met, showing no hesitation in slaying during his broadcasts. He feared that if things went awry, Xia Bo might truly wish to eliminate him. That's the spirit. I just devised a plan. Look. Xia Bo's face lit up with a smile, revealing his intentions to deal with old Zhou more ruthlessly, and he articulated his inner strategy. You expect me to lure the monsters? Old Zhou's murky eyes widened in disbelief. You possess scouting skills. Besides, you merely need to draw the creatures away while I ring the bell to claim the task. Then we can both retreat. With my assistance, you will find the task significantly easier. Xia Bo seemed to have a firm grasp on old Zhou's temperament and added, if worse comes to worst, we can revert to the previous plan. To prevent you from being a liability, I might have to. Enough. You are becoming increasingly slippery. Fine. I shall assist you, but you must be quick. I am currently unarmed. Old Zhou felt it was time to part ways with this character. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. He rose to his feet, preparing to take action, yet hesitated momentarily, expressing his concern. Hurry up, you rascal. I shall grant you but 3 minutes. No problem. 3 minutes is ample time. Xia Bo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination. The old man Zhou stealthily crept out. His murky eyes fixated on the grotesque creatures before him, and suddenly burst forth from the shadows, standing defiantly in the street. Hey, you bunch of trash. Come and catch me. With that declaration, he turned and dashed away. The creatures, startled and enraged, emitted bizarre sounds. You wretched beasts. Had I not deemed you incapable of yielding anything or possessing any experience, I would have obliterated you all long ago. In the military, with your pitiful ranks, I could have easily dispatched you with a single machine gun. I would have obliterated your abodes with an RPG. Just try to pursue me. The old man cursed as he ran, then shouted, Xia, for heaven's sake, move faster. I'm utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, observing that the creatures had been lured away, Xia Bo brandished his knife and charged forth, his objective set on the bell tower. Upon arriving at the base of the tower, 2 creatures emerged from the darkness at one side. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, Xia Bo swiftly approached the grotesques. His steel blade slicing through the air like a silver crescent moon. With a single stroke, he dispatched one. Quickly surveying his surroundings to ensure no danger lurked before making a beeline for the bell tower. Reaching the 3rd level of the tower, Xia Bo wasted no time and, disregarding any prompts, began to strike the bell with the back of his knife. The resonant clangs echoed throughout the village. Ding. Quest initiated. Click to view. Having struck the bell, Xia Bo noticed grotesques emerging around him, without a care for the quest that had begun. He leapt from the bell tower and fled towards a less populated area. Minutes later, he concealed himself in a corner, gasping for breath. Confirming that he had drawn all the grotesques away and set out for the rendezvous point he had agreed upon with the old man. This journey took over 10 minutes, yet he still found no trace of his companion. Helplessly, he realized he had lost his way. Unlike the old man Zhou, he lacked the skills of reconnaissance and auxiliary techniques. After a futile search, Xia Bo ultimately surrendered to his confusion, forgetting the route entirely. Now, he found himself in an increasingly desolate area and had no choice but to seek a secluded corner. Opening the system interface, he checked for any private messages from Zhou. Fortunately, the system was accommodating enough to allow him to search for the individual he sought. After sifting through the options, he finally located the old man. There were dozens of messages waiting for him, and the old man was persistently sending more. "Kid, where are you? Don't you dare leave me hanging. You better hope I don't catch you." The messages continued to pile up at an alarming rate. The old man's frustration was palpable. Xia Bo replied briefly, "I'm lost." Zhou responded, "Cough, cough, where exactly are you now?" Xia Bo replied, "In a corner by the fence." "Allow me to peruse the task," Xia Bo replied, subsequently shutting down the system and reviewing the task acquired upon ringing the bell. Task 3, Survival in the Desolate Village. Difficulty Level 3, Survival in the Desolate Village. Over the next 3 days, you will endure the turmoil of ethnic strife within the Forsaken Village, striving to survive amidst the chaos. Status, awaiting commencement. Reward 1, 1 random vocational skill book. Reward 2, 10 random vocational medals. Reward 3, varied random supplies. Note, departing from the village will be considered a voluntary forfeiture of the task. After contemplation, Xia Bo messaged the old man Zhou, "Shall we collaborate on this task? Old man Zhou's reconnaissance skills are particularly suited for this endeavor. You are aware of your task, now enlighten me." Old man Zhou is also quite astute. "The task seems slightly manageable. I feel confident." Xia Bo replied, "Indeed. It appears rather simple. I suspect our task rewards may differ, hence my inquiry regarding cooperation. Regardless, let us proceed with some persuasion." Chapter 55, The Death of the Village Chief. "First, you tell me about your mission," said Xia Bo. Having recently been deceived, he was determined not to fall for this young man's tricks again. "Can I trust you?" After a moment of contemplation, he inquired. This question sounded strangely familiar. Indeed, the first time they met, he had asked the same thing. Old Zhou, recalling this, responded, "My mission is the third one." Xia Bo pondered briefly and replied, "Old Zhou, do you have a name for it? Honesty is paramount. Since I've shared my task, you ought to reciprocate. Otherwise, this collaboration may be for naught," he continued. A smile crept onto Xia Bo's lips as he replied, "I have a code name as well. Yours must have one too, right?" Old Zhou chuckled in irritation. "Indeed. You have no good intentions. Very well, since we are collaborating, let us be frank. My mission is the death of the village chief." The death of the village chief. Upon reading Old Zhou's response, Xia Bo fell into contemplation. His own task was called Survival in the Desolate Village. If one were to interpret the mission's hints, it could be understood as a village uprising, bearing a similar essence to the death of the village chief. This was evidently interconnected. Old Zhou's mission likely involved assassinating the village chief, thereby triggering the survival task. "Ah, Old Zhou, you are indeed up to something," Xia Bo thought. A smile playing on his face as he realized his conjecture was spot on. After a moment, he replied, "Old Zhou, my task is called Uprising. If I am not mistaken, your mission triggers mine upon the chief's demise. Therefore, based on this connection, we must collaborate. Additionally, I have resources aplenty and possess considerable strength. There is no need for me to squander time on this task. Tomorrow's mission awaits me. Should you refuse to cooperate, I shall take my leave. As I am inherently cautious, any hint of risk dissuades me from proceeding. You assist me, and I shall assist you. This will significantly reduce the risks involved. Should you choose not to aid me, I am well equipped to undertake this task on my own, albeit with some effort. The crux of the matter is that your mission precedes mine. If I initiate my task first, it will trigger the upheaval, indicating that the chief has already perished. Do you believe your mission could still be accomplished under such circumstances? So, what will it be? Shall we collaborate? I shall grant you 1 minute to ponder. Once that minute passes, I will commence the task and abscond, resulting in its failure." Upon reading Xia Bo's message, Old Zhou erupted in anger, cursing, "Damn it. This young man dares to burn the bridge after crossing it." His expression shifted rapidly. If what Xia Bo asserted was true, once his mission commenced, Old Zhou's task would be rendered void. Old Zhou found himself at a loss for words to express his tumultuous feelings. Cooperation was acceptable, but he demanded to know the specifics of Xia Bo's task. Old Zhou received the news and fell into a state of melancholy. This lad had truly become increasingly cunning. The task was not particularly arduous. Survive for a day in the wilderness during the uprising. Xia Bo replied. After a moment's contemplation, Old Zhou deemed the task reasonable. Its difficulty was subjective, neither particularly easy nor exceedingly hard. This lad was indeed shrewd, undoubtedly recognizing Zhou's reconnaissance skills. Otherwise, he would not have made such a proposal. After all, during an uprising, scouting skills could prove immensely beneficial. "All right, I accept," Zhou conceded. "However, let us first converge before proceeding. The finer details of the task require discussion. Old Zhou, you know the way. Let me see if I can locate a distinctive structure." With the system shut down, Xia Bo cautiously emerged from the darkness, navigating through the narrow gaps between 2 wooden huts, then concealed himself behind listening intently to the surrounding sounds before daring to look up. The area was shrouded in darkness, intermittently pierced by eerie cries that sent chills down one's spine, as if they were emanating from right beside him. The uprising triggered by the bell had yet to subside, however. Xia Bo understood that this unrest was merely a minor disturbance. The true chaos would unfold once he initiated the task, escalating the turmoil to unimaginable heights. Feeling his way forward, Xia Bo eventually discovered a structure of some significance and contacted old Zhou. After a wait of several minutes, Zhou finally appeared. Xia? Do you still dare to threaten me? Damn it. If I were to indulge my old military temper, I would have shot you by now. Old Zhou spat upon finding Xia Bo. Xia Bo chuckled softly. Let us get on with it. I have no time to waste. There were matters to attend to before the task commenced. Old Zhou's eyes flickered. Xia Bo fixed him with a piercing gaze. Old Zhou, are you concealing something from me? Zhou chuckled awkwardly. No. How could that be? I'm nothing if not honest. Xia Bo remained silent, staring intently at old Zhou, who began to feel a twinge of guilt. You, lad, are becoming increasingly slippery. And you never mentioned that you swiped my lighter. Xia Bo narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of menace. Were it not for their collaboration, he would have relished the idea of cutting Zhou down. Ahem. Fine. I concede. This task has its complications. We need to locate the village chief. Old Zhou coughed, stating, I take my leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Bo's expression turned icy, and he turned to leave. So, they must find the village chief after all. Wait, let us talk. Old Zhou hastily grabbed him. Speak the truth. Xia Bo's demeanor was frosty. We currently have no information regarding the village chief. We must locate him. However, I suspect that the chief only appears when certain creatures are captured, old Zhou elaborated, his gaze wandering before ultimately resting on Xia Bo. If my guess is correct, your task is of difficulty level 2. Yours is level 3. Old man Zhou's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, he had suspected that this young man was concealing something. I learned from you, Xia Bo casually remarked. Then pondered for a moment. Do you remember the corpse of that human beneath the water prison? What are you implying? The tasks are not assigned randomly. He may have taken on the first task, and subsequently, the difficulty would have escalated. Unfortunately, that fellow lacked the strength and was captured. Bound there until he perished from torment, Xia Bo deduced. You've got quite a sharp mind, old man Zhou replied. Do you have a plan? He too recognized that this young man was eager to take a risk, just as he was. Rather than fleeing and merely surviving, it was better to make an effort. Perhaps they could unlock a divine skill. In this era, one must possess resources and strength to thrive. Otherwise, one would end up like those wild monsters, becoming mere puppets of the game. Chapter 56. The plan begins. Old Zhou, since we are to collaborate, it is essential that we understand each other thoroughly. You are a master soldier, and I need not elaborate further. Effective cooperation demands this level of comprehension. Xia Bo pondered briefly before lifting his head, his gaze piercing as he regarded old Zhou. Their brief alliance was established, united by a common objective. Very well, no objections. Old Zhou displayed an unexpected generosity that left Xia Bo somewhat astonished. Name, Zhou Guoping. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 1350. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Endurance, 7. Mental power, 6. Health, 94. Skills mastered, intermediate combat techniques, self-taught. Ethereal steps, reconnaissance, Qilin arm, memory retrospection. Goodness. Upon inspecting this, Xia Bo was taken aback. The skills on display were nothing short of extraordinary. No wonder old Zhou, despite his age, could navigate with such ease. Clearly, one should never underestimate those who have graced the rankings. Old Zhou, you are indeed formidable, Xia Bo exclaimed, inhaling deeply, realizing he had found the right companion. Indeed, your fortune lies in this steel blade. There are many individuals with immense innate strength who, lacking weaponry, must evade powerful foes, thereby missing countless opportunities for greatness. You ought to be grateful, old Zhou remarked. So, I am rather fortunate then. Xia Bo stroked his chin, deep in thought. Enough of the chatter. Let me see your attributes, old Zhou commanded. Xia Bo did not hesitate, promptly revealing his own attribute page. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 4750. Strength, 14. 1. 4. Agility, 15. 1. 5. Endurance, 13. 1. 3. Mental power, 60. 6. Health, 97. Skills mastered. Beginner combat specialization. Strength increases with training. Beginner agility. Intermediate quickness. Hunting state. Not bad at all. Indeed, everyone possesses their own unique fortunes. If you do not meet an untimely end, you will undoubtedly become a great elite among humanity, old Zhou remarked with admiration, uttering a series of perplexing statements. Old Zhou, Tell me, have you obtained some crucial information? Xia Bo inquired, his eyes fixed intently on old Zhou. You are quite astute. I have indeed acquired information of utmost significance. Even more valuable than my own life. Would you like to know? I shan't disclose it. Old Zhou replied with a grin, his demeanor teasingly mischievous. Xia Bo maintained an unusually calm expression. Enough with the frivolities. I already have an excellent plan to accomplish your task. So soon? You wouldn't be attempting to extract information from me, would you? Let me make this clear. Do not even think about it. Old Zhou shook his head. Xia Bo cast a glance at him. I indeed have such an idea, but since you refuse to let me see, let it be. This is beyond our cooperative plan. So allow me to briefly outline the strategy. Did you not mention that once you are captured, the chieftain would reveal himself? Damn. Are you suggesting that I should be captured once more? Is there no respect for the elderly and care for the young? Oh, I see now. This is your way of retaliating for my withholding information. Old Zhou glared at Xia Bo, his gaze laced with scrutiny. Xia Bo pondered for a moment. Old Zhou. Your suggestion does indeed hold merit, albeit with some risks. Do you remember those other wild creatures imprisoned in the water dungeon? Are you implying that? Old Zhou composed himself, suddenly grasping the notion. Well, they are near death anyway, and with no one guarding the place now. We could release a few that are still alive. If we get caught, the chieftain will surely emerge, and we simply need to eliminate him and retreat. Xia Bo nodded, acknowledging the inherent risks of this plan, yet it offered the advantage of them acting in tandem. Xia, this is quite a clever strategy. Do we have contingency measures in place? Should circumstances shift, we need to devise multiple plans, Old Zhou remarked. Not at this moment. Plans rarely survive contact with reality. We must act swiftly, Xia Bo replied, shaking his head. Just as he was about to step forward, he turned back to say, lead the way. All right, Xia. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the responsibility. This is your task. Understand the need for respect for the elderly and care for the young? I do not. The two men crouched low, instinctively silencing themselves upon encountering passing wild creatures. Old Zhou's reconnaissance skills proved invaluable, sparing them much trouble. It must be said that Old Zhou's support was nothing short of impeccable. Had he been alone, Xia Bo would have floundered like a headless fly within the village. Following closely behind Old Zhou, Xia Bo remained contemplative. With Old Zhou present, they navigated the wild creatures' patrols with remarkable ease. We are almost there, Xia. I must caution you. Be wary of these creatures' counterattacks, as they are of an alien race, Old Zhou advised before reaching the water dungeon. I understand. These are mere trifles. As long as we can complete the task, it matters not, Xia Bo replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence rooted in his strength. I shall keep watch from here. Should any disturbance arise, I will inform you to retreat swiftly, Old Zhou assured. No problem, Xia Bo responded, ceasing further chatter as he slipped into the water dungeon. With his initial entry behind him, Xia Bo moved swiftly through the murky waters, deftly exploring inward. Most of the wild creatures on the periphery had perished, leaving only a few barely clinging to life. He rescued those that could not flee, while behind him, some wild creatures, still vigorous like Old Zhou, had just entered. It appeared they had not yet been dealt with due to the village's upheaval. Old Zhou's luck was indeed commendable. Xia Bo observed the peculiar wild creatures without hesitation, swiftly selecting 2 or 3, severing their bindings with his steel knife, and then hastily departed, leaving them behind. As the private conversation unfolded, Old Zhou had already begun to unleash chaos upon himself. With a swift surge, just as he ascended the 6th step, he unexpectedly collided with 2 wild creatures. They arrived with alarming speed. A surge of alarm coursed through Xia Bo's heart as one of the beasts attempted to cry out. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and swiftly severed the throat of one creature, while the blade glimmered, plunging into the throat of the other. Having dispatched both creatures, Xia Bo became aware of the stirring behind him. Without lingering, he hastily made his escape. Outside, Old Zhou had vanished, and the sounds of wild creatures echoed ominously around him. Just as he hesitated, uncertain of which direction to flee, Old Zhou burst forth from a particularly dark corner, seizing Xia Bo with urgency. Why are you still dawdling? We must leave at once. Old Zhou exclaimed, his voice rife with urgency. What on earth has happened? Xia Bo inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Old Zhou. Listen, Xia, this is not my doing. We need to hide. I will explain everything shortly. Old Zhou quickly scanned their surroundings before continuing. Xia, stay close and do not fall behind. Chapter 57. The Emergence of the Village Chief. A Fight to the Finish. Gasping for breath, Xia Bo sprinted behind the elderly Zhou, navigating through a labyrinth of oddly styled buildings until they reached a shadowy little cabin. Zhou collapsed behind the cabin, panting heavily. Zhou, please tell me what transpired while I was inside. Xia Bo, equally fatigued, was more concerned about the events that unfolded during his brief absence. Oh, the plan has shifted. It seems the nearby wild creatures have respawned, and were discovered by some beings within the village, leading to their immediate capture. Zhou inhaled deeply, his thoughts troubled by an ominous feeling, as if the object he had acquired was somehow implicated, though he could not ascertain why. Is it merely a coincidence? Xia Bo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, but soon sensed a noticeable shift in the atmosphere around them. It gradually became eerily quiet. So soon, tranquility has returned? Zhou explained. After the bell tolls, these wild creatures, under the directive of the village chief, will relentlessly pursue the one who rang the bell. However, if any beings are captured in the interim, the wild creatures will mistakenly perceive them as the bell ringer, thus halting the chaos. As Zhou's breath steadied, he continued, it appears that another creature has taken the blame, presenting us with an opportunity. If we wait for the wild creatures to fully calm, we can stealthily follow them to the village chief's dwelling and eliminate him. The task of slaying the village chief will be complete. Astute thinking. Nevertheless, let us rest for a moment. They won't be arriving just yet, and the village chief may still be on his way, Zhou advised. I too require a moment to recuperate. My stamina has been severely depleted, Xia Bo said as he sank wearily to the ground, glancing at his stamina gauge, which had dwindled to just over half. Not too bad. After a few minutes, both regained their strength sufficiently and rose to stealthily make their way toward the water dungeon. Be cautious. These wild creatures will gradually disperse, and we might unwittingly encounter love around the corner. Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Does your skill require a cooldown? Xia Bo inquired, puzzled. Of course. This is a skill, not a passive ability. It undeniably requires a cooldown. Otherwise, I would be invincible. Zhou shot him a glance, as though he were addressing a fool. Xia Bo's expression darkened as he asked, how long is the cooldown? Half an hour. That's manageable. The two pressed onward, taking care as Zhou's skills were currently in cooldown. Suddenly, a wild creature emerged from around the corner, startling Zhou, who instinctively reacted with a jolt. He swiftly grasped the creature's head with one hand while the other seized its neck, snapping it with ease. Still sharp as ever, Xia Bo remarked, astonished by Zhou's prowess. Xia, you remain humble, but if it were you, I fear a swift blade would swiftly end your life. Old Zhou cast him a glance, stepping over the lifeless body on the ground, and continued onward. The village leader awaits. The two stealthily made their way into the shadowy corner, gazing at the red exclamation mark that loomed ahead, reminiscent of a video game. This red exclamation mark was displayed after old Zhou initiated the quest. Curiously, the mark was in motion. It only appeared within a 50-meter radius and could be obscured by buildings. Without drawing it out, it would be quite challenging to locate. Old Zhou remarked, let us follow closely. Xia Bo whispered, cautious of the numerous wild creatures surrounding them, ensuring they maintained a safe distance to avoid losing sight of it. This fellow is toying with us. Old Zhou, is there a time limit? 20 minutes later, Xia Bo's face turned ashen as he observed the still-moving red exclamation mark. During these 20 minutes, he had been trailing the village leader in circles. The time limit is 2 hours. Over 50 minutes have already elapsed, nearing an hour. With only an hour remaining, you'd better think of a solution quickly, or else my quest will fail, and I shan't assist you. Old Zhou glanced at the time and suggested, why not charge straight in? Let us take him down. Old Zhou, your temperament is truly reckless. Had you not encountered me, you would be dead by now, Xia Bo replied. Life is transient. If you're not satisfied, then fight. Am I to fear this rabble? Old Zhou scoffed, his gaze fixed ahead, adding, it has changed direction again. This isn't a sustainable approach, Old Zhou. Do you have a better plan to deal with it? Xia Bo followed Old Zhou, unable to contain his concern. At this rate, they would eventually be worn out, constantly on guard against the wild creatures that could appear at any moment, which was a tremendous drain on their stamina. Let us just take it down. Xia? I'll draw its attention, and you handle it. Old Zhou realized that this approach was untenable and spoke decisively. I can kill it too? Xia Bo paused in surprise. The quest states that as long as the village leader is dead, it doesn't specify who must deliver the kill. Old Zhou replied, you said it yourself. This isn't a viable strategy. The urgent matter is to eliminate it swiftly and complete the quest. Then let us do it. Xia Bo nodded in agreement. Sending the old man in was clearly unrealistic, and it could very well result in mission failure and Old Zhou's demise. Given his swiftness, it was best for him to take the lead. I'll go. Old Zhou took a deep breath and leaped out, shouting into the engulfing darkness, hey, you bunch of rascals, come and catch me. Boom. The once tranquil village erupted into a cacophony of eerie sounds, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Xia Bo kept a vigilant eye on the red exclamation mark, eager to see if it would flee or charge towards them after triggering the village. As the village trembled, the red exclamation mark began to move, pursuing the old man Zhou. Xia Bo concealed himself in the shadows, observing the advancing red mark as if it were his prey. The village chief appeared oblivious to the task at hand. Xia Bo contemplated, gazing into the darkness where silhouettes continuously shifted, silently biding his time for the opportune moment. By heavens, there are so many of you. One day, I shall raze your village to the ground. The distant echoes of Old Man Zhou's curses could still be heard. The red exclamation mark drew nearer, destined to pass by his location. At that moment, it would be his chance. Before long, the red exclamation mark appeared just 2 houses away, on the opposite road. Seizing the moment, Xia Bo activated his speed, propelling himself to an astonishing velocity. Almost a blur as he dashed forward. His steel blade cleaved through a wild creature in his path, severing its head and slicing through its body. Charging straight toward the village chief. A cacophony of bizarre cries erupted around him, emanating from the wild creatures. Despite his remarkable speed, they still detected his presence. Xia Bo paid them no heed, for his focus lay solely on the village chief. The chief seemed to sense Xia Bo's approach, letting out a strange cry. And rather than fleeing, he charged directly at Xia Bo. This unusual behavior startled Xia Bo. In the brief moment of distraction, the chief was upon him. His grotesque hands reaching out to grasp Xia Bo. You are courting death. Xia Bo regained his composure, cursing fiercely, a phrase he had learned from Old Man Zhou. Chapter 58. The survival mission commences with unwavering focus. The hunt mode was activated. In an instant, Xia Bo perceived the leader's movements. He swung his steel blade with precision, cleaving through the monstrous hand that reached for him. Crack! His formidable strength of 15. For unleashed a terrifying effect, severing the creature's arm. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick, also infused with 15. For of strength, propelling the beast 5 meters away. Time was of the essence, only 2 to 3 seconds remained. Without hesitation, Xia Bo advanced, steel blade in hand, lunging towards the chieftain's neck. Swoosh! Scalding blood gushed forth. The chieftain lay lifeless, and the surrounding wild creatures erupted into eerie cries, a cacophony of sorrow and rage. Once out of hunt mode, a sudden jolt surged through Xia Bo, compelling him to flee without delay. He sprinted forward, terrified that even a moment's pause would lead to his obliteration by the encroaching beasts. The surrounding creatures abandoned the Old Man Zhou and surged towards Xia Bo like a relentless tide, intent on consuming him, heart racing amidst the frenzy of the wild beasts. Xia Bo could no longer discern direction. He simply charged towards the shadows, surrounded by the encroaching monsters. He disregarded everything but the necessity to wield his blade, dispatching the relentless creatures one by one. As he pressed on, the path before him became obscured by the sheer number of beasts, their primal instincts seemingly awakened by the chieftain's demise. Perhaps, with the leader slain, he had inadvertently become their target. No matter where he ran, they seemed to track him effortlessly. Damn, I've been betrayed. After an indeterminate number of creatures had fallen and an unknown duration of flight, realization dawned upon Xia Bo. This cunning old man must have withheld crucial information. The sight of the encroaching swarm chilled his heart to the core. Cursing vehemently, he continued to slash at the advancing beasts. At long last, after an indeterminate number of kills, he carved a bloodied path through the chaos, disregarding the creatures to his flanks as he pushed his speed to its utmost limit, seeking to outpace those behind him. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, the beast seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his location. To hell with it. Gasping for breath, he muttered a curse, observing his dwindling stamina. With no other options, he activated his mission. There was no escaping these monsters. Once his strength was exhausted, he would be left to perish. Thus, he initiated his task. A desperate gamble for survival. Notification. Survival in the ruined village. Difficulty level 3. Survival in the ruined village. Over the next 3 days, you shall endure a tribal uprising within this desolate settlement. Survive the chaos. Status. Activated. Time remaining. 2 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Mission prompt. Your exposure will steadily escalate over time. Reward 1. 1 random professional skill book. Reward 2. 10 random professional medals. Reward 3. Various random supplies. Note: leaving the village will be considered a voluntary abandonment of the mission. Once the task commenced, he sensed a transformation in the surrounding wild creatures. They no longer merely besieged him, but exhibited an air of ferocity, emitting an array of peculiar cries. He also noticed that the wild beasts, which had initially converged towards him, ceased their previous actions, instead remaining stationary and vocalizing, with some even engaging in skirmishes among themselves. Only a few of the creatures, having perceived him, emitted a strange cry and charged in his direction. Xia Bo lured these few wild beasts to a less populated area, dispatched them, and then retreated to a corner, disregarding any semblance of dignity, and plopped down onto the ground. Gasping for breath, his chest heaved like a bellows, his lungs ablaze, and his leg muscles tingled with a sharp pain. His stamina had dwindled to its last vestige. If he persevered for much longer, His demise would be imminent. That old scoundrel had deceived him. After a brief respite, Xia Bo accessed the system and located the private message from Old Shou, directly confronting him. Old Shou, you've deceived me again? Haven't you? After a considerable delay, Old Shou replied, Xia, how have I deceived you this time? You still have the audacity to respond. After I slew that chieftain, why did all the wild creatures turn to hunt me down? You must have withheld something from me. Xia Bo replied angrily. How was I to know? The task indicated that killing the chieftain would lead to dire consequences. Didn't you say your mission was about inciting a rebellion? Naturally, I thought of a rebellion first. After all, the chieftain's death would incite chaos among those creatures, Old Shou retorted. Xia, I truly did not deceive you, Old Shou insisted. Xia Bo took a deep breath, contemplating Old Shou's message. Indeed, had he been in Old Shou's position, he would have also immediately surmised a rebellion, considering it followed the assassination of the chieftain. He had never anticipated that all the wild creatures would converge to assault him. Neither had Old Shou foreseen this. I'll tentatively trust you. Where are you now? My survival task has commenced, Xia Bo responded. No wonder those creatures were wailing as if mourning their parents. It was you who initiated the task. Enough of this idle chatter. Hurry here. I can hear wild creatures nearby, and dare not move, he added. Xia Bo understood that with the passage of time, his risk of exposure would incrementally rise. Given that the creatures were gravitating towards him, it was evident that his risk of exposure was already heightened. Thus, he needed to relocate before being discovered. After replying to Old Shou, Xia Bo swiftly sought a secluded spot and informed Old Shou about a conspicuous structure, then concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting Old Shou's arrival. Time slipped away, and Xia Bo glanced at the clock. Realizing that dawn was still 3 or 4 hours away, he was astonished at how swiftly time had flown. The task would be completed in 3 days. With the distant sounds of wild creatures echoing, Xia Bo curled up, resting while he waited. Xia. Before long, Old Shou's figure emerged, calling in a hushed tone. By heavens, you nearly terrified me, Xia Bo exclaimed, his eyes flying open, nearly swinging his knife in alarm. Xia, your vigilance is shockingly poor. Old Shou settled beside Xia Bo. Weary from a night of toil, I am utterly exhausted. Xia Bo exhaled, his stomach grumbling audibly. He retrieved some biscuits from a delicately crafted fabric pouch behind him and offered them to Old Shou. Would you care for some? Indeed, how could I refuse? I am on the verge of starvation, Old Shou replied, accepting the biscuits without hesitation and devouring them eagerly. Go ahead, indulge yourself. We have ample time ahead. Xia Bo grinned. Old Shou's chewing momentarily halted. Xia, what do you mean by that? Nothing, just the literal interpretation, Xia Bo responded. Come on. Are you concealing something from me? Old Shou's voice rose in disbelief. Impossible. No way. Damn it. Are you still withholding information? I have unwittingly embarked on a treacherous journey. After a pause, Old Shou resignedly leaned against the railing, realizing the young man was quite cunning. You mentioned it yourself. For your absurd mission, I nearly didn't make it back. Xia Bo retorted. You still dare to say? Shoo. Old Shou, about to protest, suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly made a gesture for silence. Chapter 59. The colossal beast. Xia Bo immediately became alert as a faint yet ominous sound reached his ears, a deep, resonant footfall. It was entirely unlike the noises produced by the creatures of this encampment. After the demise of the chieftain, these wild beasts had erupted into chaos, making it implausible for any creature to remain so eerily quiet. This could only signify one possibility. It was another race. Xia Bo lowered his voice. I know. Elder Shou whispered, clearly indicating that this was not a creature of their settlement. What could a beast from another race possibly want? Moreover, it appeared to be extremely close. Elder Shou gestured discreetly in a particular direction. Instantly, Xia Bo comprehended Zhou's intent and grasped his steel blade, ready to advance. Xia, come back. What are you doing? Elder Shou suddenly seized the reckless youth, questioning him in a hushed tone. Didn't you tell me to go? Xia Bo replied, momentarily bewildered. Zhou's expression stiffened. I specifically indicated that the creature was there. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black silhouette emerged within their line of sight. Approximately 10 meters ahead, an immense mass of darkness, distinctly conspicuous. From the shadowy outline, it was evident that this was a formidable beast. Elder Zhou quickly attempted to push Xia Bo down, hoping to keep him low. However, Xia Bo's strength was overwhelming, rendering Zhou's efforts futile. Why are you trying to push me down? Xia Bo questioned, staring at Zhou, who had already crouched low. Get down, Zhou urged, unable to restrain Xia Bo, who was oblivious to the danger. You're asking for death. Run. Without hesitation, Xia Bo yanked Zhou up from the ground. For the creature had already detected their presence and leapt over the fence behind them, dashing into the obscurity of the distance without a backward glance. The beast trailing behind them was certainly not to be trifled with. Even Xia Bo felt a visceral dread. Elder Zhou followed closely behind. Just as they sprinted a mere 10 meters, a thunderous crash resonated, accompanied by the splintering of wood from the fence. Good heavens! This thing is ferocious! Zhou exclaimed, covering his head in alarm. Run faster! Xia Bo glanced back, his heart racing as he beheld the creature charging after them. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters high. Clad in ebony armor, exuding an undeniable menace. This was undoubtedly a boss. He felt certain it would yield valuable loot. Elder Zhou, hot on Xia Bo's heels, shouted. Forget about that. This creature is beyond our capabilities. Even if we manage to defeat it, what could it possibly drop? Xia Bo quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade Zhou from his reckless thoughts. This beast stands 3 meters tall, adorned in black armor. Not even my steel blade, let alone a firearm, would penetrate its defenses. Xia, you have no idea. I do. This region is peculiar. Only boss-level creatures are capable of dropping loot, Zhou replied as they ran. Elder Zhou, I knew you had some secrets. Could you not share them with me? Xia Bo grinned, internally cursing Zhou for his lack of camaraderie. Xia, just seeing the creature could spell your doom. It bears a curse. Without further ado, I shall not divulge anything else, for I fear for your life. Exclaimed the old man Zhou, glancing back at the monstrous creature, a chill running down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace while silently lamenting his predicament. That beast has attracted such a formidable entity. Zhou, the wild monsters are approaching. We must devise a strategy, lest we both meet our demise. The commotion had drawn the attention of numerous wild creatures in the vicinity, converging towards them. Hurry, we're in dire straits, urged Xia Bo, feeling utterly helpless. Despite the wild creatures' colossal size, their speed was astonishing, keeping them closely on the duo's heels. Xia, charge towards the wild monsters, let them contend with this giant. If luck is on our side, we might salvage something from this chaos. Zhou quickly surveyed their surroundings and declared, this way. With that, he suddenly veered off. Xia Bo, noticing his abrupt change, slammed on the brakes and turned down the narrow path Zhou had taken. Boom, boom. The enormous creature thundered behind them, rampaging through the terrain. It's coming. Xia, may fortune favor you. Zhou shouted as he noticed a swarm of wild monsters emerging around them. With a powerful arm, veins bulging from his shoulder to his wrist, he seized a wild creature by the neck and, with a violent squeeze, snapped it effortlessly. Xia Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the old man. Zhou, you're incredibly fierce. Indeed, my strength is not to be underestimated. We must flee at once, Zhou retorted, discarding the creature's lifeless form and sprinting ahead. The two of them fought and ran simultaneously. Strangely, while numerous wild monsters surrounded them. It was the giant creature that relentlessly pursued them. Why does this monster persistently chase us? Zhou, are you somehow responsible for this? Xia Bo panicked, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhou. To simply survive, how could such a ferocious creature suddenly appear? I initially thought it was merely an increase in difficulty due to the survival mode, he reflected. Yet now, with wild monsters of various kinds attacking the giant, it was perplexing that it remained fixated on them. If we can evade it a bit longer, it may succumb, Zhou replied breathlessly without addressing Xia's query, casting a glance back at the beast. After running 2 full laps, utterly exhausted, the creature ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the wild monsters and collapsed. At that moment, the sky began to brighten. Having toiled through the night, the chaos around them showed no signs of abating. Quickly, Xia, the dawn has arrived. We must seize the opportunity. Zhou, having taken a brief respite, noticed the first light of day and urged his companion. Wait a moment, Zhou. You just said only boss-level wild monsters drop items, correct? Xia Bo gasped, locking eyes with Zhou. Yes. What of it, Xia? Zhou nodded, visibly puzzled. The village chief must surely be a minor boss, remarked Xia Bo. I didn't check before I left, and these wild creatures likely won't drop anything valuable. You have a point, young man. Perhaps the village chief could yield some treasures as well. Even if he does not, we ought to investigate. Both individuals, driven by their greed, reached a consensus to return. However, before they could proceed, Xia Bo needed to wait for old Zhou's reconnaissance skill to cool down. As daylight broke and the sun ascended high in the sky, the turmoil outside persisted. It was the first day of survival, and it seemed that, influenced by the game, these wild creatures were even more agitated during the day than at night, inadvertently complicating their quest to locate the corpses of the beasts. Chapter 60, 2 Iron Chests. 3 days of survival, alas, Xia, be wary of the wild creatures. Goodness, we have been discovered. No sooner had they stepped outside than an eerie cry echoed from the side. It was the call of a monstrous beast. It had spotted the two, and in broad daylight, their risk of exposure surged dramatically, while they might have concealed themselves in shadows during the night. Such respite was not afforded to them in the daylight. Old Shou, sensing the disturbance, immediately alerted them, but it was too late. Even with his keen senses and efforts to evade detection, the sheer number of wild creatures in the vicinity was overwhelming. It was inevitable that some would slip through the cracks. "Let us break through and then hide," Xia Bo shouted, his grip on the steel blade trembling slightly. The task of rousing the village was daunting. The wild creatures were simply too numerous. Should they fail to escape, they would be swarmed, devoured by the very beast they sought to evade. Old Shou reacted swiftly, springing up from the ground. Utilizing his reconnaissance abilities, he quickly identified a less crowded path and dashed forward. Xia Bo followed closely behind, confident that Old Shou would not lead him astray. With his reconnaissance skills, Old Shou could gauge the number of nearby wild creatures, skillfully steering them away from the most perilous routes. As the wild creatures began to converge upon them, Xia Bo cried out, "Die, you beasts!" He swung his blade with vigor, the muscles in his arm bulging as he severed the head of a creature. Their cooperation allowed them to dispatch the wild beast with remarkable speed, and within half an hour, they burst through the encirclement, albeit breathless and bloodied. "Xia, look ahead." Old Shou, panting heavily, pointed forward. Xia Bo followed his gaze and beheld the massive carcass of a wild creature, beside which lay a chest gleaming with a metallic sheen. "Hurry and take it. I sense more wild creatures approaching." Old Shou's expression changed as he sensed the impending danger. They were utterly exhausted, and if they were surrounded again, escape would be impossible. Without hesitation, Xia Bo rushed forward to seize the chest, while Old Shou selected a direction and awaited Xia Bo's return. As Xia Bo clutched the chest and ran towards him, Old Shou turned and sprinted in the chosen direction, and upon achieving their goal, they swiftly departed. In a secluded corner devoid of wild creatures, the two collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "By heavens, I nearly perished. Had we been surrounded just moments ago, it would have been our end," Old Shou gasped, his gaze fixed on the iron chest in Xia Bo's arms. "What is this chest? Why is there a lock?" "It is an iron chest," Xia Bo replied, setting it down thoughtfully. He recalled the universal key he had once obtained. Perhaps this chest could be unlocked with it. There must be something valuable within. Old Shou's eyes widened in excitement. Xia Bo glanced at him and suggested, "Let us secure it for now. There is still a boss's carcass we have yet to investigate. Once we've examined it, we can divide the spoils between us." Upon hearing this, Old Shou cast a skeptical glance at Xia Bo and, with utmost seriousness, asked, "Xia, are you attempting to deceive me again? That chest is yours." Xia Bo casually placed the box on the ground, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. The system's box, being locked, was virtually impossible to open without a key. Old Shou attempted to smash the box against the ground, producing a resounding thud, yet the box remained unscathed. His eyes widened in astonishment. "So sturdy?" After exerting considerable effort without success, Old Shou resignedly tossed the box back to Xia Bo. "Remember this place. We shall return shortly." Xia Bo smiled, concealing the box in a corner before suggesting, "All right, let's see if the other boss has dropped anything of worth." Old Shou licked his lips, contemplating that if something valuable were to emerge, he would bestow the box upon the young lad. Subsequently, the duo invested some time, braving the peril of being besieged by wild creatures, to reach the site of the chief's demise. "Damn, another box." Old Shou stood aghast at the sight of the box on the vacant ground, while the body had long been dealt with by the wild creatures. "Hurry up." Xia Bo dashed over to seize the box and swiftly returned, aware of Old Shou's intentions. It mattered little. He possessed the key. Retracing their steps to a familiar corner, Xia Bo plopped down on the ground, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Old Shou, what should we do with these two iron boxes? We can't open them." Old Shou gazed longingly at the two iron boxes in the corner, feeling a pang of regret. After much effort, to simply abandon them left his heart bleeding. Xia Bo remained silent. He could not divulge the secret of possessing a key before completing the task, lest Old Shou leverage his unfinished mission as a means of coercion. "Speak up, you rascal." Old Shou cast a worried glance at Xia Bo. "Aren't you anxious? There are 2 mountains of gold, yet we cannot access the treasures atop them. I am utterly dissatisfied. What can you do about it? Without a key, fretting is futile. It would be wiser to contemplate the upcoming survival mission," Xia Bo replied, striving to maintain an air of indifference. Old Shou saw through his facade. "Enough with the act. Do you think I don't know you?" He sat down heavily, still feeling quite disgruntled. Indeed, it was better to focus on the forthcoming survival task. Time slipped away quietly. The survival mission was undeniably challenging. But with Old Shou's presence, everything became significantly easier. His scouting skills were remarkably acute, allowing the two to evade the relentless assaults of wild creatures over the past 3 days. As dusk descended, Xia Bo, grimy and weary, leaned against the railings, his eyes dull, murmuring, "It's almost over. Finally, it's coming to an end." The past 2 days of hiding had thoroughly exhausted him. The wretched youth of today. I once crawled through cesspools, even dining and drinking in such filth. 3 days of survival is but a trifling ordeal. Old Joe reclined against the railing, seemingly accustomed to such a life. Old Joe, we are not the same. Xia Bo weakly rolled his eyes. Tonight is the final night. If we can get through this, it will all be over. I long for watermelon, instant noodles, and water. Xia Bo gazed up at the sky, contemplating the supplies in his vehicle, desperately swallowing. He had only consumed one packet of instant noodles. Xia kid, wild monsters are approaching. Suddenly, Old Joe sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming as he peered into the darkness. Cursed be the interruption of his reverie. Xia Bo cursed under his breath and hastily rose from the ground. He had witnessed the terrifying prowess of Old Joe's scouting techniques over the past few days and held an unwavering belief in them. The two quickly relocated, and before long, a multitude of wild monsters closed in. Their grotesque visages and increasingly horrifying deformities were accentuated by the clubs they wielded. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night, or so they believed, for the wild monsters had exhibited an alarming increase in their frequency of approach, almost converging upon them every 2 hours. As darkness waned and dawn broke, it was finally over. Having evaded the final pursuit of their task, Xia Bo finally heard the system's notification indicating task completion, and a profound sense of relief washed over him. 3 days of survival can be deemed neither too short nor excessively long, yet with Old Joe by his side, the endeavor was rendered far more feasible. Otherwise, accomplishing this task alone would have proven exceedingly arduous. Chapter 61. Humanity will ultimately unite. Old Joe the Iron Box. Upon completing their mission, Xia Bo reminded Old Joe that it was time to depart. Indeed, although we may not open it now, it doesn't mean we won't in the future. Old Joe regained his composure and led Xia Bo back to the location where the box was concealed. Despite the absence of a mission, the village remained in a state of turmoil. However, with the risk of exposure diminished, as long as Old Joe refrained from recklessness, the two would remain safe. As Xia Bo had anticipated, their return to the spacious area where the box was stored did not provoke the wild creatures in the village, and they left undisturbed. At last, it's over. I'm going back to drink water, Xia Bo exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead as they walked along the desolate path of the village. All you can think about is drinking water. You need to find a way to open that box. Otherwise, carrying it will be a burden. Old Joe replied. Old Joe, to be honest, I have a key. I knew you were hiding something. Don't forget how you managed these past few days. Remember our revolutionary friendship. Old Joe retorted, his face filled with indignation. Deep down, he felt frustrated after tirelessly assisting Xia Bo in completing the mission, only to realize he had fallen into the young man's scheme. How could he forget that Xia Bo had remembered the iron box upon leaving? Ah, so that's it. I should have anticipated this. Old Joe coughed lightly. To be frank, I possess 2 keys. Old Joe, young Xia, I believe we can negotiate this matter. What do you think? That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. A subtle smile crept onto Xia Bo's lips, yet he maintained a serious facade. Cough, cough. Old Joe, there are only 2 keys in total, so I wonder what we can negotiate. Very well, I desire the information you hold. The expression on Old Joe's face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Young Xia, your strength may be the pinnacle among humanity. But there are certain things you cannot know yet, as you have not fully matured. This world is far too intricate for you to grasp, my boy. I do not wish for humanity to lose an elite. Xia Bo wore a skeptical expression, feeling an unsettling familiarity in Old Joe's words. As if he were being deceived. Is it truly that serious? Old Joe maintained his somber expression. Young Xia, I can only share a limited amount with you. If you wish to hear it, agree to the trade. If not, there is nothing I can do. Whether the box opens or not is inconsequential. Since you possess the key, it will appear again in the future. I am not in a hurry. Xia Bo pondered for a moment, realizing that he had many keys, and the box needed to be obtained from the boss, who was not always available. The transaction seemed advantageous from all angles. With this thought in mind, he lifted his head and declared, deal. By this time, they had reached Old Joe's vehicle. Old Man Joe placed his belongings into the vehicle and remarked, the information I have received is far from complete, for it is but a fragment of a larger whole, yet it harbors a terrifying curse. One can only imagine how dreadful the complete content must be. I have also mentioned that we are not the only race in this world. There exist countless races. Each newly spawned creature signifies a distinct race, and currently there is no concrete estimate of their number. However, it is certain that their population rivals our own. This news pertains to those races. It is a competition. Is survival on the road truly perilous? Indeed. After all, wild creatures are constantly appearing. Yet, in comparison to these myriad races, the road appears remarkably safe, for it offers sustenance, water, and and all that humanity requires, including the skills and professional accolades to grow stronger, as well as the security of a small automobile. These unique roads can be perceived as a supply line for humanity. In the depths of the forest, one may take what they desire, though it is fraught with danger. Opportunity coexists with peril, whether one vanquishes wild beasts for essential resources or reaps rewards from perilous tasks, or ventures into the forest, the effort invested will yield commensurate returns. Thus, road survival is, in truth, a sanctuary for humanity. Xia, you must hasten to enhance your strength, for the future is fraught with danger. Many races have faced extinction in this game. Humanity will ultimately unite. Upon concluding his words, Old Man Zhou continued to organize his belongings, needing time to absorb the information he had shared, which he was permitted to disclose. Xia's growth was remarkably swift, and the future held great potential. He placed a hand over his chest and sighed, aware that possessing too much knowledge is not always a blessing. As he lived in constant danger, who would willingly embrace such a fate? After the transaction, he resolved to depart quickly, ensuring that he would not transfer this peril to Xia. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Bo silently handed the keys to Old Man Zhou, who remained surprisingly calm and said nothing further. As he started the car to leave, he added, "By the way, Xia, a few kilometers ahead is a fork in the road. I plan to take the right path. You should take the left." With that, the car sped away. Xia Bo watched Old Man Zhou disappear before he brought out his own vehicle. Sitting in the driver's seat in silence, his grip on the steering wheel turning pale, he vaguely sensed something. The secret guarded by Old Man Zhou was undoubtedly world-shattering, and the curse might indeed be real, as Xia had keenly observed Zhou's gesture of touching his chest. With a sigh, Xia exhaled, dismissing his wild thoughts, and started the car, accelerating away. He needed to leave this place behind. The sun hung high in the sky, and the road shimmered with heat. Shortly after, he arrived at the fork in the road described by Old Man Zhou, with both paths flanked by towering mountains. Following Zhou's guidance, he resolved to take the left route, realizing that the secret within the old man's heart was far greater than he had anticipated. Xia Bo pondered deeply, eventually bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside, refraining from continuing his journey. He had distanced himself far enough from the village, which was fraught with peril. Once the vehicle was securely parked, Xia Bo retrieved a bucket of water, cleansing himself of the foul odor that clung to him, and took several hearty gulps. Leaning against the front of the car, he gazed vacantly at the dark mountains basking in sunlight, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. According to Old Zhou, the future was laden with infinite dangers, a survival game among myriad races, where the ever-refreshing wild beasts on the roads would paradoxically become humanity's final sanctuary. It seemed that Old Zhou possessed a wealth of information. The insights he had shared with Xia Bo were merely a fragment of the whole. The reason Old Zhou had clutched his chest was due to a curse, and during the execution of his plan, wild beasts had suddenly emerged. Was the formidable creature they encountered also linked to this curse? Could it manipulate the spawning of wild beasts? That seemed implausible. As that creature was beyond their capacity to confront, it should merely have the ability to randomly summon wild beasts, although the quality of these beasts undoubtedly varied. If that were indeed the case, then this curse would be extraordinarily remarkable. Chapter 62, A Tremendous Advancement. Xia Bo pondered the information he had acquired thus far. Countless alien races, curses, the future of human development, and the sanctuary of road safety. Perhaps there were elements unknown to him. Old Zhou had clamped down tightly, revealing little, and only the temptation of the iron box had coaxed a sliver of information from him. Nevertheless, he decided to put such thoughts aside. This mission was likely a quest, yielding significant rewards. Xia Bo summoned the interface and reviewed his personal information, noting that the task status displayed as completed. Reward 1. A random professional skill book. Reward 2. 10 random professional medals. Reward 3. Various random resources. 3 rewards left Xia Bo in contemplation. The third option, comprising various resources, could potentially include items he lacked. However, it appeared to be of little immediate use. As his strength had grown, any resources could be acquired through defeating monsters. Furthermore, his initial resources were already abundant, allowing him to discard the third option for now. He needed to deliberate carefully on the first 2 rewards. Furrowing his brow in thought, he ultimately resolved to select the second option. The randomness of the first option was too unpredictable. It was evident that one would acquire professional medals before skill books, and choosing the first could lead to an uncertain profession. Therefore, opting for the second choice would enable him to accumulate professional medals swiftly, and with his resource upgrade system, he could enhance these medals accordingly. This would facilitate a rapid accumulation of professional accolades. Once he made his decision, Xia Bo claimed his reward. Ding! You have received 10 abomination medals. This was indeed a professional medal. Xia Bo was momentarily taken aback, but it was satisfactory. He already possessed 69 butcher medals. So acquiring a few more was inconsequential. Without much hesitation, he chose to upgrade them. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 10 abomination medals have been elevated to 86 butcher medals. So many. Upon witnessing the outcome of the upgrade, Xia Bo was evidently astonished. This was quite unexpected. However, the quantity of resources during upgrades was always variable, arising entirely from chance. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him this time. Following the upgrade, combined with his existing medals, his butcher medals surpassed 100, reaching a total of 155, bringing him significantly closer to unlocking the butcher profession. This haul was indeed commendable, Xia Bo mused. He then retrieved the iron box from the vehicle. It was surprisingly light, revealing nothing of its contents. Taking a universal key for the iron box, he unlocked it, and a flash of white light emanated forth. Xia Bo was momentarily stunned, then exhilarated. This was undoubtedly something valuable. Glass shards X3, wood X5, iron X3, rags X2, ordinary water resource 300 milliliters, inferior fuel 30 liters, car fragments X10, items cascaded from the iron box, ceaselessly. Xia Bo stood there, utterly speechless. The treasures extracted from the iron box exceeded all expectations. A plethora of resources has been acquired, and the recent unlocking of these resources came as quite a surprise. In an unexpected turn of events, coupled with his own resource upgrading system, the resources exhibited a linear growth. Without further hesitation, Xia Bo proceeded to upgrade his items, revealing a multitude of supplies on the ground. There were 26 shards of glass, 43 pieces of wood, 24 units of iron, 15 exquisite fabrics, along with an additional 2 barrels of water and fuel, thus filling the car's tank to capacity before stowing it in the trunk. The trunk proved to be quite spacious. Through the process of upgrading, the fragments of the car had already reached 71 pieces. Combined with the previous 38, there were now a total of 109 pieces, leaving only 41 more pieces needed for the second upgrade of the vehicle, which required 150 in total. Xia Bo hastily retrieved the blueprints for the air conditioner and bulletproof glass, which were now entirely sufficient. By sacrificing 10 shards of glass, he acquired a piece of bulletproof glass, and a prompt appeared indicating that the car windows were now replaceable. With but a thought, he could exchange the bulletproof glass he held for the original glass of the windows, which was quite remarkable. Upon upgrading the bulletproof glass, he obtained 8 pieces and immediately set about replacing the glass in the car doors. The bulletproof glass he held vanished, replaced by a pristine new pane. After replacing the 4 doors and the front and rear windshields, he had 2 pieces of bulletproof glass remaining. Once the glass was replaced, Xia Bo struck the glass with a machete, then raised the back of the machete to smash it against the yet-to-be-installed bulletproof glass. With a resounding crash, the glass remained unscathed. The remarkable hardness of the glass surprised him. Indeed, the safety factor for sleeping at night had significantly increased. Although he found the 2 extra pieces of glass to be superfluous, he decided to list them in the trading function to exchange for car fragments. The moment he published the trading information, it was instantly noticed by people around the world, particularly since he had been missing for 3 days. On the leaderboard, others had already reached level 4, while he remained at level 3. With only 2 days left until the leaderboard would be finalized, the ranking would conclude tomorrow night. Car fragments were still quite valuable, while tempered glass was more of a luxury. Nonetheless, some chose to engage in trade. After all, possessing tempered glass greatly enhanced nighttime safety. 2 pieces of tempered glass could be exchanged simultaneously, resulting in 3 car fragments being traded, which upgraded to 12 fragments after the transaction, bringing him one step closer to upgrading his sedan to an SUV. This time, he experienced some misfortune, as it seemed that 1 car fragment only yielded an upgrade of 4 fragments. Next, Xia Bo excitedly retrieved the blueprint for the air conditioner. Air conditioner design blueprint requires 30 iron, 20 wood, can be synthesized. With a mere thought, the blueprint curiously deducted 30 units of iron and 20 pieces of wood, and a small air conditioner, no larger than a palm, materialized. Rudimentary small air conditioner. Description: constructed from iron and wood. It is of rough quality and cannot operate for extended periods. Consumption: fuel. Note: a wondrous little air conditioner. Do not attempt to disassemble it. Is it truly this small? Moreover, the use of fuel is rather unreasonable. Well, the game itself lacks logic. Xia Bo gazed at the diminutive black box, barely the size of a palm, and remarked upon its inadequacy before proceeding to upgrade it. This device was evidently subpar, but fortunately he possessed an upgrade system. Little cannon air conditioner. Description: capable of producing both cooling and heating, equipped with a voice control system. Consumption: fuel. Note: little cannon. Indeed remarkable. Unsurprisingly, After the upgrade, the air conditioner's quality improved significantly, now featuring voice recognition. How impressive. Little cannon, activate cooling mode. Xia Bo picked up the small black box, poured in some fuel, and soon a refreshing breeze emanated from it, gently caressing his face. Xia Bo squinted his eyes, relishing the sensation of coolness. He placed the black box inside the vehicle to enjoy its effects while he began to assess the remaining resources on the ground. After tallying the supplies within the car, he found 18 pieces of iron, 34 pieces of wood, 34 exquisite fabric pieces, 121 fragments of automobile, and 16 shards of glass. These items took up little space, as the iron was no larger than a fingernail, emanating a soft white glow. The wood, metals, and automobile fragments shared the same ethereal quality, seemingly imbued with some unknown power. A few pieces of exquisite fabric could easily accommodate them, resting in the corner of the passenger seat, while the true bulkiness came from the water resources, food, and fabric. Nevertheless, the stacked fabric could serve as a cushion, which was rather pleasant. Chapter 63, Level 4. In the ensuing hours, Xia Bo meticulously organized the space within the car, freeing up a considerable area. All the food and drinks were placed in the back seat, and as he rearranged, the space expanded significantly. The small air conditioner emitted a continuous stream of cool air, creating a refreshing atmosphere within the vehicle. Although this haul did not notably enhance his personal strength, it did render his supplies markedly more abundant. Once everything was set, Xia Bo reclined comfortably in the seat, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner while savoring a slice of watermelon, feeling utterly relaxed. At that moment, life seemed devoid of any wants or desires. After finishing the watermelon, he rested for a while before lifting his gaze to survey the surrounding environment. This was the second segment of the special road, much better than the first segment characterized by high grasslands, as the forest here was teeming with resources, encircled by a dense black forest. The trees stood with sturdy black trunks, and the grass and wildflowers predominantly bore a dark hue, giving the entire forest an eerie black ambience. Old Joe had mentioned that items in special areas could be taken, albeit with inherent risks. Thus, Xia Bo decided to collect some trees along the roadside, which could later be utilized for firewood when cooking. His gaze wandered through the woods until he selected a relatively small tree, exerting effort to fell it. Upon doing so, he discovered that the core of the tree also exhibited an unusual black color. After hoisting the modestly sized tree onto the car, he trimmed away its dense branches and foliage. This endeavor consumed about an hour, and he subsequently gathered some dry twigs from the forest floor, ensuring he had sufficient firewood for cooking. Having completed his tasks, Xia Bo was drenched in sweat. He opened the car door, and the cool air rushed out, enveloping him in refreshing comfort as he quickly settled back inside. With the small air conditioner, his experience was markedly more pleasant. Instantly, he felt a surge of relief. And exhaling deeply, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Thanks to the presence of bulletproof glass, he soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. He awoke just before dusk, stretching lazily and blinking awake. After washing up with some water, he stretched once more, feeling invigorated. With the air conditioning in place, he no longer had to worry about being awakened by heat. This device operated on fuel, and he had an ample supply of it. Xia Bo felt exceptionally content, glancing at the system clock to note that it was Saturday, with approximately 3 hours remaining until evening. Just then, his stomach grumbled in response, signaling it was time for breakfast. It was time to prepare instant noodles. Xia Bo licked his lips, having consumed all the emergency food he had brought along during 3 days of survival, and was now subsisting on grass and leaves, his mouth long having lost its taste. He filled a pot with water to boil, and now that he had firewood, he wouldn't need to waste any gasoline. Seizing the moment while the fire blazed brightly, Xia Bo took care of his physiological needs before returning to commence cooking his noodles. Instant noodles cook remarkably quickly, taking about a minute to be ready. Xia Bo removed the pot and placed it by the roadside, then went in search of 2 short branches, which he whittled into the shape of chopsticks. Although they varied in size and appeared somewhat crude, they were usable. After washing them, he toasted them over the fire, a noble act he dubbed sterilization. With a knife, he scraped away the charred bits, and thus, a simple pair of chopsticks was fashioned. He stirred the noodles in the pot with his newly crafted utensils, the delightful aroma wafting through the air, eliciting a profoundly satisfied expression on Xia Bo's face. It was time to eat. During his meal, Xia Bo kept his weapon close at hand. Cooking the noodles was one task, but he also needed to hunt monsters to facilitate their respawn. He had already secured the 4th position on the leaderboard, with the top 3 having reached level 4. Their advancement was faster than he had anticipated. The system merely aided him in accumulating resources, yet it could not assist in gathering experience points. Consequently, in terms of levels, he was essentially on equal footing with them. 3 days of survival had granted him a multitude of professional accolades, yet he had also sacrificed much, including his previous ranking at the top of the leaderboard. It seemed he had yet to make a mark in the endless mode. After 3 days of absence, discussions about him proliferated throughout the world. Now, having survived for 3 days, he was indeed ready to pursue higher levels, especially with the comfort of air conditioning allowing for restful sleep during the day. Suddenly, while savoring his noodles, Xia Bo sensed a disturbance, prompting him to set down the pot and become vigilant. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of wind, and the faint rustling sound was distinctly audible. He carefully placed the pot down and stealthily approached the source of the noise. As he neared the dense thicket, a shadow darted out, moving at a pace that could not match his own. Xia Bo instinctively reacted, quickly distancing himself from the creature, which had missed its target. What appeared before him was a creature reminiscent of a gorilla, though upon closer inspection, it bore many differences. Its form was humanoid, with shorter lower limbs and elongated arms that hung down, covered in dark fur that blended seamlessly with the forest. This wild beast, unfamiliar to him, bore a resemblance to a gorilla but had a ferocious countenance that rivaled the monstrous beings described in ancient texts. Unfazed by the creature, Xia Bo entered a state of hunting readiness and charged towards it. The beast let out a strange cry and swung its arms with such force that they whipped through the air like a whip. Such a powerful attack, paired with its unique method of assault, was formidable. Anticipating the creature's movements, Xia Bo evaded direct contact, recognizing that its strength exceeded 15 points, and the force behind its swing was considerable. He deftly maneuvered around it, leveraging his speed to outmaneuver the creature while searching for an opportunity. The beast's two long, robust arms formed an impenetrable wall when swung. Any ordinary person would have fled at the sight. Regrettably, the wild creature encountered Xia Bo, who, in the state of hunting, found that no impenetrable walls existed. Any attack would reveal a flaw. The hunting state is not one of reckless abandon. Intellect remains intact. Xia Bo glanced at his mental energy, which was currently sufficient, allowing him ample time. With approximately 20 minutes remaining before the ranked match, he felt no concern about exhausting his mental energy, for upon entering the room, it would replenish. At last, he discovered it. After 2 minutes of maneuvering, Xia Bo finally identified that fleeting vulnerability. It existed for merely a second. Yet he missed it this time. However, another opportunity swiftly approached. With keen timing, Xia Bo abruptly halted his movements and activated his swiftness, charging directly toward that ephemeral opening. As he initiated his surge, the gap had vanished. To an outsider, it appeared as though Xia Bo was recklessly lunging at the creature's arm, a clear act of folly. Yet, a miraculous scene unfolded. As he drew near the attack, Xia Bo seemingly passed through it, as if he had anticipated its trajectory, heading straight for the wild creature. Startled, the creature faltered, losing its defensive posture and descending into disarray. By then, it was far too late. Xia Bo's broad blade struck the creature's neck with a resounding crack, shattering bone. As the beast collapsed to the ground, an inexplicable force descended, surging into Xia Bo's body. Chapter 65. Xia Bo returns with a sigh of relief. Xia Bo felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Sustaining a state of relentless hunting had taken a considerable toll on his mental faculties, and activating swiftness further drained his spirit. He experienced a fleeting sensation akin to having his mind yanked, though he had adjusted to this prior. The corpses strewn across the ground had vanished, as they were destined to refresh on the roadway. Suddenly, an object caught Xia Bo's eye, prompting a flicker of intrigue. Spicy hot pot base 1 Xia Bo. This item can drop 2. With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, he picked up the bag of hot pot base, which bore no description, resembling a product devoid of any branding. Upon leveling up, the single bag transformed into 10. Gazing at the sudden bounty of hot pot base in his possession, he found his emotions difficult to articulate. It seemed as though fate was nudging him towards enjoying a hot pot meal. He placed the hot pot base on the passenger seat, contemplating the possibility of relishing hot pot in the future. Closing the car door, he resumed eating instant noodles from a pot, savoring every bite and finishing the broth entirely. After rinsing the pot with water, he set it on the back seat. Inside the car, he reveled in the cool air of the air conditioning, allowing the sweltering summer heat to dissipate, and felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and contentment. With a mere thought, he opened his attribute panel for a quick glance. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, non-gender, male, level, 4. Experience, 2-100, Strength, 15-15, Agility, 16-16, Stamina, 14-14, Mental Power, 7-0. 7. Health, 99, Skills Mastered, Beginner Combat Proficiency, which increases strength with practice, Beginner Swiftness, Intermediate Agility, Hunting State. All 3 attributes were progressing towards a state of well-being, complemented by a 10 boost from the hunting state. elevating his stats to an impressive standard. However, a high level did not necessarily equate to formidable strength, nor did a low level imply weakness. Currently, he remained at level 4, and he planned to first claim the rewards associated with this level before commencing his training that night, striving to enhance his prowess before the 7th day of hunting arrived. Xia Bo comfortably squinted his eyes, relishing the refreshing air conditioning while assessing his current status. Apart from his mental power, the other 3 attributes could be described as extraordinary, each reaching 3 times that of an average adult. The only aspect requiring enhancement was his mental power, yet Xia Bo felt utterly lost regarding its improvement. The trading feature yielded no offers, remaining desolate for the time being. This situation was likely to persist for a while, given the scarcity of resources in the early stages. Particularly skill books, which held immense value and were often utilized immediately upon acquisition unless they could be exchanged for high-quality equipment. Presently, skill books were the most precious commodities available. After a brief respite, it was time for ranked matches, and Xia Bo entered the competitive arena. His record still stood at an impressive 100 win rate. However, he had already fallen off the leaderboard, where the top 10 was populated by unfamiliar names. Among them, both men and women had achieved a rank of 4. Currently, the top contender was a man named Feng Shihong, rumored to have been an assassin. Who knows who spread that tale? Nevertheless, his prowess was formidable. Glancing at his popularity, Xia Bo noted he had slipped to 6th place, yet he remained unfazed. Adjusting his mindset, he initiated a live stream. As soon as the stream commenced, news of the return of the once dominant ranked player spread like wildfire across various platforms, drawing countless viewers and causing his popularity to surge explosively. After 3 days of absence, Xia Bo had lost everything, leaving behind only the legend of his one-hit kills. Now, that man had returned, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Xia Dao was indeed back, who claimed he had been captured by wild monsters and turned into their plaything. Xia Dao had also reached level 4. Anticipation filled the air. Would he be able to continue the myth of the one-hit kill? A flurry of comments flooded the screen as people around the world discussed Xia Bo's sudden return, the former top player, having vanished for 3 days, now stripped of everything, with the leaderboard refresh imminent the following night. Meanwhile, Xia Bo had already commenced his ranked match, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared intently at the screen. His demeanor icy. Under the influence of the old man show, he had strayed far from his original self. Once in this state, Xia Bo was at his most formidable. In the hunt state, he embraced focus and coldness, devoid of emotion. As the match began, he selected his most familiar weapon, the broadsword. His opponent, merely ranked 3 and at the same level, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Xia Bo, quickly enveloped by fear. Was there anything more tragic than being mercilessly defeated? Despite countless deaths within the game, the helplessness and despair of being unilaterally crushed was an experience no one wished to endure. Xia Bo's eyes were extraordinarily cold as he entered the hunt state, searching for weaknesses with precision. Every action was executed with remarkable clarity, devoid of any hesitation. This was the Xia Bo who fully unleashed his potential, transforming into an incredibly fearsome beast, empowered by a physique thrice that of an ordinary person, capable of overwhelming all. The hunt state allowed him to perceive flaws truly terrifying. In a one-on-one scenario, he was virtually invincible, utilizing the hunt state to identify vulnerabilities. He concluded the game with a single strike. His emotionless visage appeared in the live stream, and the swift manner in which he dispatched his opponent prompted countless viewers to exclaim, "The master has returned." Indeed, to refine one's skills, one must look to Feng Shihong. But for pure exhilaration, one must turn to Xia Bo. Incredible. Still a one-hit kill. Level 3 invincible. Eagerly awaiting Xia Bo's ascent to level 4 to reclaim his former glory. This was the former top player, even after a 3-day hiatus. Tonight is destined to be a lamentation of the 3rd tier. Once again, the audience witnesses Xia Bo's unparalleled prowess with a blade, stirring excitement in the live stream. That man has returned. The broadcast continues, and after eliminating an opponent, Xia Bo remains utterly unfazed, as if he has merely accomplished a trivial task. This signifies a transformative shift in mindset. The ranking matches persist, swiftly leading to the 2nd and 3rd opponents. Each adversary falls to a single strike from Xia Bo. The viewers have grown desensitized, gazing at the figure on screen, marked by an expression of profound indifference, tinged with a hint of reverence. For Xia Bo, the 3rd tier ranks are exceptionally effortless. These challengers scarcely embody the 4th tier, and he exerts a one-sided dominance, devoid of any challenge. With ease, each match concludes in a mere minute. 10 ranking matches are completed with little effort. Upon finishing, Xia Bo refrains from continuing the rankings, temporarily shutting down the live stream to claim his rewards for ascending to the 4th tier. He is eager to discover what the rewards entail. Good news, good news. Tomorrow, we will resume with 2 updates. All resource slots have been traversed, and we are nearing the launch. Brothers, the success of this endeavor rests upon your shoulders. I shall strive to deliver an abundance of updates. Chapter 66. The Heart of Blood Demon, Power Surge. Within the confines of a car. Basking in the soothing embrace of air conditioning, Xia Bo retrieved the rewards from his ranked matches. He remained in the same demeanor as during his gameplay. His expression distant and aloof, as though warding off any intrusions. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled heavily, withdrawing from this intense state. This state resembled an actor deeply immersed in a role, yet it was far more profound. For while an actor's on-screen violence is but a fabrication, his own acts were all too real, albeit devoid of fatal consequences for others. A sense of numbness enveloped him. Indeed, this state was quite disconcerting. With a final sigh, Xia Bo emerged transformed, shedding the previous intensity. System, claim my rewards, he commanded, addressing the interface. The familiar chest materialized on the screen. Reminiscent of the thrill of opening a treasure chest in a game, not through monetary investment, but through sheer skill. Each time he unlocked the ranked reward chest, excitement coursed through him. The outcome was purely a matter of fortune. Occasionally, he would unearth worthless items, but there were also moments of delightful discovery. According to the system's description, the contents were entirely randomized, embodying the dichotomy of heaven and hell. The chest trembled, creaking open. Suddenly, it quaked violently, golden threads swirling around it. Xia Bo paused, sensing an unusual aura about this particular opening. The golden threads multiplied, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. Could he be on the verge of uncovering something extraordinary? With a resounding hum, the golden light burst forth, enveloping the system's interface. The entire display was suffused with gold, amidst which a blood-red, pulsating heart emerged on the screen. Item: Heart of the Blood Demon, no level. Usage: Fusion. Effect: Unknown, no life-threatening risks. Human characteristics remain unchanged. Safe for use. Description: A heart inherited from the Blood Demon lineage. Note: the Blood Demon was a unique race within this game, tragically exterminated thereafter. In an instant, a cold, throbbing heart materialized in Xia Bo's hand. Its surface was smooth and frigid, reminiscent of ice, albeit softer. He was momentarily stunned. He had actually acquired a heart. It was about the size of a fist, appearing almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Strangely, the heart pulsated vigorously, its rhythm resonating powerfully. Xia Bo sensed an inexplicable chill emanating from it, an eerie sensation he could not quite articulate. On the heart surface, 3 words emerged: upgradable. This indicated that it could be enhanced through his resource upgrade system, signifying that the heart held potential for advancement. Contemplating briefly, Xia Bo opted for the upgrade, reasoning that resource enhancement could only yield benefits. Following the upgrade, the heart seemed slightly enlarged, yet its overall appearance was not markedly different from when he first obtained it. However, the sound of its beating transformed into a rhythmic thumping, akin to the beating of drums. As for the sensations, much like before, his heart remained exceedingly cold, as if freshly extracted from a cold storage. This object instilled a sense of hesitation within Xia Bo. Its nature, whether benevolent or malevolent, eluded discernment. The heart of the Blood Demon clan, capable of merging with its host, promised unknown effects. However, it posed no mortal peril, and the essence of humanity would not be altered, thus alleviating concerns of transforming into a different race post-fusion. Xia Bo's gaze flickered as he plunged into contemplation. This heart undoubtedly held the potential for immense power, yet the anticipation of subsequent transformations following the fusion lingered in his mind. After much deliberation, Xia Bo resolved to proceed with the merging. His rationale was simple. The enhancement of his capabilities was imperative, and the system assured him of its safety, alongside the preservation of his human traits. Thus, he contemplated the possible advantages it might yield. Whether during treasure chests or nocturnal ventures, fortune played a decisive role, compelling him to take a gamble. Would this heart bestow augmentation or bring about adverse consequences? However, based on the imagery associated with treasure chests, it seemed unlikely to be detrimental. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With a firm resolve, Xia Bo chose to embrace the heart without further hesitation. Excessive contemplation would yield no benefit. Practical experience was necessary. No sooner had he spoken than the heart levitated, gradually merging into his being. An unexpected tremor coursed through his body, followed by an indescribable wave of exhilaration, as if an entity had integrated into his essence. Yet, the bliss was fleeting. Suddenly, Xia Bo's eyes widened in shock. His body stiffened as waves of acute pain surged through him, akin to countless ants gnawing at the flesh of his being. He yearned to scratch, but found himself paralyzed, engulfed in suffering. Veins bulged grotesquely on his body, and the exposed skin transformed into a bizarre crimson hue, seemingly influenced by the heart. His physique underwent astonishing alterations, and his attribute panel refreshed in tandem with the fusion. The agony lasted but a few minutes before it subsided. Xia Bo felt utterly drained, drenched in perspiration, his skin glowing red, as he leaned weakly against the seat, devoid of any desire to move. At that moment, he sensed a profound shift within himself. His heart thumped vigorously, pulsating with vitality. Yet, an inexplicable transformation echoed throughout his being, enveloping him in a chilling aura. How peculiar, he thought, instinctively murmuring. Surprised to notice his tone had subtly altered, his heart seemed to have grown colder. He attempted to smile, but only a rigid and peculiar expression graced his face, rendering him somewhat uncanny. Effect. Unknown, such was the nature of the unknown effect. It appeared that his heart had indeed become more indifferent. Xia Bo rubbed his stiff cheeks, realizing a profound emotional detachment had settled within him, neither sorrowful nor joyful, a strikingly bizarre sensation. He opened his personal attributes panel. Name, Xia Bo. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 4. Experience, 2-100. Strength, 22. Agility, 21-2. 1. Stamina, 19. 1. 9. Mental power, 12. 1. 2. Health, 200. Extremely healthy. Talent, Heart of Blood Demon. Click to view details. Acquired skills, basic combat mastery, strength increases with training, basic swiftness, intermediate sensitivity, hunting state. Having merged with the Heart of Blood Demon, his attributes panel underwent an astonishing transformation. As he gazed at the updated attributes panel, a faint smile graced Xia Bo's face, and an unusual ripple stirred within his heart. After a moment of joy, he gently rubbed his cheeks. It seemed that the Heart of Blood Demon indeed had an impact on him, though whether this influence was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. Chapter 67. Potent Talent. Continuing the journey after merging with the Heart of the Blood Demon, Xia Bo's most immediate sensation was a peculiar chill coupled with a serene quietude. His mind was remarkably clear and composed. Only the enhancement of his strength prompted a flicker of joy within him, indicating that the Heart of the Blood Demon indeed influenced him, albeit subtly. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Upon noticing the newly acquired talent in his attributes, Xia Bo's eyes brightened. This attribute seemed to be a hidden one, requiring a specific item for activation. Contemplating this, he clicked to examine the Heart of the Blood Demon. Talent, Heart of the Blood Demon. Description, acquired through the fusion with the Heart of the Blood Demon. Traits, all attributes 5. Unique passive, enhances the player's perfection. Negative impact, bloodlust, a penchant for killing. Gazing at the description of the Heart of the Blood Demon, Xia Bo fell into deep thought. Although the growth in attributes it conferred was not overwhelmingly potent, the unique passive was decidedly peculiar. Having experienced the effects of this unique passive post-fusion, Xia Bo noted a profound transformation in his state. Firstly, he felt an unprecedented perfection within himself. The capacity of his heart to generate life force had significantly improved, resulting in an augmentation of his health. Secondly, both his intellect and mental state had undergone a transformation. His mind was now markedly calmer, devoid of the previous restlessness, and his inner fortitude seemed to have intensified. A hint of joy stirred within him only after merging with the Heart of the Blood Demon. In essence, it felt as though the Heart of the Blood Demon had transformed him into a different individual, yet he remained fundamentally Xia Bo. These were the present changes, and any future transformations would require vigilant observation. Regrettably, there was no talent skill to be found. However, this unique passive might well serve as the talent skill. Casting a glance at the time, he realized that he still had over an hour left. The effects of the Heart of the Blood Demon would last only a few minutes, yet he could still open a level 5 chest. Entering the ranked space, Xia Bo initiated a live stream once more. To his astonishment, he found it remarkably easy to enter that state, even without consciously adopting a particular demeanor. Was this the influence of the Heart of the Blood Demon? Indeed, it was peculiar. Xia Bo mused. After all, remaining true to oneself was paramount. As the live stream commenced, a deluge of viewers poured in. Would the master commence his conquest at level 4? Anticipation built as they awaited his encounter with the leaderboard's contenders. 100% win rate, the world's number 1. Look at those muscles, impressive. Xia Bo, great one. Please share some food and water. Activating the comments section, Xia Bo withdrew his gaze, maintaining an expression of indifference. This was not an act, rather. The fusion with the Heart of the Blood Demon had left his heart cold. This talent bore both advantages and drawbacks. With a mere thought, he engaged the matchmaking process. Despite having reached level 4, the ranking matches proceeded swiftly. Before long, the arena materialized, and he faced an unfamiliar opponent. With an impassive expression, Xia Bo swiftly dispatched them with a single strike. promptly moving on to the next match. Upon merging with the Heart of Blood Demon, one's physical prowess has reached an unprecedented zenith, accompanied by an unprecedented calmness of mind. Particularly in conjunction with the state of hunting, one appears nearly invincible. The adversary scarcely had the opportunity to employ any technique. In the blink of an eye, they met their demise. They were utterly incapable of perceiving Xia Bo's movements, let alone the rapid strike of his blade. After taking a life, Xia Bo furrowed his brow, for in that moment of killing, he felt an unexpected exhilaration. As if he relished this sensation. Deep down, he harbored no fondness for the act of murder in his initial ranked matches. The aftermath of such deeds left him in turmoil. In subsequent competitions, he feigned an icy demeanor solely to diminish that feeling. However, the situation had now shifted. The fusion with the Heart of Blood Demon had yielded adverse effects. Thus, this is the flaw of such a talent, a thirst for blood. Yet, it was evident that he remained more composed during battles, utilizing the hunting state to discern vulnerabilities with clarity, committing not a single error. Indeed, with the acquisition of power, one must invariably sacrifice something. Fortunately, he had not undergone any transformation himself, or else he would not have embraced the Heart of Blood Demon. Xia Bo mused. If bloodlust is the price, so be it. Growth is imperative, for who can predict the changes that the future holds? Should he remain stagnant, he would ultimately face elimination. The second ranked match commenced. The opponent was a striking woman, her beauty rivaling that of Feng Xin, particularly her arched brows which exuded a hint of coldness. Her physique was somewhat robust, clad in a tight-fitting suit that showcased her muscularity, rivaling that of any man. Strangely, she had opted not to wield any weapon. Astonishingly, the 8th-ranked Iron Fist woman, armed only with her fists, had ascended to level 4. Her techniques seemed intimately tied to her strength. Some speculated her power had reached a formidable 15 points, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. High strength is commendable, yet her weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Particularly her lack of agility, a domain where Xia Bo excelled. According to various conjectures, Xia Bo's agility likely surpassed 10 points. Did this not imply that the woman would be at a disadvantage? Not necessarily. The Iron Fist bore a shield, and should she find Xia Bo's flaw, his fate would be sealed. Historical matches indicated that those who withstood a punch from her rarely rose again. As the match unfolded, two figures stood resolute in the arena. Xia Bo, welcome back. I never anticipated encountering you. You were once my idol, declared the Iron Fist woman, Li Xin, her beautiful, captivating eyes roaming over Xia Bo. Xia Bo's expression remained somewhat aloof. The subtle movement of his blade signaled his intent. Come forth. Li Xin assumed her stance, her fist shimmering with an ethereal glow. An impressive sight. With a simple swing of her fists, the air trembled and resonated. Within those fists lay an immense, latent power. The situation on Xia Bo's side was considerably simpler. With a swift glance, he launched the first attack, empowered by an agility boost exceeding 20 points. Even Li Xin could barely catch a glimpse as a blinding flash of white light streaked past. Such incredible speed and precision. No wonder the esteemed Xia Bo could achieve a throat cut with a single strike. Li Xin felt a surge of dread. She instinctively met the white light with her fists, only to find herself striking empty air. The white light had effortlessly pierced through her defenses. What? Li Xin was taken aback, and in the next moment, the scene before her vanished, only to be replaced by her own room. She was still grappling with the bewildering events that had just transpired. Incredible! Xia Bo, as always, was formidable. A single strike to the throat. This was the true essence of Xia Dao. After a 3-day absence, the king had returned. I have a premonition that tomorrow Xia Bo will undoubtedly reclaim the top spot on the leaderboard. In Li Xion's live stream, the barrage of comments flowed incessantly as numerous viewers chimed in. She had also generated a video of the recent match, replaying it repeatedly, her brows knitted in deep concentration. Ultimately, after several viewings, she began to discern a crucial detail. That strike had seamlessly penetrated the gaps in her defenses. Taking a deep breath, she was inexplicably filled with a sense of fear, the ability to exploit one's vulnerabilities. This implied that, in Xia Bo's eyes, both offense and defense were rendered utterly futile. Xia Bo was invincible in one-on-one confrontations. Chapter 68, the Grand Supply Package. In this moment, Xia Bo initiated yet another ranked match. Subsequently, he encountered opponents ranked 9th and 7th on the leaderboard, neither of whom posed any challenge to him, as they were swiftly dispatched with a single, lethal strike. Not a second blow was necessary. As a result, Xia Bo's ranking soared at an astonishing pace, and upon completing his 7th match, he reclaimed the top position with an impeccable win rate, overwhelming all contenders. Countless spectators were left in awe. The king of the ranked matches had indeed returned. Upon concluding the 7th match, Xia Bo, with a stoic expression, glanced at his impressive record before commencing the 8th match, undisturbed by his achievements, which he deemed entirely expected. The matchmaking was remarkably swift, and the arena materialized. A stranger appeared before Xia Bo. Upon sighting this man, Xia Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. The other, upon recognizing Xia Bo, displayed a hint of surprise. It seemed that he had once spoken of him in the world, as if intending to orchestrate a robbery or demand half of his supplies. Xia Bo gripped the hilt of his blade, a frigid glint emanating from his gaze, accompanied by a faint aura of murderous intent, which caused a jolt within him. How could he harbor such thoughts of taking a life? Just moments ago, he had felt an urge to eliminate his opponent, sending a chill of sweat cascading down his back. This was the influence of the heart of a demon. Previously, even in the presence of the old man show, he had not experienced such murderous intent. The man before him was now drenched in cold sweat. Having witnessed Xia Bo's formidable power since the commencement of the ranked matches, fear began to grip his heart, dreading the day Xia Bo might come for him. And now, that day had indeed arrived, and he remembered him well. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding, he thought, a sense of dread enveloping him. He had watched Xia Bo's live streams, where he effortlessly executed opponents with a single strike, his strength terrifying. If Xia Bo wished to torture him, it would be a simple task. As Xia Bo regained his composure, he realized that such influences were inevitable. Perhaps it was for the best that everyone understood he was not to be trifled with. His face was etched with cold determination as he charged forward, aiming his blade at the man's arms, severing them with brutal precision. Although there was no fountain of blood, the sight of dismemberment still delivered a profound shock. Xia Bo reveled in the anguished cries of his adversary. In this arena, death held no terror. What was truly fearsome was the prospect of being tortured by one's opponent. For this arena possessed the sensation of pain. Only in the moment of death was there an absence of pain. Thus, to meet one's end in such a manner was the cruelest fate one could suffer. This was the first instance in which someone had not been slain by a single blow from Xia Bo. This man had once boasted in the world, vowing to rob the esteemed Xia Bo. Alas, he had chosen the wrong person. He was reduced to a mere caricature of humanity, a pitiful fate indeed. I believe he deserves it. The echoes of the man's cries resonated throughout the live stream, eliciting reactions of both pity and exhilaration. You should count yourself fortunate that you did not encounter me in reality. Otherwise, your demise would have been far more gruesome. Xia Bo's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, his expression taking on a sinister quality, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of a wild beast. I understand now. The man's face was etched with terror, his heart gripped by indescribable dread, to the point that he could not even muster a scream. He distinctly heard the rhythmic beating of Xia Bo's heart, a sound that was anything but human. Never before had he encountered a heartbeat so vivid, and its pace was alarmingly rapid, akin to the relentless thumping of a drum. Lying on the ground, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped in a chilling cold. Xia Bo, with an expression of indifference, rose to his full height and casually hurled a broad blade, which embedded itself firmly in the man's forehead. The arena dissipated, and Xia Bo found himself standing expressionlessly in a room, his gaze somewhat vacant. The previous scene flashed through his mind like a vivid tableau. What have I just done? He had brutally slain a man, reveling in the act of violence, and despite his unervingly calm demeanor, it was clear that these actions stemmed from a deep-seated impulse within. Xia Bo's brow furrowed in a tight knot. It seemed he had indeed undergone a transformation, though he was uncertain whether this change was for better or worse. The negative repercussions were undoubtedly a significant concern, yet he resolved to accept the situation, believing that a solution would eventually present itself. The 8th round of the rankings was swiftly resolved, and the 9th posed no challenge either. His opponents were absent from the leaderboard, allowing Xia Bo to dispatch them with effortless efficiency, encountering minimal resistance. The final match also proved to be devoid of strain, as he seamlessly advanced to level 5 with astonishing speed. Each battle concluded in victory, and unlike others, Xia Bo's combat style lacked any semblance of spectacle, as he consistently triumphed through sheer domination. Upon reaching level 5, he decisively ended the live stream and exited the space. His record now firmly established. Xia Bo, ranking level 5, record 40 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100. Such an impressive record shone brightly within the rankings, with Xia Bo ascending to the pinnacle, gazing down upon the world with pride. His popularity surged, claiming the top spot. No one dared to contest the supremacy of the formidable Xia Bo. Upon his return, he had reached the summit in just 1 hour, amassing 40 battles, where only one involved a gruesome slaughter, while the rest ended with a single decisive strike. I can only exclaim in astonishment. The world buzzed with news of Xia Bo's return, each piece of information fluttering by at a rapid pace. Those at level 4 breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Xia Bo log off. His presence had deterred them from engaging in ranked matches. In that moment, Feng Shihong's live stream was inundated with the number 2222222. symbolizing eternal second place. After a somewhat arduous battle, Feng Shihong returned to the space, only to find himself once again relegated to second place, his expression marred by embarrassment. The glory he once held had dissipated with Xia Bo's resurgence. Damn it. One day, I will reclaim my position, Feng Shihong silently vowed. He initiated matchmaking once more, determined to reach level 5, hoping that opening another chest would significantly enhance his prowess. Meanwhile, Xia Bo sat in his car, lost in thought for a moment before regaining his composure. He gently placed his hand over his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heart. In a recent skirmish within the ranked arena, whether it was the composure exhibited during combat or the merciless heart faced against adversaries, it was evident that a transformation had taken place within oneself. The heart of blood demon indeed enabled me to attain an unparalleled state of existence. Xia Bo recalled a film he had once watched, where a cataclysm engulfed the world, and a solitary individual selflessly endeavored to save a group of people. Yet, when calamity loomed, it was necessary for someone to make the ultimate sacrifice, and those he sought to rescue betrayed him. Humanity's resilience falters under duress. Perhaps this evolution within myself is not so lamentable, for those who survive are often ruthless. Exhaling deeply, Xia Bo cast aside these tumultuous thoughts. When had he become so sentimental? Whatever will be, will be. All that remains is to strive diligently henceforth. Next came the exhilarating and suspenseful moment of unboxing. Xia Bo accessed the system and promptly chose to proceed. This time, the experience did not mirror the extraordinary state of the Heart of Blood Demon. It was a rather mundane unboxing. Supply Package 1. A peculiar package materialized in Xia Bo's hands. A supply package. With a hint of curiosity, he upgraded it. Congratulations to the host for successful upgrade. Supply Package 1 has been upgraded to Supply Mega Package 1. It appeared that there was no significant alteration. The package in hand remained the same, adorned with an introduction regarding its contents. Chapter 69. The Task. The Disturbed Burial Ground. Supply Package 1. Description. May yield unexpected resources. The introduction is straightforward and unambiguous. Xia Bo opted not to open it, instead placing the package in the passenger seat. His gaze wandered over the shimmering, heat-drenched asphalt, while the car's interior enveloped him in comfort. The air conditioning wafting cool air that was remarkably refreshing. Indeed, the acquisition of air conditioning had vastly enhanced his comfort, liberating him from the oppressive heat outside. Reclining in the driver's seat, Xia Bo allowed himself to relax. There was no greater pleasure than this moment. The little powerhouse of an air conditioner truly proved its worth, showcasing excellent performance. Next, Xia Bo needed to contemplate his direction. Tomorrow marked the time for the leaderboard refresh, coinciding with the beginning of the 7-day hunt. He remained uncertain about what awaited him then. Delving into the game interface, he sought out the system update detailing the 7-day hunt mode. 7-day hunt. Every 7 days, a cycle will commence, featuring a boss that hunts players. During the hunt, the area will be restricted to a 100-meter stretch of roadway. Note, the number and strength of the bosses will scale with the number and strength of players. The 7-day hunt also relied on the player's own capabilities to determine the spawning of wild monsters and bosses. Xia Bo calmed his mind and began to ponder this matter earnestly. Whether in the moonlit night mode or the 7-day hunt, the wild monsters that appeared were linked to the player's abilities. As he journeyed, he noted that the monsters he encountered progressively grew stronger. Furrowing his brow, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Thus, in this game, the difficulty of the wild monsters that spawned at night, as well as in various modes, was indeed contingent upon the player's strength. What he witnessed was solely his own experience. He would remain oblivious to the trials faced by others. Initially, Xia Bo had believed that all players encountered similarly powerful monsters. If he faced a minotaur, others would as well. If he encountered a steel boar, so too would they. Now, however, as he settled into deeper contemplation, he began to realize that the game might not be as merciless as he once thought. Was this perhaps a means of protecting humanity? Yet, why then did so many desperate modes exist? Or was it simply a game favored by a creator? In moments of leisure, Xia Bo found himself musing aimlessly, particularly after achieving a state of calm. Though uncertain of the correctness of his thoughts, he sensed that he was on the right track. The game's difficulty was indeed present, but mastering techniques and wielding the right weaponry could transform everything into a much simpler endeavor. After resting in the driver's seat for a while, he glanced at the time, 20 minutes remaining. He started the car and eased onto the road. The added weight reduced his speed, yet reaching 60 miles per hour remained effortless. Outside the window, the dark forest receded behind him. The designated road would not spawn resource boxes, allowing Xia Bo to focus solely on driving ahead. With a considerable amount of time remaining before darkness envelopes the landscape, Xia Bo yearns to delve deeper, to ascertain just how far he can journey from the village behind him. Towering mountains, shrouded in pitch blackness, loom on either side, once the sky succumbs to twilight. The valley descends into an abyss of darkness with astonishing swiftness. The heavens, aflame with fiery clouds, contrast sharply with this particular stretch of road, where the shadows have already fallen, yet the faint glimmer of stars can still be discerned. Since the road was renovated, the emergence of these stars has transformed the night, rendering it less oppressive. Comparatively speaking, navigating through the darkness has become significantly less daunting, albeit solely due to the enhanced visibility. After progressing for several minutes, the night has fully descended. Xia Bo remains resolute in his objective, to vanquish wild monsters and ascend the ranks. His prowess undeniably sets him apart from others, as he possesses formidable strength, and the wild creatures he encounters yield substantial experience points. This advantage underscores a truth: those with greater power traverse the terrain with greater speed. Ever since reaching levels 3 and 4, encounters with lowly creatures have become increasingly rare, particularly with the greenskin beasts, which he has scarcely encountered. Having traveled for over 10 minutes, Xia Bo halts his vehicle in the center of the road, steps out, and surveys his surroundings. The area is relatively devoid of dark trees, offering a broad vista that is well suited for confronting monsters. Contemplating his surroundings, he notes that the roadside is adorned with a vast expanse, providing an unobstructed view and minimizing the element of surprise from lurking creatures, thereby mitigating unnecessary peril. As night falls and dusk transitions into darkness, Xia Bo grips his machete, his gaze imbued with a frigid intensity. Time trickles by unhurriedly, and within him, there is no trace of impatience. This is a consequence of merging with the heart of the blood demon. He touches his chest, acknowledging that this transformation has quelled his previous impatience while waiting for monsters to respawn. In the past, he felt a gnawing anxiety as time stretched interminably, a feeling that now seems to have dissipated, replaced by an enhanced sense of patience that accompanies the hard-ass metamorphosis. With an unwavering resolve and a calm mind, Xia Bo exudes a primal aura. The benefits of assimilating the heart are evident. Undoubtedly, there are further advantages yet to be discovered. Lost in thought, he suddenly raises his head to gaze into the distant obscurity, where a familiar darkness approaches, a tentacled creature. The shadowy figure, brandishing its menacing tentacles, is one with which Xia Bo is well acquainted. As the creature invades the roadway, it emits a chilling howl and charges toward him. Despite his prior encounters, Xia Bo remains vigilant. Any wild monster possesses the potential to rend him apart in an instant, relying solely on his honed skills for survival. Focusing his mind, he swiftly enters a state of predation, and with his composed intellect, Xia Bo resembles a finely tuned machine, calculating his approach with fervor. His keen eyes track the creature's movements, and suddenly, a spark of determination ignites within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward. The menacing tentacles lunged toward Xia Bo, who seemed to anticipate their approach. With a swift motion, he severed one tentacle with his blade, creating a gaping wound in an instant. Xia Bo did not linger in combat with the tentacle. Instead, he unleashed a burst of agility, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the creature. Meanwhile, his blade had already penetrated the creature's body, tearing it apart with ruthless efficiency. Without any hesitation, he gazed upon the lifeless monster, his eyes resembling the still waters of a frozen lake in winter. 5 experience points were gained. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xia Bo's mouth as he rubbed his cheek and glanced at the ground, his gaze pausing in surprise. To his astonishment, a peculiar item had dropped. Quest Medal, Disturbed Burial Ground. Chapter 70, The Feast of Terror. Abundant Experience, Task Medal, The Disturbed Burial Ground. Introduction. This place was once a burial ground, disturbed by your presence. Task: eliminate all resurrected zombies to succeed. Task reward: 50 experience points. Pending use. To his astonishment, the task medal bore the words upgradable. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Bo opted for the upgrade, eager to witness the transformation of the medal. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Task medal. Burial Ground 1 has been upgraded to Task medal. Feast of Terror 1. Task medal. Feast of Terror, mandatory. Introduction. This is a terrifying feast of the resurrected dead. Do you wish to be devoured by their hunger? Or perhaps join them? Task: eliminate all resurrected corpses. Reward: each slain undead will grant 1 experience point, with a chance to drop the Abomination medal. Task countdown: 1 minute 59 seconds. 1 minute 58 seconds. The revelation of an upgradable task medal was unexpected, and the subsequent transformation of the task into a mandatory one, complete with a countdown, was equally surprising. However, the rewards appeared to be more bountiful than before. Xia Bo pondered briefly, refraining from any hasty actions, as there was no locale better suited for this task than the one before him. Nevertheless, the mandatory nature of the task altered its essence. Should he encounter a similar task medal in the future, He would exercise caution before upgrading, for if the task posed a danger, it could spell disaster. As the countdown ticked away, Xia Bo remained composed, fully aware of his intentions. The vehicle contained an ample supply of fuel, and he promptly retrieved 3 barrels of gasoline, pouring it along the sides of the road to form 2 immense crescents, leaving 2 openings for passage. Soon, the air was thick with the pungent scent of gasoline. After hastily completing his preparations, Xia Bo positioned the vehicle further away and secured the doors. This task clearly indicated a vast number of wild monsters. Facing them alone would be exceedingly arduous. Confronted by the overwhelming horde of undead, his own strength felt woefully inadequate. Thus, he resolved to leverage the power of knowledge. He rummaged through his vehicle to find a reasonably straight stick, wrapping one end with a cloth soaked in gasoline to fashion a rudimentary torch. He possessed a total of 34 pieces of cloth, the most abundant resource at his disposal. Now, he awaited the arrival of the Feast of Terror in silence. 11, 10, 9, 5, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Xia Bo observed the dense black fog emanating from the thickets on either side of the road, visibly creeping from the thick forest. A chilling and eerie aura descended upon the area, and Xia Bo's gaze remained fixated on the swirling black mist. Amidst the shrouded black mist, mounds of earth emerged, starkly visible as if intentionally revealed for Xia Bo's gaze. Suddenly, one of the mounds ruptured, contorting as a peculiar figure clawed its way out. The sounds of more eruptions followed, as eerie silhouettes appeared along the roadside. These figures were none other than the zombies Xia Bo had previously encountered. Their labored movements emitted the creaking of bones as they struggled, awakening after an unknown slumber, while a pungent stench permeated the air. They writhed and twisted, charging towards him with the speed and posture of sprinters. It was unfathomable that these undead could run. Fortunately, Xia Bo had prepared himself. He estimated that the first wave consisted of approximately 10 zombies, with an unending stream still emerging from the earth, some already sprinting onto the roadway. Who could fathom how many more would join this terrifying feast? Xia Bo, wary of the situation, lit a torch and ignited the gasoline beneath his feet. With a resounding whoosh, a massive flame erupted, igniting the zombies on the road. The acrid scent of decay filled the air as the heat radiated outward. Casting the torch aside, Xia Bo felt no fear. He brandished his machete and began to tackle the zombies that had escaped the inferno. The subsequent wave of zombies, undeterred, charged into the flames, forming a wall of fire. The tenacity of the undead exceeded Xia Bo's expectations. However, those that managed to breach the fiery barrier were largely devoid of combat capability. Their long-buried, decayed bodies had been rendered even more grotesque by the flames, with many collapsing into the blaze. Those who made it through were often missing limbs. Xia Bo found himself in the role of a fisherman, his experience points surging wildly. Only someone with resources like Xia Bo would dare to orchestrate such a fiery spectacle. What began as a nightmarish feast had transformed into a conflagration that decimated the horde. As Xia Bo relentlessly harvested the lives of the undead, amassing substantial experience, astonished individuals across the world noticed his swift ascent on the leaderboard. In mere moments, he climbed to the 6th position and continued to rise at an astonishing pace. What on earth was happening? How could Xia Bo's rankings soar so rapidly? Was he cheating? Remarkable. While they struggled for every level, he seemed to ascend with ease. Humanity and the monstrous could not be compared. The world trembled as countless hunters gazed in disbelief at the rankings, eager to see how high Xia Bo would climb. Meanwhile, illuminated by the firelight, Xia Bo's visage flickered with flames, his gaze aflame with determination as he swung his machete, sending the undead crashing to the ground, each fallen body yielding a medal. This task was a veritable paradise for grinding experience, though it was unfortunate that kills by fire did not count towards his own experience. Otherwise, he would have been nearing level 5. Xia Bo dispatched a living dead creature, observing with a tinge of disappointment as it writhed briefly before succumbing to the flames that engulfed it. Yet, had he not utilized the inferno, he would have been unable to accomplish this upgraded mission. Thus, one must accept both gains and losses. The number of the undead gradually diminished, and the ominous black mist steadily receded, leaving behind the desolate grave pits that flanked the roadway. As the final living dead collapsed to the ground, Xia Bo exhaled a sigh of relief. The firestorm had evidently weakened. Had the mission persisted, the flames would have been extinguished. Fortunately, the undead had retreated, and within 2 minutes, the inferno's intensity diminished until it ultimately waned, plunging the world back into darkness. It was concluded. With the aid of the firestorm, the task proved significantly easier than anticipated. Summoning the system, Xia Bo glanced at the clock. Merely half an hour had elapsed from the commencement to the conclusion of the mission. His stamina had dwindled to 5 points. Yet he had garnered 59 points of experience, culminating in a total of 66. A glance at the rankings revealed he had reclaimed the top position, and a smile graced Xia Bo's countenance. Chapter 71, Endless Mode Challenge, Elite Monsters. After a brief respite, Xia Bo collected a total of 28 wretched metals that had erupted from the ground. Upon upgrading, he amassed a grand total of 196 butcher metals, which, when combined with his existing collection, resulted in a staggering total of 351 butcher metals. He was astonished at how rapidly the butcher metals accumulated. Since there were tasks to obtain wretched metals, it was likely that other metals could also be acquired, though he had yet to encounter such opportunities. Xia Bo carefully organized his belongings and leaned against the front of his vehicle, contemplating. The sudden surge in the number of metals sparked a glimmer of hope for a career transition. He harbored no extravagant aspirations for his profession. He merely wished to enhance his strength. If he could undergo multiple transitions, that would be even better. As time slipped away, the night was spent in pursuit of prey. By dawn, his experience points had risen from 66 to 79, and he had gathered a considerable amount of fuel and water resources. He was now well stocked with water, the back seat brimming with it. In the early morning, Xia Bo stretched lazily and washed his face with water. It was the 7th day, the final day. Tonight marked the culmination of the 7-day hunt. The system displayed a timer for the 7-day hunting event, with only 12 hours remaining until its commencement. It felt reminiscent of a countdown to death, sounding an alarm across the world and resonating within Xia Bo's mind. However, Xia Bo remained composed, accepting the circumstances with equanimity. Additionally, he had a level 6 chest to open that evening. Should he uncover something valuable, he would be entirely at ease. After addressing his physiological needs, Xia Bo entered another space, akin to the ranking space. A massive screen loomed before him, displaying the leaderboard for the endless mode during this period. Currently, the individual who had sustained the most waves was named Sun Quan, who had withstood 9 waves. In second place was Feng Shihong, also enduring 9 waves. Familiar names like Ming Meizi and Han Yi appeared on the list, alongside a few others he had heard of. The leaderboard showcased only the top 100, undoubtedly comprised of humanity's elite. After glancing at the leaderboard, Xia Bo clicked to close it and diligently reviewed the rules of the endless mode. Endless mode. As night falls, players may choose to enter the endless mode to challenge various waves of monsters. The endless mode features a corresponding wave leaderboard, updated every 7 days, with rewards based on ranking. Note: killing members of other species in this mode will not provide experience. Players may exit at any time. Aside from that, there were no further regulations. The rules of the endless mode were straightforward, devoid of restrictions. It was entirely freeform. At the bottom of the screen, a button to enter the trial awaited. With a thought, the world before him faded to black, the small dark room vanishing, replaced by an endless highway under a sun that offered no warmth. Was this the highway? Xia Bo squinted as he surveyed his surroundings. This place was not akin to the roads of reality. It bore a striking contrast to the warmth and familiarity of the real world. Instead, it felt artificial, as though he were standing upon a stage. Shortly after his arrival, a virtual screen materialized before him. Welcome to Endless Mode. In Endless Mode, every 5 waves constitute a stage, with each stage featuring distinct types of monsters. The 5th wave will refresh an elite monster from one of the monster races. Note: there will be a 2-minute rest period after each wave. Click to start. With only 2 minutes of rest, it became apparent that he would need to maximize this brief interval to recuperate his stamina. Xia Bo raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin as he assessed his physical condition, an alarming 29, indicative of his formidable endurance and prolonged combat. It was evident he was far superior to others. Information regarding the waves was scant. Although numerous strategies existed in the world, they held little value for him. He merely needed to discern what was truly useful. After a minute of searching, he finally located the information he sought, details regarding the quantity and types of monsters in each wave. Gaining an intuitive understanding of the endless challenge, Xia Bo closed the system interface and opted to commence the challenge. In challenge mode, he could still select his weapon of choice. Xia Bo chose the blade he was most proficient with, a weapon capable of vanquishing all in its path. The first wave consisted of 2 phases, featuring a total of 3 green-skinned creatures. With vigilant eyes, he scanned his surroundings, knowing that the locations for monster spawns were not explicitly defined. Only the wave quantities were fixed, while their spawn points remained unpredictable. Soon, 3 green figures emerged at both sides of Xia Bo, 1 on one side and 2 on the other. The distribution of monsters was manageable. He decided to eliminate one first. From his recent review of strategies, he understood that this distribution was the simplest, while the most challenging scenario would involve all 3 monsters appearing in the same direction. Xia Bo's movements were precise and fluid. With a swift stroke of his blade, he dispatched the first wave as if it were a mere sip of water. Moreover, The dispersed nature of the monsters made this encounter exceedingly effortless, requiring minimal exertion. The second wave also comprised 3 creatures. Yet they demonstrated a higher level of intelligence compared to the first wave, exhibiting both offensive and defensive strategies with clear roles. Quite a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Xia Bo bypassed the waiting period and initiated the second wave. The second wave's spawn was less than ideal. All 3 emerged in the same direction. Although their coordination was impeccable, they remained utterly vulnerable to his overwhelming strength. He breezed through the second wave with ease. As the third wave approached, 5 greenskin monsters emerged. Raising the difficulty level, the fourth wave introduced 5 highly intelligent creatures, further escalating the challenge. Nevertheless, Xia Bo navigated through each wave with relative ease, though he did expend some time on the 5 astute greenskin monsters. During the 5th wave, Xia Bo did not skip a beat, confronting 4 waves and exhausting some of his mental and physical energy. Now, he required a moment of respite. The most effective method for recuperating his stamina and mental fortitude was to lie on the ground, clearing his mind and relinquishing all thoughts. This technique was imparted by various meditation masters around the globe, and Xia Bo had previously attempted it with commendable results. 2 minutes later, a more diminutive creature emerged. In contrast to the previous wild beasts, this one was noticeably greener, with pointed ears, swifter movements, and a smaller stature. As the saying goes, the essence is in the concentration. Do not be deceived by its slight frame. It was indeed an elite monster. Xia Bo dared not let down his guard, for its sharp claws could effortlessly rend his skin, and he was not clad in the steel boar hide armor he typically wore. The creature stepped onto the roadway, its speed suddenly surging, matching at least 11 or 12 points of movement speed. Unfortunately for it, Xia Bo had grown significantly stronger. As for the author's reflections, dear readers, the launch is set for tomorrow at noon. As a newcomer, I find myself immensely gratified by the achievements thus far. I have penned numerous works, none exceeding 100,000 words, and none have been signed. My highest collection stands at just over 100. It could be said that I have been a perennial underachiever. To my astonishment, this novel has performed quite well, providing me, an old hand at struggling, with a sense of fulfillment. I am deeply grateful to editor Lu Ming for their invaluable support and guidance. Without them, this book might have never seen the light of day. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone for their monthly votes, donations, and recommendations. Thank you all immensely. Tomorrow, I shall commence with 10 updates. Initially, I intended to produce more, but alas, the school has insisted that I collect my graduation certificate, a task I cannot evade. Hence, I have secured a bus ticket for 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I shall also take the opportunity to gather with my roommate, which, regrettably, will cut into my writing time. Consequently, further updates will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Additionally, I may need to step out for a while, one reason being my girlfriend, and the other that remaining at home feels inappropriate for a man. After discussing it with my mother, I have come to realize this. Going forward, I shall ensure a minimum of 23 updates daily. Chapter 73. The challenge concludes. Storm approaches in the face of the encroaching wild creatures. Xia Bo remained remarkably composed, seamlessly entering a state of hunting. With an astute mind, he effortlessly discerned the weaknesses of the beasts, charging toward them with unwavering resolve. Having long been acquainted with these creatures, he possessed a profound understanding of their attack patterns. Even elite monsters were not exempt from their inherent methods of assault. As anticipated, upon perceiving Xia Bo's advance, the wild creature emitted a sound of surprise, leaping high into the air, its claws outstretched toward him. Xia Bo had foreseen this maneuver, deftly sidestepping the creature's assault and delivering a decisive blow to its flank. The strike was met with a satisfying splash of blood. His movements were executed with precision and swiftness, devoid of hesitation, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Once the creature collapsed to the ground, he swiftly closed the distance and delivered a finishing stroke. In contrast to brawls, Xia Bo preferred one-on-one confrontations. There was no need to be concerned about threats from behind. He could focus solely on the kill. Moreover, his blade was sufficiently sharp, apart from the minotaurs and steel boars. He had yet to encounter a wild creature that could withstand its edge. If any such creatures existed, they would surely be the minotaurs and steel boars. After a brief respite, Xia Bo pressed on to the next challenge. The second type of wild creature was the broad-blade monster. Thus far, the broad-blade monster posed a bit more of a challenge, but only for others. For Xia Bo, it remained relatively straightforward. It had been a while since he had encountered an old acquaintance. He owed his trusty steel blade to this very broad-blade monster. Observing the wild creatures spawned in the sixth wave, a faint smile graced Xia Bo's lips. His steel blade had been acquired from the chest guarded by the broad-blade monster, accompanying him on his journey of growth. Indeed, he felt a sense of gratitude toward it. The sixth wave matched the first in terms of quantity, yet in terms of danger, The sixth wave far surpassed the previous ones. After all, the broad-blade monsters possessed a considerable attack range, and in greater numbers, they could easily encircle their prey. However, for Xia Bo, such risks could be mitigated. Under the influence of his hunting state, the threats dissipated entirely. This time, Xia Bo acted with remarkable swiftness, executing a rapid sequence of strikes to decapitate 3 wild creatures in the blink of an eye. His rest was minimal. Whenever possible, he resolved matters expeditiously, conserving energy and avoiding unnecessary expenditure, even at the risk of danger. Resolutely finishing off his adversaries, he reclined momentarily, clearing his mind before employing the same strategy for the seventh wave: extreme precision and rapid execution. Having expended a modicum of strength and energy to vanquish them, Xia Bo took a brief respite before continuing his challenge. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. As the endless mode concluded, the rankings updated, and the world fell into a hushed silence. Suddenly, an uproar erupted. To everyone's astonishment, Xia Bo had conquered the 14th level. In just one morning, he had surpassed all others. Truly impressive. I can only describe it in 2 words: masterful prowess, excelling in all endeavors. The news of Xia Bo claiming the top position in infinite mode sent ripples through the world. That man had become astonishingly powerful, a strength that instilled fear. The individuals on the leaderboard remained silent, daunted by Xia Bo's prowess. In the dark forest, Old Shou observed the news circulating worldwide, a smile gracing his aged face. This young man has sparked such a tremendous response upon his emergence. Perhaps he will indeed venture even further in the future. As he spoke, he gently touched his chest, a frown creasing his brow. The rustling sounds emanating from the woods behind him alerted him. Here they come. A flicker of trepidation appeared in his slightly clouded eyes as he hastily retreated into the thicket. Meanwhile, after completing the infinite challenge, Xia Bo settled into the air-conditioned vehicle, exhaling deeply. As the infinite mode progressed, the monsters grew increasingly formidable. By the 12th wave, 3 steel pigs emerged, ramping up the difficulty significantly. Achieving success was no trivial matter. In the 11th wave, only 2 steel pigs had appeared, and while they were not particularly strong, their defense was exceedingly high. Mere steel blades could not harm them. They had to be toppled, which was incredibly taxing. 2 steel pigs were manageable, but by the 12th wave, they had acquired intelligence and learned to cooperate using tactical formations, making them far more challenging. The hunting phase had also passed. However, by the 13th wave, the number of steel pigs surged, and emerging victorious became increasingly difficult. While the 14th wave was nearly insurmountable, they had mastered strategic coordination. Xia Bo expended tremendous effort to slay 2, ultimately succumbing to their numbers and retreating in defeat. The sheer quantity of wild creatures was overwhelming. While he could handle one-on-one combat effortlessly, facing a group proved to be a daunting challenge. As he basked in the cool air of the vehicle, Xia Bo took a moment to rest, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming mental fatigue and falling into a deep slumber. Fortunately, with the presence of bulletproof glass, he slept soundly. The air conditioning alleviated the heat, making for a truly comfortable slumber, and upon waking, he felt refreshingly cool, a delightful sensation. This restorative sleep alleviated the weariness of the day, leaving him invigorated. If only he had a proper bed, his rest would be even more pleasurable. Yawning, Xia Bo murmured, having gradually acclimated to sleeping in the car seat, though his mind still longed for his grand bed. No matter how comfortable the car may be, nothing compares to the luxury of a proper bed. It seemed that while he was enhancing his strength, he also needed to elevate his quality of life. Both were indispensable. His home was not lacking, but he now found himself in need of daily necessities. However, it would take time to gather a sufficient quantity of high-quality items, as these things required gradual accumulation. The first order of business upon waking was to freshen up, of course, with his knife always at hand. A simple rinse of water washed over his body, followed by a quick combing of his hair. Though lacking shampoo, even a water wash was a significant improvement. After completing his morning routine, Xia Bo savored a simple bowl of instant noodles. To enhance the flavor, he plucked some dark grass from the nearby field. Reminiscent of the survival mission in the desolate village when he had shared it with the old man Zhou, its taste was quite acceptable. He rinsed the remnants of broth from the pot with water, relishing the last drops before letting out a satisfying belch and settling comfortably into the air-conditioned vehicle. Such is the essence of life. After lounging for a while, he checked the system, noting that there were still over 3 hours until nightfall. The global chat buzzed with speculation about the impending 7-day hunt. Time had finally passed the 7-day mark. A significant milestone not only for the hunt, but also for the much-anticipated updates to the leaderboard and the distribution of rewards. Many individuals had amassed a considerable number of medals, leading them to surmise that the dawn of the professional era would commence after tonight's conclusion. Others speculated that only those who survived would be deemed the elite of humanity. Countless discussions ensued, with varying opinions circulating. Ultimately, it was clear, survival equated to being among humanity's elite. A spark of determination shone in Xia Bo's eyes. As for the onset of the professional era, he considered it less critical, for regardless of its initiation, accumulating a profession remained essential. What intrigued him more was the identity of the first individual in the world to complete the transition. He was acutely aware that those who survived would inevitably bear the weight of humanity's survival. Chapter 73, The Strength of the Third Place on the Leaderboard. However, one thing is certain, for those who survive tonight, their overall strength will undoubtedly rise once more. Especially for myself, after receiving the leaderboard rewards, what height shall I attain? It is beyond my ability to conjecture. Glancing at the rankings, I have once again claimed the top position in 3 categories: the level leaderboard, the vehicle upgrade leaderboard, and the popularity leaderboard. This is already quite sufficient. As for the distance-driven leaderboard, it seems I may only catch up next week. But who knows what changes the following week may bring. There is an even more pressing matter at hand. The first individual to reach level 5 and unlock the space will receive a unique title and an exclusive gift package. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is possible that I could level up tonight. I am eagerly anticipating the 7 days of hunting. As time passed, Xia Bo filled the fuel tanks of the small cannon and the car, then tidied up before starting the vehicle and hitting the road. It was still relatively early, and it would be best to travel as far as possible, ideally leaving this peculiar stretch of road behind. Who knows what changes the special route may undergo tonight. As the car traveled along the endless highway, the previously straight road began to exhibit a strange curvature, which was somewhat eerie. Nevertheless, Xia Bo's mindset remained largely unaffected by the road's transformation. After all, this special route was inherently unusual, so a slight bend did not seem particularly odd. An hour later, the undulating black mountain finally came to an end, merging with 2 diverging paths. Xia Bo did not wait for old Zhou. Both of them harbored significant secrets, and with the 7 days of hunting about to commence, their alliance would greatly increase the difficulty of the challenge, especially with old Zhou accompanying me. My strength was already formidable enough, and the newly spawned monsters would undoubtedly be beyond his capacity to handle. It was better to venture alone. In this game, regardless of the circumstances, everything is tied to one's own strength. The greater the power, the higher the dangers faced. This is a conclusion Xia Bo had gradually drawn. As his own strength continued to rise, so too did the ferocity of the monsters that appeared, along with the corresponding experience points. Of course, one could choose not to enhance their strength and instead remain in hiding. In such a case, the monsters spawned during the 7 days of hunting would not be overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the hunting was constrained to a stretch of road 100 meters long. With a time limit, as long as one could safely evade the hunt, survival was possible. The car roared with a thunderous sound, and Xia Bo felt no nostalgia for the peculiar road behind him. These woods concealed numerous hidden monsters, and he preferred to avoid involvement. After all, isn't living well enough? As the car entered the boundless grassland, devoid of towering mountains and dark forests, the entire vista opened up, and the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered among the high mountains and dense woods dissipated. In an instant, his spirits lifted. The vast grassland was indeed more comfortable. The towering trees and mountains were far too stifling, their dark tones unsettling. Xia Bo twisted his stiff neck and continued onward for several minutes until he spotted a resource box by the roadside. He disembarked and pried open the box, discovering it contained fuel and water resources. This struck Xia Bo as rather peculiar. How could a resource box yield fuel? Had these boxes become omnipotent in their capabilities? After upgrading the fuel and filling his vehicle, he pressed on. 10 minutes later, Xia Bo halted at the roadside. The ranking matches had commenced. This was the final qualifying match of the evening, and his objective was crystal clear. He needed to ascend to level 6 to unlock the level 6 box. That was his sole aim. Without further ado, he dove into the rankings, simultaneously activating his live stream. Viewership had dwindled today, seemingly affected by the 7 days of hunting event. For Xia Bo, this was inconsequential. He merely needed to fulfill his goal. Having taken a day's pause, many had already surged to level 6, with some even catching up to Xia Bo, while others on the leaderboard had reached level 7 and were still climbing. Previously, Xia Bo had not placed much importance on his ranking, but this evening, as it was the last qualifying match, he was determined to secure the top position. He would pay close attention to his standing tonight. The level 6 matches were relatively straightforward, as countless players had surged ahead, and the matchmaking was quite simple to navigate. Rankings were determined not only by tier but also by win rates among players of the same level. The final match at level 5 was also uncomplicated, and with one decisive strike, Xia Bo successfully entered level 6. Yet, he did not cease competing. He continued to engage in the rankings. The matchmaking duration for level 6 was slightly longer, as few players had reached this tier. The first two opponents he faced were all within the top 100 on the leaderboard, but they stood no chance against Xia Bo's formidable prowess. Xia Bo, ranking level 6, record 62 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100. Such a record was unprecedented. Viewers in the live stream were in utter astonishment. A perfect win rate was indeed extraordinary. Xia Bo glanced at his performance and commenced the third match of level 6. The third match began swiftly. With hardly any waiting time, the arena materialized, and a man appeared on stage. Upon seeing Xia Bo, the man visibly froze. Wow, it's Xia Bo. He realized he was up against the third-ranked Sun Quan. This promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. Both live streams erupted with fervor after such a long wait. They had finally encountered a true adversary. Sun Quan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath as he scrutinized Xia Bo with caution. He was aware of Xia Bo's reputation for being the aggressor and his tendency to speak little, rarely uttering more than 5 words throughout a stream. The encounter between these two titans ignited the viewer's excitement. Would Xia Bo be able to continue the legend of his one-shot victories? Only time would tell. Sun Quan possessed formidable strength, and the skills he acquired significantly enhanced his abilities in a most terrifying manner. Xia Bo, without uttering a word, cast a discerning glance at him and immediately entered a state of pursuit, brandishing his blade with a spectral grace. Such swiftness. Sun Quan felt a shiver run through him. His mind devoid of any complacency as he raised his weapon, the blade emanating a radiant white glow. This was one of his techniques, capable of augmenting the sharpness of his weapon. Sun Quan remained motionless, standing firmly in place to ensure that he revealed no vulnerabilities. Those who had faced Xia Bo in combat often remarked on his formidable perceptiveness, easily detecting weaknesses. Thus, remaining still was his wisest course of action. Observing this, Xia Bo's lips curled into a cruel smirk, one that hinted at malice. He made the first move, delivering a powerful slash, his arms' muscles bulging with intensity. The strike imbued with an astounding force of 22 points capable of cleaving through solid stone. In that instant, Sun Quan felt an overwhelming pressure. A sense of insurmountable adversity swelling within him, prompting him to retreat hastily to evade Xia Bo's blow. This retreat, however, was precisely what Xia Bo had anticipated. Chapter 74. The two boxes. A pair of eyes radiated astonishment as a sharp mind swiftly calculated the opponent's actions, prompting an immediate response from the muscles of the body. The muscles in Xia Bo's thigh bulged suddenly, akin to a machine operating under immense strain, causing his speed to surge dramatically as he lunged forward. The steel blade descended, effectively sealing off all routes of escape for Sun Quan, for the blade had already reached above his head. How is this possible? Sun Quan's heart raced with inexplicable dread. The opponent's coordination and perception had reached an unparalleled peak, rendering his attempts to evade futile and leaving him trapped in a dire predicament. A sickening sound pierced the air as the blade met flesh. Xia Bo's expression was icy as he halted his movements, executing the action with seamless precision, reminiscent of a machine ready to be switched on or off. With a remarkably calm mind governing his body and enhanced by the transformation of the blood demon heart, he had achieved the pinnacle of human capability. His entire being resembled a finely tuned machine, with his brain serving as the control center. Suddenly, Xia Bo's dark eyes flickered with a hint of skepticism. Before him, Sun Quan had perished, dissipating into nothingness, yet no sound of game over resonated. At that moment, a sharp sound of slicing air reached his ears. Xia Bo reacted with extraordinary swiftness, lunging forward, rolling, and rising to his feet as he swung his blade in a counterattack. Clang! The clash of weapons sparked a shower of light. You're not dead. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xia Bo's dark eyes as he beheld the unscathed Sun Quan standing before him, having successfully parried his attack. You are formidable, I concede. Sun Quan acknowledged the futility of his efforts as he realized that his final gambit had been thwarted. With only one chance left after executing that technique, he knew he had lost. Without further ado, he swiftly took his own life with a stroke of his blade. Intriguing, this technique managed to deceive my hunting state, evading even my perception of his movements. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where Xia Bo found himself captivated by this technique, which was Sun Quan's trump card. After its use, only one opportunity remained, for such a powerful skill could indeed alter the tide of battle, yet it demanded a tremendous toll on mental fortitude. Thus, after failing in his final ambush, the opponent wisely chose to concede. Decisively. With Sun Quan's downfall, the live stream room erupted once more. Well, Sun Quan has conceded and committed suicide. What an incredible move. One could not help but admire. After all, Sun Quan had employed the very tactic to defeat Feng Shihong multiple times. Yet, faced with Xia Bo, he found himself utterly defenseless. It could only be said that the two combatants existed in entirely different realms of power. Brothers, there is no recourse. The prowess of Lord Xia Bo is overwhelmingly formidable, rendering us mere challengers without hope. His perceptive abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. The moment one employs a technique, a flaw inevitably emerges. In one-on-one confrontations, Lord Xia Bo is invincible, and we concede without grievance. Upon returning to his realm, Sun Quan inhaled deeply, his heart still brimming with astonishment. The opponent's insight and reflexes are beyond his capacity to rival, surpassing him by an insurmountable margin. It is no wonder that he has reached the formidable 12th wave. Truly impressive. He accepts his defeat with grace. After his loss, he refrained from immediately seeking another match, choosing instead to wait until Lord Xia Bo commenced his next endeavor. The might of Xia Bo is so overwhelming that no one wishes to confront him. Who would relish the experience of being mercilessly vanquished? Meanwhile, upon concluding his match, Xia Bo felt a fleeting twinge of envy before continuing with his ranking matches. For 2 hours, he engaged in competitive play, and as time progressed, the matches became increasingly challenging. As formidable opponents were scarce, Sun Quan, unfortunately, faced Xia Bo 3 times and was utterly annihilated, allowing Xia Bo to master the nuances of his opponent's techniques. The opponent would leave behind a decoy and then leap 3 meters in a specified direction, akin to a blink. This distance, while somewhat significant, could catch slower reacting individuals off guard. If faced with himself, there was little that could be done, especially as Xia Bo grew more adept at countering the technique, enhanced by his hunting state, allowing for near precognitive predictions. However, this technique remains exceptionally formidable. In the realm of reality, there exists no second chance. As 2 hours elapsed, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, and the final ranking matches concluded. Xia Bo's record solidified at 70 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100, a remarkably astonishing achievement. Following this, he found himself unable to engage in further ranking matches, as he stood alone at level 7. The second-ranked Feng Shihong was merely 1 match away from ascending to this level. Xia Bo harbored a desire to encounter this individual, who had once stepped over him to rise. Yet, Feng indeed possessed skill, firmly securing the position of second in the world rankings and maintaining a significant lead over the third-ranked charming maiden. Speaking of which, beauty certainly holds its advantages. Yet, he had also observed this woman's streams and recognized her genuine talent. She seemed to be a martial practitioner, following a different path than Feng Xin. Inside his vehicle, Xia Bo closed his eyes, only to reopen them after a minute to glance at his record. He had exceeded his goals and decided to reward himself with half a watermelon. He retrieved the half-eaten fruit, washed his hands, and began to eat while gazing at the now darkening sky. At present, the heavens exhibited a curious transformation, with a crimson moon ascendant. However, it was still dusk, the red hue merely encircling the moon, as the sun descended directly on the horizon, casting the world into the embrace of the red moon. This was the moonlit night mode. No, it bore some distinction. Could this be the 7-day hunt? As the sky succumbed to true darkness, the crimson moon hung high above, casting an eerie red hue over the world. Amidst the collective astonishment of humanity, the game interface vibrated, alerting everyone. Xia Bo, too, received this warning. The 7-day hunt has commenced. In the forthcoming period, the range of activities for all individuals will be confined to 100 meters along the road. During a specified time frame, an elite creature will materialize to hunt players. Evade its pursuit, survive for a designated duration, or eliminate it. Note, the elite creature species will refresh according to the player's strength. Reward, Unknown Treasure Chest 1. Survive and embrace the dawn of a brand new world. Time remaining until the world's road update, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 12 seconds. As the game announcement resonated, discussions erupted globally. Xia Bo remained remarkably composed, devoid of any anxiety, for he understood that haste would serve no purpose, only inducing a shift in mentality. Thus, it was far better to confront the situation with tranquility, regardless of the impending storm. At that moment, the road underwent a transformation. A shroud of mist enveloped the area beyond 100 meters, and the meadows flanking the road had vanished, replaced by the ethereal white fog. Xia Bo surveyed his surroundings and, finding no wild creatures had spawned, accessed the system. He had garnered 2 chests in the ranking matches. Perhaps they would yield something of value. Chapter 75 treasures. The probability of uncovering valuable items from the 2 chests is quite substantial. Xia Bo, eagerly rubbing his fists together, finds this to be the most exhilarating and joyful moment. The contents of the chests are abundant: skills, professional emblems, and resources. There are even some items he has never encountered before, such as equipment and the Heart of Blood Demon. Xia Bo refers to these as fusion items, which can be integrated into oneself. Fusion items are exceedingly rare. They not only enhance one's strength, but also unlock hidden attributes, talents, which confer terrifying benefits. With anticipation, Xia Bo decides to open the chest that has reached level 6 in rank. He clicks to unlock it, and the chest trembles slightly, accompanied by the sound of chains rattling in his mind. Skill, double attack, attribute, strength 2, cost, 1 stamina point, strike with both arms at maximum speed, delivering 2 attacks, each inflicting 50 strength damage. Upon seeing the outcome, Xia Bo's eyes gleam with delight. This is indeed a valuable find. The 50% strength damage piques his curiosity about its calculation. He feels somewhat bewildered, as the system has not provided a systematic introduction. It appears he must explore it on his own. He proceeds to upgrade it. Skill, double strike, attribute, strength 5, cost, 1 stamina point, strike with both arms at maximum speed, delivering 2 attacks, each inflicting 100 strength damage. After the upgrade, the skill book has become even more formidable, now offering double the strength damage. Is this a means to maximize power? Xia Bo ponders this, but decides to learn it immediately, as the utility of the other items will reveal itself in due course. A wave of inexplicable strength surges through his body. Xia Bo feels invigorated, his arms swelling with power. His heartbeat intensifies, akin to the beating of a drum. Taking a deep breath, he calms the tremors within. His strength has risen once more, and a glimmer of joy shines in his eyes. Having opened the level 6 chest, Xia Bo is now even more eager to discover the treasures within the level 7 chest. Without hesitation, he chooses to unlock it. The chest vibrates twice, just like the previous one. Professional Manual 1, Description, a comprehensive guide for all professions. This is indeed a precious item. Xia Bo's eyes light up. While professions vary in quality, there has been no systematic introduction to them within the system. He can only rely on intuition to speculate, utterly unaware of the focal points of various professions or their strengths and limitations. This manual is a true blessing. He upgrades the Professional Manual. Advanced Professional Manual 1, Description, provides the most detailed introduction to all advanced professions. Xia Bo opens it to find that the table of contents outlines 7 professions. In addition to the 6 he has acquired, there is one called the Caster, which intrigues him. This profession possesses skills in both curses and blessings, but is severely lacking in close combat abilities, making it a perilous choice for melee engagements. However, gazing at the profession evokes a sense of revulsion. In contrast, the descriptions of other vocations are thoroughly articulated. The wilderness hunter thrives on dual development, emphasizing agility and mental fortitude, with a reliance on firearms, and upon transitioning, one is bestowed with weaponry. The berserker, on the other hand, focuses on strength and physical prowess, receiving a colossal sword upon advancement. The automotive engineer prioritizes agility and mental acuity, facilitating swift retreats, while possessing skills tailored for automotive modifications, serving as a substantial asset to the team. The Master of National Arts focuses on holistic development without a central emphasis, which results in a lower baseline and complicates the leveling process. Indeed, solidifying all 4 attributes proves exceedingly challenging. Moreover, akin to the berserker, the Master of National Arts is a close combat vocation, exhibiting evident shortcomings in the early stages, lacking in strength, speed, and endurance. Without a focal point, it pales in comparison to the berserker and wilderness hunter, and even in the latter stages, its strength cannot rival that of the berserker or butcher. Its speed falls short of the shadow phantom and wilderness hunter, and its endurance cannot match that of the butcher or berserker. Nevertheless, the Master of National Arts is not a feudal profession. Once fully realized, it can surpass all others. The shadow phantom concentrates on agility and endurance akin to a specter, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The curse weaver focuses on spiritual aspects, capable of cursing foes or providing healing, serving as a significant support. The butcher, emphasizing strength, agility, and endurance, is an exceedingly formidable profession, described ominously. Murder and dismemberment, ideally in pieces, with entrails strewn across the ground, blood flowing profusely. The butcher revels in bloodshed, growing ever more courageous in battle. Bathing in blood, he becomes increasingly powerful. Xia Bo fell into contemplation. This profession seems rather grotesque. Following the manual's upgrade, a ranking among these professions will be established. At the pinnacle stands the butcher, followed by the shadow phantom, the Master of National Arts, and the curse weaver. The manual elucidates the rankings, stating that the butcher can single-handedly withstand an army, making it an exceptionally formidable profession in team battles. This provoked Xia Bo's reflection. Currently relying on his hunting state and blood demon heart, he remains invincible in one-on-one confrontations. Perhaps this profession could bring about a qualitative transformation in himself, a reckless warrior in a team, an undefeated combatant in duels. Together, they would undoubtedly yield a distinct outcome. Furthermore, his butcher insignia has accumulated significantly, and with a few more, he can complete his advancement, holding a numerical advantage, whereas acquiring other insignias necessitates a gradual accumulation. After perusing the manual, he tucked it away, ensuring it remained undiscovered by others, for the progression of professions is a privilege exclusive to him, while others merely possess the unadvanced versions. Half an hour has elapsed, and the surrounding environment remains unchanged. The elite monster spawns at random intervals, suggesting it will not appear in the short term. Xia Bo parked the vehicle in the center of the road, switched off the small cannon, exited, and surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing with contemplation. Surrounded by a shroud of pale mist, only this stretch of road remained unblemished, its generous width offering a glimmer of hope that, with perseverance, one could successfully evade a week of relentless hunting. However, Xia Bo chose to confront the wild creatures head-on. He sought the experience and loot they offered, believing that to grow stronger, one must continuously engage in battle. As time trickled by, a peculiar silhouette emerged from the thick fog. It was coming. Xia Bo gripped his machete, straightened his posture, and fixed his gaze upon the figure, cautiously advancing towards the beast. He always preferred to maintain control over the situation. It approached. Xia Bo's brow furrowed as he entered a state of readiness, and in the next moment, the figure lunged out from the swirling mist, charging at him. Anticipating this, Xia Bo had already prepared to evade. With a swift motion, the wild creature missed its target. Turning around, Xia Bo finally discerned the true visage of the beast. Chapter 76. The Elite Monster. The old witch, a peculiar creature, resembling a wolf yet distinctly different, stood before him. Its fur was an eerie shade of crimson, and it possessed the ability to rise on its hind legs. Claws sharper than those of the green-skinned beings adorned its hands, and its mouth was filled with menacing fangs, exuding an aura of terror. This was a newly spawned wild monster. Xia Bo was uncertain whether this creature was an elite monster sent to hunt him down or merely a random spawn. Before he could ponder further, the beast reared up and lunged towards him with astonishing speed, its formidable presence encroaching upon him. While immersed in thought, he remained vigilant, not relaxing his guard for even a moment. Thus, when the creature pounced, he instinctively evaded its attack. In a swift maneuver, he surged forward, applying pressure as he unleashed a double strike. Xia Bo's speed was remarkable. He reacted almost instantaneously after the creature passed him. This agility stemmed from a combination of physical coordination and mental acuity, complemented by his hunting state, allowing for rapid responses. His brain signaled, and his body executed the movements in a seamless flow. Following the execution of the double strike, an overwhelming force emanated from his arm, slicing through the air with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, creating the sharp sound of steel slicing through the air. The creature attempted to defend itself with its claws, but the terror of the double strike, coupled with Xia Bo's immense strength, proved insurmountable. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones shattering echoed. Xia Bo's expression remained cold, a trace of a chilling smile gracing his lips. After sidestepping the creature's body, he seized its arm with one hand and executed a shoulder throw. The wild monster, unable to emit a cry or struggle, found a glistening blade plunged into its throat. This sequence of attacks was executed flawlessly. Withdrawing the blade, Xia Bo stood up, casting his gaze upon the vanishing corpse, disappointment flickering in his icy eyes. No loot had dropped. The system remained silent, indicating that this was not an elite monster. A glance at his experience points revealed an increase of 5. Sheathing his sword, Xia Bo returned to his vehicle, awaiting the next encounter. 3 hours had elapsed, yet the elite monster had not respawned. Others in the world had encountered it, most of which were unfamiliar to him. Xia Bo casually surveyed the global chat. Complaints had diminished, replaced by individuals sharing strategies for dealing with elite monsters. A widely endorsed tactic involved utilizing vehicles to evade the elite monster's onslaught. The speed and defensive cars were advantageous, with some professional drivers executing drifts on the road to avoid attacks. After all, the expanse of the road, though seemingly narrow at 100 meters, was comparable to several basketball courts in size, while the elite monster was but one. Xia Bo mused that perhaps the profession of automotive mechanic would be a wise choice for those individuals. Suddenly, the system screen dimmed, and Xia Bo felt as though his heart was constricted, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him, as if something were tugging at his very core, leaving him feeling peculiar and disconcerted. Health value, 198, cursed. Xia Bo opened the system to check his status, and a jolt of shock coursed through him. He was indeed cursed. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. In the midst of the hazy mist, a bizarre, shadowy figure stood, though its features remained obscured. He could vaguely discern that it wielded a staff-like weapon. An elite monster. The system had already alerted him to the presence of an elite creature. Its duration set for 1 hour. He had to either defeat it or succumb to its curse. Xia Bo steadied his breath, glancing once more at his health value, which had diminished slightly. Fortunately, having previously fused with the heart of the blood demon had fortified his health to an unprecedented level. In the short term, he would be fine. He needed to understand this creature, perhaps to break the curse. Gripping his steel knife, he charged forward. The figure stepped closer, revealing itself before Xia Bo. As he discerned the creature's visage, his expression shifted, surprise flickered, soon replaced by cold determination. Before him stood a witch clad in black robes, wielding a staff crowned with a peculiar emerald gem. Could she be the old hag? The schematics that the elder Zhou provided required the witch's staff gem. He had to obtain it at all costs. Xia Bo's countenance turned frigid, his eyes fixated on the old witch as he approached with unwavering resolve, knife poised to strike. A surge of eerie green light unexpectedly shielded her, thwarting his attack. Her methods were uncanny, imbued with curses. Could she have transitioned to a curse master? Unlikely. As a wild monster, her identity was likely unique. Xia Bo adopted a cautious approach, monitoring his health value as it declined at a sluggish pace. Merging with the heart of the blood demon had indeed been prudent. However, he could not afford a war of attrition. He could not outlast this entity. The witch's close combat abilities appeared feeble. As he advanced, she retreated, seemingly intimidated by his proximity. Xia Bo noted that her speed was inferior to his own. His calm intellect came into play. Despite his cursed state, he devised a strategy. Utilizing his agility, he continually probed the witch, forcing her to reposition while deftly evading her spells, which she struggled to land on him. The witch's need to raise her hand to cast was a clear cue for Xia Bo to evade. Then, the moment of opportunity arose. His eyes brightened as he seized the chance, swiftly closing the distance to the witch. Drawing his steel knife, he unleashed a double strike. This time, he had identified the flaw in the witch's defenses, taking advantage of her unpreparedness to strike decisively. Bolstered by the double strike, her strength proved inadequate to withstand his assault. She merely deflected the first blow, succumbing to the second, which pierced her form. A chilling wail escaped the old witch's lips as she collapsed, her staff tumbling from her grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Bo, having endured prolonged combat, comprehended the principle of striking when one's opponent is vulnerable. Any creature, when injured, emits a cry of anguish, save for those of unwavering will. Empowered by the double strike, Xia Bo inflicted a deep gash upon the old witch, the wound measuring a full 2 fingers in width, far beyond what she could endure. Observing this, Xia Bo swiftly advanced, intent on delivering a fatal blow, and unleashed another double strike. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the old witch let out a few pained wails before falling silent. In the next instant, her form dissipated, and her staff vanished, leaving behind a dark green crystal on the ground. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Old Witch's Staff, Crystal 1. After upgrading it, Xia Bo acquired 4 staff crystals. With the essential components for the storage cabinet now in hand, he needed only to gather a few more materials to synthesize it. A faint smile finally graced his cold visage. Chapter 77, Conclusion of the Rankings and Automobile Upgrades. As Xia Bo stowed away the crystal stones, he lifted his gaze to survey the dissipating mist surrounding him. He had successfully evaded the initial 7 days of hunting. For Xia Bo, this challenge was relatively straightforward. After all, it was a one-on-one duel, and with his hunting status activated, he was nearly invincible. This rendered the dangers of the 7 days of hunting virtually non-existent. Upon checking his experience points, he was pleasantly surprised to find an increase of 10 points, bringing his total to 81. If he could level up to 5 tonight and secure the rewards from the space, coupled with the leaderboard updates, his combat power would at least double by tomorrow, if not more. However, he was somewhat perplexed about the updates for the road game scheduled for the next day. Leaning against his vehicle, he gazed at the bizarre stars twinkling in the sky, lost in contemplation. With the 7 days of hunting now behind him, the tranquil night enveloped him. He was just 19 experience points shy of reaching level 5, uncertain if he would achieve this milestone by night's end. He retrieved some food from the car to alleviate his fatigue. His health points had diminished, but following the demise of the old witch, the curse had lifted. After a brief respite, he observed his health and stamina gradually restoring. Witnessing the tangible changes in his condition was a rather fascinating experience. Most individuals in the world had completed the 7 days of hunting. In a sense, the task was relatively simple with a vehicle at one's disposal. Yet, he remained wary of any unforeseen anomalies. As Xia Bo perused the news flashing across the world, time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a wild creature reappeared. With the mist no longer obstructing his view, Xia Bo promptly spotted it. In the sky, the crimson moon loomed large, illuminating a wild beast clad in red. Towering over 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence. It was a minotaur. Xia Bo instantly recognized the creature and swiftly distanced himself from his vehicle, positioning himself in an open area to await the minotaur's approach. This marked his first encounter with a minotaur since the game update. Noticing Xia Bo's change in direction from over 20 meters away, the creature charged forward with ferocity, akin to a speeding train. Remaining calm and vigilant, Xia Bo activated his hunting state, skillfully evading the minotaur's assault. The creature, now endowed with intelligence, demonstrated its ability to maneuver. Yet, with Xia Bo's agility exceeding 20 points, the Minotaur could not lay a finger on him. Moreover, the hunting state further widened the gap between them. Employing his swift reflexes, Xia Bo launched relentless, locust-like strikes against the Minotaur. Though his attacks were minimal, they consistently left bloody marks on the beast, which, despite its newfound wisdom, was rendered helpless against Xia Bo's onslaught. With a furious bellow reminiscent of a riled bull, the Minotaur attempted to retreat and charge again. However, in his hunting state, Xia Bo remained composed, adeptly dodging the creature's aggressive onslaught. In a decisive moment, he unleashed a double strike, delivering a lethal blow that felled the Minotaur. With a deep breath, Xia Bo faced the formidable Minotaur, its rugged hide and sturdy flesh demanding every ounce of his strength with each strike. The toll on his stamina was considerable, for while the steel blade had its limitations, the question lingered whether this game offered techniques akin to enchantments. Exhaling heavily, Xia Bo noted his stamina dwindling rapidly. Power was intrinsically linked to vitality, and every exertion drained his reserves. The lower his stamina fell, the less strength he could muster. It was indeed quite vexing. Fortunately, his stamina was remarkably high, allowing him to withstand such immense expenditure. To his surprise, he discovered a car fragment amidst the battle spoils. Picking it up, he upgraded it, resulting in 7 fragments in total. Holding the fragment, he gazed at the vehicle, realizing he only required 21 more to complete the second upgrade. Presumably, the car upgrade leaderboard would distribute these fragments. Lost in thought, he found himself beside the car, opened the door, and placed the fragment inside, awaiting the restoration of his stamina. Once recovered, he stepped out and surveyed his surroundings. With 4 or 5 hours remaining until dawn, time seemed to slip away swiftly. The experience gained from the Minotaur drew him closer to leveling up. He hoped for more monster spawns. As time passed, another tentacled creature materialized just before daybreak. But this encounter yielded no rewards. Nevertheless, his experience points surged past the 90 mark, reaching an impressive 91. As the sky gradually brightened, the peril of the night faded. With the sun's ascent, a wave of joy swept over everyone. At long last, the new day had dawned. Observing the lightning sky, Xia Bo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Surely, the leaderboards had been refreshed. Upon checking the system, he discovered that the 7-day hunting task had been completed, rewarding him with a treasure chest. To his dismay, the unknown chest contained 5 warrior medals. Scratching his head, Xia Bo chose not to upgrade the medals, but instead listed them for trade in exchange for car fragments. Having no intention of changing to a warrior class, the medals were of little use to him. The warrior medals quickly attracted buyers, as they remained highly sought after by those eager to enhance their power. While the benefits of car upgrades were merely supplementary, providing only expanded space, even a compact vehicle could suffice for rest. In exchange for 5 warrior medals, he acquired 3 car fragments. As soon as the transaction was completed, Xia Bo promptly upgraded the fragments, successfully transforming them into 19. Now, he was merely 3 fragments away from the next car upgrade. After stowing them away, he noticed 4 new chests appearing in the lower left corner of his screen. Level leaderboard first, popularity leaderboard first, car upgrade leaderboard first, ranked level leaderboard first, endless mode leaderboard first. Chests for achieving first place in all 5 categories had arrived. Xia Bo settled into the car and activated the air conditioning, feeling an immediate wave of comfort wash over him. The boxes before him were of paramount importance, possessing the potential to elevate his capabilities to unprecedented heights. Regrettably, the boxes themselves could not be upgraded, being confined within the system. However, they could be enhanced upon opening. With a gentle murmur, Xia Bo instructed the system to access the upgrade leaderboard for the boxes. As the air conditioning enveloped him, the scene quaked, revealing an item before his eyes. Car fragments 50. Wow, so many. Xia Bo's heart raced, completely taken aback. He had never anticipated that the first box would yield such an astonishing surprise. Observing the display indicating that he met the upgrade requirements, he promptly utilized the 50 car fragments for an upgrade. These 50 fragments transformed into a staggering 317 fragments. Coupled with the fragments he had previously amassed, his total surged to an unprecedented count of 464 car fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Bo exited the vehicle and deducted 150 fragments to initiate the upgrade. The car trembled as a spacious jeep materialized before him. How splendid! Upon witnessing the jeep's emergence, Xia Bo's eyebrows arched in delight as he discovered the possibility for further upgrades. Without a second thought, he proceeded to upgrade once more, this time consuming 300 fragments. A colossal truck then manifested before him. Chapter 78, Enhancements in Quality of Life and Exterior Updates upon the appearance of the truck. Xia Bo's expression momentarily froze. It appeared somewhat antiquated, bearing a white exterior adorned with speckles, and even the cargo area was marked with numerous scratches. It seemed as though his 300 automotive fragments had been squandered. As Xia Bo opened the door, he discovered that the small cannon had seamlessly integrated with the vehicle, transforming into the air conditioning unit. When he glanced at the passenger seat, he was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a look of surprise. The once vacant passenger seat had now been replaced with a solid wooden bed, comparable in size to a bunk bed from a school dormitory. A narrow passage led from one side of the bed to the rear of the truck, with a door separating the cab from the cargo area. From the driver's seat to that door, there was a small clearing, ideal for placing various personal belongings. Xia Bo stood up, crouched slightly, and pushed open the door, revealing the spacious cargo area behind it. The interior was ample enough to accommodate a considerable amount of items, and his previous supplies were neatly stored at the back, occupying only a modest space. The cargo area was equipped with lighting, which, when activated, illuminated the entire compartment. The trees he had previously cut down on the special road were also neatly positioned within the cargo area. To his astonishment, there was a bed. Things did not appear as dire as he had initially imagined, with a smile gracing his features. Xia Bo retrieved some fabric from the cargo area and adorned the bed with a layer of exquisite material. One side of the fabric was genuine leather, while the other was plush and velvety, creating a comfortably cool atmosphere when the air conditioning was on. He rolled up the remaining fabric into a pillow and placed it at the head of the bed, thus forming a simple yet inviting sleeping arrangement, albeit lacking bedding. Lying down on the bed for a trial, Xia Bo found it surprisingly comfortable. With this bed, there was no longer a need to sleep uncomfortably in the driver's seat. A smile spread across his face, dispelling any earlier gloom. It seemed he had been overly anxious. Taking his place in the driver's seat, he activated the system, which indicated that updates were in progress, while the endless mode had not yet been initiated. Seizing the moment, Xia Bo decided to continue opening boxes, having already opened one. 4 boxes remained. He promptly opened them all. Designated Profession Metal Box 20, Designated Profession Skill Book 1, Lumber 20, Iron 20, Fabric 20, Gun Cotton 5, Lamb 1 kilogram, Beef 1 kilogram, Hen 1, Set of bedding, Set of kitchen utensils, Common water resource 20 liters, Common fuel 20 liters, Basic enchantment gem 1, Skill, Eye of Truth skill, Stony body, Design diagram for magical combat armor. Design diagram for crude landmine. As the 4 boxes were opened, a cascade of items erupted forth, nearly overwhelming Xia Bo. Nonetheless, he remained in a daze. So many items, and to his delight, there was even meat. He had hot pot base ingredients, sufficient for a lavish feast. Xia Bo promptly retrieved the supplies and upgraded them, causing his resources to double. He now had a staggering 11 barrels of fuel and more than a dozen barrels of water, all neatly stacked in one corner of the cargo area. After the upgrade, there are currently 152 iron pieces, 163 wood blocks, 151 exquisite fabrics, 21 pounds of mutton, 17 pounds of beef, 5 hens, 31 units of gunpowder, a set of pure cotton bedding, and a set of refined kitchen utensils. The quality of life has seen a significant improvement, elevating by no less than 5 degrees. Aside from the cluttered storage, the refined kitchen utensils have effectively transformed into a small kitchen. The 5 hens are tied up, clucking incessantly, while a set of pure cotton bedding lies nearby. Following the upgrade, the space has been considerably occupied, and I have yet to explore the skills I have acquired. I shall first synthesize a spatial cabinet to store some items. Xia Bo retrieved the design blueprint for the spatial cabinet from beneath the bed in the passenger seat. Spatial storage cabinet design requires 2 old witch's staff crystals, 40 iron, 50 wood. Without hesitation, he struck through the requirements, and a pitch-black cabinet materialized before him. Spatial storage cabinet. Size, 5mm x 5mm, bound person. Not selected. The cabinet displayed an upgrade icon. Upon upgrading, its dimensions expanded to 50mm x 50mm, enlarging tenfold. Delight illuminated Xia Bo's face as he bound the cabinet to himself and promptly stored water resources, fuel, meat, and food within, instantly freeing up space. Not a single other resource was overlooked. He tossed everything inside. As for the large tree, Xia Bo chopped it into segments to fit into the cabinet. He then positioned the cabinet behind the driver's seat for easy access. Afterward, he spent some time reorganizing the bed, now adorned with pure cotton bedding, replacing the exquisite fabric and storing it in the cabinet. The kitchenware consisted of pots, bowls, and knives, which he tidied up, transforming the vehicle's cabin into a small kitchen. Once these tasks were completed, Xia Bo retrieved the previously acquired resource gift pack, now that the space was ample enough to accommodate a wealth of supplies. The resource gift pack proved bountiful, yielding considerable amounts of water and oil, alongside some iron, wood, and car fragments, all of which he stored back in the cabinet. Subsequently, Xia Bo devoted some time to tidying up his vehicle, cramming everything that could fit into the storage cabinet. After completing all these tasks, he reclined on the pure cotton bedding, suddenly beset by drowsiness. Despite a slight hunger, he could not resist the overwhelming wave of fatigue. Time passed in a blur until he felt an inexplicable chill invade his senses. Blinking awake, he glanced outside the window, and sleepiness vanished. The view revealed a blanket of white, with the air turning cold. Xia Bo tightened his clothing, shivering slightly. What was happening? It was snowing. Approaching the window, he opened a crack and beheld the vast expanse of whiteness beyond. Indeed, it was snowing. Hastily, he switched the cooling system of the small steel cannon to heating. Warm air enveloped him, bringing a sense of comfort. Is this the effect of the scenery update? It felt as though he had leaped from summer into winter. This game, much like the creator, can change the world in an instant. It seems I have not encountered snow in quite a while. Xia Bo's thoughts danced as he vaguely recalled that, due to global warming, the winters of year rarely graced the world with snowfall. It had been 5 or 6 years since he last beheld the delicate flakes. Glancing at the time, he noted that darkness would fall in approximately 4 hours. Xia Bo pushed open the car door and stepped out, the snow enveloping him up to his ankles, while the biting cold wind howled around him, causing him to exhale a plume of mist. Yet, due to the fusion with the heart of the blood demon, he felt as if a furnace burned within him, rendering the chill bearable. After lingering outside for a moment, Xia Bo swiftly retreated to the warmth of the car. With the arrival of winter, hunting became significantly more challenging. Cluck, cluck. The sound of chickens echoed within the vehicle. Ah, the chickens. I have hot pot base and meat. I can indulge in a hot pot feast. Xia Bo's eyes sparkled with delight, his mouth watering at the thought, as he realized he only needed some vegetables to complete the meal. He stepped into the cabin and gazed at the 5 hens, one of which had even laid an egg. Moreover, eggs could also be upgraded. It seems I have stumbled upon a bug. Chapter 79. Enhancement of Strength 1 egg transformed into 6 perfect. Xia Bo released the hen, fed it some bread, and tidied up the utensils. Watching the hen flapping about in the carriage, he couldn't shake the feeling that raising chickens here was rather imprudent. The entire carriage would soon be engulfed in a foul stench. Yet, without this approach, feeding them would prove challenging, leaving Xia Bo quite conflicted. With no other choice, he exerted some effort to gather a considerable amount of soil from the grassy roadside, constructing a small mound and inserting a black stick. Fortunately, the soil had decent adhesive properties. After an hour of labor, he finally fashioned a suitable space for the chickens. Soon, he would have a steady supply of eggs. Brushing the dirt off his hands, a smile graced Xia Bo's face as he realized his quality of life had improved, bringing him great joy. Glancing at the time, he noted that an hour had passed, and his stomach began to grumble. The meal bell rang. Xia Bo moved to the passenger seat, retrieving 2 bags of instant noodles and some lamb from the storage compartment. He sliced the lamb into pieces with a steel knife, then stepped outside into the wind and snow, clearing a patch of ground by the roadside. With the presence of snow, the water supply issue was resolved. For those suffering from drought, this place might resemble paradise. As he dug a pit, he mused aloud, adding snow to his pot and igniting a fire to boil water. The wood required prolonged roasting to catch flame, but with gasoline's assistance, this challenge was easily surmountable. Once the water boiled, he poured in the seasoning packet, enhancing the flavor with some hot pot base, then added the lamb and noodles, simmering a hearty pot. Ah, delightful. Xia Bo inhaled deeply, instantly feeling his appetite surge. The weather outside remained frigid, and after enduring the cold for a while, he could no longer bear it. Extinguishing the fire and hastily bringing the pot back into the vehicle. Indeed, today's lamb was exceptionally fragrant. After satisfying his hunger, Xia Bo accessed the system, where discussions about the sudden weather change filled the air. Following the update to the external game environment, the water supply issue had been largely addressed. Yet another problem emerged: the cold. Most people were clad in thin garments, feeling the chill even while seated inside their vehicles. Some resorted to crafting clothes from available fabrics. They lacked the privileges Xia Bo enjoyed. Designated Profession Metal Box 20. Designated Profession Skill Book 1. Beginner Enchantment Gem 1. Skill: Eye of Truth Skill. Stony Form Arcane Battle Armor Blueprint. Rudimentary Landmine Blueprint. This haul not only significantly elevated his quality of life but also enhanced his capabilities, yielding 2 universal skills, a designated profession skill book, and 2 impressive blueprints. A smile danced at the corners of Xia Bo's lips as he extracted the 2 universal skills. Skill: Eye of Truth. Property: can probe and reveal the levels of respawning monsters. Skill: Stony Resilience. Attributes: Strength 2. Endurance 1. Description: Stony Resilience grants immunity to sword damage from attacks with strength values of 20 or lower, and partial immunity to sword damage from attacks with strength values between 20 and 30. These two universal skills are quite commendable. The Eye of Truth compensates for the lack of insight into the strength of wild beasts, while Stony Resilience significantly enhances one's defenses. Although clad in steel boar hide armor, one cannot wear it at all times, and there may be moments of forgetfulness. Thus, Stony Resilience serves perfectly as a passive ability. Xia Bo was exceedingly pleased to upgrade both skills. Skill, Eye of Detection, Description, allows for the examination of the basic attributes of respawning wild beasts. Skill, Iron Resilience, Attributes, Strength 5, Endurance 4, Description, Iron Resilience provides immunity to sword damage from attacks with strength values of 40 or lower, and partial immunity to sword damage from attacks with strength values between 40 and 50. Following the upgrades, both skills experienced a remarkable enhancement. An undeniable boon for Xia Bo. With the ability to withstand attacks of 40 strength, it is likely that no human in the current world possesses strength exceeding 20. This skill effectively positions him in a state of invincibility during the early stages of the game. Xia Bo stroked his chin and promptly learned both skills. A warm surge coursed through his body, causing his strength and endurance to swell once more. Name, Xia Bo. Class, None. Gender, Male. Level, 4. Experience, 91-100. Strength, 30. 3. Agility, 21-2. 1. Endurance, 23-2. 3. Mental power, 12. 1. 2. Health, 200. Extremely healthy. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click for details. Acquired skills, Beginner Combat Mastery, enhances strength through training. Beginner Agility, Intermediate Dexterity, Hunting State, Double Strike. Eye of Detection, Iron Resilience. The surge in power and the enhancement of strength significantly amplify the effectiveness of the Double Strike skill, which can be regarded as a continuously evolving technique. All skills linked to attributes possess immense potential, as attributes are subject to continual improvement, thereby indirectly fostering the elevation of skills. Feeling elated, Xia Bo's prowess soared once more, and his humble vehicle ascended to the level of a freight truck. Firmly establishing his foothold in this game, Xia Bo removed his steel boar hide armor, feeling a wave of comfort. While the armor offered substantial protection, it somewhat hindered his mobility. After shedding it, he reclined on the soft cotton blanket, enveloped in an exquisite sense of relaxation, wishing he could remain in this blissful state indefinitely. However, he still had tasks to attend to. Rising, Xia Bo retrieved the primary enchantment gem. Primary enchantment gem 1. Attributes, Sharpness 1, Hardness 1. Description, enchants weapons to enhance their sharpness and hardness. Special effect, causes the weapon to emit a pearlescent glow. The time limit is set for 1 month. This item is commendable, yet it is bound by a temporal constraint. Is sharpness and hardness a new attribute? No, that cannot be. These must be inherent qualities of the weapon itself. Xia Bo pondered, and a sudden realization illuminated his mind. Clearly, weapons possess attributes, albeit invisible to the naked eye. He upgraded the enchanting gem. Enchanted gem 1. Attributes, Sharpness 4, Hardness 4, Critical hit rate I. Description, enchants a weapon, enhancing its sharpness, hardness, and critical hit rate. Special effect, causes the weapon to emanate a golden glow. Duration, permanent, unique to the enchanted attribute, the duration transformed into permanence. A singular attribute bestowed by the wondrous title. The effect appears quite favorable, and with the emergence of a critical hit rate, one wonders if evasion and accuracy may also be in store. This is worth noting. Xia Bo contemplated briefly, then drew forth his steel blade, applying the enchanting gem directly. The gem fused seamlessly into the blade, vanishing from sight, and lo, the steel blade began to shimmer with a golden radiance, a truly marvelous spectacle. Moreover, it was evident that the blade's edge had become significantly sharper, and its hardness felt notably enhanced. These transformations were perceptible to Xia Bo in a most tangible manner. Chapter 80, Collecting Metals, transitioning to level 5. Having mastered 2 techniques, my strength has surged remarkably, further augmented by the permanent enchantment of my steel knife. My power has escalated immensely. With a combination of strength attributes and dual critical strikes, alongside the enhanced sharpness of the steel knife, I can effortlessly breach the defenses of even the most formidable foes. More importantly, my defensive capabilities have also improved, rendering reliance on the steel pigskin armor unnecessary. It may finally retire in peace. Regrettably, today's trading opportunities have been exhausted, compelling me to wait until tomorrow to exchange it. Upon accessing the system, I discovered 20 chests containing designated class medals and skill books. Without hesitation, I opted for the Butcher class, as its description within the manual is extraordinarily formidable. Other classes possess their own specialties. Hunters excel in long-range sniping, setting traps, and hunting wild beasts. Warriors charge forward with explosive power. Assassins master the art of stealth. Mechanics can transform vehicles into fortresses. Curse casters can heal or poison, and brawlers can engage in both one-on-one and group fights, embodying a well-rounded class. The abomination thrives on slaughter and has never feared a brawl. Following my own upgrades, the manual bestows high praise upon the Butcher class, given its superior evaluation. My first choice is undoubtedly the Butcher. I opened all 20 chests, yielding 12 medals of varying values from each. Ultimately, I obtained 32 abomination medals. After my upgrades, I accumulated a total of 169 Butcher class medals, combined with the previous 351 medals, culminating in a total of 520. A splendid figure indeed. I have gathered them all. How wonderful. A smile graced my face as I chose to expend 500 Butcher class medals. The system interface quivered, and a golden medal materialized, depicting a broad, menacing silhouette wielding an oversized cleaver. Even through the screen, one could sense the ominous aura emanating from the blade. Upon selecting to use it, a prompt appeared, player level insufficient. Please reach level 5 to complete the class transition. I realized I needed to attain level 5. Reflecting on my situation, I was merely 9 experience points away from this milestone, so there was no need to rush. Once the transition is completed, my strength will see yet another enhancement. After a brief respite, I rose and seated myself within the vehicle, igniting the engine, which roared to life. The upgraded vehicle offers improved protection for the cargo, especially amid the icy wilderness. With the roads now blanketed in snow, I dared not accelerate too rapidly, proceeding steadily along the straight path. The landscape was enveloped in a thick layer of snow. Although the water resource issue had been resolved, a new challenge emerged. Resource chests became increasingly elusive, obscured beneath the snow. The hidden resource chests were even more difficult to locate, as I had only managed to uncover one thus far. Lacking adequate winter clothing, hunting outdoors poses a risk of illness. Compared to summer, the challenges of winter seemed to have intensified. As he drove, Xia Bo pondered deeply. To discover a resource box, one must keenly observe the snowdrifts rising along the roadside. Yet, the entire world was enveloped in a monochromatic white, with only faint hints of green on the grasslands breaking the uniformity of the snowy landscape. Initially, Xia Bo found the scene enchanting. Having not witnessed snow for an extended period, however, as time wore on, the monotony became somewhat unbearable. With just one hue dominating the scenery, it was indeed disheartening. After a while, Xia Bo brought the vehicle to a halt and stepped outside. By the roadside lay a snowdrift that was difficult to spot unless one looked closely. Clearing the snow from its surface revealed a resource box. With a swift motion, he struck the box with his fist, resulting in a loud crack as it shattered, exposing its empty interior. His heart remained unperturbed. It was all too common to find empty boxes these days. He examined his fist, feeling no discomfort, evidently. His defensive capabilities had significantly improved. A single punch delivered little sensation, merely the awareness of having struck something. Indeed, his enhanced defense was notable. Yet he pondered whether a magically enchanted steel knife would breach his newfound fortitude. The answer was clear. It certainly would. Given the knife's enchantment had increased its sharpness by 4 points, surpassing the capabilities of any ordinary blade. Moreover, his strength had escalated to a formidable 33 points, rendering him capable of effortlessly kicking a cow aside. A single strike from such a blade would undoubtedly penetrate his defenses. The augmentation of his strength was undeniably advantageous. Exhaling a cloud of vapor, Xia Bo returned to his vehicle and glanced at his attribute panel. With the increase in strength, the benefits of training had plateaued. His proficiency in martial arts remained at a rudimentary level, having reached a bottleneck that could only be overcome through relentless combat. The Butcher class thrived on battle. Yet it felt somewhat misaligned with his own inclinations. It was time to level up and transition to a new class, unlocking professional skills thereafter. Restarting the engine, he resumed his journey. Although his power appeared almost invincible, the essence of the game remained rooted in the endless road ahead. No matter the tasks completed or the strength gained, his ultimate destination would invariably be this road, even if it seemed interminable. In the vast expanse of the snowy plain, a truck traversed the snow-covered highway. This road appeared to stretch on forever, seemingly without end, allowing for an endless drive. Alone behind the wheel, the ceaseless white road could become mentally exhausting over time. Xia Bo managed well, however, as he drove slowly, engrossed in chatting with others in the world. The road was wide and straight, devoid of obstacles, allowing him to maintain a steady grip on the steering wheel and progress without issue. With the snowfall, he was at last assured of an ample water supply. Clad in fabric, the garments provide a measure of warmth, yet they pose a significant challenge for future hunting endeavors. With snow blanketing the ground, the speed of travel must be moderated to avoid capsizing the vehicle. Astonishingly, my companions, there are wolves in this snowy expanse. I managed to slay one, acquiring a considerable amount of wolf meat and pelts. Is this for real? I too wish to hunt wolves. Indeed, I dispatched one as well. though it yielded no meat or pelts. Who claims they are not formidable? I encountered a wolf king and nearly met my demise. I am nearing level 4. Remarkably, they can drop meat and pelts. Could this snowy weather be a veritable paradise? Yet, it remains uncertain, as the drop rate is a fickle matter. I killed 2 without a single reward. The presence of wolves in this wintry landscape is indeed quite extraordinary. As Xia Bo navigated the vehicle, he observed the world chat, clicking his tongue in amazement. It appears some individuals are perpetually beset by bizarre occurrences and creatures. From their discussions, Xia Bo deduced that these wolves are likely not very powerful. Chapter 81. Darkness descends, the wolf pack strikes, 10 chapters. The vehicle continued its journey for a while, and Xia Bo glanced at the time. The qualifying matches had commenced. With the updates to the ranking rewards, the overall strength of all players surged once more, and many experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. Eager for the competition, Xia Bo, after his own elevation, found himself nearly invincible. In just half an hour, he had completed 10 qualifying matches. The experience became rather monotonous, primarily due to its simplicity, as he often dispatched his opponents with a single strike. The loot from the first-level chest surprised Xia Bo, a large cabbage. After upgrading, he had amassed 27 cabbages. He was a step closer to enjoying a hot pot meal. Stowing the cabbage in his storage compartment, Xia Bo felt a wave of joy. It had been ages since he savored hot pot. His recent meals consisted of bread, biscuits, and instant noodles. Now, with an abundance of supplies, he had meat and ingredients, only lacking seasonings. Checking the time, Xia Bo lost interest in further qualifying matches. Realizing the pace of combat was too swift, he decided to let others reach the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th levels before he began to pursue them. At that time, he could open several chests simultaneously. With weekly assessments, his quality of life would undoubtedly improve rapidly. Seated in the driver's seat, Xia Bo started the car and continued onward. Behind him, the vast expanse of snow left 2 somewhat winding tire tracks, though the marks further back had begun to fade. The endless white snow stretched before him, rendering the world a single monotonous hue. In moments like these, solitude became most unbearable. Xia Bo prided himself on maintaining a positive mindset, bolstered by the fusion with the Heart of Blood demon, allowing him to endure such isolation. Yet, he was mistaken. Despite his formidable power and the heart he now possessed, emotions remained intrinsically human. For a day or two, it was manageable, but as time wore on, the sense of loneliness became overwhelming. Each day was filled with self-dialogue. Conversing with oneself was a challenge to maintain sanity. Time passed quietly, and during this period, Xia Bo smashed numerous chests, acquiring many basic supplies. As dusk approached, the world outside was engulfed in a sea of white snow, with the north wind howling and a biting chill in the air. Inside the car, the heater was on, and Xia Bo, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, reveled in the warm breeze, feeling extraordinarily comfortable. As night fell, he thought, a new week has begun. It is time for a fresh start. He parked the vehicle, retrieved a steel knife, dampened his face slightly, and used the knife to shave off the stubble, revealing a clean visage. After running his fingers through his hair, he noted it was neither too long nor too short, just right. However, after a prolonged absence of shampoo, his hair gleamed with oil and carried an unusual odor. Over time, he had grown accustomed to it. After washing his face, he fashioned a makeshift tool from a tree branch, applying the charcoal he had previously burned to conduct a simple cleaning of his teeth. Chickens, you must be hungry. I have come to feed you. Having finished his preparations, Xia Bo retrieved a loaf of bread and entered the chicken coop, gently stroking the soft feathers of the hens as he fed them one by one. This would serve as his final act of companionship. After feeding them, Xia Bo glanced at the ground, contemplated for a moment, and then took out some previously dried hay from the storage compartment to create a nest for the 5 hens. Thus, they would have a semblance of a home. Rising, he moved to the passenger side, lay down in the bed, and took a deep breath, squinting his eyes in preparation for a brief slumber. The car had undergone enhancements, significantly bolstering its defenses. The entrance for the large truck was nearly half a meter high, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary beasts. Thanks to these improvements, Xia Bo enjoyed a relatively peaceful sleep, though fatigue weighed heavily on him. Time passed, though he could not determine how long, when suddenly, Xia Bo jolted awake. Outside, an eerie sound echoed, oddly familiar. Regaining his composure, he grasped the steel knife from his bedside and made his way to the driver's seat. Scrutinizing the view outside the window, it was wolves. Through the snow-covered glass, he discerned that the night was not overly dark. The snow was falling more heavily, swirling in the wind as it descended to the ground. In this blizzard, dark silhouettes moved restlessly, occasionally halting to gaze in his direction. These wolves had evidently detected his presence, yet due to the car's protection, they were unable to attack him. Xia Bo glanced at the time, astonished to realize he had slept for 3 hours. Strangely, during this interval, no wild creatures had respawned. Was it due to the presence of these wolves? He pondered, focusing intently on the scene outside. Counting meticulously, he discovered there were 11 wolves. At present, he was uncertain whether these wolves would yield experience points. But they could certainly drop wolf meat and pelts. Even though his supplies were already ample, who would ever complain of having too little wealth? Gripping his steel knife, he flung open the car door, a gust of frigid wind sweeping in, causing Xia Bo to shiver involuntarily. With the heart of a blood demon, he was not overly cold, but having spent an extended period in the warmth of the car, the sudden chill was somewhat shocking. It was time for swift action. Xia Bo's brow furrowed as he entered a state of hunting, his demeanor transforming into that of an icy lake, a stark contrast to his previous self. The wolves, upon noticing Xia Bo's emergence, let out a howl. The approaching wolves appeared before him. Wild wolf, level 2, strength 11, agility 13, as the wild wolves surged forward. A series of numbers flickered before Xia Bo's eyes, revealing their basic attributes, thanks to his eye of detection. He quickly grasped that these fluctuating values represented the fundamental characteristics of the wolves, strength and agility. Each of the 11 wolves possessed differing attributes, their strength and agility varying, yet all at a baseline level of 2. Much like humans, each of their initial values was unique. Xia Bo did not dwell on his thoughts. Instead, he entered a state of predation. He swiftly discerned the movements of the wild wolf charging at the forefront. As it lunged towards him, he unleashed a faintly glowing yellow steel blade with precision. The blade struck the wolf with such force and sharpness that it effortlessly cleaved the creature in two, severing bone and sinew alike. As scalding blood splattered across the snow, the metallic scent of iron quickly permeating the air. Xia Bo licked his parched lips, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. He advanced towards the wolf, timing his strikes with impeccable accuracy, dispatching each assailant with remarkable efficiency. The steel blade emanated a mystical yellow luminescence, enhancing its formidable presence. Grasping the blade, Xia Bo resembled a deity of war, soon becoming splattered with the blood of the wolves. After vanquishing the final wolf, the bloodlust in his gaze finally subsided, allowing him to sense the transformation within himself. He had astonishingly ascended to level 5. Chapter 82, The Butcher's Hand. I have a bold idea. The news of Xia Bo ascending to level 5 instantly sent shockwaves across the world, as the system prompted thrice in succession. He was the first to reach level 5 and unlock the realm of space. In that moment, everyone realized that within this vast expanse, there existed but a solitary figure. Xia Bo. Wow, Xia Bo has reached level 5. Goodness, I'm still at level 3. The first individual to unlock the space drew attention. Can one even follow this thing? Impressive. The unique title, Space Grand Gift, fills me with envy. I once thought I was the protagonist, but it seems I am merely a jester. The world was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Feng Shihong, who was diligently slaying monsters to accumulate experience, received the news. He glanced at his own experience points and cursed vehemently. A fierce claw suddenly raked across his arm, leaving 3 deep gashes. Damn it. They all deserve to perish. It was meant to be mine. I was so close to leveling up. Feng Shihong's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. He swung his crude broad knife, striking the claw with force, then stomped it into the snowy ground, thrusting the inferior blade deep into the creature's body. Scalding blood splattered across his face. Feng Shihong's pallid visage quivered against the backdrop of swirling snowflakes, with a small car laden with snow behind him. His experience points had reached 77. Yet he was still far from leveling up. There's a saying I cannot quite articulate. Hard work pales in comparison to those who exploit the system. Xia Bo is precisely that fortunate individual. On the other end, Xia Bo had acquired 12 pounds of wolf meat and 3 wolf pelts, which he upgraded before storing them in his spatial locker. He reclined comfortably on his bed, reveling in his newfound level 5 status, which allowed him to unlock the space. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that his follower count had soared to an astounding 12 million, and it was still climbing. As the first person in the world to unlock space, he had undoubtedly captured the attention of all. His popularity was unprecedented. The space also enabled him to publish works, shoot videos, and share images of his daily life. To his surprise, he discovered a live streaming button as well, allowing him to broadcast his daily activities. Xia Bo first claimed his rewards, intending to explore the space further afterward. Title: Pioneer of the Human Race. Attribute: Luck value 5. Description: You are the first man of the human race to step into level 5. A trailblazer whose name shall be inscribed in the annals of gaming history, standing alongside the elites of myriad races. Surprisingly, the title's attribute was luck. An element not present on the attribute panel. Was this a hidden attribute? He decided to equip it. Xia Bo felt a surge of excitement as the title floated above him, a gentle golden radiance cascading down to envelop his form. A golden emblem flashed briefly above his head, imparting an inexplicable sense of power. Xia Bo examined his hands. There seemed to be no significant change. Name, Xia Bo. Title, Pioneer of Humanity. Occupation, none. Gender, male. Level, 5. Experience, 2,150. Strength, 31.31. Agility, 22.2. 2 stamina, 24.2. 4 mental power, 13.1. 3 health, 200. Extremely healthy. Talent, blood demon heart. Click for details. Mastered skills, beginner combat proficiency, increasing strength through training. Beginner swiftness, intermediate sensitivity, hunting state, double strike, eye of detection, iron body. Upon opening the personal attributes panel, Xia Bo was astonished to find an additional section for titles. The title was Pioneer of Humanity. This accolade could not be upgraded. Opening the spatial gift pack, various supplies emerged. Avatar colorful pendant, unique glowing avatar, unique ultimate spatial background, unique spatial background music. Xia Bo? What on earth are these items? He recalled a certain gaming company from his past life. The spatial gift pack contained no resources, was non-upgradable, and upon usage, transformed the entire space. The spatial backdrop became grand and aesthetically pleasing, accompanied by a soothing yet somber melody. The avatar appeared dazzlingly colorful, strikingly cool, yet somewhat ostentatious. This clearly resembled something purchased with real money. After a brief glance, Xia Bo suddenly lost interest. He closed the system space and raised his gaze through the passenger window to observe the world outside. The snowstorm seemed to intensify. A layer of snow accumulating on the car, while the snow on the ground thickened. If this snowfall continued, it would likely render vehicles inoperable within 2 to 3 days. No, perhaps even by tomorrow. The snow would be too deep and too heavy. Observing the escalating storm, Xia Bo felt a sense of impending blizzard. Fortunately, his car had been upgraded. Otherwise, it would surely be buried beneath the snow. He hoped the storm would cease by tomorrow, for otherwise, he would truly be trapped here. For him, it may not pose a significant threat, but for others, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Vehicles would be immobilized, and those with scant supplies could find themselves in dire straits. Redirecting his focus, he cleared his thoughts and accessed the system. His level had reached 5, enabling him to undergo a job change. Xia Bo's heart inexplicably raced, filled with excitement and joy. Occupation, butcher use. A faint crimson essence visibly merged with his body, veins surging along his neck and forehead. This was an inexplicable power, a formidable force, irresistible in nature, lasting merely a second. Xia Bo felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation. Name, Xia Bo. Title, Pioneer of the Human Race. Occupation, butcher. Gender, male. Level, 5. Experience, 2,150. Strength, 41.41. Agility, 32.32. Stamina, 34.3. 4. Spirit, 23.2.3. Health, 200. Extremely healthy. Talent, blood demon heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Beginner's combat mastery. Strength increases with training. Beginner's swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state, double strike. Eye of detection. Iron body. Occupational skills, none. Unique passive. Butcher's hand, LV1. Butcher's hand, LV1 wielding any weapon. Sharpness 10. Hardness 10. Armor penetration increases by 10. Introduction. There is nothing a butcher cannot cleave. If there is, it may well be a resilient heart. Upon reviewing his attributes, Xia Bo was utterly astonished. Even with the fusion of the blood demon heart, his heart continued to race wildly, akin to the beating of a drum. After his job change, he felt immensely powerful. His 4 core attributes had each been augmented by 10 points. The unique passive skill, Butcher's Hand, was nothing short of monstrous, granting his hands an enchanted quality. It bestowed formidable strength upon his weaponry. A bold notion began to take root in Xia Bo's mind. If he were to grasp his own. Chapter 83. Butcher's Technique. Bloodbath. Unique. Casting aside the tumultuous thoughts, Xia Bo's eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. After a successful job change, his overall strength had doubled. The exponential increase in his attributes provided an exhilarating sensation, akin to that of a diminutive superhero, brimming with formidable power. Xia Bo retrieved his steel blade, grasping it firmly. The blade's golden luminescence faded, replaced by an eerie crimson hue. He could perceive that his hands were imbued with an enigmatic power that overshadowed the enchantment of the gem, rendering the blade even more potent than before. Was this the essence of the Butcher's Hand? Presently at level 1, if it were to reach its maximum potential, could it not transform an ordinary weapon into a divine artifact? Contemplating the steel blade in his grasp, Xia Bo stored it away on his bedside. Without the enhancement of the Butcher's Hand, the strange red dissipated, revealing a soft golden glow once more. He still possessed a profession skill chest. Although it had merged with his class, it only yielded a passive ability and no additional skills. He would need to seek out those on his own. The system certainly seemed rather frugal in this regard. Nevertheless, his passive ability was remarkably powerful. At present, it appeared exceedingly formidable, capable of augmenting his weapon in conjunction with the original enchantments, thereby elevating it to a status akin to that of a divine artifact. System: select the profession abomination and open the profession skill chest. Xia Bo activated the system, and it responded to his thoughts, unveiling the chest. Profession skill: bloodbath, unique. Job requirement: abomination, bloodbath, unique, consumes 5 points of mental energy to gain bloodbath. Through the slaughter, restore physical stamina and maintain bodily endurance. Duration: 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 day. Description: slaughter empowers me. What a formidable skill. Once the skill ascends to the professional tier, its nature undergoes a significant transformation. A glimmer of joy illuminated Xia Bo's eyes. If the previous skills were akin to swords and clubs, then the professional skills resembled guns and missiles, truly exceptional. Without hesitation, he retrieved the skill and upgraded it. The enhanced bloodbath became even more powerful. Profession skill: bloodbath, unique. Job requirement: abomination, bloodbath, unique, consumes 5 points of mental energy to gain bloodbath. Through the slaughter, restore physical stamina and maintain bodily endurance. Overflow: if physical stamina is restored to full during the duration of bloodbath, it will overflow infinitely until the duration ceases and stamina is depleted. Duration: 15 minutes, cooldown, 6 hours. Description: slaughter empowers me. The bloodbath has been upgraded. Seemingly, there are no apparent changes, save for the adjustments in duration and cooldown periods, alongside the introduction of an overflow feature. However, Xia Bo harbors no disappointment, and perhaps even feels a twinge of exhilaration. Essentially, the bloodbath technique is already formidable, verging on invincible. Upon meticulous examination of its upgraded form, one discovers its newfound terrors. This is the Butcher. No wonder the manual states, the Butcher revels in blood, growing ever bolder. Bathed in blood for years, he becomes ever more powerful. This technique is tailor-made for the Butcher. One can envision the adversary exhausting their strength in a futile effort, while the practitioner, invoking bloodbath, grows increasingly resilient, regenerating stamina throughout the battle until reaching a peak state. What a horrifying prospect. Furthermore, the overflow feature should not be underestimated. Prior to the upgrade, once stamina was fully restored, one would cease to regain more. However, with the upgrade, the overflow indicates that any excess stamina will spill over while bloodbath remains active. In the beginning, when stamina values were mere fragments, this may not have seemed significant. Yet, as one's strength burgeons, with stamina escalating into the dozens or even hundreds, the alarming potential of this technique becomes evident, truly monstrous in nature. After acquiring the technique, Xia Bo did not perceive any substantial changes within himself. His profession and skill seemed unaffected. If anything were to influence him, it would likely be the blood demon heart. After mastering the technique, Xia Bo carefully unrolled the 2 blueprints he had obtained. Arcane Battle Armor Blueprint, Arcane Crystal 10, Iron 60, Fabric 60, Rudimentary Landmine Blueprint, Gunpowder 1, Iron 2, Wood 1, Rope 1. While the rudimentary landmine is understandable, the arcane battle armor appears to be a product of this game. The road survival game is not merely about surviving on the road. Upon further inspection, one realizes the plethora of creatures within is almost unimaginable. These beings may have once been players of the game, or perhaps creations of it. It remains shrouded in mystery. According to the Old Man Joe, humanity was certainly not the first wave of players, nor the last. Pondering this, Xia Bo carefully rolled up the blueprints. The rudimentary landmine holds little immediate utility, as the monsters encountered thus far have been solitary, easily manageable by him. Even in the event of a large-scale monster incursion, he is no longer daunted, having completed his class transition. The crucial point is that monsters slain by external forces yield no experience. As for the arcane battle armor, he remains at a loss regarding the nature of the arcane crystal, with no information available. He decided to store them away. Perhaps they will prove useful in the future. Once everything was in order, this enhancement had nearly rendered him invincible. Xia Bo reclined comfortably on his bed, his thoughts adrift. All seems well for now. He wonders what future changes the game may hold. After a brief respite, Xia Bo rose to retrieve some water and bread. On this frigid night, he was disinclined to venture out to prepare instant noodles, especially given the raging blizzard outside. Cooking in the car could lead to disastrous consequences if it were to ignite. Having consumed a modest meal, Xia Bo glanced outside, noting the intensity of the snowstorm. He contemplated that the vehicle could not remain stationary in such conditions and decided to start the engine, maneuvering through the thick blanket of snow. He reduced his speed significantly, wary of the perilous weather. Once the blizzard subsided, He envisioned enjoying a hot pot in the snow, and if possible, conducting a live stream to explore the potential of his newfound space. Reflecting on the emergence of this space, he was convinced that it served purposes beyond mere display. There must be other functions yet to be discovered, as no one else in the world had unlocked such potential. They were all waiting for him to unveil its mysteries. Most importantly, he had long yearned for hot pot, and now he had meat, eggs, hot pot base, and vegetables. The only thing lacking was a beverage. This evening, Xia Bo had no intention of hunting. Having reached level 5, he felt quite capable, and in such inclement weather, hunting would only bring hardship. Comfortably nestled within his vehicle, he preferred the warmth it offered. Chapter 84. The lethal snowfield without the night as hunt. Time passed swiftly throughout the night. As he drove forward across the boundless snowfield, 2 deep tire tracks were left behind. By early morning, Xia Bo entered an endless mode, relentlessly advancing until he reached level 29. At which point he ceased his fervent push. Level 29 was ample enough to keep the world occupied for quite some time. After shutting down the system, he fed the little hen, ensuring they were not left hungry. He then shed his clothing and nestled comfortably beneath his quilt, oblivious to the tremors of the world outside. Xia Bo's relentless pursuit sent ripples through the realm. Was this the power of reaching level 5? It was utterly absurd, provoking silent curses from everyone across the globe. Meanwhile, the pivotal figure of the event lay serenely in bed, soundly asleep. The winter quilt was exceedingly cozy, especially for someone like Xia Bo, who relished deep slumber. The enhancement in sleep quality brought about a replenished spirit. Time slipped away unnoticed until Xia Bo awoke, drenched in sweat. The heating was on, and wrapped in the quilt. It had indeed become a bit too warm. The small cannon was turned off with a decisive click. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Xia Bo called out into the air. The previously illuminated small cannon extinguished instantly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he squinted at the window. The snow had ceased. With sleepiness fading, Xia Bo straightened up, causing the quilt draped over him to fall away, revealing his well-defined muscles. He wiped the window clean and gazed outside, confirming that indeed, the snowfall had stopped. Swiftly dressing, he retrieved a bucket of water from the storage locker for a quick wash, then filled it with the pristine white snow. Although his supplies were already sufficient, who would ever refuse excess water? Not Xia Bo. Standing in the snow, he stretched luxuriously and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened. At the horizon of the snow-covered expanse, countless small black dots had emerged. Counting them carefully, he realized there were over 100, all slowly advancing toward him. A jolt of alarm surged through Xia Bo, prompting him to hastily dive into his vehicle. These were wild monsters. When had they appeared? How had he failed to notice? Something was amiss. These creatures would not just materialize without cause. There had been no prior indication of such a massive influx of monsters. There had to be a reason. Calming himself, Xia Bo pondered briefly and sensed a subtle disquiet. Since the inception of the game, he had never encountered such a vast number of wild monsters. The only previous instance was during the first moonlit mode, where 5 zombies had spawned at once. The other occurrence had been due to a quest. At that moment, he noticed a change in the system. Opening it up, he found a yellow exclamation mark beside his avatar. He clicked to investigate. Player Xia Bo. You are currently facing Deadly Snowfield. The Rampaging Greenskins. Deadly Snowfield. The Rampaging Greenskins. Introduction. As snow blankets the world, all food has been consumed. The famished Greenskin tribe has risen in revolt, scouring the snowfield for sustenance. They seem to have discovered a road concealed beneath the heavy snowfall. Will you flee in your vehicle or engage in battle? Realizing the situation, Xia Bo pushed open the car window, scrutinizing the small black figures outside. He could now discern their appearance. They were greenskins. Approximately 100 in number, Xia Bo glanced at his experience points. Experience, to 150. He needed 148 more experience points to reach level 6, a daunting task ahead. Currently, his experience was still significantly lacking, yet this perilous snowfield promised substantial rewards, potentially yielding valuable items. With over 100 wild creatures before him, should he take the risk? Xia Bo fixed his gaze on the increasingly magnified monstrosities outside the window, his mind operating with remarkable clarity. He was confident in his ability to confront them, especially in a one-on-one scenario. After all, the most numerous foes he had previously encountered amounted to merely 4, a quantity he faced after achieving the 15th level in endless mode. Now, he was poised to confront 100 adversaries all at once for the first time. After a calm deliberation, Xia Bo concluded that the challenge was manageable. Possessing a formidable physique, he was immune to attacks with a power level below 40. As long as these creatures' strength was not excessive, he was assured he could vanquish them all. The only concern was his stamina, but given his technique, bloodletting, this issue seemed surmountable. Thus, he resolved to engage. Contemplating this, Xia Bo's eyes gleamed as he grasped his steel blade and exited the vehicle. To prevent damage to his car, he advanced a few steps, standing resolutely on the vast snowfield, awaiting the approach of the wild creatures. Their speed was remarkable, especially upon spotting him. They surged forward with even greater haste. Greenskin, level, LV4, strength, 21, agility, 27. Greenskin, level, LV4, strength, 19, agility, 25. The attributes of the creatures danced before him. Their levels were impressively high, yet their attributes were comparatively low. Lacking the finesse of human technique, they fell short in enhancing their strength beyond mere leveling. As Xia Bo's own strength increased, so too would the prowess of these creatures. With their attributes assessed, Xia Bo felt no trepidation. A faint crimson glow emanated from his steel blade. This eerie red light seemed to be born for the sole purpose of slaughter. With a stern visage and a heart like thunder, Xia Bo gazed at the approaching creatures, his figure standing immovable like a towering mountain. The greenskins had charged onto the road, their feet floundering in the thick snow, stirring up a flurry of white mist. The thick blanket of snow severely hampered their movements. Xia Bo observed the approaching monsters and swiftly drew his weapon for a cleaving strike. To his surprise, the creatures attempted to thwart him with their razor-sharp claws. However, the ominously crimson steel blade effortlessly severed their claws as though slicing through mere parchment. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xia Bo's eyes as the muscles in his arms bulged. The steel blade surged forward with unstoppable force, cleaving the monster in two, its scalding blood melting the snow beneath. His heart pounded like a war drum, and his muscles felt as solid as rock. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, Xia Bo's expression remained unchanged. After dispatching one creature, he charged directly at another. His movements were remarkably straightforward, devoid of any intricate technique. He merely swung his steel blade with unyielding force. No monster could withstand the sharpness of his blade or the sheer magnitude of his strength. All he needed to do was evade their attacks. In truth, he could choose not to dodge at all, yet Xia Bo had developed an instinctive habit of evasion. With his agility surpassing theirs, avoiding their strikes was effortlessly easy. Nonetheless, this manner of dodging inevitably accelerated the expenditure of his stamina. However, these were mere trifles. For this was an opportunity for Xia Bo to hone his dodging skills, even if it meant hastening his own fatigue. Chapter 85. A simple dinner over 100 wild creatures, even if slain one by one, would require considerable time, especially as these beasts exhibited remarkable coordination. Despite Xia Bo's extraordinary agility allowing him to evade many attacks, he could not entirely escape the blows from behind. Relying on his formidable defensive prowess, he remained impervious to their onslaught. This was a veritable one-sided massacre. The entire roadway had morphed into a hellish battleground, the scalding blood melting the snow, revealing the asphalt beneath, while heaps of carcasses lingered, their presence still palpable. 10, 20, 30 the number of fallen creatures escalated, and with each kill, Xia Bo found a growing exhilaration. The thrill of slaughter surpassed mere gratification. Strangely, he was not consumed by this euphoria. His mind remained astonishingly clear. Calculating the tally of his slain adversaries, 31, 32, 45, 46 gradually, his breaths became heavier. The dual effort of evasion and combat was rapidly depleting his stamina, particularly as Xia Bo had been meticulously honing his skills, with his dodges far outnumbering his strikes. This was a rare opportunity for training. He could feel the heat coursing through his body, anticipating that after this carnage, both his strength and agility would surge anew. Through this combat, he refined his abilities, governed by a calm intellect. Had it been anyone else, panic would have ensued, prompting a frenzy of indiscriminate slaughter. It was likely only someone as extraordinary as Xia Bo could maintain such composure. Time slipped away, the number of creatures dwindling, while a faint red glow enveloped him. With each beast he vanquished, a delicate crimson thread visibly drifted from the lifeless form into Xia Bo's being. With growing valor, his speed did not wane. Rather, it quickened. His muscles hardening like stone, each sinew perfectly sculpted and aesthetically pleasing, surpassing even that of a bodybuilding champion. Each time he unleashed his bloodlust, it felt akin to the lingering ecstasy after a peak experience. Had it not been for his serene mindset, he might have been lost in this intoxicating rush. While one might detest the profession, perhaps the upgraded vocation of a butcher could lead one astray. Had it not been for the heart of blood demon, he too might have become a mindless killing machine. Yet, Xia Bo, maintaining his calm, reveled in the exhilarating sensations coursing through his body, an addictive feeling. Yet his intellect remained intact, impervious to the enthrallment. Whether it was fortune or fate, his physical capacity was visibly augmenting. Stamina, 38, 34, 3. 4. It had exceeded its limit and continued to rise, the effects of his bloodlust technique still in play. 98, 99, 100 only 2 or 3 wild creatures remained in the snowy expanse, and upon dispatching the final one, Xia Bo's tally of slain creatures reached a definitive 104. The overflow of stamina has reached a staggering 51 points. After the battle concludes, this vitality will gradually dissipate with the passage of time, even if one lies still. Its disappearance is inevitable, as I have previously tested in the endless mode. Following the skirmish, a faint warmth surged through my body, accompanied by a multitude of combat techniques assimilating into my memory, swift to arrive and swift to depart. Name, Xia Bo. Title, Pioneer of Humanity. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 5. Experience, 106 150. Strength, 43 4. 3. Agility, 33 3. 3. Stamina, 51 34. 3. 4. Mental strength, 23 2. 3. Health, 200. Extremely healthy. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate combat proficiency, increases strength with practice, basic swiftness. Intermediate agility, hunting state, double strike, eye of detection, iron body. Occupational skill, bloodthirst, unique, occupational unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. Upon glancing at my attribute panel, I was astonished to find that my strength had increased by 3 points, and my basic combat proficiency had evolved into intermediate combat proficiency. Agility had only seen a slight increase, suggesting that intermediate agility does not significantly enhance it. My experience points surged by over 100, truly terrifying. Closing the attribute panel, I took a deep breath to alleviate the tension in my mind and allowed my muscles to gradually relax. Having slain numerous wild creatures, I had collected a variety of items. Observing the spoils on the ground, I began to tidy them up. The occupational metal was noteworthy, suitable for trade. I had gathered 5 pieces of fabric, a bottle of water, half a jug of fuel, and surprisingly, an apple. Most gratifying. This is spicy sauce. It's remarkable that it can be obtained as loot. It could serve as a dipping sauce for hot pot. Oh. And I found 100 milliliters of peanut oil and 10 grams of salt. Finally, I stumbled upon a small bottle of peanut oil, barely the size of my palm, and a small pouch of salt. A satisfied smile spread across Xia Bo's face. Though lacking in extraordinary items, I had obtained a wealth of essential supplies. The spicy sauce, peanut oil, and salt could significantly enhance my living conditions. My storage locker contained ample meat, and I had long desired to stir-fry it, but had been lacking the appropriate seasonings. Now, with peanut oil and salt in hand, I could finally enjoy a stir-fried meal today. After storing the occupational metal, I upgraded the other items. The fabric count rose to 179 pieces, and I added another barrel of fuel and water to my locker. The apple count increased to 31. The salt to a box, the peanut oil to 20 liters, and the spicy sauce to 12 bottles. My supplies had suddenly become abundant. After a quick wash, I turned on the heater, then picked up an apple, wiped it with snow, and took a satisfying bite. Delicious. It had been so long since I had tasted such a crisp and flavorful apple. The upgraded apple was significantly larger than my fist. Having finished the apple, which provided a modest satisfaction to his hunger, Xia Bo glanced at the time. Approximately 4 hours remained until dusk. With ample time at his disposal, he resolved to prepare himself a sumptuous feast. Recently acquiring a plethora of delightful ingredients, it was high time to elevate his culinary experience. He retrieved 2 pots, one of which was newly acquired, while the other was part of his kitchenware collection, along with cups, knives, bowls, and an assortment of utensils. Effortlessly, he utilized a steel knife to carve 2 pits to set the pots above, gathering all the necessary ingredients: beef, mutton, wolf meat, a head of cabbage, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, chrysanthemums, hot pot base, salt, oil, chili sauce, half a watermelon, and an apple. With everything meticulously prepared, a smile crept across Xia Bo's lips as he initiated a live broadcast in the space. A dark orb materialized in midair, capturing all the resources on the ground along with himself. The title read, Simply Preparing a Dinner. Chapter 86. The live broadcast begins. Hot water heater design. Alas, Xia Bo has commenced a live broadcast in his space. As I watched the stream, saliva involuntarily dribbled down my chin. The news of Xia Bo's live broadcast spread like wildfire, causing an immense stir across the globe, with an ever-growing number of spectators flocking to the space. Upon entering the broadcast, they were utterly astounded by the abundant provisions displayed in the stream. What is this? Oil, salt, chili sauce, instant noodles. What kind of meat is this? Lamb, beef, wolf meat, and cabbage. What on earth? Sunflower seeds and chrysanthemum flowers. Goodness, and there's even noodles. Wait, what's in the pot? Goodness, hot pot ingredients. Apples, watermelons, and melon seeds. Are they here for survival? It seems more like a vacation to me. I am utterly flabbergasted. Is this the life of a big shot? Truly a simple meal. A hardcore simple feast. I find myself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xia Bo has begun to prepare the ingredients. He placed 2 large chunks of snow into the pot, melting it to create boiling water. One pot was filled with hot pot base, while he ladled a bit of boiling water from the other pot to brew chrysanthemum tea. Subsequently tossing in 2 eggs to boil in the clean water pot, while cracking 2 eggs into the hot pot base as well. With everything ready, Xia Bo settled onto a small carpet made of exquisite fabric, gazing at the vast snowy landscape, comfortably sipping his hot tea. The warmth of the chrysanthemum tea enveloped him, soothing his stomach. Beside him lay a heap of supplies, all intended for later use. Glancing at the live stream, the barrage of comments surged, filled with envious remarks, requests for sponsorship, and a fair share of curses. The emotions of envy, jealousy, and resentment were vividly expressed in the comments. Xia Bo paid no heed to the chatter, tossing a piece of wood into the fire to stoke it further. He quickly finished his cup of tea and refilled it. It seemed he hadn't enjoyed chrysanthemum tea in ages, as he found it inexplicably delightful. The water soon reached a boil, and the aroma from the hot pot base wafted through the air. Xia Bo inhaled deeply. It was indeed fragrant. Let us get to work. He used a knife to slice the lamb, beef, and wolf meat into thin pieces, laying them on the cutting board, and processed a cabbage. With all the ingredients prepared and dipping sauce poured into a bowl, he was ready to feast. The eggs boiled swiftly, and Xia Bo poured a bit of the hot water into a cup, discarding the rest before placing the pot back on the heat. This scene left the viewers in the live stream heartbroken. We are gnawing on snow, and you dare to pour out hot water. As the water in the pot boiled away, he added peanut oil, tossed in a bit of chili sauce, and sauteed the previously sliced lamb, sprinkling some salt before serving it. A simple stir-fried lamb dish was ready. And thus began his sole proclamation during the live broadcast, a straightforward stir-fried lamb paired with a bubbling hot pot. The steaming hot pot tantalized the appetites of all who watched. Xia Bo was drenched in sweat as he savored his meal, while the viewers in the live stream were left drooling. I can't take it any longer. I want to eat too. In the realm of survival games, one cannot help but marvel at how Xia Bo has transformed this experience into a leisurely indulgence. The live stream is filled with lamentations. Yet Xia Bo's popularity ascends with astonishing speed. The culinary delights are simply exquisite. With grease glistening on his lips, Xia Bo deftly lifts a piece of lamb with chopsticks, briefly immersing it in the pot until it is perfectly cooked, and then dips it into a sauce that elevates its flavor to extraordinary heights. This meal stands as the most gratifying he has ever enjoyed, garnering worldwide attention and sparking widespread discussions about his hot pot feast. The allure of hot pot is undeniable, and paired with Xia Bo, its appeal skyrockets, placing him far ahead of his closest competitor. While many toil for a mere morsel, Xia Bo has already begun to relish in the pleasures of hot pot, solidifying his status as a magnate of resources. The sentiment has spread that anyone who aligns themselves with Xia Bo is destined for a life of abundance. Yet, to this day, no one has claimed to have encountered him, igniting speculation among many. Regardless of the conjectures swirling around, Xia Bo savors his meal with great enjoyment, feeling satiated and even indulging in an apple for dessert, though he finds himself unable to finish the remaining half of the watermelon. Glancing at the live stream, the viewer count has surged to an astounding 200 million and continues to climb. The broadcast proves to be remarkably successful, whether or not there are rewards. Xia Bo simply seeks to indulge his whimsical desires. Upon finishing, Xia Bo closes the stream abruptly, neglecting to utter a word. He realizes he has overprepared, with plenty of food left uneaten. Surveying the cutting board and plates still laden with meat, he strokes his chin, deciding to store the leftovers for another occasion. He discards the remaining hot pot broth, and one can only imagine the reactions of others if they were to witness this scene. After washing the pot, he boils water for a relaxing hot bath before heading to his vehicle. With only a few minutes before the ranked matches commence, the discussions about him persist worldwide, though Xia Bo chooses to remain oblivious to them, letting speculation run its course. After resting briefly in bed, primarily due to his post-meal lethargy, he realizes time has flown by. Awakening to discover that only 20 minutes remain before the ranked matches, he rubs his temples, chastising himself for dozing off. It simply will not do to sleep after a hearty meal. Splashing his face with snow to rejuvenate himself, he promptly initiates the ranked matches, where he continues to dominate effortlessly. Winning 10 games with ease, he finds that raw strength, coupled with his luminescent weaponry, renders him nearly unstoppable, allowing him to achieve victory without the need for any sophisticated techniques or the hunting state. Previously, he relied on the hunting state to exploit vulnerabilities. Yet now Xia Bo has truly mastered the art of the singular strike, rendering any defensive or offensive tactics ineffective against him. Water heater design blueprint, iron 30. With 30, from the secondary box emerged an unexpected item for Xia Bo, a water heater. The synthesis of the water heater bore no distinction from that of the air conditioner. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, Xia Bo promptly deducted the required iron and would once the design blueprint for the water heater materialized, proceeding to synthesize it. A colossal water heater manifested in Xia Bo's hands. With a strength exceeding 40 points, he wielded it effortlessly. Upon upgrading, the water heater transformed into a solar water heater, requiring no consumption of resources, though its placement remained a consideration. Given its nature as a solar water heater, it was imperative to situate it outdoors. After much contemplation, Xia Bo resolved to install the water heater atop his vehicle, positioning the nozzle on one side, as his current automobile was not yet a recreational vehicle and could not accommodate it within. Thus, it would have to be temporarily positioned externally. Chapter 87. Encountering humanity again after a brief interruption, I successfully installed the water heater. Due to the absence of plumbing facilities, I had to manually add water to the heater. I procured some snow and placed it inside, patiently awaiting its transformation into warm water. This water heater was not nearly as complex as those in reality. Similarly, the air conditioning had been simplified through the game's modifications, making it exceedingly convenient and alleviating much of the hassle. With the water heater in place, I could now enjoy warm showers, no longer subjected to the discomfort of cold water, and my hair too would benefit from a gentle warm rinse. My ironclad physique was only immune to physical harm. Sensations akin to heat and cold, akin to magic, were beyond its defenses. Fortunately, this game lacked magical professions. There was merely a spellcaster, a sort of facsimile of a magical class. Offensively, it could function like a magic user, while defensively, it could serve as a healer. However, according to the manual, this profession required players to make a choice between spells and blessings. As night fell, snowflakes began to drift down once more, reawakening the winter's chill. The cold wind howled, and the loosely shut windows emitted a mournful sound. I secured the car windows tightly and reclined on the bed, gazing out at the world beyond. As a blizzard approached once again, it appeared that hunting would be impossible tonight. I sighed, wrapping myself more snugly in the blankets. The small heater had not been turned on, primarily because it created an uncomfortable heat. Without it, the temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too warm, but rather pleasantly cozy. Lying in bed, I listened to the wild wind sweeping across the snowy landscape. Its sound remarkably clear even through the car windows. Through the glass, I could see the towering snowdrifts forming several feet high across the expanse. For some, tonight would be another sleepless night. In such frigid weather, the probability of encountering wild monsters was likely diminished. According to the game's logic, while the chances were lowered, the likelihood of chaotic encounters, like the one I experienced today, would remain significant for both myself and others. Fortunately, there were no restrictions in such scenarios if one could not prevail. Retreat was an option. I squinted my eyes, adopting a comfortable position as I observed the towering snowflakes outside the window, my mind deep in contemplation. The hours of sleep passed swiftly, and the system's update from the previous night confirmed my expectations. The spawn rate of wild monsters during snowy weather had indeed decreased, although sporadic outbreaks would still occur. Before long, Wednesday arrived. In the early morning, I stretched languidly, feeling exceptionally rejuvenated after a long night's slumber. The night had been remarkably safe, free from the disturbances of wild creatures. As daylight broke, the blizzard subsided. The ground was already submerged to the halfway point of the tires. Had I been driving my previous compact car, the wheels would have been completely engulfed by now. After preparing a simple instant noodle meal and refreshing myself, I tended to my physiological needs behind the car, feeling invigorated as I settled into the passenger seat. Oh. And after finishing my live stream yesterday, I had not checked my social media. Surely, as it was my first broadcast, there would be some rewards awaiting me. A flicker of curiosity prompted me to open the space, and I discovered that last night's live stream had been recorded, with an astonishing 200 million comments and likes. Beside this, an icon resembling a treasure chest appeared. Livestream popularity exceeded 200 million, receiving a popularity treasure chest. A smile graced Xia Bo's face upon reading the notification. Indeed, a chest awaited in post-broadcast. He clicked to claim and open it, his movements decisive. Dimensional Gate Key 1. To his surprise, it was yet another key. Upon its revelation, the Dimensional Gate Key transformed into 10. Xia Bo was perplexed by the purpose of this item, so he decided to store it away, reasoning that it might prove useful later, much like the key to the iron chest. Continuing his exploration of the space, he discovered that the next popularity treasure chest would require a staggering 500 million in popularity. Glancing at his follower count, he noted that it had already reached 300 million, increasing by thousands every second. The popularity of the video was also on the rise. The function of the space primarily revolved around opening popularity treasure chests. Other functionalities had yet to reveal themselves. After some investigation, Xia Bo lost interest. The treasure chests did not yield significant items for enhancing strength, mostly producing peculiar trinkets. While these items had their uses, they were not worth dedicating excessive energy to, as their immediate utility was questionable. Closing the space, Xia Bo retrieved the newly acquired key, which bore an odd design of a fragmented globe. Lacking any leads, he stored it away and started his car. Daylight was the optimal time for travel, resources were abundant, visibility was high, and concerns about wild beasts were minimal. However, once the scenery changed, the threat of wild creatures would return. Who knew if he might encounter a rampaging beast again? The car traveled at a reasonable speed, not too fast. Given the snow-covered roads, as driving recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. After covering roughly 10 kilometers, a small black dot appeared at the edge of his vision, positioned along the road. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Bo sensed what it was. He continued to drive toward the dot without pausing to ponder. As he approached, the dot grew larger, revealing itself to be a small car, forlornly parked on the snow-laden road, devoid of any human presence. Likely someone was inside. Empowered by his enhanced abilities, Xia Bo felt no trepidation about encountering another human. He drew closer to the vehicle. The small car was somewhat dilapidated, an unupgraded two-seater. Nearby, in the snow, lay a conspicuous pool of blood and footprints. Xia Bo furrowed his brow. After halting the car, he exited to investigate. Through the partially obscured rear window, he could see a figure slumped in the driver's seat. As he approached, the person seemed to sense his presence, propping themselves up to glance over. "Who was there?" came a frail voice. He was still alive. Xia Bo did not respond directly. Approaching the automobile, he discovered that the window had been shattered, with a considerable amount of blood smeared across the broken glass. This blood, far from being that of a wild creature, was unmistakably human. As Xia Bo moved closer to assess the individual's injuries, a frown creased his brow. The person's chest had been brutally torn open, exposing crimson entrails. He was barely clinging to life, perhaps due to sheer resilience. Xia Bo. The man propped himself up, lifting his head to reveal a pallid face devoid of color. Upon seeing Xia Bo, a flicker of emotion crossed his features. "What has happened?" Xia Bo inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Coughing weakly, the man rasped, blood frothing at his lips. "I was ambushed by wild creatures while sleeping at night. Haha, my time is short. It is fate. Cough, cough." He coughed again, expelling more blood, his intake of breath shallow and labored. The fact that he could still muster the strength to hold on indicated the extraordinary quality of his resilience. Chapter 88. The Innocent Girl. Chusherhan. Xia Bo's expression was slightly cold as he gazed at the man before him. The man propped up his head, hope flickering in his eyes. "Xia Bo, it brings me great joy to see you." Xia Bo furrowed his brow and replied, "Say less, and first contemplate how to survive. I can't endure much longer. Our food is exhausted, and I'm barely hanging on. Could you spare a moment to chat? It has been quite a while since I encountered another person." The man shook his head, a faint grimace appearing at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring whether Xia Bo was listening, he continued, "I watched your live stream yesterday. You are, without a doubt, among the fortunate few in this world. Abundant resources, hot water, hot pot, even lamb. These are luxuries we dare not even dream of." As he spoke, a hint of veiled greed surfaced in his eyes, and he continued, "We struggle desperately for a morsel to eat, while you feast extravagantly. How ironic." Xia Bo shook his head expressionlessly. "You cannot fathom the sacrifices I have made. Every life has its own destiny, predetermined by the heavens." "Predetermined by the heavens? Nonsense. Fate is grasped in our own hands. You simply took flight before the rest. Yet you speak of destiny. You will never understand our suffering. You have fruits, chrysanthemum tea, and hot pot, while we have nothing. Each day we dance on the edge of a blade for a single meal, and one misstep could be fatal. Yet you indulge in luxury. I refuse to accept this." The man's tone suddenly intensified, blood pooling in his mouth, a classic case of envy towards the affluent. "Have you finished?" Xia Bo, expressionless, drew forth a gleaming red blade, resting it against the man's throat. "You." The man attempted to utter more, but was startled into silence by Xia Bo's sudden aggression. His body rigid in his seat. "Are you done? Do you not find living like this unbearable? Allow me to send you on your way." Xia Bo's lips curled into a chilling smile, the blade in his hand flashing ominously. "No, you don't." His words were cut short as the steel blade sliced through his throat. His body trembled a few times before falling lifeless. A crude dagger clattered to the ground beneath the seat. Xia Bo opened the car door, the man's body toppling into the snow. Without uttering a word, he discarded the corpse by the roadside, gripping the crude dagger. which pulsated with an eerie red glow, now transformed into an alloy dagger after the upgrade. He struck the vehicle, acquiring 3 fragments of metal and a small amount of fuel, but little else. The man had not lived well, attempting to ambush him during their conversation. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Even his defenses were inadequate. It was a pity, for he had just encountered someone to converse with. This served as a stark reminder to Xia Bo. Never assume that being ranked first on the leaderboard would intimidate everyone. In the face of sufficient temptation, many would take risks, especially after he had showcased his resources the previous day. There were certainly those who wished to eliminate him to seize his supplies. Gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Xia Bo remained silent, seemingly accustomed to the brutality of slaughter. However, this time, the corpse did not respawn, and his mindset remained unchanged. After a fleeting glance, he turned away and entered his vehicle, starting the engine and continuing on his journey. Some individuals, perhaps, truly cannot be relied upon. Throughout the day, Xia Bo pressed on, and as dusk approached, he had opened several resource boxes, acquiring a considerable amount of supplies. Among these provisions, he found water and fuel, along with a solitary piece of cold noodles, something he had savored in the north before, delightfully seasoned. After leveling up, he obtained a substantial portion of these noodles, which he could later enhance with oil, salt, and vinegar, or even stir-fry. He stored all his acquisitions in his space and checked the time. Ranked matches had commenced. Xia Bo chose not to dive into the competition immediately. Instead, he drove away from the vicinity of the corpse. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of it stirred an unsettling feeling within him, as if the body might rise again. Once it was out of sight, he felt a sense of relief. After approximately half an hour of driving, he finally halted the vehicle, momentarily dazed. Before recalling his purpose, he needed to climb the ranks. He accessed the system and initiated the evening's ranked matches. In the familiar room, Xia Bo was at ease, expertly navigating the ranked queue and opening the live streaming room. Xia Bo, rank 2, record 20 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100, historical ranked record 70 matches, 100 win rate. The screen displayed his formidable record, instilling a sense of awe among the viewers who had long since grown accustomed to his prowess. Such a terrifying track record could only belong to Xia Bo. Currently, no one was aware of his class change. The leaderboard only displayed individual rankings, revealing nothing more than names and photographs. Absolutely no data was visible. Thus, no one had any inkling of Xia Bo's transition. Even the eerie red glow emitted by his weapon was attributed to skill rather than anything else. Upon clicking to match, the process was remarkably swift, as the competitors behind him were equally formidable, eager to catch up. Besides Xia Bo's stream, another highly popular channel featured the charming and talented Chu Shirhan. With her striking beauty and formidable skills, she had bested numerous opponents, including the likes of Feng Shihong. Yay, another victory. After concluding a ranked match, Chu Shirhan danced gracefully. Her movements light as a sprite, her sword swaying in harmony with her attire, exuding a captivating charm. 6666, watching Chu Shirhan, learning the MA sword technique. Yet, I've learned nothing. It was astonishing for a woman to garner such popularity in a survival game. Chu Shirhan had also reached level 4, demonstrating her own considerable strength. I recalled her mentioning just yesterday or the day before that she had amassed the Assassin's medals and was now awaiting her class change to level 5. Ah. It is said that the esteemed Xia Bo has already reached level 5. Has he completed his class advancement? It is quite possible. Brothers, let us proceed. I now invite the next participant. A hint of a smile graced Chu Shirhan's exquisite visage, her steps light and joyous, akin to that of a sprite, as she danced towards the screen and clicked to begin the matchmaking. The barrage of comments in the live stream echoed the call for the next participant. Typically, the number of those who ascend is substantial, making the likelihood of encountering someone on the leaderboard rather slim. This matchmaking mechanism operates on a random basis within the same tier, categorizing all individuals of equal rank into one level. Thus, within this rank, the topmost could very well face the lowest. As the arena materialized, a towering figure emerged. The once lively live stream fell into an unexpected silence, leaving even Chu Shirhan momentarily stunned. It is the great Xia Bo. Chapter 89, The Enslavement Scroll Summer Bo. Chu Shirhan exclaimed, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a solemn expression. The live stream fell silent for a brief moment before the barrage of comments began to flood in. Is that really Bo? The striking red weapon unmistakably signified his status. It's over now. The victim has become the streamer. This is dire. The notoriety of Xia Yidao is well known. In previous encounters with the police officer Feng Xin, Bo had triumphed within mere seconds. The livestream comments raced by, fervently discussing the unmatched prowess of Bo, a strength so formidable that it instilled a sense of despair. Previously ranked 3rd. Sun Quan had been swiftly dispatched by a single blow from Summer Bo. Even in subsequent encounters, Sun Quan met the same fate, his attempts at resistance proving futile. Those who had faced Summer Bo often voiced their dread of a second encounter, for the feeling of helplessness was profoundly overwhelming. Xu Shihan reacted with remarkable swiftness. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, she drew her sword and advanced, her movements graceful and enigmatic, swiftly closing the distance between them. A flicker of change appeared in Summer Bo's icy gaze, as he unsheathed his blade without the slightest hesitation, striking with precision at a designated point. With a swift motion, the outcome was sealed. Thud. Xu Shihan found herself engulfed in darkness, the screen fading to black. I lost? How is this possible? I couldn't even land a hit. Upon reappearing in the room, she wore a look of astonishment, struggling to comprehend the recent events. It was only after reviewing the battle replay that silence enveloped her. In the replay, she charged toward that fateful strike, meeting her demise instantaneously. A wave of powerlessness surged within her. He had predicted her landing, guiding her toward the ominous blade radiating a peculiar red light. It felt as though all her moves were laid bare before him, with no escape in sight. The sheer terror was palpable, having never clashed before. She had only heard of his prowess, capable of comprehending all opponents with a single strike, but had never grasped the full extent of his terror until now. His ability to conclude battles with a single blow left Summer Bo unfazed. How about the girl? It merely affects my speed in drawing my blade. The subsequent ranked matches unfolded with remarkable ease. His strikes were executed with astounding rapidity. Xu Shihan, seemingly influenced by Summer Bo, began to live-stream his session in her own channel, even providing commentary. Impressive. That strike truly encapsulates the essence of combat, sealing the enemy's escape routes, rendering them unable to advance or retreat. That strike is unparalleled throughout history. It is indeed a divine blow. 66-66. What a gaze. Absolutely captivating, effortlessly discerning the opponent's intentions. Unbelievable. Even defensive techniques were shattered by a single strike. Just how immense is Summer Bo's strength and that blade radiating an eerie red light. The 10 ranked matches concluded swiftly, and Xia Bo successfully achieved a rank of 3. Xia Bo, rank 3, record 30 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100, historical rank record 70 matches, 100 win rate. With his goal accomplished, Xia Bo closed the stream without any forewarning. The audience, well acquainted with Xia Bo's style, found his actions unsurprising. As he sat in his car, Xia Bo opened his eyes, a hint of coldness within. Indeed, the prowess of individuals in this world had seen an enhancement, yet in comparison to himself, they still appeared feeble. However, they were nearing their class transitions. Perhaps today or tomorrow. Xia Bo gazed ahead with a composed demeanor, acknowledging that he was merely a step ahead of others, traversing in a matter of days what took them weeks. If one were to claim invincibility, it would be a fallacy. This game is inherently fair to all. Strength does not equate to invulnerability. Rather, the greater the strength, the more perilous the challenges become. After all, the difficulty of the game correlates with the player's own capabilities. Upon exiting, Xia Bo took a brief respite and accessed the system to claim his rank 3 reward. Driving Metal 1 can perfectly control a creature. Note, depends on mental suppression. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Xia Bo's eyes as he retrieved the item, a medal roughly the size of a professional insignia, adorned with an image of a large hand restraining a peculiar figure, symbolizing control. After examining it, Xia Bo upgraded the medal. The item in his hand vanished, replaced by a scroll that appeared old and worn. Enslavement Scroll 1. Can perfectly enslave a creature. Note, depends on mental suppression. The transition from control to enslavement illuminated the relationship for Xia Bo. Control carries the risk of losing grip, while enslavement does not. This distinction is straightforward and easily comprehensible. He stowed the scroll away, for it may prove useful at an opportune moment. After concluding the ranked matches, with still some time before dusk, Xia Bo pressed forward on his journey. As evening approached, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, falling with impeccable timing. In the vast expanse of the snowy plains, the swirling snowflakes heralded an impending blizzard. Xia Bo halted the vehicle, unbuckled his seatbelt, and snacked briefly before venturing into the cabin to feed the hen some breadcrumbs. Upon checking, he discovered 3 eggs nestled in the coop. Overjoyed after feeding the chicks, he collected the eggs and prepared for an upgrade. He amassed a total of 19 eggs, which he stored in his cabinet, reclining comfortably in bed. Xia Bo felt a sense of stability in his food source thanks to the hens. The nights during a blizzard always seemed to pass swiftly. This week, the enhancement of everyone's abilities will come to a standstill, primarily due to the overwhelming impact of the blizzard. While it may be deemed unfortunate, one cannot entirely dismiss this notion. With the stagnation of power, a relative increase in safety has ensued, as the risks of encountering wild monsters during the night have significantly diminished, save for a few unfortunate souls. Soon, The outside world was graced by the gentle descent of snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, as a delicate layer blanketed the car windows. The fierce wind swept across the snowfields, causing towering drifts to rise. Inside the vehicle, the temperature was pleasantly warm. Xia Bo wrapped himself in a blanket, feeling snug and exceedingly comfortable within his cocoon. The night passed peacefully, and upon awakening in the morning, Xia Bo squinted as he surveyed the world beyond. Following the merciless blizzard of the previous night, the accumulation of snow on the ground had thickened once more. Although the snowfall had not ceased, it had lessened in intensity, now merely a gentle flurry. Xia Bo took a bucket of water and stepped outside, refreshing himself with a wash before placing the bucket on the ground. As he moved to the rear of the vehicle to address his physiological needs, he was drawn to a series of footprints on the ground. Chapter 90. An unexpected discovery last night. A creature approached my vehicle. There was but a single trail of footprints. By analyzing the depth of the prints, I deduced that they were made approximately 4 to 5 hours ago, indicating that the creature had since departed. Rising to my feet, I followed the trail, which circled around one side of the car before stopping at the passenger seat, where the prints ceased and the creature ventured into the vast expanse of the snowfield. Numerous footprints marked the area by the passenger door, revealing that the creature had lingered there before ultimately retreating. Glancing towards the direction the prints had taken, I observed the endless snowfield. It struck me as peculiar that the creature did not attack. In fact, I had not heard a sound throughout the night, likely due to the car's soundproofing and the howling blizzard outside. My gaze swept across the vehicle. Finding no signs of damage from the creature, it indeed refrained from assaulting me. A creature that does not prey on humans is rather strange. After some contemplation, only one explanation resonated. This creature was aware that it could not breach the car's defenses, and an impulsive attack would only alert me. Thus, it merely wandered for a time before retreating, or perhaps it sought assistance from other creatures. After all, these beings possess a certain intelligence. I surveyed the vast snowfield, noting that the trail of footprints had completely vanished into the snow, undoubtedly obscured by the wind and snow, while the area around the vehicle remained partially sheltered, allowing me to discover the traces. Now, one pressing question lingered. Would that creature return? Should I seek to gain experience from this encounter? Summoning the system. I checked my experience points. Experience, 116, 150 weight. Why do I have an extra 10 points? Upon closer inspection, it appeared that my experience had inexplicably increased, leaving me somewhat bewildered. It seemed that the chaos, the creatures, and my own actions against a human contributed to this gain. Thus, it seems that eliminating one of my own kind also yields experience. This revelation was intriguing. Furrowing my brow, I closed the system and cast a long, contemplative glance at the snowfield before re-entering the vehicle. I resolved to wait. I was one step closer to leveling up. If I could ascend to level 6 ahead of schedule, it would be most advantageous. Seizing the moment, I prepared to cook a pack of instant noodles. As time passed, an hour slipped by without the arrival of any creatures. It appeared that they would not come in the short term. Nevertheless, I was not inclined to abandon my post. After another 10 minutes, 3 small dark figures appeared on the distant horizon. I noticed them immediately. However, their great distance rendered their appearance indistinct. I waited in silence as they drew nearer. They were unlike any creatures I had ever encountered. Wait, why did they seem somewhat familiar? As they approached, I finally discerned their features. Indeed, they were 3 unfamiliar creatures, yet I felt an inexplicable sense of recognition, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The 3 wild creatures bore a striking resemblance to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Their faces, however, did not resemble those of turtles, as they sported menacing visages while carrying shells on their backs. Armed with 1-meter-long clubs fashioned from stone, these creatures were anything but benign. Shell creatures, level 4, strength 29, agility 19. Shell creatures, level 5, strength 35, agility 23. These 3 shell creatures, as revealed by the Eye of Detection, astonished Xia Bo with the fact that 2 of them had reached the formidable level of 5. Their attributes surpassed those of the average human. This was a testament to the enhancement of one's own abilities, which in turn elevated the strength of the wild creatures. Confronted by the 3 beasts, Xia Bo boldly opened the car door and stepped out to engage in battle. The wild creatures, upon noticing Xia Bo's presence, let out exuberant howls and charged toward him with remarkable speed. Their eagerness to become his experience points was palpable. A cruel smile crept across Xia Bo's lips as he charged to meet them. This almost suicidal behavior only fueled their excitement, prompting them to accelerate even further. Xia Bo remained cool-headed, displaying neither arrogance nor intent to conceal his power. Brandishing a steel knife that emanated an eerie red glow, he surged forward, unleashing a double strike. Boom! Crack! With a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder, the battle erupted in an instant. The double strike, augmented by Xia Bo's terrifying strength, detonated like a bomb, producing a deep sonic boom. The first wild creature's stone club shattered, and the steel knife plunged into its body, ruthlessly tearing through the shell on its back. The creature was left mangled, as if struck by a colossal hammer. Having dispatched one, Xia Bo moved with remarkable swiftness, delivering a powerful kick to the side of another approaching wild creature, sending it flying several meters into the deep snow. The third creature met a similarly grim fate at Xia Bo's hands, all within a mere 10 seconds. With 2 wild creatures dealt with, Xia Bo turned his gaze to the remaining one. The creature, intimidated by Xia Bo's overwhelming might, unexpectedly turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Have you sought my permission? A cruel smile appeared on Xia Bo's face as he lunged forward, outpacing the creature. The steel knife, enhanced by the butcher's prowess and enchanted gemstones, pierced through the creature's shell as effortlessly as slicing through a watermelon. With a decisive motion, he pressed the creature into the snow, showing no mercy. Ignoring its desperate cries, he slid the knife upward, cleaving the creature's upper body in 2. Subsequently, the corpse vanished, leaving no trace behind. Regrettably, none of the 3 wild creatures yielded any loot, leaving Xia Bo somewhat disappointed. However, he was rewarded with a substantial amount of experience. Experience, 141-150. The trio of wild creatures had granted him 25 experience points. Xia Bo was surprised. Despite being 3 identical wild creatures, their experience points varied. Upon returning to the vehicle, Xia Bo sheathed his steel blade, his mind still engrossed in thoughts regarding experience points. The 3 wild creatures had yielded a total of 25 experience points, comprising 2 level 5 creatures and 1 level 4 creature. Could it be that beyond the 5th level, the experience gained from these creatures is doubled? The experience from the tortoiseshell creature stands at 5 points, and the level 4 creature provides 5 points as well, leading to the conclusion that the experience from 2 level 5 creatures amounts to 20 points. Thus, with the creatures at level 5, their experience points doubled, resulting in a total of 25. Xia Bo reasoned that this explanation seemed to be the only logical one. If the experience points for creatures above level 5 are indeed doubled, then enhancing one's strength may not be as arduous as initially perceived. In fact, it appears remarkably straightforward. After all, the experience points from subsequent creatures are significantly high, and with the addition of doubled experience, leveling up would become exceedingly convenient. Chapter 91. The Resurrected Corpse. Similarly, the higher the experience points of the wild creatures, the more formidable their strength. After all, the distinction between level 5 and level 4 represents a significant divide, vividly illustrating the disparity in power. It remains true that opportunity and peril coexist. Anything that promises benefit is often accompanied by substantial risk. Those who venture forth do not traverse a path of ease. Even with access to resources for upgrading the system, one must brave considerable dangers to strive for sustenance. It is merely a matter of fortune on my part. The pace of my strength's enhancement must surpass that of others. Naturally, such growth in power brings about a transformation in mindset, particularly after fusing with the heart of the blood demon. I am no longer timid or sympathetic towards the weak. Here, everything has changed. This is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. To show compassion for the feeble is to hasten one's own demise, much like the fate of the human I encountered earlier. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo engraves this realization in his mind, reminding himself to remain vigilant whenever he encounters humans in the future. Returning to his vehicle, he starts the engine and advances, dispatching 3 wild creatures. Though nothing of value was dropped, the information and experience gained are nonetheless commendable. At least it was not a loss. As noon approaches, the snowfall intensifies, rendering the road nearly invisible and the environment exceedingly harsh. Xia Bo drives cautiously, progressing slowly as the thick snow obscures the roadside resource boxes. He wonders if others are faring as he is. After approximately an hour, the car's wheels begin to skid due to the heavy snow accumulation. Reluctantly, he halts the vehicle, deciding to wait until the snowfall diminishes before proceeding. Emerging from the storage compartment, he retrieves some bread, consuming a portion before stepping to the back of the vehicle to tend to the little hens. The hens exhibit no signs of distress, joyfully darting about their enclosure. Ah, life is indeed fascinating. With a sigh, he scatters breadcrumbs on the ground, observing for a moment before returning to lie down and catch up on sleep. Given the current circumstances, it is evidently impossible to continue. It is best to rest as much as possible in preparation for unforeseen events. Awakening around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Xia Bo rubs his slightly aching head. It seems that since the onset of winter, he has been plagued by drowsiness. Something feels amiss. After splashing some water on his face to refresh himself, he sits in the driver's seat, gazing at the unrelenting snow outside, feeling a sense of helplessness. The rapid changes in the surroundings are quite startling. Surely many in the world have yet to grasp the situation. One can only say that this game is remarkably peculiar. Turning on the small heater to dispel the chill within the vehicle, Xia Bo leans back in his seat, watching the heavy snowfall outside, experiencing an unexpected tranquility. The day passes swiftly, prompting Xia Bo to reflect on the fleeting nature of time. Evening descends once more, and glancing at his ranking results, it appears that not much time has elapsed since his last competitive match. The battle unfolded at a swift pace, and once Xia Bo completed his 4th level, he shut down the livestream. The snowstorm outside was intensifying, rendering any venture outdoors futile. Thus, he opted to browse through the live streams instead. Feng Shihong, a figure who had once trampled upon him to ascend to the 2nd position on the popularity leaderboard, now appeared to be thriving, much to Xia Bo's surprise. It seemed he had not encountered this individual for quite some time, and the memory of him had nearly faded. To Xia Bo's astonishment, this person was flourishing despite their past rivalry. This individual had once stood atop him, accomplishing a significant leap, a grievance that Xia Bo would inevitably address. With a cold demeanor, he closed the live stream. He would spare no one who dared to belittle him. Exiting the ranking competition, he noticed that the wind and snow outside had worsened. It appeared he would have to remain in his vehicle for the day. Is there a blizzard where you are? It has been snowing here for 3 days, and I am running low on supplies. If this continues, I may not be able to hold out much longer. Be advised. There are no blizzards on the special route. I am currently on such a segment. I am not experiencing a blizzard either. By the way, does anyone know what the universal key for the iron box is for? I possess a dimensional door key that I obtained from defeating a monster, but I am unsure of its purpose. I also have a golden key. Freezing to death here. Trading fabric, anyone? A torrent of messages flooded in, as if the blizzard had instilled a sense of urgency among the survivors. Those who remained were resourceful and formidable, individuals who dared to strive and fight. Having reached this point, most possessed their own trump cards and tactics. However, the pressure from the blizzard had been considerable, initially manageable, but as time progressed, the inhabitants of the world began to falter. With roads blocked by heavy snow and the decrepit state of their vehicles, many faced the specter of death. This could very well be humanity's second trial. In stark contrast, Xia Bo found himself in a different scenario, reclining in his vehicle, warmed by the heater. He comfortably gazed at the snow-laden landscape outside, a cup of chrysanthemum tea resting beside him, brewed from the water he had just boiled for instant noodles. Sipping tea while admiring the snowy scenery was a distinct pleasure. It seemed he was the only one who had survived in this survival game to such an extent. As dusk approached, Xia Bo attempted to start his car, yet it remained ensnared in the snow. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to waiting. As night fell, darkness enveloped the world, the blizzard obscuring the stars in the sky. Fortunately, this week lacked the moonlit mode. Otherwise, in such dreadful weather, the prospect of battling monsters outside would have been perilous. Meanwhile, the world's leaderboard appeared to be affected by the weather, stagnating in its progression. Currently, apart from Xia Bo reaching level 5, all others remained at levels 4 and 3, with the leaderboard frozen in place. It seemed as though the entire game had come to a standstill, as the strength of the monsters was contingent upon the player's abilities. For the foreseeable future, no significant events were likely to unfold. All eyes were on the updates for the upcoming week. The game's updates are astonishingly swift. As night descends, the world is enveloped in darkness, and Xia Bo lies in bed, soundly asleep in the nude. Outside, the world is blanketed in a flurry of snow, and a strange figure stumbles forward through the snowdrifts. A gaping wound in its chest filled with snow, its blood now frozen within. A thick layer of snow clings to its body, and through its gaze, a truck comes into view, seemingly having found its direction. The previously faltering figure suddenly accelerates, crashing through the deep snow like a ferocious beast. With a resounding thud, a hand strikes the side of the truck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sleeping hen is startled awake, and Xia Bo leaps from his bed, hastily donning his clothes and seizing a knife as he rushes out the door. Chapter 92. Those who once transacted outside. The blizzard raged fiercely, the howling winds burying a third of the vehicle beneath the snow. Xia Bo found his legs ensconced in the icy depths, his dark eyes anxiously scanning the surroundings. Such unknown peril was an encounter no one desired. What was it that had just caused the entire vehicle to tremble with such force, surely exceeding 30 points? Bang! As he pondered, another thunderous sound erupted from the rear of the car. Xia Bo's drowsiness vanished, and he trudged through the thick snow towards the back of the vehicle. Approaching the rear, the winds howled with even greater ferocity, the frigid flakes settling upon him like a ghostly shroud. Xia Bo remained oblivious to everything except the unsettling noise from moments before. Upon reaching the back, the tempest intensified. Yet Xia Bo discerned movement behind the vehicle. Something was amiss. His gaze turned icy, a surge of murderous intent coalescing within him. The car was his lifeline. His very essence of survival on this road depended upon it. Any creature that dared to threaten or damage his vehicle would meet a grim fate. What was that? The creature, the one that had once been human. No, it had perished. This was its resurrection. As he traversed the thick snow, the grotesque visage of the abomination came into view. Xia Bo froze, a shiver coursing through him as dread welled up within. A corpse had risen from the dead. Living dead, level 4, strength 35, agility 4, skill, sudden strike. Upon locating its prey, movement speed increases by 500%. The eye of detection pulsed, revealing the creature's details. The dead had returned to life. This living dead entity was a testament to the bizarre phenomena of this road, where the deceased could rise as undead beings. Thus, the living dead encountered previously were indeed former humans, reanimated after death. As Xia Bo contemplated the implications of the information conveyed by the eye of detection, the undead creature struck the vehicle once more. Instantly, Xia Bo's murderous intent crystallized. He activated his agility, unsheathing his blade to sever the creature's flailing arm. In a flash, he revealed himself, and the living dead, recognizing Xia Bo, abandoned its assault on the vehicle in favor of attacking him. Its sudden speed was indeed terrifying, yet its agility was woefully insufficient. Xia Bo, already prepared, plunged his glowing steel blade into the undead's body, dispatching it with swift efficiency. The experience gained from the living dead was minimal, despite its 4th-level status. It yielded only a meager point of experience. Disappointing. The undead had not dropped anything of value. Retracting his blade, he noted a distinct dent on the vehicle's rear. The resurrection of the dead defied all logic. No, within this game, anything was conceivable. Watching the vanishing corpse, Xia Bo felt a twinge of unease. Returning to the vehicle, he brushed off the snow that clung to him and lay upon his bed, gazing into the dark expanse of the snowy wilderness, lost in thought. The following day, the storm finally ceased. At the head of his bed, Xia Bo carved another mark into the vehicle's side, his 18th tally. A testament to his days of survival in this strange world. On the 19th day, today being Friday, there remained just 2 days until the update of the ranking matches, promising a richer supply of resources. After freshening up and attending to nature's call, Xia Bo approached the wheels of his vehicle, now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. The tires were deeply ensconced in the snow, requiring some means to clear the path ahead. He squatted down, wielding a machete to clear the accumulated snow around the tires, dedicating over half an hour to this arduous task. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced up at the vast, desolate snowfield, ready to embark on his journey. Xia Bo chose not to linger in a state of uncertainty. His current rank was commendably high, and it was impossible for others to surpass him this week, particularly with the blizzard acting as an impediment, stunning any significant growth in their abilities. His own progress had also plateaued, aside from an initial surge in power following the ranking match conclusion. He had remained firmly at level 5, needing just 8 more experience points to advance. Meanwhile, after several days of cultivation, the popularity space treasure chest had reopened, yielding something particularly special this time, a vial labeled the Hercules Potion. Hercules Potion X1, upon consumption, grants a 50 increase in strength for a duration of 5 minutes. No side effects. Upon upgrading the potion, its quality remained unchanged, yet its quantity increased from 1 vial to 5. This item was indeed a valuable asset. Xia Bo tucked the potion away for critical moments, as it could significantly enhance his combat prowess without any adverse effects, truly an impeccable enhancement for short-term power. Checking the time, he noted that a mere hour had passed since the chill set in. After feeding the hen some food, Xia Bo resumed his journey. He resolved to attempt to secure a position on the travel leaderboard, for an additional ranking could yield substantial benefits during the weekly assessment. This prospect was exceedingly promising. The snowy weather was most conducive for advancement. The performance of others' vehicles paled in comparison to his own, which had been upgraded thrice to reach truck status, boasting formidable power capable of traversing through the snow with relative ease. However, this did result in a noticeable decrease in speed, especially given that the snow had accumulated to knee height after days of relentless blizzards, thereby slowing his progress. This week had been spent predominantly on the road. Yet he found solace in the fact that he was presently safe, well-rested, and free from the threat of wild creature attacks. The only peril was the blizzard itself. But in the face of his formidable truck, this danger was negligible. Furthermore, with the presence of his small cannon, he had no fear of succumbing to the cold. As the vehicle maintained a steady speed, Xia Bo secured his grip on the steering wheel, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. He activated the system to browse through the world's updates, noting that due to the blizzard, the information available was more plentiful than usual. albeit tinged with a somber atmosphere that he could subtly perceive. The crisis brought forth by the blizzard surpasses even that posed by the wild creatures. While one may engage in a desperate struggle against the beasts, when confronted with the wrath of a natural disaster such as a blizzard, humanity finds itself utterly powerless, left only to await the storm's resolution. The conversations of the world seem rather trivial, thus, Xia Bo perused the trading system. Noticing that the frequency of daily transactions had returned to normalcy, he proceeded to post a trading notice before delving into his private messages. During this period, he had been consistently trading car fragments, which had once again surged to 113 pieces. Currently, one could trade a maximum of 3 fragments at a time, allowing for a substantial daily exchange. His private messages were plentiful. However, this week's update proved quite user-friendly, introducing a filtering feature that could automatically sift through irrelevant and pertinent information. After filtration, the number of messages remained at 99, the majority being inquiries for trades, with the items being fairly commonplace. There was a name he recognized, someone he had previously transacted with. Suddenly, Xia Bo noticed an intriguing message from a user. Master Xia Bo, I am grateful for your past assistance. I have come across a significant piece of information that I wish to trade with you. Details concerning the Dimensional Gate. Chapter 93. The Mysterious Parchment of the Deceased Prophet. The Dimensional Gate? I recall having opened a chest not long ago and seemingly acquired the Dimensional Gate key. Xia Bo was taken aback and replied, I am here. I just glanced at the system. The information is overwhelming, and your message got lost amidst it. However, before we proceed with the transaction, I must ascertain the authenticity of the information you possess. After a brief wait, the other party responded, their tone seemingly tinged with excitement. Esteemed Xia Bo, you have finally replied. I have been waiting for several days. You will undoubtedly find this news intriguing, as currently only you can access the Dimensional Gate in the entire game. Xia Bo noted the concluding remark, his gaze flickering as he replied, only we can access it. So this Dimensional Gate is indeed restricted? The other party appeared to harbor no reservations and earnestly responded, you are correct, esteemed one. This Dimensional Gate is not open to just anyone. Very well then, please specify what you require. I happen to have one trading opportunity remaining, Xia Bo replied. Pondering before inquiring, you haven't disclosed this information to anyone else, have you? The other party responded swiftly, rest assured, esteemed one, I have not informed anyone else. I must also thank you for our previous transaction. Had it not been for your trade, I might not be here today. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xia Bo's lips. Then let us proceed with the transaction. I require fabric. It is exceedingly cold these days. The other person stated, very well, I will accept your trade. Xia Bo retrieved 5 exquisite pieces of fabric from his storage cabinet. His current stock of fabric was quite abundant, and its utility remained somewhat unclear. The quality of the fabric, enhanced after an upgrade, was remarkable, large, warm, and perfectly suited for trading in such weather. The other party sent a picture, revealing a piece of yellowed parchment, somewhat tattered and missing sections. It bore traces of blood, suggesting a storied past. Xia Bo agreed to the trade. However, the system deemed his offering insufficient in value. 5 exquisite pieces of fabric were evidently inadequate. Xia Bo was inwardly astonished. The parchment surely contained valuable information. Raising the quantity to 7 pieces still fell short. 9 pieces remained insufficient. It was only upon reaching 10 pieces that the trade was approved. The transaction unfolded smoothly, and a somewhat worn piece of parchment materialized in his hand. Cold and slick to the touch, reminiscent of cold mucus. Esteemed one, I have received the item. Thank you. Should any valuable items arise in the future, I will return to seek you out. Xia Bo glanced at the message sent by the other party, his heart resolute in affirming his prior decisions. Cultivating good relationships is not always a misguided endeavor. The mysterious parchment of the deceased prophet, it contains records of some astonishing matters. Dimensional Gate. Humanity. Selection. Dimensional Gate key. As words flickered intermittently on the parchment, Xia Bo noticed that the resource upgrade system's emblem also emerged upon it. The parchment could be upgraded. To his astonishment, the parchment could indeed be upgraded. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Could it be that the contents recorded in the upgraded parchment would be more detailed? Without hesitation, Xia Bo initiated the upgrade. The mysterious parchment of the deceased prophet, it records some incredible things. After the upgrade, the parchment appeared unchanged. The introduction remained as it was before, which surprised him. No, it seemed to be more complete than before. As he unfurled the parchment, words began to materialize. There are 2 hours remaining until the 35th world update. The contents of this update seem rather astonishing. The Dimensional Gate, a portal to another world. Could it help me escape this realm? No, this is not our opportunity. It is for the newly arrived beings in this world, whom they call humans. The top 100 on the leaderboard, human elites, are set to embark on random dimensional survival quests with generous rewards. I understand now. None of this concerns us. What a pity. My time is running out. Indeed, the upgraded parchment provided a more comprehensive account than its previous records. This parchment, left by a prophet, held the key to dimensions, unlocking survival tasks in random worlds, with bountiful rewards. This was the content of the next game update. A flicker of light shone in Xia Bo's eyes as he retrieved a set of 10 keys from the cabinet, indicating he could initiate survival tasks in 10 different dimensional worlds. While the parchment offered more information, it still withheld the most crucial details. What were those worlds truly like? Would traversing to them liberate him from this road, or rather, from the confines of the game? Or perhaps, in that world, he would still face road survival challenges. Merely transitioning from an endless road to a finite one, completing tasks might signify success. Of course, these were merely speculations. To truly comprehend the nature of the tasks, one would have to wait for the game update to ascertain the facts. Setting aside these disordered thoughts, Xia Bo stored the parchment away. It bore too much information. The 35th game update, the prophet, this world, they too had their places of existence, or perhaps, like him, they were undergoing the same game. Yearning to break free from its constraints, having foreseen the opening of the dimensional gate. Alas, his time was limited. This game was far more intricate than he had imagined. Old Joe had mentioned that while the road appeared perilous, it was, in fact, a protection for humanity. The prophet, perhaps Old Joe is correct. The road indeed serves as a safeguard for humankind. This world harbors dangers unknown to us. While the game presents crises, it is also our sole refuge, protecting human experience. Our future relies upon us. Old Joe, what secrets do you hold? Xia Bo gazed out at the boundless snowy expanse, already envisioning the myriad other beings that existed in that seemingly infinite world beyond. Humanity remains feeble, confined to the struggle for survival along this desolate highway. One wonders if, in the future, they might break free from such limitations. Yet, these thoughts are not for the present moment. The tires of the small truck have begun to skid once more. With no other option, an hour is squandered removing the snow accumulated around the vehicle. Once again, the truck ventures forth. Xia Bo has adopted a more carefree attitude, choosing to focus on the immediate challenges at hand. He comprehends the burdens that Old Joe carries and can empathize with the profound helplessness inherent in the last words of the prophet. Hope flickers on the horizon. Yet time slips away. Occasionally, possessing too much knowledge proves to be a double-edged sword. Is it not more gratifying to engage in battles with wild creatures on the road, leveling up as one goes? Chapter 94. The narrow path of enemies, but is reality truly as it seems? When one lifts the veil, who among us can resist the allure of curiosity? If certain truths are unveiled, who would willingly play the role of a mere pawn in this game? No one would desire such a fate, not even Xia Bo. Yet, despite grasping some knowledge, he dared not reveal anything. The items could be acquired from wild creatures, indicating that the puppeteer behind it all intended for such occurrences to transpire. Was it to enhance the enjoyment of the game, or for some other inscrutable reason? None could say. With this thought, Xia Bo abruptly halted the vehicle, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. If indeed something was manipulating events, then it possessed an acute understanding of humanity, and surely it was well acquainted with him as well. His resource upgrade system was an open book. Fortunately, one reassuring fact remained. He was still unharmed. He hoped fervently that he was merely overthinking. Otherwise, his most significant secret might have already been uncovered by the puppeteer behind this game. Xia Bo reflected on his situation, feeling a slight sense of relief. It was easy to comprehend that he was akin to a flaw in the game, and the absence of any entity to address this flaw suggested that no so-called dominator or creator was orchestrating events. How could such a melodramatic plot befall him? Surely, he was merely imagining things. Regaining his composure, Xia Bo resumed driving. A resource box. After advancing approximately 100 meters, he noticed a slight mound of snow by the roadside, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. A smile graced Xia Bo's face as his previous worries dissipated. He had merely been a victim of his own unwarranted anxiety. He exited the vehicle, trudging through the knee-deep snow, and began to excavate the snow. Indeed, it was a familiar box. With a resounding thud and a crack, he expertly smashed it open, revealing its contents before him. Spicy strips 1, 20 grams of rice, vinegar packet 1. Upon seeing the items within the resource box, Xia Bo's eyes sparkled. These were all delightful treasures. He retrieved the 3 items, only a single strip of spicy snack, a meager amount of rice, and a vinegar packet, the kind typically found with instant noodles. How miserly. Returning to the car, Xia Bo was at a loss for words regarding the paltry supplies the resource box had yielded. It was woefully inadequate. Had it not been for his resource upgrade system, he wondered how he would manage with such scant provisions. However, he acknowledged that luck played a role in such matters. After upgrading the items, he garnered a fair amount of resources. Sampling a piece of the spicy strip, he found it to be delectably flavorful and piquantly spicy, his most immediate impression. With rice now in his possession, along with vinegar, he mused that perhaps one day he would feast like an emperor. Feeling quite pleased, Xia Bo licked the chili oil from his fingers and restarted the car. As it turned out, resource boxes could still be encountered. It was merely the heavy snowfall that concealed them from view. Approaching midday, Xia Bo noticed the sun emerging in the sky, casting its radiant light over the snowy expanse, a truly splendid sight. After several consecutive days of fierce snowstorms, the sun has surprisingly emerged, indicating a gradual improvement in the weather. Xia Bo gazed up at the sun, which was slowly becoming scorching, affirming his thoughts that the sun, previously veiled by ominous clouds, had finally made its appearance, signaling the end of the tempest. This emergence of the sun caused quite a stir in the world. They had finally endured. It was Friday. After finishing his lunch, Xia Bo brewed a cup of chrysanthemum tea and, having eaten an apple in his car, resumed his journey. With the sun's appearance, his spirits lifted, and he felt a sense of calmness replace the previous agitation while driving. Most importantly, the solar water heater was now operational, allowing him to look forward to a comforting hot bath that evening. The afternoon progressed smoothly, during which he discovered 3 resource boxes containing a considerable amount of food, especially rice. 2 of the 3 boxes held rice, and after upgrading, he found himself with 2 large bags of it. Water resources and fuel varied. And among the supplies was a chocolate bar, which transformed into a box post-upgrade. Chocolate is a delightful treat, high in calories and easy to carry. After organizing all the supplies, Xia Bo continued on his way. Time passed quietly. With only 2.5 hours remaining until dusk, Xia Bo parked his car by the roadside and set up a pot. He cooked some rice soup and casually stir-fried cabbage with lamb. Lacking other food options, he had to make do with this improvised meal. After satisfying his hunger and quenching his thirst, he engaged in some exercise in the snow before commencing his streaming session. Although he was slightly late, more than 20 minutes had passed since the start of his streaming, yet a large audience still tuned in, eager to watch. Xia Bo's battles, lacking in finesse, nonetheless fulfilled the spectators' fantasies about strength. The combat was straightforward, devoid of unnecessary flourishes. Initially, they believed that the best way to resolve combat was with a single strike, a sentiment echoed by viewers of Xia Bo's live stream. Others attempted to replicate his technique, but all failed miserably. Ultimately, they concluded that the most effective method of combat was to overpower the opponent. Xia Bo's exceptional strength allowed him to understand his adversaries with a single strike, a feat they could not compare to. As the ranked stream began, Xia Bo started matchmaking. The 4th-tier matchmaking was swift, and upon entering the game, he chose his most familiar steel knife, paired with the butcher's hand, a combination both simple and brutal. No matter how high one's defense, a single strike would still comprehend the battle. Competing on speed and strength was out of the question. After his class transition, Xia Bo mercilessly slaughtered all in his path. Wow, Xia Bo. I concede. I concede. In the arena, his opponent immediately recognized him, cursing and surrendering. Xia Bo regarded his foe with cold eyes, devoid of any mercy, his figure gliding ominously closer, delivering a lethal strike. A strange red light flashed, and with a swift motion, he severed the throat. The battle concluded cleanly and decisively. Onward. Upon exiting, Xia Bo did not linger, immediately commencing the second match. In this round, he encountered a young woman clad in remarkably revealing attire. Although the system explicitly prohibits the transaction of flesh in ranked matches, it does not specify that women cannot leverage their physical attributes to secure victories. At times, the body serves as the most effective weapon. The opponent was strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure that was both voluptuous and curvaceous. Currently positioned 6th on the popularity leaderboard, her ranking was largely attributable to her captivating physique and provocative clothing during matches. This tactic had proven consistently effective, as most men found it difficult to resist temptation, often approaching her only to meet their demise. Many of these men were willingly complicit, for the death experienced in this realm was not genuine, while the advances made were all too real. You may gain much, but I shall never suffer a loss. Xia Bo was momentarily taken aback. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. The attire worn by his opponent was indeed refreshing, and coupled with her breathtaking visage, it was no wonder she commanded such popularity. Xiago, would you like to touch? As she began to sway her hips, her enticing voice trailed off, only for a flash of red light to appear before her world faded into darkness, reappearing sequentially in her own room. Realizing her mission had failed, she bit her lip and stomped her foot in frustration, displaying a hint of indignation. Such excessive chatter. Women only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Xia Bo paused for a second. Then without further ado, he executed a swift strike, eliminating her with a single blow. He then expressed his thoughts with a hint of sarcasm. The second ranked match concluded effortlessly, and Xia Bo proceeded to the third match. It was in this round that he encountered an unexpected individual, Feng Shihong. Chapter 95, Torturous Slaughter, The Cowardly Deep Dive. Feng Shihong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xia Bo, entirely unprepared for such an encounter. This meeting was utterly unforeseen. As Xia Bo discerned the features of his counterpart, his eyes narrowed slightly, an unmistakable glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. Indeed, the paths of sworn enemies are often narrow. Previously, Feng Shihong had ascended to the second position on the popularity leaderboard by stepping on Xia Bo's back. Due to the constraints of the game, Feng had been unable to retaliate, yet he never anticipated crossing paths with Xia Bo now. To everyone else's astonishment, Xia Bo, breaking from his usual demeanor, initiated conversation. At that moment, their live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, the esteemed Xia Bo. The top two of the leaderboard have finally met. Unbelievable. I'm betting on Xia Bo. From the onset of the game, these two had harbored a deep-seated rivalry. Feng Shihong had utilized Xia Bo's fame to secure his place at number 2. How could Xia Bo not feel anger? Were he in Feng's position, he would have done the same, given the rarity of such encounters in reality, with most of their confrontations occurring solely in ranked matches. The anticipation for this monumental clash was palpable, with many flocking to witness the first battle between the first and second-ranked players. Previously, Xia Bo had encountered Sun Quan and had effortlessly dispatched him with a single strike. The question now arose, how would he fare against Feng Shihong? One was the reigning champion, known as Xia Dao, while the other was the formidable Feng Shihong, who had amassed over 300 battle matches with a win rate exceeding 70%, earning the title of War God. This imminent confrontation drew a multitude of spectators, with the top 10 players on the leaderboard eagerly joining the livestream. They had all received word of the encounter and hastily concluded their battles to witness the unfolding drama. Sun Quan remarked, Xia Bo is immensely powerful. Feng Shihong stands no chance against him. I have faced Xia Bo several times and have yet to see him reveal his full potential. He conceals his abilities too well. Feng Xin commented, Feng Shihong deserves this. He climbed to second place on the backs of Xia Bo's fame. To maintain his popularity, he has provoked all of us in the livestream. Unfortunately, my strength pales in comparison to Feng Shihong's. Otherwise, I would have vanquished him countless times. He added, I shall refrain from further commentary and simply observe the livestream to learn. Xingdong stated, I have previously encountered Xia Bo and was awestruck by his prowess. I know not who Feng Shihong is. I only recognize Xia Bo. Shuexiang noted, I have battled Xia Bo twice. His speed is unparalleled. Even when I exert my utmost effort, I cannot graze the hem of his garment. Baba expressed. Xia Bo is incredible. A certain character's name must be loudly proclaimed. Fan Jian remained silent. Yang Tao also chose to say nothing. Prominent figures began to emerge, all of whom had either graced the leaderboard in the past or currently held positions of power, many of whom harbored conflicts with Feng Shihong. After ascending to the second position on the popularity leaderboard, Feng Shihong had resorted to boastful proclamations to maintain his popularity, yet he undeniably possessed considerable strength. Though not as formidable as his initial display, Xia Bo nonetheless reveals his burgeoning strength, proving himself capable. Consequently, when met with derision, his opponents can only endure, for they acknowledge his prowess. In this encounter, they hope that Xia Bo will teach Feng Shihong a lesson, unable to defeat him themselves. They intend to let others handle it. Each has their own needs. After all, as I assist you in ascending, gratitude is to be expected. Feng Shihong, wielding a massive axe, regarded Xia Bo with an air of indifference. This was merely a ranking match. Even if he were to lose, he would not face death. And thus he remained unfazed. Each has their own needs. He scoffed, Today, I shall slay you here. Should we meet again in reality, I shall not spare you. Xia Bo's visage hardened, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him as he unleashed his swiftness, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Viewers of the live stream gasped in astonishment. What terrifying speed! Is this the true strength of the esteemed Xia Bo? Shuexiang, renowned for his own swiftness, was struck with awe at this spectacle. What if I cannot defeat you? This is merely a ranking space. Should you kill me, I would suffer no consequence. Even if it were to happen 100 times, I would continue to tread upon you, relentlessly pushing you down. Feng Shihong, undeterred, raised his voice, seemingly to attract the attention of viewers from both streams. He remained motionless, as if calmly accepting his fate. His aim was simple, all for the sake of popularity. Suddenly, a surge of blood erupted from Feng Shihong. The audience was taken aback. The anticipated scene of a swift execution did not materialize. What is happening? What is Xia Bo doing? Wait, he has made another move. Xia Bo surged forth again, his afterimages slicing through the air. And another spurt of blood shot forth from Feng Shihong. The latter furrowed his brow, beginning to suspect the nature of Xia Bo's intentions. Baba, realizing the situation, erupted in laughter. Yes, yes, just like that. We cannot allow him to die too easily. Torture is what makes it entertaining. Everyone quickly grasped the implication. Xia Bo intended to inflict torment. They recalled the individual who had previously borne a grudge against Xia Bo, who had been reduced to a mere husk. While the ranking space spared one from death, the sensation of pain remained. The most merciful way to die was in darkness, while the most brutal was through torture. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Xia Bo's movements accelerated, his swiftness doubling as he left behind a flurry of afterimages. Each pass by Feng Shihong elicited a fresh spurt of blood, and the velocity of these strikes grew ever faster. Feng Shihong's eyes turned crimson, teeth clenched, his body trembling. He felt his flesh diminishing. The ascent of his power made death difficult to attain, yet now he found himself in the throes of agony. Viewers could no longer discern his actions, only catching glimpses of the fleeting afterimages. It was terrifyingly swift. Was this truly his unbridled strength? A shiver coursed through all present. In the beginning, there were others who harbored thoughts akin to those of Feng Shihong. His assertions, albeit unsettling, were not without merit. It was only within the realm of rankings that such encounters might arise. In the tangible world, such notions were naught but folly. The sheer multitude of humanity traversing a singular road rendered such meetings improbable. Yet, at this moment, fear gripped them. It seemed as if they were orchestrating Feng Shihong's demise in a most gruesome manner. Should they cross paths, would they not also endure a similar fate? The chilling thoughts sent shivers down their spines. Before long, Feng Shihong's body was marred, each inch a testament to his torment, adorned with a myriad of wounds, some shallow, others deep. One of his arms lay shattered, barely held together by remnants of flesh. Xia Bo paused, a sinister expression etched upon his blood-stained visage, resembling a butcher surveying his work. What a pity. In some areas, my strikes lack precision. Otherwise, I could have delivered hundreds more. This is your true level? Huh. I had overestimated you. Feng Shihong remained defiantly silent, his resolve unyielding. You may consider yourself a man. I shall let this slide for now. But in the real world, I will ensure your suffering is unparalleled. Xia Bo advanced once more, the crimson blade glinting ominously as he raised it high. With a swift motion, he cleaved Feng Shihong down to the ground, pinning him with the blade lodged in his chest, the steel piercing into the earth beneath. Feng Shihong's eyes bulged as he shouted defiantly, "Come on. Am I afraid of you? Xia Bo, this is merely the beginning. I shall remember this. Next time, I will return the favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. Then you shall wait for your next life." Xia Bo grasped the steel blade, mirroring the calculated precision he had employed when dispatching that armored creature, and began to press down slowly. Chapter 96, The Enigmatic Beldhumph. Feng Shihong let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from his wounds, as he felt the fleeting grasp of life slipping away. His vision blurred before him. It is over. Xia Bo, one day, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. The arena dissipated, and Xia Bo materialized within the confines of a room, his countenance shrouded in an ominous gloom, a murderous intent looming over him like a tempestuous storm cloud. Gradually, this aura of death receded, restoring his icy demeanor. The audience in the live stream remained ensnared in the aftermath of the recent harrowing spectacle, having witnessed a gruesome performance of slaughter, akin to the merciless execution of a victim. Even as the stream resumed, the haunting images lingered vividly in their minds. This man, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, had indelibly etched a dark and sinister image in the hearts of all. After the conclusion of the ranking matches, Xia Bo's murderous intent did not wane. He was consumed by thoughts of how to locate his adversary in the real world to exact vengeance. In subsequent matches, he continued his previous ruthless style, dispatching opponents with surgical precision, completing 7 ranked games in rapid succession. His speed was astonishing, leaving spectators in awe. Although Xia Bo had toned down his demeanor, the video of his merciless annihilation of Feng Shihong remained preserved, prominently featured among his battle recordings. This solitary video served as both a warning and a reminder. Is this the power exhibited by the formidable Xia Bo after showcasing his skills? How terrifying. Can someone calculate the agility stat of the esteemed Xia Bo? It is speculated to have reached an astounding 50 points. If my conjecture holds true, it must be an acceleration technique, consuming mental energy for a brief burst, paired with Xia Bo's keen perception, rendering him nearly invincible. Feng Shihong had met a fitting end. Speaking of which, Feng Shihong did not resort to suicide. He displayed a commendable resilience. Can you guess why he chose not to end his own life? You are well aware of Xia Bo's immense popularity. I surmise that Feng Shihong was merely attempting to ride the wave of this newfound fame. Indeed, I just checked Feng Shihong's popularity fluctuations, and it has surged by at least 100 million points, leaving the third position far behind, quite a profitable endeavor. Meanwhile, upon completing his ranking tasks, Xia Bo was teleported away, his gaze icy as he surveyed the vast, snow-covered expanse under the dimming sky. Regrettably, he had no means to locate other humans in reality. Otherwise, the second position on the leaderboard would soon change hands. Once back in his vehicle, Xia Bo's calm mind allowed him to settle down. He tidied up briefly, stepped outside for a hot shower, and reclined in his car. Feeling refreshed as he picked up an apple, he planned to retire early that night, as tomorrow marked Saturday. In 2 days, the game would undergo yet another update, unlocking the dimensional world, allowing him to traverse through it. At that point, would the game not transform into something far more intriguing? As his thoughts danced, Xia Bo soon found himself drifting into a deep slumber, enveloped in a long, profound dream. He dreamt of opening a dimensional gate and traversing back to the bygone blue planet, initially believing the game had concluded. He was taken aback to discover that Blue Planet had erupted into an even more terrifying calamity. Earthquakes shattered the ground, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. A rift tore through the heavens, and formidable flying vessels emerged from the gaping chasm, mercilessly hunting the remnants of humanity. Eventually, those ships detected his presence and encircled him. He attempted to employ his skills, only to be shocked to realize he was but an ordinary man. A beam of light shot towards him. Just as the beam was about to strike, Xia Bo jolted awake, feeling the chill of sweat soaking his back. It was merely a dream. Phew. Reflecting on the vividness of the dream, he was still haunted by its realism. Lying in bed, his heart began to ease. But just as he closed his eyes, he abruptly opened them again. Wait, if the dream he just had were true, then could the original planet have already been annihilated? Perhaps it was precisely because the planet was on the brink of destruction that they entered this game. The introduction at the game's inception spoke of a selection process, which implied the discernment of normal humans rather than the old, weak, sickly, or disabled. Xia Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. The dream felt terrifyingly authentic. The collapse of skyscrapers, the fracturing of the earth, the dimmed celestial bodies, the desolate world post-disaster, and that rift tearing through the sky. Ultimately, it culminated in extraterrestrial beings descending upon Blue Planet to hunt humanity. Was all of this orchestrated with sinister intent? Aliens, disasters, the apocalypse. Xia Bo felt overwhelmed, exhaling deeply as he lay back down, hoping all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. The sky remained dark, and outside, snowflakes began to fall gently, though no blizzard materialized. Wiping away the sweat, Xia Bo chose to cast aside his thoughts, clearing his mind, and soon fell asleep once more. This time, he found himself dreaming again, this time of ascending a stage. Upon that stage stood a woman of alluring figure, clad in revealing attire. She approached him. The snowfall diminished, as if shy, and the stars in the sky concealed themselves. Morning broke, and with it, the dream faded. Xia Bo awoke feeling somewhat unwell, reaching out to touch the bed, only to find it damp. Damn. He recoiled as if electrocuted, suddenly alert and cursing under his breath. He washed the bedding with water, hung it on the driver's seat, and stepped outside to cleanse himself with warm water. After a refreshing wash and a visit to the restroom, he realized he had experienced a rather risky dream. Sitting in the vehicle, Xia Bo found himself at a loss for words, trying to recall the dream and that woman. Sensing the vigor in his body, he hastily dispelled those thoughts, tending to his little hen and collecting a nice egg. There was still a box left unopened. Xia Bo remembered the box he had yet to open from the previous night. He accessed the system, revealing a level 5 box for reaching level 5. The higher the box level, the better the items it contained, or so Xia Bo understood. Yet, despite this, the contents ultimately depended on luck. As the box was opened, an unusual belt caught Xia Bo's eye. Storage belt, capacity, 1. Description, a belt capable of holding items, readily accessible at any time. Note, items must not exceed 20 kilograms in size. Is this equipment, or does it belong to the realm of spatial devices? Xia Bo's eyes brightened as he fondled the belt, unable to part with it. He decided to upgrade it. Storage belt, capacity, 5. Description, a belt capable of holding items, readily accessible at any time. Note, items must not exceed 20 kilograms in size. The upgraded storage belt exhibited no significant changes. The only difference was an increase in capacity from 1 to 5. With the ability to store more items, a smile of delight adorned Xia Bo's face. With this belt, he could now stow his weapons away, no longer burdened by the need to carry them daily. Chapter 97, Lakes and Fishing. Donning the storage belt, Xia Bo endeavored to stow his steel knife within. To his astonishment, with a mere thought, the knife vanished before his eyes. A light illuminated on the belt, signifying the successful storage of an item, while 4 additional lights remained unlit, indicating space for 4 more. With a silent incantation, the steel knife reappeared in his hand. A marvel of magic. Continuing his experiments, Xia Bo discovered the belt's capabilities extended far beyond mere storage. It could retrieve items from a spatial ring within a maximum distance of 3 meters. Within this range, he could summon objects to any point around him, even into the sky, though they would inevitably fall. However, retrieval from the ground proved impossible. He carefully stored his alloy dagger and steel knife within the belt, as these weapons were of utmost importance. Though the dagger had seen limited use, it served as an invaluable tool for stealthy strikes in critical moments, making its storage a prudent decision. After assessing his supplies, he found nothing else of value to store. The belt was ideally suited for weaponry. After toying with his possessions for a while, Xia Bo consumed a small meal and resumed his journey. It was Saturday, with one more day until the game update. Who knows what changes awaited? Yet, Xia Bo felt a sense of anticipation, for after each update, his survival path became significantly smoother, coinciding with the day the leaderboard refreshed. The Saturday weather was fair, clear skies prevailing without the threat of last night's blizzard. It had been a tranquil night. As he traveled throughout the day, boredom settled in until, as dusk approached, the vehicle suddenly halted. Peering out, Xia Bo squinted at the vista ahead. Before him lay a verdant sea, interrupted by a white-streaked road that meandered through, revealing patches of asphalt peeking through the thin layer of snow. A special road. It had been ages since he encountered one. Legend spoke of these roads being free from blizzards, and indeed, it appeared to hold true. He pressed on, determined to reach this haven before the rankings commenced. Xia Bo restarted the engine and continued forward, with an hour remaining until the ranking time, ample opportunity to arrive. After half an hour, the special road came into full view. As he advanced, the vehicle's speed gradually increased, the snow covering the ground diminishing until only the asphalt remained visible. Upon entering the special road, the grasslands flanking either side revealed themselves. The snow nearly entirely melted away, though the air grew increasingly frigid. Xia Bo maneuvered the car with caution, aware that thawed surfaces posed greater risks than snowy ones, as the melting snow could freeze into ice, making control precarious at higher speeds. On this unique stretch, the landscape was dotted with loose stones, their presence accentuating the road's edges, forming a distinct and treacherous gravel pathway. Upon reaching the destination, the ground became increasingly strewn with stones, and to Xia Bo's astonishment, after advancing approximately a kilometer, a magnificent lake emerged before his eyes. Such an expansive body of water. Xia Bo parked his vehicle by the roadside, gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake, momentarily rendered speechless. In the midst of this seemingly endless highway, there lay such a vast lake. Fish. The sight of the lake instantly conjured thoughts of fish in Xia Bo's mind. He promptly exited the car, treading over gravel and melting snowmelt, making his way to the lakeside. The shore was adorned with both sandy patches and pebbles. This was a freshwater lake. The water's crystal clear, revealing the lakebed beneath, yet in the distance it faded into an unfathomable green abyss. Suddenly, a dark silhouette darted past Xia Bo, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A fish. Realization struck him. The shadow he had just seen was indeed a fish, but its speed was so swift that he failed to capture it in time. He needed to devise a method to entice the fish closer. Xia Bo retrieved a piece of bread from his vehicle, crumbling it into breadcrumbs and scattering them across the water's surface. He then settled upon a rock at the water's edge, commencing a lengthy vigil. He aimed to catch just one fish before departing, for he sensed an underlying unease at the lakeside. A prompt departure seemed prudent. The breadcrumbs floated gently on the water's surface when a dark creature emerged, swiftly seizing a morsel of bread before disappearing once more. Grass carp, level 8, agility 63, passive skill, like a fish in water, like a fish in water, in water. Agility increases by 50. Despite its rapidity, Xia Bo managed to capture its attributes with his detection eye. To his astonishment, the fish was at level 8, boasting an incredible agility of 63 points, of which 20 points were attributed to its passive skill, still a formidable feat. The attributes revealed by the detection eye left Xia Bo astounded, particularly due to the remarkably high agility. Capturing such a swift creature would prove challenging unless he activated his speed boost, allowing for a swift capture within a limited time, given that the boost had a duration. Determined to catch this fish for sustenance, Xia Bo continued his patient wait, his calm mind instilling in him an extraordinary steadiness, devoid of arrogance or impatience. As time passed slowly, the competition had commenced, yet Xia Bo remained vigilant. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his steel knife now in hand, eyes sharply focused on the water. The grass carp reappeared, cautiously emerging from the depths, glancing around intermittently. This fish was markedly different from the previous one. While the former had been reckless, this one exhibited great caution. Xia Bo refrained from immediate action, for the grass carp lingered in deeper waters. Capturing it there would be no easy feat. Only in shallower waters would he have a chance. The breadcrumbs floated enticingly in the shallow zone, yet the grass carp advanced slowly, pausing frequently, and scanning its surroundings. Seemingly wary, remaining steadfastly in the deeper waters, Xia Bo remained unhurried, aware that capturing the fish with sheer strength necessitated patience. After a tense standoff lasting nearly 10 minutes, maintaining his stance, the grass carp finally began to swim forward, seemingly reassured of its safety. Like a statue, Xia Bo remained motionless, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the fish. "Come out, little darling, feast upon my offering, and I shall guide you on your journey," he seemed to whisper, perhaps sensing the aroma of grilled fish. Xia Bo swallowed hard, suppressing his inner impatience. The grass carp glided forward, eventually surfacing to nibble on a morsel of breadcrumb, having tasted the sweetness. It eagerly consumed another. Witnessing this, Xia Bo's eyes sparkled with determination as he activated his swift agility. The ground beneath him could hardly withstand the formidable power of his sturdy legs, sinking under the weight. In a flash, Xia Bo propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his speed reaching an astonishing level that left a series of afterimages in his wake. The steel knife in his hand sliced through the water with precision as he expended 2 points of stamina to execute a double strike. With a resounding splash, 2 massive jets of water erupted. As the spray subsided, a single fish floated on the surface, rendered momentarily dazed by the sheer force of the strike. Chapter 98. Filming a poisonous video at last. As the fish floated to the surface, a faint smile graced Xia Bo's face, harnessing the power of a double strike. He deftly rendered the grass carp unconscious, a flawless execution. The fish was impressively large, its body nearly the length of his arm, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. The scale shimmered with a dark luster, and its tail was robust and powerful, an exceptional catch indeed. Returning to the vehicle, Xia Bo performed a rudimentary preparation on the grass carp before upgrading it, transforming 1 fish into 7. With an abundance of grass carp at his disposal, he sought a method to prevent spoilage. As he gazed at the fish, a clever idea dawned upon him. He retrieved 7 clean cloths from the storage compartment, gathered some ice and snow from outside, and wrapped the grass carp before placing them in the storage unit. He would merely need to replace the ice and snow periodically. Having completed this task, Xia Bo glanced at the lake. Clearly, 1 grass carp was insufficient. With the game update approaching, he decided to catch several more during this time. Before commencing the ranked matches, he took a moment to feed the hen and then proceeded to initiate the ranking competition. The matches unfolded smoothly, allowing Xia Bo to achieve a remarkable leap of 2 levels, ascending from level 5 to level 7. With 1 more level to conquer, he would solidify his position at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. The likelihood of others usurping his first place was virtually non-existent for anyone to score points against him. A significant amount of resources would be required for purchases. Moreover, aside from certain restrictions, the trading system included a price comparison process, effectively eliminating the possibility of empty transactions. This, in turn, dismantled any collaborative scoring schemes. Furthermore, the matchmaking mechanism was random, making it exceedingly rare for him to be paired with someone he knew. The system would also detect any attempts at point sharing, ensuring that one could not simply gift points to reach the summit of the rankings. After 20 ranked matches, Xia Bo's rank ascended directly to level 7, a milestone that only he had achieved thus far. Upon concluding the matches, he exited to review his rank, the chill on his face dissipating. 2 chests awaited him, a level 6 chest and a level 7 chest. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to open them. Mental Enhancement Potion 1. Pair of Cotton Slippers 1. Upon seeing the contents, the corners of Xia Bo's mouth twitched. What on earth were these items? A mental enhancement potion and cotton slippers? Despite possessing a title and luck bonuses, it seemed his fortune had run amok. Mental Enhancement Potion 1, upon consumption, grants double mental power for 5 minutes, no side effects. This item was akin to the Mighty Strength Potion, which provided double strength, while the Mental Enhancement Potion doubled mental power. Currently, the skills consuming mental power were only Swift and Hunt, neither of which demanded excessive mental energy. Though useful, their application remained limited. He proceeded to upgrade the 2 items, enhancing the cotton slippers from 1 pair to 10 pairs. The spiritual elixir has been upgraded to 6 bottles, surpassing even the Hercules potion by an additional bottle. The emergence of this potion sparked Xia Bo's speculation. If it can enhance both strength and mental acuity, then it's likely that agility and stamina potions also exist. The significance of these 2 potions would be profound. After returning 10 pairs of cotton slippers to the storage cabinet, he retrieved a pair to place beside his bed for nighttime wear. It was time for dinner, and he decided on fish for the evening. Casting aside his gloomy mood, Xia Bo took out a frozen grass carp, which he had recently processed, requiring only oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for preparation. Planning to indulge in roasted fish, he contemplated infusing some spices into his space, aware that another individual would soon activate their own space, introducing a touch of competition. Though he did not perceive it as a significant concern, this time, Xia Bo opted not to go live, but instead utilized the recording feature. While traversing a special road, he discovered a lake and, after exerting some effort, caught a sizable grass carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds, sufficient to sustain him for 2 days. This marked Xia Bo's inaugural moment speaking to the camera, holding the grass carp with a somewhat detached expression, reminiscent of an emotionless reciter devoid of words, regrettably. There were no words to convey. Afterward, he dug a pit and placed drywood within it, preparing to create a simple yet exquisite roasted fish. The process was remarkably straightforward. As for the fish, he began marinating it. Placing the grass carp in a basin, he spared no seasoning, chili sauce, and salt. Xia Bo even opened a packet of instant noodles to extract the flavoring inside, enhancing the carp's taste. Once all the seasonings were applied, he generously coated the fish inside and out, allowing it to marinate for an hour. During this duration, twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Xia Bo ignited the fire and settled upon a stone, roasting it while gazing at the vast grassland and the horizon merging with the sky, lost in thought. When the time arrived, the fish should have absorbed the flavors adequately. He snapped back to reality, glancing at the clock to find that over 40 minutes had passed, sufficient time indeed. He sliced the marinated fish open, suspending it on the blunt side of a steel knife, and positioned it over the flames to begin roasting. Moments later, a sizzling sound emerged, accompanied by an enticing aroma. Xia Bo felt his appetite awaken, saliva pooling as he struggled to resist the urge to eat. The fish had only just begun cooking, and he busied himself with a forked twig, dipping it in oil to coat the fish, all the while wiping his mouth, overwhelmed by the tantalizing scent. With peanut oil and spicy sauce enveloping the fish, it crackled and sizzled over the fierce heat, exuding an irresistible fragrance. After half an hour, the fish had transformed into a golden delight. At this point, it was nearly ready to be savored. Though Xia Bo's expression remained somewhat impassive, the movement of his throat as he swallowed revealed his anticipation. The recording was still active, naturally. He intended to enjoy the meal. Xia Bo could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly took a bite of the grilled fish. The flesh of the fish was already exquisite, and after being marinated with special seasonings, a single bite enveloped his palate with the smoky richness of the grilled fish combined with the aromatic spices. Unconcerned with appearances, Xia Bo devoured it heartily. After half an hour of roasting, the fish was cooked to perfection. Even the small bones were crisp and easily broken, allowing him to consume them along with the tender meat, spitting out only the larger bones. The flavor was irresistible. The fish had undergone an enhancement, elevating its texture and taste to a level of unparalleled deliciousness. Suddenly, Xia Bo's eating motion paused slightly, as if he had noticed something. Delicious. This is the best grilled fish I have ever tasted, he proclaimed. Tonight's video ends here. I will share more delightful finds with you all soon. After taking another bite of the grilled fish, Xia Bo swiftly closed the video, and in that instant, the steel knife on the ground vanished. He carefully stored the grilled fish away and immediately extinguished the fire with the nearby snow, plunging the world into darkness. His rapid movements suggested that something was amiss. In the obscurity, Xia Bo heard a faint, intriguing sound emanating from the lakeside. Chapter 99, The Fishman Corpse. Level 6. The sound emanated from the edge of the lake, a melodic rustling of the aquatic life, resonating distinctly amidst the darkness of night. Upon my arrival, the lake had been remarkably tranquil, and with no wind stirring, the emergence of such sounds was perplexing. Aside from myself, it could only be the wild creatures lurking nearby. Xia Bo's eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity as he had surmised the situation. The wild creatures appeared oblivious to his presence. As dusk fell, he had prudently parked his vehicle at a distance from the lake, even preparing the fish far from its banks, all in an effort to maintain a safe distance. For the peculiarities of the night roads were fraught with peril. One must always remain vigilant. He had not anticipated the creatures would approach so swiftly. Uncertain of the entity's nature, Xia Bo cautiously made his way toward the lakeshore. The night was dense with darkness, as clouds veiled the stars above. He navigated to the opposite side of the car, peering into the obscurity ahead, unable to discern the path, let alone the lake itself. Only able to hear the splashing of water. With a spark of clarity in his eyes, Xia Bo contemplated his next move. The inky blackness was not conducive to combat, and he was entirely unaware of the number of wild creatures lurking at the lake's edge. The sounds of splashing water suggested at least 2 creatures, though he dared not speculate further. Given the darkness, he could inadvertently provoke a hornet's nest, with disastrous consequences. After a moment of deliberation, Xia Bo resolved to remain observant, reluctant to forfeit the promising opportunity before him, especially as he was so close to achieving level 6. The sky remained shrouded in clouds. He could either turn on the car's headlights or wait for the clouds to disperse, thus granting him visibility. This process was bound to be lengthy. Yet Xia Bo was not in haste, resting quietly at the roadside, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Time passed silently until suddenly a breeze swept through and the splashing persisted. Xia Bo lifted his gaze to the sky, noticing the clouds beginning to scatter, revealing glimpses of twinkling stars. The wind was clearing the sky. After a moment of reflection, he raised his head to survey the lakeshore once more. Indeed, visibility had greatly improved, allowing him to see the path he had previously descended. Yet, the deeper regions of the lake remained shrouded in mystery. However, he was in no rush, for he had already waited a considerable time and could afford a few more moments. Gradually, the visibility continued to rise, and the stars multiplied in the heavens. Xia Bo soon discerned 4 figures at the water's edge, frolicking in the lake, the splashes attributed to their playful antics. It was then he realized they were fishmen. Xia Bo's gaze fixated on the 4 silhouettes, a sense of familiarity washing over him. As the stars emerged in full brilliance, devoid of any cloud cover, he finally beheld their true forms. They were indeed fishmen, not the enchanting mermaids of lore, but genuine fishmen, complete with arms and legs. Their bodies adorned with shimmering scales that glinted with an inexplicable luster. Fishman Corpse, level 4, strength 31, agility 37, passive skill, unknown blessing, all attributes increased by 30, can wield weapons. Fishman Corpse, level 5, strength 33, agility 41, passive skill, unknown blessing, all attributes increased by 30, can wield weapons. The essence of their attributes pulsated within their eyes. The Fishman Corpse, what manner of creature is this? The unknown blessing, augmenting all attributes by 30, such a formidable passive skill. No wonder their levels and attributes are on an entirely different plane. At level 4, their strength and agility exceed 30 points. Xia Bo felt an inexplicable dread wash over him as he accessed his personal attributes panel. Name, Xia Bo. Title, Pioneer of Humanity. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, male. Level, 5. Experience, 142-150. Strength, 43-43. Agility, 33-33. Stamina, 34-3. 4. Mental power, 23-2-3. Health, 197. Mentally fatigued. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate combat mastery, continuously enhancing strength through training, basic swiftness. Intermediate dexterity, hunting state, double strike, eye of detection, iron body. Occupational skill, bloodletting, unique. Unique passive, Butcher's Hand, LV1, currently. His strength value stands as the highest and most formidable. His swiftness has returned, albeit only for 10 seconds, during which he must discern their capabilities. This implies that he cannot afford any mistakes, otherwise they would escape. Contemplating this, Xia Bo cast a glance at the 4 wild creatures. Defeating them would grant him an upgrade. Resolutely, he rose and picked up a stone, hurling it forth. With a splash, the stone struck the water, sending droplets flying. The previously swimming beasts abruptly halted, their rigid heads twisting, and their eerily crimson eyes turned towards him. For reasons unknown, the gaze of those blood-red eyes sent a chill down Xia Bo's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by the specter of death. Fishman Corpse, these are the remains of a fishman, and those eyes are peculiar. Xia Bo furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sensation wash over him. The air felt thick, as if frozen, and the wind could not disperse the heavy atmosphere. As they lumbered through the lake, their stiff forms moved over the uneven ground like the remnants of a corpse. Upon reaching the shore, their rigid bodies bent to seize the weapons lying on the ground, suddenly charging at Xia Bo with a velocity akin to that of a speeding automobile. Xia Bo exhibited no hint of carelessness. He swiftly unleashed his prowess, a crimson steel blade materializing in his grasp as he entered a state of relentless pursuit. This time, his firepower was fully unleashed. With a chilling composure, he confronted the monstrous creature, executing a double strike that cleaved through the air. The blade radiated an eerie luminescence, severing the foe's weapon and piercing through its rigid form. The speed at which he dispatched the merman corpses was astonishing. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Bo withdrew his blade and lunged towards another one. At this juncture, he had no regard for the threats behind him, as these merman corpses moved with remarkable swiftness. Xia Bo did not evade their assaults. Instead, he allowed their strikes to land upon him, feeling only a slight sting, which posed no significant threat. He held unwavering faith in the defensive capabilities of his ironclad physique. The slight discomfort stemmed from the adversary's velocity and strength, which, under acceleration, surged dramatically, thus causing the minor pain. With a swift slice, he felled yet another merman corpse. A warm surge coursed through his body. He leveled up. Level 6. In an instant, he caught the attention of those perusing the rankings worldwide. An astonishment echoed in their minds. Was this truly a monster, leveling up at such an extraordinary pace? Chapter 100. The distinction between blueprints and design diagrams here. After examining a fallen fishman, Xia Bo was struck from behind, causing him to stagger momentarily. However, he exhibited no signs of panic. His composed mind allowed him to respond swiftly. He turned and swung his machete, executing a double strike, aiming for a decisive blow. With a sharp thrust, the steel blade easily pierced the fishman's scaled armor. The double strike landed like a sledgehammer, tearing through its body and cleaving the upper half apart, leaving a gruesome mess. The ferocity of the double strike was formidable, especially with consecutive attacks, enhanced by Xia Bo's own strength, truly terrifying. Only one fishman remained in resistance. Yet Xia Bo's swiftness had waned. The fishman, evidently lacking in intelligence, charged forward despite knowing it could not breach Xia Bo's defenses. The outcome was predictable. Such reckless foes were precisely what Xia Bo relished. The battle with the four fishmen concluded in mere seconds. Sheathing his machete, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Xia Bo. Title: Pioneer of Humanity. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 6. Experience: 17,200. Strength: 44,4. 4. Agility: 34,3. 4. Stamina: 35,3. 5. Mental power: 24,2. 4. Health: 196. Mental fatigue. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills: Intermediate combat specialization. Strength increases with training. Beginner swiftness. Intermediate dexterity. Hunting state. Double strike. Eye of detection. Iron body. Occupational skill. Bloodbath. Unique. Unique passive. Butcher's hand. Level 1. Having reached level 6, his attributes surge once more. With the experience required for the next upgrade now set at 200 points. Xia Bo was exceedingly pleased with his impressive attributes, remarkably formidable. Attribute Point 1. Upgrade Tire Blueprint. Pack of cigarettes 1. The four wild creatures yielded 3 items. Cigarettes. To his astonishment, he found a pack. The greatest regret of his journey thus far had been his inability to smoke. Now, discovering a pack of cigarettes, he marveled at the game's peculiar loot system. Attribute points could not be upgraded. Upon collection, they directly appeared on the system page. After some contemplation, Xia Bo allocated the point to agility, bringing it to 35, perfectly aligning it with his stamina. To his surprise, he discovered that the blueprint could be upgraded. This was entirely unexpected. Were blueprints and design diagrams truly distinct concepts? Why could blueprints upgrade while design diagrams remain static? It was a delightful revelation to find a blueprint in addition to the design diagram. Upgrade Tire Blueprint. Iron 5. Upon upgrading the blueprint, the upgrade tire blueprint transformed into the bulletproof tire blueprint, with the iron requirement doubling. This contraption is indeed a remarkable item. After upgrading the tires, they now possess bulletproof qualities, rendering them impervious to nails and shards of glass. A product of the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. He tucked the blueprints away, securing them in his belt. It had been a considerable time since he had inhaled the scent of smoke. Xia Bo opened his cigarette case and took a deep drag. The aroma of nicotine enveloped him. During his university days, he too was a smoker, grappling with addiction. In this game, he could only endure his cravings during lonely nights. At last, the moment had arrived. Xia Bo eagerly upgraded his cigarettes, transforming a mere pack into a whole box. A colossal container materialized in his arms. So much. This is an incredible stroke of luck. Xia Bo stared in astonishment at the box of cigarettes, disbelief washing over him, quickly followed by immense joy. He felt an urge to embrace his good fortune. Luck, it seems, is enigmatic. Today had been exceptionally fruitful, and Xia Bo was undoubtedly the happiest, especially with the delightful discovery of cigarettes and the practical tire upgrade. To say he was unhappy would be a falsehood. He carefully placed the cigarettes into his storage locker, retrieved a pack, and kicked back against the wall, opening a window to light one. Inhale. Cough. 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 After just over half a month without smoking, he was caught off guard by the harshness. Xia Bo coughed a few times, initially struggling to readjust, but gradually, that familiar sensation returned. It was a state of mental emptiness, free from thoughts and worries. He took out 10 pieces of iron, only to discover that the blueprints could not generate tires. Xia Bo seemed to understand, promptly retrieving 60 pieces of iron and stepping outside. He used the blueprints on a tire, and suddenly, the tire transformed, emanating a metallic sheen. The blueprints remained intact, indicating they could be utilized further. A splendid find. After a puff of smoke, a glint of excitement flashed in Xia Bo's eyes. With 6 tires, all upgraded, each bore a metallic luster, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This game appears to operate under peculiar rules. If tires can be upgraded, might not the internal components of the vehicle also be subject to enhancement? He began to grasp the role of a mechanic. Returning to the car, Xia Bo spoke quietly, glancing at the blueprints. As long as they existed, tire upgrades could be perpetually applied. Confirming this, he stored the blueprints in his locker. This is indeed a valuable asset, capable of upgrading tires to bulletproof status, thereby providing protection against the nails scattered on the ground. This would prevent anyone on the road from sabotaging the tires. He checked his health status, currently feeling mentally fatigued. Xia Bo did not retire to sleep immediately. Instead, he drove the car approximately 200 meters forward, halting in the middle of the road before lying down. The area near the lake felt precarious. He sensed that beyond the corpses of the fishmen, other wild creatures lurked nearby. The creature known as the fishman is born in the depths of the lake, emerging only at night. Thus, the likelihood of it attacking is rather slim. However, other wild beasts are not bound by such constraints. The night passed relatively peacefully, and at dawn, Xia Bo rose early, swiftly attended to his morning rituals, and took care of his physiological needs. For breakfast, he consumed the leftover grilled fish from the previous evening, lightly warming it over steaming water. Afterward, he indulged in a soothing hot shower. Comfortably reclining on his bed, he summoned the system. By now, a second individual had reached level 5, Feng Shihong, whose fortune seemed exceptionally remarkable. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he had completed his job transition. Within the space, Feng Shihong had already posted a message, and his follower count was rapidly escalating. Currently, the space contained only himself and Feng Shihong. Dismissing him, Xia Bo proceeded to upload the video from yesterday. In the endless mode, he still held the top position, with Feng Shihong following closely in second. This individual had already reached wave 16, and Xia Bo felt a genuine admiration for him, as he had surpassed Xia Bo in popularity even before he completed the task at the abandoned village. Feng Shihong had accomplished what others had failed to do, prompting Xia Bo to assign him a label of impending doom. Chapter 101. True fortune shines. One cannot simply trample upon others as they please. Were he to encounter Xia Bo in reality, he would undoubtedly not let him off easily. After dedicating an entire morning, Xia Bo advanced the endless mode by 5 waves once again. The subsequent waves grew increasingly formidable, doubling in number, with their strength essentially reaching level 4. Their attributes surprisingly akin to his own. Iron can withstand 1 or 2 heavy blows, but it cannot endure 10 or 100. Ultimately, it will deform. Even with a body of steel, one cannot withstand such frequent assaults. The flesh will inevitably yield. As the endless mode progressed, it became truly monstrous. These wild creatures resembled machines, and despite relying on a hunting state, he could only gain a slight advantage. Nevertheless, this late-stage mode is invaluable for players to accumulate combat experience, especially as these creatures exhibit an impeccably synchronized battle protocol. Inside the vehicle, Xia Bo spoke in a low voice, noting that each wild creature, when confronted individually, is not perfect. However, together they form an impenetrable wall of steel. While he could easily suppress any single creature, their combined prowess was absurdly formidable. Whether in defense or offense, their coordination was seamless and airtight. Although the hunting state allowed him to identify vulnerabilities, under their machine-like cooperation, such openings ceased to exist. These were no ordinary beasts, but rather mechanical constructs. Though he was not entirely at their mercy, he certainly could not claim any advantage. Their strength was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. At present, he found himself at a disadvantage, yet his practical combat experience was significantly enhanced. Regrettably, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to refine his skills within this realm, as non-lethal combat chances are scarce. After discarding the cigarette butt, Xia Bo drove back to the lakeside, spending some time catching a grass carp. He processed the upgraded fish and stored it away. With that, he departed. He could not afford to linger here for too long. The special road has its unique benefits, but it also poses challenges, especially tonight with the 7-day hunt, which would increase the game's difficulty. Now at level 6, he encountered wild creatures that nearly breached his defenses, and the difficulty of the creatures in the 7-day hunt directly escalated. Coupled with the characteristics of the special road, those creatures could easily pierce through his defenses. He preferred to err on the side of caution. This stretch of the special road was brief. After an hour, Xia Bo was greeted by the sight of a snowfield, signaling his exit from the special area. This section of the special road lacked any peculiar features, save for a lake whose water was uncertain for drinking. Xia Bo, of course, would not dare to test it, for life is but a singular thread. Encouraging his hen to experiment was out of the question. He had no shortage of water, and sacrificing a hen for the sake of an experiment would be too great a loss. Leaving the lakeside special road, snow began to flutter gently from the sky. Snowflakes quickly accumulated on the car window as Xia Bo activated the windshield wipers. He glanced at the thick layer of snow blanketing the ground, realizing that many would meet their demise tonight. The depth of the snow posed a dire threat to those reliant on their vehicles. Unless these individuals devoted the entire day to clearing the roads, it was indeed ominous. Xia Bo opened the car door and stepped out, contemplating whether to clear the snow himself. Testing his ability to run in the snow, he found himself significantly hindered, which dissuaded him from further attempts. Instead, he began to clear a small space sufficient for his needs, rather than attempting to clear an entire road. Upon returning to his vehicle, Xia Bo decided to catch up on sleep. Knowing that the night would be long and restless, he needed to be well rested. He awoke to the dimming light of evening, realizing he had overslept. Checking the time, he saw that the qualifying rounds had already commenced for about half an hour. Startled, he quickly washed up, boiled water, and prepared instant noodles for a hasty meal. He then entered the qualifying space, where others had already queued ahead of him, indicating that tonight was indeed ideal for ranking up. With the opportunity to enhance his skills, he noticed that those behind him were catching up swiftly. He aimed to reach the 9th rank tonight. Time was plentiful, and Xia Bo began his ascent. As the battles unfolded, he fought fiercely, never pausing. The cycle of combat continued without hesitation. Where there was no one, he thrived, and where there was competition, he dominated. He climbed from rank 7 to 8, then from 8 to 9, and finally from 9 to 10, reaching the pinnacle. Over the course of the night, he engaged in 30 battles, each ending with decisive victories, employing formidable tactics to advance in the ranking. The atmosphere during the ranking battles was electric, with participants filled with fervor. Viewership for the live stream dwindled as everyone aimed to secure a commendable rank on the final day. By the end of the night, he had amassed 3 treasure chests, leaving Xia Bo thoroughly satisfied. As darkness fell, he returned to his car and, without a moment's delay, opened the 3 chests. Fist Master Metals 10, 3, 2-liter Thermos 1, Random 1. Upon seeing the contents, Xia Bo was left dumbfounded. What? Is this what I got? The items were disappointingly subpar for chests awarded at levels 8, 9, and 10, devoid of any skills or valuable items. With a sense of incredulity, he stored the Fist Master Metals in his cabinet. The thermos held some utility, allowing him access to hot water at any time. Congratulations! Dormitory upgrade successful. 3. 2-liter Thermos 1 upgraded to 6. For liter Thermos, congratulations. Dormitory upgrade successful. Random 1 upgraded to Random 5. This item could serve as a form of entertainment during leisure time, yielding 5 complete books. Although the number of thermoses did not increase, their capacity had doubled, allowing for greater storage of hot water. While the items obtained were not entirely useless, they certainly did not meet expectations. The thermos bottle still possesses some utility, does it not? It can also serve as a means to pass the time. Lighting a cigarette, the weight of my melancholic mood is somewhat alleviated. Outside, darkness has enveloped the world. Xia Bo switches on the interior lights of the vehicle and offers some nourishment to the little hen. Rice combined with breadcrumbs, more sumptuous than what the average human might consume. Returning to the driver's seat, I glance out the window, where the world is once again shrouded in a white mist. This marks my second encounter with the 7-day hunt. With the enhancement of my abilities, the challenges of the 7-day hunt are bound to escalate. I wonder what manner of creature awaits this time. Chapter 102, 7 Days of Hunting. The Colossus. In summary, the strength is formidable. The outside world is eerily tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. During these 7 days of hunting, wild creatures are unlikely to appear, yet Xia Bo remains vigilant, ever attentive to the sounds from beyond. Cloaked in a mysterious white mist, the only way to discern their presence is when they draw near. Otherwise, they are nearly undetectable on the vast prairie, requiring constant watchfulness to react in time. Xia Bo secured the Hercules potion and the mental elixir to his belt before stepping out of the vehicle, his gaze wandering around the surroundings. He noticed nothing amiss. The appearance of wild creatures on a snowy day is inherently diminished. Apart from the mandatory wild creatures that will emerge during this week of hunting, the probability of encountering others has significantly decreased. Though they will not manifest in the short term, one must remain cautious. Xia Bo pondered as his eyes scanned the hazy mist, time slipping away quietly as he conducted his surveillance. Having caught up on sleep during the day, his spirits were high at night. He lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes in enjoyment of the fleeting peace. Suddenly, a strange tremor echoed from afar, causing Xia Bo to pause, lifting his gaze towards the source of the sound. A colossal shadow loomed, towering at 4 meters, each step reverberating with a force that shook the ground. Colossus. Level 5, Strength 90, Agility 23, Passive Skill. Colossus. Colossus. Strength increased by 100. Skill. Charged Shield. Charged Shield forms a protective shield surrounding the body. Charge value 190 points of strength, and equipped with a charged shield. Xia Bo felt a chill of trepidation, A single blow from this creature would undoubtedly reduce him to pulp. The sheer terror of such force was palpable. However, the calmness of his mind allowed Xia Bo to regain composure, formulating a strategy in his thoughts. Unless he consumed the Hercules potion coupled with a double strike, matching strength would be futile. Yet the creature possessed a charged shield. As it stepped out from the mist, its towering height exerted immense pressure, sending shivers down Xia Bo's spine. The disparity in height was overwhelming. Resembling a human, its flesh was a vivid red, marred by countless stitches, akin to a weapon of war. It was the Colossus. Level 5. Indeed, a faint blue energy shield enveloped its form. Thud, 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 as it charged onto the road. The snow was violently displaced, leaving a mottled trail in its wake. With each step, Xia Bo distinctly felt the tremors beneath him. The creature's power was undeniably daunting. Faced with the menacing giant, Xia Bo exhibited an unusual calmness. A steel blade appeared in his grasp, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an eerie red glow. Discarding the cigarette butt onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, he brandished the blade with swiftness, akin to an arrow released from its bow, pushing his agility to its utmost limit. The region had been thoroughly cleared by him, revealing a barren ground that posed no risk of slipping. The accumulated snow could not impede Xia Bo's swift movements. He moved with remarkable speed, and as his blade made contact with the energy shield, a resonating hum echoed forth. The immense recoil coursed through Xia Bo's arm, causing it to tremble, a testament to the force he had exerted. Astonishingly, the shield remained unshattered. Startled, Xia Bo was suddenly aware of a fierce wind rushing past his ears as the massive figure lunged at him with a powerful slap. Reacting swiftly, he crouched low, his foot striking the energy shield, utilizing the recoil to roll across the ground, kneeling on one knee while bracing himself with one hand. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes shone brightly. The energy shield's charge value materialized before him. Charge value, 91. What a resilient energy shield it was. His full force strike had only diminished its defense by 9 points. Alarmed by the displayed charge value, Xia Bo realized that his own strength had surpassed 40 points. Yet his most potent blow had resulted in such a minimal reduction. In that instant, he hesitated not a moment longer, retrieving a Hercules potion from his belt and gulping it down eagerly. As the potion coursed through his body, it erupted into a terrifying energy within him. With a 50 increase in power, Xia Bo's skin flushed a vibrant red, as if a volcano were erupting inside him. His arms bulged with veins and with explosive force. He struck the ground with a fist, cracking the asphalt beneath him. At that moment, his strength surged to a frightening 70. 4. The hunting state was activated. The swift movement commenced. Xia Bo left behind a fleeting shadow as he leaped 3 meters away from the behemoth, raising his glowing red blade high above his head. Vaguely, it appeared as though the blade had multiplied into 2, resembling twin afterimages converging. With a double strike, amplified by his formidable strength, he aimed for the energy shield. A resonant hum reverberated as ripples spread across the shield, the immense force transmitted back to him. Utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself off the shield and swiftly distanced himself from the giant. His bright eyes remained fixed on the colossal figure. Noting the energy of the shield, charge value, 40. Just one final strike remained. While the giant possessed immense strength and remarkable defense, its glaring weaknesses were apparent. It was vulnerable to being entangled in the wind ropes when isolated, necessitating teamwork for optimal effectiveness. Xia Bo contemplated this calmly, calculating the duration of his swift steps. It was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity presented by the hunting state, he darted forward, poised to deliver a decisive blow. His icy gaze scrutinized the giant, wary of any sudden shifts in its stance. Once more, he unleashed a double strike, infused with terrifying force, cleaving down upon the shield. With a crisp crack, the shield shattered, his plan successfully executed. Without lingering, Xia Bo immediately retreated the moment the shield broke. Just then, the giant, exposed to the air, let out a furious roar of impotence. Without the shield, I wonder how you intend to defend yourself. Xia Bo chuckled coldly, a hint of icy murderous intent flickering across his face as he swiftly adjusted his direction, distancing himself from the formidable brute's attack range. The hulking figure moved with remarkable clumsiness, bereft of its shield and consumed by a futile rage, charging wildly yet unable to lay a finger on Xia Bo, who effortlessly led it on a merry chase. Suddenly, Xia Bo surged forward once more, harnessing the hunting state to uncover a vulnerability. His previously languid speed escalating dramatically as he pinpointed a direction and descended upon his foe with lethal intent. The finely honed steel blade, augmented by the butcher's prowess and enchanted gemstones, cleaved through the air with unmatched force, striking the brute with devastating impact. With a sickening sound, the razor-sharp steel knife effortlessly sank into the creature's abdomen. A sinister grin spreading across Xia Bo's face as he gripped the weapon and pushed it horizontally through the brute's flesh. Under the pressure of his strength, The blade carved open the left side of the brute's torso. After withdrawing the knife, a thunderous blow resounded as the brute's fist met the ground, shattering the earth beneath. As the creature felt the tearing of its abdomen and the essence of life ebbing away, it let out a furious roar, its voice echoing through the heavens. Chapter 103. Updates of the third week. The last stronghold could no longer rise, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The massive creature's kidney was also situated in the abdomen. Enduring the kidney extraction without anesthesia was unbearable for anyone. With the crisis averted, the cold demeanor on Xia Bo's face faded, revealing a hint of a smile. Experience. 37,200. Glancing at his experience points, which had increased by 20. Xia Bo felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit slightly marred by the fact that the wild creature had not dropped any loot. Nonetheless, with the completion of the week-long hunt, he had received a chest. Night vision goggles 1. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a pair of night vision goggles. This was technology. Could there be scientific forces at play in this realm? Xia Bo extracted the goggles, his heart racing with trepidation for thus far. This was the first piece of technological equipment he had encountered. If technology truly existed here, then the dream of vehicular weaponry might be within reach. Thermal imaging night vision goggles 1. After upgrading, the night vision goggles seemed to have become even more sophisticated, transforming into thermal imaging goggles. Testing them, he could see clearly all around him. Any creatures nearby would be detected at once. This effectively compensated for his previous difficulties in spotting wild creatures at night due to limited visibility. This gadget was indeed invaluable, easily stowed in his belt for convenient access. With the night vision goggles secured in his belt, it was now fully occupied with 5 items arranged from left to right: a steel knife, an alloy dagger, a Hercules potion, a mental enhancement potion, and the night vision goggles. At that moment, Xia Bo suddenly felt a wave of lightness in his body and checked his attributes. It was the expiration of the Hercules potion's effects. This potion, devoid of side effects, had directly augmented his strength by 50, and he truly wished for more of such wonders. Returning to his vehicle, he noted that the surrounding white mist had dissipated. Xia Bo accessed the system, finding indeed a notification of updates. Checking the leaderboard, he maintained his position as the top of the 3 rankings, which meant he would receive 5 chests once again. He hoped that within those chests, he might uncover some skill books. With the crisis behind him, Xia Bo consumed some food and lay down to rest, prioritizing replenishing his energy over concerns about wild creatures. The night passed swiftly. He was briefly disturbed by a wild creature, which he promptly dispatched, earning 2 experience points, as it was only at level 4. Aside from that encounter, no further wild creatures appeared. Xia Bo slept soundly until dawn, awakening gradually. The first thing he did was check the system for his rewards. However, there were no chests credited to him. What was going on? Xia Bo scoured each interface of the system, but could not locate his chests. On the leaderboard, he still held the first position. Had something gone awry? Instantly, Xia Bo opened the world chat to discover that he was not alone in this predicament. Others were also examining the system for explanations. Until a certain individual appeared. Everyone, do not waste your efforts. The first leaderboard refresh occurs after a week. This is a promotional period instituted by the game to alleviate the challenges faced by players. The next refresh will not be in a week, but rather in a month. With a 7-day update cycle, players' skills will significantly advance every week. This game certainly does not treat us with such kindness. Is this true? A month? Would I not starve in the meantime? Come on, this is absurd. Even Xia Bo felt an inexplicable shock. Such information was not disclosed at the game's inception. In fact, many aspects within the game require players to explore independently. Xia Bo opened the previous updates and indeed discovered a line at the end. For other updates, please explore on your own. With no rewards today, does this imply a whole month before the next? This seems rather unfair. Xia Bo was momentarily dumbfounded, clinging to a glimmer of hope as he revisited every interface of the game, yet found nothing. With his final hope extinguished, Xia Bo had no choice but to accept the reality. Indeed, with settlements every 7 days, disregarding others, those on the leaderboard experience a skill leap every week, which is somewhat extreme. The first settlement occurs at 7 days, followed thereafter by a month, mirroring the situation during the novice benefit period. Any semblance of a trap, and the game compels players to navigate it on their own. Is this the game's defining characteristic? With 7 days until settlement, Xia Bo felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to unlock some professional skills, but it seemed unlikely now. Soon, he adjusted his mindset and began to examine the contents of this update. Random external scenery updates. Dimension gate update. Weather update. For other updates, please explore on your own. As the updates concluded, Xia Bo noticed the weather outside had turned clear. The snow on the ground began to melt. To his surprise, the grass was nowhere to be found. replaced instead by a stretch of sandy ground covered in snow. This was a scenery update? What is the situation with the weather update? It randomly refreshes different weather conditions, so that is how it works. Xia Bo understood and began to scrutinize this update. Aside from the Dimension Gate, the rest were inconsequential. Dimension Gate update. Dimension Gate key. Unlock the portal to another world. Description. Travel with your vehicle to different worlds to complete survival tasks and return for generous rewards. Limitations. Players not in the top 100 of the leaderboard are prohibited from entering. Note. To access the content, please use the Dimension Gate key. Other players wishing to enter the alternate world must obtain an alternate world pass. Alternate world pass, an identification document. This is the Dimension Gate to another world, and the description is rather unremarkable. Xia Bo took out the mysterious parchment of the deceased prophet. There remains a brief interval until the 35th global update, and the contents of this update appear rather extraordinary. Dimensional gates, portals to another realm. Could they serve as a means for my escape from this world? No. This is not our destiny. It is the arrival of new beings in this realm, known as humans. The top 100 in the rankings, human elites, are to embark on random survival quests in alternate dimensions, promising bountiful rewards. I understand now. This has nothing to do with us. What a pity, for my time is running out. The introduction from the system is quite similar. Embarking on quests in another world. What kind of realm is this? Xia Bo recalls the infinite worlds he had previously encountered, stirring an inexplicable emotion within him. So, I can enter this alternate realm. It is a different world. If it resembles a realm of cultivation, might I not be able to practice profound arts? If it is a modern world, could I not acquire some technological weapons, thereby enhancing my existence here? Meanwhile, fervent discussions erupt across the globe regarding this update. Their conversations mirror exactly what Xia Bo contemplates. An alternate realm. Could the treasures from this world truly be brought forth? If I were to open the gate to the celestial realm, would I not have the potential to manifest wealth from another world, an endless trove of riches? The people of the world have completely lost their minds. They become fervent, for if items from another realm could be transported here, such as firearms and ammunition, I would fear no wild beasts in this place. Chapter 104. Embarking on an adventure in another world. To claim that no one felt exhilarated would be a falsehood. The prospect of survival in a parallel realm seemed tantalizingly simple. Cultivation, technology, magic, and superpowers. These familiar domains captured the collective imagination of all. Here, Xia Bo's expression mirrored the excitement of his peers as he pondered this notion. It was no wonder the seer had proclaimed that this might be their escape from this place. But was reality truly so? Xia Bo retrieved a key to a dimensional gateway from his storage compartment, marveling as it emitted a soft, pearlescent glow. Dimensional gateway key, the sole key to open the door to another world. Silently contemplating its use. Should he proceed? As he grasped the key, hesitance washed over him. Memories of the leaderboard's updates surfaced, along with certain ominous phrases. The game's most treacherous aspects often required players to navigate through uncertainty. For further guidance, players must use the key and explore independently. He also noted the final line concerning the Dimensional Gates update, jolting him into clarity. His restless heart suddenly found calm. If it were indeed possible to transport items from another world into this one, the delicate balance of the game would be irrevocably disrupted. Would a developer permit such an imbalance? Certainly not. Thus, this notion of exploration likely implied that items from another world could not be integrated into the game. This conjecture doused Xia Bo's fervor like a bucket of cold water, yet also steadied him. The journey through the dimensional rift essentially amounted to a survival mission. Embarking with his vehicle posed significant risks. Should it break down, returning to the highway would become an arduous task. As the sole safe haven and means of transport within this game, his car must remain intact at all costs. Given the inherent dangers, he grappled with the decision. Should he venture forth into other worlds or remain safely on this highway to develop his abilities? Xia Bo found himself in a quandary, gazing at the key that shimmered with an inexplicable allure, deeply captivating him. As time slipped away, the outside air grew warmer, melting the snow on the ground. After considerable reflection, Xia Bo resolved to use the key. Should the task prove excessively perilous, he could always abandon it. He concentrated on activating the dimensional gateway key. As he did, it flickered with a gentle luminescence, astonishingly lifting from his grasp and soaring out the car window, vanishing into the ether. While a colossal door materialized before him. Dimensional gate activated. Highway survival mission commenced. Mission: survival in another world. Travel to the other realm and complete a 2,000-kilometer journey. Mission rewards: attribute points X5, luck X1. Professional skill book X1. Note: all items from the mission world cannot be returned to the game world. However, items from the mission world may be utilized within that realm. For further guidance, players must enter the world and explore independently. Indeed, The task clearly stated that nothing from the game world could be brought back to reality. The rewards for the quest were not particularly generous. However, the reappearance of luck value is intriguing. It could be surmised that luck value is a hidden attribute of significant importance. Xia Bo pondered thoughtfully. As the task required traversing a distance of 2,000 kilometers, a relatively simple endeavor, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. Should he accept the task? Although the task seemed straightforward and the rewards were claimed to be substantial, they were rather mundane, hardly exceeding what one might find in opening a chest themselves. Nevertheless, the luck value stirred contemplation within Xia Bo. His previous title had granted him a 5-point increase in luck value, and should he succeed in this task, it would elevate to 6. This hidden attribute, capable of bestowing elusive benefits, was undoubtedly crucial. Yet, one particular phrase caused Xia Bo to hesitate, the notion of self-exploration. After much deliberation, he resolved to proceed. Luck value was a capricious entity, and those who seized the opportunity would reap its rewards. Who would scorn a low luck value? Even if the task's reward only offered a single point of luck, he was determined to pursue it. With nothing to prepare, he simply climbed into his bare vehicle and drove through the gate. Instantly, the surroundings transformed. It was night, cloaked in an inky darkness that obscured visibility. The road was narrow, barely accommodating 3 small cars, a stark contrast to the highways of the game. Xia Bo halted the vehicle without turning on the headlights, opting instead to don his night vision goggles and survey the area. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any peculiar creatures, which provided Xia Bo with a measure of reassurance. As he opened the car door, a cloud of dust rushed in, causing him to cough. He quickly shut the door and sealed the windows. Coughing, he noted the unexpected density of dust in this world, feeling discomfort in his nasal passages. He took a sip of water to alleviate the irritation and once more surveyed the outside, finding the dust less tangible through the night vision goggles. This time, having learned from experience, Xia Bo refrained from exiting the vehicle until he had thoroughly confirmed the absence of any odd creatures, at which point he switched on the headlights. Before him lay a barren road, shrouded in dust and remarkably empty. The air was thick with particles, and the landscape appeared desolate, devoid of any structures. However, to the left of the car stood a derelict vehicle, abandoned for who knows how many years. The sight of the car momentarily stilled Xia Bo's thoughts. Was this truly a human world? Perhaps it was. Covering his mouth and nose with a piece of exquisite fabric dampened with water and shielding his eyes with the night vision goggles, he opened the car door and swiftly leapt out, closing the door behind him. Approaching the remains of the car, he examined it closely, hoping to find something useful that would aid him in navigating this shadowy world. There was a license plate, albeit bent and distorted. Xia Bo wiped the surface of the plate, revealing familiar numbers. This was indeed a world of humanity. The familiar blue license plate and the inscription above it led Xia Bo to conclude that this was indeed a human world, albeit not Blue Planet. Everything here was shrouded in mystery. Xia Bo raised his gaze once more to survey this realm, an endless highway stretching before him, seemingly without end, encompassed by desolation. It was a silent, dark world. He hoped that the beams of his headlights would not attract any peculiar entities. Returning to the confines of his vehicle, he brushed his hair, dislodging a considerable amount of dust. Starting the engine, Xia Bo accelerated. He aimed to complete the arduous 2,000-kilometer journey swiftly. Eager to escape this bizarre world, it was unsettlingly strange, leaving him in a state of unease, and who could tell what strange phenomena lurked in this realm. After advancing approximately 300 meters, an unexpectedly familiar object appeared beside the road. Xia Bo halted the car, staring in astonishment at the sight before him. It was, astonishingly, a resource crate. Chapter 105. The Ashen World. The resource box appeared rather peculiar, significantly larger than those typically encountered in road games, and its hue was distinctly different. Could this be an upgraded resource box? Xia Bo vaguely recalled the update from the first week that introduced an upgraded resource box. Yet throughout his subsequent journeys, he had seldom encountered such a box, nearly allowing it to slip from memory. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon one in the task world. Was it true that upgraded resource boxes manifested solely within this realm? Note: the novice welfare period has concluded, and the resource box upgrade refresh feature will be activated. This was the initial note provided for novices, merely mentioning the activation of the resource box upgrade refresh function, without elaborating on the emergence of such boxes. Thus, it seemed that upgraded resource boxes exclusively existed in the task world. Xia Bo donned his previous attire, leaped from his vehicle, and surveyed his surroundings before delivering a powerful punch to the resource box. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a cracking noise, as the resource box shattered. Inferior water resource, 500 milliliters, a pair of flip-flops, illumination flare 1. The substantial resource box yielded materials vastly superior to those of a standard box. and the water resources were notably abundant. Xia Bo collected the water resource and illumination flare, discarding the flip-flops on his bedside. The remainder of the items was stowed away in his storage cabinet, as the quantity of flip-flops far exceeded that of cotton slippers, totaling a remarkable 20 pairs. The 500 milliliters of water resources had transformed into a sizable barrel of pure water, while the number of illumination flares had increased to 20. Xia Bo placed the flares on the dashboard, anticipating that they might prove useful at an opportune moment. It was evident that upgraded resource boxes thrived within this task world. Committing this information to memory, Xia Bo resumed his journey, invigorated by his recent success, and increased his speed to a brisk pace while maintaining steady control of the vehicle. Given the limited visibility, he prudently refrained from driving too fast. This road stretched across a desolate expanse, and the path was far from pristine. Remnants of derelict vehicles, abandoned for countless years, frequently appeared every 500 to 600 meters. After a span of several minutes, he casually glanced at the task progress. 2000, he had completed 3 kilometers of driving at a leisurely pace, which naturally extended the duration of his journey. Squeak. Upon reaching 4 kilometers, Xia Bo halted the vehicle, deciding to take a respite, for who could ascertain how long until dawn? The system's time had become completely disjointed from the temporal flow of this world. Moreover, traversing at night posed considerable dangers, and he could not afford to drive hastily. It would be wiser to wait until daylight to devise further plans. Turning off all the car's lights, Xia Bo reclined in his bed and began to catch up on sleep. The nature of this task world remained uncertain, and caution was imperative. A prudent approach could avert peril. Who knew if this world harbored firearms? Should he encounter hostile humans intent on destroying his vehicle, it would spell disaster. The risks were exceedingly high. Xia Bo closed his eyes, and after a lengthy interval, he finally drifted into slumber. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally disturbed by a gentle breeze that stirred the abundant ashes on the ground. The once vibrant grassland had transformed into a parched expanse of cracked earth, with the air saturated in dryness, creating a realm devoid of any signs of life, a world of smoldering remnants. Only the arrival of Xia Bo brought a semblance of vitality to the endless wilderness. As time drifted by, a faint glimmer emerged in the sky, illuminating a world permeated with gray ash, revealing a landscape marred by devastation. Xia Bo, groggily opening his eyes, felt a spark of clarity flash within as he dispelled the weariness from his body and took his place in the driver's seat, surveying the desolate world outside. This was unmistakably an apocalyptic realm, with a leaden sky and countless embers swirling through the air. Without any protective gear, traversing this world would spell certain doom. No peculiar entities emerged, nor were there the imagined aberrant creatures. This was merely a realm of catastrophe. After retrieving some water from the storage compartment, he washed up in the vehicle and tended to the little hens, providing them with food and water. Once he had satisfied his physiological needs outside, he returned to the vehicle as daylight began to break, improving visibility. Xia Bo started the engine and continued his journey through the boundless wilderness, reminiscent of a desolate highway in a video game. After more than an hour, he stumbled upon a second resource crate. Upon disembarking and prying it open, he found it empty. With a sigh of disappointment, he pressed onward. The vast expanse was awash with wind, sand, and ashes. In the ruins of a collapsed structure, a board nearly obscured by ash was lifted, revealing a pair of skeletal arms. A gaunt humanoid creature emerged from the ground, its body resembling a mere collection of bones, adorned with an oversized gas mask that was grotesquely out of proportion. Quickly covering the board again, it crouched low, camouflaging itself with the ash while its eyes darted around in vigilance. "Wait for my return. I shall procure sustenance," it murmured, seemingly addressing the entity beneath the board, before swiftly disappearing into the wreckage. Xia Bo casually consumed some crackers and biscuits, sipping water, opting not to cook amidst the ashen world outside, finding solace in the relative safety of his vehicle. Glancing at the system clock, he noted that 4 hours remained until darkness fell. Within the task realm, system functionalities remained accessible. The game even allowed resource crates to persist in this world, a testament to the game's formidable capabilities. After driving for half an hour, the number of car wrecks along the road increased, littered in clusters by the roadside. However, congestion was not yet an issue, and the current circumstances remained manageable. An hour later, Xia Bo's gaze fell upon the remnants of civilization, a scene of crumbled skyscrapers, collapsed structures, and an ever-growing accumulation of vehicular debris. With refuse from the ruins swirling around him, the ground had become increasingly uneven, making progress for the vehicle increasingly arduous. What has transpired here? A city has inexplicably transformed into a desolate ruin. Was it war or calamity? Xia Bo gazed in shock at the distant shadow of devastation, a sense of inexplicable terror welling within him. The vehicle progressed at an increasingly sluggish pace, drawing nearer to the remnants of destruction. The towering ruins evoked an even greater astonishment in Xia Bo's eyes. This was his first encounter with such devastation up close. Previously, he had only witnessed disaster films on television. Now, observing it from such proximity, the emotional upheaval was profoundly immense. What on earth had occurred here? Xia Bo remained in the dark, watching the obstructed roadway within the ruins, realizing that this path was virtually impassable. Yet, it appeared that no alternative routes existed. In this moment, he felt the weight of difficulty in moving forward, grappling with the unfamiliarity of the world and the uncertainty of the terrain. Chapter 106. The inhabitants of this world time was being squandered in such a manner. After lingering for over 10 minutes before the ruins, Xia Bo recalled the notion of a map. If he could procure a map and navigate according to the roads indicated, avoiding the cities, it would certainly facilitate his journey. This world had been largely obliterated. Major cities, without exception, had been reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. Hence, it was imperative for him to locate a map. Previously, Xia Bo had attempted to turn the vehicle around, discovering that retracing his path did not extend the distance traveled. Thereby extinguishing any inclination he had to accumulate mileage on a singular route. There was no alternative but to proceed forward. After some contemplation, Xia Bo resolved to scour the ruins. Finding a map would indeed be fortuitous. He drove the car into the debris, parking it in a narrow corner, and secured some provisions and water in his belt, along with his mental enhancement medication. After a simple adjustment of his attire, he closed the car door tightly. The air within the ruins was relatively bearable, not as oppressive as outside. Nevertheless, necessary precautions must be observed. Before departing, he committed the car's location to memory and ventured deeper into the ruins. Within the desolate expanse, silence reigned supreme, as if the world had succumbed to death. Dust blanketed the ground. As Xia Bo ventured forth, he surveyed the surrounding devastation, noting the remnants of collapsed signs and advertisements, all adorned with familiar characters. Maps were typically found in department stores, yet those maps were rudimentary at best. For a truly detailed map, one would need to seek out outdoor adventure clubs or specialized shops that catered to such equipment. Pondering this, Xia Bo raised his cloth-covered face to survey the towering ruins in the distance. Judging by their appearance, the remnants of this city were immense, rivaling that of a second-tier city. Locating a map would prove to be no simple task. However, possessing a map would significantly ease his driving and spare him from unnecessary detours. Investing this bit of time was worthwhile. Most importantly, traversing the city's ruins would grant him insight into the events that transpired in this world. His greatest disadvantage lay in his ignorance of the unfolding reality. It was a disconcerting uncertainty. Cautiously, Xia Bo advanced, the ground strewn with rubble and shards of glass, while rows of vehicles lay buried beneath the towering debris, rendering the city akin to a post-apocalyptic scene. As he continued to navigate through the wreckage, he stumbled upon a supermarket, intending to search for additional sustenance. However, the shelves within were entirely bare, stripped of all provisions. This place had been thoroughly plundered. The counters were littered with the currency of this world, now reduced to mere scraps of paper, less valuable than toilet tissue. There were scant useful items remaining, virtually none at all. The only potentially useful item was a length of rope. Perhaps it would serve a purpose. He cast the rope onto the ground and surveyed the emptiness of the supermarket. After a thorough search, only a colossal world map adorned the supermarket walls, with no city map in sight. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed from the entrance. The sound of a can crashing to the floor. Xia Bo, rummaging through the shelves, froze in his tracks and quickly concealed himself behind a nearby shelf, cautiously peeking out to survey the exterior of the supermarket. Everything in this world remained shrouded in mystery, demanding utmost caution. Even with great power acquired in the game, one could not afford to be careless. A gaunt figure emerged within Xia Bo's line of sight, a humanoid creature, donning a gas mask, its emaciated form swathed in coarse fabric, and mismatched shoes that were both for the same foot, causing it to walk unsteadily. This peculiar being gingerly explored the shelves, occasionally lifting an item, sniffing it beneath the gas mask, and subsequently returning it to its place, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the supermarket entrance, as if fearing an unwelcome intrusion. Could this be a denizen of this world? Xia Bo discreetly drew his alloy dagger, gripping it in reverse. In an instant, the dagger emanated an eerie glow. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he navigated around the shelves, inching closer to the strange figure. Suddenly, a series of footsteps resounded from outside, piercing through the silence of the supermarket. Xia Bo was taken aback, swiftly retracting his dagger and darting deeper into the store. The figure, equally startled, glanced around in panic and scurried inside the supermarket. Damn it. Those little rascals. They better not let me catch them, playing hide and seek with me. A booming voice resonated from outside, speaking in Mandarin. Xia Bo's heart raced as he concealed himself in a corner behind a cabinet, observing as a figure stumbled into the store. Within the supermarket, aside from 2 shelves, there were cabinets, all open and offering little refuge. Xia Bo noticed the creature's gaze drifting towards him, eyebrows raised in surprise. No way. The creature scanned its surroundings before hastily approaching his hiding spot. Xia Bo readied his alloy dagger, prepared to strike. However, the creature unexpectedly dove beneath the very cabinet where Xia Bo was hiding. A loud crash followed from outside as a shelf toppled over, hitting the ground heavily. Followed by a voice. "Brother, we've already scoured the supermarket more than once. All the food has been taken." "Damn it, do I not know that? Did you not see the fresh footprints and the dust on the ground? It indicates someone has been here." The voice, somewhat imposing, belonged to the leader. Crisis. The footprints. Both Xia Bo and the man were startled simultaneously, but it was too late. A series of footsteps approached, clearly following the trail of footprints. Xia Bo braced himself for battle. These newcomers were evidently not friendly. "Hiding beneath the cabinet? Thinking we can't see you? Come out." The leader entered. Spotting a disarray of footprints leading to the cabinet's edge, clearly indicating someone was hiding underneath. A series of footsteps approached, and with the intention of avoiding trouble. Xia Bo shrank his body into the corner. "Ah, let go of me. Let go of me." A shrill scream erupted from beside the cabinet. "Still playing hide and seek, are we? Have you lost your mind?" A sharp crack echoed, as if someone had been struck. Xia Bo cautiously peered out to assess the situation. He beheld 4 figures, similarly clad in coarse fabric and donning gas masks, standing at the door. Among them, one was somewhat taller, approximately 170 to 180 centimeters in height. This individual was their leader. The person he had seen earlier was now captured. Held tightly by 2 of the leader's subordinates, unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. The gas mask on his face had become askew, revealing a visage that was nearly grotesque in its decay. A scene of terror unfolded before Xia Bo's eyes as the leader retrieved a gleaming knife from the folds of his coarse fabric attire and, with shocking cruelty, severed the man's ear. He callously lifted the gas mask and tossed it into the man's nearly rotting mouth, chewing it slowly with a sickening crunch. The sound of gnawing on brittle bone sent chills down one's spine. Cannibalism. Xia Bo felt every hair on his body stand on end. Chapter 107. Then you shall perish. The individual subjected to torment emitted heart-wrenching cries, thrashing increasingly in desperation as the scent of blood permeated the air. One of the assailants, disturbingly, extended his tongue to the gaping wound from which blood flowed incessantly, greedily lapping up the crimson liquid. It was as if he were savoring the very essence of life. This group had succumbed to madness, utterly deranged. Xia Bo felt an icy chill creep down his spine. The visceral horror unfolding before him struck a profound blow to his psyche. Cannibalism. Such grotesque scenes, typically reserved for the realm of cinema, now played out in excruciating proximity. While he could fathom the notion of murder as a manifestation of the law of the jungle, he could never have anticipated that these individuals had descended into the depths of savagery to the point of consuming their own kind. Suddenly, the leader's piercing gaze swept in his direction. Trouble. He had been discovered. Xia Bo's heart raced as he instinctively recoiled. Well, it seems we've found a couple of little critters. Today's haul is quite substantial. Tonight, the brethren shall feast well, the leader proclaimed, swallowing the remnants of his previous meal and licking the blood from his lips with a sinuous tongue. Hearing this, Xia Bo's heart sank. They had indeed begun to view him as potential sustenance. The disintegration of order had propelled them down an extreme path. In this world, choked with ash, where crops scarcely thrived, these creatures dwelling in the ruins, driven by insatiable hunger, had turned their predatory gaze upon their own kind. What was depicted in films was all too real. When civilization collapses and humanity's essence is extinguished, all reverts to a primitive state, devouring raw flesh, even resorting to cannibalism. Their eyes fixated on the shadowed corner where Xia Bo concealed himself, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The anguished cries of the victim echoed relentlessly, assaulting Xia Bo's senses. "Shall we drag you out, or will you come out willingly?" The leader's voice rang out once more. Realizing there was no escape, Xia Bo stepped forth from his hiding place. His emergence left the assembled group momentarily stunned, standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch. His robust physique was outlined by taut muscles, embodying sheer strength. His thighs and arms radiated an incredible power, starkly contrasting with the gaunt forms surrounding him. They had never encountered such a bountiful specimen. Gazing in bewilderment at Xia Bo's formidable stature, rendered speechless. He was nothing short of magnificent, even within their lair. They had never laid eyes on a human so grand. Judging by his physique, this individual must possess extraordinary strength. Perhaps his genetic lineage was markedly superior. Yet, they numbered 4, which lent the leader a modicum of confidence. This hulking figure could fetch a handsome price from their superiors. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the leader's eyes. These were individuals who danced on the edge of a blade, Even formidable mutated beasts were fair game, let alone a mere human. Beholding Xia Bo's fair skin and ample form, they were certain he could be sold for a princely sum. Immediately, he recalled a distant memory. Splendid, splendid, truly magnificent. To possess such a physique reminds me of a tale. It is said that when catastrophe struck, the nation excavated a vast underground sanctuary, stocked with provisions sufficient for centuries. Those within were of delicate skin and tall stature. Could it be that you hail from there? The gluttony in the leader's eyes intensified. This individual was exceedingly close to being one of the underground denizens. If he could uncover the entrance to that subterranean realm and guide the surface dwellers, he would surely prosper. It is well known that many in the ruins yearn for the underground, believing it to be a paradise, replete with inexhaustible food. Moreover, the women there, with their supple skin and voluptuous forms, surpass those in the gathering places, whose skin is coarse and whose bodies are gaunt, by 100-fold. Observing the man's physique, one could ascertain that the rumors held a kernel of truth. Xia Bo remained silent, his icy gaze scrutinizing them. From the words of this man, he gleaned a wealth of information: catastrophe, nation, underground sanctuary. Piecing these elements together, it was not difficult to deduce that this was an unprecedented disaster, so grave that even the vast machinery of the state had to retreat underground. What calamity could compel a nation to hide? With an inkling of understanding, Xia Bo's cold eyes fixated on them, and suddenly, a steel blade materialized in his palm, emanating an eerie crimson glow. Before the group could react, one of them, upon seeing the blood-red knife in Xia Bo's hand, was rendered speechless with shock. A flash of red light darted past, and before they comprehended what had transpired, blood surged forth as one man clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. Cursed! This fellow wields a weapon. We must flee. The leader, struck with terror, swiftly turned and dashed toward the exit, abandoning thoughts of the food before them. Yet, Xia Bo's movements were remarkably swift. He advanced rapidly, kicking the leader to the ground, his blade slicing through the air with a swish, severing the man's legs cleanly. The remaining two, Xia Bo had no intention of sparing. He swiftly dispatched them, cleaving their bodies in two, their entrails spilling forth and staining the ground crimson. Only the leader let out a wretched scream, dragging himself along the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind. With a thrust, a yellow flash pierced through the leader's body, pinning him to the earth. Xia Bo refrained from ending his life. He found him useful. Back in the supermarket, the other individual cowered in a corner, fear etched on his face as he watched Xia Bo. Come forth. I have questions to ask, Xia Bo coldly declared, approaching the leader and finding a place to sit. The man who had previously held the knife glanced at the chaos in the supermarket and the dismembered bodies, hesitating to speak. Cautiously, he approached Xia Bo, glancing fearfully at him before his gaze fell upon the moaning leader on the ground. You thought to use me as sustenance. Now I grant you a chance to live. I shall ask, and you shall answer. Xia Bo fixed his gaze upon him, then addressed the man who had severed ears. You will oversee whether he speaks the truth. Should he dare to lie, he shall meet his demise. The man, clutching his ears, concealed his expression behind a gas mask. Where's this place? I shall not answer you. Death is inevitable, so grant me a swift end. The leader's countenance was both menacing and pallid. He held no illusions that this person would show him mercy. If death is to be, so be it. One cannot blame others for their own inadequacies. Then prepare to die. Xia Bo's expression turned icy as he gripped the steel blade and pressed it downward toward himself, cleaving the man in two. With blood dripping, he withdrew the knife and shifted his gaze to the one-eared man. I shall pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Speak at your peril. Should you dare to utter a word, you will share his fate. Observing the corpse, fear crept across the one-eared man's face. The strength of this individual was overwhelming, and he quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Where's this place? Such a simple question. The one-eared man's expression faltered before he swiftly replied, Nanjing City. Nanjing City. Now tell me about the current state of the world. I have just emerged from the underground and am unfamiliar with the developments above. Xia Bo pondered for a moment, deciding to adopt the label of a person from the underground world as described by the leader. Chapter 108. The chocolate trade truly originates from below. Is there really an endless supply of food underground? Upon hearing Xia Bo's voluntary admission of his identity, the one-eared man paused momentarily, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Bo. He was acutely aware that those from the underground were once citizens of the nation. Could it be that the power of the state was finally surfacing? Answer my question. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Xia Bo's expression turned cold. As for the current situation outside, I am not well informed. I have resided here for an extended period without venturing out. Only aware that in the ruins of Nanjiang, 3 factions are in charge of capturing those who wander in from the wilderness. The younger ones are taken in, while the older ones are mostly consumed. Nonetheless, there are still many individuals from beyond the wilderness who arrive in the ruins of Nanjiang. The one-eared man, covering his ear with one hand, spoke weakly. Casting a glance at Xia Bo's frostbitten visage, he seemed to reconsider his words and continued. These three factions control the lifeblood of the Nanjiang ruins. The majority of the food is in their possession. Aside from cannibalism, there is also the meat of mutated beasts. I do not partake in cannibalism. I often seek out mutated rats to eat. If I am fortunate, I might find remnants of mutated beasts or some moldy food that has not been scavenged. As he spoke, he cautiously observed Xia Bo's expression. Noticing no reaction, he gritted his teeth and added, by the way, I have heard that there is fertile land beyond the wilderness where food can be cultivated. However, the wilderness is vast and distant. I do not know its location. This information was relayed to me by someone from beyond the wilderness. Should you indeed be from the underground, this knowledge would surely be beneficial to you. Fertile land can yield food, which could lead to the establishment of cities and the reclamation of land. And Xia Bo remained silent, absorbing the information. He pieced together several insights from the man's words. There were three factions in the Nanjiang ruins, all of which engaged in cannibalism, and they were not to be trusted. Beyond the ruins lay the wilderness, presumably where he had emerged, yet it was peculiar that he had not encountered others from outside the wilderness. Additionally, the mutated beasts were likely a product of the calamity. The existence of fertile land beyond the wilderness seemed plausible, but Xia Bo was not naive. The need to traverse the wilderness to escape to this place suggested that it was less safe in here. Compiling all the information, he concluded, ruins, wilderness, and beyond, as well as the mention of beautiful women. It was said that women could provide a sense of comfort. All right, one last question. As Xia Bo listened, a sense of unease crept in, prompting him to cut the man off. The one-eared man immediately fell silent. Do you know where I can find a map? I require a highly detailed one, preferably a world map that delineates every town and village. Xia Bo stated. Maps. There are maps, but they are in the possession of those factions. They hold very detailed maps, the one-eared man contemplated before responding. You are familiar with this area. How can I acquire one? Xia Bo inquired. The factions have established their own strongholds, where one can find a bazaar filled with miscellaneous items. Among these, maps stand as invaluable resources, crafted by individuals who have risked their lives traversing the desolate ruins and the surrounding wilderness. The one-eared man pondered. As for the world map you mentioned, one that is detailed enough to include towns and villages, such maps are virtually non-existent, save for a few within the borders of Huagua, which are prohibitively expensive. Is food scarce here? Xia Bo did not pursue the topic directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Indeed, it is exceedingly scarce. One could say there is hardly any food at all. The supplies controlled by those factions consist of nothing but moldy provisions, the one-eared man replied. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bo reached into his pocket and retrieved the food he had brought, a box of chocolates. Will this be sufficient? He inquired, presenting the box and opening it to reveal an array of exquisitely packaged chocolates. There were 10 in total, all produced from system upgrades, with plenty more stored in the vehicle's compartment. The one-eared man's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the chocolates in Xia Bo's hands, momentarily oblivious to the fact that such a large box had emerged from Xia Bo's pocket. In a sudden frenzy, he dashed to the shelves of the supermarket, rummaging through the items until he unearthed a black package. Xia Bo recognized the words inscribed on it. Viud, indulge in silkiness. He approached with the bag in hand, lifting his mask to reveal his decayed visage, yet he appeared undeterred, inhaling deeply from the Viud bag. This. It's chocolatey. Xia Bo understood his excitement and nodded in affirmation. With Xia Bo's confirmation, the once-dull gleam in the man's eyes transformed into a vibrant intensity, fixating on the chocolate in Xia Bo's grasp. If you help me acquire a map, I shall give you a piece of chocolate. Xia Bo waved a chocolate in front of him. The man's expression shifted to one of greed, but quickly returned to composure. You saved me. I will assist you. No, I do not require chocolate. This is merely a fair exchange, once the map is in hand. I will need your assistance with other matters as well. Xia Bo held firmly to the principle of giving in exchange for assistance. He understood the value of a box of chocolates. Should others catch sight of them, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In this world, firearms undeniably exist. While Xia Bo was confident in his ability to evade bullets, he had no certainty when confronted with a hail of gunfire. And asking him to venture forth would be tantamount to courting death. Very well. The one-eared man did not decline. He accepted the chocolate offered by Xia Bo and grasped it firmly. Although there was but one chocolate, it could be traded in the bazaar for a considerable amount of inferior meat, sufficient to sustain both himself and his brother for an extended period. This chocolate is your reward. Take it. Moreover, this particular item serves as your bargaining chip for the transaction at the gathering point. I harbor reservations about conducting business there, so you must convey to them that I possess an abundance of chocolate, Instruct them to bring a map and come forth to negotiate with me. Xia Bo remarked that this is, in essence, a form of protection for him. Should he surrender all the chocolate to the individual and the matter be exposed within the base, that person would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, or worse, might abscond with the chocolate entirely. In such a scenario, he would find himself bereft of both resources and security. The gathering point requires identification, which I lack, thus rendering me, a refugee of the wasteland, vulnerable to capture with no escape in sight. They possess it. You merely need to take it. Xia Bo gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground. The one-eared man's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. The method of exchange is straightforward. Tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon, instruct them to come here to collect the chocolate, place the map down, and then depart. Tell them that I desire as much chocolate as they have available. This is merely the first transaction, and there will be many more to follow. I hope they do not jeopardize our agreement over a few bars of chocolate. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to seek others for my dealings. Chapter 109. Our lives will continue to improve. This is Xia Bo's approach. Possessing resources like chocolate ensures that if he seeks long-term cooperation, he will not jeopardize future transactions over a mere piece of chocolate. In doing so, both his safety and that of his counterpart are secured. Xia Bo is wary of the other party's weaponry. Such factions typically possess firearms, and wielding only a knife would be excessively perilous, even if bullets cannot breach his defenses. Their impact could inflict considerable pain. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Thus, his true objective remains obtaining the map and firearms before departing. When in Rome, one must adapt. Since others engage in the use of firearms, he cannot merely rely on a knife. Humanity in this world is not particularly unique. Should someone notice his weapon glowing ominously, the task of traversing a daunting 2,000 kilometers would become even more daunting. I understand. I will certainly fulfill the task you've entrusted to me, rest assured, said the one-eared man, accepting a second piece of chocolate. Follow me, and there will be plenty more chocolate to come. Xia Bo gently patted his shoulder. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. By the way, please gather some old newspapers for me. I wish to review past events. With the passage of time, I have forgotten many things. Newspapers serve as a vital source of information. He is unaware of the occurrences during the cataclysmic era, and indiscreet inquiries would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Hence he opts for a different approach. Certainly, you can count on me. The one-eared man harbored no doubts about Xia Bo's intentions. Entirely absorbed in the overwhelming surprise of the moment, though he had lost an ear, he had gained something invaluable in return. Without hesitation, he declared that this piece of chocolate was worth far more than his own life. To the leaders of certain factions, it held greater significance than firearms. This single piece of chocolate could not only be exchanged for substantial quantities of inferior meat from mutated beasts, but could also secure life-saving weaponry. Its value was exceedingly high. After exchanging a few more words, Xia Bo took his leave. The plan was flawless, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose. He would complete the transaction for the map and acquire the weapons of this era, enabling his departure. Retracing his earlier route, Xia Bo found his vehicle and settled inside. His spirits beginning to ease, within the confines of the car lay his sanctuary. After sipping some water and consuming a bit of food, he pondered the journey ahead. Covering over 2,000 kilometers on the blue planet would be equivalent to traversing half of the Xi'an nation without traffic and maintaining a speed of 110 kilometers per hour. It would take a full day and night, not to mention the implications of navigating through this post-apocalyptic world. What 2,000 kilometers truly entailed. It was akin to needing to traverse every region to fulfill his mission. Given that he was entirely unfamiliar with this world, the danger involved was unfathomable, certainly surpassing the perils of survival on the open road. Time passed quietly as the qualifying rounds commenced. Xia Bo wasted no time, diving directly into the ranked matches and playing 10 games before withdrawing. He could not afford to linger there for too long, as dangers lurked outside at every moment. Upon acquiring a chest, he promptly exited. The level 11 chest slowly opened to reveal Mana Crystal 1. A Mana Crystal. He recalled that he had previously obtained a blueprint that appeared to require Mana Crystals. Xia Bo's mind swept through his storage, locating the schematics. Mana Armor Blueprint. Mana Crystal 10, Iron 60, Fabric 60. The Mana Armor, an equipment piece, demanded a considerable amount of materials. Xia Bo upgraded his Mana Crystals, having only acquired 6, leaving him 4 short. These remaining crystals were not easily collectible, as there was no clear path to obtain them, and no one had accepted the trading information he had posted. Mana crystals were exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, with 6 in his possession, Xia Bo felt immensely satisfied. With the resources available for system upgrades, his journey would undoubtedly be far smoother than that of others. Due to the discrepancy between the time in this world and that of the system, according to the system's clock, it was already dusk, while the world outside remained bright. After stowing the mana crystals in his storage compartment, Xia Bo picked up a book and began to read, as there was indeed nothing else to occupy his time but to await tomorrow's trading opportunities. Meanwhile, the one-eared man had taken the boss's pass and identification documents. These items held no particular significance. They were merely a card. Yet, this very card rendered everyone in the ruins mere fodder for these factions. Having collected all the cards, the one-eared man returned to his point of emergence, first surveying his surroundings to ensure he was not being followed before making his way to a corner of a collapsed building. He pried up a wooden plank, revealing a subterranean hole. The one-eared man crawled into the underground space, replacing the plank over the entrance. Xiao Xian. The darkness enveloped him, and the one-eared man clutched his pocket, anxious that the chocolate within might fall to the ground, calling out into the shadowy underground room. The sound of a hand-cranked fan whirred. A faint glimmer of light emerged from the depths of darkness. Seated beside a table, a gaunt little boy was operating the fan. Xiao Xian, have you been playing again? The one-eared man covered one ear with one hand while protecting his pocket with the other. Brother, I haven't. Is that so? Then why is the light out? I specifically instructed you to charge the bulb while I was gone. Now it's out of power, and it's obvious you've been at play. The room gradually illuminated as the one-eared man produced a roll of tattered gauze and a small vial containing a white powder. Brother, are you hurt? Xiao Xian exclaimed, panic flooding his expression upon seeing the one-eared man's actions. It's nothing. I found something good. Look, this is chocolate. The one-eared man revealed the chocolate Xia Bo had gifted him. Chocolate, the kind illustrated in books. Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, with this chocolate, our lives will surely improve. The one-eared man offered comfort while tending to his wounds. I have brought you something special, he said, retrieving a pass and identification from his pocket and placing them on the table. Xiao Xian, this pass grants access to the gathering area, but only for the 2nd Street. You cannot enter other gathering places, understand? Keep this safe. From now on, we are men of identity, no longer needing to hide. Yay, that's wonderful, Xiao Xian exclaimed, though his gaze drifted with concern to his brother's injury, the absence of one ear. The one-eared man patted Xiao Xian's shoulder. Do you remember what I told you? A man, a true man, bleeds but does not shed tears. I understand, brother. That's good. Store these items carefully, especially the chocolate. It is the most precious thing we possess, and it must remain a secret. The one-eared man instructed, then took a piece of chocolate for himself. Xiao Xian, I have some matters to attend to, but there will be more chocolate in the future, and our lives will improve. Brother, I understand. Make sure to shake the light bulb to generate more electricity. Chapter 110. Observations at the gathering place with precious belongings secured at home. The one-eared man ventured out, carrying only his identification card, a pass, a piece of chocolate, and a small chunk of dark, distorted beast meat. Upon stepping outside, the air felt remarkably fresh. 2nd Street, a gathering place established by one of the factions within the ruins of Nanjiang, attracted those with identification who resided outside. They came to barter goods. The external environment was fraught with insecurity, marked by frequent robberies and riots, necessitating that he safeguard his chocolate diligently. Half an hour later, a wall constructed from heaps of refuse loomed before him. No one dared to scavenge here, unless they were weary of life itself. As he approached the gathering place, the throngs of people gradually increased. They were clothed in coarse fabric, donned gas masks, and hurriedly made their way into the enclave. The entrance was subject to scrutiny. A thorough inspection was mandatory. Some distorted beasts carried viruses, and should they infiltrate the gathering place, the ramifications would be catastrophic. A stark reminder of this lay in the events of a few years prior, when 4 factions occupied the ruins, each claiming a cardinal direction. However, due to a bribe accepted by an inspector from an infected individual, the virus spread uncontrollably, leading to the demise of over 10,000 inhabitants within a week. The entire gathering place was obliterated, leaving it a no-man's land plagued by rampant viruses and a haven for distorted beasts. Consequently, the leaders of the gathering place now placed immense importance on the vigilance of their gatekeepers, ensuring that entry fees could be collected, provided that no one carrying the virus was allowed inside. Following the catastrophic incident, the gatekeepers became exceedingly diligent. Upon identifying a carrier of the virus, they would burn the individual alive without hesitation. The one-eared man surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of any lingering figures, before swiftly approaching the queue at the entrance. Next. The lengthy line dwindled until it was finally his turn. The inspection process was straightforward, focusing on identifying any wounds inflicted by distorted beasts. He had concealed the piece of chocolate within a pocket of his coarse fabric, holding only the modest chunk of distorted beast meat in his hand. After presenting his pass and identification, he charmingly offered the piece of meat to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper patted his shoulder, signaling him to enter. Phew, safely inside. The one-eared man's bright eyes, peering through the somewhat grimy lenses of his gas mask, surveyed the gathering place. The landscape was dotted with lowly structures formed from collapsed remnants, which had been repurposed into homes. Some were fashioned from car chassis, while others were mere tents. The variety of dwelling types was vast. The streets were filthy and chaotic, with refuse accumulating at doorsteps, eventually contributing to the surrounding refuse wall, serving as a barrier. The interior walls are constructed from a haphazard collection of dilapidated remnants and massive stone blocks, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the aberrant beasts, rendering them mere trash barriers. It can be asserted that such a gathering place possesses minimal defensive fortifications. According to the one-eared man, this is merely the outer area. The true core lies deeper within, where concrete walls stand resolute. This is not the trade zone. The trade zone is situated further in. It is known as the odds and ends market, where those who venture forth proclaim that an abundance of miscellaneous items can be procured. After traversing over 100 meters, a wall, concealed among various structures, came into view before the one-eared man. This wall, built of cement, connects to several undamaged remnants. Here lies the genuine trade zone, where entry is virtually unrestricted for anyone within the gathering. However, once inside, one is subjected to surveillance. As firearms are present, those lethal weapons capable of inflicting grave harm from a considerable distance. A previous companion in the ruins had referred to such items as guns. At the entrance to the trade zone stood two individuals, brandishing dark, foreboding weapons. The one-eared man fixed his gaze upon them. These were firearms, or guns, with immense destructive power. After a moment's observation, he averted his eyes, recognizing that it is prudent to avoid drawing attention to the unknown. Upon entering the imposing iron gate, a cacophony of sounds ensued, with individuals seated upon the ground, spread out over cloths. Premium videotapes, half a pound of aberrant beast meat, daggers, small knives, and even shoes designed to traverse the walls were on display. Bulletproof vests, capable of withstanding assaults from aberrant beasts, and a plethora of other items filled the market. The one-eared man felt akin to Lu Lala wandering through a grand estate, curiously inspecting everything around him. Shoes purportedly suitable for wall traversal were nothing more than ordinary footwear. To claim they could withstand attacks from aberrant beasts was a sheer farce. Not being a fool, the one-eared man quickly concluded that the quality of the merchandise was no match for the grandiosity of the claims. Before long, he discovered what he sought, a map. "Young man, come take a look at this exquisite hand-drawn map. It was painstakingly crafted after traversing numerous locations, and it's quite affordable, just half a pound of insect meat," the vendor enthusiastically proclaimed. The one-eared man picked up the map and scrutinized it. The erratic lines depicted were indecipherable. Placing the map down, it seemed that true maps were only in the possession of the formidable powers. "Hey, wait, young man," the vendor called out, unwilling to concede. Realizing this fellow was in search of a map, he hurried after the one-eared man, saying, "If you're not satisfied, I have other maps. Those are the real maps." The one-eared man paused and turned to face him. "I require a very detailed map." "There is one, but the price," the vendor replied. "Rest assured, if your map meets my expectations, I shall offer you something of great value." If he could procure a map from this vendor, it seemed unnecessary to expend great effort seeking one from the hands of the powerful. "Rest assured, you shall be satisfied." This map was unearthed from the ruins of a club. It includes a detailed map of Province A as well as a comprehensive map of Huagua, depicting mountains, rivers, roads, and railways with remarkable precision. The proprietor lowered his voice. "As long as you possess something that meets my expectations, let me first examine the map," said the one-eared man. "Very well, follow me." Behind the carpet vendor, there is a small tent, and he led the one-eared man inside. The one-eared man felt no fear regarding his demeanor. After all, committing murder within the gathering place is a grave offense, as he had heard, particularly in the trading district where such establishments are not easily formed. Although instances of cannibalism do exist within these enclaves, the authorities turn a blind eye, for they too partake in such acts. Their primary concern lies with matters that threaten the operational stability of the gathering. These are transgressions that no enclave can tolerate. Chapter 111, Transaction Risks Within a Small Tent. The proprietor carefully extracted a weathered backpack from a modest box. With utmost caution, he retrieved 2 maps from the backpack. The maps were adorned with colorful lines, clearly marking provincial capitals. However, certain areas had been torn asunder. These damages were primarily located at the edges, with only a singular hole marring the center, representing a city in Province S. Overall, the impact was minimal. He then examined another map, which was a detailed representation of Province A, notably more intact than the map of Huagua. The one-eared man expressed his satisfaction with a nod, signaling his agreement to the transaction. He cautiously withdrew a chocolate bar from his pocket and placed it on the ground. "This is what I offer for trade. Feel free to inspect it." "What is this?" The proprietor's eyes widened at the sight of the item on the ground. The exquisite packaging was pristine, devoid of any superfluous markings. Save for 3 simple characters: chocolate. Chocolate. I must verify the goods first. With his eyes agog, the proprietor delicately tore open the packaging, revealing a sleek black chocolate bar. He meticulously scraped a small piece with his grimy fingernail, lifted his gas mask, inhaled deeply, and then placed it in his mouth. The moment the chocolate melted on his palate, an explosion of sweetness enveloped him. His eyes bulged in astonishment, and he could hardly contain his salivation. The chocolate was indeed genuine. However, a single chocolate bar was insufficient to procure a map, which, at other gathering places, could be exchanged for the corpses of 3 aberrant beasts. Maps held immense value, especially in such tumultuous times. Possessing one could unveil a wealth of information, and a detailed map could yield substantial returns. The one-eared man recognized that the worth of a single chocolate bar fell short of that of a map. I understand the value of the map, yet the chocolate is not to be dismissed. Of course, 1 bar alone is inadequate. I simply did not bring more with me. If you wish to trade, let us meet at the supermarket tomorrow afternoon. The chocolate will remain there. You retrieve it, and I shall take the map. The proprietor pondered this proposal and replied, "Agreed, but I shall take this chocolate with me." "That is acceptable. I can procure as many chocolate bars as you desire. This is merely our inaugural transaction, and many more will follow. I hope you do not jeopardize our agreement over a few bars, lest I be compelled to seek out others." As the one-eared man departed, he added, "I will return to substantiate my commitment to future trades." The proprietor watched him leave, his expression shifting rapidly as he hastily tidied up his stall. Although the value of a single chocolate bar paled in comparison to that of a map, the potential worth of a substantial quantity became apparent. Upon learning that the other party possessed a large supply of chocolate, his heart raced with excitement. This was no time for business. He rushed back. His faction, a third-rate power within the Second Street gathering place, possessed firearms. If he could capture this individual and seize the chocolate, the outcome would be extraordinary. The news brought by the boss sent ripples of excitement through the entire faction. At the forefront was a bald leader, for in these times, a lack of hair seemed to signify strength. The bald man carefully presented the chocolate. Mimicking the boss's earlier actions, he scraped off a small piece and savored it, allowing the rich flavor to envelop his palate. It had been over a decade since he had tasted something so exquisite. This was real. The chocolate was genuine. Where is that individual? Setting the chocolate aside, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in the bald leader's eyes. Capture that person and seize the chocolate. They have left a trading address, boss. All we need to do is gather our men and take that individual down tomorrow, compelling them to reveal the chocolate's location, and we shall prosper. Excellent. This matter must remain confidential. Anyone present must keep silent. Should I discover that anyone has spoken of this, they will face immediate execution. Tonight, let us enhance the lives of our brothers. Indeed, although Xia Bo felt that this plan was foolproof, he understood that in the face of true profit, people often reveal their basest instincts. Especially when one lacks any form of power, possessing such abundant resources would surely tempt them to seize the opportunity. The next day arrived swiftly. The bald leader set out early with his men. Upon confirming the supermarket's location, they did not rush in, but instead concealed one individual in a corner while the others took refuge in a dilapidated 5-story building. They awaited silently. As noon approached, the one-eared man arrived at the back of the supermarket with a collection of newspapers, opting not to enter through the front but to take a more cautious route. After living in this wasteland for so long, a modicum of caution was necessary. Xia Bo also brought the prepared chocolate, remaining vigilant as he left. Aware that despite his sharp mind, he lacked the reconnaissance skills of old Zhou and was oblivious to the surrounding situation, unaware of any potential ambush. He could only sense a gaze fixed upon him from behind. What nonsense am I thinking? Xia Bo's thoughts mirrored those of the one-eared man. He too avoided the main entrance, choosing a less conspicuous path. Yet this scene was observed clearly by the eyes set by the bald leader. This individual's physique is astonishing. A pair of eyes hidden in the shadows fixated on Xia Bo, impressed by his towering and robust stature, far surpassing that of his own leader. His leader was already among the few in their community maintaining a weight above 120, a mark of formidable combat prowess, yet this man's physique utterly eclipsed his own. This news must be relayed to the boss post-haste. The observer scrutinized Xia Bo's retreating figure before stealthily withdrawing. Xia Bo had not anticipated that what seemed like an infallible plan could falter due to human greed. He had underestimated the depths of avarice in this world. You have arrived. Inside the brightly lit supermarket, the one-eared man regarded Xia Bo with deference. How goes the plan? Xia Bo inquired with an air of nonchalance. The plan was flawless, and I have conveyed all necessary information. They will arrive for the transaction this afternoon. The one-eared man responded with utmost respect. Carefully presenting a stack of newspapers to Xia Bo, Here are the newspapers you requested. Xia Bo calmly accepted the papers, but upon glancing at the headlines, his pupils dilated in shock. Millions vanish overnight. Global population disappearance event. In a single night, half of the world's population mysteriously vanished. Was it an extraterrestrial abduction or a bizarre evaporation? The era of catastrophe had begun. Terrorizing radiation had descended. Mutant creatures emerged, and the shelter plan was activated. Meanwhile, the national football team triumphed over Syria with a score of 3-1. The subsequent articles were trivial, yet the crucial information lay within the initial pages. Chapter 112. Are you really reading a novel? Put these newspapers away, Xia Bo urged, suppressing the tumult within him. Addressing the one-eared man, he continued, excellent. The items you've gathered are precisely what I require. Once our transaction is concluded, I have another task for you. Vengeance is akin to 2 chocolates. Upon hearing Xia Bo's words, the one-eared man's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I shall execute the task you assign with utmost perfection. Very well. The time is nearly upon us. Place these chocolates on the counter, and you may depart. Leave the rest to me. Tomorrow morning, return to this supermarket. We shall discuss the details of our second transaction, Xia Bo instructed, his peripheral vision frequently darting towards the supermarket entrance, a nagging sense of unease gnawing at him. Reflecting on the plan, he believed it to be foolproof. As long as the one-eared man conveyed his narrative accurately to the individuals involved in the trade, for the sake of long-term benefit, they would most likely acquiesce. Nevertheless, an indefinable sense of something amiss lingered in his mind. Watching the one-eared man depart, Xia Bo settled onto a bench in the supermarket, pondering where he might have overlooked something. After considerable rumination, his mind remained blank, devoid of any insights, yet his composure remained unshaken. Resigned, Xia Bo retrieved the newspapers to glean the information they contained. Headlines and content alike revealed a stark reality in the wake of the catastrophe. 70 billion souls had vanished overnight, leaving merely a few billion to inhabit this planet. With the disappearance of the populace, crime rates surged alarmingly, and apocalyptic rhetoric permeated the globe. In the second year following this demographic collapse, radiation descended and grotesque creatures emerged, drastically altering Earth's living conditions. The articles within the newspapers painted a vivid picture. Laid out before him was a world on the brink of apocalypse. This world had also given rise to a game. Xia Bo's eyes widened with astonishment. He could now ascertain that this realm mirrored his former existence. He recalled a dream he had once experienced. Now, certain details eluded him, but the essence remained clear. Following the game's inception, extraterrestrial beings arrived, and calamity ensued, marking the onset of the end times. This revelation compelled Xia Bo to contemplate the nature of this game. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply. It had been years since the apocalypse erupted, and the chocolates he had introduced would undoubtedly be exceedingly rare. The meticulously crafted plan appeared infallible, but it had been conceived from his own experiences. Neglecting the context of this world, he recalled a phrase from a book he once read. When profits reach 10, they will become restless. At 50, they will take risks. At 100, they will dare to trample upon all laws of humanity. And at 300, they will brave the peril of execution. The plan he had devised, in the long run, represented a potential ally, an understanding forged from the perspective of a time of peace. However, one must recognize that this place has been engulfed in an apocalyptic nightmare for decades, where the notion of cannibalism has become a grim norm among its inhabitants, who are driven to madness by their pursuit of self-interest. The long-term cooperation plan they devised is utterly futile. Their minds are consumed with thoughts of how to seize all the chocolate in a fleeting moment. Damn it, I had completely overlooked this detail. Single Ear is in peril. Without hesitation, Xia Bo sprang to his feet and dashed forth. But after only a few strides, he heard a faint, pitiful cry, its distance rendering it almost inaudible. Upon hearing this cry, Xia Bo's expression turned icy. Indeed, Single Ear had been captured by the adversaries. Acting swiftly, he accelerated towards the source of the sound. Those who have survived in this wasteland for so long are essentially beasts, regarding life as mere fodder. On the 3rd floor of a crumbling building, Single Ear knelt upon the ground, drenched in blood, with a grotesquely swollen face. His hands pressed against the earth, 2 small knives embedded in the backs of his palms, anchoring him to the floor, which was already stained with a pool of blood. Despite his dire situation, Single Ear remained defiant, murmuring, "I know nothing. I truly know nothing." "This lad has a firm tongue," the bald leader sneered. "Why don't we treat ourselves to a live feast?" Standing beside Single Ear, one of his lackeys spat contemptuously, his words dripping with malice. A live feast entails igniting a fire or setting up a pot before a living victim, slowly carving away at their flesh while they endure the agony, consuming them piece by piece. It is a gruesome spectacle indeed. Those from the underground are quite intriguing. If you hadn't spoken, we would remain oblivious. I recall tasting chocolate during the era of peace, since the apocalypse. I have only encountered it a few times and have not seen it since. Do you truly believe I am unaware? The original shelter plans were executed in every city, including Nanjiang, and I have been searching for the entrance to the underground for years, yet have uncovered no leads. Now, a person emerges, claiming to barter chocolate. Do you genuinely think those from below are benevolent? Recall how they abandoned us, taking with them their so-called elite, forsaking countless lives. How can you still shield him? Were it not for them, we would not be clinging to existence amidst this desolation. The bald leader rose from his seat and approached Single Ear. Seizing his hair and yanking it upwards, a malevolent expression gracing his face. This action cruelly tugged at the palms impaled by the daggers, eliciting a scream from Single Ear, who promptly fainted from the pain. Useless. The bald man slammed Single Ear's head down onto the floor and cast a cold glance at his subordinate. Wake him up with urine. Brother, shall we not eat? The lackey inquired hesitantly. Eat? If we can locate the underground entrance, we can escape the remnants of this world, where endless food and tender-skinned women await us. It is said to be a paradise. The bald leader's eyes sparkled with dreams, before returning to reality as he commanded. Move swiftly. As the younger brother suddenly grasped the situation, he had just begun to relieve himself when a gunshot rang out, abruptly stifling his urge. What is happening? Who fired the shot? The bald leader, his face as cold as ice, emerged from the room to witness his subordinates rushing inside in panic. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 gunshots echoed from outside, followed by an eerie silence. A dozen men barricaded the entrance, piling items against the door. Leader, a formidable opponent has arrived outside. One tremulous subordinate exclaimed, his voice quaking with fear. He wields a blade glowing red, moving with astonishing speed. The knife is so sharp it cleaved through Ma's skull as if it were mere parchment. His strength is terrifying. Gungzi was kicked by that fiend and flew 10 meters. His abdomen ruptured. We attempted to strike him with crossbows, but to no avail. Even our gunfire failed to connect. The wretch can evade bullets. Another trembling figure approached, eyes wide with terror. Are you out of your mind? The bald leader retorted sharply, his glare fierce. How could anyone possibly dodge bullets? And to kick a man such a distance, rupturing his belly, it's preposterous. Chapter 113, Upgrading Money? Brother, it is true. That fellow is simply too formidable. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening crash echoed through the air as the cluttered door was violently flung open, debris scattering everywhere, revealing a towering figure. This individual stood at an imposing height of at least 185 centimeters, his muscles bulging robustly, resembling solid rock. The bald leader was struck with terror upon realizing that the man wielded a weapon emanating a crimson glow. Fire! Eliminate him! The bald man was taken aback, his face paling. The force with which the door was shattered was ample proof that this adversary was beyond their capacity to confront with mere blades. Their only glimmer of hope lay in firearms. Xia Bo's gaze swept to the room behind the bald man, where the one-eared man lay unconscious on the floor, his hands pinned to the ground by 2 small daggers, a pool of blood already forming beneath him. Even in his stupor, the pain from his wounds caused the one-eared man's body to tremble. His eyes suddenly turned icy. You are doomed. In a swift motion, he activated his speed and hunting mode, transforming into a blur. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and to their horror, they discovered that Xia Bo's speed was astonishingly swift. They could not even catch a glimpse of him, let alone aim accurately, and could only fire wildly at the indistinguishable shadows. None of their shots found their mark. Each time Xia Bo swung his blade, he reaped a life, darting among the crowd like a wraith, the eerie red blade leaving a trail of crimson behind it. Before one individual could even fall, another clutched their throat, their eyes gradually losing their luster. They were utterly outmatched. The bald leader, filled with dread, realized the true strength of this opponent. Acknowledging that all was lost, he knew he would perish if he lingered any longer. Without a second thought, he seized the opportunity and bolted toward the exit. Seeing their leader flee, the remaining survivors lost their resolve and followed suit, sprinting in a frenzy. Observing the disarray of his foes, Xia Bo wore a cold smile as he gripped his steel knife tightly, the crimson glow intensifying. He launched himself forward like a bullet, the scarlet blade slicing downwards, instantly claiming another victim. Few remained to escape. They were no match for Xia Bo. Each swing of his knife was reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, harvesting their lives with ruthless efficiency. Eventually, only the bald man remained, having lost a leg and writhing on the ground. Who on earth are you? Are you from the underground? Is everyone among you so powerful? The bald man fixed his gaze on Xia Bo's face, as if trying to etch the image into his very bones. Where's the map? Speak, and I may let you go. Xia Bo's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down one's spine. Huh. The bald leader had navigated the apocalypse for decades, witnessing countless horrors. Spitting out blood, he declared vehemently, I never expected your strength to be so formidable. The products of genetic mutation are indeed terrifying. Your underground genetic technology has reached a level capable of evading bullets. I concede defeat. As for the map, it is unattainable. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Whether you speak or remain silent, it leads to the same demise. I've lived long enough anyway. Xia Bo felt a peculiar emotion as he swiftly ended the man's life with a single strike, his expression complex. He had not anticipated that the people in this world would possess such fortitude, completely defying expectations. Yet, given their nature, consuming human flesh and drinking blood, death held no fear for them after years of survival in this desolate reality. Xia Bo chose not to torture him further. Instead, he executed him cleanly and returned inside, rescuing the one-eared man. He first wrapped the man's hands with torn fabric from his clothing, then retrieved some water from his belt, splashing it onto the one-eared man's face. With a sudden gasp, the man sputtered, I don't know anything. I can't say anything. I was merely following orders. Xia Bo quickly grasped that the one-eared man had undergone interrogation. What surprised him was that the man had not betrayed his own even when threatened and subjected to brutality. Had he revealed information, he could have avoided such suffering. Xia Bo exhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting. Arriving here had revealed the true nature of cruelty. In comparison, he felt that his own experiences in the game had been preferable. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he leaned back against the ground. The people in this world were akin to savages, with few adhering to moral boundaries. The one-eared man was one of them. His refusal to betray himself underscored his character. The one-eared man gradually regained consciousness, noticing Xia Bo puffing on a cigarette. As he attempted to rise, he inadvertently tugged at the wound on his hand, eliciting a grimace of pain. Do you smoke? Xia Bo inquired casually. Smoking? No, I don't, the one-eared man replied, shaking his head, his gaze drifting towards the door, laced with anxiety. All done, Xia Bo remarked, his expression intricate, lost in thought. Are you all right? The one-eared man asked. I'm fine. Xia Bo responded, his feelings becoming increasingly convoluted. Compared to the brutality of this world, the open roads felt far more humane, devoid of the grotesque facets of humanity. He could enhance his strength while enjoying the scenery along the way, initially believing this dimensional gate mission would be straightforward. He now realized it was far more intricate than he had imagined. This place teemed with the ugliness of human nature, making it challenging for Xia Bo, who had not fully adjusted his mindset. The act of cannibalism, particularly witnessing the scene in the supermarket where they consumed raw flesh, continued to reverberate in his mind, causing significant turmoil. After finishing his cigarette, he extinguished the butt against the ground. He recognized the necessity of transforming his mentality, while this world appeared perilous. He was not incapable of facing it. The primary challenge lay in confronting the complexities of human nature, which was crucial for his own psychological growth. In the face of the myriad complexities of life, personal growth is inevitable. At this moment, Xia Bo finally grasped the harsh realities of existence. This world is inherently marred by the ugliness of human nature. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have been devoured, leaving not even a bone to his name. To survive and thrive, he must integrate himself into this world. A shift in mindset and a commitment to self-improvement are imperative. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, he declared. Stepping outside, Xia Bo set about eliminating those who had wronged him, scavenging a considerable cache of firearms and ammunition. A flicker of joy ignited within him as he discovered that the resource upgrade system could enhance these weapons and bullets, finally providing him with something of value. In addition to these items, the individuals he had dispatched possessed a form of currency in this realm, small green crystals. Upon attempting to upgrade them, he was astonished to find that even money could be enhanced. His heart quickened at the thought. Did this signify a forthcoming fortune? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that to this world, he was merely a transient presence. No amount of wealth, even mountains of gold and silver, would hold significance unless he accomplished his tasks. His restless spirit calmed, and he cast the crystals aside, recognizing their potential utility for the one-eared man, enabling him to serve Xia Bo more effectively. Chapter 114. The map and the guns acquired after rummaging through the debris. I discovered 4 handguns and 37 bullets. These pistols appeared rather antiquated, indicating that the gang's influence was quite limited. Additionally, I stumbled upon a tattered backpack, slung over the shoulder of one of the individuals. It seemed perfect for storing the firearms and ammunition. As I opened the bag and sifted through its contents, I found only some worn-out papers adorned with crooked lines that I could not decipher. I emptied the backpack's entirety onto the ground. Suddenly, a partially unfolded item fell out. With keen eyes, I picked it up and opened it, revealing a surprising treasure, a map. I had not anticipated that this group would possess one, let alone keep it in their bag. It was fortuitous that I had searched, for otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to its presence. Now, I had guns, bullets, and a map, an unexpected windfall. I hurried through the ruins, navigating my way to my vehicle, where I upgraded my findings. I acquired over a dozen pristine new guns and more than 2,000 rounds of ammunition, an unprecedented bounty since my arrival. I also took along some exquisite fabric and a special anti-inflammatory medication before heading out. Upon returning to the previous location, I tended to the wounds of the one-eared man with care. Money. So much money, the one-eared man exclaimed, astonished by the sheer amount I had collected during my time outside. This money is yours, I replied nonchalantly. He looked at me as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, "Is this for me?" "Indeed. In the face of danger, you did not betray me, which is commendable. Were I in your position, I might not have shown such loyalty. Therefore, this is rightfully yours, a reward for the past few days. Money holds no value for me, especially as I must depart from here. Once I leave, this currency will become worthless, as it is issued by the 3 factions of the ruins and will not be recognized beyond this place." The one-eared man's character seemed commendable, loyal and deserving of this chance to improve his life. "Are you leaving?" he asked, suddenly looking up at me with wide eyes. "Yes. I recently found a map on one of the individuals. My purpose for coming here was essentially to seek out the map, and now that I have it, I must take my leave." I rose and approached the window, gazing out at the ash-laden world, allowing my lips to part as I lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around me, my thoughts drifting like the wisps in the air. "But you are not from the surface, are you? Why leave now?" The one-eared man questioned, still perplexed. "My mission extends beyond merely exploring this particular area. It encompasses all of Huagua," I fabricated casually. The one-eared man looked at me in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the weight of the task I bore. "The world beyond is fraught with peril. As far as I know, although fertile land exists beyond the wilderness, it is teeming with aberrant beasts far more numerous than those found amidst the ruins. This is merely the fertile land beyond the wilderness. Venturing further into the outside world is a thought too daunting to entertain. Your task is insurmountable." The one-eared man mused quietly, believing it to be nearly impossible to accomplish. "Not a problem," sighed Xia Bo, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, gesturing dismissively as he withdrew his gaze from the window and turned to fixate on the one-eared man. "I must take my leave, regardless of the difficulties ahead. I shall see this through. This money will sustain you quite well." "Thank you," the one-eared man replied, pausing briefly before speaking. "Farewell," Xia Bo stated, discarding his cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it with a swift motion. He strode onto the streets of the ruins, donning a mask that concealed his face, revealing only his keen eyes as he hurried away. After a moment's rest, the one-eared man pocketed the medicine left by Xia Bo and filled his pockets with the scattered money before exiting the dwelling. Upon reaching the corridor, gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, he stood momentarily, inhaling deeply. His strength is formidable. It is no wonder the underground sent him to undertake this mission. Without further contemplation, he glanced at the bodies littering the ground and hastily departed. In the car, Xia Bo unfurled the maps before him, one depicting Province A and the other illustrating the expanse of Huagua. The contours of Huagua resembled those of the blue star from his previous life. Could this be the multiverse? The map of Huagua also featured a rooster, identical to that on the blue star. Xia Bo rolled up the map and spread out the map of Province A, seeking the location of Nanjing City. Nestled in a plain, Nanjing City lies south of a river, thus its name. Surrounding Nanjing, apart from the river, stretches an expanse of plain, which has now transformed into wilderness in the wake of the apocalypse. Beyond the plains lies fertile land, and geographically, it is indeed deserving of the title. Besides the river, several tributaries irrigate the earth, rendering it fertile. One river branches into multiple tributaries, nourishing the surrounding land and creating a vast expanse of arable soil, perfectly suited for cultivation. Naturally, the ample water supply attracts a plethora of aberrant beasts, as all life is inextricably linked to the source of life itself. Studying the map intently, Xia Bo surmised that there lies a river to the north, fertile land to the south, the sea to the east, and a plateau to the west. No matter which route one takes, none appear favorable. He had entertained the notion of circling around Nanjing City. Yet the thought of traversing 2,000 kilometers is far from a mere detour. Leaning back in his seat, Xia Bo pondered the 4 paths before him. One must consider the long term. While the north has a river, it certainly has bridges, albeit with the risk of them being destroyed. The unpredictable weather of the plateau could easily induce altitude sickness, rendering that route unviable as well. Thus, the eastern path remains the only viable option. Xia Bo sat upright, meticulously examining the road ahead. He needed to circumvent several large cities, as they were not only plagued by traffic congestion and scattered ruins, but also inhabited by natives who, upon discovering his vehicle, could pose significant dangers. Thus, the only viable option was the ZS Expressway. However, this highway curiously veered towards fertile lands. Xia Bo's gaze followed the ZS Expressway into the distance, seeking to avoid the ruins, as the highway presented itself as the most prudent choice. Nonetheless, this route bypassed a tributary river of the fertile land, raising concerns about the potential presence of aberrant beasts in that vicinity. Conversely, opting for ordinary roads would necessitate navigating through numerous cities and towns, exposing him not only to the risks posed by the indigenous inhabitants but also to the peril of traffic jams, making the subsequent risks exceedingly high. Currently, he faced two formidable challenges: the desolate wilderness, as the ZS Expressway traversed the extensive wild expanse, and the fertile ground, which the highway also crossed. If he could surmount these two obstacles, the subsequent segments of the expressway would be largely unobstructed. As long as he remained on the expressway and maximized his speed, he could cover a distance of 2,000 kilometers within 2 days. This expressway was a path he must take. Chapter 115. The four escapees hit the highway. Determined, Xia Bo rolled up the map, having firmly established his location and route, embedding them deeply in his mind. He started the car and drove towards the wilderness, opting for the highway, as traversing through the city posed a significant risk of exposure. It was far more prudent to ascend the highway from the wilderness, tearing through the guardrails directly. As he departed from the ruins, Xia Bo committed the directions and intersections to memory. However, to ensure accuracy, he unfolded the map atop the dashboard, leaving the remnants of civilization behind. He was met with a world cloaked in ashes, the glass of the car windows coated with a fine layer of dust. Despite the desolation of the wilderness, there was a silver lining: the scarcity of vehicle wrecks, which minimized the likelihood of obstructions caused by stranded cars. When he did encounter any, he simply moved them aside with brute force. Along the journey, Xia Bo discovered 2 high-level treasure chests, yielding an abundance of supplies. In addition to water and fuel, he also procured a considerable amount of medicine, treatments for colds, diarrhea, fevers, and a substantial supply of bandages. These items, extracted from high-tier resource boxes, were part of the game and thus could be transported back to the original world. This revelation sparked a conjecture in Xia Bo's mind. The treasure chests on the highway were invisible to the inhabitants of this world. Otherwise, throngs would surely scour the roads for them. After half an hour of driving, Xia Bo abruptly halted the vehicle, his cold gaze fixed on a distant expanse of wilderness. There lay a massive carcass, unidentifiable, towering 2 meters and stretching 3 meters in length, reminiscent of an unknown beast. It had perished, its flesh largely devoured, leaving only a skeletal frame and a vast hide. Positioning the car before the creature's remains, he took precautions and opened the door. Even through damp cloth wrappings, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses. Frowning, he scrutinized the corpse. This was the aberrant beast of this world, a creature marred by mutations, evolving in ways unknown. The term evolution had often arisen in his previous readings. If aberrant beasts could evolve, why not humanity? There must be some force orchestrating these transformations. This world had also experienced a widespread phenomenon of human disappearances, evidently entering a survival game on the highway. Now, with the dimensional gate opening, could he possibly return to his former life? Such thoughts were a departure from the immediate reality, yet the sight of the carcass incited Xia Bo's reflections. Coupled with his dreams, it seemed the worlds selected by the game were anything but simple. As for the nature of their complexity, that would only become clear after he had traversed through 2 worlds. Who could say what the second world would be like? As dusk began to descend, night was imminent. Xia Bo glanced at the time within the game world. It was merely midday. The time discrepancies between the 2 worlds were completely misaligned. No longer preoccupied with the game world, he resolved to complete his current task, deferring other considerations for a later time. One must swiftly complete the task at hand, without lingering too long in this desolate world. Upon returning to the vehicle, Xia Bo glanced at the surrounding scenery and studied the map. His objective lay at the 3rd intersection of the wilderness road depicted on the map, yet the first intersection had yet to reveal itself. Considering the time that had elapsed, the first intersection should soon be forthcoming. Upon veering into the 3rd intersection towards Tujia Town, he would pass beneath the ZS Expressway, which would serve as his entry point onto the highway. As twilight descended, Xia Bo consumed a modest meal and, while visibility still permitted, resolved to drive a further distance. It was known that the wilderness harbored grotesque beasts, as well as individuals fleeing from dire circumstances. According to the one-eared man, there were once many escapees, but their numbers had significantly dwindled. Nevertheless, some continued to flee, the majority perishing in the wilderness. They faced not only the interminable expanse of the wild but also the trials of hunger, thirst, disease, and the assaults of aberrant creatures. The few who managed to survive were exceedingly rare. This alone illustrates the sheer terror of that fertile land. A place so dreadful that its inhabitants would risk everything to escape rather than remain. As night fell, Xia Bo finally arrived at the first intersection, stopping the vehicle. He intended to take a brief rest, aware that the nighttime wilderness was far from tranquil, necessitating utmost caution. He provided food and water for the hen and collected 2 eggs. Lying down, he closed his eyes to rest. His sleep was now notably shallow. Unlike during his travels on the highway, in the wilderness, vigilance was imperative. The night in the wilderness was eerily silent. In the darkness, 4 figures trudged through the wild, moving cautiously, their bodies obscured by loose garments. "Hey, Gwawazi, could you slow down? We can't keep up," one called out. "Third uncle, move a bit faster. If we hurry, we'll reach Nanjing tonight. I've heard from those who came before that it's relatively safe there, a place where one can survive." "No, we can't do it. We're falling behind," replied the one named third uncle, who after a few steps, plopped down onto the ash-covered road. The other 2 joined him on the ground, one robust individual gasping for breath. "What third uncle said is right. Let us take a breather before continuing." "Listening to you. We shall rest. Though traveling at night is typically safest, there are fewer aberrant beasts." "Ah, but one must be cautious. Some grotesque creatures may venture out to hunt at night." Another interjected. The man fell silent, carefully retrieving a bottle of water from his pocket, cautiously twisting it open. He took a sip, then meticulously resealed it, fearful of spilling. After a brief respite, the 4 consumed some provisions salvaged from the fertile land and resumed their journey. "Wait, that's a vehicle." After walking for several minutes, they came upon a massive truck. Despite its somewhat dilapidated appearance, it was evident that this truck was operational, as evidenced by tire tracks on the ground. To their astonishment, the tires shimmered with a faint metallic luster in the darkness. "Be quiet, you fool. There is definitely someone here. We must leave at once," urged Uncle San. His gaze fixated on the automobile, shaking his head resolutely. This was certainly beyond their reach. Those who owned such vehicles were predominantly powerful figures. "Uncle San, if we possessed this car, wouldn't our speed increase significantly?" A glimmer of avarice flickered in Gwawazi's eyes. The other 2, differing in height, mirrored his covetous expression. How could they possibly overlook such a splendid object? "Look at that car. My goodness, isn't that a water heater?" the taller one suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the water heater protruding from the top of the vehicle. Indeed, it was the very water heater he had seen in books, and upon noticing the black panel atop it, their breath caught in their throats. They recognized that black panel. It turned out to be a solar water heater. Chapter 116, The Tempering of the Hard Uncle. Let us do it. I believe there won't be too many people in that vehicle. We still have our guns. If we succeed, that car will belong to us, along with the water heater. You can enjoy a nice hot shower," Gwawazi tempted, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. "You all decide." Uncle hesitated, his murky eyes fixated on the prominently displayed water heater. Indeed, it was just like the one he used to have. The 3 exchanged glances and resolved to take action. Acquiring a vehicle would not only significantly enhance their safety, but also expedite their journey. In this wasteland, a car represented power and strength. "Uncle, let us act together and eliminate the people inside. It will also yield a substantial amount of food." Gwawazi licked his lips. Longing for meat, having not indulged in it for quite some time, he had grown weary of the grass clumps brought from fertile lands. In the wasteland, cannibalism was not taboo. They had all tasted it before, and the flavor was quite palatable. Uncle gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to follow their lead. The wasteland was a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, and after decades of such existence, cannibalism was no longer seen as shocking. The 4 stealthily approached the vehicle, circling it and discovering that only the driver's side had a door. The rest were sealed tight. They were filled with joy. There was but a single entry point, making their task easier. Gwawazi reached out and tugged at the car door, only to find it securely locked. Just as he was about to speak, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "Are you looking for me?" A sudden chill ran down their spines, and their hair stood on end. They realized they had already been detected. Turning around, they beheld a tall figure standing merely 2 meters away, motionless, like a ghost. "Draw your weapons." Gwawazi instantly reacted, shouting as he raised his firearm, but in a flash, he felt a sharp sensation at his throat. And as he opened his mouth to scream, only a muffled sound escaped. He clutched his neck, warm blood seeping through his fingers. "The killer shall always kill. You sought me out, and now I must send you on your way." Confronted by the terror-stricken faces of his assailants, Xia Bo felt a surge of murderous intent. Devoid of any guilt, had he been unarmed, he would have met the same fate, becoming mere sustenance for them. The inhabitants of this land, though physically intact, had long since warped in spirit. After the carnage, Xia Bo felt an icy chill enveloping his limbs. Humanity here held no regard for the sanctity of life. All were prey, and all were to be consumed. Especially these desperate souls, their minds overtaken by greed, akin to the previous group he had encountered. After dispatching them, Xia Bo sat amidst the desolation, lighting a cigarette and inhaling the faint metallic scent of blood, his expression numb. He pondered whether prolonged exposure to this wasteland would render him akin to them. On the roads of survival, there were certain rules that constrained encounters with humanity, yet here, the reality was starkly different. Although he was merely a transient in this world, these events unfolded vividly before his eyes. Xia Bo's mind was in turmoil. He realized that while his demeanor on the road had been sufficiently composed, the reality of the apocalyptic world had altered everything. His heart was still not adequately steeled. He felt sympathy for the weak and resentment toward the powerful. Had he not ranked first in the game, had the system not existed, what would his life be like? Clinging to a rickety vehicle, suffering from poor sleep and nutrition, he toiled for mere scraps of food and fought for a drop of fuel. Devoid of the system to enhance his skills, he found himself daily teetering on the brink of death. Overall, his existence on the road had been too smooth. An abundance of supplies and resources had accumulated, allowing even a mere pig to soar. In a similar vein, his heart remained naive, akin to that of a primary school student. Although he had integrated the heart of the blood demon, which changed him somewhat, he was still fundamentally himself. In comparison to this harsh reality, his experiences on the road seemed trivial. Strength lay not just in physical power but in mental fortitude. At that moment, Xia Bo profoundly recognized his greatest flaw. It was not his strength or resources, but rather his mindset that had yet to undergo a complete transformation. The empathy he felt for others impeded his growth, a common affliction. Finishing a cigarette, Xia Bo turned to survey the scattered remnants of bodies around him, devoid of any sympathy. Perhaps they were weak and pitiable, yet they were not deserving of his compassion. He viewed them from his own vantage point. For them, carjacking and murder might simply be a means of survival. Were he to exist in this world, torn between ethics and the instinct to survive, would he resort to cannibalism? Xia Bo could not be certain, as such thoughts were mere fantasies. He had not truly experienced it and dared not speculate. Perhaps he now claimed to uphold ethics. But should he find himself in dire circumstances, would he still adhere to those principles? This was akin to the clash between cats and dogs, each with their own stance. To him, they deserved their fate, for he had not lost his humanity. To them, it was a fight for survival. There was no need for internal conflict. However, it was utterly unacceptable for them to direct their malice toward him. Regardless of the circumstances, he would stand firm in his beliefs. If they sought to kill him, he would retaliate in kind. Exhaling the frustration that had built up within him, Xia Bo opened the car door and climbed inside, now devoid of any desire to sleep. Glancing at the time, he noted that the qualifying rounds had concluded, indicating it was already the latter half of the night. He started the car and continued on his journey. As the sky began to lighten, the second fork in the road appeared. Xia Bo glanced at the intersection but did not stop. He pressed onward. It was increasingly rare to encounter upgraded resource crates on the road. These crates were scarce, yet contained abundant supplies. Curiously, he had not encountered any skill books. Since the System S upgrade, it had been quite some time since he had found one. This warranted attention. He wondered if the probability of skill book drops had once again been altered by this frustrating game. After a simple breakfast and attending to his physiological needs, he fed the little hen and resumed driving. He anticipated reaching the ZS highway by the afternoon. At noon, the sky was shrouded in a dull gray, as if something was brewing in the atmosphere. Xia Bo sat on the bed inside his vehicle, nibbling on instant noodles, his gaze drifting through the window, wandering over the desolate wasteland outside. He had been out for a day, yet he had not encountered any aberrant beasts, which struck him as peculiar. It was not that he wished to meet them. Rather, the existence of such creatures in the wilderness was an undeniable fact. The oddity lay in the absence of such encounters. Xia Bo recalled his title, pondering whether his 5 points of luck had played a role. This phenomenon was akin to a lottery, its effects unpredictable. So, the question lingered. Was his journey devoid of aberrant beasts a stroke of good fortune or misfortune? Undoubtedly, it was fortunate. After all, the nature of luck was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 117. The Broken Bridge. Having finished his instant noodles, Xia Bo took a sip of water and continued on his journey. He sensed that the third fork in the road would soon appear, hoping that nothing untoward would occur along the way. Contrary to the predictable tropes seen on television, he traversed the path safely. And as the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, the third fork materialized. Xia Bo turned into the fork, following the markings on the map. After traveling 2 kilometers, he would encounter the ZS Expressway, easily accessible from the adjacent fence. As he ventured deeper into the fork, the sky darkened ominously at 2 o'clock, seemingly pregnant with the threat of a storm. This marked the 3rd day of his mission in this realm. In the world of embers, fierce winds arose. whipping the scattered ashes into towering white tornadoes that formed across the desolate landscape. The colossal tornado, a harbinger of chaos, intertwined with swirling clouds of yellow sand and debris, approached ominously, creating an apocalyptic tableau against the bleak sky. Tornadoes could easily manifest in such plains, particularly under these foreboding weather conditions, reminiscent of impending rain. As Xia Bo gazed at the distant tornado, his mind raced. The road ahead remained relatively clear, with few abandoned vehicles littering the way. He pressed down on the accelerator, hastening his passage through the tornado's vicinity. Minutes later, a low bridge came into view, supporting the ZS Expressway. Upon sighting the ZS Expressway, relief washed over Xia Bo. Traversing the wilderness had not yielded any disturbances. However, a subsequent peril loomed: the crossing over the fertile land and the bridge spanning the White River. The ZS Expressway bordered this fertile territory, which, according to the map, was a city encompassing over 70 kilometers. Beyond the fertile land, the ZS Expressway traversed a river, a significant tributary of the long White River that coursed through the entire fertile expanse. The dangers inherent in this territory were self-evident, as one could easily perish attempting to escape through such treacherous wilds. Naturally, these two locations represented the primary threats. Once he traversed the fertile land and adhered to the map's guidance, opting for the mountain passes of the expressway, he could undoubtedly navigate the full 2,000-kilometer journey. This was Xia Bo's plan. Arriving at the expressway, he found himself flanked by towering iron fences. Xia Bo exited his vehicle and sought a gentle slope, using a steel knife to sever the iron barrier, enabling his passage. Upon entering the expressway, he surveyed the surroundings. The traffic was sparse, with only a few vehicles having collided, the wrecks strewn across the wilds beside the highway. Starting his car, he drove down the road towards the fertile land, pushing the vehicle's speed to its limits, reaching 130 kilometers per hour, a significant acceleration. The distance of the mission began to diminish, and Xia Bo pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing forward. With just over an hour remaining to the fertile land, the expressway, though wide, paled in comparison to the roads of the gaming world. Moreover, vehicles occasionally collided on the highway, compelling Xia Bo to remain vigilant, without a moment's distraction. After approximately half an hour of driving, the vehicle's speed gradually diminished. In the distance, the highway appeared fractured, and ahead, a landslide had occurred, resulting in a multitude of vehicles colliding with one another. Amidst the debris of this collapsed stretch of road, an enormous creature was traversing the ruins, gently applying the brakes. Xia Bo brought the car to a halt, his gaze calmly fixed upon the colossal beast outside. It was an astonishing sight. Measuring roughly 4 meters in length and standing 2 meters tall, a grotesque manifestation of some unknown biological aberration. Unknown aberration beast. Strength, 25. Agility, 19. After staring for a couple of seconds, the attributes of this creature materialized before Xia Bo's eyes. Judging solely by its size, this entity possessed formidable strength. However, upon revealing its attributes, it turned out to be merely a desiccated aberration beast. The creature noticed Xia Bo, raising its head to observe him before charging towards him with a tremor resonating through the ground beneath its feet. It was on an entirely different level compared to the monsters he had previously encountered during the 7-day hunt. Xia Bo remained utterly composed, turning off the engine and leisurely opening the car door as he approached the aberration beast. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged at him. Xia Bo's eyes sharpened. He sidestepped with agility, his gaze glinting with determination. Activating his hunting state, he reached out and seized the beast's razor-sharp forelimb, leaning back as he centralized his weight on his rear foot, channeling all his strength into his arms. With a resounding thud, he slammed the beast forcefully to the ground, its massive form crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, he was determined to finish it off. Since his first encounter with a wild creature, Xia Bo had come to understand this principle profoundly. As the aberration beast lay on the ground, his eyes icy and devoid of hesitation, he instinctively drew his steel knife, a strange crimson glimmer passing through the air. The sharp blade sliced through the aberration beast's body with ease, cleaving it into 2 segments as if it were mere tofu. The creature proved to be less formidable than those he had faced on the highway, easily dispatched. After slaying the aberration beast, Xia Bo returned to his vehicle, seemingly recalling something. He summoned the system and accessed his personal attribute panel. Name, Xia Bo. Title, Pioneer of Humanity. Profession, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 39,200. Strength, 44,4. 4. Agility, 35,3. 5. Stamina, 35,3. 5. Mental power, 24,2. 4. Health, 197. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Skills mastered. Intermediate combat proficiency, increases strength with training. Beginner swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state, double strike, eye of detection, iron body, professional skill, bloodletting unique, professional unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. Neither his status nor experience had significantly changed. In this gaming world, eliminating the creatures inhabiting it did not yield any experience points. This posed quite a challenge. If the probability of skill acquisition has indeed diminished, then this task offers a skill book, or rather, a choice of vocational skill books, which does not seem to be a loss after all. It may even prove to be a gain. Xia Bo understands how challenging it is to find a vocational skill book that resonates with oneself among the multitude of professions. Hence, after contemplating this, he no longer feels that the rewards of this task are meager. Furthermore, the 5 attribute points and a single point of luck are quite commendable. With this realization, Xia Bo ceases to be troubled, casting his gaze outward as he ponders the path ahead. The bridge is broken, revealing a deep ravine below, a scenario he had never anticipated. After carefully comparing the map and searching for a considerable time, he finally locates his position, feeling somewhat awkward amidst the surrounding desolate mountains. This indicates that he must take a detour. However, this detour entails retracing 20 kilometers back to a town named Willow Town. Reluctantly, he decides to head there, taking the long way around before rejoining the highway. Chapter 118. The villains of Qingyang Town. Upon meticulously examining the map, a relatively nearby route was discovered, necessitating a detour around Willow Tree Town. This diversion, however, consumed a considerable amount of time. Upon locating an appropriate exit from the highway, Xia Bo followed the method he had previously employed to descend. The truck traversed the desolate landscape, where fields lay barren, devoid of crops, and even the grass had ceased to grow. The bark of nearby trees had vanished, the reason for which remained a mystery. After a bumpy 30 minutes, a dilapidated town nestled within a hillside ravine came into view. The town appeared derelict, with heaps of garbage strewn about its entrance, and the interior resembling a landscape of crumbling walls and ruins, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. As Xia Bo approached, 6 figures emerged from the town, swiftly encircling his vehicle. "Stop. No outside vehicles are permitted here," declared the leader. A gaunt man obscured by coarse fabric, his features indistinct, save for the firearm grasped in his hand, while the others brandished gleaming machetes. Xia Bo was taken aback by their presence. It was surprising that anyone remained in Willow Tree Town. He should have been more observant. The very appearance of the town revealed that it was inhabited. Despite being encircled by ravines, Willow Tree Town boasted high walls and remnants of structures. While it appeared to be a mere ruin, a closer inspection would reveal that the debris formed a deliberate pattern, connecting with the towering walls to create a protective perimeter. While the exterior was cluttered with refuse, seamlessly merging with the walls to establish a formidable barrier. Xia Bo reflected on his own lack of caution, realizing he should have sensed something amiss long before the group's emergence alerted him. Opening the car door, he greeted the anxious 6 with a warm smile. "Please, do not be alarmed. I am merely a refugee from afar. I encountered a broken bridge on the highway ahead, rendering it impassable. After consulting the map, I determined that circumventing Willow Tree Town to rejoin the ZS Highway was the most expedient route. I harbor no ill intentions." The group had never encountered someone of Xia Bo's stature amidst the wasteland, and they were visibly astonished by his imposing figure. "Ah, I see." The leader's expression softened, a hint of a smile emerging. "Young brother, I detect a youthful tone in your voice. Is it acceptable if I address you as such? That bridge has been out for several years now. Fortunately, you were passing through our side. Had you approached from another direction and reached Qingyang Town, it would have been dire indeed, for that place is inhabited by ruthless predators." "Is that so?" Xia Bo replied with a smile, though his vigilance remained unyielding. "You are also a refugee, I presume? If you do not mind, why not accompany us? We can look out for one another on the road. We, too, are preparing to escape, as the edible resources in this area have nearly been exhausted. We plan to take a detour via the ZS Highway towards the Central Plains." The man extended an inviting hand, radiating warmth and camaraderie. Xia Bo hesitated momentarily, his gaze fixed upon them, unable to discern their expressions. He gently shook his head, stating, "No, I am accustomed to traversing this desolate land alone. The presence of others feels rather unsettling." "Oh, I see. Very well then," the man gestured dismissively, assuring those around him to remain at ease. Xia Bo paused, his heart still vigilant, offering them a polite smile as he boarded the vehicle, his attention unwaveringly fixed on their movements. He was acutely aware that in a world ravaged by calamity, virtuous individuals were a rarity, and most were ruthless and savage. The fact that they allowed him entry raised the unsettling possibility of a trap. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. He had deliberately tested them moments earlier, disembarking without any weapons, empty-handed, merely to gauge their reaction upon seeing him unarmed. They had not responded with hostility. On the contrary, their demeanor exuded warmth. Although one man held a firearm, he had pointed it deliberately downward after Xia Bo exited the vehicle, a subtle detail that did not escape his notice. Could it be that they were among the few remaining souls in this world who still retained their humanity? The one-eared man was the only person he had encountered who exhibited such humanity, unharmed by greed. Perhaps he was overthinking it. As the vehicle rumbled onward, bouncing along the road into the town, Xia Bo remained tense, ever watchful of his surroundings. The streets appeared remarkably clean, devoid of any abandoned vehicles. To his astonishment, he spotted both elderly individuals and children. Realizing this, he accelerated, eager to pass through swiftly. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the street, waving their arms, signaling him to stop. His taut nerves nearly prompted him to slam on the accelerator. Upon realizing they were merely gesturing without weapons, he brought the vehicle to a halt. One of the individuals rushed over, visibly anxious, urging, "Do not exit just yet. The gang from Qingyang town is coming. You'll be killed if you go out." With that warning, he hurriedly retreated. Moments later, an alarm blared, and the entire town sprang into action. Xia Bo observed the elderly and children being ushered away, sheltered amidst the clamoring crowd. First, ensure the elderly, children, and women are moved to safety. The rest of you, hold the perimeter. Do not let the ruffians from Qingyang town breach the town. A man shouted through a megaphone. An increasing number of individuals emerged from the surrounding houses, armed with knives, swords, and clubs, joining the fray ahead. The sound of gunfire erupted in the distance. They were already engaged in combat. The earlier man, now breathless, approached Xia Bo, urging, "Little brother, you must hurry and seek refuge in the underground passage." "Brother, what is happening? Has the gang from Qingyang town attacked?" Xia Bo inquired, recalling the previous warnings about the nefarious nature of the townspeople. Initially, he had thought it was merely a cautionary tale directed at him. But witnessing the impending threat solidified his belief in their words. "The people of Qingyang town have launched an assault, fully aware of our desperate attempt to flee. If they succeed, everyone in our town will become mere fodder for their insatiable hunger." No sooner had the words left my lips than the air was pierced by a shrill whistle. With a thunderous explosion, a distant building was reduced to ashes, while the elderly who had not yet evacuated were obliterated into mere fragments. The barrage intensified, and a tremendous shockwave sent a woman, who had been attempting to assist an elderly person, soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. When others rushed to her aid, it was too late. She had already drawn her last breath. The air was filled with anguished screams, wails, and frantic shouts. The sharp sounds of incoming projectiles filled the atmosphere, as shells rained down upon the town, turning homes into clouds of dust and debris in an instant. It was mortars. This ruthless faction was unleashing their most formidable arsenal. Yet, their ammunition was limited, and their onslaught could not endure for long. My brother urged me to seek shelter immediately. If a shell were to strike our vehicle, it would mean certain doom. Reluctantly, I raised my gaze, coldly observing the missiles hurtling into the throngs of the elderly, as flesh and blood splattered in all directions, leaving only craters in their wake. The entire town had descended into chaos, with everyone scrambling for their lives, desperately evading the relentless bombardment. It was pandemonium. Everything was in disarray. Chapter 119. A desperate assault. Brother, please find me a place to conceal the vehicle, preferably somewhere impervious to artillery fire. Xia Bo's expression was icy, yet remarkably composed. "It's far too perilous." What if his companion was abruptly interrupted by Xia Bo? "Brother, there is no other option. I cannot abandon this car under any circumstances." After a moment of contemplation, his companion replied, "Our vehicle is hidden in a cave. There should still be space. Follow me." Boom. The earth trembled as artillery shells mercilessly plowed through the town. Xia Bo, driving closely behind the man, was engulfed by the cacophony of gunfire. "Little brother, our vehicle is concealed there. You can drive it in, but be sure to close the door upon exiting." Given the urgency of the situation, "I cannot escort you further." At the foot of the mountain, the man indicated a path to Xia Bo before hastily departing. The entire town had descended into chaos amidst the bombardment. For the first time, Xia Bo felt the insignificance of his own strength. The relentless carpet bombing could certainly spell his demise. Fortunately, it appeared that the enemy's artillery was limited, lacking the concentration of firepower to create a devastating barrage. Nonetheless, the overwhelming firepower had already obliterated a significant number of buildings. As time passed, the bombardment began to wane. "Their ammunition reserves are depleted. It's our turn now." With the diminishing gunfire, a multitude surged forth, shouting loudly. Xia Bo witnessed an impressive emergence of over 200 individuals from the underground. The combatants of this town exhibited remarkable strength, and unlike the avarice observed among those in the wastelands, this place harbored both the elderly and children. Additionally, there were numerous vehicles hidden within the cave, and their unity was palpable. This was Xia Bo's initial impression. Their roles were clearly defined. Some observed, some fought, while others ensured the safe evacuation of the elderly, women, and children. In this apocalyptic world, such solidarity was a rarity. However, it was not long before Xia Bo sensed an unsettling shift. As the artillery fire subsided, a cacophony of gunshots erupted. As he traversed the area, he noticed that most of the townspeople were armed with knives, swords, and clubs. The intensity of the gunfire was evidently beyond the capabilities of this town. A sudden sense of dread enveloped Xia Bo as he dashed into the town. In the distance, he spotted a group clad in black armor, charging into the heart of the town, mercilessly slaughtering those who dared to resist. The black armor, crafted from the hides of warped beasts, provided formidable protection. Townsfolk who ventured too close found their blades futile against the armored assailants, succumbing instead to gunfire. The fallen were swiftly carried away by others devoid of armor, their eyes glinting with a blood-red hue beneath the dark cloth. It was a one-sided massacre. Plenty of food. Kill them all, and take it back. We can feast tonight. Laughter erupted from the crowd, reveling in the abundance of food they had acquired. Xia Bo's countenance darkened. These individuals could no longer be deemed human. They had transformed into beasts. As an increasing number of individuals meet their tragic demise, Xia Bo finds himself bewildered. Despite their impenetrable defenses, why would they engage in such a reckless charge towards death? It is only when he catches sight of a group of children amidst the distant ruins that clarity dawns upon him. They are fighting for the children's chance at survival. Once the children are discovered, their fate is all too predictable, a conclusion easily deduced. The marauders remain oblivious to the intentions of those in the town, leisurely wandering about, occasionally firing shots to eliminate those who dare to approach, their faces adorned with smiles, treating human life as mere fodder. Though Xia Bo feels a surge of inspiration from their courage, he hesitates. The sheer number of marauders, along with their abundant weaponry, poses a formidable threat. Charging into the fray amidst a hail of bullets could lead to dire consequences. Some of these thugs are armed with rocket launchers and grenades. Nearly outfitted to the teeth, their prowess formidable, each attribute boasting impressive scores. Xia Bo is perplexed by the superior quality of the marauders' equipment, which seemingly surpasses even that of some individuals encountered on the perilous roads of survival. Before his eyes, one after another, the townsfolk bravely rush forth to confront the marauders, fully aware that it is a path leading to certain death. Yet, for the sake of those behind them, their sacrifice is deemed worthwhile. There is but one intact entrance to the underground passage, yet it is obstructed by a fallen slab, while all other entrances lie buried beneath the debris of bombarded buildings. Their efforts to clear the blockage are futile, their strength is insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Xia Bo dashes forward, only to be spotted by the marauders, who unleash a barrage of bullets, forcing him to maneuver for cover. The marauders erupt into raucous laughter, seemingly toying with him. Damn it, you truly deserve to perish. Xia Bo, consumed by frustration, takes refuge behind a wall, his heart ablaze with indignation, yet feeling utterly powerless. The marauders possess not only weapons but also rocket launchers and grenades, instruments of immense destruction. They are not fools. Should he reveal his ability to evade their bullets, they would quickly adapt and form countermeasures. A relentless hail of bullets could easily corner him, while the barrage of artillery could swiftly extinguish his life. He is but a mortal, and despite his formidable strength, he remains fundamentally human. The scenario of a protagonist rampaging through foes is clearly absent in this dire situation. Hiding behind the wall, Xia Bo ponders the possibility of conjuring the man-of-battle armor. If he could manifest the armor, its defensive capabilities would surely allow him to withstand the bullets, enabling him to focus solely on the heavy firepower. However, for now, it remains a mere thought. Their desperate struggle continues, as the entrance remains blocked. The collapsed wall offers no means of swift removal. Fortunately, their position has yet to be discovered, and he must press forward. Otherwise, the entire town faces annihilation. Only his strength can lift the fallen wall. The artillery has ravaged the ground, likely sealing off all other entrances, leaving only this singular one, which is now trapped beneath the debris. Xia Bo quickly assesses the distance to the opposite side of the street, steadies his breath, and attains a state of calm determination, readying himself for action. He launches forward like a bullet, soaring across the expanse to the other side. Moments ago, something darted past with remarkable speed. A ruffian rubbed his eyes, seemingly having glimpsed something. Was it merely an illusion? Ah, food, food, exclaimed another nearby thug, his demeanor transforming with excitement as he discharged his weapon, claiming a life. The bewildered ruffian scratched his head. Amidst the ruins, Xia Bo navigated deftly, his feet barely touching the ground as he leapt over crumbling walls, then assisted in lifting the debris. Little brother, this place is perilous. The older man, who had noticed Xia Bo, urgently grasped his arm. To be honest, I must pass through here. These individuals have become a significant hindrance to me. Xia Bo lifted his gaze, surveying the path obscured by rubble, his eyes glinting like a sharp blade. Should the town's road be buried, he would be compelled to seek alternative routes, which would undoubtedly prolong his journey. Currently, the thoroughfare lay heavily cloaked in scattered stones, and even the task of clearing it would demand a day's time, severely impeding his progress. Chapter 120. The phantom of the battlefield. The attributes of these marauders were all in the double digits, and coupled with their finely crafted weaponry, they posed a significant threat. To eradicate them entirely, collaboration with the townsfolk was imperative. The entrance had indeed been sealed by a stone slab, but with Xia Bo's assistance, they effortlessly shifted it aside. The children entered the tunnel, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, as they were spared from further futile sacrifices. Xia Bo followed them. Leading the way was a man adorned in a crimson fabric, presumably the town's leader. Once all inhibitions were cast aside, they swiftly devised a plan. Xia Bo settled among the ruins, igniting a cigarette while his gaze lingered on the war-torn debris. It seemed this day would be wholly consumed by this endeavor. Each moment wasted represented a loss he could ill afford. Brother, our plan is successfully formulated. We shall soon initiate our counteroffensive. The town may be perilous shortly. Perhaps you should enter the tunnel and await our return? As he pondered, a voice resonated in his ear. Xia Bo inhaled deeply, extinguishing the cigarette but beneath his foot. Shaking his head in response, no need. These individuals have already impacted me. I shall join you in the forthcoming actions, but I have one condition. What condition? The leader in the red cloth emerged from his dwelling. Perceiving several gazes converging upon him, Xia Bo hesitated not, pursing his lips as he stated, I require a passage. The streets are enshrouded in debris, making traversal exceedingly difficult. My individual strength is insufficient to clear a path in a short span of time. I will assist you in neutralizing these marauders, and upon success, you shall aid me in clearing the surface. Producing a map from his pocket, he continued. I aim to reach the ZS Expressway by tomorrow noon at the latest. I do not wish to squander any more time. The leader's expression grew slightly grave. Combat is not child's play. If you wish to assist us, you must understand that bullets are indiscriminate, and we cannot guarantee your safety. Xia Bo waved his hand dismissively. His eyes cold as steel. This is my own affair. Our collaboration is mutual. Moreover, you too require the town's roads for your escape. You stand to gain. In truth, even without cooperation, they would inevitably need to clear the aftermath once the battle concluded. Time was of the essence. He had no desire to engage in further idle chatter. The gunfire outside persisted, with many still resisting. The longer they conversed, the more they jeopardized their strategic advantage. The marauders had essentially concluded that the town harbored little remaining resistance. A surprise attack would be an opportune moment to strike. With the plan set in motion, boldly, the leader in the crimson fabric glanced at Xia Bo before issuing combat orders. Their combat strategy was straightforward yet remarkably effective, pushing guerrilla tactics to their utmost limits. Utilizing their familiarity with the town, they employed a strategy of firing and relocating. Xia Bo had previously read accounts of guerrilla warfare from the anti-Japanese war. The principles were strikingly similar. The key advantage was the ability to distract and hold back the enemy. Xia Bo became a ghost on the battlefield, seeking opportunities that were few and far between. Whenever a chance arose, he seized it with decisive action, scaling walls and dispatching his foes with a single stroke. Like a specter, he traversed the ruins. The counteroffensive began. Xia Bo's gaze was sharp and devoid of emotion. He felt no guilt in slaying the marauders, for their demise was well-deserved. With his presence, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in their favor. Guerrilla tactics were terrifying in their own right, but with a ghost haunting the battlefield, the once confident brigands, who believed victory was within their grasp, began to crumble. A ghost. I see a ghost, they exclaimed in terror. It wielded a crimson blade capable of tearing through their armor and shattering their ranks. There truly is a ghost. It can evade bullets and artillery. Any squad of 3 that encounters this specter meets a grim fate. Cloaked in darkness, it lurked in shadowy corners, radiating an eerie red glow as it reaped their lives. The fleeing marauders, faces etched with fear, recounted the battles amidst the ruins. The leader of the brigands in Qingyang town was a corpulent figure, his visage betraying a life of indulgence. Ghost, how many mortar shells do we have left? Over 20 rounds, but they are meant for the aberrant beasts. Came the swift reply from the statistician. How many corpses have we gathered? 46 intact bodies and 70 dismembered ones. The leader's expression darkened as he surveyed the town. Their gains were meager. They had unearthed nearly 1,000 mortar shells from an ammunition depot, yet had expended over 100 in this town alone, yielding scant rewards. I shall confront this battlefield specter myself. Everyone, advance into the town, commanded the leader, leading a throng into the settlement. In a corner of the ruins, Xia Bo sat on the ground, igniting a cigarette and exhaling plumes of smoke. His body was drenched in blood. and he could no longer tally the number of marauders he had slain. These brigands deserved death, and he felt no psychological burden for their demise. Xia Bo savored the thrill of combat, uncertain whether it was the environment or the influence of a bloodthirsty heart that had transformed him. He had changed, seemingly having grown in strength. It was difficult to articulate, but one thing was clear. After taking so many lives, his hands no longer trembled, and he had acclimated to the scent of blood and severed limbs. The fighting in the town appeared to be nearing its conclusion, at least. Xia Bo no longer heard the cacophony of gunfire. Following this battle, the townspeople's strength had significantly increased, for the marauders had brought with them advanced weaponry, far superior to their outdated handguns. Xia Bo had scarcely rested when gunfire erupted once more. Peering through the ruins, he spotted a throng of armored figures, with a rotund leader at the forefront, his appearance suggesting a life of excess amidst the apocalypse. It was hard to fathom how many lives he had consumed to maintain such girth. The townspeople, now armed, engaged in combat, and it was evident that their firepower was formidable. After all, their ammunition was plentiful, while the town's supply was scarce, consisting mostly of bullets scavenged from the battlefield. How many could there possibly be? Continuing in this manner, the town would inevitably falter, leaving him in an untenable position. This town was an essential waypoint for him, and he genuinely wished to avoid taking a lengthy detour, as it would be a considerable waste of time and entail numerous risks. Xia Bo emerged from the shadows. Assessing his condition, overall, he was relatively well, though he felt a twinge of hunger. The advantage of having his physical state quantified was that it allowed him to clearly gauge whether he was fit enough to engage in combat. As it turned out, he was more than capable. Chapter 121. Just do it. Xia Bo's feet struck the ground as he leapt over the remnants of crumbled walls. Swiftly approaching the enemy's position, he sought to create opportunities for the townspeople. What was he doing? Was he courting death? Did he value his life so little? It appeared he had slain numerous thugs, as I observed many corpses of the assailants, each dispatched with a blade. The townspeople engaged in combat noticed Xia Bo, bewildered by his seemingly reckless actions. The enemy's strength was formidable. It was evident that the two sides were not on the same level, and such behavior seemed tantamount to self-destruction. They were perplexed. Yet, some witnessed Xia Bo's lethal prowess and gasped in horror. He intended to charge directly into the enemy's stronghold. The adversaries numbered over 200, each possessing considerable power, having consumed remnants of genetic enhancement drugs. How could he be so audacious? The leader, draped in a red cloth, was oblivious to Xia Bo's intentions, whether he was seeking death or genuinely believed in his own strength. Regardless, he was one of their own. The leader swiftly commanded, "Do not conserve ammunition, provide him cover as he advances." The intensity of the battle escalated. Xia Bo's expression was steely, his gaze sharp as a blade. His intentions unmistakable, to capture the kingpin of the thieves. If he could seize that corpulent man, the conflict would effectively conclude, and he could compel the thugs to clear the path, hastening his progress. While his swift ability was still on cooldown, Xia Bo could no longer afford to wait. Far from being reckless, he was remarkably composed, his singular focus on capturing the Thief King. Once he secured his target, all challenges would dissolve. His figure flickered among the ruins, instinctively evading incoming bullets. Over time, he had honed his senses to detect the whistling of projectiles, skillfully sidestepping them. Especially upon entering a state of heightened awareness, evasion became significantly easier. Unless faced with a dense barrage, he adeptly dodged the sporadic gunfire. With the townspeople drawing fire away from him, Xia Bo felt an immense reduction in pressure. A ghost. A phantom. Some thugs, having witnessed Xia Bo's prowess, exclaimed in astonishment. Such swiftness. No wonder he could evade bullets. But where was his blade? The thug leader squinted, scrutinizing the figure darting through the debris, marveling at the astonishing speed which rendered bullet dodging effortless. Yet, what of his infamous blood-red knife? His subordinates had claimed he wielded one. Blast him to smithereens. The thug leader's narrowed eyes glinted with murderous intent. The thugs procured a plethora of grenades, intent on obliterating Xia Bo. The grenades rained down like a torrential deluge. It was over. They sought to annihilate him. Now is the time. Increase firepower. The leader of the Red Cloth Brigade shouted, his eyes widening. A relentless hail of bullets erupted, effectively suppressing the enemy. The thugs could barely raise their heads, granting Xia Bo unfathomable possibilities. He suddenly steadied his stance, surveying the cluster of grenades with unwavering resolve. His mind remarkably calm and devoid of panic. Instantly entering a state of predation, he calculated the landing spots of the grenades with precision. With a powerful push from his feet, he launched himself into the air, deftly deflecting the grenades aimed at him, before descending and shielding his head tightly with his arms. Boom. The ground trembled as the grenades erupted around him. The already precarious remnants of the structure crumbled. Fortunately, Xia Bo's reflexes were swift. He rolled on the ground and Seizing the moment before the echoes of the explosions faded, dashed forward. What an opportunity! Xia Bo recognized the suppressed thugs. This chance was fleeting, and he could not afford to miss it. He gazed at the tilted remnants of the wall, launching himself once more. Utilizing both hands and feet, he scaled the wall, leveraging it to propel himself outward, moving rapidly along the fractured surface. Suddenly, he leapt high, taking cover behind the wall, where the cowering thugs dared not raise their heads. He has arrived. A thug spotted Xia Bo, his face paling in shock as he cried out in terror. By the time the thugs reacted, it was too late. Xia Bo plunged into their midst. A flash of crimson light erupted as he dispatched one of the thugs, rather than engage the others surrounding him. He lightly touched the ground and leapt again, akin to a wolf pouncing into a flock of sheep. The thugs were thrown into disarray. The leader, equally astonished, pondered whether this was the strength of humanity. As he beheld Xia Bo charging towards him, he suddenly grasped the adversary's intent. Fire. Kill him. These thugs, largely desperate individuals, quickly regained their composure after the initial shock, taking cover against the wall to shoot at Xia Bo. Xia Bo remained unperturbed. Upon landing, he seized a howling thug, using him as a shield against the hail of bullets. He swiftly advanced towards the corpulent leader, and due to the confined terrain, their heavy firepower was rendered ineffective, forcing them to rely on their firearms. Yet, Xia Bo's speed was extraordinary, especially with a human shield in hand. Bullets pierced the body of the thug he held, erupting in a spray of blood, rendering the corpse unrecognizable. Seeing his adversary in disarray, the leader with the red cloth covering his head rallied his men to assist Xia Bo. Many were still in awe of the speed of Xia Bo's movements. Had he not been human, they might have suspected him to be a grotesque beast. As the rotund leader realized Xia Bo was bearing down on him, he recognized that firearms would be futile, and he bolted. However, his speed paled in comparison to Xia Bo's, even without activating his agility-enhancing abilities. His agility score stood at 38, making him exceedingly swift. Upon closing in on the rotund leader, Xia Bo delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Grabbing the leader by the neck, he hoisted him into the air and leapt onto a partially collapsed wall, his gaze sharp and piercing, cutting through the hearts of the thugs. They dared not fire again, gripped by fear. Many thugs had already slipped away unnoticed. The leader remained in Xia Bo's grasp, struggling in vain. He was horrified to discover that the hands gripping him felt like iron clamps, utterly inescapable. Meeting Xia Bo's cold, steely gaze, he succumbed to despair. What was initially destined to be an effortless endeavor took an unexpected turn. Who are you? There is no one as formidable as you in this town. The rotund leader relinquished all hope of resistance, his bloodshot eyes fixated upon him. The one who will end your life. Xia Bo replied coldly, surveying the bandits around him. If you wish to spare your leader, then remain still. Who dares to flee? Yet, from a distance, some of the bandits had already begun to escape. Without hesitation, Xia Bo incapacitated the rotund leader's arms and handed him over to the reinforcements that had arrived from the town. He then darted forth like a swift cheetah, crimson flashes trailing behind him, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Upon his return, both the bandits and the townsfolk stood paralyzed with terror. Casting a glance at them, Xia Bo approached the leader, shrouded in a red cloth, and spoke with an icy demeanor. Disarm them and clear the way for me. I have no time to squander. The rotund leader could scarcely fathom that he had provoked Xia Bo merely by obstructing his passage. Chapter 122. Equipment in the game world. Had he known, he would certainly have felt immense regret. Had he been aware that a plague spirit resided in the town, he should have sent it away first. After witnessing the formidable strength of Xia Bo alone, the townsfolk were filled with trepidation towards him. Xia Bo glanced at them, uttering a single phrase before settling down by the remnants of a broken wall, igniting a cigarette. Do you hear that? Clear the way. The leader, adorned with a red cloth covering his head, immediately commanded his subordinates. The thugs dared not utter a word, although they wished to fight back with grenades. Their supply was limited. Many had been expended during their journey from Qingyang town, and coupled with the prior skirmishes, they had almost entirely depleted their stock. All their lethal weapons had been confiscated, leaving them to gather stones and clear a path. Once the leader had orchestrated everything, he approached Xia Bo, casting a glance at the cigarette in his hand and swallowing hard. Thank you for your assistance. Xia Bo waved his hand dismissively. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and you align more with my preferences. Had you attempted to obstruct my vehicle with force, I would have simply turned away. You owe your gratitude to that fellow. The primary reason for his aid was their rare retention of humanity. Otherwise, Xia Bo would not have wished to involve himself in their plight. At worst, he could have merely negotiated with these thugs. The leader, clad in the red cloth, felt a wave of relief. They had adhered to the ancestral customs, treating others with sincerity even in dire hunger, never breaching ethical boundaries. When food ran out, they resorted to grass, Once the grass was depleted, they turned to leaves. And ultimately, when leaves were scarce, they consumed bark. Through their resilience, they had survived to this day, maintaining a simple and unpretentious lifestyle, remaining vigilant towards outsiders. They were acutely aware of the nature of those beyond their borders, particularly the inhabitants of Qingyang town, who had become cannibalistic and lost all semblance of humanity. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude. I heard from Old Li that you are headed to the ZS Expressway, which traverses fertile lands teeming with aberrant beasts. Although you are already quite powerful, in appreciation for your assistance, we have prepared a weapon for you. This item was left behind by someone as formidable as yourself several years ago, and it resembles your current weapon, the leader of the red-clothed group stated. Having dispatched someone to retrieve it, and it should return shortly. A weapon left by someone as powerful as me? Xia Bo raised his head, curious about what it might be. Soon, a villager emerged, cradling an object swathed in white cloth. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a weapon over a meter in length. The red-clothed leader took the item, unveiling it to reveal a blade of a deep azure hue, longer and broader than his own. Equipment: azure wide blade. Attributes: sharpness 5, hardness 5, critical hit rate 5, strength 5. Description: a remarkably enchanting blade. Note: an item left in the dimensional world of the game, imbued with causality. Those who wield this blade shall bear the weight of unknown repercussions. Upon beholding the azure-green broad blade, Xia Bo was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was, astonishingly, a piece of equipment from a game. Not only had he found himself in this world, but others had also traversed it. Regaining his composure, Xia Bo pressed his lips together, his expression returning to neutrality. Who bestowed this blade upon you? He inquired. It was given to us by someone we rescued, a traveler returning from the fertile lands. He bore grave injuries, and we took him in to recuperate in our town. Once he healed, he was determined to depart, leaving this blade in our care. Remarkably, anyone who grasps this sword feels their strength amplified. Even children can wield it. It is indeed a fine weapon, yet regrettably, our own capabilities are insufficient to combat the aberrant beasts. We must rely on firearms instead. Thus, the town mayor chose to store the blade away. Your arrival has reminded me of this sword, for you, too, are a wielder of blades. I thought you might take it with you, hoping it would augment your strength as you traverse the fertile lands. The leader, adorned with a red cloth covering his head, lifted the sword and drove it into the ground, recounting its origin. Thank you for your generosity, but I must decline the blade. I have one of my own. You should keep this sword for future use. Remember, should you encounter powerful individuals, do not draw this weapon. If their intentions are nefarious, you may not be able to protect yourselves, and it could lead to dire consequences. Xia Bo waved his hand dismissively. This blade bears the weight of past fates. Its previous owner has clearly met their demise. Should I take it up, I would inherit their burdens. The villagers are not players from the game world, and thus are untroubled by such consequences. However, I am, and it is prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Xia Bo's firm refusal took the red cloth leader by surprise. Yet he did not press the issue, instead committing Xia Bo's words to memory. I understand. They continued to converse idly for a while, during which the leader shared tales of the fertile lands. As dusk approached and the paths were finally cleared, Xia Bo resolved to rest for the night, planning to deliberate further come morning. Lying on the bed within the vehicle, he felt a measure of relief knowing the townsfolk were on watch, allowing him to finally enjoy a restful slumber. Players had indeed ventured here before. He was not the sole inhabitant of this world, indicating that others could enter as well. Were their missions akin to his, or entirely distinct? Apart from himself, were there others who had crossed over? If so, he feared he might not recognize them. Save for this vehicle, Xia Bo opened the world interface to ascertain if anyone else had entered the dimensional realm. To his surprise, numerous individuals had already traversed this world, including several from the top ranks. Each of these had a status indicator of vibrant green, denoting engaged in dimensional world quests. His own status bore a similar mark. As he scrolled down, he discovered that a significant number of individuals shared this green indicator. In fact, over 60 among the top 100 ranks possessed it. Aside from these individuals, numerous others have also ventured into the dimensional realm. These individuals must have obtained a passport to this extraordinary world. Indeed, they exhibit a fearless audacity, akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers. While I tread carefully within this dimension, they, despite their inferior strength, eagerly plunge into the tasks that await them. Xia Bo has not deactivated the system, and the leaderboard already lists a considerable number of players who have ascended to level 5. It remains uncertain whether these players have successfully undergone their job transitions. Collecting professional medals is a formidable challenge. However, through rank settlements and trades, one can exchange unwanted medals for those desired. As time progresses, Those who have entered level 5 begin to vie for popularity within this space, trading metals and fervently seeking to complete their job transitions. Xia Bo speculates that some individuals must have indeed accomplished their transitions. Chapter 123. Extraterrestrial beings in the rain. As thoughts flitted through his mind, drowsiness enveloped Xia Bo, compelling him into a deep slumber. This night, sleep was particularly sweet, for the townsfolk kept vigil, alleviating his concerns for safety. Time passed imperceptibly, the night sky draped in a somber darkness, embers scattered upon the earth. And within the low-lying valleys, the town lay in serene stillness. Yet, the ominous gloom of the heavens seemed to be brewing something unknown. The sentinel raised his head, brushing his hand across his knuckles, as he sensed a drop of something upon his skin. Drip, drop. A few droplets of rain began to fall, and the guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed skyward. Suddenly, he erupted into a piercing scream, triggering the alarm. Those sleeping in their vehicles were jolted awake. Xia Bo sprang from his bed, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant, and rushed outside, his icy gaze anxiously scanning the surroundings. Chilling raindrops fell upon his hand, imbued with an unsettling scent. It was raining. It was raining. Upon the ruins of the town, a figure dashed about, and more people emerged, elderly, women, and children, staring blankly at the falling raindrops, filled with incredulity. After years of drought, it was finally raining. The parched earth, rejuvenated by this downpour, would surely blossom once more. Joy erupted among the people as they engaged in animated discussions. Plop, plop. Large raindrops pelted down, stirring up dust from the arid ground. As the rain intensified, an eerie sensation began to creep in. The scent of the rain felt peculiar. Xia Bo had already noted this anomaly. He returned to his vehicle, switched on the headlights, and was horrified to discover that the raindrop on his palm was an unsettling shade of black, and within that droplet, something appeared to be writhing. Extraterrestrial life forms. Xia Bo was bewildered, suddenly feeling a prickling pain on the back of his hand as the creature burrowed into his flesh. He swiftly flicked the raindrop away and wiped his hand, finding only a red mark. What in the world was this? Attempting to invade his flesh, had he not possessed a resilient physique, it would have already penetrated his palm. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over Xia Bo. Before he could ponder further, a chorus of agonized screams erupted from outside. Something was amiss. Xia Bo hurried to the driver's seat, where he beheld the car window besmirched with the carcasses of these insects, lifeless upon exposure to the air. They had completed their parasitic cycle through the black droplets. In the distance, those who had just moments ago rejoiced were now writhing in pain upon the ground. Many rushed forward in an attempt to aid them. Xia Bo quickly reacted, shouting to them, "Do not rush into the rain. These droplets harbor extraterrestrial beings that can burrow into the human body. Stay under the eaves or use umbrellas to shield yourselves from the rain." Everyone promptly retreated to the shelter, heeding the warning to remain indoors. The leader, veiled in a red cloth, swiftly grasped the situation and promptly issued orders, directing individuals to don plastic raincoats and commence the rescue of those who had previously rushed outside. Soon, they were rendered speechless by the horrifying scene before them. The bodies of those drenched by the rain were riddled with blood-sized holes, from which pale, maggot-like creatures emerged. These gruesome punctures adorned their faces and arms, and the afflicted writhed in agony, clawing at their bodies, tearing flesh away and exposing sanguine wounds, where white larvae wriggled grotesquely. Those with keen eyes were chilled by the sight of these larvae, which were covered in jagged teeth, making their ability to burrow into human flesh all the more terrifying. One individual, in a moment of madness, reached out to extract a larva, but upon contact, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertip. When he withdrew his hand, the larva had vanished, leaving behind a bloody orifice. Almost instantly, he sensed something amiss within his body, an unbearable itch consumed him. As if besieged by a swarm of mosquitoes, a single creature was feasting on his flesh, laying eggs within him. This was reminiscent of the aberration disaster that had transpired decades ago. An elderly person recognized the ominous rain and shouted in alarm. The aberrant beasts were not of this world, but rather entities that emerged following a torrential downpour. Unfortunately, society had already been rendered nearly paralyzed due to the mass disappearances of individuals, and the emergence of these creatures went unchecked. The elders, having lived through that cataclysm, were now gripped by terror at the sight. They warned vehemently against the rain, for the aberrant beasts could effortlessly invade the human body, nesting within the bones. And once acclimated to their new surroundings, they would burst forth, causing devastation. It was imperative to prevent water accumulation on the ground, as these creatures thrived in water. And once they matured, they would ascend to land and wreak havoc upon humanity. Under the elders' grave admonitions, no one dared to venture back into the rain, helplessly watching as those individuals met a grim fate, ultimately becoming mere skeletons. Those who bore witness to this calamity turned pale, retreating into hiding, too frightened to show their faces. The rain did not last long, and Xia Bo sheltered in his vehicle, Observing the alien entities reflected on the windshield, creatures that perished upon contact with air, he realized the most effective solution was to activate the windshield wipers. 20 minutes later, the downpour ceased, allowing the townsfolk to emerge cautiously, confronted by numerous puddles dotting the ground. Following the elders' guidance, they redirected the water accumulation, exposing the creatures within to the air, thereby exterminating the alien beings. The deceased were cremated. This frenzy of activity persisted until dawn. Xia Bo quickly refreshed himself in the car, fed the little hen, and then started the engine. Bidding farewell to the leader in the red cloth before hastily departing without delay. With the eyes of the onlookers upon him, Xia Bo drove away from Willow Tree Town, merging onto the highway by noon. It is noteworthy that on his journey, Xia Bo encountered numerous puddles, within which extraterrestrial beings had grown to the size of a thumb, with some even crawling to the roadside, showcasing their remarkable adaptability. In the initial outbreak of the catastrophe, many of these aberrant creatures perished, although society was in disarray. There remained a semblance of strength. However, the resilience of these mutated beasts proved to be overwhelmingly formidable. As time progressed, their sizes grew increasingly colossal, prompting the nation to rally various cities to establish underground safe zones. Amidst societal collapse, such audacity could only be found in Huagua, and ultimately, the underground safe zones were indeed constructed. Nonetheless, only a scant few cities succeeded in establishing these sanctuaries, while the majority succumbed to devastation. Chapter 124. Fertile Ground. A million aberrant beasts. The city situated by the river has succumbed the fastest. For these creatures possess an affinity for rivers and lakes, which is one of the reasons why this fertile ground is fraught with peril. Following the recent rainfall, it is not difficult to deduce that the population of aberrant creatures along the riverbank will undoubtedly surge severalfold. Consequently, the dangers of this land will escalate, and the number of those fleeing will increase significantly. However, such matters are of little concern to me. I must seize the time to complete my mission. 2,000 miles is not a long distance. In peaceful times, it could be traversed in a day and a night. Yet, this is not an era of peace, but one of chaos. Once on the expressway, Xia Bo accelerated the vehicle, remaining exceedingly cautious. For the mountains and forests flanking the highway could conceal any number of wild beasts ready to spring forth from the dense thickets. Screech. An hour later, Xia Bo abruptly slammed on the brakes, flung open the car door, and hurried to a roadside container. He opened it to retrieve supplies, returning to the vehicle to stow them in the storage compartment. These provisions consisted solely of food. He now possessed ample sustenance, sufficient to last him a considerable time. As for water, he would likely never face a shortage in this lifetime. The resources stored would sustain him for long. Fuel was of no concern either, as he could afford to burn through it with the increased speed of travel. As time passed, no unforeseen events occurred along the journey. The aberrant beasts seemed to have vanished, and Xia Bo discerned the answer on the map. This region was characterized by a series of mountains, with the presence of aberrant creatures being exceedingly rare, save for a few. However, following last night's rain, their numbers would inevitably rise, as the mountainous terrain was prone to water accumulation. These aberrant beasts could thrive even in the smallest puddle, managing to survive in any water collected on leaves. An exceedingly bizarre extraterrestrial species. According to the elders in the town, approximately 40 years have elapsed since the onset of the catastrophe, during which time there has only been one such black rain of aberrant creatures. Fortunately, such events occur only once every 40 years. Otherwise, this planet would have long since met its demise. The last disaster transpired last night, had I arrived a few days later. The challenges of this world would have escalated beyond measure. Xia Bo lightly tapped the wire spool, contemplating that after 40 years, most aberrant beasts had perished, save for those residing in riverine areas. The numbers of aberrant creatures in other regions had drastically diminished. 2 hours later, the mountains and forests surrounding the expressway began to thin, revealing an increasing number of automobile wrecks, remnants of accidents from over 40 years ago. Gradually, the vista widened, with some vehicles having collided and now lying in disarray across the highway. Xia Bo had no choice but to reduce his speed, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to avoid the obstacles on the expressway. According to the map, after traveling several kilometers beyond the mountains, he would encounter the first city, a circular expressway that arcs around the left side of the city, forming a semicircular shape. This would become a perilous location. To the right of the city, specifically to the north, a river meanders through the northern expanse, serving as a habitat for a multitude of aberrant beasts. Particularly after Xia Bo discerned that these creatures thrived in freshwater, he could surmise the staggering number of aberrant beasts residing within that river. It was a figure beyond estimation, and he finally comprehended why the inhabitants of this fertile land chose to depart rather than remain, despite the potential to cultivate sustenance from the soil. Now, The scenario became increasingly vivid. As he traversed the mountainous forests, Xia Bo's field of vision gradually broadened. In the distance, the world appeared shrouded in a foggy haze. Devoid of rainfall, yet cloaked in remnants of the past, a serpentine highway stretched towards the shadow of a city in ruins. This desolate urban landscape seemed surreal amidst the gray world. Faint silhouettes of a few towering derelict structures lingered, echoing the former glory and prosperity of the city. A lengthy river flowed through the right side of the city, and a glimmer sparked in Xia Bo's eyes. As the vehicle advanced, the visage of the city became clearer, causing Xia Bo's pupils to narrow in trepidation. Upon entering the city, eerie roars resonated through the desolation, with glimpses of aberrant beasts occasionally surfacing. When his gaze shifted to the riverbanks, he beheld an overwhelming number of these creatures, their colossal forms stretching up to 10 meters in length, akin to small edifices, while the shortest measured 3 to 4 meters. This urban ruin and its riverbanks had transformed into a sanctuary for countless aberrant beasts. Sprawled across the ground in a disarray that was all too distinct from the vantage point of the surrounding highway. As the car merged onto the highway adjacent to the city, the air reverberated with the cacophony of the beasts' roars, an unending chorus. The sheer multitude was unfathomable. Leaving Xia Bo bewildered, could there be tens of thousands? Or perhaps hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Such imagery was beyond Xia Bo's imagination. The largest crowd he had ever witnessed was at a concert accommodating 50,000 people. That event had left him with an overwhelming sensation of being engulfed by humanity. When the star took the stage, the deafening cheers of 50,000 resonated through the air. Another memory surfaced of a temple fair, where approximately 70 to 80,000 attendees filled 4 streets, generating nearly 100 tons of refuse in a single day. It was difficult to conceive of such scenes. This place appeared to be a realm for aberrant beasts, with the lengthy river providing no dispersal for the throngs. Instead, they congregated densely along the banks. Those suffering from claustrophobia would surely succumb to panic upon witnessing such a sight, overwhelmed to the point of collapse. The sheer numbers were staggering, extending along the river endlessly, unfathomable and immeasurable. One's lifetime would scarcely suffice to count them all. It was overwhelming in its density and magnitude. Xia Bo's heart raced violently, beating like a drum within his chest. At this moment, apart from the rapid beating of his heart, he remained remarkably calm, driving the car with utmost caution, wary of producing any excessive noise. The consequences of startling them were all too vivid in his imagination. This was the most shocking sight Xia Bo had ever witnessed. An uncountable multitude of grotesque beasts crowded along the riverbank. This was merely a tributary. How terrifying must the main river be? Such rivers scarcely rank among the world's freshwater systems. So one could only ponder the sheer number of aberrations inhabiting those that are ranked first and second. Billions? Or perhaps hundreds of billions. Perhaps this world is destined for annihilation. Chapter 125, Breakthrough on the Highway. Xia Bo felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. This world could almost be declared as doomed. Given the current strength of humanity amidst the wasteland, it is not even necessary to mention the renowned rivers of the world. Just this mere tributary before him possesses the potential to sweep across the entirety of Province A. The power of these aberrant beasts has escalated in tandem with their growth, with the mightiest among them likely surpassing 100, if not more. Should they become enraged, it would undoubtedly spell an unprecedented disaster for the whole of Province A. At this moment, Xia Bo was profoundly grateful to have been born on Blue Star and to have the fortune of entering the game world. Becoming a part of the virtual realm. At least in the game, he faced merely dozens or hundreds of wild creatures. Fortunately, the aberrant beasts had not yet been disturbed. They remained ensconced in their current location, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Xia Bo was uncertain of their habits, but, from the looks of it, they appeared to be quite safe. They had not incited any riots, and among the local populace he encountered, there were no reports of an aberrant beast tide. This was a positive sign, indicating that the aberrant beast would not revolt unless provoked by humans. Xia Bo refocused his attention on driving. This segment of road was relatively safe, as it lay on an elevated highway. However, ahead lay a section that began to descend towards the ground, raising concerns that the aberrant beast might notice him. He needed to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. 2,000 kilometers was not inherently difficult. The true challenge lay in the unexpected situations that could arise along the way and how to respond to them. Xia Bo gripped the steering wheel tightly. His lips pressed together, aware that triggering an incident here could be perilous, especially considering the countless aberrant beasts in the vicinity. Should he alert them? It was highly likely that a tide of aberrant beasts would ensue. Thus, he resolved to remain silent while passing through. The highway's sharp descent formed a vast U-shaped curve, with the ground-level section extending nearly a kilometer. Xia Bo gazed ahead and spotted aberrant beasts along the roadside. His heart sank, though he maintained a semblance of calm. He calculated that there were approximately a dozen creatures lurking by the road, with one even ascending onto the highway itself. This stretch of road was littered with abandoned vehicles, making it impossible to accelerate, and the thought of quickly passing through dissipated. As he approached ground level, Xia Bo focused intently on the aberrant beasts, relieved to find they had not detected him. With a slight exhale of relief, he gradually brought the vehicle to a halt beside a derelict car. He exited swiftly and moved stealthily towards another abandoned vehicle a mere 10 meters away, where he concealed himself. Peering around, he noted that aside from the numerous aberrant beasts resting by the roadside, there was one more located over 40 meters away. The number of aberrant beasts here was limited, so to avoid alarming a larger horde, he needed to dispatch them quickly. It was daytime, and their activity levels were relatively low, making this the most opportune moment for a stealthy attack. Xia Bo speculated that these distorted beasts appeared to be nocturnal creatures, displaying little aggression during the day. Only the famished ones, like the one he encountered at the broken bridge on the ZS highway, ventured out in search of food. Generally, creatures exhibit heightened aggression when driven by hunger. Presently, they were at rest, largely immobile, to ensure a swift passage. He needed to eliminate these beasts while they were still dormant, and a surprise attack would undoubtedly be the most effective strategy. He had to depart from this place before nightfall. It was already afternoon, with 4 or 5 hours remaining until dusk, once darkness enveloped the area. The chaos these numerous beasts could unleash was uncertain, but their nocturnal activity was bound to be terrifying. The highway lay quiet, devoid of the intermittent cries of distorted beasts that echoed from the nearby ruins and river. The group of distorted beasts before him slept soundly. Xia Bo pressed his lips together, cautiously approaching the slumbering creatures, his movements light and deliberate. Their acute hearing meant any noise would alert them immediately. Fortunately, the distant roars of other beasts masked the sounds of his vehicle. These roars provided him with a perfect cover for his actions. As the distant growls echoed, Xia Bo's gaze sharpened like a blade. Once he was within an optimal range, he sprang forth from the ground like a predator pouncing on its prey. His movements swift and fierce. The steel blade materialized in his hand, gripped firmly as he soared through the air, descending directly toward the neck of a distorted beast. With a soft thud, he struck true. His expression remained icy, devoid of hesitation. Just as the creature began to struggle, he swiftly sliced to the right with the blade, blood gushing forth as a massive head tumbled to the ground. Xia Bo abruptly turned, his cold eyes anxiously scanning the beast along the roadside. Relieved to see they remained undisturbed, he exhaled slightly, quickly descending from the vehicle without a sound. However, before he could make his next move, the metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air. Frozen in place, he felt the icy, soulless gaze of the beasts locking onto him. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to turn swiftly. Indeed, the scent of his companion's blood had roused them. Panic surged within him. He had been too careless. This was a dire situation. Driving past them could result in his vehicle being destroyed, ripped apart. Such a sight was one he wished to avoid. A surprise attack was the most effective course of action at this moment, yet he had forgotten the implications of the blood scent. With a gaze as cold as steel, he steeled his resolve, unleashing all his capabilities. In the next heartbeat, he vanished from sight. He could not allow these beasts to react first. Their strength was not formidable. He possessed the ability to swiftly dispatch them. His hunting state ensured his safety, preventing him from falling into despair. With an astonishing agility that seemed to double his speed, Xia Bo moved like a wraith, eluding the grasp of the grotesque beasts that surrounded him. In his hand, the blade gleamed with a sharpness capable of slicing through gold and jade, effortlessly severing even the finest hair, akin to a divine weapon. The formidable hide of the aberrant creatures proved utterly incapable of resisting the edge of his steel knife. As he plunged into the throng of distorted beasts, Xia Bo resembled a war deity, swiftly becoming drenched in their crimson blood. Unfazed by the assault of over 20 of these monstrous entities, he maintained an unwavering composure, responding with a chilling calmness. Grasping the steel knife that radiated an eerie crimson glow, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he deftly dodged their lethal attacks. Each strike of his blade claimed the life of an aberrant creature. Xia Bo's movements were executed with an elegant precision, devoid of unnecessary flourishes, embracing simplicity and swiftness, hallmarks of seasoned combat expertise. Chapter 126. Encounter in the desolate village. The flamboyant techniques may appear visually captivating, yet they lack any substantive offensive capability and are exceedingly taxing on one's stamina, an endeavor fraught with inefficiency. Engaging an adversary is not a performance. The focus must remain on the enemy's vulnerabilities, requiring but a single decisive strike. Xia Bo adeptly harnessed his combat experience, pushing his abilities to their zenith. Although his enhanced strength rendered hand-to-hand combat less pivotal, the wisdom gleaned from his experiences was invaluable throughout his life. He targeted the weaknesses of his foes with precision, maximizing his speed to an ethereal extent, akin to a fleeting shadow. In a mere 2 minutes, Xia Bo dispatched over 20 aberrant beasts, a feat made possible by their unwieldy size. Once the threat had been neutralized, he felt no fatigue beyond an accelerated heartbeat. With no time to contemplate, and neglecting the blood staining his attire, he hastily dashed to his vehicle, leapt inside, and ignited the engine, fleeing the scene. Within moments, the scent of blood had attracted their companions. The air was filled with primal roars as they voraciously feasted upon their fallen kin, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Some even engaged in fierce struggles over the carrion, oblivious to the identity of their slayer. Listening to the cacophony of growls behind him, Xia Bo felt a shiver of trepidation, grateful for his swift departure. Had he lingered, he would have faced annihilation. Fortunately, this encounter had passed without calamity, and the horde of aberrant beasts remained undisturbed. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding his future encounters. Having witnessed the overwhelming numbers of the aberrant beasts, Xia Bo's heart was heavy with unease. The sheer volume of these creatures was staggering, enough to send chills down his spine, should he provoke them. They would consume him in an instant, rending him apart, even if his attributes exceeded 100. Their vast numbers and the tactics of an ocean of beasts posed an insurmountable challenge. Even if they stood idly by while he fought, he would surely exhaust himself. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo's anxiety intensified. The daylight offered some solace, but once night fell, these aberrant creatures would emerge to forage, and he could not escape unscathed. Particularly on this fertile stretch of road, it would be impossible to exit today. The wreckage of vehicles littered the highway, preventing him from exceeding a speed of 100. He glanced at the map, calculating his velocity. At an average speed of 80 kilometers per hour, he could only hope to reach Baiha Bridge by nightfall. Baiha Bridge represented the last perilous segment of his journey. Once he crossed it, he would be free from this fertile land. However, he faced immense risk, as he would arrive at the bridge tonight. Currently, he remained within the vicinity of the very city he had just navigated, and nearby rivers posed additional hazards. The vast numbers of aberrant beasts would undoubtedly expand their foraging range at night, easily overshadowing this stretch of highway. He had to find a secure location to weather the night before darkness enveloped the land. Xia Bo parked the vehicle, munching on a piece of bread while meticulously studying the map. The most prudent course of action is undoubtedly to distance oneself from the river, for only by doing so can one claim a semblance of safety. Currently, my highway is situated 2 kilometers from the nearest river, and as I gaze down the remaining stretches of the road, the furthest distance does not exceed 7 kilometers. This fertile land predominantly consists of plains, with scarce mountains or ravines. Thus, the quest for a secure location is no trivial endeavor. However, after meticulously studying the map, I indeed discovered a relatively safe haven, a village, distanced from the river and perched upon slightly elevated terrain, allowing several river tributaries to circumvent it. Upon careful calculation, I realized that I am over 30 kilometers away from this village, and barring any traffic delays, I could reach it within 1 to 2 hours. With only 3 or 4 hours left before dusk, I cannot afford to squander any more time. I must endeavor to reach my destination. Resolute, I finished my bread, took a sip of water, and started the car, exiting the highway at the nearest point to the village. The journey was bumpy, and before arriving at the village, I encountered numerous aberrant creatures and swarms of them, which had already wandered close to the village in considerable numbers. My heart sank as twilight approached. The opportunity to find an alternative location had evaporated, leaving me no choice but to bravely drive into the ruins of the village. After navigating through the remnants, I found that only about an hour remained before darkness enveloped the land. This village too had succumbed to ruin, with only a handful of houses still standing. Concealing my vehicle behind one of the relatively intact structures, I entered the building and sank down onto the floor, feeling a modicum of relief. Traveling in a car can, in some respects, become a burden. In the face of danger or traffic congestion, abandoning the vehicle to flee on foot is simply not an option. In this game, the car serves as my anchor. Leaning back, I closed my eyes and dozed lightly. The dried blood of the aberrant creatures clung to my skin, exuding a strong metallic odor, accompanied by an unpleasant stench. Though I had grown accustomed to this scent, the sticky residue still made me feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Rising to survey the village, I found it eerily silent, a mere shadow of its former self. I then approached the vehicle's water heater, and without shedding my clothes, I washed away the filth that clung to me. The warm water cascading over my body brought a sense of comfort. If only I had shampoo and body wash, I would not have to endure the lingering odor. With my eyes closed and head tilted back, I allowed the warm water to flow over me, enveloping my entire being in warmth. After my shower, I lay back on the bed within the car, feeling light and relaxed, and closed my eyes to check the system's trade options. There was little of value to trade, but I could not afford to waste the opportunity. So I exchanged some supplies at random, upgrading them and promptly placing them into the storage cabinet. The magical energy crystals I had listed remained unsold. Was it due to their rarity, or was it simply that others were unwilling to part with their own? Xia Bo was unclear about the situation but felt his consciousness beginning to wane, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, his eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. Nevertheless, he summoned his resolve. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and he must not succumb to slumber. Suddenly, a faint sound from outside captured his attention. Something was approaching his car, accompanied by the soft patter of footsteps. He glimpsed a shadow darting past the window. First on the left, then on the right. Someone was nearing his vehicle, and it was not merely one person. In an instant, Xia Bo's demeanor turned icy. His gaze sharp as a blade. He sprang to his feet, flinging open the door and leaping out of the car. The noise of his abrupt exit seemed to startle them. With a flurry of panicked footsteps, they scattered in all directions like startled birds. They think they can escape? Xia Bo's eyes glinted with cold determination, his mind racing as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings before charging in a particular direction. The figure ahead, hearing the commotion behind, was taken aback and turned to see a terrifying sight. A shadow was closing in on him with astonishing speed. There would be no escape. Clenching his jaw, the figure halted abruptly, brandishing an axe, and swung it fiercely at the swiftly approaching silhouette. Chapter 127. The woman as Xia Bo observed his adversary cease movement and prepare to launch an assault. It became apparent that the opponent was aware of his inability to escape and had resolved to fight with fervor. A cold smile graced his lips as he executed a swift kick, sending the incoming axe soaring away with tremendous force emanating from his foot. With a resounding thud, the axe was propelled through the air. A startled scream pierced the air as the assailant felt as though struck by a rampaging bull. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground, only to be met with an eerie burst of crimson light before an icy sensation enveloped his neck. Stricken with fear, he dared not move. "Who are you?" Upon hearing the voice, Xia Bo discerned that his opponent was a woman. However, he showed no mercy, pressing the blade of his knife against her throat. Should she dare to resist, he would deliver a lethal blow without hesitation. I harbor no ill will. This is our home. We sensed your intrusion and, unaware of your intentions, came to investigate. We mean you no harm, the woman stammered, terror-stricken by his prowess and the ominous red blade, hastily divulging the truth without a hint of deceit. "Humph," Xia Bo scoffed, his large hand gripping her throat as he propelled himself towards his vehicle with swift agility. The vicinity around the car was deserted, indicating that others had fled. He unceremoniously cast the woman to the ground, devoid of any concern for her well-being. "Ouch," she exclaimed, rubbing the spot where she had struck the rocky terrain. Her gaze burning with anger directed at Xia Bo. With a flash of red light, she winced in pain, clutching her arm as blood welled forth. "Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. Otherwise, next time it will not merely be a single wound," he warned, his icy gaze scanning the area. Sensing the approach of something nearby, "What is coming for you?" the woman inquired, bewildered by Xia Bo's words, her arm still pressed against her injury. Fear creeping into her voice. I do not comprehend what you were saying. Bring your people out. We need to converse," Xia Bo commanded. He spared her life, recognizing that this night promised to be sleepless. On his journey, he had already encountered several mutated beasts, suggesting that this place had become perilous as well. Relying solely on his own strength would allow him to survive the night, but it would not be an easy feat. The presence of others implied the potential for collaboration, which could alleviate some of his burdens. The woman regarded Xia Bo with confusion. "What do you mean? Are you feigning ignorance?" A flicker of murderous intent crossed Xia Bo's face as he declared, "Your people have surrounded this area. Should a confrontation arise, I can assure you that all will perish. Yet, I do not wish to take your lives. I have encountered numerous mutated beasts already. Killing you would only increase the pressure on me when they arrive tonight. This is your final opportunity. Surrender them, and we may still negotiate." In a gesture of goodwill, he sheathed his knife. As the crimson steel blade vanished before her eyes, the woman trembled, her expression one of incredulity. Xia Bo, growing increasingly impatient, urged her, "Hurry up. I do not have time to waste." "You mean to say that upon your arrival, you encountered a multitude of aberrant beasts?" The woman finally grasped the gravity of his words, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Naturally, summon your superiors. We must discuss matters of collaboration." Xia Bo regarded her from a superior vantage point, his demeanor tinged with irritation. Women were invariably the most troublesome. Oh, the woman finally comprehended, raising her head to declare, "Everyone, come forth. He means no harm." We approached his vehicle first. At her words, the onlookers cautiously revealed themselves. Yet they remained tensely focused on Xia Bo, wielding cold weapons such as knives, swords, and clubs, with nary a firearm among them. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be over 100 individuals, all emaciated and lacking in combat prowess, their attributes hovering around a mere 10 points. Xia Bo felt a pang of regret for having allied himself with this group. Clearing his throat, he fixed his gaze on the woman, inquiring, "Where is your leader?" "I am," she replied through gritted teeth. It was no wonder they had come to her rescue. They were so few in number. Moreover, there are a group of children underground. The woman hesitated momentarily. Sighing inwardly, Xia Bo was left disheartened, leaning against this fragile assembly of individuals, uncertain of their resilience. "You mentioned that a horde of aberrant beasts has emerged? How numerous are they, and what are their sizes?" The woman, recalling the urgency, scrambled to her feet and quickly asked. "Indeed, there are many, having wandered over from the river," Xia Bo replied. "The nocturnal aberrant beasts are known for their erratic behavior and high aggression. Old Gua, take your people and scout the area. Assess their wandering patterns, but exercise caution." The woman, alarmed, swiftly directed a tall figure behind her. As she watched them depart, she turned to see Xia Bo returning to his vehicle and hastily called out, "Explain how we might collaborate. The night brings unrest, and your vehicle is likely to be torn apart by the aberrant beasts. We have previously constructed an underground garage that can accommodate your vehicle. In exchange for a secure storage space, you will assist us in combating the aberrant beasts tonight." After contemplating the situation, Xia Bo recognized that he had no choice but to cooperate with them. The presence of numerous aberrant beasts outside posed a significant threat, and his own strength was insufficient to contend with such a vast horde. The offer of a storage facility was clearly a bargaining chip in their collaboration. However, the collective strength of this group was woefully inadequate. Armed with mere knives and clubs, what damage could they inflict upon the aberrant beasts? Even if they were to expend their entire force, it would likely only suffice to fend off a handful. Should the numbers swell, it would spell disaster for them all. At this juncture, secrecy was no longer an option. Fixing his gaze on the woman's exposed eyes, Xia Bo asked, "Is there anyone among you skilled in firearms?" The woman froze, her face lighting up with hope. You have a gun? I once acquired the knowledge of how to wield a firearm and aim accurately. Yet the weapon has long since been devoid of ammunition. Were I to possess a gun, confronting the aberrant beasts would not prove arduous. I do have firearms, and quite a few at that. Given the nature of our collaboration, I am willing to furnish you with both guns and bullets. However, the ramifications of discharging such weapons are evident. The sheer multitude of aberrant beasts outside may overwhelm even the arsenal I provide. Therefore, I implore you to expedite your preparations for alternative measures, just in case. Moreover, should the aberrant beasts breach the village, I shall remain near this vehicle. It is imperative that you ensure adequate protective measures are in place. I do not wish for any chaos to ensue at that critical moment." Xia Bo spoke with conviction, asserting that the safety of the automobile supersedes all else. If necessary, in order to preserve the integrity of the vehicle, he would not hesitate to forsake them. Without the car, everything would be lost. Chapter 128. The Restless Aberration Beast. The woman quickly regained her composure. Xia Bo's words rang true. Possessing a handgun would not necessarily stave off the invasion of the aberration beasts, and the sound of gunfire would only attract even more from afar. In this fertile land, the aberration beasts were the predominant threat. They had to bear the consequences of discharging a weapon. I understand your concerns. Rest assured. The defensive structures we have constructed underground are exceptionally secure. After all, we have lived here for decades, and the underground is like a fortress, she stated. Moreover, you need not worry about your vehicle's safety. Our underground garage consists of 2 layers, a surface level and an inner level. Your car will be extremely secure there, entirely insulated from the aberration beasts. The woman spoke with a calm authority, detailing their remarkably fortified underground facilities, which, after years of upgrades, could withstand the tremors of a small nuclear explosion. Additionally, they had deceptive outer and inner layers, rendering their defenses nearly flawless. That is indeed reassuring. The garage was situated beneath a collapsed building, with a labyrinth of rebar, much of which had been severed and repurposed. The entrance was a robust iron door, with heaps of refuse piled in front to serve as camouflage. Upon pushing open the underground door, one was greeted by an expansive cavernous space, supported by several massive concrete pillars, with walls constructed from reinforced concrete. Within lay a multitude of vehicle wrecks and assorted machine parts. A wide passage allowed for vehicle passage, and at the far end, a wall could be pushed aside, leading to the second layer. There, various covered cars were parked, providing a secure haven for the trucks. In this sanctuary, a few elderly individuals accompanied by children ambled about, greeting the woman with familiarity, entirely oblivious to the looming crisis. Xia Bo stepped from the vehicle, surveying the garage filled with cars, perplexed. With so many vehicles at your disposal, you could easily leave this fertile land and find a place devoid of aberration beasts. This land is fraught with peril. The presence of numerous aberration beasts renders it exceedingly dangerous. No one wishes to reside here. Furthermore, Your understanding of the aberration beast's habits suggests that finding a truly safe location would not be insurmountable. The woman replied, unflinchingly, our ancestors have lived here for generations. We cannot simply abandon this place. The fertile land also allows us to cultivate food for our survival. Moreover, our underground living facilities are remarkably well-equipped. Leaving here does not guarantee a better existence. The inhabitants of the outside world may not be as amicable as you. Her forthrightness struck Xia Bo with a sense of admiration. Indeed, the wisdom of those who came before could be a shelter for future generations. The woman's capability in overseeing this domain spoke volumes of her formidable strength and far-sighted vision. The denizens of the wasteland were often ruthless marauders, without weapons. Venturing into unfamiliar territories would likely lead to a fate where they would be devoured without a trace. It was clear now that his previous considerations had been lacking. Sister Chi, the number of the aberrant beasts has been roughly determined. The largest congregation lies to the east, comprising no fewer than 400 to 500 individuals. They are quite dispersed, yet once night falls, they may indeed encroach upon the village. We have numerous facilities on the ground that are currently being hastily dismantled. Just as Xia Bo was about to speak, a tall man named Old Guo rushed over, panting, and addressed the woman known as Sister Chi. Xia Bo nodded inwardly. Increase the manpower. We must not allow the aberrant beasts to destroy those items. This gentleman possesses some equipment. Take it for self-defense. But do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Sister Chi was referring to firearms. Xia Bo placed the gun into a tattered backpack, which also contained a considerable amount of ammunition. Old Guo, puzzled, accepted the somewhat worn backpack, wondering what valuable items it could possibly hold. Upon opening it, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. Hurry, time waits for no one. Remember, do not fire unless it is a dire emergency. If a shot is fired, retreat immediately. Sister Chi reiterated, her concern palpable. Old Guo grasped the backpack firmly, nodding earnestly. I understand, Sister Chi. Rest assured, the sound of gunfire will attract the aberrant beasts. I am well aware. With that, he hurried off. Sister Chi was filled with anxiety. Xia Bo, however, remained unconcerned, thinking that as long as his vehicle remained unscathed, he would be fine. He retrieved his gun from his pocket, loaded it with ammunition, and stood ready. This was the only firearm he possessed, and the ammunition was limited. Its efficacy was constrained. While it could suffice against humans, it would be ineffective against the heavily armored aberrant beasts, necessitating the use of a knife instead. Glancing at the time, he noted that darkness would fully envelop the land in just over half an hour, with travel ahead on the morrow. Tonight promised to be one of sleepless vigilance, and he needed to conserve his energy. In contemplation, he looked up at the woman and said, I require some rest as I must depart tomorrow. Tonight may prove to be a night devoid of slumber. Should anything arise, simply knock on my vehicle. Understood. I must now prepare for potential emergencies tonight, she replied, nodding. The circumstances were unlike any before. The aberrant beasts were already prowling near the village. And with the onset of night, their activity would intensify. It was only a matter of time before they would infiltrate the village, not just one or two, but dozens. The presence of numerous aberrant beasts posed a significant threat, necessitating the implementation of emergency measures. The half-hour passed swiftly, and as nightfall descended, a multitude of aberrant beasts emerged around the village, wandering about, with some already reaching the outskirts. The observers experienced a surge of anxiety, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. This was not merely one or two, but a dozen or more. They moved in packs, occasionally emitting eerie cries, exhibiting a restlessness that seemed to herald the arrival of darkness. Not only could those outside hear them, but the villagers were also aware of the impending threat. They needed to expedite the dismantling of the machinery, which included water extraction equipment, power generation devices, and heating systems. There are numerous items here, and these devices are relatively challenging to manage, requiring considerable time and effort, all of which have been earned through the sacrifices of those who came before us. We must ensure that they do not fall into the wrong hands. If it were merely one or two aberrant beasts, they would not dismantle these devices, as the likelihood of damage from a solitary creature is minimal. However, this time is different. The number of aberrant beasts is far greater than one or two. With their increasing numbers, the associated risks escalate significantly. Should these devices sustain damage, it would necessitate the expenditure of substantial manpower and resources to procure replacement parts. They must hasten their efforts. There are more than just a singular piece of equipment. After all, the entire underground extends over 100 meters, and relying on a single generator is impractical. Speed is of the essence. Old Guo is in charge of the mechanical and electrical dismantling. He cautiously surveys his surroundings, feeling a growing sense of urgency within. The situation has become somewhat critical, as the roars of the external aberrant beasts can already be heard echoing within the village. Chapter 129. Salvation or Conspiracy. This was certainly an ominous sign. Meanwhile, Sister Chi was busily orchestrating a series of measures, meticulously enumerating all locations susceptible to detection by the aberrant beasts. In response to the impending swarm of these creatures, the elder proposed the audacious idea of employing explosives. They had all learned the art of crafting explosives during their time underground. Moreover, over the decades, they had amassed a considerable collection of components necessary for their manufacture. They merely needed to follow the prescribed methods to create them. This strategy was embraced by Sister Chi, who assigned several elders to prepare the explosives while she, accompanied by a team, began to systematically inspect the more conspicuous locations. She required a flawless countermeasure, not only to protect their underground sanctum from the ravages of the aberrant beasts, but also to elude their detection. Furthermore, she needed to devise multiple contingency plans to address a series of potential emergencies. Sister Chi found herself utterly overwhelmed, even neglecting her evening meal. On the other hand, Xia Bo lay comfortably in bed, eyes closed, his mind adrift in the realm of dreams, drawing from the accounts of others who had traversed various worlds. Xia Bo had come to understand the diversity of these realms. For instance, his own world was characterized by an alien invasion. In contrast, the worlds experienced by others were a veritable tapestry of horrors: insect invasions, viral outbreaks, rampaging behemoths, giants roaming unchecked, and natural disasters, collectively amounting to over a dozen distinct types. Without exception, these realms were apocalyptic in nature, while ordinary worlds might have been manageable. The very essence of an apocalyptic world demanded Xia Bo's utmost contemplation. The dimension he had entered was likewise an apocalyptic landscape, one that had witnessed a cataclysmic event leading to the mass disappearance of humanity. Instantly, Xia Bo was reminded of the survival game set on a highway. The dream he had previously experienced seemed to hint at something significant, but the specifics remained elusive. Dreams, after all, are but dreams. He could not draw definitive conclusions from them. Though they may carry implications, they should not be wholly trusted. For example, a dream of a more intimate nature may suggest a need for release. But does that mean one believes in the reality of such a dream? Not at all. It remains merely a figment of the imagination. Despite his uncertainties, Xia Bo began to form a fundamental judgment based on his observations within this world. Perhaps the highway survival game was not merely a brutal slaughter of players, but rather a quest to save the world. Indeed, it was a mission of salvation. This was but Xia Bo's hypothesis. Recalling his dream, he found himself transported back to the once thriving Blue Star, now desolate and overrun by alien forces. Similarly, this world too lay barren, with humanity's remnants scattered and alien entities in rampant dominance. A notable parallel between dreams and reality was that both had undergone the grueling selection process of the highway survival game, culminating in the cataclysmic end of the world. The rationale behind dubbing it a game of world salvation hinged on two pivotal points. First, the merciless obliteration of the original world following the game's selection process. Secondly, the road game is aware that the world is on the brink of apocalypse, thus selecting a portion of humanity for salvation, while seemingly constrained to rescue only a fraction of people, leaving the remainder to endure the cataclysm. Compared to the former, Xia Bo harbors greater belief in the latter. This conviction stems from an initial prompt upon entering the game. All participants in this game have been meticulously selected. Do not fear the collapse of the original world. This statement is evidently a deception. As the game unfolds, the original world has succumbed to the apocalypse, yet the game offers solace to the populace, urging them not to worry about the collapse of their world, which clearly serves to instill a semblance of hope, a hope for survival. Moreover, when considering the words of the old man Show, who asserts that the road survival game appears to be a mechanism for the slaughter of humanity, it becomes evident that it is, in fact, a sanctuary for mankind. Zhou seems to possess certain insights. Taken together, it suggests that the road survival game is a means of rescuing the world. However, Xia Bo finds this line of reasoning somewhat lacking in evidence. The information imparted by Zhou originates from the game itself. Whatever the game desires Zhou to comprehend, he will receive. Xia Bo has also contemplated that this game might simply be a diversion crafted by powerful entities, akin to amusing themselves with crickets. The inherent instinct of crickets is to fight, yet they are manipulated by unseen hands, leading them to battle while the crowd observes their struggle. Is this not reminiscent of the current situation? Thus, Xia Bo hesitates to reach definitive conclusions. A profound and disquieting hypothesis haunts him. He may merely be a pawn of the external humans, a plaything to enhance the game's intrigue. With resource upgrades and systems orchestrated by them, the progression of the game is exceedingly mundane, in search of amusement. They implant enhancements in a singular cricket to render the game more exhilarating. This allows these insignificant beings to traverse dimensions, witnessing the destruction of their own world while remaining powerless. What could be more entertaining for these powerful beings than this? The rankings, competitive matches, endless modes, moonlit scenarios, dimensional realms, and special roads are all orchestrated by these entities to enrich the game, ensuring their own enjoyment. Whether it be a matter of salvation or a conspiracy, one must cherish the present and strive to live well. These scenarios are beyond Xia Bo's imagination. If the former is true, then perhaps it is acceptable. If the latter holds true, no matter how much he strives to improve, he remains merely a plaything for those who observe the crickets battling humans. The thought sends shivers down his spine. Observing those in the world who, having acquired a skill book and some supplies, bask in their own delight. Xia Bo is uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. They remain oblivious to the fact that their fates have already been predetermined, even their very destinies. Like marionettes, every word and action has been orchestrated for them. This line of thought abruptly ceases. Xia Bo dares not ponder further, fearing the collapse of his own psyche. Who would willingly accept that their every move is controlled by another? No one would. All of this is mere speculation. And Xia Bo is well aware that such idle thoughts will only serve to exacerbate his anxiety. He shuts down the system and closes his eyes, allowing his mind to empty. Gradually, the tumultuous beating of his heart begins to settle, and he refrains from overthinking. Perhaps he has merely overindulged in his imagination. There may be no sinister plots or grand rescues, just an ordinary game. He hopes he is simply overthinking, overcome by fatigue. Xia Bo drifts into a deep slumber as time quietly slips away. Outside the village, unknown changes unfold with each passing minute as the aberrant beasts roam, their eerie roars echoing through the air. The villagers grow increasingly unsettled, able to discern the number of aberrant creatures merely from the sounds they emit. There are many. Chapter 130. Captured by the opponent? I sincerely hope they can continue to wander aimlessly and refrain from entering the village. In front of the village, 2 villagers assigned to guard duty huddled amidst the ruins. One of them, munching on some food, gazed intently at the aberrant beasts outside, mumbling indistinctly. Indeed. This way we can avoid facing significant risks, the other one concurred. Their meal consisted of a broth made from boiled grass, which was not particularly appetizing. Yet with a touch of seasoning, it was palatable. Meanwhile, in the darkness, the number of aberrant beasts steadily increased as they roamed, emerging from the shadows. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a car door echoed, startling Xia Bo awake. He sprang from his bed, his nerves taut, initially believing something was amiss. Suddenly, as he regained his composure, his drowsiness vanished completely. His eyes radiated a chilling aura until he recalled he was in the safety of the basement. Upon opening the car door, he was greeted by the sight of the woman, Sister Chi. She held a bowl of food, consisting of salt ed grass and crispy fried grass, accompanied by a very thin rice porridge. Time to eat, Sister Chi announced with a smile. Xia Bo's demeanor was somewhat frosty, but he quickly tempered it, shaking his head with indifference. I have already dined, but I appreciate your kindness. It was only polite to reciprocate the courtesy of someone bringing him food. Oh, I see. Sister Chi responded, instructing her companion to take the food away. The porridge was among their few reserves, only distributed when there were pregnant women in the village. Offering it to Xia Bo was a testament to their sincerity. Is everything outside calm? Xia Bo inquired, not fully aware of their circumstances. However, he had indeed eaten on the vehicle earlier, a simple meal of bread and milk, the latter having been procured from a high-tier resource box. After upgrading, it transformed into a carton of pure milk, freshly extracted from cows, provided by the system, a product of exceptional quality, devoid of any food additives. Everything outside is quite tranquil, no unusual occurrences as of now. I've ensured someone is keeping watch, though it's only just turned dark. Furthermore, I have devised a plan for any emergencies, Sister Chi disclosed without reservation, having been profoundly impressed by the man's prowess since witnessing his strength. Although she was the most formidable individual in the village, she had been swiftly defeated by him. His methods were exceedingly peculiar. Wielding a steel knife that emanated an eerie crimson glow, along with those concealed techniques that revealed his exceptional nature. From his words, it seemed he intended to traverse the fertile lands the following day. Only a person of considerable strength would dare to undertake such a journey alone. Others would have been paralyzed by fear. The two conversed for a while longer before Xia Bo returned to the vehicle to rest. However, he had scarcely closed his eyes when a hurried knocking at the door disrupted the calm. Something has happened. Aberrant beasts have entered the village. There are a dozen of them, Sister Chi exclaimed as she pushed open the car door, relaying the alarming news to Xia Bo. Following Sister Chi, they traversed through a series of shadowy doors, arriving at the rooftop of a still-standing edifice. The periphery of the roof was heaped with bags of sand, forming a thick layer that transformed the space into a watchtower, allowing for vigilant surveillance. The interior of the watchtower was remarkably secure. Xia Bo cast his gaze afar. And indeed, within the village, there were dozens of colossal figures stirring about, their immense forms bulldozing through the remnants of structures, toppling walls with a resounding roar that stirred up clouds of dust. I have already ordered a retreat, currently. Aside from a generator at the northern corner being dismantled with urgency, all other machinery has been successfully disassembled. Sister Chi's expression grew grave as she remarked, "If these aberrant beasts continue their rampage, many of the previously abandoned buildings will surely be obliterated." Amongst the rubble lay an intricate network of usable wiring, some of which had already been dismantled, yet many remained intact, buried underground and long untouched. Should this destruction persist, even those lines that could still be functional would be rendered useless, and reinstating them would require considerable effort. Xia Bo withdrew his gaze and turned to Sister Chi, inquiring, "What are your plans?" "Our intention is to eliminate these aberrant beasts," Sister Chi replied, her gaze fixed on Xia Bo, her meaning unmistakable. "I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with that. Our collaboration is limited to your provision of a storage location for vehicles. While I supply weapons and ammunition for your use in hunting these aberrant beasts, which falls outside the scope of our agreement." Xia Bo resolutely shook his head in refusal, stating, "I cannot acquiesce." He understood Sister Chi's implication. She merely sought his assistance. His objective was not these aberrant beasts. They offered no experience and dropped nothing of value, rendering the endeavor a futile expenditure of energy without benefit. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration, and he had already demonstrated ample goodwill by delivering upgraded firearms and ammunition to them. However, should we open fire, the repercussions could be dire, potentially attracting nearby aberrant beasts, thereby heightening the risk of exposure underground. You possess formidable strength. With your assistance, we could aid you without resorting to gunfire," Sister Chi persisted, her gaze intense as if she had already secured the towering figure before her. "Are you threatening me?" Xia Bo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of frost creeping into his demeanor as he discerned the underlying implication. Not a threat, but rather a mutually beneficial scenario. We cannot passively watch as the aberrant beasts devastate what we have painstakingly built. Thus, we must eliminate those above. Without your help, we will have no choice but to resort to more drastic measures, such as gunfire or the placement of explosives. Such actions carry the inherent risk of exposure. Sister Chi's expression was earnest as she stated, "If you can assist us, we can provide you with a substantial supply of food and fuel upon your departure tomorrow." "I have no use for such provisions." Xia Bo's voice was cold. The collaboration between them had already begun to fracture at this moment. Those who could survive here for decades were far from easy to deal with. Their minds were astute, always calculating their own interests. Now, he found himself caught in their grasp. The intent was unmistakable. "If you do not assist us, we shall fire our weapons to lure more aberrant beasts, which would be detrimental to both you and me." Yet, was Xia Bo truly afraid? Not in the slightest. He soon wore a gentle smile and replied, "I certainly will not assist you with this endeavor. This is merely one group of aberrant beasts. If you refrain from firing, will they not come? Even if you manage to eliminate a considerable number outside the village, this is just the first wave. You can only contend with this initial onslaught." Chapter 131. Preparation. The intentions of the other party were noble. However, they committed a grievous error by using this matter to leverage themselves. While it appeared to be in the best interest of both parties, ultimately, they were the ones reaping the greatest benefits. Chi's expression darkened instantly, for she was well aware of the implications of Xia Bo's words. She merely wished to gamble, hoping that the aberrant beast would not invade the village again, and that tonight would only see this one wave of aberrations. Should her gamble prove correct, it would significantly mitigate the impending losses. "We shall handle it ourselves," she declared resolutely, fully aware that time was of the essence, and she could not afford to squander any further moments with Xia Bo. As she departed, Xia Bo's countenance shifted to one of grim disquiet. Whether it was the inhabitants of Willow Tree Town or those present, they all seemed benevolent. Yet, appearances were deceiving. Their kindness was merely a facade, reserved for their own kind. Living in the wasteland for so long, they were far from naive. Xia Bo had only demonstrated formidable strength, instilling a sense of trepidation among them. Had it been anyone else, they might have already become a lifeless corpse. Upon returning to his vehicle, Xia Bo began to contemplate the current predicament. The intentions of the other party, while seemingly altruistic, ultimately compromised his own interests. Most crucially, he recognized the necessity of fortifying his defenses. This woman had already revealed her fangs, and it was likely they would expose his hidden garage, compelling him to act. He had previously stated that his objective was the protection of the automobile. If the aberrant beasts did not approach, he would find himself in a far more relaxed position. Yet, the situation was evidently not favorable. He needed to remain vigilant, as they might already be conspiring against him. Xia Bo's eyes glinted with a fierce light, tinged with a hint of malice. To eliminate them all. In that moment, he hesitated. If he were to slay them, how would he differ from those savages who feasted upon human flesh and blood? Yet, It was clear that they would once again try to corner him, forcing his hand. And they certainly had contingency plans for when the aberrant beasts infiltrated the garage. Regardless of the circumstances, their actions had chosen this path, compelling him to respond. If you truly proceed with this, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xia Bo resolved to observe the unfolding events while also preparing himself in advance. Rudimentary landmine design. Gunpowder 1, iron 2, wood 1, rope 1. This design would yield but a single landmine. However, he must not forget that he possessed a resource upgrade system. Presently, he lacked only rope, as gunpowder, iron, and wood were abundant. Xia Bo accessed the system to check for trade options, and he noted that his trading quota had been replenished. As he perused the available listings, he found an increase in common supplies, iron, wood, and tattered cloth. Scrolling through the extensive trade information, he finally located the item he sought. Trading items, rope 2, requirement, warrior medallion 2, Xia Bo opted for the exchange, only to be surprised that the value of the trading items was equivalent to that of the warrior medallion. Setting aside these thoughts, he committed them to memory, and upon acquiring the ropes, he immediately chose to upgrade. The 2 ropes transformed into a bundle of 15. With a single rope in hand, he proceeded to synthesize a crude landmine. A dark, rough landmine materialized, equipped with a trigger that would detonate upon contact. Xia Bo handled it with utmost caution. Feeling a twinge of regret for synthesizing it inside the car, should it explode, everything would be lost. He upgraded the landmine. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Crude landmine 1 upgraded to remote-controlled landmine 10. The original landmine vanished, replaced by 10 diminutive landmines, each no larger than an infant's fist. Some having already fallen to the ground, causing Xia Bo's eyelids to flicker in alarm. He picked one up to examine it. Each bore a number, from 1 to 10, all equipped with safety mechanisms, ensuring that even if he pressed the remote control, the landmines would remain inert. The remote control also featured buttons numbered 1 to 10, corresponding to the landmines. Once he comprehended their operation, Xia Bo placed the remote-controlled landmines on the bed and began contemplating their arrangement. If they were to introduce the aberrant beasts, the only conceivable entrance would be the one he had used. However, it was uncertain whether there were additional entrances. But if they brought in the aberrant beasts, would they discard their vehicles? Xia Bo pondered with confusion. If their aim was to compel him into action, the underground garage housed at least a dozen vehicles, which posed a significant risk. These cars could very well be destroyed. Would he, in their position, act so recklessly? Most certainly, and with even greater resolve. The utility of these vehicles had diminished. Retaining just 1 or 2 sufficed for escape, as having more could attract the aberrant beasts, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Thus, the potential loss here would not significantly impact them. Conversely, his own vehicles were of utmost importance, making his potential loss the most severe. With this realization, Xia Bo narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling upon the remote-controlled landmines. The initiative rested in his hands, should they dare to unleash the aberrant beasts. They would need to bear substantial repercussions. Avoiding the surveillance they had set up, he positioned the landmines on the ceiling. Given the concrete structure of the walls, he utilized a steel knife to carve out a niche in the ceiling, securing the landmine within. He selected relatively concealed spots, virtually undetectable, with one positioned in the garage. The final landmine was strategically placed 10 meters away from the entrance, proving to be of considerable significance. While he could not eliminate them all, particularly considering the innocents, elderly and children, beneath the ground, he still possessed a semblance of humanity. In light of this, he resolved to adopt an alternative approach. The landmine holds no significance for him, as it serves merely as a trap, and the monsters that perish do not grant him any experience. Moreover, relying on traps for survival is a most undesirable approach. Strengthening oneself remains of utmost importance. Returning to the vehicle, Xia Bo awaited in silence. If they did not force his hand, all would be well, and he could retain the grenades for future use. However, should they indeed compel him, he would have to exact a price, ensuring they understand that rewards come at a cost. Bang! After a few minutes, gunfire erupted outside, his gift to them in the form of handguns, powerful and of large caliber, crafted by the system. The gunfire was loud and formidable. Soon, the cacophony intensified, accompanied by the anguished cries of the aberrant beasts. The battle had commenced. Chapter 132. High Explosive Landmines? The battle had commenced, yet Xia Bo remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Time passed swiftly in this state of anticipation. The gunfire gradually diminished, eventually fading into silence. The underground garage door swung open, and the individuals within began to push carts outside to collect the carcasses of the aberrant beasts. Though fearsome, these creatures possess some edible flesh, which, despite its questionable taste, could be rendered palatable with the right seasonings. Moments later, the garage door reopened, revealing a jubilant crowd wheeling large portions of aberrant beast meat. Leaning against the wall, Xia Bo gazed at the unsightly heaps of white, repulsive flesh, a shiver coursing through him. Sir, we have achieved a resounding victory, as you predicted. Even without firing a shot, the aberrant beast would have sought us out. It is better to strike preemptively, thereby mitigating losses. I apologize for my earlier concerns. Sister Chi approached with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, bowing and offering apologies. Xia Bo found himself momentarily at a loss. Had he been overly cautious? Regardless, vigilance remained imperative. Half an hour after the battle concluded, tremors reverberated through the ground. The aberrant beast horde. They were upon them. The scouts had returned in haste. Sister Chi swiftly devised a response. All teams, return to your designated members, regions, and code your equipment. Maintain vigilance over your areas. Should any aberrant beasts appear, eliminate them immediately. Those without assigned tasks will stand guard. If an area falls under attack, immediate reinforcements are to be dispatched. With the orders issued, their movements were remarkably swift. Sister Chi approached Xia Bo. Sir, the situation here has become precarious. Would you like to accompany me underground? Xia Bo decisively shook his head. I can be of assistance here. Sister Chi's eyes sparkled with determination. In that case, I shall send additional personnel to fortify your position. At last, the threat had arrived. Xia Bo felt a chill run through him and nodded in affirmation. That would be most beneficial. Sister Chi chose not to descend, but remained to help reinforce the underground garage. They eschewed the conventional approach, erecting a wall of refuse behind the first door. Then quietly awaited the impending arrival of the aberrant beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden eruption of chaos echoed from afar, accompanied by the sharp reports of gunfire. Soon, the communication officer rushed over. Sister Chi, Area 3 is under siege by a multitude of aberrant beasts and is on the brink of collapse. Sister Chi's expression darkened. What is happening? How did these beasts discover our location? Area 3 was the most concealed of all, even more so than this underground garage. Its entrance lay within the remnants of a dilapidated structure, topped with a door that could be pushed open, heavily obscured by a pile of refuse, making it ostensibly the most hidden of all. Unexpectedly, Area 3 had been the first to be compromised. Sister Chi, there has been an unforeseen incident. The structure in Area 3 is inherently heavy, and without the vertical pressure system being reinforced over time, the walls have begun to falter. In addition, the aberrant beasts in Area 3 have toppled numerous walls, which crashed to the ground, quickly creating a vast opening. The man swiftly responded. Noting that this method of discovery was something none of them had anticipated, they had calculated every possibility but had overlooked this one. Immediately, he ordered those without assignments to provide support. Sister Chi promptly organized the response and turned to Xia Bo, saying, Sir, something has occurred. I must attend to it. Go ahead. You may take some of the personnel with you, leaving just a few to assist me, Xia Bo replied, flowing with the situation. There are quite a few people here, and should the aberrant beast launch an assault, it would be disastrous if they were misidentified. Others might mistakenly believe we intend to obliterate their home. Sister Chi nodded, taking 5 individuals with her while leaving 7 behind, along with 1 stationed at the outer perimeter. Not long after her departure, someone emerged from underground, their expression tinged with anxiety. This is bad. Outside the door, a multitude of aberrant beasts has gathered, at least 40. And their numbers are continuously increasing. What? The already tense atmosphere shattered, and a hint of panic spread across everyone's faces. Xia Bo was uncertain whether they could manage the situation. He felt compelled to assess it himself. To force oneself into action by relinquishing a territory was clearly not worth the risk. One thing was evident. These aberrant beasts had surely been drawn by the noise. They must be coming from Area 3. How far is Area 3 from here? Xia Bo recalled the gunfire he'd heard earlier. It had been startlingly clear and must have been quite close. No more than 200 meters. Instantly, someone responded, confirming, indeed, these aberrant beasts originated from Area 3. If the situation remained unresolved, they would undoubtedly face grave repercussions here as well. Xia Bo's expression darkened. The rapidity of the unfolding events was alarming. The incident in Area 3 had directly affected their position. It was imperative that their location remained undiscovered. Over 40 aberrant beasts could undoubtedly devastate their stronghold. I have a plan. Wait for me. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and the strategically placed landmines could prove invaluable. The massive horde of aberrant beasts was ideally suited for deployment of these highly destructive explosives. Xia Bo retrieved the 9 remaining landmines and approached the wall formed by the debris. Amidst their astonished gazes, he quickly produced the final landmine, exclaiming, This is a remote-controlled mine I previously carried. To prevent a breach here, I implemented some precautionary measures that I cannot elaborate on now. Take me to the observation tower immediately. The tower was tall, and with his own abilities, He felt confident in his capacity to launch all these mines into the throng of aberrant beasts. 10 landmines would be sufficient to eliminate a significant portion of the horde. At the tower, gazing down at the densely packed aberrant beasts, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as the count of aberrant beasts surged to over 60. The battle ahead was fierce. For them, relinquishing Area 3 was not an option. Furthermore, the subsidence occurred with minimal seismic disturbance, just enough to allow a single aberrant beast to pass through, which consequently led to a situation of overcrowding among these creatures. The pressure within Zone 3 diminished sharply due to the small opening created by the collapse. Conversely, the substantial congregation of aberrant beasts imposed immense pressure on the surrounding areas, particularly in the underground parking facility. This was an unforeseen circumstance, not a result of their actions. Xia Bo extracted a landmine and casually tossed it, astonishingly launching it over 200 meters. Accompanied by the sonic boom of the detonator, a tremendous roar and tremor ensued, with the blazing fire illuminating the aberrant beasts on the ground. In the ruins, a dense multitude of aberrant beasts loomed, their massive forms and fierce visages rendering them exceedingly fearsome. The power of this landmine was nothing short of terrifying. The shockwave from the explosion hurled the nearby aberrant beasts into the air. Is this a high-explosive landmine? Chapter 133. A startling encounter. The villagers were astonished by Xia Bo's immense power, capable of hurling a landmine over 200 meters. What a terrifying strength. The explosion claimed the lives of numerous aberrant beasts, while many who survived let out anguished cries. The remaining aberrant beasts immediately became restless. It was effective. On the dark tower, every gaze sparkled with intensity. This was not the end. The impact of 10 landmines was truly horrific, each explosion mingling with splattered blood. The flames tinged a ghastly red. The aberrant beasts were densely clustered, with each landmine often taking the lives of 3 or more. Under the soaring flames, the amassed aberrant beasts were reduced to ashes. After 10 explosions, the landscape lay in ruins, filled with the wails of the aberrant beasts, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror that sent shivers down spines. All eyes were fixed on Xia Bo's silhouette, filled with awe. With only 10 bombs remaining, he instructed Xia to extinguish all the fires on the battlefield immediately. The blazing inferno would surely attract nearby aberrant beasts, and there were still some left alive on the field. Likewise, they needed to eliminate them all, for the sin of blood would also draw in a multitude of aberrant beasts. Xia Bo withdrew his gaze, his heart sinking as he instructed them to return to the garage at once. Sitting in the car, he lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his cold visage emerged. The overwhelming stench of blood stirred him, yet he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have drawn his steel blade to fight. The taste of the cigarette brought him a fleeting clarity, though a sliver of worry lingered within him. The commotion had been far too great. This area was a plain, an open expanse. Should it incite a riot among the aberrant beasts, it would spell disaster. No underground defenses would suffice. However, the ordeal was not yet over. On the ZS highway, a speeding sedan came to a sudden halt, its occupants peering into the distance at the towering flames and the resounding explosions. Explosions. It's the military. No, it cannot be the military. This land is fertile ground, and the military structure in this world has long since collapsed. The recent detonations indicated human presence, but certainly not military. The capability to unleash such devastating weaponry suggested that this group possessed formidable combat strength. One occupant retrieved a map, quickly glancing at their position and the direction of the explosions under the dim light of the car's interior. After confirming, he hesitated momentarily. Suddenly, a chorus of roars erupted from behind. His expression changed drastically. Damn it, they're closing in. To hell with it. They possess such powerful firepower, their strength should be significant. Only a few hours had passed. Surviving the night seemed improbable, given the overwhelming number of monsters in the vicinity. There was no chance of escape. It was time to fight. The individual reacted swiftly, accelerating the vehicle towards the direction of the explosions. The echoes of the recent explosion have barely faded, inevitably attracting a multitude of aberrant beasts. At this juncture, the ZS highway is exceedingly perilous, as throngs of these creatures gravitate toward the site of the blast. While it may seem fraught with danger, attempting to swim against the current would prove even more treacherous. The sheer number of aberrant beasts is overwhelming, and one cannot manage them alone. Currently, with my own strength, I can contend with about 10, but should their numbers swell, I would only face exhaustion and demise. There is strength in numbers. Hope resides where there are companions. As the vehicle speeds along, I have already spotted aberrant beasts moving toward the village nearby, causing an anxious stir within me. The tempest of battle has subsided, and Xia Bo reclines within the car, seizing the opportunity to rest. He must utilize every moment to recuperate. For tomorrow, he must hasten his journey, ideally departing from this land within a single day. He closes his eyes and soon drifts into a light slumber, remaining vigilant in this apocalyptic world, where one must never let their guard down. It is unclear how much time has elapsed when the sharp sound of gunfire jolts him awake, followed by a cacophony of chaos outside, filled with shouts and disputes. The commotion emanates from the garage. Has something gone awry? The remnants of sleep dissipate as Xia Bo steps outside, only to witness Xia brandishing a firearm. Encircling a man and uttering threats of death, the atmosphere thick with tension. The man clutches a long sword, its blade emanating a faint, ethereal glow. His expression fierce and menacing. Upon seeing the sword, Xia Bo is taken aback. It resembles an item from the game. He pushes aside Xia and her companions, fixing a cold gaze upon the man. Who are you? Where did you acquire that sword? The man, upon noticing Xia Bo, instantly loses his ferocity, replaced by a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Xia, the esteemed Xia Bo. This can't be real. How are you here? You know me? Xia Bo furrows his brow, eyes widening as he suddenly comprehends the man's identity. What has transpired? What is going on? Xia and her companions exchange incredulous glances, unable to fathom that the two are acquainted. The man points his sword at Xia and the others. I arrived here after hearing the explosion. This group insists that the monsters outside were summoned by me. They even attempted to seize my sword. He recounts how he was followed by a horde of aberrant beasts upon his arrival. If he did not bring them, then who did? The villagers glare at him with palpable ire. Curse it. Your explosion lured them here. I merely followed the sound. By the time I arrived, there were already numerous aberrant beasts heading this way. The man's face is a mask of anger, his gaze shifting. Xia Bo, you tell them, these creatures are not foolish. Would they not hear such a massive explosion? The bickering resumes, causing Xia Bo to feel overwhelmed. He swiftly draws a peculiar red steel knife, its blade glimmering ominously. And with a stern countenance, he declares, silence. This is not the time for quarrels. Xia, I know this man. Let us extend some courtesy. These firearms can remain here. They serve no purpose for me. Moreover, the sound of an explosion will indeed attract the aberrant beasts, whether he comes or not. The result remains the same. There is no right or wrong in this matter, since he is here to join us in resisting the aberrant beasts outside. An additional ally only strengthens our cause. Should conflict arise among you, it would bring no advantage. Rather, it would result in the loss of many lives. This individual belongs to the realm of the game, akin to one of our own. Regardless of his personal intentions, in the current circumstances, an extra hand means additional strength. Those who inhabit the game are generally more formidable than the locals. This person must be retained. Sister Chi pursed her lips and nodded, stating, Mr. Xia, since he is your ally, we shall let this matter rest. With that, she turned and departed with her companions. Chapter 134. Distinct tasks after they departed. The man gazed at Xia Bo with an expression of exhilaration, seemingly struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Xia Bo, it truly is you. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance just now. Xia Bo waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It was a minor issue. You are the first individual from a game that I have encountered in this dimensional realm, which substantiates one of my hypotheses. A dimensional world can indeed accommodate numerous individuals. Internally, he harbored a more profound speculation, uncertain of its plausibility. The man pondered for a moment and suddenly comprehended. So, aside from us, there are others who have entered. Indeed. What is your name? Xia Bo nodded, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized the man, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as though they had crossed paths before. Xia Bo, my name is Xia. Currently, I am ranked 27th on the level leaderboard and 73rd on the ranking leaderboard. Before I entered the dimensional world, I had once been among the top 10 on the rankings. We have met previously during a ranking match, where you eliminated me with a single strike. Xia Bo regarded him with mild surprise. No wonder the name seemed familiar. He turned out to be a hidden powerhouse, encountered during the ranking competition. Though Xia Bo had almost forgotten the details. What is your task? My task is quite straightforward. Traverse the Wotu. As of now, I have completed 39 of the mission. Xia replied earnestly, revealing no hint of concealment, aware that any attempt to withhold information would be futile. For Xia Bo could effortlessly end his life with a single blow. Furthermore, he had his own ulterior motive, to cling to the coattails of this formidable figure. As the foremost warrior in the game, Xia Bo's strength was unquestionable, invincible in one-on-one combat. Xia had already slain numerous aberrant beasts, and he could only imagine how many the top warrior could vanquish. 100, 200, the numbers were unfathomable. He felt compelled to secure his position beside such a powerhouse. Ah, I see. Xia Bo nodded thoughtfully. By the way, esteemed one, my vehicle remains outside. Is there any way for me to bring it in? Xia inquired cautiously. You should consult that group of individuals. It would be best to demonstrate some sincerity, Xia Bo responded casually, losing interest in the conversation. Their missions were inherently disparate. Xue Xiang's task was relatively extreme, traversing the Wotu, a notion that sounded exhilarating, though anyone who had witnessed the sheer number of aberrant beasts in the Wotu would think otherwise. Xue Xiang proceeded to negotiate with them, seemingly prepared to offer something of value. Xia Bo, having grown indifferent to Xue Xiang, returned to his vehicle to catch up on rest. When Xue Xiang finally drove his vehicle inside and beheld the truck in the garage, his eyes widened in astonishment. The realization of Xia Bo's vehicle having reached such an advanced state dawning upon him. He recalled that aside from being the top warrior, Xia Bo was also renowned as a resource mogul. Before he could rest for long, an upheaval ensued. Gunfire erupted outside, and the underground garage trembled, dust cascading down in a flurry. Fortunately, the automobile's sealing is commendably effective. Neither the embers from the outside nor the dust can infiltrate the interior. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gnaws at Xia Bo's heart. It is not the mutated beasts that frighten him, but rather their overwhelming numbers. Based on his current capabilities, he could manage just over 100 of these creatures without significant trouble. However, should their numbers swell, even with 3 professions and attributes exceeding 100, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. After securing the vehicle, Xue Xiang remained perched on the remnants of an old car outside, and upon seeing Xia Bo emerge, he hurriedly approached. Xia Bo, the situation outside is rather grim. The number of mutated beasts has swelled to 300 or 400. Xue Xiang had previously observed the vast horde of mutated beasts outside, drawn by the cacophony of earlier explosions. They were now encircled. Xia Bo's expression grew grim as he glanced at the time. The clock in this world was out of sync with the games by over half an hour, with more than an hour remaining until dawn. Thus, only an hour remained until the latter part of the night, with at least 7 hours until sunrise. Time seemed to crawl. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the iron gate of the underground garage, startling everyone resting within. Xia Bo and Xue Xiang exchanged a glance, swiftly drawing their steel knife and longsword. The mutated beasts had discovered their location, and this was ominous news. Spatial gear, Xue Xiang exclaimed, noticing the peculiar red steel knife that had inexplicably appeared in Xia Bo's hands, realizing that he possessed a piece of spatial equipment. Such a fortunate find was indeed rare. The cacophony of the mutated beasts outside grew increasingly frantic. Not good. Area 1 has been compromised. A multitude of mutated beasts has gathered at the entrance. They are beginning to batter the door. A voice emerged swiftly from the underground. Area 1 referred to the underground garage. Jia, accompanied by others, hastily arrived. Mr. Xia, the situation is dire. Several other regions have already been exposed, and we are faced with 2 options. One is to abandon this location and retreat to. Jia, perspiring slightly, quickly relayed the circumstances and proposed solutions to the 2 men. Upon hearing the first option, both Xia Bo and Xue Xiang's expressions darkened instantly. Before Xia Bo could voice his thoughts, Xue Xiang could no longer contain himself, his countenance dark. Impossible. If you abandon this place, we will not follow suit. What a jest. My vehicle is still here. If we forsake it, how can I complete my mission? Even if I manage to fulfill the task, how would I face the endless road upon returning? This was unequivocally out of the question. Then we must resort to the second plan, to hold our ground. Jia, perceiving their resolute expressions, understood that retreat was not an option. She proceeded to outline the second plan. Other areas had already succumbed to the onslaught of the mutated beasts, and they had been abandoned. Considering the unique circumstances here, coupled with the fact that the mutated beasts had yet to take notice, they had refrained from implementing the plan. Upon learning of the breach, she immediately rushed over with her team. The current plan is as follows. I can augment your manpower. However, should the situation spiral out of control, we will immediately retreat for our own safety. Upon hearing this plan, both individuals changed their expressions, clearly realizing it was a ploy to abandon them. With a swift and frigid demeanor, Xia Bo leapt forward, his figure a blur, and seized the woman by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. A gasp of surprise rippled through the onlookers as they quickly drew their weapons, aiming them at the pair. Do not move. Lower your guns. The woman, feeling Xia Bo's grip tighten like a vice, understood escape was futile and urgently commanded her subordinates. Xue Xiang promptly positioned himself beside Xia Bo, leveling his blade at the woman, declaring, Boss Xia, eliminate them all. With the 2 of us, dealing with these aberrant beasts shall pose no challenge. Out there, the number of aberrant beasts is overwhelming. You 2 cannot possibly hold your ground, the woman gasped, her face reddening as the grip around her neck grew increasingly constrictive. Her final struggles becoming desperate. You underestimate our strength. Xia Bo's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. You have calculated well, providing us with weapons and assistance. Yet at this critical juncture, instead of seeking to sustain our collaboration, you only think of your own survival. Unfortunately for you, you could not have anticipated my response. With that, he gradually intensified his grip. The automobile was their Achilles heel. Abandoning it equated to forsaking both themselves and the vehicle. Such self-serving behavior was profoundly selfish. Perhaps sensing the imminent approach of death, the woman frantically beat against Xia Bo's hand, her legs flailing in the air. Mr. Xia, I cannot abandon their lives here. Her words emerged in broken fragments. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the already tenuous fabric of their cooperation. Chapter 135, The Carnage. How dare they fire a weapon? Xue Xiang was the first to react. The bullet did not strike him, but instead found its mark on Xia Bo. They were companions from the same world, and these assailants appeared as aliens to them. The audacity to shoot first ignited a cold fury within Xue Xiang, who charged at the gunman. His sword piercing through the man's brow, the blade emerging from the back of his skull. Xia Bo, struck by a bullet, turned ashen, his expression dark as a stormy sea. With a powerful toss, he discarded the woman at his feet and roared, Xue Xiang, spare the woman, eliminate everyone else. In that moment, he was truly enraged. Without them, he remained resolute in his defense, realizing the gravity of their situation. With external threats looming and internal strife on the brink of eruption, Xia Bo was not one to be trifled with. Having been shot, he could no longer afford to be lenient. Together, they descended upon their foes like wolves into a flock of sheep. Bang, bang, bang. The garage erupted in gunfire, flames illuminating the dim space. Xue Xiang, ever cautious, maneuvered skillfully amidst the terrain, wielding his sharp sword with fluidity. The adversaries brandished firearms, and a single bullet could spell disaster for him. In contrast, Xia Bo was recklessly bold, darting about with immense speed, a phantom in the murky underground garage. His movements were light and graceful, akin to a specter of death. Their attackers could not land a blow on Xia Bo. The duo executed a seamless strategy of offense and defense. Horrific screams echoed throughout the garage. Xia Bo had the capacity to eliminate them outright, but chose instead to sever their limbs, letting them bleed out slowly. Outside, the aberrant beasts caught wind of the sanguine scent, their excitement growing as they intensified their assault on the doors. The woman, witnessing the slaughter unfold within the garage, felt a chilling despair. It was over, utterly finished. Why did they have to fire? What had gone wrong? The plan, once deemed secure and reliable, had devolved into chaos. Her intention had been to leverage this opportunity for personal gain, believing negotiations were still possible. Yet she had never anticipated that her own men would falter, and that a single shot would incite not injury but wrath. Now it was all lost. Despite their numerical advantage, the enemy's strength was terrifying. She had sensed Xia Bo's formidable prowess during their initial encounter. No amount of numbers could change their fate. The stench of blood pervaded the garage. The wretched cries of those turned into human clubs resounding eerily. As she beheld the carnage, hatred flickered in her eyes. Trembling, she attempted to rise and flee. But a voice rang out behind her. Where do you think you're going? She barely registered the flash before Xia Bo stood before her, and Xue Xiang appeared behind her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Inside the garage, not a single person remained standing, and the cries were dwindling, clearly nearing their end. Despair washed over her as she realized that the capabilities of these two men were far beyond anything she had envisioned. The woman had more to say, but Xia Bo swiftly drew his steel knife. You've schemed against me once. Once is enough. You will not have a second chance. His face was etched with murderous intent, his voice frigid, offering no opportunity for explanation. He raised his hand and delivered a lethal blow, cleaving the woman from her lower body upwards. The sound of flesh parting was accompanied by a torrent of blood. Xue Xiang attempted to intervene, but Xia Bo's movements were simply too swift. What a melodious sound. Xue Xiang sighed, retracting his hand in silence. Xia Bo cast him a glance devoid of any emotion. Are you all right, boss Xia? Xue Xiang asked, startled. I'm fine, Xia Bo replied. His ironclad physique granted him formidable defense, rendering bullets ineffective. Yet, the spot where he had been shot bore a crimson mark, accompanied by a searing pain. Although the bullet could not breach his defenses, the impact was excruciating. After sustaining a gunshot wound, Xia Bo grimaced, wishing to avoid a second. The pain was unbearable. Impressive. Even bullets cannot penetrate. Xue Xiang found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had heard tales of those who sought to defeat Xia Bo by feigning weakness, then unexpectedly attacking him. Now, it was evident that such notions were futile. If a bullet could not fell him, how could a knife? It was best to forget such thoughts. Bang, bang. The aberrant beasts outside continued to batter against the heavy iron door, which was securely embedded within the concrete walls, rendering it nearly impossible for them to break through anytime soon. What shall we do now, boss Xia? Xue Xiang inquired, noticing Xia Bo seated beside an abandoned vehicle, rummaging through his clothing. With a soft click, the dimly lit underground garage illuminated as a windproof lighter sparked to life, smoke curling languidly. Cigarettes. Xue Xiang's eyes widened with desire. Xia Bo grinned, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Here is one for you. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and tossed it to Xia. Xia caught it eagerly, hastily tearing the cloth from his face to place the cigarette between his lips. Thank you. He took the lighter Xia Bo offered to ignite the cigarette, returning it afterward, blissfully savoring the first drag, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Women may not indulge, but cigarettes are a necessity. Bang! Another violent crash echoed against the door. The two men remained undeterred, enveloped in smoke. Cigarettes were the ultimate stress reliever. They awaited the moment the aberrant beast would breach the door, ready to engage in a desperate struggle for survival, prioritizing the preservation of the vehicle. Perhaps the bodies around them would serve a purpose. The aberrant beasts had a penchant for consuming their own kind, so let them feast to their heart's content. Casting the cigarette but onto the bloodied ground. Xia Bo recalled encountering aberrant beasts on the ZS highway during his first visit to a city. They would devour the corpses of their brethren. Based on this realization, a plan began to form, to slay enough aberrant beasts to fill the underground garage with their remains. They would then hide within the garage, allowing the aberrant beasts to satiate their hunger on their own kind, and once they were full, they would naturally depart. With a resounding crash, the massive iron gate was finally breached, and the distorted beast surged excitedly into the garage. The previously opened wall of refuse now proved ineffective. Hissing, Xia tossed a cigarette but onto the blood-soaked ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xia Bo, whose expression was a peculiar blend of madness. The metallic scent of blood within the vehicle sent Xia Bo's adrenaline soaring. He felt an exhilarating thrill, an insatiable yearning for battle, especially this particular confrontation. I'll lead the charge. Conserve your strength. When I can no longer hold my ground, you take over, Xia Bo declared just before the distorted beasts emerged. Then he charged ahead, his demeanor a chilling mix of coldness and mania, bordering on the grotesque. With a swift thrust, the steel blade pierced deeply, tearing through the brain of a distorted beast. Hot blood splattering over Xia Bo. More beasts rushed in from behind. Although Xia Bo had succumbed to a frenzy, his mind remained remarkably clear, unclouded by chaos. He fought with a strategic retreat, reaping the lives of the distorted beast with preternatural strength and speed. They were no match for him. In less than a minute, 7 or more distorted beasts had perished at his hands. The slaughter continued unabated, leaving Xia in stunned disbelief. Chapter 136. The conclusion. Is this truly the formidable combat prowess of the esteemed Xia Bo? Previously, it was believed that Xia Bo's strength was confined to one-on-one confrontations, a notion echoed by many. However, it has become evident that they were all mistaken. Xia Bo's might extends far beyond mere duels. In his gaze, Xia Bo's wielding of the blade exudes an intense ferocity. Crimson light flickering as the blade cleaves through the air, producing an eerie sound, only to be swiftly engulfed by the cries of the aberrant beasts behind him. Xiang's eyes flickered, and an idea took root within his mind. He opened a portal and initiated a live stream. Could it be? Old Xue has actually activated a live stream? Quite a rarity indeed. It is uncommon to see Old Xue share moments from his space, now. Amidst the multitude engaged in the fragmentation of the spaces Durian, why is he absent from their ranks? What is this creature? Such a colossal monster. Who could that be? Its strength is utterly terrifying, dispatching the beasts as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Is this a short film? Those who entered the live stream were momentarily rendered speechless, captivated by the unfolding imagery. Within the frame, the dimly lit underground parking garage resembled a hellish purgatory, littered with dismembered corpses, a veritable mountain of refuse. At the center of the lens, a wall of trash had been breached, revealing the grotesque forms of the aberrant beasts emerging from the refuse. Yet among these massive figures, a peculiar silhouette shimmered with a hint of crimson light. The splattering of blood and the soaring heads of the aberrant creatures were vividly captured. The figure moved with remarkable swiftness, reaping the lives of the titanic beasts. Atop the refuse, there lay the remains of at least 10 creatures. Such a sanguinary scene left all viewers in the live stream in sheer shock, as those unaware of the truth began to frantically comment. This is not a highway. It resembles a parking lot. A special highway, perhaps? Only special highways allow for exploration. Yet how could there be so many monsters? That figure appears somewhat familiar. Is Old Xue not still engaged in a task within the dimensional world? Wait, this is indeed a task from the dimensional realm. Good heavens, that is Xia Bo, the esteemed Xia Bo. The comments surged, as many recognized the figure. It was none other than the current #1 powerhouse, Xia Bo. The notion of initiating a live stream within the dimensional task realm is likely a thought only Xia could conceive, for typically, such circumstances discourage live broadcasting. The other world is exceedingly perilous, and streaming can easily distract one, leading to fatal consequences with the slightest misstep. Few would dare to embark on such a live stream. Yet, Xia is different. He not only initiated the stream but chose to broadcast Xia Bo's exploits. As word spread, the excitement escalated, and Xuexiang's live stream drew an ever-increasing audience, propelling his popularity to new heights. Xia Bo's fame surged alongside it. Those entering the live stream were awestruck. That figure, reminiscent of a deity of death, was indeed Xia Bo. Though his face remained obscured, the weapon radiating an eerie crimson glow was unmistakably his. Only Xia Bo wields such a weapon, aglow with red light. Time flows silently, and now Xia Bo has become a figure drenched in the blood of aberrant beasts. A gruesome testament to the carnage around him. Beneath his feet lie the lifeless bodies of over 30 aberrant beasts, while more press in from behind, eager to join the fray. Xia Bo's gaze is sharp as a blade, his spine as steadfast as a mountain, and his arms wielded like pillars of strength. He battles and retreats simultaneously, harvesting the lives of his monstrous foes with each swing. Amidst the overwhelming numbers of aberrant beasts, he finds no need for intricate techniques. A simple strike aimed at the head suffices to fell his enemies. To attempt a second blow would merely drain his stamina without reward. All creatures possess their vulnerabilities in the head. When the brain sustains damage, their fate is sealed. Though the skull is notoriously resilient, Xia Bo wields the butcher's hand and the enhancement of a mid-level enchanted gemstone, making the act of cleaving their skulls as effortless as slicing through a watermelon. Precision in aim is all that is required. His speed presents a distinct advantage against these aberrant beasts, yet the confined space hampers his movements. As they crowd around him in overwhelming numbers, Xia Bo maximizes his strengths, repeatedly repelling the beast's assaults. However, the consequence of his rapid movements is a swift depletion of stamina. Yet, now is not the time to unleash his bloodlust. He must wait until his energy wanes to the brink for the optimal moment to strike. 5 minutes pass, then 10. The ground is increasingly littered with the carcasses of aberrant beasts, forming a small mountain. Xia Bo stands as a war deity, his eerie steel blade aglow with crimson brilliance. As he activates his bloodlust, his once exhausted body begins to recover, his stamina steadily replenishing. Though his class possesses merely 2 skills, both are exceedingly formidable. The butcher's hand does not directly enhance his strength, but significantly augments the potency of his weapon, even if his steel blade were to be discarded. Any other blade would suffice. This passive ability of the butcher's hand is nothing short of extraordinary, only bestowed upon him after leveling up. The battle rages on, and Xuexiang stands in stunned silence, his round eyes nearly popping from their sockets. In this moment, Xia Bo, enveloped in the terrifying blood-red aura of his bloodlust, resembles a true god of war from behind. As time elapses, the corpses of the aberrant beasts accumulate, blanketing the underground garage. Fortunately, the garage is spacious enough to accommodate the chaos. Xia Bo darts through the carnage, bathed in blood, and swiftly approaches Xuexiang, taking a deep breath. "I leave the rest to you. No need to slay too many, just 20 will suffice." Once done, return directly to the garage. His plan is straightforward. Eliminate a sufficient number of aberrant beasts and allow the remaining ones to feast on them. Once they have gorged themselves, they will retreat. The garage is already a veritable mountain of aberrant beast corpses, with at least 170 to 180 fallen. A few more kills will suffice. As Xia Bo steps back, he remains vigilant, aware that while his stamina is still more than half, he must remain cautious of both the aberrant beasts and another potential threat. Without hesitation, Xuexiang shuts down the live stream and charges forward. 20 should be manageable, he declares. After dispatching the required foes, the two retreat into the garage and secure the doors, seizing the moment to rest. Who knows whether the aberrant beasts outside will surge in? It is imperative to restore our strength swiftly. It seems that Xia Bo's plan has borne fruit, as the unsettling sounds of the aberrant beasts persist outside, interspersed with the grotesque crunching of bones that sends shivers down one's spine. This night has been traversed with more astonishment than peril. The two took turns keeping watch, and no unforeseen incidents occurred. By the following day, the gnawing sounds had ceased. Upon venturing outside, they discovered the remains in the external garage had been entirely devoured, leaving only scattered limbs and congealed blood, exuding a nauseating stench. The world beyond the village lay in utter disarray. Fortunately, the destruction wrought by the aberrant beast was not excessively severe. The two paid little mind to whether any villagers remained or how they would sustain themselves in the future. They pressed onward without pause. Time was of the essence for them, and they could not afford to delay even for a moment. Thus, upon confirming the exterior safety, they swiftly made their decision. The world outside was eerily quiet. The horde of aberrant beasts arrived with haste and retreated just as quickly. During the day, they required slumber and respite, emerging only under the cloak of night. A sigh of relief escaped their lips. For the sheer number of aberrant beasts in the fertile land was truly terrifying. If they were to unite, they could obliterate the entirety of Huagua. Fortunately, The crisis had passed. Once they embarked onto the ZS Expressway, their speed increased, and Xia Bo and his companion hurried along the route. As noon approached, a grand bridge came into view. Chapter 137. The returning moonlit night. Xia Bo glanced at the map. This was the final peril, the Baiha Bridge. Once they crossed this bridge, they would leave the fertile land behind and enter safety. Shui Xiang, however, parted ways with him at another fork in the road as their missions diverged. After all, this fellow had ulterior motives for following him. His task, as long as he did not encounter danger, was rather straightforward. He simply needed to drive. 500 years ago, when Lord Xuanwu descended from the celestial realm, he prophesied that a person would awaken him after 5 centuries. Thus, each new core disciple must undergo a test, hoping to find that fated individual. With that, he fixed a piercing gaze on Yigo. The Han dynasty aspired to unify the realm, establishing its capital in Chang'an. Without fearing to provoke the Qin state, even without inciting them, they could not coexist with Han. Rumors spread that the common folk of Qin would not harbor animosity towards Han. I possess no extraordinary fortune. The spiritual essence of this continent is scant, rendering transformation and evolution impossible, exclaimed the golden-winged rock. Amidst Luo Wuxing's desperate search for survival, a hearty laughter erupted nearby. Luo Wuxing stared blankly at the person before him, who was smiling, momentarily rendered speechless, and all thoughts of exchange faded into oblivion. Yigo did not inspect his injuries, for his medical intuition already informed him that Rao Ming was on the brink of death. He retrieved the healing blood orchid, a pinnacle 5th-tier herb, almost akin to a celestial remedy, exuding a refreshing aura. However, the time was too brief for a transfer. A significant portion of the townsfolk remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The system completed instantaneously, and upon seeing the commander panel featuring Qin Xiong, Luo Qing, Wu Yun, Zhao Xiong, and Cheng Yaojin, Li Fei felt a surge of joy. Bai Taoru looked up at Qiu Shiyan, her eyes reddened, seemingly seeking solace in her words. You may indulge in meat. You are all secular disciples I have taken in and are not bound by vows. Eat as you please, declared Master Jingsu. Surprised, Sumu gazed at the table, preparing to summon the Chronicles of Anomalies to ascertain whether it contained a treasure. Damn it! These cursed cultists have hidden so many traitors among us. Thus, after deliberation, the three decided to find an open space. They laid out a cloth and produced numerous bottles, all containing various pills crafted by Zhong Ling, meticulously prepared. As per usual, this task consumed considerable time. Speaking of which, he found himself increasingly admiring Iace. She consistently managed to complete her preparations within 10 minutes and bring Jinbai downstairs with astonishing efficiency. This might merely be a jest from Kaixing, yet unexpectedly, Jiayu immediately leaped forth, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kaixing against the tide. Trying to distance yourself from this? Nonsense. I currently see not a speck of white on my body. Are you not just a raven, Huang'an? Yet, he still felt a sharp pain in his chest. And as a sweetness filled his throat, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before Xia Yujun could invite me to join the society, I had already sensed what you would say, thus I had contemplated it in advance, said Kano Okashiya in a nonchalant tone. However, Duan Hanyan's mind remained intact. A certainty that Jiang Xinxiu you could vouch for. Numerous men, reluctant to join the gang, were instantly transformed into fiends upon witnessing the remnants of corpses left by the dogs and snakes in the back mountain. Boss Yang was bewildered, as was his companion. Yet he managed to rise, suffering no significant injuries. After a few minutes, the long-awaited opportunity finally presented itself. No matter how many bullets were in the magazine, they would inevitably run out. Thus, as he was in the process of reloading, I suddenly sprang forth, leaping through the window. Mu Ancient furrowed her brow slightly, tossing aside the half-burnt cigarette in her hand, and hastily grasped her arm. Her tone was filled with urgency, insisting on a face-to-face discussion, mentioning the perils of prolonged nights and dreams, which set my nerves on edge. Chapter 138. A barbecue feast. Fortune is an elusive and intangible concept. Yet with the addition of titles, my luck has now increased by 6 points, signifying that my fortunes will only improve from this point onward. The remaining 2 rewards are entirely capable of enhancing my strength. The last reward, a designated skill book for my profession, is particularly vital, as I lack sufficient occupational skills. Currently, I possess only the bloodthirst skill, which is evidently inadequate. Without much deliberation, I allocated the 5 attribute points directly to agility. My strength is already sufficient, especially with the Hercules potion in my possession. If necessary, I can always resort to its use. Through numerous battles, I have come to deeply appreciate the significance of agility. The advantage of speed is paramount, and the Butcher class does not adhere to fixed point allocation techniques. This is evident from its passive abilities, which rely heavily on weaponry. True to its name, the Butcher excels in slaughtering foes with brutal efficiency. Upon allocating the 5 points to agility, I felt light as a feather. A smile graced my face as I eagerly rose to test my newfound speed, which had indeed increased significantly. The addition of 5 attribute points was distinctly perceptible, especially with the 10 boost from the hunting state. The enhancement in my speed was remarkably tangible. When it came to selecting the designated skill book, without a moment's hesitation, I chose the skill of the abomination. This was without question. Occupational skill, dismemberment, designated profession, abomination, characteristic, strength 5, description. You will master various dismemberment techniques, effortlessly reducing a corpse into several pieces. The designated skill box revealed a rather peculiar technique, seemingly unremarkable with little distinction. I momentarily paused, carefully examining it, and confirmed that it was indeed a rather ordinary skill. After a moment's hesitation, I opted to upgrade the dismemberment skill through the resource enhancement system. Occupational skill, dismemberment, designated profession, butcher, characteristic, strength 5, description. You will become familiar with the anatomical structures of various creatures, mastering dismemberment techniques and knowing precisely how to dismember efficiently to conserve time and energy. Upon upgrading, the skill appeared unchanged at first glance. Yet the description drew my attention. The enhanced technique indeed became formidable, verging on the miraculous. My eyes sparkled with excitement as I activated the skill. A subtle warmth surged from within, coursing through my limbs and invigorating my entire being with explosive power. The strength of my punch likely reached a ton or even more, capable of obliterating a small car. An ordinary adult possesses a strength of merely 5. My attributes have soared to 50, equating to 10 times that of an average individual. Beyond the evident enhancement in strength, my memory now brimmed with an array of dismemberment techniques, detailing how to dislocate joints, shatter bones, and carve flesh. Name, Xia Bo. Title, Pioneer of the Human Race. Profession, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 49,200. Strength, 49,409. Agility, 44. Stamina, 35,3. 5. Mental power, 24,2. 4. Health, 192. Mentally fatigued, mildly hungry. Talent, blood magic heart. Click for details. Mastered skills, intermediate combat specialization. Strength increases with practice. Basic swiftness, intermediate sensitivity, hunting state, double strike, eye of detection, iron body. Professional skills, bloodletting. Unique, dismemberment, unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. Completing a single task may seem insignificant, yet it has granted a remarkable skill, dismemberment. As Xia Bo's mind traverses a vast repository of knowledge, images of minotaurs, broad-bladed monsters, orcs, quadrupeds, and tentacled creatures emerge, along with their anatomical structures, weaknesses, and optimal dismemberment points, all vividly clear in his mind. A decisive strike requires considerable strength, however, with the butcher's hand. This task becomes considerably easier. Dismemberment yields substantial experience in various techniques, albeit the latter hold little value for him. The experience gained, on the other hand, is undeniably beneficial. Xia Bo ponders the implications of dismemberment and ultimately concludes that his current combat prowess is sufficient to dispatch the majority of wild creatures with a single blow, even those of level 5. Thus, the dismemberment techniques appear rather superfluous. Dismemberment is time-consuming, whereas a clean, swift execution is paramount. Although the methods of dismemberment are undeniably brutal and sanguinary, indulging in excessive flamboyance serves little purpose. Efficiency is the true essence. Xia Bo has always favored a clean and decisive approach, a habit honed through prolonged combat experience. If one can achieve victory with a single strike, why linger unnecessarily? Having completed his strength training, he glanced at the time. It was still 4 hours until dawn. Tonight marked a moonlit phase, an opportune moment to harvest a bounty of experience. With a tranquil demeanor, Xia Bo licked his lips and settled by the roadside. The night air remained cool, and no wild creatures roamed yet. Checking his health status, he noted his mental fatigue and slight hunger. Speaking of food, his thoughts immediately turned to the provisions stored within his locker. In the world of embers, culinary endeavors were futile amidst the ashes. Now, having returned to the highway, it would be a disservice to neglect his appetite. He retrieved various items from his vehicle, a barbecue grill, wolf meat, beef, lamb, an array of seasonings, and a bottle of pure milk. Tonight's feast would be a barbecue. The kitchen set provided included utensils for grilling and a pot for hot pot. The barbecue would feature beef, lamb, and wolf meat, with an abundance of provisions remaining in the locker, where time stood still, eliminating any concerns regarding spoilage. The condiments are quite simple: spicy strips brushed with oil, numbing hot sauce, and the seasoning packets from instant noodles. Each element is indispensable. Under the searing flames, the meat is grilled to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within. glistening with a golden hue and emitting a delightful sizzle. Enhanced by the spices, the air is saturated with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. After consuming an excess of bread and biscuits in the desolate world, my palate has grown weary. At last, the opportunity to indulge in a sumptuous meal has arrived. As the tantalizing scent envelopes the atmosphere, Xia Bo swallows hard, his atoms apple bobbing, and a wave of hunger convulses in his stomach, lured by this enticing fragrance. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he picks up a piece with a gleaming red knife, ignoring the fact that the meat has just been removed from the flames. He takes a gentle bite, surprisingly hot, accompanied by slurping sounds. Yet, the flavor is extraordinarily rich. The roasted meat, charred to perfection and enveloped in a golden crust, is visually irresistible, especially within this game. Such a piece of meat could incite a frenzy. It is simply too tempting, far surpassing the taste of any hot pot experienced before. To savor a barbecue meal on the resource-scarce highway is a profound source of joy. Chapter 139, Combination Techniques. The aroma of grilled meat wafted in the air, and Xia Bo savored each bite, perspiration streaming down his brow. All that was missing was a chilled beer. Such a life was indeed idyllic. Alas, the absence of a refrigerator meant he could not concoct refreshing beverages. There remained an ample supply of watermelons and apples in the storage cabinet, which would surely yield delightful juices. After finishing the barbecue and consuming fresh milk, he tidied up with ease. The sensation of being sated was undeniably gratifying. The allure of grilled meat was simply irresistible. He gently patted his stomach, reveling in the exquisite flavors. In that moment, Xia Bo felt utterly content. Of course, such opportunities were rare. Not everyone could indulge in such feasts, and most importantly, overindulgence could affect his performance in battle. Therefore, he refrained from grilling excessively, preparing only a piece of beef, lamb, and wolf meat, accompanied by a bottle of pure milk. Nonetheless, he felt pleasantly full. This was a taste of high-quality living. As he gathered his belongings, Xia Bo stood quietly on the road. His back as resolute as a mountain, his gaze sharp as a blade. A crimson steel dagger materialized in his hand. Engaging in some warm-up exercises post-meal was quite beneficial. With an air of detachment, Xia Bo transformed into a fearsome butcher in combat mode, his cold eyes piercing like a finely honed knife, delving deep into flesh and blood. In the boundless, blood-red wasteland, a four-legged beast launched a surprise attack. Level 6, Strength 37, Agility 36. The numbers flickered in its eyes. This was a level 6 beast, emerging from the infinite desert, boasting a remarkable speed of 36 points, akin to a speeding vehicle, trailing a long plume of yellow sand behind it, reminiscent of riding the waves. A level 6 creature was indeed formidable, the most powerful adversary he had encountered in this wilderness. Xia Bo's heart raced, his gaze icy. The path ahead indicated that the creatures he would face would only grow stronger, particularly following the completion of his dimensional world quest, where his abilities would be enhanced, leading to the appearance of even mightier foes. It was likely that level 5 creatures would no longer spawn in his vicinity. A level 6 beast warranted utmost caution. Activating his hunting mode, Xia Bo's eyes glinted like a razor, his mind clear and focused. Prolonged combat had taught him the importance of overwhelming the enemy without granting them a chance to retaliate. As the creature charged forward, he did not flinch, instead darting directly towards it, leveraging his slightly superior agility in conjunction with his hunting state. In his mind's eye, he visualized the anatomy of the four-legged beast. Its four legs propelled its muscular frame, each muscle's function vividly manifesting in his thoughts, a rather grotesque, yet remarkably useful technique. This experience illuminated the creature's vulnerabilities, and in his hunting state, these weaknesses became magnified, presenting Xia Bo with an opportunity to strike. At that moment, it seemed as if countless threads converged into a single beast, the density of these threads symbolizing its flaws and weaknesses. In those relatively sparse areas lie the vulnerabilities of wild creatures. This peculiar state is nothing short of enigmatic, with hardly any chance for resistance. The creature was swiftly dispatched by Xia Bo, who sliced open its abdomen, causing crimson entrails to spill forth. Within the briefest of moments, the creature respawned. This is the synergy of dismemberment and hunting status. It was anticipated that this would require some time, yet it was resolved with remarkable ease. Is this the power of skill combinations? The game is replete with unimaginable techniques, and among them, there must be those that can be harmonized, with certain combinations yielding terrifying strength. Dismemberment provides abundant experience, while the effects of the hunting status amplify this experience for practical application, ultimately culminating in the recent scene where a level 6 wild creature was vanquished with minimal effort. If one were to name it, it would be combination skills. Xia Bo, wielding a blood-red longsword, stood motionless, his silhouette solitary as he pondered the recent events, filled with trepidation at the sheer strangeness of it all. Even the hunting status had not been relinquished, and he neglected to collect the spoils dropped by the wild creature. This state exemplified the might of skill combinations. As he exited the hunting status, Xia Bo regained his focus, taking a deep breath, as if he had unearthed a new path. The extraordinary power of combination skills was evident from the preceding battle. This prowess is truly formidable. In future endeavors to acquire skills, one must pay heed to their characteristics. For seemingly unrelated techniques could forge a powerful combination. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Xia Bo's previously cold expression softened, akin to a glacier melting. As a smile graced his face, a single set of combination skills sufficed. The items that had dropped caught his attention, a delicate pouch reminiscent of the tote bags given by clothing stores during shopping excursions. It bore no inscriptions. A set of exquisite clothing one. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xia Bo's countenance shifted to one of understanding. A level 6 wild creature had indeed yielded a piece of clothing. With the belief that system-produced items are invariably exceptional, he opened the box, receiving no additional prompts. It was, in fact, an ordinary garment. He had anticipated some special attribute. Slightly disheartened, Xia Bo collected himself and upgraded the clothing, resulting in a substantial increase in quantity. The outfit he had been wearing had accompanied him through countless battles, stained with the blood of innumerable monsters, adorned with the rips left by the green-skinned foes. With a new garment at hand, it was time for the old one to retire with honor. Donning the new attire, he found it quite agreeable, well-fitting, and made from comfortable fabric. Xia Bo felt a modicum of relief. As his strength increased, the quality of life must not lag behind. With resources becoming increasingly abundant and his vehicle growing more luxurious, his standard of living was steadily improving. Indeed, he lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. The intrinsic needs have been addressed, and now it is time to confront the external demands. Having gone an extended period without shampooing, my hair gleams with an oily sheen. And I am not alone in this regard. Others fare no better. Xia Bo holds a steadfast belief that the quality of life will continue to improve. Clenching his fists, he gazes into the distance, his expression imbued with hope, his dark pupils reflecting aspirations, eschewing discussions of conspiracies and hidden machinations, focusing solely on the present. The night is enveloped in a profound stillness, and after the thrill has subsided, Xia Bo sits quietly by the roadside, legs drawn together, elbows resting on his knees. One hand propping up his chin, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. He dismisses the notion that all of this is illusory. Once one has torn a corner of the dark world, curiosity has been ignited, making it impossible to resist the urge to pull further. The information he has gathered remains insufficient to unveil the veil of this world. What secrets lie hidden within the enigmatic figure of Old Show? Secrets that even I cannot uncover? The cunning of Old Show is also of great significance. I wonder if he has sent me any messages recently. Chapter 140. 3 messages from Old Show. As the dawn broke, the moonlit night retreated, and the evening passed swiftly. The newly spawned wild creatures were not particularly formidable. Yet all were level 5, significantly boosting the experience points accrued. They also yielded an abundance of resources, iron, timber, fabric, and metals among them, except for the metals. All other items were promptly upgraded and stored in the cabinet. The storage space was becoming increasingly filled, yet fortunately, the cabinet remained ample and spacious. The morning sky was pleasantly cool, with a refreshing breeze lingering in the air, though this respite lasted only until the sun rose, after which the sweltering heat returned. The small cannon's function became apparent, as it radiated a gentle chill. After feeding the hens and taking a moment for himself, Xia Bo reclined on his bed, eyes half closed, in a state of complete bliss. Beside him, chrysanthemum tea warmed gently, waiting to cool to the perfect temperature for sipping, a truly delightful experience. Life was indeed this idyllic. The scenery had reverted to a familiar state, albeit slightly harsher than before, with the air now oppressively hot and nearly unbearable. Fortunately, he had the small cannon. Without it, the heat would be enough to render one faint. Moreover, such weather demanded a significant toll on one's hydration. Xia Bo lifted the chrysanthemum tea, taking a sip. Nearly an hour had elapsed, yet the sun blazed overhead, warping the dust-laden world with waves of heat. Nevertheless, he felt invigorated, the interior of his vehicle a refreshing sanctuary. Opening the system, the world buzzed with activity. Following the moonlit night mode, many had remained awake, and now, at dawn, messages flooded into the world. The endless mode had also commenced, yet Xia Bo chose not to engage in it just yet. Instead, he opened his private messages. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume sent to him daily, an astonishing number, a diverse array of individuals filled his inbox, some even resorting to insults. Were it not for the virtual barrier, Xia Bo would have relished the opportunity to confront these critics, imparting a lesson on the perils of reckless words. After filtering through the messages, he retained only those of significance, albeit most bore little relevance to him. The avatar of old Zhou still glowed brightly. That cunning old fellow was undoubtedly thriving. During this period, he had sent Xia Bo 3 messages, each peculiar and imbued with profound implications. Xia lad, have you truly opened the dimensional gate? Good on you. I must warn you, the dimensional gate is no trivial matter. Tread carefully, or you may find yourself unable to return. Xia lad, I have some unsettling news. In a short while, the auxiliary highway will open, and we may encounter foreign players. It is speculated that the next game update will be related to this. You may think of it as a server. Foreign players and domestic ones inhabit different servers. Yet now, it seems the game is merging these servers. I have a nagging feeling that things are far more complex than they appear. Exercise caution. For these foreign players may not be as amicable as one would hope. I even surmise that there will be others in the future. But I digress. Sharing too much may not serve you well. Xia, my intentions in leading you astray are rooted in your best interest. Human nature can be treacherous. I genuinely wish for your growth, for you to rise to the occasion, perhaps even to become a beacon of hope for humanity. Do not let me down. Xia, you have yet to return. I advise you against embarking on any dimensional gate missions in the future. The risks are substantial, while the rewards are scant. Should you wish to experience the allure of foreign lands, let it be as if I never spoke. Just ensure you find your way back. Lastly, be informed that the dimensional gate is unstable and may sever its connection at any moment. Given the opportunity, I shall share more with you. Xia Bo meticulously absorbed every word of the message, his countenance reflecting an unprecedented gravity, even a hint of crisis. From the words of the old man Zhou, it was evident that his attitude towards Xia had shifted, perhaps due to Xia's position at the top of the rankings. Yet, this was not the source of Xia Bo's unease. From the outset of the game, the predominance of the Chinese language indicated that the players hailed solely from his homeland. With no foreign entities present, initially he had harbored doubts, even contemplating whether the entirety of the world's populace had been cast upon this road. However, as foreigners failed to materialize, these thoughts gradually dissipated. Over time, he had come to firmly believe that this game was populated solely by domestic players. Now, however, Zhou had informed him that the forthcoming game update might involve foreign players, and the possibility of encountering them weighed heavily on Xia Bo's mind, particularly as he considered his status as the top-ranked player, a position that could attract unwanted attention. What challenges would he face post-update? Furthermore, Xia Bo sensed that Zhou's words concealed deeper implications. What truths had the old man withheld, and why did he feel that Xia's expanded knowledge might be detrimental? In that moment, Xia Bo furrowed his brow, as if engulfed by a shroud of darkness. The veil that had nearly been lifted was once again obscured by Zhou's revelations. Most critically, how had Zhou discerned the dangers of the dimensional gate? Why had he opted not to disclose this information earlier, only to share it now? Could it be due to a curse? The answers remained elusive. Within the realm of the dimensional gate, Xia Bo had already discovered numerous underlying truths. For instance, it was improbable that the players hailed solely from Blue Star. There must be humans from other planets as well. Zhou's assertion that the dimensional gate was exceedingly unstable and could sever the connection between the dimensional world and the game was telling. His words conveyed a significant hope for Xia Bo, one that pertained to the future of humanity, hence his urgency in sharing this information. Xia Bo bore a solemn expression. Despite his formidable strength, Zhou's words cast a considerable weight upon him. He had once believed that possessing the system would render him a beacon of light for humankind. By now, Xia Bo has gained a profound clarity. The light of humanity has waned, and a single planet, beset by crisis, struggles for survival. How can one expect hope for the future of humanity? The light of mankind? Having witnessed the desolation of a wasteland, he is now consumed by a singular thought, to diligently enhance his strength in preparation for what lies ahead. One day, he hopes to endure. He senses that this day is not too far off. As his thoughts dance, a bitter smile graces Xia Bo's face, and he murmurs, "Old Zhou, old Zhou, you have truly brought me to ruin." He purses his lips, hesitating as he contemplates, then composes a message to send before shutting down the system. He closes his eyes and drifts into slumber. Chapter 141. Men on the left, women on the right regardless of what transpires in the future. This path is one I must traverse. The once grand ambitions have now been tempered, leaving only a singular conviction within Xia Bo's heart: survival. This thought has taken root within him, growing ever more resolute. It is often said that a human life encompasses 3 distinct phases: youth, middle age, and old age. In youth, one is filled with vigor and grand aspirations, brimming with hope for what lies ahead. In middle age, the quest for stability transforms fervent passion into a tranquil pond, wishing only for the well-being of family and oneself. In old age, having tasted the myriad flavors of life, one ultimately returns to simplicity, surrounded by children, living a life of peace. Xia Bo, in this moment, mirrors the sentiment of middle age, yearning for a future that is safe and sound. Any conspiracies or human aspirations have long since faded away, leaving behind a solitary thought, to live. Much like the year 2020. By nature, Xia Bo is such. Orphaned at a young age, his relatives seized the family fortune, and upon gaining some understanding of the world, he left school early to work, spending over a decade away from home, with relatives and friends having forgotten him entirely. Having navigated the complexities of society, he once harbored grand declarations, yet none came to fruition. Were it not for the game, he might have spent his entire life toiling for mere sustenance. Within the realm of the game, he acquired a powerful advantage that reignited his restless heart, allowing him to fantasize about becoming a savior, adored by the masses. However, after all he has endured, he realizes that his destiny seems no longer in his own hands. A savior? Adored by thousands? Should he perish? All of this would vanish into thin air. The aberrations of that long river are foes he cannot withstand, and the myriad beings within the game far surpass those aberrations. Let alone humanity, even his own survival is uncertain. Xia Bo lies on his bed, his expression vacant. As memories of the past flicker through his mind, now mere echoes of bygone days. The words of old man Zhou imparted a sense of urgency while simultaneously igniting immense motivation within him. Sometimes, without a gentle nudge, one remains oblivious to the need for effort. Old man Zhou's words were akin to a firm kick to Xia Bo's being. On his first day back, one would expect him to sleep soundly, yet after reading the messages from old man Zhou, he found himself restless, plagued by 2 consecutive nightmares. Awakening in a daze that evening, his head throbbed painfully. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he indulged in a soothing warm bath to address his physical needs. As dusk fell, Xia Bo returned to the competitive matches, noting that others had already surpassed level 10, reaching 13th. This night was destined to be one of ascension. 2 hours, quick yet not so quick. Upon returning from the dimensional realm, viewers of the live stream could unmistakably sense the change in Xia Bo. He had become more ruthless and vicious. Previously, his battles were conclusive, with his opponents departing the stage peacefully, devoid of suffering. As the blade descended once more, it cleaved through its target with a chilling precision, severing the victim in 2. Although the aftermath remained unseen, the imaginations of many ran wild with gruesome visions. The intensity and ferocity emanating from Xia Bo permeated the atmosphere, leaving everyone around him profoundly affected. In stark contrast to his former self, a mere cold machine, Xia Bo now exuded a palpable ruthlessness, instilling fear in the hearts of all who bore witness, while others remained oblivious. Only Xia Bo understood the imperative of rigorous self-discipline. In this apocalyptic realm, true fortitude stems from one's inner resolve, and his current focus was on honing his lethal instincts. Hesitation would lead to failure. Beyond the cultivation of his mental state and combat prowess, there lay the necessity of enhancing his strength. To most, he appeared nearly invincible. However, after facing the monstrous aberrations of the wasteland, he realized the true meaning of invincibility was still beyond his grasp. The ranking matches progressed swiftly, and Xia Bo immersed himself in a mindset centered around slaughter, nearly losing himself in the process until the conclusion of the matches. The endless expanse of yellow sand stretched before him as the fiery sun dipped below the horizon. Sitting by the roadside, he exhaled plumes of smoke, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Had he succeeded in his training? In some respects, yes. For the path he had chosen was undoubtedly correct. Yet, coldness alone was insufficient. He needed to embody a ruthless spirit. In one particular match, he even dismembered his opponent. Even now, the desire for bloodshed pulsed within him, a troubling sign. During his training, he was compelled to confront the influences of his bloodthirsty heart. As he finished his cigarette, darkness enveloped the world. With a rigid expression, Xia Bo slid into his vehicle, a chill coursing through him. This was a state he had to maintain, ever vigilant. To achieve greatness, one must first embrace their fierceness. Indecisiveness would never lead to success. History's emperors rose through sheer determination, despite the failings of their unworthy descendants. As he revved the engine and moved forward, Xia Bo unexpectedly encountered a fork in the road, one path to the left, the other to the right. Aside from the peculiar roads near Black Mountain, this was his first encounter with such a bifurcation on a common highway. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the left path, adhering to the age-old adage of men to the left, women to the right. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the night was eerily silent, strangely serene. On the dust-covered road, 2 upscale sedans and a dilapidated 2-seater were parked. Xingjia, this fellow has quite the stash, 2 barrels of water, 3 barrels of gasoline, and a decent amount of food. Let us hurry. A bald man rummaged through one of the vehicles, a sly grin frequently surfacing on his face. Leaning against the car was a woman with an alluring figure, her clothing tattered, revealing skin dusted with sand. Alongside her stood a man with a buzz cut, his icy gaze scanning the surroundings. Move quickly. Another vehicle is approaching, The buzz-cut man urged coldly. What? More people? First, smash the car, then hide the dismembered bodies. In Sister Qing's eyes glimmered a flicker of excitement as she licked her parched lips, immediately beckoning the two individuals to spring into action. She swayed her slender waist, her eyes shimmering with allure. The duo moved swiftly, loading their belongings into their vehicle before hastily dismantling the two useless small carts. Swiftly transferring the fallen items into the car, the bald man drove off into the darkness, leaving only Sister Qing and the crew-cut man behind. The latter concealed himself behind the car, a strategic position that rendered them less detectable, particularly shrouded in the inky blackness, further aided by the deliberate omission of their headlights, crafting an illusion of a broken-down vehicle, an ideal setup for Sister Qing to execute her role. Indeed, her mission was to entice. This was their cunning plan. A classic honey trap. They had employed this tactic to eliminate a fair number of victims. Sister Qing gazed into the distance at the approaching headlights, quickly adjusting her appearance. The deliberately torn clothing revealed her fair skin, suggesting she had recently bathed. They had invested considerable resources into this scheme. As the vehicle drew nearer, Sister Qing discerned its form and was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a surge of elation. A cargo truck. This was undoubtedly a significant catch. Yet, she had forgotten that only one individual had managed to upgrade their vehicle to such an extent on the ranking list. At this moment, overwhelmed by excitement, she eagerly waved her hand, catching the attention of Xia Bo, who slightly furrowed his brow in disbelief. Encountering someone on this desolate highway, and a woman at that. Chapter 142. The Immortal's Trap. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Xia Bo halted the vehicle, extinguishing the headlights, plunging the world into darkness. A man with a buzz cut, concealed at the rear of the car, revealed a fleeting smile on his cold visage, relishing the obscurity. Hey, why did you turn off the headlights? Came the delicate voice of Sister Qing, causing a warmth to surge in his abdomen. He had already contemplated how to dispose of this man and subsequently punish Sister Qing. In the darkness, Sister Qing could not discern the features of her companion, only perceiving a towering figure, standing an impressive height of 185 centimeters. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xia Bo inhaled deeply. Detecting a faint metallic scent in the air, an aroma he recognized all too well from his frequent skirmishes, this was indeed the scent of blood. And not that of wild creatures. The iron tang indicated it was human blood. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xia Bo's eyes before vanishing, as he skillfully masked his emotions. By deliberately shutting off the headlights upon disembarking, he ensured that his appearance remained obscured from view. Before him stood a woman, scantily clad and exuding an alluring demeanor. The situation became clear. A subtle, cold smile curled his lips as he maintained an impassive facade, inquiring, "What seems to be the trouble?" What a youthful voice, Sister Qing thought, her heart racing as she gazed upon Xia Bo's imposing stature and youthful voice. Feeling a warm surge within her, cursed be these two men. Their relentless demands had rendered her overly sensitive. "Young man, my car has encountered a problem. Could you assist me? I am willing to offer compensation," Sister Qing said with a faltering tone, her body nearly pressing against Xia Bo suddenly. A powerful hand gripped Sister Qing's neck, lifting her effortlessly. The allure vanished from her face, replaced by panic as all her reactions froze. Her long legs flailed helplessly in the air. She struck at Xia Bo's arm, yet to her horror, his grip felt like a colossal iron vice, constricting her throat. Breathing grew increasingly labored, as though the air around her had thinned significantly. "Shh, be a good girl and call out your companion. Otherwise, your fate will be dire," Xia Bo said, amusement dancing on his face, yet a hint of ruthlessness was evident upon closer inspection. Sister Qing sensed the overwhelming strength of her captor, despair flooding her heart, yet she obediently nodded. Xia Bo carelessly tossed her to the ground, seemingly indifferent to whether she would alert her accomplice. As Sister Qing hit the ground, she rubbed her neck, marked by a red imprint, a look of pain etched on her face. Angered, she swiftly rose and dashed towards the automobile. "Dong Zi, we've encountered a formidable opponent. Our plan has been compromised. Eliminate him at once. This fellow's vehicle is of high quality, and it is evident that it contains a wealth of supplies." Rushing to the side of the car, Qingjie spoke fiercely. Her heart slightly steadied. Turning back to glance at the imposing figure, a hand had already grasped the car door, swinging it open. Then reaching for the headlights and starting the engine, her voice laced with malice. "Let me see just how capable you are for daring to lay hands on me. No matter how powerful you are, I can still run you down." Upon hearing Qingjie's words, the crew-cut man rose, his gaze darkly fixated on the towering silhouette. With a sharp click, the headlights illuminated the scene. In an instant, both were frozen in place, expression shifting from shock to terror, their bodies growing cold, as if plunged into frigid waters. Inside the vehicle, Qingjie's fingers trembled, her face a mask of fear as she beheld the figure before her, gasping, Xia Bo. The crew-cut man stood equally stunned, his body icy. Only upon the headlight's activation did they recognize the illustrious figure standing before them, Xia Bo, the formidable powerhouse renowned for his unmatched battle prowess. In their hearts, despair settled in. They had foolishly contemplated taking action against Xia Bo Qingjie. Act now. Even if we beg for mercy, he won't spare us. The crew-cut man clenched his teeth, having witnessed Xia Bo's ruthless tactics during live streams. He was a merciless assassin, cold and calculating. Understanding his implication, Qingjie pressed down on the accelerator, the tires spinning and releasing a cloud of white mist. However, just as they prepared to act, Xia Bo sprang into action, propelling himself off the ground, causing the earth beneath to show signs of cracking. Fortunately, the asphalt was resilient, or it might have already shattered under his tremendous force, which had reached an astonishing 50 points. With a thunderous boom, Xia Bo leaped high, resembling a great rock in flight, landing atop the car. A crimson steel blade descended effortlessly, tearing through the roof, impaling the interior with a swift thrust. The blade penetrated seamlessly, piercing through Qingjie's crown as she remained in the act of driving, her features suddenly awash in crimson. Xia Bo withdrew the steel blade, an inscrutable smile gracing his face as he leapt down. The car shook violently, crashing into the desert beside the road and halting against an invisible barrier. An ambush. Is it? How amusing this world can be, Xia Bo mused, a faint smile on his lips, his expression chillingly enigmatic, tinged with ferocity, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. He had not anticipated encountering such an ambush on this road. Had it not been for the pervasive scent of blood in the air, he might have been deceived by this woman, mistaking it for an enticing encounter. The blood in the air also attested to the fact that someone had already met their demise at their hands, their methods horrifically brutal, likely dismembering the body to prevent any chance of resurrection, hence the lingering stench of blood. The crew-cut man, grasping the ominous crimson blade, felt a chill wash over him. His expression a portrait of terror. Yu. Xia Bo's power was overwhelmingly formidable. He had witnessed the earlier live stream featuring Shui Xiang and recognized that he and his companions were on an entirely different level. The fantasy of killing someone with their car was but a fleeting illusion. Do not force my hand. The buzz-cut man roared, as if a resolution had crystallized within him. There was an unsettling aura, reminiscent of a rabid dog poised to strike. Xia Bo, bewildered, felt a sharpness in his gaze akin to a blade. Gripping his crimson steel knife, he leaped forth, closing the distance of several meters, and aimed a decisive strike at the man. Suddenly, the man's eyes turned a deep crimson, and he collapsed to his knees, supporting himself with his hands as he coughed up blood, which appeared black. His physique began to undergo a transformation. It was a technique, a hidden card of the buzz-cut man. Intrigued, Xia Bo had never witnessed such self-harming tactics before. With an expression of bewilderment, he retracted his attack, stepping back and crossing his arms as he observed the man intently. Cough after cough, the blood pooled beneath the man, who visibly withered before Xia Bo's eyes. Astonishingly, the man's four-dimensional attributes appeared to be increasing. It was extraordinary. He was harnessing self-inflicted pain to augment his power. However, the execution of this technique was excruciatingly slow. Realizing the man's vulnerabilities, Xia Bo refused to allow him to continue this grotesque display. He charged forward, his steel knife striking the man. Instead of the anticipated sound of flesh being pierced, there was merely a clang, a forceful recoil transmitted through the knife. With a strength value of 50. The impact sent a jolt through Xia Bo's hand, causing a dull ache in his palm. Remarkably, he could not breach the man's defenses, or rather, it was not defense at all. Xia Bo swiftly retreated, distancing himself, his gaze now icy as he scrutinized the man with unwavering intensity. Chapter 143. Technique. Blood ignition. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. It was not his formidable defense that was at play, but rather the protective mechanism of this technique. It was no wonder that this man exhibited such audacity. After all, the prolonged charging of a technique devoid of a protective mechanism would have surely led to his demise long ago. Nonetheless, this affirmed the terrifying nature of the technique, as it could withstand self-inflicted assaults during the blood-coughing phase, leaving not a single mark upon his body. The protective mechanism was indeed astonishing. Yet, this came at the cost of sacrificing one's own blood. Cough, cough. I concede, Master Xia Bo, your strength is undeniable. However, the invincibility of this technique's protective mechanism is something you cannot breach. The buzz-cut man knelt upon the ground, supporting himself with his hands, coughing blood as he spoke. The crimson liquid pooled around him, emanating a foul stench. This was no ordinary blood. Xia Bo's gaze was cold and unwavering as he patiently awaited the arrival of the protective mechanism. Once it activated, it would signify the end for his opponent. Cough. You truly are arrogant. No wonder you are ranked first in combat prowess. But how can you know it is impossible without giving it a try? Cough, cough. Uft. At last, he expelled a copious amount of dark, viscous blood, accompanied by an overpowering stench. At that moment, the buzz-cut man had undergone a complete transformation. His skin was shriveled, clinging to his bones, and his flesh appeared to lack any support, hanging limply. As he stood, the skin on his face sagged, and his expression aged dramatically, resembling that of a man well over 90 years old. Yet, in Xia Bo's eyes, this individual's four-dimensional attributes had astonishingly doubled. Originally, they were just a mere 10 points, but now they had surged to over 30. The power exhibited was a remarkable enhancement, albeit at a steep price. This form of strength was indeed grotesque, requiring immense sacrifice. Otherwise, such a technique alone could have propelled his ranking into the top 10. Once he exited the arena, his condition would revert to its optimal state. Typically, this technique bore significant aftereffects and possessed an exceedingly lengthy cooldown period. It was best employed as a trump card. Were he to encounter anyone else using this technique, perhaps it would yield success. However, he was faced with me. Come forth. Let me witness the might of your current form. Xia Bo's eyes gleamed with a razor-sharp intensity as he entered a state of predation, leaping several meters into the air, striking with his blade towards his opponent, aiming directly for his weak point. Engaging with a human differed vastly from battling a wild creature, for humans possessed techniques, and those who had survived until now were no ordinary foes. Upon witnessing Xia Bo's advance, the buzz-cut man felt an overwhelming dread as the eerie red steel blade radiated a chilling aura. It was clear that Xia Bo, ranked first in combat ability, was indeed a fearsome adversary. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander it. Once this state dissipated, he would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter, easily dispatched even by a mere child. This is the final battle of life. He unleashed his full power, evading Xia Bo's blade, and unleashed every technique at his disposal with ferocious intensity. Xia Bo, relying on his hunting state, navigated effortlessly, appearing quite at ease. He was searching for an opportunity, knowing that his opponent's state could not last much longer. With his full power unleashed, he could easily suppress his foe. Yet he deemed it unnecessary. The adversary was already on the brink of death. Expending such effort seemed unworthy. Most importantly, Xia Bo was curious to see how long his opponent could maintain this state. The man with the buzz cut, witnessing a series of attacks effortlessly neutralized, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. The duration of his attribute panel felt akin to a countdown to death. As time passed, his urgency increased. What had once been a fierce assault gradually became feeble, with his techniques riddled with flaws. Xia Bo had at least a dozen opportunities to strike down his opponent. 5 minutes later, Xia Bo noticed a decline in his adversary's stats. He immediately comprehended that the time for his opponent's state was nearing its end. Whether it was strength, agility, stamina, or mental fortitude, all were gradually diminishing. The buzz-cut man gasped for breath, his expression shifting to one of terror, his attacks becoming increasingly ineffective. When his attributes fell to their original levels, Xia Bo expected a cessation, yet this was not the case. The values continued to plummet at an accelerated rate until they finally dwindled to a mere point, leaving him resembling an aged elder, frail and slow in movement. You have won, the buzz-cut man conceded, his expression filled with despair, his body limp and devoid of strength. So, it was like this. Xia Bo pondered, devoid of pity. And with a swift stroke, he ended the man's life, slaying 2 individuals and witnessing a significant surge of 20 experience points, with human experience yielding higher returns. Xia Bo did not dismember them. Instead, he patiently awaited the revival of their corpses. The revival of their bodies would signify yet another opportunity for experience. Unbeknownst to the two, they would never have anticipated that even in death, they would serve as a source of gain for Xia Bo. He struck the small car, finding no supplies, but instead acquiring a considerable amount of car fragments and a small quantity of fuel. After upgrading, coupled with the prior fragments, the total number of car pieces rose to 149. The upgraded fuel was poured into the tank, filling it to capacity. Approximately half an hour later, their corpses darkened, slowly twitching, emitting eerie sounds of cracking bones that sent chills down the spine. In mere seconds, the still unrevived bodies were dispatched by Xia Bo. Anticipating the revival of the corpses, he could not afford to wait. These two had not reached level 5, and the experience gained did not double. Nonetheless, there was still a modest increase. Just as he was about to depart, Xia Bo suddenly noticed that the man's corpse had indeed birthed something. Skill, Blood Ignite, Attribute, Health Limit 20, Description, consumes 70 of health over 1 minute, rendering the user invulnerable during the Blood Ignite phase. All blood is burned. Energy absorbed within. The depleted blood is expelled from the body. Feature, restores all bodily states to full. Increases all attributes by 100. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 15 days. Note, Once the duration expires, bodily attributes begin to decline, diminishing to a mere point. This technique bears significant aftereffects. Exercise caution in its application. This was the technique he had just employed, blood burning. Indeed, it was aptly named. After its execution, he appeared almost as a desiccated corpse. Aged by over 70 years. Xia Bo picked up the technique scroll and examined it closely, his gaze tinged with astonishment. It was precisely the technique wielded by the bald man, which explained the foul, metallic scent of the blood he had coughed up. The energy within the blood had been entirely consumed, transformed into his own vitality, thus causing his attributes to double. The remnants of the burnt blood turned into tainted essence, expelled from his body, hence the pervasive and acrid odor. Chapter 144. The hidden card. It is precisely due to the prolonged preparation time of this technique that it bestows an invincible state. This ability is indeed a remarkable asset, particularly in dire circumstances. However, one must bear the substantial repercussions that accompany its use. Xia Bo chuckled softly, pondering the irony of discussing side effects when one is on the brink of death. Were he in a similar predicament, he would undoubtedly utilize it without hesitation. Upon upgrading the technique book, the skill underwent a complete transformation. Technique: life incineration, attribute, health maximum 50, description, consumes 1 minute to incinerate 70 of health. During the life incineration period, the user is in an invincible state. This process burns all bodily fluids and life functions, drawing energy into the body, while the depleted blood is expelled externally. Attribute: restores the entire body to full status. All attributes increase by 200. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 7 days. Note: once the duration expires, bodily attributes will commence a decline, eventually reducing to a mere 1 point. The side effects of this technique are immense. Use it with caution. Following its enhancement, the technique's name transitioned from blood incineration to life incineration. And the description revealed an additional aspect of burning life functions alongside blood. It goes without saying that the resulting damage to the body is significantly greater. Moreover, the enhancement obtained from life incineration surpasses that of blood incineration, effectively doubling its efficacy. Should one choose to burn their own life essence, it would be sufficient to elevate all 4 primary attributes beyond 100 points. This technique serves as a formidable trump card in critical moments of life and death. Xia Bo wasted no time in employing it. Although the potential side effects appeared daunting, if wielded wisely, it could lead to a miraculous turnaround, thus offering a glimmer of safety to his life. Life incineration not only restores one's condition to its maximum, but also doubles the existing attributes, a truly outrageous advantage. The most crucial aspect is that it does not lead to death. However, it renders the body exceedingly frail. This is what Xia Bo referred to as the possibility of a last-minute reversal. If one does not succeed, they may as well perish. Name: Xia Bo. Title: Pioneer of Humanity. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 6. Experience: 75-200. Strength: 49-49. Agility: 44. Stamina: 35-3. 5. Mental power: 24-2. 4. Health: 250. Optimal condition: talent, blood demon heart. Click to view details. Mastered techniques: intermediate combat specialization. Strength increases with training. Basic swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double strike. Eye of detection. Iron body. Life incineration. Occupational techniques. Bloodletting unique. Dismemberment. Unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV1. He opened his personal attribute panel to inspect. Experience had increased by 22 points. The baseline experience for humanity is 10 points per individual, while deceased individuals possess a mere 1 point. Notably, his health had also reached 250 points. Although the value seemed somewhat amiss, Xia Bo felt immense satisfaction. For a higher health value mitigates the negative effects of life incineration. If one's health value reaches 1,000 points and burns 70%, there remain 300 points, which lies within a safe range, akin to a measure of vitality. Xia Bo deduced that this vitality might also be a concealed attribute. Sitting in the car, his brows furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated encountering 2 individuals this time, as his previous experiences had yielded few encounters, with only the old man Zhou having appeared twice. This implied a significant point. After extricating himself from the dimensional world, this stretch of road was no longer the same path he had traversed to enter the dimension. Whether he had moved forward or backward remained uncertain. However, the fact that he had taken this detour and met 2 people indicated that he was indeed no longer on the previous route. Yet, the scant supplies possessed by these 2 individuals were rather astonishing. Just as he was about to start the car, he noticed a small vehicle approaching from a distance. Xia Bo raised an eyebrow. Another vehicle. Could this be their accomplice? No wonder their supplies were so limited. They must have taken this vehicle away. It all became clear to him, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he turned off the headlights. The other car halted beside the truck, and a bald man emerged. The bald man circled the vehicle, exclaiming, "Goodness, such a large truck. No wonder it hasn't come over. Xia, Dongge. Why did you leave the gate closed? Surely you haven't tea. Damn it, don't leave without me." As he spoke, he reached for the car door. Upon its opening, he was met not by Xia or Dongge, but by a blood-red steel blade. With a swift motion, Xia Bo's knife struck with such speed that the man had no chance to react, slicing through his arm, blood spraying forth as his limb fell to the ground. And he collapsed with a cry. Xia Bo exited the vehicle, murmuring to himself, "What a botched strike. Who are you? Where are Xia and Dongge?" The bald man's face turned pale, clutching his severed arm, his lips quivering. A sense of foreboding began to settle within him. Wait. As realization dawned, his pupils reflected a glimmer of desperate gray. The bald man understood who stood before him. The only person capable of driving such a large truck and elevating its stature was none other than Xia Bo. At this moment, terror gripped him, and he hurriedly rose to his feet, turning to flee, his mind a blank slate. Xia Bo, why was he here? What had transpired? What of Xia and the others? Something must have gone awry. The bald man stumbled toward the small car, glancing back intermittently. No one was pursuing him. If he could just make it into the vehicle, he would be safe. However, as he reached the small car, a chilling silhouette stood beside it. It was none other than Xia Bo, the current top-ranked combatant. The bald man's face drained of color, and he collapsed to the ground in horror, bewildered and disoriented. How could this happen? How could it have come to this? He struggled to compose himself, wavering as he knelt before Xia Bo, tears streaming down his face. "Xia Bo, please spare me. I have committed no wrongdoing. Truly, I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Now, one of my arms has been severed by your hand. If you remain dissatisfied, feel free to take another leg. And yet another. Would that please you? I merely beseech you to grant me a chance to live. Spare my life. I do not wish to meet my demise. As long as I draw breath, the provisions within the vehicle are sufficient to sustain me for quite some time. A wretched existence is preferable to a swift death." Xia Bo's demeanor was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. When confronting adversaries, one must possess no semblance of compassion. Their lives are of no consequence. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp crimson steel knife sliced through the bald head of his foe as though it were mere tofu, offering little resistance. The head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. The kneeling corpse collapsed rigidly to the ground. With the head severed, there was no hope of revival for this individual. Xia Bo regarded the glaring blood, lighting a cigarette to calm his tumultuous spirit, the acrid smoke enveloping him in a shroud of tranquility. Chapter 145, The Enchanted Scissors. Thus, the trio of celestial jumpers met their ultimate demise. The supplies within the vehicle were exceedingly ample, comprising abundant fuel, water resources, and various other goods. The provisions were also quite plentiful, including many items they had not previously possessed. For instance, there was flour, tofu, fries, and beverages such as orange juice and cola, all generic products but sourced from the system, eliminating any concerns regarding substandard quality. Upon witnessing such a bounty, Xia Bo's expression turned frigid. These three individuals were clearly not novices in this grim endeavor, and their deaths were scarcely regrettable. He proceeded to transfer these goods into his own vehicle, upgrading and subsequently stowing them in his storage compartment. He struck the small car, acquiring numerous fragments. And with the infusion of their resources, his own supplies swelled significantly. In addition to these ordinary provisions, Xia Bo also discovered two design blueprints from their belongings. One was a fan design, while the other was a refrigerator design, both for household appliances, a serendipitous find indeed. Besides the refrigerator blueprint, which held utility for him, the fan design would serve little purpose. He could examine what trades existed in the world that might necessitate its use. Moreover, Xia Bo unexpectedly acquired a peculiar weapon, a rusted pair of scissors. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal aspect was that upon upgrading, these scissors transformed into the enchanted scissors. As for their magical qualities, they were soon to be revealed. Equipment: enchanted scissors, attributes, sharpness 10, hardness 20, description: allows for void cutting of objects, effective range of 20 meters. Usage count: 0.3, such formidable attributes. With these scissors, he had essentially gained an additional trump card. Upon further inspection, Xia Bo's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. The scissors, which appeared to be unremarkable at first glance, possessed unexpectedly potent attributes. They were not merely alloy scissors but rather enchanted ones. Was this the unpredictable enhancement of items? Xia Bo felt an exhilarating thrill. He secured the scissors in the first compartment of his belt, envisioning their potential as a strategic advantage. He could imagine the horror of an enemy standing 20 meters away, only to find their heads severed in the void by his scissors. Little did he anticipate that the three individuals he encountered would yield such remarkable rewards, two powerful cards that combined for a terrifying force. Whether through the scissors or the life-burning ability, the potential for a dramatic turnaround was palpable. After carefully organizing his newfound possessions, Xia Bo's smile had not faltered since the moment he acquired the enchanted scissors. The synergy of these two trump cards could very well constitute an absolute powerhouse. Returning to his vehicle, he meticulously arranged his supplies, astonished by the sheer volume he had amassed. Following the cleanup, he found himself in disbelief at the extent of his resources, which could sustain him for a month, if not longer. Frugality may lead one to significant savings over the course of a year. The essentials for sustenance and clothing are no longer in short supply. Within the vehicle rests a sizable thermos, filled to the brim with hot water. In his leisure, he finds solace in an air-conditioned room. Sipping chrysanthemum tea while snacking on melon seeds, indulging in the refinement of his sensibilities. Life is indeed blissful. However, he yearns for charcoal, which would enable him to grill meat within his car, though such a venture is perilously unadvised at present. Dining must still be sought outside. As the vehicle accommodates only a bed and lacks a kitchen, the next upgrade to his automobile will be a compact motorhome, and in the future, there may even be luxurious double or triple-decker models. After all, the expanse of the highway cannot be traversed by a mere light truck alone. Yet, these are merely speculations. He meticulously cataloged the supplies of the three individuals and stored them all in a cabinet. The cabinet still boasts ample space, and with his own consumption taken into account, there is more than sufficient room. His belongings occupy only a corner, alleviating any concerns about spatial constraints within the vehicle. He tossed a cigarette, but out of the car, scattering some food for the hens, and collected their eggs before setting off on the road. The nocturnal path appeared somewhat restless, with yellow sands beginning to encroach upon it, nearly obscuring the roadway on either side. Aside from the recent interruption caused by the ambush, Xia Bo encountered no further disturbances. He continued to navigate as he had done previously during the night, pausing intermittently to scout for any wild creatures that might have respawned. The journey must progress, and the experience gained from slaying wild beasts is equally invaluable. After vanquishing 4 wild creatures and gaining 13 experience points, Xia Bo found himself weary and disinclined to continue. After all, one must indulge in leisure from time to time. He parked the vehicle, extinguished the exterior lights, and illuminated the interior. With a thermos of chrysanthemum tea, seeds, spicy strips, and a few hours-old fries acquired from the earlier encounter, he settled cross-legged on the bed and accessed the system. The trading options had proliferated, resulting in an overwhelming volume of information, an endless scroll of items. Most of the offerings were commonplace. Metals, iron, wood, and fabric were in abundance, while water resources were secondary and fuel was scarce. Rare materials were even less prevalent. They were too precious, and the populace understood that such treasures should be preserved, each harboring dreams of being the protagonist in their own narrative. Only a select few would dare to trade their scarce supplies, and such items, once listed, were swiftly claimed by those who vigilantly monitored the trading posts. Xia Bo sipped his chrysanthemum tea, gazing thoughtfully into the air, his eyes flickering as he perused the trading market. The offerings were monotonous, and ultimately, he selected a few pieces of iron for trade, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and too fatigued to scrutinize it closely. These 5 pieces of iron were bound together, representing the maximum limit for iron quantity. He traded them for a previously acquired fan design, which held equal value. With the iron in hand, he promptly upgraded and stored it in the cabinet before accessing the ranking system. In the preceding battle, I had advanced my rank to level 14, with 4 chests remaining unopened. Sitting upright with a composed expression, Xia Bo slowly extended his hand into the void. The 4 chests opened simultaneously, and he silently hoped for something valuable. Small folding table 1, random road card 1, sunscreen 1, rose 1. The 4 items materialized before Xia Bo's eyes, with the table neatly positioned atop the bed, a rather useful item. Upon the table lay a rose, a bottle of unbranded sunscreen, and an asphalt-colored card. Xia Bo's lips twitched slightly. Aside from the table and the card, the rest of the items seemed rather irrelevant, particularly the rose, which he hoped could be transformed into a piece of equipment. Xia Bo upgraded the rose, ultimately receiving 7 golden-edged roses. Chapter 146. Special Highway Random Card in Times of Peace. This object would be a quintessential tool for confession. However, here it is utterly worthless, even less substantial than a sip of water. Xia Bo's expression froze as he muttered complaints under his breath. Initially, he contemplated discarding it, yet he had to admit that the gilded roses possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. He retrieved a moderately sized cup from his exquisite kitchenware, filled it with a bit of water, and placed the 7 gilded roses within it. Upon contact with water, the gilded roses seemed to come alive, exuding a captivating fragrance. Set upon the table, they provided a delightful ambience while reading, which was rather pleasing. The table was perfectly adequate, requiring no upgrade. Such a substantial item did not necessarily imply an increase in quantity. It was more likely a matter of enhanced quality. This table fit nicely atop the bed and could be conveniently stowed behind the driver's seat when not in use, being both compact and exquisite. Upgrading might be ill-advised. Should a large table emerge, it would be impractical given the limited space within the vehicle. The final item captured Xia Bo's keen interest. Highway Random Card 1. Description. Upon use, it randomly teleports the player to any segment of the highway, potentially behind or ahead of their current location, with a slight chance of appearing on a special highway. Note, it lacks stability, but feel free to use it. The remark regarding its instability yet assurance of safe usage was perplexing. Xia Bo scoffed, pondering how some system notes seemed entirely superfluous. How could something unstable be deemed safe? Was there a catch? Based on the description, it appeared there was none. As the teleportation occurred on the highway the player was already on. Initially, Xia Bo had thought it might transport him to a highway frequented by foreigners. But upon closer inspection, he realized he had overthought it. This card could only teleport him within his current highway, with a minor chance of landing on a special highway. Random teleportation implied potential encounters with others, who possessed abundant experience and resources. Shaking his head, Xia Bo dismissed such unwelcome thoughts, reminding himself that he must not entertain them. The game had set human experience at such a high level for a reason. There must be some ulterior motive at play, and he hoped nothing nefarious would arise. The prospect of gaining 10 experience points per person felt suspiciously orchestrated. Pondering briefly, Xia Bo decided to upgrade the Highway Random card. Ding! Congratulations, host. On a successful upgrade, Highway Random Card 1 has been upgraded to Special Highway Random Card 1. Special Highway Random Card 1. Description. Upon use, it teleports the player to any segment of a special highway, potentially behind or ahead of their current location. Note, the special highways present certain dangers. Use with caution. The asphalt-colored card vanished, replaced by one adorned with a subtle golden hue. An excellent find indeed. Ignoring the subsequent annotations, Xia Bo's eyes brightened. Special roads harbored unique wild creatures, and the items they dropped were predominantly rare. Previously encountered special roads were rather chaotic. With the exception of the one on the high prairie, while the Black Mountain Road and the Lakeside Road were fraught with peril, particularly the Lakeside Road. Being a source of water was most likely to attract wild creatures. It was not fear that deterred him, but rather his mental state, which was entirely unprepared for such encounters. Furthermore, special roads lacked resources, and Xia Bo did not wish to squander time there. Leveling up merely allowed for greater distance, and not leveling up would not result in any adverse consequences. Weighing the pros and cons, Xia Bo chose to depart, with the paramount consideration being the risks associated with special roads. Protecting his beloved vehicle was the foremost priority. He did not immediately utilize the special road card. It was nighttime, and venturing forth would entail certain risks. To minimize these dangers, the optimal time for use would be dusk, when he was at his best. Nighttime on special roads was far from tranquil. Unique wild creatures roamed, and with his own augmented strength, their power would also increase. Xia Bo was most eager for these creatures to be at least level 5, as he subconsciously believed that the quality of items dropped would correspondingly improve. Moreover, level 5 wild creatures offered double experience points. Conversely, encountering level 4 would be a fruitless endeavor. Stowing away the card, Xia Bo sipped his tea, accessed the system, and entered his space. Currently, his space remained suspended high above, ranked according to the number of fans. These fans were genuine, unlike those inflated numbers on certain domestic platforms, which boasted tens of millions or even billions. Within his space, Xia Bo had posted 2 video updates, both of which were exceptionally popular. The first video had garnered an astounding 900 million likes and 12 billion comments, with many users repeatedly commenting if the bullet screen were enabled. The video itself would become obscured. The player base in the country was indeed vast. According to previous demographic statistics, the global population stood at 21.9 billion, with China accounting for 3.4 billion. The player base within the game was even more formidable, despite the significant number of players who had perished. The current trading figures reflected this, with transaction postings exceeding 1 million, though the items traded were predominantly ordinary. Presently, the popularity count was just 100 million likes shy of unlocking the third box. The popularity boxes in the space were categorized into several stages: 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion, and 20 billion. Beyond that, it was essentially unattainable. The higher the popularity value of the box, the better the items it yielded, although there remained a slim chance of receiving worthless items. However, the probability of receiving trash was exceedingly low. The second video had achieved 700 million likes, resulting in 2 boxes being unlocked. The utility of the space was evident. With each video posted, a popularity box could be unlocked. Xia Bo's icy visage betrayed a hint of a stiff smile as he retrieved the box, casually sifting through the contents. To his surprise, aside from himself, the adorable girl Chu Shihan's fanbase astonishingly ranked second, while the infamous Feng Shihong's followers occupied the 5th position. It was evident that the latter's popularity largely stemmed from capitalizing on trends. In today's world, many still seek to ride the coattails of others' fame, particularly those who exploit their own notoriety. Although Xia Bo seldom immersed himself in the world's happenings, he occasionally glanced at it during his leisure, noting the numerous individuals who berated him for attention, with some even garnering considerable popularity through their vitriol. Regrettably, the game currently lacked any mechanisms for vengeance against these individuals. Otherwise, Xia Bo would have sought retribution long ago. The game's framework shielded them, rendering these keyboard warriors immune to harm. In the virtual realm, they may boast bravado, yet in reality, they remain meek and inconsequential. It was unexpected for Chu Shihan's fan value to rank second, considering her image during ranked live streams was that of an endearing girl, complemented by notable skill. In these streams, there were no beauty filters or makeup. Participants presented their authentic selves, stripped of artifice. As for the functionalities within the ranked space, they were limited to manifestations, encompassing furniture and attire. Sofas, beds, cabinets, and clothing could all be materialized. Chu Shihan's natural beauty was indeed striking, combined with her formidable prowess and her charmingly innocent, whimsical fashion sense. It was no wonder she had established a solid footing. Chapter 147, The Sharingan. Previously, he had explored various other livestream rooms and discovered numerous individuals emulating the style of Chu Shihan's channel, encompassing themes such as lowly, mature women, students, and maids, all adorned with uniform allure, yet not classified by the system as inappropriate. He even stumbled upon styles reminiscent of traditional brothels. It must be said that as long as one's thoughts remain untainted, solutions abound more than difficulties. Given that the ranked matches prohibit genuine transactions of flesh and blood, one must capture the hearts of men, engaging in some borderline antics. As long as one adheres to the rules, all is permissible. Many of these individuals leverage their unique advantages to carve out an alternative path of flesh trade within the ranked matches, indeed fulfilling the desires of numerous solitary men in the road survival scenario. With the existence of the system space, an additional source of entertainment arose, allowing one to pass the time. Furthermore, within the system space, meritocracy is non-existent, as long as one produces visually appealing videos or live streams, garnering views, followers, and likes will cultivate popularity, thereby unlocking treasures. The current space has become increasingly enriched as more individuals have ascended to level 5, introducing a plethora of elements and keywords. To his astonishment, in the trending search rankings, besides his own name occupying the top position, those practicing agility and combat skills claimed the second spot, while the third was astoundingly held by something related to Asia. Truly, a gathering of old lechers. Upon delving deeper, Xia Bo discovered a new realm, nearly losing himself in it. Of course, these were merely borderline videos. Who would dare film explicit content? One could only imagine the consequences of such audacity. Xia Bo found himself utterly speechless. The road survival scenario had indeed driven some individuals to madness. He, on the other hand, was fortunate, having integrated the heart of Blood Demon, allowing his mind to remain exceptionally calm. Though he possessed emotional needs, he was not one to succumb to insatiable desires or fiery urges. Accepting the circumstances was his approach. Originally, he believed that cute girls could not embody the lowly style in reality, yet he was gravely mistaken. Chu Shihan played her role exceedingly well, her wild style surprisingly appealing. After browsing for a while, Xia Bo felt a sense of disinterest. Continuing down this path seemed a waste of time. Such forms of entertainment were better kept to a minimum, as they risked diminishing one's substance. He deactivated the space and, with a thought, opened the chests he had obtained. Within lay 2 popular boxes, which he proceeded to open. Beer 1. Item: Illusionary Demon Eye, right eye, no rank. Another fusion item. The first item was acceptable, but the second left Xia Bo momentarily stunned, his previously icy demeanor thawing in an instant as he retrieved both items, feeling their icy touch. The beer was of standard bottled size, which he upgraded before placing it in his storage cabinet. His gaze fell upon the eye in his other hand. It was a bizarre blood-red orb, its pupil shaped like a crescent moon, exhibiting an eerie blue hue, presenting a decidedly unsettling appearance. Gazing intently at the crescent-shaped pupil of the blood-red orb, Xia Bo's gaze became somewhat hazy. The scene before him began to shift, and upon regaining a moment of clarity, he was horrified to realize that he was no longer within the confines of a vehicle but instead found himself in a dim, gray world. A pang of anguish struck his heart, prompting him to bite down on his tongue. The slight sting jolted him awake. As he beheld those crimson orbs, waves of trepidation washed over him. The notion of an eye capable of drawing a person deep into an unknown realm was utterly terrifying. He activated the information on this eye. Item: Eye of Illusion, right eye, no level. Usage: Fusion. Characteristics: Mental Power 10. Effect: Effective against targets with low mental fortitude. It can transfer the target's consciousness into a world entirely conjured by the player's imagination. Within this realm, the target will endure ceaseless torment, potentially leading to mental collapse. Even if mere moments in reality may span days within this world, the duration of existence in this space is contingent upon one's mental power. Description: A lost eye, the Illusion King, possessing eerie powers. Note: The Illusion King is a sovereign with unparalleled dominion, endowed with the most enigmatic abilities. Crimson intertwined with icy blue. The orb felt cool and slick to the touch, reminiscent of the Heart of Blood magic, signifying it was yet another fusion item. Xia Bo instinctively placed a hand over his heart, which beat with a powerful rhythm. The Heart of Blood magic, a legacy of the Blood Magic clan. In contrast, this eye was a lost possession of the Illusion King, leaving them to ponder their differences. Upon closely examining the effects of the eye, aside from the additional mental power, its capabilities invoked a sense of familiarity within Xia Bo. It seemed he had encountered something akin to it before, yet he could not quite recall the specifics. Setting that aside, he resolved to upgrade it first and observe any transformations. Shaking his head to dispel the disarray of thoughts, he proceeded to enhance the eye. However, the upgraded orb exhibited no peculiar changes. The only alteration was in the characteristics section, where the mental boost transitioned from a flat 10 to a 10 increase. A percentage increase. Such enhancements were indeed valuable. When combined with the original 10 bonus from his hunting state, his mental power surged to a remarkable 20 increase. Without further contemplation, Xia Bo fused the eye. It levitated gently, transforming into a crimson thread that merged with his right eye. A chilling sensation coursed through his eyeball, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. He couldn't help but rub his right eye, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, as though a block of ice resided within. Upon reopening his eyes to survey the external world, he noted no peculiar changes, save for a heightened clarity of consciousness. Name: Xia Bo. Title: Pioneer of the Human Race. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 6. Experience: 98,200. Strength: 49,49. Agility: 44. Stamina: 35,3. 5. Mental power: 24,4. 8. Health: 250. Perfect condition. Talents: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Illusory Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills: Intermediate combat specialization. Strength increases with training. Beginner swift. Intermediate agility. Hunting state: Double strike. Eye of detection: Iron body. Life burn. Occupational skills: Bloodletting. Unique. Dismemberment. Unique passive skill: Butcher's hand. LV1. Xia Bo's personal attribute panel had undergone a transformation, with an additional talent emerging. He seemed to grasp an extraordinary realization. With downcast eyes, a chilling thought crept into his mind. Could it be possible to possess multiple talents, all derived from the formidable races of this world? The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine. One could only imagine that when his entire being was composed of the elements of powerful races, including even his intellect, would he still be human? While the Blood Demon Heart did not alter his human attributes, the illusory demon eye had transformed the color of his eyes, rendering them strikingly vivid. Now, his pupils had morphed into a black and white left eye and a red and blue right eye. Exhaling slowly, Xia Bo felt the plausibility of his thoughts grow stronger, concurrently. The effect of these eyes reminded him of something. Was it not akin to the Tsukuyami from the lore he had encountered before his journey? Chapter 148. A first attempt. Upon examining the detailed attributes of the illusionary eye, the effects displayed were consistent, revealing no significant changes before or after its upgrade. Its efficacy was only apparent when compared to players with lower mental fortitude. Drawing from his understanding of the Sharingan's Tsukuyami, within the realm conjured by Tsukuyami, one becomes a deity capable of inflicting unimaginable torment upon the target, with time in that realm passing like a fleeting moment in reality. Such a terrifying ability. The powers of the illusionary eye closely mirrored those of Tsukuyami, nearly identical in function. This revelation sent a jolt of excitement through Xia Bo's heart, as it seemed his luck had taken a turn for the better. With the magic scissors, life burn, and now the illusionary eye, these three items had effectively doubled his strength. Of course, this doubling was not a direct enhancement of power, but rather an indirect one. While the illusionary eye may not inflict tangible damage, it could subject enemies to relentless psychological torment, driving them to the brink of mental collapse. Its impact was akin to that of an atomic bomb. Though a swift kill could be gratifying, it did little to satiate the desire for revenge against particularly vile foes. At which point the true value of the illusionary eye became apparent. Raising his head, Xia Bo sipped from his cup, the reflection in the tea revealing his peculiar eyes. The night seemed to drag on, and after a brief respite, he resumed his journey, his experience points nearing the 100 mark, bringing him closer to level 7. A glance at the clock revealed that it was indeed Sunday. Tomorrow, the game would update. Xia Bo abruptly hit the brakes, incredulity flashing in his eyes as a wave of realization washed over him. Time had flown by too swiftly. He had squandered 5 days in this dimensional world. And with the 2 days of his return, tonight marked the final evening. No wonder. He suddenly raised his head, deep in thought. Does this mean that after tonight, he would encounter foreign players? His sense of urgency was palpable. The number of foreign players vastly outnumbered those from his own country, considering the hundreds of nations represented. Although his nation boasted the largest population, it paled in comparison to the global populace. It was possible that after tonight's update, a foreign player would materialize before him. Yet, he pondered what else the update might entail beyond this. A distinct sense of impending danger settled over Xia Bo. This threat stemmed not only from foreign players but also from domestic ones. Who could predict the chaos that might ensue with the merging of these players? Historically, leaderboards have always been fiercely contested. Having established his position, the sudden influx of foreign players introduced an unpredictable element. What were their levels and capabilities? Did their classes align with those of players here? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. This was the fear of the unknown that plagued Liuyuan No. 1 High School. He harbored a premonition that the quality of foreign players would be formidable. Fortunately, the acquisitions he had made provided him with considerable reassurance. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed with trepidation. Xia Bo halted the vehicle, his inner turmoil rendering him incapable of proceeding any further. At that moment, a feral howl echoed from the distance, and with no other outlet for his agitation, he chose to project it onto the wild creature that had unwittingly become his target, while also endeavoring to test the powers of his illusory eye. The unfortunate beast, still roaring amidst the endless expanse of the desert, remained blissfully unaware that a demon had already set its sights upon it. This creature was a level 5 tentacled monster, its long appendages thrashing about, covered in grotesque green bubbles filled with repulsive slime. Within its eyes flickered a spark of humanity, a yearning for flesh and blood consuming its very essence. It sensed the presence of prey along the road, a path once heralded as a beacon of hope, symbolizing the promise of delectable sustenance. For centuries, this legacy had been handed down, recounting the culinary delights its ancestors had once feasted upon, a true gastronomic marvel, though the road itself had become elusive, appearing only at random intervals. Today, however, this road had manifested before it, surely a blessing from its forebears. As it ventured toward the highway, the tantalizing scent of food wafted into its nostrils, an excited gleam washing over its grotesque visage. Approaching the road, it beheld its meal standing there, and its anticipation surged. Yet, at that moment, one of the creature's eyes emitted an eerie crimson glow, causing the entire world to spin violently. Upon regaining focus, it realized that the familiar landscape had vanished, replaced by a bleak, gray realm devoid of any food's essence. Suddenly, a figure materialized before it. It was, indeed, its prey. The tentacled monstrosity rejoiced, commanding its appendages to entwine and twist toward the figure. But then, an icy scoff shattered the air, sending a tremor through the space. All its limbs, which had been under its control, were suddenly yanked back, ensnaring its own body. An irresistible force surged forth, and to its astonishment, the creature found itself bound upon a massive stone slab. How could such a colossal slab exist here? Still reeling from this revelation, a dagger appeared before it, slicing. Once, twice, as small blades began to carve into its flesh. The sharp pain coursed through its nerves, causing its body to tremble involuntarily. In a state of utter horror, it realized it had lost dominion over its own form. No matter how it writhed, it resembled a statue, rendered immobile. The agony intensified, magnified beyond comprehension. Its crimson eyes widened in sheer torment, exquisite pain. It was unbearable, a suffering that threatened to extinguish its very existence. Though it longed to succumb to unconsciousness, its awareness remained alarmingly acute, the clarity of its consciousness sharpening with each stab of pain. It felt as though it were trapped within its own body, unable to escape the torment. In the midst of its despair, it caught sight of its meal before it, the expression on that face devoid of any emotion. A chilling indifference that only deepened its anguish. Xia Bo's demeanor was frigid. he had begun to perceive himself as a deity within this realm, capable of transmuting all things. Yet such feats demanded immense mental fortitude. With a formidable will, he could even conjure rivers, lakes, and countless celestial bodies. He contemplated the audacious notion of creating an entire world, yet it was ultimately a mere illusion crafted by the eye of illusion, a facade, nothing more. As he tormented the wild beasts, his mental energy dissipated rapidly, for everything in this world adhered strictly to his own design, ensnaring others who had ventured into this domain. Take, for instance, the wild beast. Its autonomy had been stripped away, and under his deliberate manipulation, its suffering was magnified manifold, yet it remained conscious. Unable to succumb to unconsciousness, the clarity of its mind was utterly terrifying. Chapter 149. Refinement. The sole drawback lies in the inadequacy of one's mental fortitude, which permits the sustenance of this realm for merely 6 hours, assuming no exertion of power. Should one create anything, the depletion of mental energy accelerates considerably. The duration of this space's existence is not solely influenced by the act of creation, but is profoundly correlated with the mental strength of the target. The more formidable the target's mental prowess, the shorter the span of the space's existence. In contrast, the mental capacity of the wild creature bears a resemblance to that of an ordinary individual, remaining largely undetected, thus prolonging the duration within the space. Having grasped the fundamental principles governing the space and its utilization, Xia Bo waved his hand with a flourish. The entire world shifted once more, and Xia Bo meticulously observed the passage of time. It was nearly identical to when he first activated the space, having transpired only a few milliseconds. Yet within the confines of this realm, he had tormented the creature for nearly half an hour. Upon returning to its corporeal form, the wild creature collapsed to the ground, the agonizing sting still haunting its psyche as it teetered on the brink of madness. Its gaze upon the food before it transformed, now tinged with a hint of dread. The tales from its ancestors were mere fabrications. It yearned to escape. Its spirit was devoid of any will to resist, for this sustenance was dreadfully terrifying, and it wished to avoid a second round of such torment. Indeed, it was overwhelmingly fearsome. Initially, Xia Bo intended to subjugate it with an enslavement scroll, yet after contemplation, he deemed the tentacled creature of little utility and relinquished that plan. As the creature turned to flee, Xia Bo's expression hardened with a swift motion. He drew his blade and struck down the wild creature from behind. Upon vanquishing this level 5 beast, his experience points surged to 108. The absence of any loot from the creature left him somewhat disheartened. Returning to the vehicle, he settled cross-legged on the bed, indulging in a few snacks from the table while perusing a book. As dawn broke, the sky radiated with light, time slipping away. Xia Bo stretched languidly. Rising to his feet, life on the road was relatively monotonous, with little beyond the system space to entertain him. While he possessed certain means, the effort required to rise from a state of decline was daunting. The morning sun was particularly blinding, prompting Xia Bo to craft a rudimentary curtain from fine fabric to shield against its glare. The interior of the vehicle remained tolerable. As the day commenced anew, he activated the system to find the world had indeed begun to update, with this iteration evidently more robust than the previous one. Beneath the update details was an annotation. Following this update, there will be no further updates for a short period. During the update, the world will be in a state of chaos. All players are advised to remain within their vehicles, which will serve as your final refuge. This signified that after this update, there would be no system updates for the coming week. Xia Bo comprehended this, recognizing that as the game had only recently begun, updates were naturally frequent. Presently, the game had reached a level of near completion, and the frequency of updates would inevitably diminish. This particular update instilled in Xia Bo a premonition of a monumental upheaval, perhaps even a calamity, approaching the world ahead. After all, the prompts below reveal the essence of a world spiraling out of control. The sense of crisis within gradually intensifies with each speculation. Shaking his head to dispel these unsettling thoughts, Xia Bo swiftly accessed the system before the updates commenced, selecting the endless mode to hone his skills. On the boundless highway, waves of machine-like wild creatures emerged, their strength formidable, and their coordination as seamless as an impenetrable wall. With a calm gaze, Xia Bo felt an inner tranquility. In this space, he would not perish, allowing his mind to be completely liberated. The quality of these wild creatures was remarkably high, numbering 12, a combination of various types, exhibiting rigorous defense and measured offense. It would not be an exaggeration to liken them to automatons. Previously, Xia Bo had attempted this challenge when his attributes were already quite powerful, yet he found himself overwhelmed by their coordinated assault. However, this time was different. He had acquired the dismember skill, coupled with the hunting state, presenting a substantial opportunity. Upon initiating the challenge and spotting the wild creatures, Xia Bo unhesitatingly deployed all his techniques, seeking an opportunity. His chances were indeed considerable. With agile speed and the advantages of the hunting state, he deftly evaded the meticulously executed attacks of the wild creatures. The impact of the hunting state was significant, particularly in such circumstances, highlighting the benefits of agility. Employing the hunting state, he sought the weaknesses of the wild creatures through the dismember skill. He danced on the precipice of death, utilizing his nimbleness to weave through the ranks of these meticulously coordinated foes. Weaknesses existed, yet within the hunting state, they were not vulnerabilities. The weaknesses from dismember stemmed from the anatomical flaws of the wild creatures, while the hunting state uncovered gaps in their movements. These two skills complemented each other, intricately interwoven. Observing the wild creatures, Xia Bo felt a profound shock, for through the synergy of these two techniques, he was astounded to discover that their coordination formed an impenetrable barrier. Although these creatures were only level 4, under the system's control, their wall was remarkably solid, airtight. After several attempts at fierce assaults ended in failure, Xia Bo realized the limitations of the butcher profession. The butcher thrived on combat to enhance his prowess. All his techniques were not skill-based, but rather, enhancements derived from slaughter. In contrast to a warrior's techniques, striking, cleaving, trampling, and charging, akin to a martial artist's self-enhancing skills that empower them further, both possessing formidable offensive capabilities, the butcher's skills, be it bloodlust or dismember, were rooted in growth through killing. The only skill, butcher's hand, could increase penetration, yet against the coordinated assault of these wild creatures, its effectiveness was minimal. This is the butcher's Achilles heel, in the absence of slaughter. Xia Bo relies on his formidable attributes and the resource upgrade system to elevate himself to an extraordinarily formidable level. However, the true strength of this profession lies in its capacity for killing, rendering it nearly invincible in team battles, growing ever more courageous in the face of adversity. It possesses immense power, yet its glaring weakness is evident. Without the act of killing, this profession becomes largely ineffective. Fortunately, Xia Bo's powerful attributes help to mask this shortcoming. As time passes, Xia Bo attempts several waves of fierce assaults, all culminating in failure, leading to significant depletion of his stamina. Continuing down this path is untenable. Exhaustion will inevitably lead to defeat. A strategy must be devised to breach this formidable barrier. Xia Bo exhales, his heart racing and his gaze icy. His stamina has dwindled considerably due to continuous movement, leaving him with merely a scant dozen points, and his mental fortitude has similarly diminished to a mere 10 points. The state of hunting cannot be sustained much longer. If a breakthrough is not found, he risks being overwhelmed by his adversaries. Meanwhile, these wild monsters, through their coordinated efforts, rest and compensate for one another, employing the system's meticulous calculations and combinations, proving to be quite troublesome. Xia Bo resolves to make another attempt. He is not without opportunity. If all else fails, he will resort to burning his life force to crush his foes with absolute power. After all, in the endless mode, death incurs no repercussions in reality. Chapter 150. Crisis. Xia Bo's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he felt an adrenaline surge within him. Gripping the blood-red glowing steel blade tightly, he attempted once more to approach the wild creatures, aiming to unleash a double strike in a bid to overpower them. This group of creatures coordinated flawlessly, with the steel boar serving as a bulwark, launching attacks from all directions, reminiscent of well-drilled soldiers or an intricate program, exhibiting no vulnerabilities. Xia Bo found himself forced to retreat once again. Should he charge into their onslaught, his defenses would surely falter. After the 20th level, these creatures had acquired the ability to breach defenses, rendering his ironclad physique feeble in their presence. The cost of trading his injuries for the life of a single creature was hardly worthwhile, especially with 12 of them in total. Even if he managed to slay one, he would still face the remaining adversaries, and he was but one man, unable to withstand their assault. He needed to identify a flaw in their formation to shatter this wall of opposition. Confronting a single creature would prove far simpler. After his initial attempt faltered, Xia Bo felt a weight in his heart. His methods appeared utterly ineffective. This posed a singular question. Rather than seeking to dismantle this wall through sheer strength, he must explore alternate strategies. Perhaps the system had designed these impeccably coordinated foes after the 20th level precisely to compel him to find a breakthrough that did not solely rely on his own power. Shifting his mindset, Xia Bo's cold gaze roamed, no longer confined to the immediate vicinity but utilizing the expansive road to maneuver and seek opportunities. Time slipped away silently as he relied on his speed to keep the creatures at bay while conserving his stamina. At last, as he swiftly circled to their flank, he caught a glimpse of a slight opening in their formation. Eureka! A spark ignited in Xia Bo's eyes, yet he refrained from immediate action, for the flaw had only revealed itself for a fleeting moment, leaving him no time to react. However, It presented him with a brilliant insight. The wall formed by these creatures was not agile. They could not perfectly adapt to his abrupt shifts in direction, thus exposing vulnerabilities. To validate his hypothesis, Xia Bo's eyes darted, and he lunged toward the creatures. Just as they anticipated an attack and prepared to defend, he abruptly pivoted, retracting his strike. And astonishingly, at an incredible speed, maneuvered to their right side. Swiftly, he turned to their rear, catching the creatures off guard. In their flustered response, another flaw became apparent. But due to their mechanical coordination, the window of opportunity was brief, as they swiftly sealed it. A hint of a smile graced Xia Bo's face. Through this probing, he had effectively pinpointed the location of their weaknesses. Moreover, as he activated his swiftness, their flaws gradually widened, and he began to seek the chance to obliterate this wall entirely. There was no rush. He meticulously searched, his mental acuity and stamina still ample, leaving him unconcerned. 6 seconds, 8 seconds. At that moment, he abruptly altered his course, leaping several meters forward with an unexpected agility, charging towards the horde of wild creatures. A monumental opportunity unfolded before Xia Bo, a gaping flaw in their formation, and how could he not seize it with fervor? With a swift, decisive slash, he cleaved through the air, producing a piercing sound. The force of this strike bore the weight of mountains and rivers, and within it, a flicker of shadows was discernible. Accelerated by speed and strength, a double strike was unleashed, causing the air to erupt with sonic booms. In an instant, he cleaved a tentacled beast in two, a strange crimson essence seeping into his being. Xia Bo narrowed his eyes, a chilling gaze infused with exhilaration. This was the essence of bloodlust, restoring his vitality amidst the carnage. The fleeting moment of swiftness had arrived, and with a single stroke, he shattered the wall formed by the wild creatures, causing it to collapse instantaneously. His strikes were ruthless and relentless, the double strikes cascading one after another, empowered by bloodlust. Ensuring his stamina would not deplete rapidly, he aimed to eradicate these creatures with utmost expediency. The wild creatures were thrown into disarray, their attempts to regroup rendered futile. In Xia Bo's eyes, the gaps he created swiftly vanished. He had discerned the creature's intentions and had long devised a countermeasure. He would demolish the hastily constructed wall once more. A half-formed barrier could scarcely withstand Xia Bo's might, gradually succumbing to his brilliance. At this moment, he was enveloped in a crimson aura, surrounded by an ocean of blood and corpses. His bloodthirsty prowess was exceedingly formidable, and Xia Bo grew increasingly fearless, akin to a deity of death. The bloodlust from the 12 creatures was substantial. As the battle concluded, he still retained over half of his stamina. Exiting the endless mode, Xia Bo closed his eyes momentarily, reopening them to reveal his peculiar blue and black irises. Taking a deep breath, he sought to soothe the seething blood within him and lit a cigarette. He had finally passed that challenging phase and needed a moment of respite. This rest was not a consequence of the endless mode, but rather a brief interlude for a bathroom visit. He also awaited the completion of the game update. In the wake of the update, the outside world appeared as an abyss, visibility restricted to the confines of his vehicle. He stepped outside for a moment to relieve himself. This was the first instance where a game update had resulted in such a phenomenon. Adjusting his trousers and shutting the car door, Xia Bo gazed out at the void beyond the window, a realm of indistinct colors and sensations. This experience was akin to closing one eye and attempting to perceive the world through the closed lid. It was a surreal sense of absolute nothingness, profoundly eerie. One might attempt to fathom this sensation. It mirrors the existence of the blind, who do not perceive a world of darkness, but rather an expanse of void. Fortunately, the dim interior lights of the car provided him with a semblance of security. Uncertain of how long this update would persist, Xia Bo, after his bathroom break, observed for a while, inhaled deeply, and reclined in bed, succumbing to slumber. In a state of drowsiness, Xia Bo woke once more, casting his gaze out the window, only to be met with an expanse of nothingness. Had the system not finished updating, or was something amiss? Suddenly, clarity struck him. He hastily activated the system, only to be astounded to find it shrouded in a dim state, rendering all functions inoperative. The system was non-functional. The outside world remained a void. It felt as though both he and his vehicle had been cast aside by the entirety of existence. A surge of panic washed over Xia Bo as he sat upright on the bed, striving to regain his composure. There was no time to lose. And he was oblivious to the nature of the current predicament, whether the game was still in the throes of updating. He must not succumb to fear. He had to steady himself. Once calmed, he attempted to start the car, pressing the accelerator. The tires indeed spun, and the vehicle shuddered palpably. Yet he felt no sense of forward motion. The surrounding void rendered human senses incapable of perceiving any semblance of reality, bringing the car to a halt. Unease gripped Xia Bo's heart. He opened the car door, and a thought flickered in his mind. Cautiously, he extended his arm into the abyss outside. only to find nothing amiss. Suddenly, an unknown force seized his arm, a violent tug emanating from it, accompanied by a piercing pain. The calm he had just regained shattered as he realized that something outside was fiercely gripping his arm, inexorably pulling him into the void. With one hand firmly pressing against the car door, he summoned all his strength to resist this unseen force. To his astonishment, the strength of his adversary matched his own. With a resounding crack, the car door began to bend under the immense pressure. Xia Bo's heart raced. He instantly comprehended that unless he resolved this, he would be dragged into that expanse of nothingness. What awaited him there was an enigma, and all would be uncertain. Chapter 151. A colossal update without the slightest hesitation. Xia Bo swiftly retrieved a vial of Hercules' potion from his belt and gulped it down. The liquid transformed into a formidable force that surged throughout his body, causing his skin to flush a deep crimson, as if explosive power coursed through him. Let me see what you truly are. With newfound confidence from the elixir, Xia Bo's strength soared past the 100 mark on his attribute panel. No longer struggling, he felt his power overshadow that of his adversary. A cold smirk graced his lips as he observed the henchman flailing in the void. Suddenly, he felt his arm grasp something unnervingly frigid. Resembling a stick-like object imbued with a hint of softness, akin to jelly stored within a refrigerator. Humph. A sinister grin spread across Xia Bo's face as he sensed he had a grip on something. His feet firmly planted on the ground, he slightly sank his body, concentrating all his strength into a single point. His arm bulged with muscle, robust and powerful. Come to me. With a fierce roar, the void before him underwent a bizarre transformation, twisting and writhing. His senses discerned the contorted nothingness, revealing that his opponent could not withstand his might, leading to this distortion. Deep within, he was convinced that something lurked within this void. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he concentrated it into his outstretched arm. With a resounding crash, Xia Bo stumbled backward, falling to the ground as crimson streaks appeared on his arm, clutching a mass of pitch-black hair. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly sprang forward to close the car door, then collapsed onto the ground, staring intently at the eerie hair in his hand. This was precisely what the system had described. The world was in a state of chaos. According to the system, remaining within the vehicle was the safest refuge. What exactly transpired outside? Could it be that this void served as our protection? The hair in his grasp was an enigma, its origin unknown. Yet he could sense the terrifying strength it possessed, easily reaching 70 or 80 points. Had he not consumed the Hercules potion, he would have been dragged out moments ago. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that this game had grown increasingly bizarre, instilling a sense of unease within him. Though his current prowess seemed formidable, within the vast expanse of the game world, it was still far from sufficient. He remained a mere ant at the bottom of the hierarchy. He must strive to ascend, to persist in climbing until he reaches the summit. Momentarily regaining his composure, Xia Bo remained haunted by the recent events, his heart racing violently. He sensed an abundance of ferocious beasts lurking within the void, their power undeniably formidable. It would be wise to suppress his curiosity. After all, his life was paramount. He had not been forsaken by the world. Rather, he was still amidst an update. This particular update was unique, hence the peculiar circumstances that had unfolded. Within the depths of his mind, Xia Bo slowly rose to a seated position on his bed, his countenance still marred by gravity. It was likely that many individuals across the world had already begun to speculate, and perhaps some shared his curiosity, yet he remained unaware of these inquisitive souls. As the updates continued to unfold, a composed Xia Bo resolved to confront his inner fears and anxieties. Each iteration of the game bore the promise of unforeseen changes, and it was imperative that he unearth them himself. As time trickled by, Xia Bo maintained his reading posture for 2 hours, a rare moment of earnestness. Upon completing the final chapter, he finally lifted his gaze, massaging his sore neck and gently shaking his head. The protagonist's character, capable of transformation at will, could embody both cold-heartedness and ruthlessness. What was the secret behind such adaptability? With a sigh, he covered himself and lay back in contemplation, succumbing to slumber once more. When he awakened again, daylight streamed through the room. Xia Bo promptly leapt from his bed, drawing back the curtains to survey the world outside. The landscape remained unchanged. The desolate expanse persisted, accompanied by the howling winds. The fierce gusts battered the window with a staccato of tiny grains of sand. Though the external world was static, the system had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The entire interface revealed a subtle fracture, dividing into 3 distinct segments, each with a unique hue of white, yellow, and black, seemingly signifying something significant. Update details: Tripartite Alliance, Automobile Assault and Defense, World Domestic, Automobile Defense Battle, World Domestic, Special Road Challenges, Team Ranking Mode, World Domestic, Individual Ranking Mode, World, Player Kills Yield Resources, Tripartite Alliance, To enhance the player's spirit of endeavor, national distinctions have been abolished. Players will now align with one of three factions based on skin color, engaging in online PK battles. Note: attacks among teammates in the game are effective. In this mode, death equates to true demise. The victorious faction will acquire a tome of the opposing side's skills. This is a ruthless world, where survival of the fittest prevails. Strive onward. Automobile assault and defense. World domestic players will choose between red and blue factions, tasked with safeguarding a vehicle while destroying the opposing vehicle to achieve victory. This mode is divided into team and individual matches. Note: each side comprises 10 players. With penalties for the losing faction, the victorious side will garner a wealth of automobile fragments. Automobile assault and defense features team modes and individual matches. Attacks among teammates are ineffective, as are attacks on one's own vehicle. Automobile defense battle. World domestic 4 players will form a team to undertake the task of vehicle defense. Numerous wild creatures will assail the vehicle, and the objective is to protect it until victory is attained. This mode is also divided into team and individual matches. In this mode, attacks among teammates are effective. Note: damage to the vehicle will result in the loss of some automobile fragments and may cause the vehicle to downgrade. Victory in the game will yield a bounty of automobile fragments. Special Road Challenge. Players will enter a randomly generated special road to face various challenges, fraught with peril. Note: in this mode, death is absolute. The mode is divided into team and individual formats. In the team mode, attacks from teammates will be effective. Team Ranked Mode. World Domestic building upon the individual ranked mode. The Team Ranked mode allows players to form squads of 4 for competitive play on the same screen. Teammate attacks are valid. Updates to individual ranked mode. The world ranking has been refreshed. Resource acquisition from player eliminations. Players will no longer receive all resources from eliminated opponents. Instead, they will gain items based on drop rates, and vehicles can be directly obtained. For further updates, players are encouraged to explore independently. Note: 1. All rankings will provide level rewards based on ranking tiers. No rewards will be given at the end of the month. Note: 2. Proceed with caution in all modes. In the mode of True Death, eliminating players will yield experience and increase your notoriety. The updates collectively signal one significant change: the advent of team mode and the dawn of a competitive era. Upon thorough examination of these updates, it becomes evident that aside from the special road challenges featuring an individual mode, all other modes are gravitating towards team-based combat. Furthermore, upon reviewing the system, Xia Bo discovered that the updates extend far beyond these initial observations. Chapter 152. Sin Value and Red Names. Apart from the updates and gameplay, there have also been some changes within the system. The world chat remains unchanged, still limited to individuals from one's own country. However, an additional 2 windows have emerged: the world chat and the faction chat. The volume of messages in the world chat surpasses that of the domestic messages, with a plethora of content predominantly in English. Fortunately, there is an integrated translation feature. Otherwise, Xia Bo would truly struggle to comprehend it. Oh my goodness. The game has been updated again. I now have to compete against those individuals of darker and yellowish complexions. Just watch as I vanquish them. I must say, these people of East Asian descent are remarkably weak. Their most formidable members barely reach level 6, with many languishing at level 5. And numerous others have yet to undergo their job transitions. Quite dismal indeed. The individuals of African descent are similarly unimpressive. However, it appears that those from East Asia have a penchant for car modifications. I observed that many of their vehicles are extensively upgraded, some reaching level 3. And the most advanced have achieved level 4. As for us, our highest upgrades only reach level 3, while the rest are merely level 2 vehicles. What is the purpose of upgrading vehicles? As long as they are operational, does it truly matter? Why are there no individuals of yellowish complexion in the chat? The world chat is indeed chaotic, predominantly occupied by conversations among Caucasians. Xia Bo merely glanced at it before losing interest. In addition to this world chat feature, a group chat functionality has emerged, presumably a byproduct of team formations. I have encountered such features during my time at Goose Factory. Thus I find no particular curiosity in them. Upon accessing the ranking mode, I discovered that it categorizes individuals into 3 factions for the purpose of ranking. Particularly in terms of levels, where the Caucasians dominate with the highest rankings, their top 10 members are all level 7, with the first even reaching level 8. It is somewhat hard to believe that these individuals have attained such high levels. Yet, it makes sense. These foreigners prioritize leveling up, and for them, as long as they have enough to eat, they're satisfied. Many are living from one meal to the next. Their trades predominantly revolve around food. With a high demand for materials, this group of foreigners places great emphasis on leveling up. The rankings within my own faction have also undergone changes, with myself currently occupying the top position. The second and third positions have shifted, The second is occupied by a player from an island nation, and the third by a North Korean. The subsequent ranks consist of players from various other countries, with all but the top 3 being at level 6, while the rest are at level 5. Notably, players from my own country have fallen out of the top 10. In addition to the 3 faction rankings, there exists a world ranking, where shockingly, all of the top 100 players are from foreign lands, and I have not even managed to breach the top 1,000. It is indeed perplexing. The highest level on this global leaderboard is currently level 8. Leading Xia Bo to question how these individuals have managed to achieve such elevated levels. Truly an abnormal feat, although the level rankings may not favor me. In terms of popularity rankings, players from my country hold a significant advantage. Whether in the faction popularity rankings or the world popularity rankings, those listed are familiar faces, as the population base of my country provides an inherent advantage. As for the inability to compete with these Caucasians in terms of level, this phenomenon is rather commonplace. Domestic players tend to favor collecting and stockpiling resources. Only with a substantial amount of supplies do they feel secure, often cramming their vehicles with provisions. Moreover, the leaderboard has introduced a stealth mode. Activating this mode will render one invisible on the rankings. This update is quite favorable, as it allows one to avoid drawing attention. Xia Bo's countenance brightened at this update, and he promptly activated the stealth mode. However, his elation was short-lived, as a subsequent update struck him like a bolt from the blue. Due to the world's disarray, the content of the leaderboard update had changed. Monthly rewards would no longer be available, only a title would be bestowed. This alteration left Xia Bo furrowing his brow, as the removal of rewards was unexpected. It was no wonder that the stealth mode had been introduced. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that this update would impede the growth of one's strength. With leaderboard rewards now only attainable during the first week, he also observed that many individuals were vocally criticizing the game, particularly those who had previously ranked high. They had savored the benefits of the last leaderboard refresh, and now they found themselves bereft of rewards. However, the spatial rewards still remained intact. The division between world space and domestic space was distinctly marked, with trading content categorized into 3 factions, separating them from one another. Yet, this was still not favorable news for Xia Bo, as the disappearance of rewards signified the loss of a pathway to enhance his capabilities. Unfortunately, there was little that could be done. The system had provided its rationale. Firstly, the leaderboard had undergone changes, with separate rankings for levels, vehicles, mileage, and popularity. The potential monthly enhancement that these 3 lists could offer an individual was unimaginable. Initially, the effects may not be obvious, but in the future, the powerful would only grow stronger, while the weak remained stagnant. It was reasonable for the system to eliminate the rewards. Most critically, Xia Bo sensed that the chaos in the world was the root cause. The forces that could disrupt the game must be exceedingly formidable in their presence. He felt as insignificant as an ant. Just as Xia Bo was about to log out of the game, he noticed that his username had inexplicably turned red. This revelation caused his brow to furrow in surprise. Sin value. World Villain Challenge. Sin value. Killing fellow players on the road will accrue sin value. When sin value is generated, players will be marked with a red name, which has a tier classification. Click for details. Red name levels. Level 1, sin value at 110. Level 2, sin value at 1120. Level 3, sin value at 2130, and so forth. Note, players with higher red name levels will always display a red name in any mode, making them more readily detectable. The likelihood of being discovered increases with level. Killing red name players does not increase sin value. Red name players gain experience at a rate higher than ordinary players. Experience points are multiplied according to red name level. World Villain Challenge. Players may challenge anyone in the world. Non-red name players and those with a red name level of 1 have the right to refuse. Players above level 2 will possess only 10 opportunities to decline. Challenges will not yield experience for players with a red name. Note, challenges must be justified. Unfounded challenges are prohibited. Justifications will undergo verification by a notarization system. This challenge is a life or death duel. Death in the duel equates to true demise. Upon glancing at his name once more, he noticed, indeed, a mark of infamy had been affixed. Name, Xia Bo, infamy value, 4. He had traversed a path where he had taken the lives of 4 individuals, currently existing in a state of level 1 notoriety. Xia Bo felt a slight assurance. Throughout his journey, he had adhered to the rules and had not engaged in rampant slaughter of humanity, only indulging in frenetic killings within ranked mode, where such actions do not contribute to one's infamy value. Being marked with a red name is decidedly unfavorable. In forthcoming modes, players bearing a red name will be easily discernible and prioritized for targeting. Moreover, as noted in the update notifications, players with a red name possess a significantly elevated experience, and eliminating them incurs no infamy value, thus rendering them as mere lambs to the slaughter. Additionally, within personal attributes, there exists an infamy value leaderboard. Currently, the individual with the highest infamy value is a foreigner who has taken the lives of 43 individuals and occupies the top rank. Xia Bo seemingly uncovered the reason behind the elevated levels of these foreigners. They perceive their kindred as mere monsters, slaying their own to amass substantial experience points. Presently, the infamy leaderboard is dominated entirely by international players. In world challenges, slaying players with a red name does not yield experience. Otherwise, the individuals on this leaderboard would undoubtedly be the ones with the highest experience. It is likely that these foreigners will grow even more frenzied. It is truly terrifying. Chapter 153. Encounter with a foreigner with a meticulous mindset. Xia Bo carefully scrutinized every aspect of the system, discovering that aside from these updates, there were no further changes. In a private message, old Zhou had once again reached out to him. You young rascal, be more composed and stop overthinking. This game may not be as complicated as you imagine. Do not be a worrywart. By the way, I have something else to share. One of the surviving soldiers in my unit encountered a foreign player who attempted to kill him, but was subsequently outmatched, resulting in a remarkable gain of 20 experience points. He relayed this incident to me, and I deduced that eliminating players from opposing factions grants double experience. The notoriety, however, still increases slightly. Consequently, in pursuit of advancement, many may shift their focus towards players from other factions. Tread carefully, especially in those perilous modes where death is imminent. With a flicker of insight, Xia Bo committed old Zhou's words to memory. Exiting the system, he sat quietly on his bed, his expression tranquil, remaining in silence for an extended period. This update heralded an epic transformation, introducing a plethora of new content and intensifying competition. As old Zhou had articulated, the animosity and conflict between the factions had undeniably escalated. This bodes ill for the future. Presently, the convergence of players from the three factions on a single road is bound to incite numerous disputes. This update marks the dawn of an era characterized by competition, survival, and struggle. This road is destined for extraordinary events. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted that only 4 hours remained until dusk, when team and individual modes would commence, alongside a world mode offering players a multitude of choices. With the world now open, encounters with these foreign players were inevitable. Having established dominance domestically, he simply needed to engage in looting. It was time to test his mettle against these international competitors and gauge their prowess. As Xia Bo sat on his bed, deep in contemplation, his expression softened slightly. Rising, he stretched his body before taking his place in the driver's seat and starting the car. On the vast expanse of the road, a small black appeared in the distance. Having not traveled far, he soon encountered another human being. Xia Bo furrowed his brow, remaining calm within. After less than a kilometer, he had already come across someone. According to the merger's logic, this individual was likely a foreigner. After all, he had previously encountered 3 domestic players, and those 3 had engaged in a deceptive ploy, making the chance of meeting another domestic player exceedingly slim, while the possibility of encountering a foreign player was significantly higher. Driving slowly forward, the small black dot revealed itself to be a compact car, beside which stood an exceptionally tall figure. The individual saw him and stepped boldly into the middle of the road. Xia Bo had no intention of harming him. Instead, he stopped the vehicle, opened the door, and regarded the stranger with a calm gaze. Before him stood a foreigner, towering and robust, with golden hair and blue eyes, a hefty axe slung over his shoulder. The foreigner appeared momentarily taken aback, primarily due to the peculiarity of Xia Bo's eyes. The stranger directed a stream of English towards Xia Bo, yet as the words reached his ears, they transformed into Chinese. Kid, who are you? What is your name? If you wish to pass through here, leave your vehicle behind and walk away, or do not blame me for being rude. Astonished by the capabilities of the system, Xia Bo discerned the stranger's intention. He was here to rob him, a truly peculiar encounter. A pair of eerie eyes coldly scrutinized him, causing a chill to creep into Xia Bo's heart. Simultaneously, basic information about the stranger materialized in Xia Bo's mind. Level 5, with 4-dimensional attributes hovering around 30 points, indicating a formidable presence. Noticing that Xia Bo remained silent while staring at him, the foreigner grew increasingly irate. He unsheathed an axe from behind him, growling, "You bastard. I see you're seeking death." As he spoke, he charged towards Xia Bo, raising the axe high. Miraculously, strands of milky light began to converge around the axe, as if it were gathering power. The air felt as though it were being ripped apart, the axe glowing with an inexplicable pearlescent radiance. This was a skill. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Xia Bo. Upon witnessing the foreigner's attack, His expression turned icy. A pale yellow steel knife materialized in his hand, which suddenly shifted to a sinister blood-red hue. Entering into a hunting state, he had thoroughly studied the foreigner's weaknesses through dismemberment tactics. With a cold huff, his gaze sharpened like a blade, and he unleashed a double strike with astonishing speed, cleaving into the foreigner's abdomen. The speed was blinding. The foreigner's axe missed its mark, while Xia Bo's strike landed with devastating force. The impact obliterated half of the foreigner's body. The foreigner was sent flying by the sheer power, crashing to the ground with a heart-wrenching scream. His abdomen had been grievously wounded, rendering him nearly lifeless. After struggling for a brief moment, he fell silent, surrounded by a gruesome pool of crimson blood and spilled entrails, an utterly chilling sight. Xia Bo checked his experience points and noted an increase of 20. It was not much, considering the foreigner was level 5. Logically, the experience should have doubled. Could it be that these 20 points were the result of a post-doubling calculation? Elder Zhou had informed him that experience points for defeating players from different factions varied. Could this be false information? Xia Bo pondered. Perhaps they were unaware that experience points for monsters above level 5 doubled, leading to the erroneous conclusion after slaying a level 5 foreigner. Alternatively, it was possible that the doubling of experience points was ineffective among humans. This warranted further investigation. After a moment, the foreigner's corpse began to stir once more, rising with an ominous presence. It had inherited the foreigner's level and attributes, charging ferociously towards Xia Bo with terrifying speed. Relying on his hunting state, Xia Bo felt no fear in the face of such velocity, and in comparison, it was still significantly slower than his own. With a swift and diagonal slash, the blade severed the head from the corpse, causing it to topple with a resounding thud. The headless body collapsed to the ground, sliding a considerable distance due to inertia, leaving a conspicuous trail of crimson upon the earth. The visage of the corpse was utterly unrecognizable. This individual yielded only an axe, devoid of any additional skills or schematics. In the wake of the system's alterations, the pursuit of murder for resources became exceedingly arduous. It is no wonder that this person compelled himself to relinquish his vehicle. Xia Bo retrieved the weapon and proceeded to enhance it. The axe underwent a transformation, becoming significantly more resilient and razor-sharp. However, the axe proved to be of little use at the moment, as he had grown accustomed to wielding a steel knife. Transitioning to the axe felt somewhat unfamiliar and unwieldy. Chapter 154. The spark of conflict. The automobile belonging to this individual could only be described as meager, devoid of any substantial possessions. It was unclear whether he had nothing to offer or if the items simply did not materialize. Ultimately, after vanquishing him, I acquired merely an axe and a modest vehicle. The vehicle yielded a small amount of fuel and some scraps. Beyond that, there was nothing of value, truly disheartening, insufficient even to cover my own labor costs. The axe could only serve as a meager consolation. Xia Bo stuffed all of this individual's belongings into the storage compartment, which turned out to be rather sparse, unexpectedly saving a considerable amount of time. Xia Bo felt utterly speechless about the loot obtained from this encounter. The experience points were the sole source of solace. Climbing into the car, he restarted the engine and resumed his journey. With only a few minutes remaining until the ranking matches, Xia Bo finally halted, parking by the roadside. Pondering what to have for dinner. Having consumed an abundance of instant noodles, it was time for a change. He retrieved some ingredients from the car, preparing to steam a grass carp in a large pot while simmering rice soup in a smaller one. He intended to enjoy a comfortable meal, however. With the rankings about to commence, Xia Bo did not feel hurried. With his skills, he could easily manage, and the loot was stationary, allowing him to open it at his leisure. There was no rush to accumulate points, for the leaderboard had ceased to offer rewards. These accolades were mere tokens of reputation. To him, rewards devoid of substance were unworthy of contention. The game had undergone an update, heralding a new era with a plethora of challenges ahead and enriching avenues for acquiring experience. This update validated his earlier thoughts. The human experience was set at 10 points expressly for these game modifications. It was now evident that players with a notorious reputation would inevitably encounter special treatment within the game. After all, the notion of gaining experience from killing those who had slain him lacked any semblance of humanity. Yet, from another perspective, these individuals were merely fighting for survival. They were not in the wrong. Xia Bo even contemplated that, now being a player with a notorious reputation. The experience gained from slaying humans surpassed that of defeating wild beasts. Perhaps he should embrace this path wholeheartedly and become a quintessential villain. However, he quickly dismissed the thought killers are ever hunted. Once one ascends the ranks of infamy, there comes a point where refusal becomes impossible. The more lives he takes, the more he would eventually owe. The cycle of karma is inexorable, and the heavens spare no one. As Xia Bo diligently prepared his rice soup and spicy fish, the world outside buzzed with activity. Even now, the underlying issues had erupted. Disputes ignited among the different factions. Players from the white faction often carried an air of superiority, inciting discontent among the yellow and black factions. Some had even publicly issued challenges, for in this world, one could freely contest. If there was discontent, one could indeed call for a duel. Yet, these encounters invariably ended in victories for the white faction, whose members were inherently more formidable than those from the yellow faction. They were simply no match for the prowess exhibited by the individuals of the white faction. The individuals of the black faction possess formidable physical prowess, however. They are inherently indolent, lacking ambition, and readily retreating in the face of challenges. Among them, the most formidable ranks only at level 6. Those who grace the leaderboard are the ones who truly comprehend the value of diligence, while the rest languish in apathy, merely existing without purpose, contributing to a significant disconnect within the middle ranks. The ambitious are genuinely driven, while the lethargic remain steadfastly idle. Furthermore, their deeply ingrained religious beliefs lead them to trust that the Almighty will bestow upon them His blessings. In a direct comparison, they fall short even against those of the yellow faction. Consequently, the current discord in the world primarily involves the yellow and white factions. Some from the yellow faction have contemplated forming an alliance with the black faction. However, these individuals are akin to mud that cannot be molded, and in their quest for protection, they have instead sought camaraderie with the white faction. The weak cling to the strong, lest they face annihilation in this tripartite struggle. This predicament has undeniably placed the players of the yellow faction at a disadvantage, as the world chat is overwhelmingly dominated by those from the white faction. Moreover, some foreign players, eager to affirm their superiority, have even challenged the renowned Xia Bo, who is a top-tier expert at home, ranking 3rd on the faction leaderboard. Even in his invisible state, he remains searchable. Yet, all challenges have been met with refusal from Xia Bo, inciting ridicule from countless white players. Their supposed champion appears cowardly, unwilling to engage in life and death duels. It is laughable that none among the top 10 on the leaderboard dare to accept such a challenge. They are likened to monkeys, destined to be mere swine for their adversaries, awaiting the day when they will be slaughtered once they have grown plump. The players with high levels of infamy have largely been purged, leaving only those of level 1 who possess the right to refuse. We shall dominate all leaderboards. The members of the white faction have nearly monopolized the global discourse, hurling insults with abandon, while only a handful from the yellow faction dare to retort. The black faction remains silent, too intimidated to surface, as neither side is willing to provoke the other. The domestic chat and faction channels are in a state of uproar. Already beset by external threats, the internal discord has escalated, particularly given the historical enmity between the domestic players and those from the island nation and North Korea. This latest update has inadvertently rekindled the long-standing national tensions, as the majority of players inevitably intertwine national rivalries with factional disputes. The conflicts between factions and within them have been thoroughly ignited. Even players from the island nation have demanded submission from domestic players, further inciting resistance. However, with Xia Bo having vanished from sight, the other leaderboard contenders lack the strength to counter this turmoil and can only remain silent. Relying on lower-tier players to voice dissent is evidently futile, especially as they find themselves subjected to ridicule. Where is the formidable Xia Bo? We implore his return. Feng Shihong, who has been basking in the limelight, is now conspicuously silent when his presence is most needed. Alas, we find ourselves besieged from within and without, desperately in need of a figure to rise and lead. Those who have previously berated Xia Bo and sought to gain notoriety must now reveal themselves. Yet they seem paralyzed by fear. In this vast nation, with hundreds of millions of players, it is astonishing that not a single individual dares to step forward. It is easy to speak boldly, yet engaging in battle demands the ultimate sacrifice of one's life. Will you take that risk? Or perhaps you will. Ultimately, you are merely adept at casting aspersions. The truth is, the individuals atop the leaderboard are excessively timid, hoarding extensive resources while remaining silent. The top 10 players, each with clenched fists and ashen faces, share a profound indignation. Yet, should they choose to speak out, their fate is but a path to destruction. Confronted by the white faction, they are overwhelmingly outmatched in level. Meanwhile, their own faction's leaderboard is dominated by players from the islands and North Korea, with Feng Shihong languishing in 3rd place and Xia Bo remaining hidden. This situation is essentially a stalemate. At this moment, the top 20 players on the domestic leaderboard have established a group chat. All members are ranked players, though some choose to remain concealed to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, during global chats, their names bear a suffix indicating their rank. If conversing domestically, it reveals their rank within the national leaderboard. If within their faction, it indicates their status on a specific country's leaderboard. In global discussions, it denotes their standing within a particular faction's leaderboard. Even those who are hidden cannot escape these designations. These titles confer no advantages, they exist solely for ostentation. Chapter 155. Simple white rice porridge and spicy fish. Even though they had cloaked themselves, mere conversation could betray their presence. Currently, in this group chat, apart from Xia Bo and Feng Shihong, nearly all the top 50 players had assembled. These individuals were well acquainted, many being military personnel or seasoned fighters, if not muscular brutes. Not only the top 50, but even the top 100 comprised such individuals, with the exception of Xia Bo, a peculiar anomaly. Why was Xia Bo absent from the group? Was he not invited? Xia, the young lad, had declined, and even my private messages to him went unanswered. I was left wondering what he was up to. Feng Shihong also had yet to join. Perhaps he feared Xia Bo, after all. Feng had taken many lives and was but one kill away from attaining a dreaded second-level notoriety. At that point, he would have to contend not only with Xia Bo but also with a host of foreign adversaries who would not let him off easily. At present, the leaderboard for infamy was dominated by players from the White faction, seemingly intent on monopolizing all rankings. They were actively purging those from rival factions, harassing and challenging anyone listed. Fortunately, the level leaderboard allowed for invisibility, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, most opted to remain concealed. Thus, the world rankings were primarily occupied by players from the White faction. However, the infamy leaderboard offered no such respite. Cloaking was futile. Once a player reached the second level, they would inevitably face challenges, and once their right to refuse was exhausted, only death awaited. Those teetering on the brink of this level trembled in fear. Aside from car upgrades, mileage, and popularity rankings, areas they were less adept in, players who appeared on any leaderboard could expect relentless challenges. To avoid unnecessary complications, the majority chose invisibility. Amidst external threats, discord brewed within the Yellow faction. The Islanders and North Koreans had become overly aggressive, demanding submission. The situation had escalated to a point of both external and internal crises. If left unchecked, imminent upheaval within the country seemed inevitable. With Xia Bo missing and Feng Shihong preoccupied with his own survival, a leader was desperately needed to shoulder the burden. We could not allow them to trample upon us. Though such sentiments were voiced easily, how could one person stand up against those who could effortlessly annihilate us? Were we to march to our doom? The group chat fell into a heavy silence. Despite their fiery spirits, the specter of death dulled their courage. This was not an era of warfare. They were sheltered behind a system, and although they were many, they could do nothing against the might that confronted them. It was a realm where strength alone dictated outcomes. Unbridled passion would only hasten one's demise unless a figure of formidable power emerged. Another possibility surfaced: to gather skill books from around the world, enabling a rapid enhancement of our strength. Though some proposed this method, its feasibility was nearly non-existent. After all, no one would altruistically relinquish the keys to their own survival, especially when their own existence was precarious. How could anyone possibly be so magnanimous? Immediately, some individuals began to refute the notion, for upon acquiring the skill book, everyone promptly utilized it. Scarcely anyone would leave it untouched. This approach ultimately proved ineffective. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Feng Xin, Chu Shirhan, Old Zhou, Han Yi, and others who had once dominated the rankings fell silent. To speak out now would be tantamount to courting disaster, although one might garner substantial popularity. What value is fame when one is no longer alive? Consequently, the group fell into a hush. Meanwhile, in the faction's chat, disputes continued to rage. While in the global chat, the White faction monopolized every leaderboard, an unstoppable force. At this juncture, there was but one solution: locate Xia Bo and have him bear the banner, for he alone possessed the requisite merit. With over half an hour remaining until the ranked matches commenced, it was certain that Xia Bo would make an appearance. This was our sole opportunity. The message was sent by Sun Quan, currently ranked 3rd. He had also fallen victim to Xia Bo's blade. Since Xia Bo had revealed his prowess, he had been dubbed Xiao Dao, and to this day, none had been able to shatter his record. In the ranked matches, he maintained an unprecedented win rate of 100%, a feat unmatched by any before or after. All hopes now rested solely upon Xia Bo. Such were the thoughts of the others. Unbeknownst to Xia Bo, the world was in turmoil. He rarely checked the global chat, only glancing at it during moments of ennui. Otherwise, it was neglected. Thus, when someone summoned him, Xia Bo naturally assumed it was yet another challenger and, without a second thought, dismissed it. At that moment, the fragrant white rice soup and the spicy fish had just finished cooking. Though lacking in additional seasoning, this did not hinder Xia Bo from preparing a delectable dish. With 2 eggs boiling alongside, a simple yet satisfying dinner was soon ready. Gazing upon the vibrant red spicy fish, Xia Bo swallowed hard, his appetite piqued. He ladled some white rice soup and took a piece of fish, savoring each bite. The sweet and spicy sauce enveloped the tender fish, tantalizing his taste buds and eliciting a satisfied expression upon his face. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed such flavorful spicy fish. And it truly was a delight. Though his culinary skills were modest, this dish was relatively simple, and the limited ingredients made the process less cumbersome. Nonetheless, it was still quite delicious. Xia Bo nodded in approval, savoring another sip of white rice soup, washing away the complexities of life. He felt immensely content with such a lifestyle and wished fervently that it might continue indefinitely. Engrossed in his meal, Xia Bo found himself immersed in the simple, yet time-consuming preparation of what appeared to be an uncomplicated dish. The ranked matches had commenced, and many opted to engage in the global ranked battles. If one could not create a significant impact, then one must strive diligently. The various streamers in the ranked space had altered their titles to read, "Striving for Dignity." These streamers were renowned strongholds within the domestic gaming community. Having firmly established themselves in this realm of competition, navigating the roads with caution. After all, life is singular, and most individuals held it dear. In the realm of competitive gaming, they have become accustomed to demise, thus yearning to reclaim a semblance of dignity. Oh, what an abundance of monkeys! Today presents an opportunity for a gratifying slaughter. I have often heard your incessant praise for that so-called Xia Bo, yet where is he now? Avoiding challenges. Refraining from live streaming. Has he succumbed to fear? A monkey is simply a monkey. Remarkably, I have yet to encounter a top 10 streamer from that side. How pitiful. Goodness. The ones who are broadcasting are merely third or fourth tier monkeys, devoid of any challenge whatsoever. Meanwhile, the world continues to ridicule, yet no one dares to voice a rebuttal. The disparity in prowess is glaringly evident, rendering any hope of resolution an impossible endeavor. Chapter 156, a tragic scene at this moment. The domestic chat was more animated than ever. Damn these wretched creatures. I long to annihilate their entire families. Where is Xia Bo? Why hasn't he logged on yet? Could it be that he is genuinely frightened? Goodness, even those in the top 20 rankings have gone incognito. Feng Shihong has started his broadcast. But he seems to be avoiding the domestic rankings, clearly gripped by trepidation. There is simply no denying the overwhelming strength of the international players. The disparity is glaringly apparent. What's worse is that those little islanders are also causing unrest. I yearn to eliminate them all. In the chat group, Chu Shihan remarked, the situation is rather dire. I've noticed many streamers have fallen victim to the brutal assaults from both the white and black factions. Without exception, anyone who matches against them is mercilessly slaughtered. Feng Xian added, the most critical issue is that the island nation and North Korea have approached us, claiming that if we submit to them, they will come to our aid. Old Joe interjected, do not trust these scoundrels' deceitful words. I've watched the top-ranked streamer from that little island, and his abilities are inferior to Xia's. If he steps forward, he will surely meet his demise. They will not come to our aid simply because we submit. I even suspect they have colluded with the white faction. Have you not noticed that besides the black faction, the world ranking includes individuals from the island nation and North Korea, yet the whites show no interest in challenging them? Xing Dong exclaimed, damn these vile creatures. I fear that this tripartite standoff will be the key to our annihilation. In this balance of power, death is absolute. Old Joe sighed, alas. Humanity is already teetering on the brink, and they still engage in infighting. This game is designed to extinguish us. Thankfully, entry into this tripartite conflict is not mandatory. But should we forsake this endeavor, we shall forever lag behind these factions. Shuexiang lamented. The esteemed Xia Bo has yet to commence his broadcast. It has already been over 10 minutes. What shall we do? The white faction is mocking us mercilessly, and the populace at home is in a state of unrest. If we do not manage this well, we will become the despised targets on the streets. Shuexiang's words were devoid of fault. The road is singular, and whether we advance or retreat, we will encounter all manner of individuals. If we cross paths with the yellow faction, we may fare better. But should we encounter the white faction, the outcome will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Deep down, everyone understood that even if we managed to subdue the white faction on a global scale, encountering them on the road would still lead to a grim fate. In this game, survival hinges entirely upon resources. Furthermore, the white faction hoards no supplies, so when we meet them on the road, conflict will inevitably arise, regardless of the recent changes to resource plundering rates. As time inexorably slipped away, Xia Bo still had not begun his broadcast. While players from the yellow faction endured inhumane torment, they soon realized that not only were they beset by the white and black factions, but even other nations within their own faction began to turn against their domestic players. It felt as though they were ostracized by the entire world, and they had even been labeled as the sick man on the global stage. Laughter echoed around them. The streamers participating in the ranked matches have not yet surrendered. They continue to grow through relentless battles, enduring repeated deaths and brutal massacres. The world's merciless derision pierces deeply into their hearts. Domestic players seethe with impotent rage. Yet they find themselves unable to muster any resistance, for the opposing force is overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, the elite players from their own ranks remain silent, and most have succumbed to despair. Despite their bitterness, they feel utterly powerless. Tonight marks the inaugural clash with foreign players following the update. Many players abstain from ranked matches, opting instead to flock to various streaming platforms to witness the valiant efforts of these streamers. The brutality is staggering. Even those within the top 100 of the leaderboard are mercilessly trampled by their adversaries. Male players are ruthlessly eliminated, while female players suffer even more grievously at the hands of their opponents, who blatantly disregard the rules of the game. Although the system ultimately bans these offenders, the female players have already paid a heavy toll. The atmosphere in the global ranked streaming rooms is grim. Victories are far outweighed by defeats, with 9 out of 10 matches ending in slaughter. The prowess of the opposing faction far exceeds that of their own. Eventually, a streamer could no longer bear the weight of despair, lamenting that they, a mere band of misfits, were hopelessly outmatched. Each encounter ended in devastation, leaving them utterly fatigued. They have reached their limit. The strength of the opponents is insurmountable, and merely holding the line is insufficient. It is time to retreat to domestic ranked matches. Apologies slip from the lips of the first streamer to concede, and soon others follow suit, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught. Each defeat is a profound test of spirit, and repeated losses can break even the most resilient. They are overwhelmed. Laughter echoes in the background as they observe the lackluster skills of their foes, though the female players among them are notably well presented. Is this truly the Eastern Lion? Hardly. I observe the prowess of those from the island nation. Were they not once our loyal subordinates? I believe we can now turn the tables. The title of Sick Man is not given lightly. I sense that once the tripartite power structure unfolds, we will be able to vanquish them all. Currently, they are akin to livestock, awaiting the day they are fattened for slaughter. A band of monkeys flails about, oblivious to the strength of our white faction. Meanwhile, the domestic players remain silent, as do those atop the leaderboard. They watch the collective resistance of the streamers with quiet contemplation, the taunts and brutality of their opponents deeply embedding in their psyches. Such humiliating words penetrate their very beings. Some stare intently at the screen, their eyes redden with fury. Others clench their fists, rage coursing through them, while a few remain silent, faces marked by shame. Even in a game devoid of nationality or homeland, their blood remains that of the Huang clan, indelibly marked with its legacy. The derision from their adversaries feels like a crushing blow to their chests, rendering them breathless. Finally, a martial artist proclaimed in the group chat, "Let us rise. Our spirit must not falter, even if it leads to our demise." This declaration was met with silent acquiescence. 1. 2. The individuals atop the ranks remained taciturn, opting instead to commence their broadcast, aiming for the world. Their title read, "Though our heads may sever and blood may flow, our resolve shall not wane." Within domestic discussions, some took note and exclaimed in astonishment, "They have gone live. They have finally commenced their broadcast. Those who infringe upon our heritage shall meet their reckoning, no matter the distance. Charge forth." They have returned, undaunted, merely biding their time. But where is Xia Bo? Why is Xia Bo not visible? A multitude surged into Feng Shihong's live stream, unleashing a torrent of insults, mockery, and venomous disdain upon him. Knowing full well they cannot prevail, they still choose to engage in such futile resistance. A gathering of fools, Feng Shihong sneered with a cold smile, unabashedly deriding them. Why not engage in a few ranked matches, earn some points, acquire a few boxes, and secure tangible resources? At this juncture, when life hangs by a thread, what purpose does pride serve? Chapter 157. For the sake of dignity at this moment, Old Shou and his companions remained silent in the live broadcast room, their expressions solemn. This was an unequivocal battle of malice, and even though many among them had already completed their class transitions, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A message echoed in the group chat. Should we find ourselves at a disadvantage, let us not hesitate to end our own lives. Better to die standing than to live on our knees. For them, dignity far outweighed life itself. Their arrival had altered the course of the battle. After all, their strengths had been meticulously honed. Even if their levels were inferior to their adversaries, their attributes had reached parity, making the combat arduous yet allowing for a slender chance of victory. This evening's global ranking was destined to be a fiercely challenging contest. The ranking list has revealed the yellow-skinned monkeys. It is our turn to take the stage. On the first day of the update, let us deliver them a resounding blow, making them aware of the power of our white faction. Prepare yourselves. When they initiate matchmaking, let us strike together and strive to obliterate them. But what if players from other nations do not cooperate? Remind them that strength is the ultimate truth. If their power exceeds ours, we shall submit to them. Otherwise, They must comply with us, or they will be ruthlessly eliminated when the balance of power shifts. Everything proceeded with tense order. With the addition of those from the ranking list, the tide of battle indeed turned. Their demeanor was unyielding, their prowess overwhelming, as everyone unleashed their full capabilities, employing their ultimate strategies. This was a battle that concerned national dignity, and they fought with all their might. Historically, the Xia people have exhibited an indomitable fighting spirit. Even in the absence of the Xia state, their formidable combat strength remained evident. One victory, two victories. Triumphs unfolded within the live broadcast rooms. Each hard one, but immensely uplifting for the audience. Nice. Let us ruthlessly annihilate them. Yet it felt insufficient, wholly inadequate. They must understand that we are not to be trifled with. Finally, the pent-up frustration was released. Xia was magnificent. The participants in the live room were greatly inspired, cheering fervently, their morale soaring. Under Sun Quan's leadership, they pressed forward, growing bolder with each battle, and smiles began to break through their previously grave expressions. However, this situation did not last long, as Feng Xian soon encountered a formidable enemy whose combat power surpassed all previous opponents. After just a few exchanges, Feng Xian, realizing she was outmatched, made the decisive choice to end her own life. Sister Xian, do not rush. Take your time. The last foreign opponent was exceptionally powerful. Something felt amiss. Oh no, Shuexiang has also encountered an incredibly strong adversary and was swiftly defeated without even the chance to commit self-destruction. Soon after, a series of unfortunate tidings began to emerge from other live rooms. The once emboldened crowd fell silent once more, having comprehended that their adversaries had devised methods specifically to target those on their leaderboard. The torment inflicted upon them was designed to shatter an individual's confidence. The members of the White faction aimed precisely for this purpose, to undermine the morale of the defiant individuals within the Yellow faction. This represents their psychological warfare strategy. Currently, the majority of the mid-tier combatants have suffered brutal defeats, instilling fear within them. Now, it is the turn of those occupying the leaderboard. This is a spectacle observed by billions, with everyone watching intently. As the season has just commenced, all resources within the game necessitate plunder. The global rankings have transformed into an arena for the White and Yellow factions to clash. They're acutely aware of the stakes involved in this battle, leading most to opt for ceasing their ranking pursuits. The objective of psychological warfare is crystal clear: to obliterate the spirits of the individuals within the Yellow faction. The people from the island nation and North Korea are well aware of this, hence they have chosen to observe rather than engage, for to them, taking a night off holds little consequence. The treasures remain, and at the outset, it is merely a chaotic melee. Joining in would yield no advantage. Defeat. Defeat. The echoes of successive failures resonate from various live streaming rooms, and everyone understands that what transpired among the mid-tier combatants is now poised to befall them. Brutal defeat. Scenes unfold in the streams of these individuals. Their eyes are bloodshot. Such a disparity in combat is undoubtedly a torment for them, compounded by the extreme cruelty of their opponents, presenting a formidable challenge to their mental fortitude. Even though they recognize the inherent unfairness and imbalance of power in this battle, retreat is not an option. Once they withdraw, everything is lost. Dignity and pride would cease to exist. They must press forward, even knowing they are outmatched, even aware they will be mercilessly defeated. As time passes, they find the night interminable, each moment a torment. Coughing, Xia abandoned her usual adorable demeanor. Her expression icy as blood dripped from her lips, her gaze fixed sternly upon the golden-haired, blue-eyed man before her. Beautiful lady, if you wish to avoid physical suffering, you would do well to heed my words, he said, flashing a confident, sunny smile while appraising her alluring form, inching closer. Damn it, how dare he desecrate my goddess? Xia, run now. It's over. The barrage of comments erupted in lament and fury as everyone glared, wishing they could rush forth and eliminate the man. Xia wiped the blood from her lips, rising to reveal a charming smile. If you keep your promises, I might consider listening to you. But do not lay a hand on me. Rest assured, beautiful lady, I am always a gentleman, he replied, donning a handsome grin, slightly bowing. One hand pressed to his abdomen while extending the other towards her. With a captivating smile, Xia slowly reached out her hand. Suddenly, her face bore a chill as she unsheathed a long sword and thrust it forward with determination. Disobedient young lady, the man seemed to have anticipated her move. A protective barrier materialized, effortlessly deflecting Xia's attack. He stood there with an air of calm, gently shaking his head, as if lamenting the situation. Realizing her assault had proven futile, Xia chose not to linger in battle and opted for self-destruction. What a pity, otherwise. She truly wished to share a night of passion with the enchanting young lady. Alas, she was utterly outmatched. The enemy's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Having just returned from Sun Quan's live stream, The brutality was staggering. Sun Quan was mercilessly slaughtered by that individual. Blood stained the entire arena, resembling a hellish scene. Sigh. It seems all is lost. We are destined to become the despised targets of everyone. The onset of the triumvirate mode heralds our demise. They will surely not spare us. Contemplating the triumvirate mode, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The rewards for this mode were extraordinarily generous, offering the opportunity to acquire the skills of opponents, currently the only means to gain such abilities. Should they choose not to participate, they would only fall further behind compared to players from other factions. Meanwhile, in the ranked live stream, a previous scene unfolded once more. Even in self-destruction, one would be interrupted by the adversary and met with brutal execution. As the viewers witnessed the gruesome spectacle, many could not help but close their eyes. The carnage was simply too harrowing. Chapter 158. The finale. As one match concluded, they were compelled to brace themselves for the next. They stood as the final hope for domestic players. Retreating meant losing everything. This was the last bastion, yet it could not endure for long, as they were already at their most exhausted, both physically and mentally. Each battle barely lasted a minute before they were thrust into another. Such a relentless cycle was unbearable. Time trickled by, and over 40 minutes had elapsed, with merely an hour remaining until the ranked matches concluded. The initial excitement had faded into silence. Even the top 50 on the leaderboard were faltering. Out of 10 ranked matches, 9 ended in defeat, with the last one being a mere act of surrender. This was inherently an unjust contest. Stop striving. The balance of power has yet to indicate when it will shift. Let us strive to surpass them. Indeed. Let us yield for now. Do not persist any longer. This battle was never fair, and our losses are not without justification. Similar sentiments echoed across various streaming platforms, where viewers began to empathize with the streamers. Although death was not a threat in ranked matches, the pain in their hands was undeniably real. Enduring repeated defeats demanded immense fortitude. Yet, these streamers seemed oblivious, launching attack after attack, only to fail time and again. They fell repeatedly, yet rose with unwavering resolve. It was a brutal contest. They resembled tenacious warriors, striving valiantly to protect the last vestiges of their spirits. Everyone was inspired, fists clenched tightly in solidarity, cheering them on. Suddenly, Sun Quan matched with a member of the Yellow faction. He was taken aback. The world rankings had already been dominated by the titans of the White faction, and no one dared to join. Why, then, had he matched with someone from his own faction? A sense of wariness arose within him. He had expected a player from North Korea or an island nation, yet the individual unexpectedly took his own life, leaving behind a poignant message. I am from the great Xia nation, Sun Quan. Give it your all. I will share the burden of damage with you. You are not alone in this battle. I believe that one day, we will repay this 100-fold. This declaration resonated with the audience in the streaming room. One by one, more individuals joined the world match, driven by a shared belief, willing to face brutal defeats without hesitation. Sun Quan's vision blurred, his fists clenched tightly, and the heart that had once felt like ashes was now rejuvenated by a drop of sweetness. Emerging from this moment, his resolve grew stronger, and he plunged into the matchmaking process with unwavering determination. Old Shou and his companions gradually noticed an increasing frequency of matching with their own people, their hearts touched by this realization. Even Old Shou began to shift his perspective. While human nature could be terrifying, there were even more endearing souls, who said survival games only entailed slaughter and death. In this moment, the world was no longer shrouded in darkness. Countless individuals were profoundly shaken. The brutal slaughter did not solely befall those who emerged for the sake of dignity. This is a movement. After all, I shall not perish, kill, and torture as you will. Since time immemorial, the people of the Great Xia have been invincible. The strength of the people's will is formidable. This appears to be a seemingly impossible victory. Yet the populace possesses faith, the nation wields power, and the ethnicity holds hope. Indeed, this is a realm governed by individual pursuits. Admittedly, in this world of games, one may face demise at any moment. Nevertheless, countless souls continue to advance fearlessly, perhaps in pursuit of a breath of defiance, or perhaps for the dignity of their nation. The backbone of the Huaxia people remains steadfast. Are these individuals mad? Why engage in such futile resistance? What now? The adversary has matched us, leading to our direct demise. While our winning streak continues to rise, we may ascend to level 2, at which point encountering them again could prove troublesome. What to do? The current situation has deviated from our predictions. If this persists, we will be unable to influence the mindset of their upper-tier combatants. The foreign chat rooms have erupted. Their intentions are exceedingly straightforward: to conquer the spirit, to inflict merciless slaughter, to undermine the confidence of their opponents, ultimately leading them to despair. Alas, they have miscalculated. They did not foresee the mettle of this group. Let our people join in. Since they take such pleasure in this, let us oblige. This defensive battle ultimately devolved into a chaotic melee, culminating in the defeat of the Yellow faction players. The global ranking competition has concluded. Most of their participants have ascended to level 2. A hushed silence envelopes the domestic chat. All have witnessed the ferocity of this combat. The slaughter unfolded in every live stream. Everywhere in the world, derision echoed, each taunting phrase and insult piercing their hearts deeply. All clenched their fists in quiet fury. Yet, in the rankings, they faltered. Their skills were insufficient to match their opponents, leaving them with no recourse. If only Xia Bo were present, how could they act so brazenly? Indeed. If only Xia Dao had been online, the situation might have turned. Why was Xia Dao absent, unseen throughout? Could it be that he truly faltered? After all, the foreign players are indeed formidable. Domestic players buzzed with discussions, yet the group chat fell into silence. They had lost, thoroughly defeated. The overall prowess of the foreign players far surpassed theirs. They were simply no match. This could not be helped, even if each individual exerted their utmost effort. It proved futile. At this moment, they dared not even glance at their faction's chat channel, for it brimmed with scornful remarks. Sun Quan declared, "Enough. Let us pause this matter for now. To overcome them, we must strive harder. The strength of foreign players is undeniably high. You must also remain cautious in reality. These foreign players predominantly advance their levels through killing. Zhu Shihan. I recently encountered a level 6 player whose prowess was comparable to my own. Although their rank was superior, their attributes did not significantly exceed ours, leaving us with a glimmer of hope to catch up. We are merely one level apart. It is not impossible for us to ascend together through our collective efforts. Despite this setback, it does not guarantee future defeats. Pressure breeds motivation, and at this moment, everyone's spirits are high, ready to strive for advancement and fiercely defend our ground. This is a unique underwater highway, where the atmosphere is stifling. Gazing upward reveals the vast azure sea and the myriad creatures wandering beneath, creating a scene that is nothing short of dreamlike. Arriving at the underwater highway, one cannot help but feel the oppressive air. Xia Bo glanced around, the shock in his eyes fading, as he retrieved a pale golden card from his pocket and tore it apart. In an instant, a brilliant white light flickered before him, revealing a creature resembling an ethereal sprite. This being, cloaked in white, boasted a pair of blue wings on either side. It was roughly the size of a basketball, with a fluffy body and a round face adorned with eyes that sparkled like blue gemstones. Atop its head sprouted a colorful horn, and its fluffy little ears twitched adorably. As soon as it materialized, it unfurled its 2 blue wings, exuding immense cuteness. Upon spotting Xia Bo, it darted towards him, emitting a sweet, childlike voice. Kiki. Chapter 159. Opportunities Beneath the Sea Road. Unknown creature. Level 3 Strength 4 Agility 23 Mental Power 35 Passive Self-healing upon sustaining damage. Consumes a portion of mental power to recover its wounds. The extent of recovery is proportional to the amount of mental power expended. Skill. Healing. Consumes a portion of mental power to restore the target's wounds life. The extent of recovery is proportional to the amount of mental power expended. This diminutive creature revealed its mouth from beneath its fur, appearing ferocious, with a round, plump body that twisted as it gathered inward. Its large, gem-like eyes glimmered with a hint of ferocity, yet its voice was adorably sweet, reminiscent of a young girl's. With a sudden thud, the creature collided with Xia Bo, tumbling to the ground and rolling twice. For points of strength, how could it be so feeble? Nevertheless, its skills were quite commendable, capable of complementing my life-burn ability. Xia Bo gazed pensively, bending down to grasp one of the creature's wings, lifting it for scrutiny with a pair of enigmatic eyes. Coco. The creature flailed its wings restlessly, attempting to break free, its claws outstretched as it emitted an endearing sound. With only 4 points of strength, how could it contend with Xia Bo? After a brief struggle, it surrendered, continuing to regard Xia Bo with a fierce yet adorable expression. Indeed, it was still a wild creature, unable to forget its instinct to attack me. I had intended to summon a formidable monster, but instead, I conjured this seemingly useless little beast, even weaker than the lowest tier. It was a waste of a special road random card. Very well, I shall make do with it for now. With a hint of disappointment, Xia Bo carried it back to the vehicle and retrieved a servitude scroll from the storage compartment, promptly enslaving the little creature. Once enslaved, the creature lay on the ground, exposing its rotund belly. Coco struggled momentarily but then settled on the ground, its gem-like eye sparkling brightly as it emitted cheerful sounds, even soaring to perch atop Xia Bo's head. Get down. Xia Bo's expression froze as he reached up to pull the creature down, fixing it with a peculiar gaze. Remember, do not forget to fly above my head. Coco. The little creature stood on the ground restlessly, looking quite aggrieved. Xia Bo sighed. Very well, from now on, you shall be my closest companion. With a self-deprecating smile, he pondered who would have thought that a wild creature would become his partner. Through the servitude scroll, Xia Bo felt a faint yet profound connection to this little being, a delicate, intimate bond, wherein a mere thought could extinguish it. Yet, he sensed that the creature held great trust in him, willing to risk its very existence for his sake. Xia Bo understood that this was the power of the servitude scroll. The tale unfolds an hour prior. An hour ago, Xia Bo had just finished his dinner. Due to the complexity of preparing spicy fish and rice soup, he had expended considerable time, with over an hour remaining before the ranked matches commenced. As Xia Bo began to tidy up for his competitive play, a wild creature appeared on the expansive highway, marking the first spawn since the update. It was a new beast, grotesque in appearance, resembling a humanoid figure devoid of skin, its raw, crimson flesh exposed, and its enormous frame evoking the image of an enormous, flayed creature weighing 300 pounds, truly fearsome. With a strength exceeding 50 points, yet a mere 20 points in speed, this beast exhibited a significant vulnerability, prompting Xia Bo to dub it the Flayer. A level 5 Flayer, it traversed the arid terrain, its blood-soaked flesh caked in yellow sand, sending shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, its agility was not particularly high, and its defense was confined to the thick layer of flesh it bore. Thus, Xia Bo resolved to confront it with relative ease. Leveraging his own agility that far surpassed that of the beast, systematically carving the flesh from its body. Once stripped of its protective covering, Xia Bo unleashed a double strike, reducing it to a pile of flesh. This method proved both simple and effective, albeit not particularly energy efficient. Upon its demise, the Flayer unexpectedly dropped an item that took Xia Bo by surprise. Low-level monster summoning card 1. Description: can be used on any highway to randomly summon a low-level wild creature. Note: a highly stable summoning card, safe to use. While a wild creature summoning card held little value, as low-level creatures offered minimal benefit, Xia Bo decided to upgrade it, hoping for an enhancement in quality. To his dismay, it remained low-level. But this time summoning a special wild creature, low-level special monster summoning card 1. Description: can be used on special highways to randomly summon a low-level special wild creature. Note: a highly stable summoning card, safe to use. In that moment, Xia Bo felt a stir of excitement. If he could summon a formidable special creature and subjugate it, it would undoubtedly serve as a powerful ally, allowing him to rest peacefully at night. Thus, he bypassed the ranked match entirely, utilizing the special highway random card, resulting in the earlier incident. However, the unexpected summoning of such a creature left Xia Bo somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, this little being exhibited commendable abilities, harmonizing well with his own life force. Finding solace, he gazed at the blue creature before him, contemplating, henceforth, you shall be named Blueberry, for your resemblance to that fruit is uncanny, and I have a fondness for blueberries. The little creature, Coco, appeared to resonate with Xia Bo's thoughts, joyfully spinning around and flapping its wings, eager to perch upon Xia Bo's head. Xia Bo's enigmatic eyes slanted towards it, imbued with a trace of coldness. Coco Blueberry, startled, quickly lay down on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. Only then did Xia Bo lift his gaze to survey the world outside. Initially, he had only cast a hasty glance, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Now, he could examine this extraordinary stretch of highway in detail. This was a deep-sea road. And what astonished Xia Bo was that the marine creatures inhabiting these waters were largely unfamiliar to him, including a colossal octopus towering at 30 to 40 meters. It glided overhead, casting a vast shadow upon the highway. This road was indeed magical, astonishingly even featuring an underwater route. Curiosity flickered in Xia Bo's eyes. For he had never encountered an underwater highway before, and surrounded by water, he pondered how one might summon unique wild creatures. Summoning special beasts was one aspect. Hunting along this peculiar road was another. His current experience points had reached 140, leaving merely 60 points to ascend to level 7. Moreover, after his previous battle with the skinning monster, he sensed that he was on the verge of another breakthrough in strength. At that juncture, both power and agility would increase. As one progressed further, the enhancement became increasingly arduous. After all, the demands on physical prowess were formidable, making it challenging to grow through mere training. He required extensive real-world combat to elevate his capabilities. Training within the ranked space or the endless mode did not count, as it was akin to a mental exercise rather than a physical one. Otherwise, had his physical form entered, he would have long since perished. This enhancement was likely to be significant, as both his combat and agility had reached an intermediate level, promising substantial growth. As Xia Bo contemplated, he glanced at Blueberry and realized the little creature had fallen asleep. No wonder there was not a sound. It was perhaps best to let the creature rest. He could do the same shortly. Time passed quietly, and in contrast to the world's hustle and bustle, Xia Bo's surroundings were relatively tranquil. He moved the table to the open space in front of the car, bringing along a cushion crafted from cloth, along with chrysanthemum tea and an assortment of snacks. Sipping the tea contentedly, he awaited the arrival of wild creatures. At that moment, Xia Bo was astonished to observe that the marine life above him had been disturbed, with creatures hastily fleeing the vicinity. This sudden change captured Xia Bo's attention. His peculiar eyes scrutinized the adjacent waters, sensing that something was approaching. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged from the depths of the sea, their silhouettes uncanny, weapons in hand. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there were at least a dozen of these figures. They concealed themselves beneath the waves, gradually moving closer. They were indeed emerging from the seabed. Xia Bo sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, his posture as upright as a mountain, and a gleaming red steel knife materialized in his hand. As the figures advanced, Xia Bo realized they were a battalion of shrimp and crab soldiers, like the sound of fish leaping from the ocean's surface. This motley crew of shrimp and crabs emerged from the waters onto the road, brandishing an array of bizarre weapons, some wielding fish spines 2 meters long, others brandishing knives, guns, and clubs. At the moment they set foot on the asphalt, the lead lobster soldier unleashed a battle cry, charging fiercely toward Xia Bo. Blueberry, startled awake, flew out from the open car window, anxiously circling above Xia Bo, emitting frantic cries. Coco! Coco! Upon noticing this, the lobster soldier astonishingly hurled his weapon like a dart at the airborne Blueberry. Coco! Blueberry shrieked in surprise. Humph! Xia Bo snorted coldly, reacting with remarkable swiftness. He propelled himself off the ground, harnessing immense power to leap into the air, a fierce blade of light carving a crescent in the sky, severing the weapon aimed at Blueberry. With a resounding thud, Xia Bo landed on the ground, his expression icy. Stay in the car. Do not disturb my battle. Carrying a burden will only hinder my fight. Perceiving the shift in Xia Bo's demeanor, Blueberry obediently called out and swiftly returned to the vehicle. 2 shrimp soldiers, noticing Blueberry's retreat into the car, broke away from their ranks and pursued her. Xia Bo, his expression chilling, cleaved one of the shrimp soldiers in 2 with a single stroke, launching himself skyward again, unwilling to linger. If these 2 shrimp soldiers were to damage the car, it could mean disaster for him. Xia Bo's movements were blindingly fast, each strike executed with ruthless precision. Amidst the swiftness of his blades lay a force that tore through the air, even with their hardened shells. The shrimp soldiers fell before him. The butcher's passive ability was terrifyingly potent. The enhancement of his weapon's sharpness was formidable, rendering most defenses futile against Xia Bo's might and the passive augmentations of the butcher's hand. With only 17 shrimp soldiers of relatively low rank, their coordination was lacking. As the hunting mode activated, the gruesome technique of dismemberment came to the fore, akin to a pair of scanning eyes assessing the bodies of these creatures and pinpointing their optimal dissection points, often their very weaknesses. One must concede that this dismemberment skill was nothing short of horrifying. No, it was the resource upgrade system that was truly fearsome, through its enhancements. A mundane technique evolved into a divine skill. This qualitative transformation, Xia Bo deemed the strongest. Such a formidable combination, along with his ironclad physique, placed Xia Bo in an invincible position among the shrimp soldiers. With exceptional speed and strength, Xia Bo resembled a chilling reaper, harvesting the lives of these shrimp soldiers. The 17 shrimp soldiers could not even brush against the hem of Xia Bo's garment, each life extinguished by his relentless strikes. There was no room for resistance. The disparity in power was evident, and even if Xia Bo stood still, allowing the shrimp soldiers to attack, they would be unable to breach his defenses. Xia Bo needed only to endure the pain of flesh. High defensive power does not equate to absolute invulnerability. When a heavy blade strikes you, it may not slice through your flesh, yet it will undoubtedly inflict pain upon your body. Therefore, even with a physique as formidable as steel, Xia Bo remains acutely aware of his evasive maneuvers, honing his skills to navigate combat with finesse, rather than being a fool who merely relies on his body to absorb damage. With a nonchalant demeanor, Xia Bo surveyed the last of the shrimp and crab minions, calmly igniting a cigarette and sitting amidst the vanishing corpses scattered around him, exhaling a deep breath of smoke. Enveloped in swirling vapors, he squinted his eyes, relishing the intoxicating haze. Unbeknownst to him, a wild creature behind him seemed to have dropped something, which flickered briefly before merging with Xia Bo's being. Oblivious to the change, he began to sense a warm current surging within him. The battle concluded, his strength and agility experienced a notable increase, and his experience points surged significantly. Name, Xia Bo, evil value. 5, title, Pioneer of Humanity, occupation, butcher, gender, male, level. 6, experience, 174 200, strength, 51, 5, 1, agility, 42 4, 2, endurance, 35 3, 5, mental power, 24 4, 8, health, 250, perfect condition, talents, blood demon heart, click to view details. Phantom eye, click to view details, mastered skills, Intermediate combat specialization, increases strength with training, basic swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double critical strike, eye of detection, iron body. Life burn, occupational skills, bloodletting unique, dismemberment, unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. His experience points increased by 34, with both strength and agility rising by 2. This special highway was indeed exceedingly generous. Xia Bo took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing the smoke in a haze, tinged with a hint of astonishment. He had previously navigated similar special highways, where encountering a wild creature was akin to typical routes. Some mysterious locations were invariably fraught with peril. Now, having only been here for a little over 20 minutes since the game update, he encountered a wild creature, and astonishingly, 17 appeared all at once. Each of these creatures granted a remarkable 2 points of experience, which was utterly absurd. Could it be that the game had developed a conscience? Pondering this, Xia Bo dismissed the notion as improbable. Such extraordinary occurrences were unlikely to happen in a game that seldom showed leniency towards players. Was it possible that the anomaly lay within this special highway? As he contemplated, he gazed at the oceanic realm before him, suddenly sensing something peculiar about the seawater, prompting him to advance. The seawater appeared to be obstructed by an unknown force, rather than the anticipated conduit. When he extended his hand to touch it, Xia Bo was astonished to discover that his hand actually penetrated the water, enabling him to stir it. Strangely, no matter how he agitated the surface, the water merely rippled, refusing to spill into the highway. Evidently, an unseen force has impeded progress. Gazing upwards, one is met with an endless stretch of highway, prompting reflection on the sheer magnitude of power required to carve such a thoroughfare beneath the ocean's depths, an endeavor both formidable and daunting. As the water swirled and splashed once more, observing the creatures of the deep, Xia Bo felt a flicker of inspiration. He retrieved some breadcrumbs from the vehicle and scattered them evenly across the ocean's surface, eager to experiment with the local fauna's ability to capture them. If they were successful, Xia Bo squinted, his gaze fixed on the creatures darting about beneath the waves, his eyes alight with curiosity. Yet, to his dismay, these underwater beings appeared indifferent to his offerings. After waiting for over 20 minutes without a single creature approaching the breadcrumbs, he switched to meat, only to find the same lack of interest from the denizens of the deep. Perhaps they possessed a certain wisdom. Xia Bo noted that the marine life maintained a cautious distance from the underwater highway, consistently lingering 30 meters away. Faced with this realization, Xia Bo felt a sense of defeat. It seemed the creatures were acutely aware of the dangers that lay along the submerged road. Upon inspecting the ground, he found it riddled with depressions, and shockingly, not a single wild creature had dropped any spoils, an utter disappointment. Xia Bo began to question whether his luck had been entirely squandered on a mere pig. Returning to the vehicle, he discovered Blueberry sprawled across his bed in slumber, igniting a surge of irritation within him. While he exerted himself battling wild monsters, Blueberry lay comfortably, seemingly oblivious. Seizing the creature by its wings, he pulled it closer. His tone icy. You are to keep watch over the surroundings. If anything approaches the vehicle, rouse me at once. If you wish to accompany me, you must prove your worth, or I shall have you for dinner. Startled, Blueberry emitted a cry and promptly perched upon the hood of the car, surveying the vicinity. Indeed, a stern demeanor was necessary to ensure compliance from the little creature. Xia Bo stroked his chin, deep in thought, before a smile crept across his face as he reclined on the passenger seat, seizing the moment to rest. The underwater highway was refreshingly cool, evoking the crispness of autumn. With the windows rolled down, a gentle breeze enveloped him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. With Blueberry on guard, he could finally enjoy a peaceful rest, free from the anxiety that had previously plagued him. The hens, with their sole focus on eating and sleeping, offered little aid in his watch. Were it not for their ability to lay eggs, Xia Bo would have long since prepared a feast of fried chicken. The hens were proving their worth, consistently providing eggs each day. As night deepened, following the recent skirmish with wild monsters, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world had settled into a calm stillness. Yet, in this eerie tranquility, something seemed to be brewing. Unbeknownst to Xia Bo, a countdown flickered next to his avatar in the system, accompanied by a ripple of seawater, a clear indication of his current location on the special underwater highway. If he were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The countdown emerged after he had vanquished those wild creatures, seemingly anticipating the arrival of something significant. Unbeknownst to Xia Bo, he was currently sprawled upon his bed, deep in slumber. Meanwhile, creatures dwelling in the abyss, reliant on the night for sustenance, began to emerge from the shadows. Blueberry stood quietly at the front of the vehicle, its gem-like eyes shimmering with a lively glint, occasionally tilting its head or delicately preening the feathers on its wings. Time slipped away silently, the countdown on the system's attribute panel gradually ticking down. 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. A sudden upheaval surged forth as the sea began to churn violently, as if some unseen force were boiling the waters, countless bubbles rising from the depths. While the sea quaked violently, not only did this jolt Xia Bo from his dreams, but Blueberry, stretching its body, tumbled from the edge of the vehicle. Flapping its wings and soaring into the air, panicking and calling out, "Coco, Coco, what is happening?" Xia Bo's expression turned grave as he grasped a steel blade. Flinging the vehicle door open and dashing outside, where the surrounding waters vibrated as though boiling. Countless bubbles ascended, and a towering figure emerged from the depths of the ocean, buzzing. As this figure materialized, Xia Bo instinctively covered his head, the system emitting a piercing alarm. His expression filled with dread as he accessed the system. What kind of absurdity is this? How could such a transformation occur during a mere nap? Upon entering the system, he noticed that his avatar was flashing, marked by a red exclamation point. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he clicked on the avatar, revealing an oceanic symbol beside it, alongside the image of a giant. What on earth is this? Boom. Before he could ponder further, the ground trembled violently, prompting Xia Bo to hastily shut the system down, his cold gaze fixated on the location where the figure had appeared. Sea Giant, a minor leader drawn by the blessing of the ocean. Level, 10, Strength, 153, 20, Agility, 67, 20, Health Points, 1,000, Total Health, 10,000, Armor, 1,000, Skills, Stomp of the Sea Giant. Charge of the Sea Giant, Rock-like Body, Stomp of the Sea Giant, increases strength by 50, concentrating all power into the feet. Stomping the ground to stun all creatures within a 50-meter radius for 2 seconds. Charge of the Sea Giant, increases agility by 50, strength by 50. Rock-like Body, as unyielding as stone, indestructible. Armor 1000, passive skill, Ocean Affinity. Ocean Affinity, all attributes increased by 20 while in the ocean. Leaving the ocean will result in the loss of Ocean Affinity. The attributes of this giant flickered in his gaze, and upon witnessing them, Xia Bo's temples throbbed violently, his eyes betraying a mix of fear and unease. This is a boss. How could it possibly exist? What a blessing from the ocean. Why has it targeted me? Xia Bo's heart raced anxiously as he quickly urged Lan Mei to jump into the car. Unless he were to employ all of his hidden cards, he stood no chance against this monstrous creature. The skill Life Burn consumed 1's life force. Xia Bo would only resort to it in dire circumstances. Since he was unable to fight, he would have to flee. Just as he started the engine and prepared to accelerate, a notification from the system resounded in his mind. If you flee, the player will forfeit the chance for the Ocean's blessing. Do you wish to retreat? Yes, no, what on earth is the Ocean's blessing? System, please clarify. Though Xia Bo's heart raced, he managed to regain his composure. Glancing at the sea giant's position, he estimated it would take 2 minutes to reach him. This was the deep sea domain, and even with its affinity for the ocean, it would still face resistance from the water. Thus, its impressive agility of 100 points would not be fully realized. He still had time to understand what was happening before making a decision. Ocean's Blessing. The blessed player will receive a mysterious enhancement. Description: a blessing from the ocean with an extremely low drop rate. During the blessing period, unknown creatures will be attracted. Blessing duration: 10 minutes. What is this nonsense about the Ocean's Blessing? I just checked. The 17 wild creatures I killed dropped nothing. Where did this Ocean's Blessing come from? Regaining his composure, Xia Bo felt a surge of confusion. He could not comprehend how he had become blessed. The situation was undeniably perplexing, and he dared not squander time pondering it. He needed to devise a solution, and he had 2 options. One was to refuse the task and make a hasty escape. The other was to accept the task and endure for 10 minutes to secure the blessing. But was it truly so simple to endure for 10 minutes? The sea giant stood 5 meters tall, possessed a strength of 160, and had a staggering 10,000 health points. Its power was terrifying, and surviving 10 minutes seemed nearly impossible. The creature's speed was also overwhelming. All of this was far from easy. Yet, Xia Bo was reluctant to forego the Ocean's Blessing. Opportunities to enhance one's strength were exceedingly rare. A tremendous temptation lay before him, and the thought of rejecting it was indeed challenging. However, every situation might harbor an opportunity. He had hidden cards, along with the Hunt State and Dismember, which could allow him to evade the creature's attacks, even if he could not defeat it. Nevertheless, he had to be cautious of the creature's skill, Trample. It could immobilize him for 2 seconds, ample time for him to perish 2 or 3 times. Hesitating yet calmly analyzing the situation, Xia Bo made his decision. He would go for it. At worst, he would use his hidden cards. Life Burn had a 1-minute cooldown and provided a 5-minute state, and with Lan Mei by his side, there was little chance of a catastrophic failure. He might even turn the tables and achieve a counterattack. The blessings of the ocean hang before me like a succulent piece of meat. To let it slip away unclaimed would indeed be a lamentable loss. Ultimately, past dangers lacked sufficient allure to entice me. Yet now, a colossal temptation lies before me, one I am utterly unwilling to forego. Blueberry, once I venture out, take to the skies and maintain a distance of 100 meters from me. You must not be struck by that creature. Summerwave felt a wave of unease regarding Blueberry. Although this little creature was not particularly formidable, its supportive abilities and capacity to restore health complemented his own life force perfectly. Should any misfortune befall Blueberry, my efforts tonight would be rendered futile. Coco, Coco. Blueberry flapped its wings, and Summerwave sensed its anxious demeanor, unable to resist the urge to reach out and offer a reassuring pat. Gathering the necessary items, he opened the car door and stepped out, closing it behind him. Suddenly, his expression hardened, his cold eyes reflecting caution as he distinctly felt the vibrations beneath his feet, the tremors of the sea giant's footsteps. They were now less than 100 meters apart. Summerwave was certain that he had indeed received the ocean's blessing, for the system's attribute panel could not be mistaken. Casting a glance at the sea giant, he quickly donned his night vision goggles and dashed toward the front of the vehicle. Engaging in combat near the car was exceedingly unwise. The opponent's strength could easily reduce his vehicle to mere fragments. Therefore, he needed to reach a more open space, deeper onto the highway. It was now the dead of night, with darkness enveloping the road ahead. Yet with the night vision goggles, he could still see reasonably well. His belt contained 5 essential items: a steel knife, a Hercules potion, magical scissors, a mental enhancement drug, and an alloy dagger. Each of these items held great utility. As Summerwave ran deeper into the night, he observed the distance between himself and the car increasing, which brought a modicum of calm to his heart. He halted in place, coldly observing the sea giant advancing from the side. Throughout the journey, he had kept a vigilant eye on this creature, wary of its potential to lose track of him. With a sudden splash, the sea giant leaped from the ocean, breaking free from the unknown energy that had held it back, sending a cascade of water spraying across the highway. As the sea giant landed on the road, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Its grotesque visage approached, striding purposefully towards Summerwave. There was no escaping this creature. Its agility was far too pronounced, enabling it to close the distance with ease. Summerwave held his breath, steeling himself as he considered whether the giant had indeed set its sights on him. A cold smirk crept across his mind. Such arrogance was typical of wild beasts. The sea giant advanced, its massive form exuding an overwhelming presence. When it was merely 4 meters away, its enormous hands lunged forward with ferocity. The air trembled violently, as if on the brink of being torn apart, producing a deep, resonant howl. With a formidable strength of 160 points, it possessed the capability to shatter the very air around it. As the scene unfolded, the Blueberry hovered anxiously in the sky, its body emanating a gentle glow. It refrained from making a sound, acutely aware of Xia Bo's solemn and composed demeanor, fearful of disturbing its master. Xia Bo's heart was as calm as still water, his eyes sharp as blades as he raised his hand to influence the giant's massive palm. The sea giant wore a mocking expression, its demeanor haughty. Its level of intelligence was exceedingly high, and in its eyes, Xia Bo's actions were undoubtedly tantamount to courting death. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A steel blade materialized in the human's hand. A cold smile crept across Xia Bo's face as he grasped the steel knife with a swift motion and struck down fiercely. The clash of steel against the sea giant's palm resonated loudly, a symphony of metallic sounds. Xia Bo was jolted backwards several steps by the force of the giant, the knife vibrating incessantly in his grip, his arm tingling with numbness. Such immense power. This was a staggering force rated at 160 points. Truly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the time. Not even a minute had elapsed, and he had to endure for an additional 4 minutes. He resolved to unleash his trump card, an invincibility that would last for 1 minute, complemented by 5 minutes of sustained effect, perfectly timed. However, a significant dilemma loomed. Should he fail to vanquish the sea giant, the threat he faced could become overwhelmingly perilous. Thus, he needed to endure for an extra minute, utilizing that additional time to make his escape. After enduring the impact of his strike, the sea giant's armor value diminished by 56 points. It quickly grasped that this reduction was linked to its opponent's strength. Strength, 51.5.1. His current strength was 51 points, plus a 10 boost from the hunting state, summing to exactly 56 points. Shaking his arm, Xia Bo remained vigilant, avoiding contact with the formidable beast. Its power was overwhelmingly strong, even with a Hercules potion. He could not hope to contend with it. Despite possessing high armor, Xia Bo's recent strike had still inflicted damage on the sea giant, akin to a mere mosquito bite, which greatly annoyed it. Without hesitation, The giant surged forward, its speed akin to lightning, leaving a blur in its wake. Xia Bo had anticipated this. As he halted, he activated his hunting state and ensured that the mental enhancement potion in his belt would keep his mental energy above zero. Thus, as the giant charged, Xia Bo had already predicted the move and executed a dodge in advance. Even so, he narrowly grazed past the giant's form. The creature's swiftness was astounding, boasting an agility advantage of 20 points, resembling an insurmountable chasm. The sea giant's strike missed entirely. Without a moment's pause, it charged again. This time, an ethereal veil manifested around its body, wisps of yellow gas swirling about it. Its speed surged dramatically, even with the hunting state activated to track its movements. Xia Bo's body instinctively attempted to evade at the moment of capture, yet he still could not escape unscathed. The sea giant charged forth, colliding directly with Xia Bo's shoulder. A resounding crack echoed through the air as bones shattered, causing Xia Bo to expel a mouthful of blood and be hurled more than 20 meters away, landing with a thud on the asphalt road and rolling several meters further. His right shoulder twisted at a grotesque angle, with the shattered bone piercing through the flesh of his back. The force of this strike was overwhelming. His left shoulder was completely crushed, his internal organs ruptured, and fractures appeared throughout his body. Blueberry, Xia Bo gasped as a gentle wave of light enveloped him. Blueberry's small face contorted with effort, seemingly exerting all its might. Its abilities were indeed extraordinary. Under the soft radiance, Xia Bo's body began to visibly heal, even the grotesquely twisted bones starting to mend. This, however, drained a tremendous amount of Blueberry's mental energy, causing its body to sway precariously, its wings struggling to maintain their strength. The sea giant strode forward with imposing steps. As Xia Bo's consciousness hazily returned to him, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. When he managed to open his heavy eyelids, he beheld the sea giant charging at him once more. A crisis loomed, and Blueberry was nearing its limit. Blueberry, consume it. Continue the healing. Xia Bo swiftly retrieved a mental enhancement pill from his belt and tossed it into the air, forcing himself to roll aside despite his still recovering body. The sea giant's speed was formidable. Xia Bo barely evaded the attack, glancing at the time. It had only been a minute. After consuming the enhancement pill, Blueberry regained its vigor. Its previously dazed state instantly revitalized. Ko. It chirped, resuming its healing efforts on Xia Bo. With cold determination, Xia Bo observed the sea giant, noting that after its charge, it had clearly entered a cooldown period. His detection ability revealed only fragments of its techniques, leaving him unaware of the full details of the giant's cooldown time. The first wave of danger had passed, but a second one was imminent. Bathed in warm light, Xia Bo felt his body gradually mending, realizing it had been outsmarted. The sea giant let out a furious roar that reverberated through the surrounding waters. Xia Bo felt a buzzing in his ears as he steadied his mind. In a state of heightened awareness, he noted the giant's movements and instinctively dodged. Yet, the creature's speed was overwhelming, and he could only deceive it once. After all, the sea giant possessed considerable intelligence. Despite Xia Bo's desperate evasion, he was ultimately caught. A tremendous force emanated from the giant's grip, as if the very air around him was constricting. His complexion turned a shade of crimson, his internal organs suffering under the immense pressure. The specter of death loomed. In an instant, Xia Bo comprehended his dire situation. He suddenly coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his health visibly plummeting. Yet paradoxically, his attributes surged dramatically. The once overwhelming sensation of pressure vanished in an instant, leaving me in an invincible state. Cease the treatment and withdraw from my presence at once. Xia Bo abruptly expelled a torrent of crimson blood, immediately issuing commands to Blueberry before consuming a potion of immense strength. With a pair of cold, enigmatic eyes, he fixed his gaze menacingly upon the sea giant. Once my trump card is revealed, the opponent must be annihilated. Chapter 160. Slaying the sea giant. The sea giant sensed the escalating momentum of its adversary and was suddenly startled. It discarded Xia Bo onto the ground, its colossal fist descending with terrifying force. Bang! Crack! The immense fist struck Xia Bo's body, sending shockwaves through the air that visibly rippled outward. The earth beneath Xia Bo's knees instantaneously caved in, ravaged by the giant's might. Cough! Cough! Xia Bo, caught off guard, violently spat blood, staining the ground a dark crimson and releasing a foul stench. The potion had granted him a 50% enhancement, elevating his strength to an astounding 80 points. Yet this was merely the beginning. The vital essence and blood within him were rapidly depleting, consumed as energy for his body. His physique shrank at a visible rate. But within this frail form lay an unimaginable power. 10 seconds his strength surged beyond 100. The cost of such enhancement was steep. His once robust body aged swiftly. Resembling a skeletal frame draped in flesh, grotesque in appearance. At this moment, his strength had already surpassed 150 points and was still climbing. His agility had also broken the 100 mark. It seemed the sea giant had sensed Xia Bo's transformation and was relentlessly pounding him. Xia Bo was now driven into the ground like a nail, the surroundings drenched in blood. Skill, life burn, attribute, health limit 50, description, spend 1 minute burning 70 of health. During the life burn, become invincible. All blood and life functions are consumed. With energy absorbed into the body, blood devoid of energy will be expelled. Attribute, full status recovery. All attributes increased by 200. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Note, once the duration ends, attributes will decline to 1 point. The side effects of this skill are tremendous. Use with caution. His 4-dimensional attributes had doubled from their original values, a truly terrifying prospect, coupled with the 50% boost from the Hercules potion when the time elapsed. Xia Bo's attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Strength, 183. 6. Agility, 130. 2. Stamina, 108. 5. Mental strength, 74. 4. This was his current state. Bang! As the sea giant swung its fist once more, a withered hand emerged from the pit created by its previous blow, intercepting the giant's strike. Are you done yet? A cold, indifferent voice emanated from the abyss. An unmatched force surged from the emaciated arm, pushing the sea giant back several steps. A shadowy figure erupted from the pit, causing the ground to shudder. As the figure descended, a blood-red glow flickered, accompanied by a sharp sound, as if two crimson silhouettes overlapped in the air. Bang! A blood-red shadow crashed to the ground, resembling an exploding missile, sending waves that swept several meters away, even disturbing the sea water held back by energy. A crack echoed, as if something had shattered. The shadow slowly rose, revealing the colossal sea giant beneath it. At that moment, the sea giant was drenched in blood, its armor obliterated. The sheer force of Xia Bo was terrifying, compounded by a double strike. A single blow had shattered the giant's armor value of 1,000. With a hum, a resounding thud followed as Xia Bo was sent flying by the sea giant's fist. Blueberry sensed the peril looming over Xia Bo's life and attempted to assist, only to be halted by Xia Bo's firm voice. Now is not the time. I will call upon you when needed. His tone was detached, akin to the chill of a winter wind, imbued with a sharp, icy sensation. Xia Bo wiped the corner of his mouth. His eyes, one crimson and the other white, glimmered with an eerie light. As the sea giant stood, having just struck Xia Bo away, a thunderous boom resonated, causing the entire space to tremble, with the ground beneath its foot as the epicenter of a terrifying wave of energy. Yet, the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. Xia Bo pulled it into another realm. At that moment, his mental force soared to 74 points, effortlessly dragging the sea giant into this alternate space. A deafening roar erupted from the sea giant, trapped in the ethereal realm, its icy blue eyes darting anxiously around. Suddenly, its body was uncontrollably lifted into the air and immobilized. Xia Bo emerged from the misty depths of the world, his expression impassive, resembling an arbiter of fate. Upon seeing Xia Bo, the sea giant let out an enraged bellow, thrashing helplessly in midair. How could it possibly escape? In this domain, Xia Bo was akin to a deity, capable of reducing the sea giant's strength to a mere 1 point, rendering it unable to lift even a stone. However, Xia Bo refrained from such wastefulness of mental energy, opting for a straightforward and efficient approach. Numerous diminutive daggers materialized around the sea giant, commencing a merciless barrage of stabbing. This relentless torment endured for 3 days, leaving no unscathed area on the giant's body, which was riddled with wounds of all sizes. The sea giant writhed in agony, subjected to unimaginable suffering, akin to being stabbed repeatedly in a concoction of chilly oil and salt water. Day and night, both its mind and body faced relentless, inhumane torment. More horrifyingly, its senses were magnified several times by Xia Bo. Even reduced to a mere skeleton, it would not succumb to death. The brutal ravaging continued. As Xia Bo sadistically experimented with the ancient 10 tortures on the sea giant's form, its blood-soaked wounds immersed in salt water and chilly oil, even after having its skin flayed. Under Xia Bo's control, the sea giant could neither die nor faint, enduring pain that was exponentially greater than usual. As Xia Bo's mental force dwindled to 10 points, a cruel smile crept across his face, his demeanor frenzied as he consumed a mental enhancement pill, prolonging the torment for an additional 10 days. When he reappeared on the seabed highway, only mere milliseconds had passed, yet the aftershocks of his previous actions were still reverberating. With a sudden buzz, Xia Bo stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. However, his expression remained indifferent, devoid of any trace of panic. For the sea giant had already knelt upon the ground, his gaze vacant. The torment endured over the past month had driven the sea giant to the brink of madness. And even the agony inflicted by the 10 most cruel tortures paled in comparison to the overwhelming suffering magnified by Xia Bo's deliberate manipulation of sensation in this space. As the dizziness subsided, a cruel smile crept across Xia Bo's face, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a fleeting glimpse of red and black as he executed a double strike. With a sickening thud, the sea giant's massive head was sent soaring into the air. A faint warmth surged towards Xia Bo's body, while the asphalt beneath him lay riddled with cracks. Chapter 161. One head, two great burdens at last. Summer's expression remained impassive as he sheathed the steel blade. Casting a glance at the corpse of the sea giant, disbelief etched upon his features. He had not anticipated that the sea giant would succumb to madness within the confines of the illusory eyes realm. Such a fate was beyond his expectations. Initially, he had braced himself for a protracted battle, yet it concluded with unexpected swiftness. After all, having ignited the flames of life, his strength and agility were only marginally superior to that of the sea giant, insufficient to utterly overpower the foe. At this moment, he began to reassess the illusory eye. For that space was truly terrifying, capable of driving an opponent to the brink of insanity. Only Summer comprehended the magnitude of the torment endured. His body, emaciated, bore the weight of unfathomable power. Even a tank he could dismantle with bare hands. As the strength within him began to wane, a sense of weakness washed over him, indicating that his power was dissipating. Time was of the essence, indifferent to whatever treasures the sea giant might have relinquished. He swiftly collected what he could and dashed towards his vehicle. In his weakened state, safety lay within the confines of his car. 5 minutes passed in a fleeting instant. In reality, he could only maintain his heightened state for 3. The latter 2 minutes saw a gradual decline. Upon returning to the vehicle, Summer closed his eyes in silence, aware that his condition was deteriorating. His bodily functions struggled to sustain such intense combat. Having lost a significant portion of his health, continuing was an arduous endeavor. As the battle concluded, time accelerated, particularly after he lay upon his bed, watching his attributes, which had soared above 100, begin to diminish. A wave of helplessness enveloped him, his health dwindling. Notifications had shifted to reflect his condition, severely weakened, on the brink of death. "Blueberry, commence healing," he murmured. Clutching a special restorative pill, his mental fortitude nearly exhausted, he consumed it without hesitation. Reclining on the bed, he placed the pill upon the bedside and closed his eyes, seeking respite as a throbbing pain reverberated within his skull. Cocoa, under Blueberry's guidance, manifested a soft, milky luminescence that pulsed gently, enveloping Summer in a warm embrace. Initiating the healing process, he felt warmth spreading through his frail body, invigorating him. Fortunately, his unique companion was a creature imbued with healing properties. Had it been any other wild beast, it would have met a swift demise at the hands of the sea giant. With his eyes shut in repose, Summer accessed the system, pondering the state of the world post-update. Upon glancing, his countenance darkened abruptly. The update had instituted a tripartite division among humanity, casting them onto a singular roadway, an act that undoubtedly exacerbated tensions among the factions. After all, while the road might be a testament to strength, it was fundamentally a battleground for resources. Regardless of one's prowess, sustenance was essential. Thus, this struggle extended beyond mere conflict. It determined the voice of authority on the road. For the principle of might was universally understood. Ultimately, it was a struggle for resources, one that could shape the future trajectory of humanity. Although the rewards for occupying the top of the gaming leaderboard have vanished, the emergence of this phenomenon following the game's update suggests a deeper significance. The fervent enthusiasm for combat displayed by the players of the White faction indicates they have received some crucial information. Otherwise, their relentless engagement in conflict would be inexplicable. Previously, there was the enigmatic Old Man Zhou, and later, through transactions, I acquired the mysterious parchment of the Prophet. I have come to believe that this game can indeed reveal certain information that allows one to predict future events or occurrences that are yet to unfold. For instance, instigating internal strife has proven to be a futile endeavor. It is through peaceful coexistence that one can truly advance. Yet, this group persists in their reckless pursuits. I have grown increasingly convinced that these foreign players possess knowledge beyond our grasp. To my astonishment, so much transpired in my absence last night. Domestic players faced oppression, and many were left unsettled. On the highways, the White faction players unleashed a massacre, treating their fellow beings as mere means to accumulate experience points for leveling up. Consequently, numerous members of various factions not only confront the dangers posed by wild creatures, but also the perils originating from their own kind. The Wickedness Index reveals the stark reality. These individuals, having attained significant levels, have undoubtedly taken many lives. While elevated levels may confer certain advantages, This pertains primarily to those at the top of the domestic leaderboard. For me, such advantages are negligible. Leveling up merely increases all attributes by 1, far overshadowed by the benefits offered by a skill book. Thus, my superiority far surpasses that of others. I have reached an invincible state among my peers. However, regarding the wild creatures, what the game has thus far unveiled is merely the tip of the iceberg. The complexity of this game exceeds my imagination. Shutting down the system, a myriad of thoughts flickered in Xia Bo's mind. Deep down, he wished to remain uninvolved in these matters. After all, one's energy is limited, and this endeavor is a thankless task. If only the players of the yellow faction could unite, perhaps the situation would improve, yet chaos reigns within their ranks. It is indeed overwhelming. With a heavy heart, Xia Bo closed his eyes and began to rest, choosing to distance himself from these burdensome thoughts. With Blueberry by his side, his body recuperated swiftly. By the time Blueberry's mental energy was depleted, his physical state had nearly returned to normal. However, a gnawing hunger struck from his abdomen, accompanied by painful cramps. He was simply too famished. Xia Bo rummaged through his storage cabinet, retrieving various foods to indulge in. "Blueberry, do you wish to eat?" he asked, waving a piece of bread. Blueberry's eyes sparkled with delight. "Coco," she nodded adorably. Xia Bo affectionately tousled her hair, tore the bread in half, and placed it on the bed. He then recalled the refrigerator design he had nearly forgotten, retrieving it from his spatial inventory. The design for the refrigerator requires a considerable amount of materials: 40 units of iron, 50 units of wood, 20 units of exquisite fabric, and 10 units of rope. For the affluent Xia Bo, this is hardly a concern. He collected all the necessary items and proceeded to synthesize them, resulting in the creation of a single-door refrigerator. Standing at the height of a person, this refrigerator shares a similar nature with the small steel cannon, as both can utilize fuel for refrigeration. A smile graced Xia Bo's face, reflecting his satisfaction with the refrigerator's construction. With this appliance, he could now prepare chilled beverages. Upon upgrading the refrigerator, its size increased significantly, occupying a considerable amount of space. Xia Bo relocated the storage cabinet to the passenger seat and positioned the refrigerator behind the driver's seat, thereby enhancing the perceived spaciousness of the vehicle's interior. Yet, this was not the end. The sea giant had unveiled something remarkable. Previously, in his haste, he had not taken the time to examine what had been revealed, but now he could scrutinize it closely. Chapter 162. The program in the depths of the ocean lies a forgotten world, where a solitary road traverses the dark abyss. Various enigmatic races have descended upon this realm, igniting a monumental struggle for survival. The arrival of each race heralds a cataclysmic upheaval. Countless annihilations of races have transpired amidst this survival ordeal, marked by relentless internal and external conflicts. Many formidable beings from alien races have fought valiantly, yet none could escape the clutches of death. To submit, or to resist, submission leads to becoming a mere puppet, while resistance invites annihilation. After enduring years of defiance, we ultimately chose to capitulate, sinking to the ocean's depths, willingly embracing the role of puppets, all in the name of survival and the continuation of our race. Though the notes are sparse, Xia Bo felt a chill run down his spine as he anxiously paced, clutching the scroll. The descriptions, though not particularly clear, vividly illustrated a tableau of survival against overwhelming odds, bizarre races, a catastrophic upheaval, the obliteration of countless species, and the dichotomy of submission and rebellion. This narrative strikingly mirrored the plight currently faced by humanity. It seemed as if an unseen hand orchestrated the unfolding of these events. However, for humanity, this was merely the beginning. For me, it has only just commenced. The dangers of the road stem solely from wild creatures and fellow humans. We have yet to confront the magnitude of facing myriad races and disasters. There remains potential for human advancement. Should I share this with Old Joe and the others? Relying solely on my strength is woefully inadequate. Even if I survive, what of the others? Will they too succumb, leaving me as the solitary survivor? I must first consider Old Joe's perspective. Xia Bo appeared lost in thought, his frail hands clenching tightly the information acquired through perilous endeavors. This information not only revealed the dire straits humanity faces, but also conveyed a critical insight. The wild creatures I have slain are not mere constructs of the game. They once represented entire races. It is likely that these beings had either been exterminated and subsequently resurrected by the game, becoming the current wild creatures, or they had chosen to submit, transforming into puppets of this game. Thus, the challenges I confront arise not only from rival players of different factions, but also from the unforeseen changes that lie ahead. Xia Bo's expression darkened. He could now ascertain that the players of the White faction had evidently received some form of intelligence, for their hostility towards players of other factions, particularly the Yellow faction, was conspicuous. The game of survival on the road would not arbitrarily categorize players into factions without reason. There must be an underlying cause for this division. Xia Bo pondered that if the division of factions was intended for future development, it seemed utterly unreasonable in the present context. After all, one typically traversed the roads alone. While some may form convoys, such instances were rare. At least in his journey thus far, he had encountered little of that nature. The categorization of factions appeared to be merely a superficial aspect of this game's amateur activities. Currently, most endeavors lacked any rewards. Thus, Xia Bo had no inclination to vie for them, choosing instead to devote himself to enhancing his strength in preparation for the impending dangers that loomed ahead. However, with the changes in the game, the emergence of factions had brought considerable complications to his travels on the road. The act of killing incurred a malevolence value. As his own malevolence increased, peace eluded him. Never mind, for now, he could only take one step at a time. Who could predict how the future would unfold? It was uncertain for anyone. Enough of that. He decided to send the information he had to old Zhou. Xia Bo shared the intelligence he had acquired with old Zhou, harboring no ulterior motives of exploiting it for personal gain. Although old Zhou could be rather unpleasant, his heart was undoubtedly aligned with humanity, as evidenced by the warnings he had previously conveyed. He genuinely hoped that Xia Bo would rise to the occasion, but regrettably, he had chosen the wrong person. Xia Bo was solely focused on surviving in this world. "Xia kid, you're still alive." Old Zhou's response came swiftly, almost instantaneously. "I am aware of the world's happenings, and I will not let them go unpunished. First, take a look at what I sent you." Xia Bo contemplated briefly before replying, intrigued by the underlying reasons behind it all. Old Zhou evidently possessed some insider knowledge, perhaps having received similar intelligence. However, due to the comprehensive nature of this information, it was accompanied by a curse, which old Zhou was clearly afflicted by. As for the nature of the curse, only old Zhou would know. "Let me take a look," came old Zhou's succinct reply, after which he fell silent. After a considerable time, he sent a flurry of messages. "Where did you acquire this?" "From the underwater highway." Xia Bo did not conceal the truth. He summoned Blueberry, cradling her gently in his arms as he stroked her softly. "Although the information you possess may not be as extensive as mine, it is nonetheless substantial. Xia kid, tonight's events depend on you. Feel free to ask anything you wish, though I believe you are already well informed." Old Zhou was astute, realizing that Xia Bo, through his own insights combined with the scattered clues, had likely begun to fathom what might transpire in the future. "I wish to know about our enemies." This inquiry was pivotal. Xia Bo had never seriously contemplated this matter before. He had always assumed that on this road, the objective was merely to slay monsters and level up while collecting resources to transform his vehicle into a war machine. However, as he journeyed further, an increasing array of elements surfaced, and he sensed that the reality was far more complex than he had initially surmised. "Our enemies? Why don't you share your perspective first?" Old Zhou retorted rather than providing a direct answer. "Wild monsters, or the puppet masters of this game? Are we still discussing those bizarre and fantastical monster races?" After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bo gently caressed the soft fur of Blueberry, calmly analyzing the situation in his mind before responding. Based on his current information, he felt an unsettling certainty that everything was being orchestrated by an unseen force behind the scenes. What could this shadowy manipulator possibly be? "Xia, are you merely being overly anxious?" In truth, there may not be any hidden puppet master at all. One could perceive this game as merely a program. "A program?" His hand paused momentarily on Blueberry. "Coco," Blueberry called out softly, nuzzling against Xia Bo's hand, as if inquiring why the caress had ceased. "How should I put it?" Xia Bo replied, resuming his gentle strokes on Blueberry. Chapter 163. Aftermath. The information I have acquired is scant. All I know is that this game has existed for an eternity. It seeks players from countless realms to enter its domain, with some becoming wild creatures of this world, while others assume the role of players. However, from what I gather, the majority of players are human, hailing from various worlds, though I cannot ascertain the reason. It seems that the original races were all players. It is plausible that many races rebelled against this game, prompting the program to customize its parameters, transforming those disobedient races into wild creatures. Submission or demise, this is the essence of the scenario. The program adheres to its own regulations. Any violation triggers a notification, which invariably pertains to entire races rather than individual entities. This suggests that only humans abide by the game's rules, while other races exhibit varying degrees of restlessness. "Xia, do you comprehend?" Old Zhou's lengthy explanation left Xia Bo somewhat enlightened, yet a lingering question remained. "What, then, is the cataclysm mentioned in the scrolls of the underwater tribe? Is there any record of it in the information you possess?" "Xia, let me pose a question. When your computer's memory is full, do you clean it up?" "Certainly." The moment these words began to form in Xia Bo's mind, he suddenly grasped the implication. Old Zhou's meaning was crystal clear. The life count within this game has likely reached a saturation point, necessitating periodic purges akin to the rationale behind the 7-day hunt. Consequently, some races, in defiance of this cataclysm, ceased to remain compliant, ultimately failing to transcend the confines of the rules, being firmly constrained by the game, unable to rise again for eternity. Xia, I have shared the essentials with you. There is one more matter. Should a fault appear on the highway in the future, exercise caution. Furthermore, I have grown weary of those from the White faction. You are aware of the events from last night. They insult us, and they undoubtedly possess certain knowledge. My abilities are limited now. I must rely on you. If possible, I hope you can express a statement to the world, declaring our stance. Old Show surmised that there must be something amidst the factional strife, and within the White faction, someone must have gleaned vital information and disseminated it to the masses, explaining their unprecedented unity. However, what infuriated Xia Bo was that this fellow ended with an enigmatic riddle. Truly, it left him speechless. There is no rush to make a statement. Let us begin with cleansing our ranks. Xia Bo remained vigilant, replying with a weary acknowledgement before closing his eyes and opening his personal attributes. Name, Xia Bo, evil value. 5, title, Vanguard of Humanity, occupation, butcher, gender, male, level, 7, experience, 34,300, strength, 52,5, 2, agility, 43,4, 3, stamina, 36, 3, 6, mental power, 25,5, health, 250, perfect state, talents, blood demon heart, click for details. Illusory demon eye, click for details, mastered skills, intermediate combat specialization, strength increases with training, beginner swiftness, intermediate dexterity, hunting state, double strike, eye of detection, iron body. Life burn, occupational skills, bloodletting, unique, dismemberment, unique passive, butcher's hand, LV2. To Xia Bo's astonishment, his butcher's hand had actually leveled up. His eyes widened in disbelief. Soon, however, his racing heart began to settle as he contemplated. The butcher's hand has upgraded, yet everything else remains unchanged. The duration of that peculiar blessing has expired, leaving only the passive ability to be enhanced. Xia Bo felt a pang of being deceived, an emotion akin to a dog's misfortune. Butcher's hand, LV2. Use any weapon, sharpness 15, hardness 15, armor penetration increased by 20. Description: there is nothing a butcher cannot cleave through. If there is, it might just be a resilient heart. Upon inspecting the upgraded butcher's hand, he noted that both sharpness and hardness had each increased by 5 points, while armor penetration had risen by 20. This improvement was substantial, alleviating some of the discontent within him. Thus, the blessing was merely an elevation of skill level. It nearly cost him his life. Should such an opportunity arise again, he vowed never to engage with it. With a grim demeanor, Xia Bo lay back on his bed, gently stroking the soft fur of Blueberry. The recent enhancement seemed promising, yet risking his life for it felt utterly unworthy, particularly given the peril he had narrowly escaped. Had it not been for Blueberry, he might have perished. He resolved to meticulously scrutinize any future blessings he might encounter, discerning their nature. If they were unknown, he would depart without trifling with his life. After resting for a while, his bodily injuries began to mend, yet he still felt languid, his visage resembling that of a weary elder. Despite Blueberry's healing efforts restoring his health to its optimal state, his physique remained unchanged. Gazing into the mirror, he perceived himself as resembling a man in his 50s, with flesh sagging upon him, an unsettling sight. However, in this treacherous journey of survival, Xia Bo was not overly concerned with his appearance. Retrieving a bottle of beer from the fridge and unwrapping some snacks, he sought to compose himself. One must not underestimate this body, for his strength remained remarkably formidable. Moreover, he had attained level 7, with over 30 experience points to spare. The colossal sea giant bestowed upon him a staggering 60 points of experience, an awe-inspiring feat. Furthermore, he gleaned a wealth of information during this encounter, which brought a modicum of solace to Xia Bo's heart. His physical strength had been restored, though he still appeared rather frail. The repercussions of this trump card on his body were indeed profound. Had it not been for Blueberry, he might have found himself in a far worse state, unable to harness his full potential. Xia Bo gently caressed Blueberry's fur, feeling grateful that the exceptional creature he had summoned was indeed Blueberry. Had it been any other beast, he might have met a far graver fate. After resting for a while, a faint glimmer emerged from the deep blue depths, rendering the surrounding marine life more distinct. The bizarre fish of the deep sea seemed almost otherworldly, sending shivers down his spine. After a brief nap, Xia Bo was roused by Blueberry's gentle call. Glancing at the time, he realized that 2 hours had elapsed since dawn had broken. Your sense of time is remarkably precise, he marveled. Neither a minute more nor a minute less. Rubbing Blueberry affectionately, he expressed his surprise at the accuracy of the 2-hour interval he had requested. Chapter 164. The beginning of revenge stretching lazily, with a countenance that could be described as somewhat unappealing, Xia Bo emerged from his storage compartment, fetched some water, and attended to his personal hygiene. It was not a matter of indiscriminate urination, rather, the absence of a restroom necessitated such actions. Blueberry peered curiously at Xia Bo, seemingly perplexed as to how he could still be expelling water while standing. After shaking himself off, Xia Bo approached the vehicle, turned on the water heater, and indulged in a refreshing hot shower, returning to the car feeling invigorated. He then activated the system and opened the world interface, where he found numerous individuals from opposing factions deriding the players of his own camp, while chaos reigned within his faction. North Korea and Japan had united to assault domestic players. A glint of determination flickered in Xia Bo's eyes. If that is the case, then let us strike first. As for the players of the white faction, they still held some value and were to be kept alive. These white players, aware of the underlying truths, were to be thoroughly tormented. Under the relentless sun, a vast desert stretched endlessly, bisected by a seemingly infinite highway. On this road, a convoy of 10 vehicles sped along, comprising a diverse assembly of individuals, some vehicles containing 2 or 3 passengers, both men and women. Their appearances were somewhat unattractive and their statures diminutive. Yet the women possessed undeniable beauty, their ragged clothing failing to conceal their curvaceous forms. Hiss, what are the thoughts of Du Shijun, the Chinese now? Have they submitted? If they submit, those who encounter us may surrender all their resources and vehicles to avoid death, a most advantageous proposition indeed. At the center of the convoy, 2 men sat in a jeep, one behind the wheel and the other enjoying the attentions of nearby women. The driver, with one hand resting on his chest and the other gripping the steering wheel, spoke without turning his head. These Chinese are still making futile struggles, unaware that they have been forsaken by the world. The man named Du Shijun was the top-ranked player of the Yellow faction, currently at level 7. Oh, someone has dared to challenge me, cloaked in stealth, yet their avatar bears the yellow hue of our faction. At that moment, Du Shijun received a challenge invitation, his brow furrowing slightly at the thought of an opponent approaching him in secret. Du Shijun, you are invincible within our faction, with your attributes reaching 40 points. Dealing with them will pose no difficulty. The driver spoke with unwavering confidence, never glancing back. A smile graced Du Shijun's face as he patted the woman beside him. Hurry up with your efforts. The woman redoubled her efforts. With a jolt, Du Shijun donned his attire under the woman's service. Huazai Jun, wait for me. I shall return shortly. Challenging a naive opponent required minimal time, as the top player on that side had vanished, leaving only the incompetent Feng Shihong, who was no match for him. With a confident dismissal, Du Shijun accepted the challenge. And in the next instant, a grand arena materialized before him. In this moment, the entity manifests. Before him stands a frail old man, whose eyes exhibit an eerie peculiarity, with one eye displaying a striking blend of red and blue hues. It is indeed an elderly figure, and one must admit, your audacity is commendable. Out of respect for the elder, I shall grant you a dignified demise. As Du Shijun spoke, he unsheathed a gleaming katana from behind him, which radiated a pearlescent glow. This elder is none other than Xia Bo, whose body has suffered greatly from the combustion of flesh and vital functions, rendering his visage somewhat haggard and aged. Strangely, his appearance in the game avatar remains unchanged. Thus, when the challenge commenced, Xia Bo's first thought was that he could disguise himself with this countenance. However, within this challenge, there is no need for pretense, as those who enter are largely destined for death. His cold eyes fixated on Du Shijun, perceiving the opponent's attributes, which were considerably inferior to his own. Xia Bo felt no hesitation. His expression remained frigid as he activated his hunting state, propelled by his extraordinary agility. He sprang from the ground like a bullet. The audacity of remaining silent and unarmed is tantamount to courting death. Du Shijun's countenance instantly turned icy, a pearlescent aura enveloping his body as he unleashed various techniques, suddenly soaring to a height of over 2 meters. Xia Bo observed the fluctuating statistics of his opponent, unperturbed by the augmentations that surpassed his own attributes, even though Du Shijun was now shrouded in a white glow, heightening his strength to 50 points. The disparity between them remained stark. With eyes as sharp as blades, Xia Bo conjured a blood-red steel blade, its afterimage slicing through the air, evading the opponent's strike, and violently crashing against the luminous barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered under the force of the double strike. How is this possible? He evaded my attack through the narrowest of gaps. Such formidable insight. The energy shield could not withstand even a single blow. Who on earth is this individual? Du Shijun's mind was filled with shock, dispelling any underestimation he had harbored. As a contender on the leaderboard, he quickly recalibrated, retracting his previous assault, raising his katana to intercept the descending steel blade. Clang! The clash of weapons resounded as the katana was severed, prompting Du Shijun to retreat several paces. gazing at the broken weapon with a grave expression. "Who are you, esteemed one?" Xia Bo, donning the visage of an elderly man, coupled with the stealth of the challenge, left Du Shengjun utterly perplexed. "Enough with the prattle," Xia Bo scoffed, advancing with determination, his icy gaze locking onto Du Shengjun. Fully aware of his hunting state and the clarity it afforded him, Du Shengjun cast his katana to the ground, shedding his garments to reveal a robust physique. A metallic sheen enveloped his fists, a sight both formidable and fearsome. He had transitioned into the role of a boxer. "If you choose silence, I shall strike until you speak," he declared, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He knew that sheer strength was not the sole determinant of victory. His confidence in his own abilities was unwavering, a self-assurance that could render him invincible in combat. Yet, such confidence, if neglected, could also lead him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Observing Xia Bo's movements intently, Du Shengjun unleashed a powerful punch, the air crackling with the force of his strike, as if he were piercing through the very atmosphere. All of his might converged into that fist, its potency nothing short of terrifying. However, this moment had long been anticipated by Xia Bo, who wore a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. With a swift, slicing motion, he executed a double strike, deftly maneuvering at an acute angle to evade the punch, the blood-red blade descending upon Du Shengjun's form. In a fleeting instant, Xia Bo's figure flickered, slipping past Du Shengjun's side. The bloodied crimson blade vanished as Du Shengjun remained poised to strike, yet the confidence on his face froze, a crimson line marring his abdomen. "You are Xia Bo. You have concealed yourself well," he exclaimed, recognizing the terrifying insight of the blood-red blade. He had heard tales of Xia Bo's exploits. In that moment of realization, a sound akin to rushing waters echoed as his body ruptured at the abdomen, hot blood and entrails spilling forth. The entire arena became awash in crimson. Next, Xia Bo's silhouette gradually dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 165. The death of Du Shengjun. 5 minutes had elapsed, yet Du Shengjun remained absent. Hui Bianjin's face betrayed a flicker of unease, a nagging sense that something was amiss. Hadn't Du Shengjun completed his transition? Was it truly necessary to encounter such complications over one individual? An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He activated the vehicle's hazard lights, prompting the convoy to decelerate and pull over to the roadside. Opening the system, Wei Bianjin searched for Du Shengjun. His expression abruptly froze, morphing into a pallor of despair. Du Shengjun. In his sudden agitation, he inadvertently struck a sensitive part of his body, eliciting a sharp pang of pain. With a torrent of rage boiling within, he seized a woman by her hair, lifting her off the ground. "I didn't mean to." The woman shockingly spoke in Mandarin. "Damnable harlot." A murderous intent flashed across Wei Bianjin's face, his eyes turning crimson as he drew a dagger from his side, plunging it mercilessly into the woman's throat. Warm blood gushed forth. "You shall not die well." The woman's eyes brimmed with resentment, her previous submission transformed into defiance. In her final moments, the woman's exquisite features bore the weight of humiliation. Once the daughter of a billion-dollar conglomerate, she had now been reduced to a mere plaything, brutally slain. Since the game's update over the past 2 days, she had endured relentless degradation, yet now, a trace of relief washed over her, devoid of any lingering attachments to this world. Death, perhaps, was the ultimate liberation. In the back seat, another woman, her mouth smeared with an unknown white substance, gazed in horror at the gruesome demise of the woman in front of her, paralyzed by fear and rendered speechless. What on earth has happened? Individuals from the vehicles ahead and behind approached, rapping on the window, their expressions perplexed. Du Shengjun is dead. Hui Bianjin's face contorted with rage. His eyes ablaze, the death of Du Shengjun would undoubtedly instigate upheaval across the globe. Outsiders' faces turned pale with shock, one person grasping Hui Bianjin's arm. Their gaze locked onto him. How is that possible? There was no one else here. How could Du Shengjun? It's true. Du Shengjun accepted a challenge from a stranger, one from our faction. We thought it would be over quickly, but 5 minutes have passed, and he has yet to emerge. I checked his profile. It is darkened. Du Shengjun is essentially dead. Hui Bianjin shut his eyes, inhaling the faint metallic scent of blood within the vehicle, a tempest of murderous intent surging within him. Yet, he soon regained his composure. The ability to slay Du Shengjun indicated that he was not a match for his adversary, and further deliberation was imperative. With Du Shengjun's death, their faction was rendered vulnerable, perhaps even inferior to that individual. Who could this enigmatic figure be? The news of Du Shengjun's disappearance from the rankings spread swiftly, leaving the world in stunned silence. Good heavens, has that little rascal met his end? 666. What a gratifying turn of events. Now the Japanese will be compelled to submit to us. Rejoice, indeed. Haha. In the group chat, Feng Xin, Du Shangxialan has perished. It is rather peculiar, for he had connections with individuals from the White faction. How could he still meet such a fate? Sun Quan, the details remain unclear. However, our pressure has considerably lessened. If Park Young-hui were to die, our standing would undoubtedly shift. At the very least, Xia Bo. Wait, could this be the doing of Xia Bo? Chu Shihan, I am uncertain. There has been no word from the esteemed Xia Bo old show. Ha ha ha. It was indeed that young rascal Xia. I recently corresponded with him. He declared that he would not let them off easily, commencing with a thorough house cleaning. Shuexiang, has it finally begun? I have awaited this moment for an entire night. The group erupted with excitement at old Zhou's words. Their spirits lifted after enduring humiliation the previous day. Despite the display of unwavering resolve from countless individuals, they had still suffered a significant defeat. Now that news of Xia Bo had surfaced, smiles returned to their faces after a long absence. Let us not disseminate this matter just yet. We shall wait until tonight. I have a premonition that the players from the White faction must have acquired some crucial information to rally against us. Otherwise, no one would willingly engage in such a thankless endeavor. Old Zhou pondered for a moment before addressing the group. The members were not fools. They understood this implicitly and assured one another, eagerly anticipating the ranking competition tonight, when Xia Bo would return to dominate the entire match. With Xia Bo's return, they believed that everyone's confidence would soar. They would no longer be suppressed domestically. After dispatching Du Xingjun, Xia Bo issued a challenge to Park Young-hui, who promptly declined, remaining exceedingly cautious. Once an individual declines, they cannot challenge that person again for a certain period. This individual had acquired a notorious reputation with only 10 opportunities to refuse, and it appeared that only one remained, indicating that others had previously challenged him but were rebuffed. Once a notorious player has declined a specific number of challenges, they can no longer do so again. Therefore, he was not anxious. Park Young-hui was already within his grasp, and with Du Xingjun dead, it was likely that this individual was quite flustered. Shifting his focus, he opened the list of players with the highest notoriety points, where the top-ranked player had eliminated several more individuals. Following the merging of highways, the likelihood of encountering others had significantly increased. He found himself on an isolated road beneath the sea, where encounters were exceedingly rare. It seemed that only by departing this area would he encounter others. The notoriety points only displayed the top 10,000 players, with 70% of them belonging to the White faction, while only the remaining 30% were from the other factions, and domestic players were nearly absent. Those who made the list had mostly been eliminated by the players of the White faction in succession. The 10 refusals appeared increasingly trivial at this moment. The current top-ranked player had reached level 9, 2 levels above him, with notoriety points soaring to 63. This individual had ascended solely through murder, and their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, those who have ascended the ranks have all been recipients of rewards, which are entirely based on appearance. Perhaps some have showcased remarkable skills, while others may have achieved nothing at all. Understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures one's victories, until he possesses absolute confidence. Xia Bo shall not initiate a challenge. As for challenging Du Xingjun, he is entirely assured of success. For Du Xingjun has yet to breach the top 10 in the global rankings. A measure of caution is prudent. Xia Bo glanced at the player ranked 5,000th, a foreign contender of level 5. Generally, players from the White faction possess levels significantly higher than their domestic counterparts, as indicated by their notoriety. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bo issued a challenge. To his surprise, the opponent readily accepted. The arena materialized, revealing a tall foreign player, his countenance shrouded in a shadowy expression. He bore a broadsword upon his back, a weapon granted to warriors upon their class change. Upon seeing Xia Bo's visage, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. An elderly man, you dare to challenge me? Do you not realize the peril that lies in such an endeavor? I shall ensure your demise is most ignoble. Chapter 166. The art of deception. Do not presume that your age grants you immunity from my wrath. On the contrary, I shall take great pleasure in your torment. The foreign player clenched his fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He drew a heavy sword from behind him, its blade enveloped in a white aura, as if imbued with enchantment, emanating a sharp and menacing presence. With a thunderous crash, he lunged forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet, his speed surging dramatically. In that fleeting moment, his agility surged, clearly a technique akin to a charge. Xia Bo remained unmoved, his expression betraying no sign of concern. Prepare to perish. As he closed the distance of merely 2 meters, he leaped high into the air, swirling white currents of energy coiling around his sword. The white halo surrounding the heavy sword intensified, radiating immense power. With a resounding thud, the ground shook, and the peculiar old man before him vanished without a trace. The foreign player, filled with disbelief, stood bewildered, glancing around in astonishment. The arena had dissipated, replaced by a bleak and hazy expanse. What has transpired? Where am I? He demanded, his voice laced with irritation. Stop this charade. His countenance darkened as he pondered the nature of this technique that could warp the surrounding scenery. No, I have fallen victim to dark sorcery. His expression grew even more grim as he cautiously scanned his surroundings, gripping his sword tightly. Yet, in the next moment, the heavy sword inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Panic surged within him. Deprived of his weapon, many of his abilities were rendered useless. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands seizing his shoulders from behind, his body stiffening in an instant. A chilling breath brushed against his neck. He swallowed hard, his neck rigidly twisting, only to discover a decayed hand, teeming with writhing maggots. Draped over his shoulder, the white wrigglers were unmistakably maggots. His eyes widened in terror, a wave of panic engulfing him. To his despair, he realized that all his strength had evaporated, leaving him as feeble as an ordinary man. Those hands gripped him like iron, rendering him immobile. The maggots slowly crawled up to his neck and even onto his face. In a frantic attempt to move, he found his hands unresponsive, his entire body betraying him. He had lost control over himself, yet he could feel the maggots writhing against his skin. He even saw one of the maggots inching toward the corner of his eye, its movements vividly apparent. The horror of multiple maggots traversing his face became all too real. Suddenly, a mirror materialized before him, reflecting a visage of terror, eyes wide with fear. Revealing the chaos within, maggots crawled across his face, multiplying, all emerging from that rotting hand. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching scream as a maggot burrowed into his eye, akin to a drill creating a bloody orifice. Strangely, he could still see distinctly. Yet an excruciating pain surged through him, as though a nail had been driven into his eye. Indeed, the agony was far greater than that of a mere nail. Amidst the torment, he was horrified to realize he could distinctly feel a maggot writhing within his brain, while others began to squirm through the gaping hole in his eye. A multitude of sensations erupted, overwhelming him with suffering, the pain that tore through his mind. His body trembled slightly, caught in the dual torment of fear and agony. He yearned to faint, yet his consciousness remained painfully lucid, forcing him to witness in horror as maggots crawled into the bloody cavity of his eye reflected in the mirror. How does it feel? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was the peculiar-eyed old man. Desperate to escape this torment, he was compelled to answer the man's questions truthfully. This old man was Xia Bo, his expression one of indifference, seemingly unfazed by the scene before him. He had grown accustomed to such horrors, having endured far more revolting experiences while tormenting the sea giant. Who are you? At that moment, he discovered he could speak, but as he did, several worms fell directly into his mouth, bringing with them a nauseating taste. Who am I? I am the consciousness of this game, in this realm. I am akin to a deity. I possess the power to reverse mountains and rivers, to rewind the flow of time. Xia Bo's voice was chilling, as he exerted control over the spirit, conjuring a vision before the player's eyes. In this vision, an aged man floated in midair, surrounded by mountains and rivers, lakes and streams. With a mere gesture, the landscape shattered, the sun and moon reconfigured, and then time reversed, restoring the fragmented terrain to its original state. The visage of this old man mirrored that of the one who had challenged him. This spectacle struck a profound blow to the foreign player's psyche. Unaware that Xia Bo had merely fabricated an extraordinarily realistic VR headset, the creation of such a device required only imagination, demanding little from his mental resources. To genuinely manifest the scenes within the VR headset would necessitate a mental capacity of at least 100. This technique was known as feigning divinity. Though he was a god in this realm, he could not delve into the memories of others. The player entered this world with their mental energy, which he could only alter, manipulating their sensations to induce pain or even numbness. With a thought, the VR headset vanished from the player's sight, along with the vision. As he looked back at Xia Bo, his gaze transformed into one of dread. Are you truly the consciousness of the game? He asked, still grappling with disbelief. Xia Bo's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, and with another mental command, the VR headset reappeared. This time, the vision depicted a survival game on the highway, showcasing the current top-ranked player, who was driving with an expression of icy detachment. As the scene shifted, the rankings revealed second place, third place. Some were engaged in unboxing, others were taking a respite, while a few were partaking in a meal. Deception proved to be the simplest endeavor. Having observed the visages of these individuals, crafting them within the realm of virtual reality was a task of utmost ease. The imagery even showcased the figure of a giant from the depths and an underwater thoroughfare. In truth, Xia Bo remained oblivious to the activities of these players, unsure of how they battled adversaries, merely indulging in fanciful imaginings. This fellow likely shared the same ignorance. To further enhance the charade, Xia Bo manipulated the division of the road, orchestrated game updates, and introduced various unique thoroughfares. In that moment, the player was utterly convinced. Am I truly in your presence? Is this, perchance, the realm of the system? The foreign player trembled, his gaze wide with astonishment as he beheld the dim, hazy world around him. Xia Bo felt a sense of amusement within, dismissing all visual displays and adopting a stoic demeanor. Indeed, this is the system space. I now have several inquiries to pose to you. The player sensed his body regain mobility, hastily reaching to touch his face, relieved to find the grotesque insects had vanished. Questions? With your vast powers, I possess limited knowledge. Chapter 167. Xia Bo's speculation. He answered with great caution, harboring a hint of doubt. The consciousness of the system, it seemed, required him to pose questions to himself. Yet, the recent imagery was undeniably from the game's highway, feeling all too real, not a mere illusion. Although I am the consciousness of the game, it has now transcended my control. The game operates autonomously, with mechanisms governing the spawn rates of wild creatures, the refresh of resources, updates, and the emergence of various unique highways. My sole responsibility is to ensure the game operates smoothly. Xia Bo, with an impassive demeanor, cleverly fabricated his tale, speaking lies with utmost seriousness, devoid of any inner turmoil. Deceiving someone is remarkably simple. My only means of interaction with you is through certain channels. I aspire to truly manipulate this game, thus I must extract valuable information from these mechanisms. In return, I can assist you, perhaps by imparting extensive skills once I seize control of the game, or by facilitating your exit. Upon hearing Xia Bo's words, the player's face illuminated with joy, quickly replaced by composure. What information do you seek? I shall divulge all I know. However, the questions I am about to ask must remain confidential. This is my autonomous space, undetectable by the game. If spoken of outside, the game will detect it, and you will face peril, while I need only pay a small price. I wish for this matter to remain concealed. Otherwise, the game will scrutinize me closely. The first inquiry was, how many wild creatures typically spawn at night? Xia Bo maintained a calm expression, his tone exceedingly casual, as if merely inquiring for information. Generally, he answered honestly, albeit with some confusion, but he relayed the information candidly. Xia Bo continued to pose a series of additional questions, ultimately asking, following this game update, have you received any useful information regarding the faction divisions? There seems to be some information, but I am not privy to it. Only those on the leaderboard possess such knowledge. However, they declared to us that firmly suppressing the other two factions would ultimately benefit us, with no detriment. The foreign man hesitated slightly, contemplating. Xia Bo nodded gently and proceeded to ask two inconsequential questions. Then with a sweeping gesture, he dispatched his mental energy outward. The scene shifted as if time itself had rotated, and the arena reappeared. As the foreign player beheld the arena, he opened his mouth to speak. But a flash of crimson light flickered, and his head was abruptly severed from his body. The head tumbled to the ground, still bearing an expression of shock, as if he could not fathom the reason for his demise. Throughout, Xia Bo maintained an air of indifference, as the spectacle before him transformed. The system panel vanished, and the player's ranking on the sin value leaderboard had disappeared. It appears they indeed possess some form of information, one that is solely advantageous. Why then do they not question the authenticity of this information? After all, relying solely on verbal assertions renders these matters inconsequential. What, indeed, is the nature of this information? With this thought in mind, Xia Bo sought out the player ranked 100 in the white faction, subsequently investigating his level of infamy, which hovered around 200. This individual had taken the lives of many and possessed a notably high level. Adhering to the previously established pattern, Xia Bo continued his attempts. By noon, he had approached several individuals without yielding any valuable information. The others were exceedingly cautious and had implemented robust confidentiality measures. They merely claimed that as long as their faction remained in a position of strength, they would one day reap substantial rewards, benefits promised to each member. However, the specifics of these rewards remained unclear, necessitating collective effort from all. It was precisely this shared interest that fostered their unity, contrasting sharply with other factions that experienced inevitable frictions due to national conflicts. Currently, both the yellow and black factions were embroiled in turmoil, with the yellow faction being particularly chaotic. Thus, they required a common interest and the emergence of a formidable leader to take charge. Xia Bo turned his attention to Feng Shihong, a man who had previously caused him considerable trouble. According to Old Show, Feng was driven solely by self-interest. He would survive even if the entire world perished, as long as he remained alive. Such seemingly selfish individuals were often the ones who thrived in the harsh realities of survival, exhibiting an absolute ruthlessness rooted in their self-serving motivations. Xia Bo's gaze flickered. He was reluctant to involve himself in such matters, yet the information he had gathered led him to believe that humanity would inevitably face a catastrophe in the future, the nature of which remained unknown. This impending disaster could not be faced alone. Meanwhile, the players in the White faction were engaged in internal strife. Xia Bo pondered whether this discord was a deliberate ploy by the game to incite conflict among humans, or if there were more insidious machinations at play. In any case, he recognized the limitations of his solitary strength. Moreover, the scroll he had previously obtained had made it clear that the game did not wish to see certain factions rebel. Defying the rules would only lead to annihilation. He engraved Feng Shihong's infamy in his memory, shutting down the system as he slowly closed his eyes. The weight of his thoughts had become overwhelming, particularly the trivialities that left him in a state of confusion. Presently, no effective solutions appeared viable. Old Zhou's message was unequivocal. They needed to demonstrate sufficient strength. His implication was clear: Xia Bo should step forward. However, such an action would surely provoke the White faction's players to devise every possible means to eliminate him. Old Zhou likely understood this, yet for reasons unknown, still urged Xia Bo to take the lead. Was everything he had said about being the light of humanity and the hope for the future mere deception? Or did he possess a plan of some sort? Xia Bo found himself utterly perplexed. His intellect seemed insufficient when confronted by such astute individuals. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to rash enthusiasm but instead maintained a state of cautious pragmatism. Had he acted otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Old Zhou's cunning schemes. It was evident that Old Zhou was keen on seeing him ascend the stage, yet the old fox possessed a multitude of tricks, compelling Xia Bo to tread carefully. In terms of intellect, he was no match for this seasoned manipulator. Contemplating this, Xia Bo's gaze sharpened with a hint of lethal intent, silently wishing that Old Zhou would refrain from testing the delicate threads of his resolve. Suddenly, the lunch bell chimed. Xia Bo sat up from his bed. Pinching the excess flesh that clung to his frame, he suspected his weight was still under 100. Yet, his visage bore the marks of age, even appearing somewhat fearsome. Perhaps it was a twist of fate that this Fade concealed his true identity, for in the world beyond, his likeness remained unchanged. Within the confines of the ranking space, he could easily disguise himself, revealing only his piercing eyes. Given his current state, he required substantial nourishment to replenish his strength. The daylight hours posed no real danger, and with his present capabilities, he could handle any threats that arose. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a delightful meal that very afternoon. Chapter 168. One must be pressed to emerge from the storage compartment. A substantial quantity of meat was retrieved, comprising generous portions of various types. This afternoon, a decision was made to indulge in a sumptuous medley of flavors. Beef, lamb, and wolf meat were all essential components, and water was brought to a boil. The three types of meat were cast into the bubbling pot to be thoroughly cooked. During the cooking process, Xia Bo also extracted a large basin of crayfish from the storage. These delightful crustaceans had been procured from high-level chests in the dimensional realm, resulting in a bountiful harvest. After cleansing the crayfish in seawater, they were placed in another pot for steaming. Next came the preparation of the sauce. The ingredients available were rather limited, yet Xia Bo endeavored to create a robust concoction. Once the crayfish were cooked, the tails were meticulously removed. Oil was heated in a pan. Although chili peppers and other flavor enhancers were lacking, the chili oil from spicy strips served as a suitable substitute. The crayfish tails were tossed into the pan for a quick stir-fry, accompanied by various sauces, and chilled beer was poured in. Thus, a simple yet delectable dish of beer-infused crayfish tails was born. Blueberry flitted joyfully in the air, seemingly enchanted by the enticing aromas wafting through, igniting an insatiable appetite. The boiled meat was nearly ready, and paired with the sauce, it proved to be quite delightful. There was an ample supply of meat, sufficient for both Xia Bo and Blueberry. The crucial aspect was that he required substantial nourishment. Blueberry could only consume a small piece before feeling satiated, leaving the majority for Xia Bo. After feasting and quenching his thirst, he reclined on the bed, savoring the moment. In this realm, the passage of seasons was indistinguishable. Only the alternation of day and night remained. Free from the disturbances of wild creatures, Xia Bo relished a tranquil existence. Lying on the bed, he gazed through the vehicle window at the deep blue sea outside, which exuded an extraordinary calm. In truth, if not for the presence of wild creatures, mere survival might have rendered life even more enjoyable. With resources and vehicles in abundance, one could serenely appreciate the scenery of road survival. If only there were a possibility of finding a partner, sharing moments together in bed would undoubtedly be exquisite. Regrettably, the reality of the road was not as idyllic as imagined. It encompassed not only survival but also competition. Rivalries existed among individuals, between humans and wild creatures, and among groups. The necessity for competition was palpable. Without effort, one would inevitably be overtaken. A single step back could lead to dire consequences. Amidst the haze of fatigue, Xia Bo succumbed to slumber, enjoying a deep and restful sleep, with Blueberry standing guard, ready to alert him at the slightest disturbance. He slept soundly, awakening 3 hours before twilight. At this hour, the weary populace had settled down, and the world outside buzzed with vibrant activity. The fatalities listed on the crime leaderboard garnered little attention. After all, many perish daily, and such occurrences seemed to have become commonplace. Perhaps the only ones truly affected were their friends and family. This sleep was indeed blissful, a respite from the hectic evening that had transpired. Xia Bo was awakened by Blueberry, stretching comfortably as he contemplated staying here for a while, savoring the marine life and the underwater scenery while leveling up. His supplies were more than sufficient, alleviating any concerns about shortages. After rising, Xia Bo engaged in some exercise above water. Leaning against the vehicle as he pondered his plans for the evening, the moment he exposed himself, his identity would be at risk. However, this disguise provided a semblance of concealment, as it was unlikely anyone would recognize him in real life. At present, he needed to be cautious about his notoriety. After all, he was merely a level 1 criminal, with unlimited rights to refuse engagement. Meanwhile, Feng Shihong had already taken the lives of 10 individuals. With one more kill, he would achieve a level 2 notoriety. Numerous players from the White faction were closely monitoring Feng Shihong. Xia Bo, with only 4 points of notoriety, was still quite distant from level 1. As long as he exercised caution, it would not significantly impact his reality. Nevertheless, he had to prepare for potential future changes. The news of the world was fragmented, with many individuals pairing up and forming convoys. Strength in numbers was advantageous, although it attracted a multitude of wild creatures. Cooperation among them mitigated such concerns. Xia Bo had to remain vigilant about whether these convoys might turn against him, as any resistance on his part would inevitably raise his notoriety. However, the likelihood of such encounters was quite low. After all, convoys were not easily stumbled upon. Dinner was remarkably simple, prepared in the same manner as lunch, boiling the meat until tender, shredding it, and serving it with dipping sauce. Though indulgent, it was splendidly delicious. He documented the cooking process and the meal, sharing it in his space to tantalize others. After dinner, Xia Bo leaned against the headboard, lost in contemplation. The world was in turmoil, with only a handful of domestic players voicing their opinions while the majority remained silent, gripped by fear. Old Zhou's intentions were inscrutable. In the midst of his thoughts, Xia Bo checked his private messages and discovered a note from Old Zhou sent a few minutes prior. "It's up to you tonight." Old Zhou must have seen his notoriety, emboldening him. After all, the only way foreign players could trouble him was through challenges. As a level 1 criminal, he had unlimited rights to refuse, and a decisive rejection would suffice. Xia Bo's mind raced, meticulously considering every aspect of the situation. Aside from the roads, there were indeed no significant issues within the system. After careful reflection, he articulated his thoughts. "I will assist this time. But I am neither a savior nor the hope of humanity, as you suggest, Old Zhou. You need not elevate me so high. I cannot bear such expectations. My sole desire now is to survive. Nothing is more important than life itself. Xia, who does not wish to live? I too wish to live. But you know that with knowledge comes burden. Perhaps one day, all of humanity will have perished, leaving only you behind. What would you do?" Old Zhou responded swiftly, his words cutting with precision. Xia Bo maintained a stoic expression, yet his heart remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Then I shall live alone. I am not a savior. Old Zhou, there is no need to provoke me. If all of humanity has perished, do you truly believe I possess the capability to rescue them? Instead of focusing your thoughts on me, it would be wiser to cultivate a few saviors now. The forces capable of annihilating the world are beyond one's personal control. Saviors, the light of humanity." It is only now that he realizes how naive his previous thoughts were. Everyone can speak with fervor, yet he is no longer of that impassioned age. One does not understand the extent of their growth until they are truly challenged. Chapter 169. The blade points to the world. Old Zhou did not respond to the message, leaving Summer Bo uncertain whether his words had struck a nerve or not. He gently closed his eyes, clearing his mind of troubling thoughts. At least he was safe for the moment. Regardless of what the future held, he resolved to prepare himself for anything, even the potential annihilation of humanity. Time swiftly approached the moment for the rankings to commence. Tonight, he would compete domestically. The global stage was beyond their reach. And not only were players from their own faction vigilant, but foreign competitors also eyed them with keen interest. Alas, with Summer Bo's disappearance, Feng Shihong had also become complacent. Ironically, Feng Shihong's notoriety was nearly rivaling Summer Bo's. With Summer's absence, Feng had emerged as the foremost player in the domestic arena, ranking second within their faction. Attention was not solely on domestic players. Foreign competitors were undoubtedly closing in. He has vanished completely. I believe Summer Bo is simply on vacation, one might say. He even posted a video this afternoon. Such disparity between lives is infuriating. The road survival game felt misnamed. It should be termed a road vacation game instead. Would Summer Bo make an appearance tonight? Perhaps not. What if he shared Feng Shihong's sentiments? While the world around them was rife with chaos, Summer Bo remained remarkably composed. Upon the commencement of the rankings, he entered the designated space. The rules had not changed significantly, aside from an additional stipulation regarding the acquisition of boxes based on rank. Essentially, while Summer Bo had reached level 14 domestically, he needed to attain the same level abroad to unlock the 15th level box. If the ranking boxes were indeed separate, the process of obtaining them would be considerably simplified, allowing for a swift enhancement of skills. However, the game evidently imposed restrictions on this front, inadvertently stunting human growth. On the black screen, in addition to displaying his own achievements, the global ranking competition had also commenced. Summer Bo's expression remained impassive, even the lax flesh of his face showing no signs of movement. This space allowed for personal attire selection, alleviating some of Summer Bo's concerns. With a mere thought, the void began to shift, conjuring a sleek black bodysuit from thin air. This ensemble bore the aesthetic of an ancient assassin, complemented by a black hat and a mask obscuring his face, revealing only his piercing eyes. The bodysuit accentuated his physique. He was neither as robust as before nor overly frail. Crafted from thick, plush material, the suit did not hinder his movements. The broadcast commenced. After a moment of contemplation, Summer Bo initiated the stream, standing expressionless before the screen, his gaze sharp as a blade, his silhouette solitary and desolate. The title boldly read, "The Blade Points to the World." Han Li, a level 5 player, found himself positioned at the 100th spot on the leaderboard, close to advancing to level 6. At that moment, he stood in the open space of the competitive arena, observing the criticisms directed at the people of Xia country, most of which were insults, yet none dared to respond, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. A grand nation, yet oppressed by a group of foreign adversaries. Though he felt utterly helpless, his limited strength rendered him powerless, barely making a ripple in the world. He navigated to the live streaming section, hoping to find any streamers engaged in world rankings. Alas, there were none. Even those on the leaderboard were absent from broadcasting, let alone others. In past times, at this hour, prominent figures like Sun Quan, Feng Xian, and Chu Xia would typically be streaming. Clearly, the recent updates had disrupted their mental fortitude. His heart grew heavier. While Xia Bo remained leisurely engaged in his antics, seemingly detached from the world, and Feng Shihong, timid and fearful, was understandable, as he was on the brink of achieving a level 2 red name, severely limiting his development. To maintain a stable existence, he needed to cultivate good relations with foreign players. After all, the international players were eyeing those on the leaderboard, particularly someone like Feng Shihong, who belonged to the elite tier of domestic strength. Once a level 2 red name was attained, one could not even fathom the countless opportunities that would arise. Sighing in resignation, Han Li prepared to close the live page when suddenly a notification popped up. "The streamer you follow, Xia Bo, has gone live." Han Li froze, his expression shifting to one of excitement as he immediately clicked in. A somewhat unfamiliar silhouette appeared, the camera zooming in to reveal those enigmatic eyes. The 100 win rate flashing on the top left corner of the screen, glaringly evident. It was unmistakably Xia Bo. At that moment, debates continued to rage domestically and among factions, yet a single message ignited the entire world. Xia Bo had started streaming, titled "A Blade Directed at the World." Incredible! It was more thrilling than Bo ran. He was finally live. Xiao Yidao had returned. Let those pale-skinned swine witness what true top-tier strength looks like. At this moment, the world was in uproar. The news of Xia Bo's stream set the globe ablaze. Within the stream, Xia Bo had already commenced ranked matches, entering and initiating instantly. All received the news and flooded into the live room, the audience swelling to an astonishing 10 billion in a brief span and still climbing, comprising not only domestic players but international ones as well. On screen, his opponent was a Caucasian player. Xia Bo remained silent, his eyes sharp as blades. Suddenly, he launched an attack with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, a red glow flashing. The viewers in the stream scarcely grasped what transpired. The player didn't even have time to execute his skills. Blood erupted from his neck. The battle concluded. The familiar arena reappeared. The live chat exploded, authentic and unaltered. It had never changed. Xia Yidao, Xia Yidao. The stream continued, 30 seconds, 3 battles. No superfluous words, no unnecessary movements. Each battle required merely 5 seconds. The match and entry require another 5 seconds. A battle lasting merely 10 seconds. It is an instant revelation. Those who happened upon the scene were left utterly astounded, their expressions brimming with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The grievances and indignation they had harbored just yesterday erupted in that singular moment. They rushed into the world, fervently expressing their emotions, as if proclaiming something monumental to the universe. They had awaited this moment for an eternity. Behold, the pinnacle of combat prowess is upon you. Xia Bo has returned. Tonight, the world rankings shall be drenched in blood. The blade points to the world. Charge forth, slaying as effortlessly as one would butcher a swine. Experience the terror of being dominated. The world trembles as an ever-growing throng pours into the live stream. A dazzling spectacle. It was not merely those absent from the rankings. Even those within the rankings flocked to the live stream. They gazed in astonishment at the number of viewers. Their expressions one of disbelief. How could a single person's live stream attract such a multitude? Even they could not boast such terrifying popularity. What left them even more astonished lay in the unfolding events behind. Chapter 170. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a relentless tide, obscuring the visuals entirely. Xia Bo's popularity soared at an astonishing pace, leaving viewers not only astonished by his formidable fame, but also by his explosive power and speed. Coupled with his uncanny swordsmanship, lacking any discernible technique, he relied solely on raw physical strength. Even when opponents employed their skills, they were utterly unable to withstand his onslaught. Remarkably, he did not even resort to any techniques. It was almost unfathomable to comprehend his immense strength. Xia Bo's streaming completely shattered their preconceived notions, showcasing a bizarre yet unmatched swordplay and terrifying explosive power. Without employing any techniques, he could find vulnerabilities at improbable angles, swiftly delivering a fatal strike. Even when adversaries attempted to defend themselves, they remained helpless against Xia Bo's lethal blow. As the battle concluded, the scene shifted back to the room, displaying a stark black screen. Upon glancing at the recorded results, the entire live stream fell into a stunned silence. Xia Bo, rank 14, record 140 wins, 0 losses, win rate 100. The chilling 100 win rate over 140 matches deeply unsettled the international players in the stream, leaving them momentarily speechless. They were profoundly shaken. Even those ranked at the top of the global leaderboard were left in awe, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves of disbelief. Yet, this was only the beginning. Levels 2 and 3. Xia Bo's rank climbed with an increasing fervor. His win rate surged uncontrollably. In less than half an hour, he ascended to level 4. The foreign audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded, their minds seemingly short-circuited. They had never witnessed such an effortless ascent in rankings. Their own experiences had been fraught with arduous struggles. Over 40 matches in half an hour. It was utterly terrifying. How could someone of such a low rank possess such formidable strength? Good heavens, after more than 40 matches, I have yet to see him employ a single technique. Could it be that his skills are purely enhancement-based? Are we unable to perceive them? At this moment, the group chat on the global leaderboard fell into a profound silence. Equally astounded by Xia Bo's approach to the game, it was simply unprecedented. He could not be allowed to continue unimpeded. Having reached level 4, he was nearing level 5, which was comparable to their own ranks. Level 5, he must be made to falter. With a flawless record of over 40 matches and a 100 win rate, even he would hesitate to claim such a feat yet. It was astonishing that someone could achieve this so effortlessly. Xia Bo's emergence had disrupted their meticulously laid plans. The players of the Yellow faction were now invigorated by his presence, creating even more formidable challenges ahead. It was imperative to eliminate this individual. Many players in the Yellow faction viewed him as their linchpin. Should he remain unchallenged, their plans would be thrown into disarray. Although formulating a new strategy seemed feasible, circumventing his prowess would prove to be an insurmountable obstacle. A voice, laced with bitterness, spoke as if recounting an utterly vexing situation. After all, a smoothly progressing plan had suddenly encountered an unforeseen setback, a scenario difficult for anyone to accept. Their objective was to vanquish all players from the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet to achieve this, they could not bypass Xia Bo. This individual was like a nail, deeply embedded in their hearts. We too shall commence our ranking. This fellow had already achieved an astounding 45 consecutive victories. With just 5 more, he would attain the prestigious 50 consecutive wins at level 5. His speed was remarkable. I observed for 20 minutes and never once saw him employ any technique. He simply dispatched his foes with a single strike. Indeed, he was a formidable being. It was hard to fathom the extent of his power. Particularly striking were his eyes. I surmised that his uncanny swordsmanship was derived from those very eyes, which could discern weaknesses as if perceiving bullet time, or perhaps spider-like reflexes. Now, he had become the spiritual backbone of the Great Xia players, even igniting a spirit of resistance among them, which needed to be swiftly extinguished for our plan to proceed smoothly. The Dark faction had not encountered such a disruption. Had they? According to our informants, no such figure had emerged, nor had there been any prior whispers of his existence. I had heard of Xia Bo long ago and thought it mere boastfulness. It appears now that their claims were indeed true, and we had underestimated the situation. Let us cease the superfluous chatter. Our current task is to thwart Xia Bo's ascension, not merely to shatter his undefeated myth, but to utterly annihilate him. The most effective way to defeat a person is to crush their spirit, which is often the most arduous task. Messages flooded the group, and foreign players, upon receiving the news, promptly halted their high-ranking matches. A disruption of such magnitude would undoubtedly influence the faction S dynamics, and they were willing to cooperate, as the veracity of the information had previously been confirmed. Should our plan succeed, it would signify a significant enhancement of strength for all players within the faction. World announcements echoed. The individuals atop the ranking charts began to mobilize. Their numbers were formidable, exceeding 10,000. These players boasted high levels and had largely completed their class transitions, each possessing more than 3 skills, rendering them exceptionally powerful. All had reached level 5, maintaining a win rate of over 60%. Of course, they paled in comparison to the anomaly that was Xia Bo, a man wielding cheats. Meanwhile, all viewers in the streaming room were left in awe. The sight of that 100 win rate over 50 matches struck deep into the hearts of foreign players like a piercing needle. The tide of commentary shifted dramatically. The long silent yellow faction players began to unleash their pent-up fury upon the white faction players. Fear not, true masters reside at level 5. All those on the world ranking list are at level 5. Beyond that, a 100 win rate shall surely be broken. The first match will be the end. Darn it. I'll show you a guillotine. The world seemed like another battlefield entirely. The movements of Xia Bo have captivated the attention of players from 3 factions, as if his live stream has become the epicenter of the world. The crowd is overwhelming. Sun Quan and his companions have chosen not to broadcast, instead fixating on this battle. Level 5 is the moment that will affirm his prowess. Xia Bo, acutely aware of this, remains remarkably composed, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Throughout, he has uttered not a single word, resembling a soulless automaton. As the first rank match of level 5 commences, the live stream buzzes with excitement, many eagerly anticipating the clash. A formidable contender is breaking through barriers. Success will undoubtedly elevate the status of players from the Great Xia Nation, potentially positioning them as the backbone of the Yellow faction. This is an achievement even Park Young-hui could not attain. The matchmaking for the ranked battle proceeds swiftly. The arena gradually materializes, revealing a player wielding a kitchen knife. It is him. Chapter 171. Battle the Formidable Knife God, Li Ku, ranked 109 in the world. The Knife God, indeed, has transitioned into the class of Abomination. Behold the faint crimson glow emanating from the blade, a manifestation of the Abomination's passive skill, capable of bypassing defenses. The Abomination class is a rare vocation. Its prestigious metal is not easily obtained, primarily acquired through treasure chests. Among the top 1,000 players globally, merely a handful have transitioned into Abominations. The live stream erupted with excitement. Who would have anticipated encountering such a powerful player so soon after joining? As the 5th level has become a thing of the past, most players have completed their class transitions. With an enormous player base, the number of medals dropped is substantial. Those who have reached the 5th level and seek to transition are willing to pay exorbitant sums for vocational medals, while those who have yet to reach this milestone are mostly certain of their desired class, placing their redundant medals on the trading market. However, through trading, players have discovered that the circulating medals predominantly belong to assassins, warriors, hunters, engineers, and brawlers, with blessing mages and abominations being the rarest, if not entirely absent. This realization has led them to understand that these 2 classes may indeed be exceptionally rare. Now, Xia Bo finds himself facing an abomination player. It is understood that the majority of the abomination skills are related to self-enhancements, and their most formidable trait lies in their passive ability, regardless of the weapon wielded. Even a mere stick can unleash catastrophic power. This is the true strength of the abomination's grasp. Is the abomination truly that strong? Xia, known as the Great Xia, is also of the abomination class. To defeat him would be an effortless task. The viewers are not unfamiliar with Xia Yidao streams. The domestic players have long been aware that Xia Bo's chosen class is indeed the abomination, a blood-red steel blade once cut through an entire ranking match, achieving a staggering record of 140 consecutive victories. The world's foremost player. The foreign player in the group chat bore a grave expression upon realizing his opponent was Xia Bo. Had he encountered Xia before the live stream, he might have approached with confidence, even mocking him. Yet, after witnessing Xia Bo's extraordinary prowess, which was undeniably monstrous, he perceived the deeper shade of crimson on Xia's blade, more vivid and sinister than his own. Thus, he concluded that this player's passive skill had undoubtedly been upgraded. His blue eyes scrutinized Xia Bo with caution, particularly striking in their uniqueness. Earlier, it had been suggested in the chat that Xia Bo's formidable and uncanny insight was tied to these very eyes. It was these eyes that discerned their weaknesses, enabling the terrifying one-hit kills. They were not entirely mistaken, but the truth lay beyond mere ocular prowess. These eyes were more fearsome than the hunting state itself. When the hunting state is activated, Xia Bo enters an enigmatic state of hyperfrequency, which heightens his senses, granting him abilities akin to bullet time. It allows him to identify vulnerabilities even within the opponent's movements and techniques. He sprang into action, his feet striking the ground as his body shot upward like a bullet. The blood-red steel blade swung in a half-moon arc, exuding an overwhelming aura. Such a formidable presence. The audience in the live stream was momentarily captivated, their eyes fixated on Xia Bo's assault. The atmosphere was charged with intensity and dread. Li Ko's expression tightened. He immediately activated all his skills, unleashing his full firepower, resulting in a dramatic surge in his four-dimensional attributes. Faced with Xia Bo's aggressive onslaught, he opted not to confront him head-on but instead sought to circumvent the attack. In the live stream, those who chose to clash directly with Xia Bo had all met their demise, falling victim to a single decisive strike. Li Ko was swift, yet there were others faster than he. Suddenly, a spray of hot blood soared 3 meters high. The entire live stream fell silent, only to erupt moments later into a chorus of incredulous gasps. Another strike. They witnessed Li Ko, in his attempt to evade, had already set up defenses and counterattacks. Yet Xia Bo still found the chink in his armor and delivered a lethal blow. Back in his room, Li Ko coughed violently, as if choked by water, trembling as he watched the replay of his demise. It was utterly overwhelming. Before Xia Bo, he felt as though he were unclothed. Every move he made rendered ineffective, especially for someone like him, who relied on enhancement skills. If his augmented four-dimensional attributes fell short against the opponent, he would still be slain. Reviewing the replay, he noted the opponent's speed had surged dramatically. Judging by the figures, Xia Bo's agility must have soared above 40 points, with his instantaneous burst reaching 60 or 70 points, perhaps even higher. In contrast, after enhancing his own attributes, Li Ko barely reached 50 points, while Xia Bo merely employed a momentary burst technique. What manner of monster is this? Li Ko replayed the footage time and again, ultimately sighing in resignation as he shared his insights with the group. He concluded, "I deduce that his instantaneous burst has a cooldown period. No matter how powerful he is, every skill requires time to recharge. This time, I forced him to use his burst technique with my own speed. In future encounters, leverage your speed advantage to overpower him. Do not engage in a test of strength." His power has likely surpassed 50 points. The group remained silent, yet many had taken note. They quickly devised a strategy, enlisting players who had transitioned to assassins, particularly those ranked within the top 1,000. Some of these individuals had surpassed 40 points in agility, having honed their skills to achieve such heights. Among them was the 11th ranked assassin, Risman, currently positioned 49th in the global leaderboard. He was among the few who matched up against Xia Bo in the third round. Following the conclusion of the first match, Xia Bo swiftly proceeded to the second round, resolving the battle with remarkable speed. It was Risman, the 11th assassin in the world, reputed to have achieved 40 points in agility, potentially reaching 50 or even higher through enhancements. This yellow-skinned monkey is a perilous foe. 100% win rate is not to be underestimated. It appears keyboard warriors exist abroad as well. Xia Bo pressed her lips together, her mesmerizing eyes fixated on the Caucasian man before her, as she discerned the numerical values dancing in his essence. Level 7 class, assassin, strength 34, agility 41, stamina 25, mental power 19. His attributes paled in comparison to her own, yet his level matched hers. A flicker of understanding crossed Xia Bo's gaze. Despite their higher level, these individuals lacked the refinement in their attributes. Whereas she had honed her 4 core attributes to an exceptionally formidable degree through a resource enhancement system. Thus, her advantage far surpassed that of her opponent. Chapter 172. Terrifying insight. These deductions, of course, are merely conjectures, as the eye of detection cannot discern the skills of this individual. Generally speaking, assassins excel in agility. Presently, he exhibits an attribute level of 40. One can only imagine the terror that would arise from enhancements. Xia Bo possesses a profound understanding of his shortcomings. Techniques that augment four-dimensional attributes are exceedingly rare. After much effort, he has acquired 2, yet their cooldown periods are excessively lengthy. The swift enhancement is somewhat manageable, but the life burn possesses a staggering cooldown of 7 days. Should he encounter a sea giant, surrender would be his only option. After tonight, he must devise strategies to strengthen himself, otherwise, his power will stagnate. Particularly during those days in the dimensional world, he squandered a considerable amount of time. Returning from his thoughts, Xia Bo's icy gaze scrutinized the individual before him. He immediately entered a state of hunting, having grasped this foe's weaknesses through his experience in dismemberment. Rissman, however, remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from initiating an attack and instead waiting for Xia Bo to strike. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Bo had already seen through him, employing four-dimensional attributes to assess the danger posed by his opponent. Once assured of Rissman's lack of threat, Xia Bo lunged forward with a swift step, his blood-red steel knife leaving a trail of crimson and black. Such speed! He is not an assassin, yet his agility surpasses my own. Rissman's blue eyes narrowed, his composure unwavering. Even as Xia Bo swung his steel knife, he remained motionless. When the blade approached his throat with a smooth arc, Rissman sensed his opportunity. He immediately executed an assassin's technique, leaping and flickering. In the next moment, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Xia Bo as the latter's strike missed, creating a brief moment of stillness. Though time may have been but a fleeting second, it was sufficient for him to launch an attack. His strike was fierce. The dagger reversed in grip, piercing the void itself, utilizing a technique that sharpened his weapon's edge, a staple for all assassins. He understood that high defense was the bane of his kind. Thus, the essential technique at this moment was to break through defenses. The audience in the live stream fell silent, captivated by Rissman's exceptional strategy. Unfazed and composed, he faced the aggressive Xia Bo without displaying any panic, maintaining his calm demeanor even as he prepared to retaliate. Should this dagger land, it would surely wound Xia Bo, dramatically altering the circumstances on the arena. This strike essentially heralded Rissman's victory. Yet, the dynamics of arena battles are perpetually in flux. Just as the dagger was about to descend, an astonishing scene unfolded. Rather than faltering, Xia Bo twisted his body, executing a seamless 360-degree turn with his blood-red steel knife, slicing through Rissman's neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. At this moment, the dagger was merely a finger's breadth away from Xia Bo's back, and Rissman's actions froze as his head was tossed high into the air, rolling to the ground, blood gushing forth. How could this happen? It was utterly inconceivable. The situation, which had seemed so firmly established, had been so dramatically reversed. My goodness. It appeared he was prepared for this all along. Xia Bo was indeed formidable, always striking with precision. The live streaming room erupted in a frenzy. Yet the players on the world leaderboard remained silent, their astonishment palpable. Many had witnessed the match, where a scenario boasting an over 99.9 chance of victory had crumbled. Rissman's composure was remarkable, executing his move at the exact moment the dagger was a mere 2 fingers away, utilizing a blink maneuver. He had positioned himself behind his opponent, timing his action just as the enemy's strike was about to miss, a moment when the likelihood of victory was almost guaranteed at 99.9, with the only risk being a slip of his hand. However, they could never have anticipated that Xia Bo's strike would not only continue, but also culminate in a 360-degree spin. Upon returning to his chamber, Rissman wore a grim expression, replaying the encounter repeatedly until he finally sighed in resignation. His opponent had anticipated the back attack during the smooth assault, a maneuver that adeptly balanced offense and defense. After reviewing the footage time and again, he discerned his error lay in the reversed grip of the dagger. As the adversary charged, he had merely tightened his hold on the weapon, the tension in his veins visible, indicating he was preparing to strike. The opponent's observational prowess was terrifying. They could deduce his intent from the mere act of exertion. It is common knowledge that an assassin seldom opts for a frontal assault. The ability to scrutinize so meticulously during combat and devise a preemptive strategy within a fraction of a second was nothing short of astonishing. In the subsequent ranked matches, Xia Bo surged forth like a vicious tiger, cutting through the ranks of the world, ultimately achieving a record of 70 matches with a 100 victory rate. Among those on the leaderboard, aside from the top 30, nearly all had encountered him. Although the later battles proved challenging, none exceeded 5 strikes. 70 matches in one night, with a flawless victory rate, truly terrifying. Even after Xia Bo concluded his stream, the chat continued to scroll incessantly. His domination unleashed a torrent of emotions among domestic players, sparking arguments and hostilities. Meanwhile, those on the notorious leaderboard trembled in fear, hesitant to speak, anxious that Xia Bo might target them. With their names marked in red and their levels escalating to 2 and 3, their options for refusal were limited. Should Xia Bo challenge them? The outcome was all but certain, death. Moreover, challenging players with red names did not augment their notoriety, while Xia Bo remained a non-red name player. It was evident that they were utterly powerless against him. There exists an individual who is more anxious than anyone else, and that person is Park Young-wai. Presently, it has become evident to all that the demise of Du Shinjun is intricately linked to Xia Bo. He is next in line, Park Young-wai. This outcome is all but inevitable. Previously, Park Young-wai and Du Shinjun had waged campaigns against local players, demanding their submission. Now, with the emergence of such a perverse figure, he has become the next target for challenge, a fate that appears inescapable. Thus, following Xia Bo's cessation of the live broadcast, Park Young-wai's first course of action was to conceal himself, subsequently extending fervent overtures to local players, asserting that he had been misled by Du Shijun and denouncing the islanders. He proclaimed that it is North Korea that ought to submit to the Great Xia. This rhetoric not only failed to garner forgiveness from domestic players, but also incited opposition from his fellow countrymen. In an instant, Park Young-wai found himself akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Chapter 173. Blueberry Level 4. Regardless of how much Park Young-wai feigned weakness, Xia Bo remained resolute in his intentions to eliminate him, believing firmly in the necessity of eradicating threats at their roots. He had no desire for dissenting voices within the Yellow Camp. In his mind, he had already consigned 2 individuals to the ranks of the deceased, Park Young-wai and Feng Shihong. Xia Bo was well aware of Feng Shihong's machinations. He knew that Feng himself would seek to be removed, for his presence in the camp would undoubtedly sow discord. Moreover, this individual harbored many ulterior motives. Old Zhou had revealed to him that Feng Shihong had been covertly reaching out to foreign entities, seemingly in search of protection. His intentions were wholly self-serving, willing to betray anything and anyone. Such a person would pose a significant risk if allowed to remain. As Xia Bo closed the system, his consciousness returned. And just as he prepared to rise, he sensed something above him. His lips twitched slightly, and his voice turned icy. Blueberry, have I not made it clear to you? Do not treat my hair as your nest. Upon pulling Blueberry down, he observed the creature's pitiful expression, yet Xia Bo remained unmoved, his demeanor frosty. I shall construct a proper nest for you. However, should you continue to use my hair, I will not hesitate to cook you. Quan Quan. Blueberry whimpered. No, not even once. Xia Bo's gaze hardened. He discerned that this little monster still harbored intentions of using his hair for slumber once more, which was utterly unacceptable. Quan Quan. Blueberry began to act adorably, rubbing its small head against the hand that held it, its gem-like eyes sparkling with charm. Yet Xia Bo had long surpassed the phase of tenderness. He placed Blueberry on the bedside and fashioned a nest from some hay, shaping it into a makeshift coop. Despite Blueberry's struggles, he apathetically set it atop the nest. Upon contact with the coop, Blueberry ceased its struggle. Nearly puffing up its fluffy cheeks while staring intently at Xia Bo, ignoring the creature, Xia Bo proceeded to feed the hen, collecting the eggs in the process. The quantity of eggs had accumulated to a basketful, each one laid meticulously upon the ground of his storage space. The provisions within the storage cabinet were steadily increasing, leading to an enhancement in his quality of life. Presently, he enjoyed the comforts of air conditioning, refrigeration, and hot water, experiencing a lifestyle replete with satisfaction. While others may still toil for mere sustenance, he had already embraced a life that was both ordinary and fulfilling. In fact, one could argue that his existence surpassed that of many in the real world. Retrieving a can of beverage from the refrigerator, he took several refreshing gulps. Feeling invigorated and utterly cool, with a contented belch, he turned to see Blueberry watching him, its expression now devoid of irritation, replaced instead with a hint of enjoyment. Would you like some? Xia Bo inquired, as he sat down beside the bed, raising the drink in question. Quang Quang. Blueberry flapped its wings twice, and Xia Bo, understanding its silent plea, poured some into a bowl. Quang Quang. Blueberry took a sip, its body tingling with delight, joyfully flapping its wings. A faint smile graced Xia Bo's face as he drained the remaining beverage from the bottle and asked, Blueberry, do you wish to rest for a while? Quang Quang. Not necessary? Xia Bo scrutinized Blueberry, suddenly sensing a subtle change within it. Squinting his eyes, he observed the 4-dimensional attributes of the Blueberry. Blueberry, level 4 strength, 6 agility, 25 mental power, 40 passive, self-healing. After sustaining damage, it consumes a portion of mental power to restore its own wounds, with the degree of recovery determined by the amount of mental power expended. Skill, healing. Mental vitality, healing. Consumes a portion of mental power to restore wounds life of the target, with the degree of recovery based on the amount of mental power consumed. Mental vitality can alleviate fatigue through mental energy. When mental power falls below 10, this effect ceases. It turned out to have leveled up, and its mental power had increased significantly. After the upgrade, a new skill was born, truly a special wild creature. Speaking of which, he had yet to encounter any special wild creatures. Xia Bo gazed at the Blueberry, which was sipping juice, and a thought crossed his mind. The Blueberry sensed it, tilting its little head, its large eyes gazing at Xia Bo with curiosity. Kiki? Nothing, just enjoy your drink. Xia Bo waved his hand casually, reclining on the bed, his thoughts wandering. Direction, future. His mind buzzed with confusion about the future. The current situation was far from optimistic. Humans in conflict, foreign enemies encroaching. Old Xia was right. The road was currently the safest place, governed by the rules of the game, where everything adhered to those rules. Once out of this game, what would the future hold? No one could say for certain. Xia Bo didn't even dare to envision the future, whether humanity would face annihilation or ascend to glory. Since entering this game, the information he'd gathered suggested that it only led to destruction. Kiki. Suddenly, Kiki called out by the car window, jolting Xia Bo awake. He sat up abruptly, donning the night vision goggles placed on the bedside, his cold eyes peering through the lenses at the outside world. Outside, a swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals appeared, their numbers surpassing those of previous wild creatures. Xia Bo felt a surge of disbelief. Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically, resulting in such an abundance of monsters? Of course, it was the blueberry. He directed his gaze towards the blueberry by the window. According to the game's rules, by enslaving the blueberry, it became his ally. His own. Consequently, the difficulty of the game had significantly increased. The quantity and spawn rate of these wild creatures had also risen considerably. Blueberry. You truly are my lucky star. Wait for me in the car. A rare smile graced his typically icy face as he pushed open the car door. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals had already surrounded the vehicle, numbering around 20, neither too many nor too few. The steel blade materialized from his belt. Experience, here I come. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xia Bo's lips as he entered hunting mode. Drawing his blade and plunging into the midst of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, crimson light flashing as he harvested their lives. 20 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were no match for Xia Bo. His attributes were honed through experience, making it nearly impossible for these ordinary wild creatures to take his life. These wild creatures predominantly possess a level of 4, while they boast numerical superiority. They do not excel in terms of rank. Nevertheless, their advantages are apparent. They wield weapons and exhibit a degree of cooperation. However, their level of coordination pales in comparison to the relentless adversaries found in the endless mode, as those are programmed with nearly flawless precision. These astute minions demonstrate their intelligence by not only utilizing weapons, but also scavenging fallen armaments from the ground, showcasing a remarkable level of cunning. They yield 2 experience points each, which is quite commendable. A cohort of 20 minions can amass a total of 40 experience points, an excellent return. Summerwave felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his entire being, his methods growing increasingly ruthless. Double strikes seemed effortless, especially when paired with bloodthirst, as his stamina only diminished slightly. Chapter 174, the captain's medal empowered by a dual strike of immense force. Even the armed monsters could not withstand the ferocious onslaught of Xia Bo. A crustacean soldier was cleaved in two, still clutching a long spear that had been severed, meeting a gruesome end. Its bones, entwined with flesh and mingled with entrails, presented a chilling spectacle. Kill. Xia Bo's countenance remained impassive, his methods growing increasingly ruthless. 20 armed crustacean soldiers, capable of annihilating a small convoy, stood no chance against Xia Bo's tiger-like ferocity. In the intertwining states of hunting and dismemberment, each of his strikes landed with unerring precision upon the enemy's vulnerabilities. The massacre unfolded swiftly and concluded just as quickly. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even after the slaughter, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, an insatiable thirst for more bloodshed. Silently, he lit a cigarette, awaiting the respawn of the monster corpses. On the ground, a skill book and a golden medal appeared, treasures revealed from the carnage. Amidst the swirling smoke, a faint smile flickered across his somewhat terrifying visage. A smile that seemed somewhat forced. Having just emerged from the chaos of slaughter, Xia Bo sensed that his facial expression remained rigid. Taking 2 deep puffs from his cigarette, he approached to examine the 2 items he had gathered. Skill, purification, attribute, none, description, consumes 5 points of mental energy to remove negative states. Grants a brief period of invincibility for 0.5 seconds after casting. Cooldown, 1 hour, purification, indeed a valuable skill. Xia Bo's cold eyes brightened. With 0.5 seconds of invincibility and the ability to dispel negative states, he realized that when confronting control-type monsters, seizing the right moment could lead to a triumphant counterattack. Without hesitation, he upgraded the skill. Skill, purification, attribute, none, description, consumes 5 points of mental energy to remove negative states. Grants a brief period of invincibility for 1 second after casting. Cooldown, 0.5 hours. Although the changes were subtle, the invincibility period had extended by 0.5 seconds, and the cooldown time was reduced to 30 minutes. This proved to be an exceedingly practical skill. Upon usage, his attribute panel updated accordingly. The information regarding the second medal surprised Xia Bo. Team medal, Captain, none, members, 0.3, description, binds 3 members, enabling group chat, voice communication, video sharing, and captain's distribution features. Note, form a trusted team to better accomplish tasks during activities. A team medal, was this an item introduced after the game's update? The ability to assemble his own team for cooperative tasks comprised solely of individuals he could trust was indeed a boon. Xia Bo's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Possessing this medal would allow him to form a team, alleviating the need for solitary matchmaking when subsequent missions arose. He proceeded to upgrade the medal. The golden medal remained golden, its appearance largely unchanged. Team badge, Captain. None. Members, 03. Member trust level, none. Description: bind 3 members to access group chat, voice, video, and Captain's allocation features. Note: assemble a trusted team to better accomplish tasks during activities. After reviewing the attributes, a new feature, member trust level, has been added. This is indeed a valuable addition, as it allows one to ascertain the loyalty of team members, enabling the expulsion of disloyal participants and the recruitment of replacements. With the team badge secured, Xia Bo's mind began to race with ideas. Having acquired this item, he had already formulated preliminary plans. He had at least one candidate in mind, Feng Xian. Having previously engaged in trade with her and maintained contact, she stood out as the only option. And her capabilities were commendable, leaving a strong impression on Xia Bo. Possessing skill and a favorable reputation, she became his primary choice. Conversely, Old Zhou was far too cunning and consistently sought to undermine him. He must not be included in the team. Apart from Feng Xian, he had also encountered Shui Xiang, who had persistently sought to align himself with Xia Bo in the alternate realm. It was evident that Shui Xiang harbored great admiration for him and possessed decent abilities. Next was Sun Quan, but he ranked third, likely to form his own team, which would not align with Xia Bo's interests. Thus, he was disregarded. As for the individuals he had previously traded with, aside from those whose avatars had darkened, only the person who sold him information remained. That individual had now reached level 5 and ranked among the top 500 on the domestic leaderboard, quite a rare accomplishment. After some contemplation, Xia Bo decided to suppress these thoughts for the moment. Among the 3 candidates, only Feng Xian was marginally acceptable, while the other 2 fell short of his expectations. Shui Xiang had dropped to the 28th rank, and the other was unworthy of consideration. It appeared that a thorough selection process was necessary, as candidates must possess both skill and loyalty. Furrowing his brow, Xia Bo clutched the badge and returned to his vehicle, placing the badge in the storage compartment. He accessed his personal attributes and noted that his experience points had risen to 76, with a total of 21 shrimp soldiers and crab generals amassed. The quantity was substantial, resulting in a vast accumulation of experience points. This location was indeed an ideal spot for monster farming. However, the risks associated with this area were considerable. Through continuous observation over time, it became apparent that others had begun to discern the patterns of wild monsters. Initially, the spawn rate of wild monsters fluctuated in accordance with human strength. Some individuals had discovered that staying at a particular spot resulted in rapid changes in the quantity and strength of monsters. This was a mechanism employed by the game to prevent players from exploiting a single location for farming. For instance, during the first wave last night, there were only 17 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, with a strength of merely level 2 or 3, easily dealt with. Yet today, the number of wild monsters had increased to 21, all at level 4. Tomorrow night, they might escalate to levels 5 or 6. He needed to prepare for an early withdrawal. Upon returning to the vehicle, the dim light illuminated the interior. Flicking the cigarette butt out the window, Xia Bo retrieved a small table and poured himself some chrysanthemum tea, seeking to calm his mind. At this moment, the breeze is gentle, and the heart is as still as water. Each act of violence inevitably leaves its mark. And Xia Bo has recently observed that his emotions tend to grow increasingly apathetic and devoid of humanity in the wake of such brutality. Only the curling smoke or the tranquility of leisure can restore his sense of calm. He sips delicately from a cup of chrysanthemum tea and closes his eyes, as if reaching a state of profound simplicity. After savoring the tea, Xia Bo takes a deep breath, opens his eyes, and smacks his lips. The chrysanthemum tea is passable. But if only he had Longjing or Dahong Pao, it would be even better. Alas, the current yield is limited. The rare treasures unearthed along this peculiar road are far more abundant than everyday necessities. In a few days, he shall resume his journey. Chapter 175, The Collapse of the Undersea Highway. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Xia Bo set down his chrysanthemum tea and exhaled deeply. Blueberry had already succumbed to slumber, while the outside world was shrouded in darkness, the deep blue seabed emanating an ethereal glow. Strange creatures emerged from the depths of the ocean. After resting in the vehicle for a considerable time, Xia Bo opened the door and quietly approached the roadside, his cold, indifferent gaze surveying the surroundings. The undersea highway retained a semblance of tranquility, yet the murky depths concealed unseen perils, an ominous air lingering in the water. The abundance of marine life instilled a sense of unease. Even the approach of a wild beast might go unnoticed. Xia Bo's icy eyes scanned the area restlessly. The sound of bubbling surfacing from the depths as predatory creatures hunted nearby, occasionally revealing a fleeting shadow within the deep blue. That shadow was remarkably swift. A predator of the ocean, Xia Bo maintained a stern expression, gradually relaxing his vigilance. Suddenly, an aberration occurred. A shadow erupted from the water. A fierce sword lunging directly at him with lethal precision. Indeed, danger lurked in the depths. Xia Bo's eyes mirrored a frozen lake before the steel blade had even materialized. His hand was already in motion. In midair, the blade appeared in his grasp, stained crimson with blood. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted. The long sword wielded by the shadowy figure was deftly severed by Xia Bo's strike. He swiftly distanced himself, narrowing his gaze to identify the creature, a humanoid swordfish. The weapon it wielded was an extension of its own upper jaw. The long sword lay broken. Elite creature, level 4, strength 43, agility 40. Information about this wild creature flickered in his eyes. An elite creature. Xia Bo's icy demeanor shifted. It was the first elite creature he had encountered since the game's inception. Undeterred by the loss of its sword, the fish-like creature maintained its aggressive stance, charging at him once more with remarkable speed. Following the game update, the wild beast had evidently leveled up. Xia Bo's eyes sharpened as he tracked the creature's movements. His blood-red blade poised for action. Anticipating its approach, he executed a downward strike, the fish-like creature seemingly diving into his trap, colliding with the edge of his blade. Utilizing his expertise in dissecting the opponent's muscle movements, he preemptively executed the attack while in a state of hunting. Xia Bo's mind raced as he glanced at the spoils dropped by the creature. Iron 2, Salt 1, Yam 1 Yam, a delightful find. As the ice melted, a smile graced his features. Xia Bo grasped a dark yam in his hand, the earthy aroma suggesting it had just been unearthed. He collected a bag of salt and 2 pieces of iron, the bounty from the elite creature proving quite plentiful. Stowing the items away, he upgraded his storage. The salt and iron increasing, while the yam multiplied into several pieces. He extracted 1 yam, cleaned and peeled it, and then sliced it into chunks. In the stillness of the late night, a pot of yam porridge awaited to be simmered. Coco, resting, gently opened her eyes and softly called out in a tender voice. "Do you wish to partake in this delicacy?" Summerwave casually tossed a piece to her. Blueberry, that little creature, was an omnivore, consuming everything in sight. Both plant and flesh alike, munching contentedly. With the yam placed upon the table, Summerwave sat cross-legged on the bed, revealing the flesh that hung from his body. The depths of the ocean felt particularly somber, devoid of wind, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, occasionally disrupted by peculiar gurgling sounds. The ability to encounter elite monsters now indicated that the game had been updated, enhancing the quality of wild creatures. Elite monsters of the same level were significantly more formidable than ordinary ones. One couldn't help but ponder whether even more powerful creatures would emerge in the future. Seated in contemplation, Summerwave recalled how, in the endless mode, elite monsters had appeared prematurely, raising the question of whether there would be even higher quality beasts to contend with. It was uncertain. If elite monsters had emerged early in this mode, then it was plausible that even more formidable wild creatures could manifest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted Summerwave from his reverie. He sprang from the bed, clutching the startled Blueberry tightly, his cold eyes scanning the chaos outside the car window. The deep blue waters of the ocean churned violently, surging like writhing silicone. Energy is being eroded by the seawater. It is vanishing. A warning flickered before him, emphasizing the vanishing energy. This meant that the underwater road would soon be consumed by the sea. Summerwave's pupils contracted sharply, anxiety swelling within him. With a splashing sound, the energy in certain areas dissipated as water surged in columns onto the asphalt, soaking the road. Just as the warning indicated, the energy along the underwater highway was indeed fading. Blueberry, brace yourself. Time was of the essence. Summerwave had no opportunity to ponder the reasons behind this calamity. He made a swift decision, starting the car and flooring the accelerator. With a splashing sound, columns of water cascaded onto the car's hood, and the frequency of these eruptions increased. Summerwave's gaze remained cold and resolute, his mind unclouded, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel as he pushed the vehicle to its limits. The contents of the car trembled as he maneuvered through the traffic jam with skill. The truck surged through the accumulating water, splashing high into the air. The energy dissipated at an alarming rate, and the splashes multiplied. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from behind the vehicle. Summerwave glanced into the rearview mirror, witnessing a torrent of water gushing forth, the energy having completely vanished. The immense body of water collapsed as if bereft of its structural support, surging forth like an unstoppable beast. Returning his gaze to the road ahead, he remained unfazed, his expression as stoic as a statue. With the car's speed now maximized, the engine roared like a ferocious beast, echoing the urgency of their escape. In the midst of panic, there seems to be no course of action available. I've already pushed the vehicle to its utmost speed, devoid of any assistance to accelerate further, rendering my anxiety futile. All I can do is wait patiently for the end of this treacherous road. This is a chase, with the tumultuous waves behind me obliterating everything in their path, akin to an apocalyptic scene. Xia Bo remains composed as he navigates the truck, racing against the raging waters, which are now a mere 50 meters away. In stark contrast to Xia Bo's tranquility, Blueberry is restless within the vehicle, leaping about and vocalizing its unease, sensing an imminent threat that even its master cannot avert. The energy around us dissipates increasingly, as more and more columns of water surge forth, the windshield now speckled with countless droplets. Xia Bo's heart is as calm as still water, his lips pressed tightly together, silent. Suddenly, the ground begins to incline, signaling an escape from the oceanic highway. In the distance, a faint glimmer of light emerges. The exit is drawing near. Chapter 176. The imminent defense battle. As the exit emerged, Xia Bo's expression remained composed, devoid of any overt joy. The crisis was far from over. With the splashing seawater cascading from a distance, the vehicle sped along the relatively gentle slope. Had it been steeper, the car would have surely succumbed to the encroaching waves. Minutes later, the glimmer of light from the tunnel came into view, while torrential rain began to fall upon the underwater highway. The dissipating energy did not vanish swiftly, granting him ample time for escape. As the car burst forth from the tunnel, an eerie dimness enveloped the world, with a wild chaos surrounding him. Xia Bo maintained a stern demeanor, delicately easing the brakes to reduce speed, his taut body finally relaxing. Behind him, the tumultuous sounds of the sea faded into silence. Everything had vanished. He pushed open the car door, gazing in astonishment at the rear. The underwater highway had disappeared, and even the ocean had seemingly evaporated. A most peculiar phenomenon. The dampness of the vehicle testified to the reality of what had just transpired, yet before his eyes lay a flat road, entirely dry, as if the underwater realm had never existed. Could it be that after the game update, even the special highways had been altered? Or perhaps, in an effort to prevent monster farming on these unique routes, a temporal limitation had been imposed? Xia Bo furrowed his brow, the once withered skin of his face shifting, contorting as if it were a twisted sheet of paper. The most significant consequence of the game update was the potential for unforeseen changes. What lay before him might be a manifestation of the update, or perhaps an entirely novel segment of the special highway never before encountered. Speculation remained mere conjecture. Only practice could ascertain the truth. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bo cast a lingering glance at the road behind him, returning to the car to comfort the panicking Blueberry, instructing her to keep watch. The night still held an unsettling atmosphere. Barely 2 minutes after lying down, Blueberry's cries pierced the stillness. Xia Bo sprang to his feet and rushed outside, where a colossal wild creature emerged from the distant desert, a mass of darkness, a formidable beast. Boom. The creature surged forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly, sending sand and debris swirling into the air. Xia Bo unsheathed his crimson steel blade, his gaze icy. And as the beast charged, its basic attributes flashed before his eyes. A minotaur, a familiar foe, its strength formidable enough to effortlessly demolish a small car. With astonishing defense yet lacking agility, which only spiked during its reckless charges. With an agility score of 50, Xia Bo felt no fear. The higher the agility, the greater the maneuverability. Coupled with the power from his double strike, he could easily breach the Minotaur's defenses. He was utterly unperturbed. The Minotaur, covered in yellow dust, barreled onto the highway, its rampage causing the ground to tremble ominously, as if it might tear apart. Drawing upon his remarkable composure, Xia Bo concentrated all his strength. Leaping forward, channeling every ounce of power into the tip of his blade, the double strike cleaved through the air, imbued with an unparalleled force, as if it could rend anything asunder. With a sharp sound, the blade met its target. Confronted by the rampaging Minotaur, Xia Bo drew his blade and executed a clean and decisive strike that rent the creature's body asunder. Struck at its vulnerable point, the Minotaur quivered for a moment upon the ground before succumbing to silence. With increasing proficiency in his combination techniques, Xia Bo found that these solitary wild beasts were utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. As long as he exploited the enemy's weaknesses while in a hunting state, he could achieve a one-hit kill. Sheathing his sword, Xia Bo felt a sense of tranquility, though this was contingent upon not encountering the agile, evasive wild creatures. After all, his current combat prowess was unparalleled. Despite a high agility score, the only technique that could augment it was Swift, which had a prohibitively long cooldown. Unlike Double Strike, which allowed for stamina expenditure without any cooldown, Swift was not as readily available. The enhancement from Double Strike was indeed formidable. The Minotaur's corpse vanished without yielding any loot, granting him a mere 10 experience points as a slight consolation. The night stretched on, long yet eerily quiet. The daytime winds had subsided, leaving behind the lingering heat of the day. Xia Bo approached the roadside, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings. With recent game updates, hidden chests had become exceedingly rare. Since the game's inception, he had only uncovered one hidden chest and one iron chest. Now, the sandy terrain was so thoroughly covered that even slight depressions were filled by the drifting dunes, making hidden chests even harder to detect. Coco. Xia Bo's gaze wandered over the ground when he heard Blueberry's voice from within the vehicle. Rising from the ground, he returned to the car. You get hungry quite quickly, don't you? Then again, I am rather hungry myself, he remarked, understanding Blueberry's sentiments as he retrieved some food from the storage compartment. With only 4 hours remaining until dawn, the night's harvest had been quite substantial. He had acquired a skill book and a team badge. The significance of this badge far surpassed that of mere purification. It was instrumental in forming his own team, which would greatly assist in future group tasks. After all, solo matchmaking for team quests often led to discord due to differing roles and final rewards. The badge he obtained allowed him to assess trust levels, significantly reducing the likelihood of recruiting untrustworthy individuals. After satisfying his hunger, Xia Bo opened the system interface. Currently, the activities following the update had not yet commenced, indicating that they would require some time. The defense event for vehicles would commence in just 2 days. Suddenly, he noticed a time marker on the vehicle defense event, displaying a countdown that moved in sync with the passage of time. This was a temporal scale. Once the time elapsed, the event would be activated. Vehicle defense. World Domestic 4 players will form a team to undertake a vehicle defense mission. During this time, a multitude of wild beasts will assault the vehicle, defending it until victory is achieved. This mode includes team play and solo matchmaking. Attacks from players on the same team will be effective in this mode. Note: if the vehicle is damaged, it will lose some vehicle fragments and degrade. Victory in the game will yield a substantial number of vehicle fragments. The Automobile Defense Battle offers the opportunity to acquire a plethora of automotive fragments, an event in which one can actively participate. Simultaneously, it is a chance to assemble a team. With members at one's disposal, the burden of facing risks alone diminishes. Furthermore, insights regarding the game can be shared among them. The recruits are individuals of proven trustworthiness, having undergone the trials of merit. Xia Bo can entirely entrust his back to them. It appears that the formation of the team will take place within the next couple of days. Chapter 177, The Sudden Shift of Winds. Despairing hard upon examining the system closely, it became evident that apart from the impending defense battle, all other activities remained in a state of tranquility. It appeared that the tasks at this stage were being unlocked gradually, unlike the initial phase, when they could be selected immediately upon update. Furthermore, the world was currently in a fragmented state due to the actions of its inhabitants. The players from the 3 factions were engaged in successive campaigns. Although Xia Bo possessed formidable personal strength, his numbers were woefully inadequate, rendering him unable to compete with the players of the White faction. After observing the information about the world, Xia Bo felt no urgency for immediate results. The game provided no hints regarding future developments, leaving everyone in uncertainty about what was to come. He was not in a rush to confront the players atop the sin value leaderboard, as their strengths remained unknown. Moreover, with the latest game updates, the various leaderboards no longer offered rewards, leading to a significant decline in live broadcasts as players sought to preserve their own strength. It could be said that most aspects of the game had become obsolete following the update, akin to being rendered obsolete by a new version. Last night, he had chosen to stream merely to uplift spirits, otherwise, he would not have opted to go live. The verbal altercations in the world did not subside following his battle yesterday. Rather, they escalated to an uncontrollable degree. After a cursory glance, Xia Bo lost interest. These disputes not only failed to serve any purpose but also exacerbated the enmity between the 2 factions to an irreconcilable extent. Most crucially, idling in this world proved to be a profound waste of time. Xia Bo was unsure of the thoughts of those around him. Yet he understood deep down that to thrive in this world, he must elevate himself. As time flowed on, dawn approached quietly. The sky began to shimmer with a faint light, casting a soft glow upon the sandy expanse of the world. A new day had begun. Standing by the roadside, Xia Bo's silhouette was elongated by the rising sun. His figure appeared somewhat desolate, imbued with an endless chill, and his peculiar eyes radiated a profound coldness. This world yearns for heroes, yet I am not that hero. Old show, this will be my final assistance to you. Do not seek me for future matters. Xia. Do not take the world's words to heart. These individuals are accustomed to fearing for their lives, and such proclamations are entirely typical. After all, the quality of domestic players varies significantly, not to mention their mindset. Xia Bo received no response from old Zhou. Instead, he coldly closed the system with a steely gaze. The winds of the world shifted dramatically. He had once believed his involvement could alter the dynamics of the Yellow faction, yet it did not. In the eyes of some, Xia Bo had become the villain responsible for disrupting the relationship between the white and yellow factions. They opined that the 100 might not be so malevolent, attributing the root of all troubles to Xia Bo himself. Such absurd sentiments were laughable, yet there were indeed many who held this belief, and their numbers were quite substantial. This reminded him of the arduous struggles endured by the great Xia kingdom over the centuries, where countless individuals sacrificed their lives and spilled their blood to expand the territories for future generations. Regrettably, these individuals have forgotten everything. Though their veins run with the blood of Xia, they idolize foreign cultures, believing that the air abroad is sweet, the character of foreigners superior, and their environments idyllic. Some even audaciously declare that the heroic deeds chronicled in textbooks are fabrications. What would the pioneers, who sacrificed their lives a century ago, feel upon learning this? Xia Bo felt a profound chill in his heart, an unusual desolation. He had stood against a rival faction for the survival of the Yellow Camp. Yet these people not only failed to support him, but turned their weapons against him. They even sought to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the friendship of the White Camp. How could he not feel disheartened? Moreover, would sacrificing oneself truly procure the friendship of the White Camp? Xia Bo sighed lightly, a hint of bitterness lacing his voice. These individuals were indeed like reeds, swaying with the wind. It was evident that this was a premeditated attack. The members of the White Camp must have communicated with players within his own faction, colluding to fan the flames and orchestrate such a media storm, casting him as the villain who jeopardized the friendship between the two factions. Even if he were to refute their claims, it would bear no fruit. The world had already condemned him, and with the foreign influences exacerbating the situation, he found himself thrust into the role of a destroyer of camaraderie. Even if Elder Zhou and others exerted every effort to defend him, it would still prove futile, after all, in the eyes of these lower-tier players. Those atop the rankings appeared to be in collusion. Xia Bo suddenly felt a sense of despair wash over him as he glanced at the world and closed it. Sitting alone by the roadside, the winds of change had turned abruptly. Despite his immense strength, he could not outmaneuver these foreign adversaries. After all, cunning was his Achilles heel. The only course of action left was to wait in silence. Yet, even if his reputation were restored, would he still be willing to fight for a group of fickle individuals? Did such a crowd merit his desperate struggle? Perhaps, after his demise, they would abandon his grave and spit upon it. On the road, Feng Shihong sat in his car, a smile gracing his face as he observed the rapid flow of information in the world, feeling a sudden lightness in his mood. He clicked into his private chat. "The matter has been accomplished. I hope you will honor your promises." The reply came swiftly, a string of English that translated to, "Feng, rest assured, we will keep our promises." Within the chat group of the world-ranking leaderboard, a lively atmosphere prevailed, comprised of high-ranking players from various countries. The plan had succeeded. The majority of players in the Yellow Camp now believed that Xia Bo had become the pivotal figure undermining the game between the two factions. Good. These foolish individuals will never realize what they have lost. We will continue to execute the plan, without Xia Bo's interference. The players of the Yellow Camp will inevitably be trampled beneath our feet. Once the upheaval on the road unfolds, we will find ourselves in a relatively secure position. The group chat fell into silence, with no one speaking. Each individual diligently fulfilled their respective roles. Having traversed the tumultuous early days, they now possess a profound understanding of the significance of solidarity among players. The emergence of factions has further solidified their inner convictions. In pursuit of mutual interests, they unite and collaborate. The complexity of this journey far exceeds what anyone could have anticipated, and they have only grasped a mere fraction of it. The morning air remains refreshingly cool as Xia Bo begins to prepare breakfast by the roadside. The morning winds and sand have yet to stir, and the desert lies in a state of relative tranquility, though the sky is overcast, with sunlight casting a somber hue across the heavens. Chapter 178. Sandstorm. The morning meal was rather simple. Xia Bo set up a rack and began preparing roasted meat. He placed 3 substantial pieces of meat on the grill, and after a prolonged roasting period, enhanced by a brush of chili oil, each piece emerged perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, exuding a golden hue and an enticing aroma of meat that wafted through the air. Xia Bo's throat tightened with hunger, and he eagerly tore off a piece to savor. His taste buds were tantalized, instantly filled with satisfaction. Cocoa, cocoa, cocoa. Blueberry fluttered about, joyfully flapping its wings, appearing somewhat impatient. "Here's a piece for you. Take your time." Xia Bo tore off another chunk and placed it in a clean bowl. Observing Blueberry indulge with delight, a peculiar light sparkled in Xia Bo's enigmatic eyes. The one he trusted the most turned out to be a peculiar wild creature. "Cocoa?" Blueberry seemed to sense Xia Bo's gaze, tilting its head and softly chirping, with grease smudged on either side of its lips. "Slow down, there's plenty more. No one is competing with you." Xia Bo smiled faintly, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and tore off another piece, devouring it heartily. After consuming the 3 large pieces of roasted meat, his stomach was pleasantly full. Once he tidied up the remnants of his feast, Xia Bo climbed into the vehicle and set off. Having rested well the previous night, he felt invigorated and ready for the journey ahead. After driving for a kilometer, a resource box appeared by the roadside. Familiar with the routine, he opened the box, and the contents made his eyes widen with delight. Shampoo 1, body wash 1, soap 1, what splendid items, a complete bathroom set. Xia Bo gathered the 3 items and returned to the car to upgrade them all. Congratulations. Host successfully upgraded. Shampoo 1 upgraded to Premium Shampoo 20. Congratulations. Host successfully upgraded. Body Wash 1 upgraded to Luxury Body Wash 23. Congratulations. Host successfully upgraded. Soap 1 upgraded to Exquisite Rose Soap 30. The familiar and melodious voice resonated, and a plethora of supplies appeared before Xia Bo: shampoo, soap, body wash, all in abundance. He took the 3 items, stowing the remainder in the storage compartment. It had been quite some time since he enjoyed a proper bath, and with these items, he could finally indulge in some much-needed self-care. While his body was relatively clean, it was his hair that required attention, despite washing it with hot water daily. An unpleasant odor lingered. The water tank of the solar water heater was also running low. It seemed he hadn't replenished oil and water in quite a while. Though the fuel tank was modest, filling it up each time was sufficient for an extended period. Moreover, Xia Bo's driving was not extensive, resulting in minimal fuel consumption. Refueling once a week was adequate. He retrieved a large container of water and a sizable jug of oil from the storage compartment, replenishing both the car's fuel tank and the solar water heater. After a brief wait in the vehicle, he stepped outside. After taking a shower, Xia Bo felt rejuvenated, his entire being refreshed, as if he had transformed into a different person. His demeanor had notably improved, though his visage still bore traces of age. However, the flesh on his body had visibly rebounded. Indulging in hearty meals facilitated a swift recovery of his physical form, and it would not be long before he returned to his former state. The fragrant aroma emanating from his body dissipated his previously gloomy mood. As he nestled into bed, his skin felt smooth and extraordinarily comfortable. Xia Bo squinted his eyes, relishing the tranquility that followed his bath. For him, learning to savor life amidst survival was the most profound remedy for his spirit, allowing him to retain a semblance of humanity. Similarly, after enduring blood-soaked battles, he could rapidly restore his inner peace. With the upgrade of the resource enhancement system, although the professional badge elevated in quality, it also came with latent dangers. While the drawbacks of other professions remained elusive to him, the disadvantages of the butcher were glaringly apparent. The combination of bloodlust and the heart of the blood demon could easily lead to one's loss of control. It seemed that these professions had transcended the confines of the game. Prior to their upgrade, they were perfectly aligned with the game's design, rendering them devoid of flaws. Yet, the resource enhancement system shattered this perfection, pushing the butcher's skills towards the realm of the grotesque, be it through bloodlust or butchery. Xia Bo, with his eyes narrowed, contemplated with a tranquil mind. After navigating numerous battles, the most palpable change was his increasing affinity for combat, and his methods had grown increasingly ruthless. Once favoring a swift cut to the throat, he now found pleasure in dismembering his opponents, deriving a perverse thrill from such acts. Whether this evolution was good or bad remained uncertain, yet one thing was clear: his state of being seemed more attuned to the game. Precisely the condition he had long desired. Only those with a hardened heart could traverse further along this path. For instance, in the current crisis of alliances, stepping forward bore immense risks, and adopting a survivalist approach akin to Feng Shihong would have shielded him from trouble. At this moment, Xia Bo began to grasp Feng Shihong's mindset. The concepts of nation and family had long since vanished. Within this game, one existed solely for oneself. Would the honor of the great Xia grant him unparalleled combat prowess? Certainly not. Instead, like his current predicament, he found himself ostracized by some opportunists within the country, facing scorn from countless individuals. Some even claimed that without Xia Bo, they would thrive better. Xia Bo could not fathom how one could utter such words. Now, he understood. Laws, armies, nations, none existed anymore. Everything one did was for oneself. Enhancing strength, upgrading vehicles, and gathering resources were the true tenets of survival in this apocalyptic era. Sighing deeply, Xia Bo cast aside his tangled thoughts. One must learn to grow. If he were to relinquish his inhibitions and become a relentless killing machine, perhaps his circumstances would improve. However, what meaning would that hold? Rising from the bed and taking a seat by the window, the sky outside has grown increasingly dark. Lighting a cigarette, I gaze into the mirror, and I appear to have become even more haggard. Contemplating further is futile. one must heed the whispers of the heart. If I force myself into a state of urgency, then I may as well pierce through the entire world. After all, many have perished already. What does it matter if a few more join their ranks? Xia Bo's gaze remains serene as he observes the world beyond the window. He senses an impending crisis. Much like the ominous storm clouds gathering outside, a fierce wind rises, swirling sand and gravel, heralding the approach of a formidable sandstorm. Soon, the window resounds with a cacophony of noise as the wind and sand sweep through, transforming the world into a realm suffused with yellow dust in mere moments. It feels as though the entire world is on the brink of being engulfed. A distinct sense of an impending apocalypse looms. The blueberry, sensing the arrival of this natural calamity, cries out in distress, clearly having endured such trials before. Chapter 179. Forming a team remaining here poses no threat. Xia Bo cradled Blueberry in his arms, gently stroking its fur, his expression impassive as he gazed upon the now darkened world outside. A colossal sandstorm had engulfed the landscape, turning the sky into a sea of yellow dust, rising to formidable heights, evoking a sense of dread. Xia Bo, however, remained remarkably calm. As long as he stayed inside the vehicle, his life was not in peril. Travel was impossible today, as the sandstorm obscured visibility. Blueberry, we are safe in the car, he reassured. Exhaling, he flicked the cigarette but out of the window, set Blueberry down, and proceeded to feed the hens. Nourished daily with rice and bread, the chickens had grown robust, each weighing several pounds. The egg count had surpassed 100, and he began to contemplate whether to cull a hen for a nourishing soup. This thought was quickly dismissed. The hens had not yet reached the end of their lifespan. It was prudent to wait until their time came. As each hen continued to provide numerous eggs, the wind and sand intensified outside, the sound of grain striking the vehicle echoed within the cabin. Returning to the driver's seat, he observed that the road had nearly been buried beneath the swirling sands, reminiscent of a blizzard. It was clear that travel was not feasible today. The storm was far too fierce. Xia, this is a conspiracy targeted at you. These foreigners have reached out to many within our ranks, employing threats, intimidation, and even inducements, all to convince everyone that you are the root cause of this turmoil. Many stand in solidarity with you. The intentions of the white faction are glaringly evident. They seek to suppress both the black and yellow camps entirely, while their ultimate aim remains unclear. It is reasonable to deduce that it bodes ill for us all. Within the system, old Zhou had sent numerous messages filled with speculations and deductions. Xia Bo perused them attentively before silently shutting down the system. Did he not recognize this as a scheme against him? The intent was starkly apparent. Unable to confront him directly, they sought to tarnish his reputation. What pained him was the realization that a significant number of people chose to believe these fabrications. He could empathize with their mindset. The conflicts of the powerful inevitably affect the weak. The players of the white faction, unable to contend with him, resorted to targeting others within his camp, an act that was tantamount to striking at the very heart of their existence. Faced with an ethereal notion of dignity, they opted for survival. To live is to possess everything. Were he in their position, he too might sacrifice principles for the sake of stability. Now, with matters having escalated to this point, Xia Bo had little left to say. Each person has their fate. He had willingly accepted immense risks by standing up, and now, it was a matter of parting ways amicably. He saw no reason to endanger himself for the sake of others. The nobility exhibited by old Zhou was not something he could emulate. As long as he survived, everything would remain possible. As Xia Bo browsed the leaderboard, he noted the substantial fluctuations in the rankings. Previously, Park Youngui had but one refusal left. Tomorrow marked his impending doom. One might say it was his final service to the old man Zhou, as he would thereafter rely on them. Although this moment represented a crisis, it simultaneously offered an opportunity. Pressure tends to rebound, and those who have survived thus far are certainly not ordinary individuals. It is believed that this division of factions and the ensuing repression will significantly stimulate some individuals to elevate their own capabilities. So be it. Let this serve as one last act for the yellow faction. In the future, their support will be essential. Xia Bo exhaled deeply, activating the private messaging system to send a message to Feng Xin. I intend to form a team. Are you interested? Feng Xin did not respond immediately. Xia Bo perused Feng Xin's profile, which displayed only her rank without detailed statistics. She currently held a level of 6, ranking 7th on the leaderboard, demonstrating considerable strength, an ally worth cultivating. Most critically, Xia Bo had previously aided her, and if she possessed even a modicum of gratitude, trust would not be lacking. Xia Bo, I'm here. I'm interested. No need for formalities. Just call me Xia Bo. I have obtained a team formation medal with 4 members. I will serve as the captain. If there are no objections, I will add you now, and we can discuss further details later. All right. On a road engulfed in swirling sands, a couple of jeeps rested silently by the roadside. Inside one vehicle sat a woman with a sharp appearance, her bright eyes shimmering with a subtle glow. Soon, she received an invitation from the back end, and without hesitation, Feng Xian accepted. Members, Feng Xian, trust level, Feng Xian, 95. Xia Bo nodded in satisfaction, as expected. Feng Xian's trust level was exceedingly high, attributable to the assistance she had previously received. Regrettably, many of those with whom she had traded before had perished, otherwise. Further collaboration would have been possible. Do you have anyone else you trust and would like to bring in? Xia Bo pondered momentarily before inquiring. Yes, there is someone you are familiar with, Chu Shihan. Her abilities are commendable as well. Xia Bo, I believe you should consider her. I have spoken with her, and she admires you greatly. Women often revere the strong. I think you should attempt to communicate with her. All right, I will consider it. Xia Bo lowered his gaze, reflecting. He had not previously contemplated Chu Shihan. He had encountered her in battle, and her strength was formidable, even surpassing Feng Xian's. Initially, her popularity had been considerable. With both strength and rank, perhaps it was worth a try. If trust proved insufficient, he could simply dismiss her. He was no longer at an age easily swayed by beauty. Should he desire, he could have any woman he wished. Finding Chu Shihan, he initially feared he would have to expend considerable effort in persuasion. However, to his surprise, she readily agreed. Members, Feng Xian, Chu Shihan, trust level, Feng Xian, 95. Chu Shihan, 90. The trust level of Chu Shihan seems somewhat outrageous, while Feng Xian's can be comprehended to some extent. However, the former is rather perplexing. Could it be that she is secretly observing him? This revelation took Xia Bo aback. Being under the gaze of two beautiful women inevitably stirred a sense of unease within him, though he quickly regained his composure. The high trust levels can be attributed to two factors, his formidable strength and his valiant performance in the ranking match last night, which are inextricably linked. Humans inherently revere the strong. After Feng Xian and Chu Shihan joined the team, they discussed various issues plaguing the world. Xia Bo skillfully dodged these conversations, as he currently harbored no thoughts regarding global matters. With merely his own strength, even if he uncovered the secrets of the White faction, he would be unable to sway them. Only if the players within his own faction united with a common purpose might there be a possibility of success. Presently, there remains one individual yet to join the team. Xia Bo perused the leaderboard, discovering that apart from a few familiar faces from prior encounters, he was unfamiliar with the majority. Unfortunately, this matter could only be clarified through the team chat with Feng Xian and Chu Shihan. Chapter 180. Unexpected encounter with the convoy. Han Yi, in my opinion, is a suitable candidate. He is a man of few words, honest and straightforward. Known by the moniker the Fighting Maniac. Currently, he ranks 9th on the leaderboard, and I believe the captain should consider him. The others are too cunning and possess heavy ulterior motives, primarily concerned with their own interests. I also think highly of Han Yi. I have previously crossed blades with him. And while he is indeed taciturn, his prowess as a fighting man is undeniable. If he proves unsuitable, we may contemplate other options. Upon receiving messages from the two women, Xia Bo pondered seriously and found their suggestion plausible. Women's insights are often keenly perceptive, and their endorsement of Han Yi indicates that he possesses exceptional qualities. Han Yi's abilities are formidable. His mastery of the blade is impressive. Having faced him before, I can attest that, despite both encounters ending in a single strike, I could sense a solid foundation in swordsmanship through the hunting state. Xia Bo promptly reached out to Han Yi, and after an hour, he received a response. Good. A simple, unembellished word, devoid of unnecessary chatter or doubt. From such brevity, he could discern Han Yi's trust in him. As expected, Han Yi's trust level stood at an impressive 85 points. According to the system, a trust level exceeding 80 points indicates absolute trust. Familiarize yourselves with one another. Once we commence team activities, I will bring you together, Xia Bo succinctly conveyed before closing the system. Currently, all three had successfully completed their class transitions. Han Yi's new role was akin to his own, embracing the vocation of abomination. Zhu Shihan transitioned into an assassin, complementing her high agility with her nimble footwork. Feng Xian became a boxer, which surprised him, a female boxer. Xia Bo had previously sparred with Feng Xian, who indeed possessed a martial arts foundation. To be precise, all three of them were well-versed in martial arts. Thus, the first trio of members was established, each boasting high trust levels and ranking within the top 10. Their strength was commendable, and fearing complications, Xia Bo did not seek out individuals of higher rank, opting instead to solidify this arrangement. The act of forming a team was not overly significant. After all, they were united for the purpose of completing tasks, and as long as trust existed, any selection would suffice. As noon approached, the wind and sand outside began to subside, the once unending storm seemingly drawing to a close. However, the sound of sand pelting against the window persisted. Noticing the reduction in the sandstorm, Xia Bo finally activated the vehicle, attempting to navigate through the remnants of the tempest. The wind and sand swirled, and even though a layer of sand coated the road, it was quickly blown away, only to be replenished by subsequent gusts, a continuous cycle. Unlike the accumulation of snow, however, should the sand accumulate to a significant depth, even a truck would find it exceedingly difficult to advance. The vehicle roared, leaving a long trail of tire marks on the ground as it traversed the desolate road amidst the swirling yellow dust. The highway had been in existence for several days. Yet it was peculiar that he had encountered so few humans. Yet, he pondered why those foreign individuals were capable of inflicting such devastation upon so many. Upon deeper reflection, Xia Bo's understanding swiftly crystallized. The highway stretched infinitely, yet it bore a duality of direction. Though the game instructs the vehicles to advance, it does not prohibit a U-turn. If one drives solely in the forward direction, the majority of others on the road will likely do the same, maintaining a considerable distance apart. Even a brief halt of a day or two would pose no significant issue. Conversely, the individuals abroad seem to have taken a contrary approach, undoubtedly opting to turn back, thereby significantly increasing their chances of encounters. It is no wonder that they have caused such a high number of casualties and attained elevated levels. Clearly, they have employed this strategy. In fact, one should have considered this possibility upon first encountering the elderly man, Zhou. However, I need not cross paths with humanity on the highway, as humans have become a latent threat. The recent update on criminal values, coupled with interfaction relations, has drastically diminished the occurrences of murders by players in the yellow faction. After all, should they commit murder and earn a red name, they must brace themselves for challenges posed by foreign players. Yet, deep down, Xia Bo still harbored a reluctance to meet any humans. As fate would have it, after advancing approximately 2 kilometers, shadows began to emerge from the swirling yellow sands. As the vehicle drew closer, Xia Bo recognized it as a convoy. They had already spotted him. Several humans, wrapped tightly in their attire, stood quietly at the rear, observing his automobile, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Xia Bo noted that their allegiance was indiscernible, though their collective behavior was indeed a prudent strategy. Strength in numbers can address most challenges. However, it also escalates the game's difficulty when numerous individuals are involved. Upon halting the vehicle, Xia Bo remained alert. Yet his mind wandered to another matter. He had traversed several kilometers without encountering any supply crates. It was highly probable that these individuals ahead had scavenged them. This possibility could not be dismissed, especially since upon emerging from the underwater highway, he had clearly taken a different route, one entirely new. Upon seeing him stop, this group began to deliberate, their own caution evident. Xia Bo then scrutinized their convoy, counting over a dozen vehicles, 3 of which were trucks, while the others were surprisingly all SUVs, catching him off guard. Instinctively, he opened the automobile upgrade leaderboard, and to his astonishment, he discovered many level 4 vehicles listed. Though the individuals in this group were of notably low levels, some not even reaching level 5. This led him to a conclusion. These individuals were likely automotive mechanics. The profession of a mechanic is intrinsically linked to automobiles, and the absence of level requirements for their class transition suggested a connection. As he pondered this, for humans, each between levels 4 and 5, stepped forward from the group. Xia Bo had begun to discern the composition of this convoy, centered around mechanics. They approached cautiously, and he could sense their lack of hostility. Which faction do you belong to? One person inquired, speaking in Mandarin. They were from the yellow faction. Xia Bo promptly responded, striving to conceal his visage. However, upon feeling the loose flesh of his face, he recalled that his appearance had transformed from what it once was. In that fleeting moment, a plan began to form within him. He was likely a mechanic, possessing a car of remarkable upgrades, bulletproof glass, reinforced tires, yet no modifications to the fuel tank or engine. Among the group, he was the sole voice of the automotive repair team, meticulously observing Xia Bo's vehicle with keen eyes. Perhaps he could be welcomed into their ranks. It seemed he would require their protection. There is strength in numbers, after all, for a mechanic's prowess is rather limited. A discussion with Lao Tan and the others would be prudent to assess this individual's character. Within the convoy, the mechanics understood their vital role well, not only fortifying vehicles but also potentially equipping them with rudimentary firearms. Regrettably, the number of mechanics was woefully inadequate. Should 2 more individuals transition into this role, the convoy's strength would significantly amplify. The man they encountered bore a striking resemblance to a mechanic. Chapter 181. The Policy of Unity. Greetings. I extend an invitation for you to join our convoy. The game has delineated factions, and the roads are fraught with peril. It is prudent for us to travel together for mutual protection. Lao Tan's voice bore a rugged quality, indicative of his age, as he stood amidst the swirling sands. Addressing Xia Bo, a flicker of interest stirred within Xia Bo, prompting him to contemplate the proposition. yet he remained acutely vigilant. He wrapped himself tightly in fabric, obscuring even his illusory eye, revealing only one eye as he pushed open the car door and alighted. The group was momentarily taken aback by Xia Bo's presence. His attire was strikingly refined, a stark contrast to their coarse garments. The middle-aged man, identified as Lao Tan, quickly composed himself, extending a rough hand with a hint of a smile. "Greetings, I am Tan Song." "Ahem, hello. I am Xia Bo." Xia Bo deliberately altered his voice, striving to imbue it with an aged timbre. Coupled with his visage, it would certainly render him unrecognizable as the youthful Xia Bo. "Ah, it seems you are Shang Lao. The external winds are quite fierce. Let us discuss matters inside." Tan Song, understanding the situation, gestured invitingly. The others stood still, their eyes cautiously fixed on Xia Bo, ready to act should he make any sudden movements. Throughout this exchange, Tan Song maintained a demeanor of utmost courtesy. Observations from the convoy suggested that Xia Bo bore the semblance of a player who had undergone a class transition. It was noteworthy that among the 20 or so members of their convoy, only 3 had achieved such a transition. The presence of a transition player warranted their sincere regard. Xia Bo nodded, unperturbed by the title bestowed upon him. He sent a message to Blueberry, instructing it to remain in the vehicle and refrain from wandering or making noise. The convoy comprised several vehicles, and within their midst, the individuals had fashioned a sheltered area using a truck and makeshift materials to shield against the harsh winds. Inside, a gathering of people appeared to be engaged in deliberation. "Lao Tan, you have returned. Is this a new member?" Upon Lao Tan's arrival, the group stood to greet him, clearly indicating his esteemed status. Xia Bo scrutinized them intently, his analytical senses racing. Among the assembly, only 2 individuals possessed attributes exceeding 30 points, while the rest were markedly inferior. Lao Tan was one of the 2. His level had also reached 5, suggesting he had likely completed his class transition. "This is Shang Lao, whom I have invited. Come, let us converse inside." Lao Tan warmly ushered Xia Bo into the shelter and instructed someone to fetch water. At a weather table, apart from Xia Bo, 3 individuals from the convoy were present, including Lao Tan and another who had reached the 30-point threshold in attributes. The remaining individual, with attributes around 10 points, exhibited remarkably high mental acuity and agility, nearing 30 points. Xia Bo deduced that these 3 were likely class-transformed members wielding considerable influence within the convoy, while the younger individual with lower overall attributes was evidently a skilled mechanic. They should have inferred from their automotive status that they had transitioned to a different profession, which is why they exhibit such deference towards themselves. On the table rests a glass of slightly pure, yet somewhat murky water, seemingly prepared for their own consumption. "Mr. Shang, given that the game has evolved into 3 factions, traversing this path alone may prove perilous. Thus, we sincerely invite you to join us. This way, you will have a companion on your journey." Old Tan glanced at the other 2 individuals who had fallen silent and spoke up. Another middle-aged man, burdened with a black long rod resembling a hunting rifle, promptly echoed his sentiments. "Master Xia Bo, having single-handedly breached the blockade, is now unjustly maligned by the world. It must be disheartening for him. I am also acquainted with individuals on the ranking board who have revealed that Master Xia Bo will no longer involve himself in these matters. This implies that we must rely on our own efforts. Presently, there are strategies being proposed domestically to elevate levels, namely, the strategy of forming alliances, which is already circulated on the ranking board. The game's mechanics dictate that the population and strength determine the spawn rate and difficulty of wild monsters. By banding together, the quantity of wild monsters that spawn will increase, thereby providing us with ample experience. This strategy has only just begun to circulate today. Initially shared on the ranking board and subsequently relayed to trusted individuals, as many in the domestic realm have become pawns of foreign players. Thus, this strategy relies on word of mouth, creating convoys and recruiting members. In this manner, we will swiftly elevate our levels in comparison to the white faction players. This is our core secret, a gesture of our sincerity." Xia Bo remained silent, meticulously contemplating the key elements, immediately recognizing the substantial impact the alliance policy could yield. The game's initial design is such that the spawn of wild monsters and their strength escalate with the increase in personnel levels and numbers. Consequently, as people unite, the quantity of wild monsters will change, and their spawn rates will also adjust. Experience points will significantly increase. In contrast to foreign players who rely on slaying for substantial experience, it is evident that the alliance strategy is the correct approach. Xia Bo internally marveled at the brilliance of this decision, realizing how swiftly it bore fruit. This alliance strategy not only mitigates the risk of encountering overpowering foreign players on the road, but also substantially augments the number of wild monsters, facilitating level advancement. Even when faced with foreigners, it suffices to incapacitate them without resorting to murder, thus avoiding any increase in sin points. If this plan proceeds quietly, within half a month, results will emerge. It is no wonder he noticed that these individuals generally maintained a level around 4. They may have been executing this plan for quite some time, perhaps catalyzed by the recent faction division, which prompted these convoy players to disseminate this information. The strength of a convoy far surpasses that of an individual. However, a convoy also possesses drawbacks, primarily the inability to focus on elevating a single individual's strength. After all, a convoy belongs to all. And should all experience be pooled into one person, uncontrollable factors are likely to arise. This explains why the levels among these convoys remain remarkably balanced. Nevertheless, the advantage lies in the overall enhancement of strength. The players of the White faction possess formidable prowess, having attained their levels through the act of slaying. It is a case of harming others without benefiting oneself. The policy of unity is evidently the correct path. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to dwell on this matter any longer, nodding gently in agreement to join. He began to reflect on the broader implications. This convoy could provide him with substantial benefits, and with someone to stand guard at night, he would feel remarkably secure. Most importantly, his participation would significantly elevate the game's difficulty, and correspondingly, the acquisition of experience for himself and others within the convoy would accelerate. Chapter 182. Heightened risks. The rewards gained from following a convoy far surpass those obtained through solitary endeavors. This, of course, pertains to experiential gains. According to Lao Tan's introduction, within the convoy, food is distributed collectively, while resources are allocated based on individual effort. Each member has the opportunity to open resource chests in turn, with the contents belonging solely to the individual who opens them, the outcomes of which are dictated by personal fortune. As for the experience gained from wild creatures, it relies on one's own strength, provided one adheres to the commands given. From the current overall state of the convoy, the levels appear relatively balanced, suggesting that their daily experience acquisition is likely comparable. Through conversations with these individuals, Xia Bo deduces that they are genuinely committed to the convoy's welfare. Perhaps it is this very dedication that has led to such a loyal following. Ultimately, Xia Bo decides to remain. Welcome, Lao Shang. I am Tan Song. You may call me Xiao Tan. I am a level 5 warrior, he introduced, gesturing to the others. This is Wang Rini, a level 5 hunter. He is Qin Bin, an automobile mechanic, level 4. It seems Tan Song has underestimated Xia Bo's age. It is not surprising. The roughness of Xia Bo's skin reveals much about his years, particularly given the visible signs of age upon him. Shang Bo, level 5, profession, abomination, Xia Bo stated, extending his hand with a calm demeanor. Abomination. The trio expressed their astonishment. The man before them, who appeared somewhat older, had not chosen the expected path of a mechanic, but rather the comparatively rare profession of abomination. Is there an issue? Xia Bo inquired. No, Lao Shang, there is no issue at all. We merely assumed you were a mechanic, given that your automobile resembles a mechanic's handiwork, Qin Bin replied. I once had a companion who was a mechanic. During a night watch, he sustained grave injuries and, lacking medicinal treatment, did not survive. This vehicle is his legacy. Xia Bo's voice carried a somber tone, hinting at a profound sorrow. Ah, I see. What a pity, Tan Song sighed. The loss of a mechanic is undeniably significant. Indeed, in the beginning, we underestimated the strength of mechanics, only to later comprehend their pivotal role. Players who transition to mechanics possess the power to refuse certain mandatory activities. Moreover, enhancing vehicles proves immensely beneficial on the road, Wang Rini added, nodding in agreement. Having a mechanic within a convoy is crucial for the entire team. Mechanics facilitate vehicle upgrades and can enhance the automobile's component systems, rendering them more formidable. When resources are sufficiently abundant, they can even install onboard artillery, skills unique to mechanics. Especially with onboard cannons, they have expended all available resources and have thus far only managed to gather a fraction of what is required for the artillery. With the addition of such weaponry, the strength of the entire convoy could be significantly amplified. Xia Bo understood the gravity of the situation, feigning a sorrowful demeanor. There was little hope. On a desolate road where medical supplies were scarce, a severe injury was tantamount to a death sentence. The trio shared a moment of solemnity. It was indeed true. Even within their convoy, the available medical resources were limited, and a grave wound inflicted by a wild beast would spell doom. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the right side of the road, drawing the attention of many who hurried towards the commotion. Wild beasts are attacking. Everyone, prepare for battle as per our plan, Lao Tan exclaimed, his expression suddenly serious. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a broad longsword, and hastily moved outside. Xia Bo felt a jolt of realization. The strength of this convoy was indeed formidable. Aren't you two going to join? He asked. astonished at the leisurely demeanor of the two individuals still seated. My task is solely to protect Xiao Chun. As long as he remains unharmed, my duty is fulfilled. Wang Rini replied nonchalantly, wiping his hunting rifle with a dark cloth. Xiao Chun was a pivotal figure within their team, and his safety was paramount. Once he finished cleaning his weapon, Wang Rini stood, slinging the rifle across his back as he walked towards the vehicle. Old Shang, let's accompany Brother Wang to take a look, Chunbin said, rising to stay close to Wang Rini. There's trouble. The number of wild beasts has surged, and they are currently divided into two groups. However, the pressure from both fronts remains immense. Lao Tan has sent me to seek your assistance, a man, his head tightly wrapped, rushed over, delivering the urgent news. The three paused momentarily, their attention drawn to him. Wang Rini and Qin Bin exchanged glances, clearly noting that Xia Bo's arrival had somehow triggered the increase in wild beasts. Old Shang, don't feel pressured about this. It's a normal occurrence. Given that this is the time for wild beasts to respawn, Wang Rini reassured, his demeanor calm and composed. Their personalities had gradually adapted to such challenges. Since the establishment of the convoy, a fundamental principle had taken root in their minds. In the face of adversity, one must remain composed. Panic only exacerbates the situation. Xia Bo silently nodded, refraining from comment. You focus on ensuring Xiao Chen's safety. Old Shang, come with me, Wang Rini instructed. Understood, Xia Bo replied without hesitation. Rising to follow Wang Rini outside, leaving Chun Bin within the tent. He was eager to witness how the game's difficulty had escalated with the formation of this convoy. Outside, the environment was engulfed in swirling sands. After taking a few steps, the sounds of fierce combat reached their ears. It was happening just beyond the vehicles. As they maneuvered past a jeep, they beheld a multitude of wild beasts split into two groups, each being drawn in different directions. Numerous individuals stood guard at various points. Their objective clear, to divert the wild beasts away from the vehicles. With designated roles, some lured the beasts while others restrained them. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. There appeared to be at least 70 of them, whereas their own numbers barely exceeded 20. Even with clearly defined tasks, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand the frenzied onslaught of these wild creatures. So many wild beasts. Xia Bo was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming in surprise at the multitude of wild monsters, which, when converted into experience points, amounted to at least 100. The variety of these beasts was quite eclectic, featuring steel boars, green-skinned creatures, quadrupeds, and tentacled horrors. What astonished Xia Bo even more was that the levels of these monsters ranged between 3 and 4, closely matching the levels of those in the convoy. Among these creatures, the steel boars and tentacled monsters proved to be the most formidable. Given their comparable levels and overwhelming numbers, the team found themselves retreating while engaging in combat to minimize casualties. Although the strategy of clustering together was sound, the inherent risk lay in the fact that the difficulty of the game did not scale in a linear fashion. Rather, it escalated exponentially, increasing the challenge by more than just a small margin. Wang Rini explained as he climbed onto a jeep, crouching slightly while aiming his firearm. His eyes shone with an intensity reminiscent of an eagle's gaze. With a resounding bang, flames erupted from the barrel. In the distance, a fearsome quadruped was shot through the head, collapsing to the ground and twitching a few times before falling silent. Chapter 183, Collaboration. So it was. Observing the multitude of wild creatures, Xia Bo realized that there were still elements within the game that eluded his understanding. Master Shang, you assist on the right. I shall aid the left, Wang Rini declared, firing another shot that felled a wild beast with remarkable swiftness. Xia Bo surveyed the surroundings, harboring no doubts. The number of wild creatures on the right was comparatively sparse, as the overall strength of the players there was notably weaker, resulting in fewer beasts being aggroed. However, with his presence, the count of wild creatures had markedly increased, and the players were gritting their teeth to endure. On the other side, despite the presence of Tan Song, they had also attracted a significant number of wild beasts, thereby facing immense pressure. In a swift motion, a colossal axe materialized in Xia Bo's grasp. An ominous crimson glow emanating from his palm, enveloping the entire weapon in an instant, the blood-red axe radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Wang Rini's gaze sharpened. Was this the passive ability of the abomination? It felt somewhat different, though he had no time to ponder further as Xia Bo charged towards the right. Master Shang, be cautious, Wang Rini called out in concern, fearing that Xia Bo might become encircled by the wild creatures. Yet, Xia Bo's decisive actions rendered him speechless. With the might of the heavens, the blood-red axe cleaved downwards, and a steel boar, previously prostrate on the ground, was caught unawares, cleaved in two by the mighty swings, exposing its crimson innards. How powerful! Wang Rini swallowed hard. The boar's defenses crumbled before Master Shang, as if they were mere paper. It was well known that his own firearm would require a significant enhancement to breach the boar's defenses. He had never witnessed such a ferocious method of dispatching a steel boar before. Xia Bo was unconcerned about revealing his strength. Currently, the leaderboard displayed a stealth function, making it quite challenging to identify players solely by their names. Moreover, in this game, a high level did not inherently signify superior skill. A higher level merely suggested a semblance of power. Had the game allowed players to view attributes, they would discover that many foreign players were, in fact, less formidable than their domestic counterparts. Even those with lower levels could achieve miraculous feats. Superior four-dimensional attributes resulted in overwhelming slaughter. Having adapted to the peculiarities of a single eye in battle, Xia Bo's coordination became exceedingly refined, instinctively targeting the wild beasts with higher experience points. As he drew the fire away from over 30 wild creatures, the pressure on his allies diminished considerably. What a fierce individual! Who is this? Why have I not encountered him in our team before? Fool, he just joined our team and has completed his class transfer. Look at that blood-red axe. It's the passive ability of the abomination. The formidable steel boar had been cleaved asunder with a single stroke. The power of the abomination was astonishing. Ridiculous. Once I undergo my class transfer, I too shall choose the abomination. Witnessing Xia Bo's decisive action against the steel boar left the onlookers in awe, sparking a flurry of astonished discussions among them. Xia Bo's strength is indeed astonishingly formidable, at least in the eyes of those present. With Xia Bo's presence, the previously disoriented group swiftly regained their composure, and thanks to their long-standing teamwork, they systematically eliminated over 20 wild creatures. Xia Bo alone claimed the lives of 7 of these beasts, each yielding 5 experience points. His experience points surged to a total of 121. Here, you may take care of this, he remarked nonchalantly after glancing at the common resources scattered across the ground, losing interest and departing with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was not yet concluded. Perhaps he could still gather an additional 10 to 20 experience points. As his attributes increased, the rate of leveling up became somewhat limited, yet this did not imply that levels lost their significance. At this stage, the game was merely in its infancy. He had yet to encounter any legendary artifacts or celestial techniques, which might very well possess level restrictions. Upon reaching the other side, he found the battle nearing its conclusion, with only around 20 wild creatures remaining. Without hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground and leaped into the fray, targeting only those beasts worth 5 experience points. Shang Lao. In the midst of the crowd, Tensong immediately recognized Xia Bo. Startled, he watched as Xia Bo cleaved through the tentacled monster and tore apart the steel pig. Rendered momentarily speechless, how could it feel as though his own level 5 was worlds apart from that of Xia Bo? Xia Bo remained silent, wholly engrossed in the hunt for wild creatures. Within mere seconds, 3 beasts fell to his prowess. His presence redirected the creature's focus entirely upon him. Without employing any techniques, he relied solely on sheer strength, which to the onlookers appeared to be an augmentation of skill. This also reinforced their perception of Xia Bo's overwhelming might. With Wang Renyi coordinating alongside Xia Bo, the wild creatures were swiftly exterminated. Xia Bo proceeded to dispatch an additional 9 creatures, each yielding 5 experience points. Observing his rapidly increasing experience, Xia Bo felt vindicated in his decision to accompany the convoy. Should another wave of such creatures arise, level 8 would be within reach. The resources scattered across the ground were plentiful, though none were particularly extraordinary, mostly common materials. Among them were 3 design blueprints. A cursory glance revealed that some pertained to professions while others related to crafting. Shang Lao, I will first organize the distribution of resources. Once the threat had dissipated, Tansong approached Xia Bo to express his gratitude, then summoned others to begin collecting the materials. Xia Bo exchanged pleasantries with Wang Renyi before returning to the vehicle to rest. He currently lacked for nothing in terms of resources, and the only design blueprint of interest was the magical armor. All he needed was to wait for Tansong to deliver the supplies. Before long, Tansong returned with a group, bringing a batch of materials including iron, timber, water, and fuel. Xia Bo accepted them without hesitation, recognizing them as rightfully his. Subsequently, he discussed other matters with Tansong, maintaining a necessary demeanor. Xia Bo's proposal was one of collaboration, without joining the convoy. Life diverges, each path independent. When the wild creatures respawn, he will extend his hand in assistance, united in defense. As for resources, it suffices to provide them. Should he acquire skills through his own efforts, they shall rightfully belong to him, and he shall not claim any resources. His sincerity is palpable. Tansong did not decline. For Summer Wave's prowess is indeed commendable, thus a cooperative relationship was forged. Frankly speaking, Tansong felt a tinge of disappointment within. Having witnessed the strength of the wild creature horde, Elder Shang's capabilities were laid bare. Against the highly defensive wild creatures, he possesses an extraordinary capacity to breach their defenses, enabling him to tackle those that others cannot. However, Elder Shang has also stated that he is accustomed to solitary endeavors. Collaboration is permissible, yet the need for separation remains essential. This, in essence, could be considered a form of indirect alliance. Chapter 184. Unboxing. At this point, Xia Bo had settled into a sense of security. With others taking the night watch, he no longer needed to rest during the day, allowing him to hunt wild creatures without interruption. Having companions indeed made things significantly more convenient. Even Blueberry could take a break. The likelihood of encountering wild creatures during the day remained relatively low. According to his companions, they usually traveled to gather supplies during the day and fought monsters at night. Given the larger group size, the burden of food was considerable, necessitating daytime travel for resource collection and food storage, while nighttime was dedicated to monster hunting, which yielded a fair amount of loot. In the afternoon, the wind and sand outside began to subside. Tan Song and the others tidied up and prepared to set off. Xia Bo drove, trailing behind the convoy while munching on food. The sound of the wind and sand pattering against the car window was still noticeable, but it was evident that the intensity had diminished significantly. The afternoon sky remained dim, shrouded in a gloom that did not lift even with the reduction of the sandstorm. Such weather would likely persist for some time. While the situation ahead was uncertain, Xia Bo felt quite at ease in the car, setting aside his snacks and steering with one hand as he moved slowly forward. They made various stops along the way, opening numerous boxes. Food was stored in the truck, while other supplies were distributed among the group. Individual interest remained paramount within the convoy. As dusk fell, the convoy finally halted. Xia Bo had opened a box during the journey, but his expression darkened upon discovering it was empty. With many people in the convoy taking turns to open boxes, each person could only open one a day, resulting in limited supplies for everyone. The ranking competition had commenced, and at this stage, it had become the sole means of acquiring boxes. Participation was essential. Previously, he had secured 14 victories, playing 40 matches in one night with a 100% win rate, yielding 4 boxes. With the time limit reached, Xia Bo exited the ranking competition, gazing thoughtfully at the boxes acquired through the system. One by one, he opened them. Braised Carp X1, Skill, Weapon Affinity, Beginner Skill Upgrade Book X1, Car Audio Design Blueprint X1. To his astonishment, food had emerged from the boxes. Among the 4 items was a steaming plate of braised carp, which left him quite surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure. The items from the boxes were often bizarre, even including worn-out shoes. Prepared food was hardly a remarkable find. Coco, Blueberry exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of the braised carp. This is not for you. You will be on night watch tonight. Keeping an eye out for anyone outside, Xia Bo replied calmly, safeguarding the food. He swiftly upgraded his storage and tucked the braised carp away. Its allure was undeniable, even making him salivate. Yet, having just finished dinner, he felt quite full. Coco, Blueberry called out, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Very well. As long as you guard the night diligently, we shall feast later, Xia Bo remarked with an air of calmness. He had come to regard Blueberry as his closest companion rather than a mere enslaved being. Mutual respect and equality were paramount. After all, as Blueberry possessed a unique intuition. By asserting himself, he believed Blueberry would not mind. Yet, the appearance of Blueberry made it difficult for him to adopt a more dominant stance. Furthermore, Blueberry had previously exerted great effort to save him, and from that moment, Xia Bo had recognized Blueberry's esteemed position, one that surpassed that of others outside their bond. Blueberry nodded in agreement. Among the other items, one particularly familiar to Xia Bo was the Basic Skill Upgrade Book. Basic Skill Upgrade Book. There is a small chance of skill advancement. Note, the failure rate is quite high. It is advisable to use several copies. Upgrading this book yielded a familiar outcome. Advanced Skill Upgrade Book. 99 probability of skill advancement. Note, as long as you are not unfortunate, success is generally assured. Having previously utilized this book with satisfactory results, he placed it on the bed, deciding to hold off on using it until he had reviewed the other skill book. Car Audio Design Blueprint. Iron 20, Wood 20, Playlist 1. The requirements for the design blueprint were minimal, yet the mention of a playlist left Xia Bo perplexed. Completely at a loss. Was the playlist a new resource or an item in itself? Unable to ascertain its purpose, he casually stored the design blueprint in his inventory, deeming it non-essential for the time being, merely a source of entertainment. In contrast, iron and wood appeared to be universally useful, as they had been required in nearly all other design blueprints he had encountered. Skill, Weapon Affinity, Characteristic, None, Description, a natural affinity with weapons, allowing ease of use regardless of the weapon type. The skill attributes that emerged were not overly extraordinary, but rather conventional. He proceeded to utilize the resource upgrade system to enhance it. Skill, weapon affinity. Characteristic, weapon sharpness 1. Description, a natural affinity with weapons, allowing ease of use regardless of the weapon type. The changes remained unremarkable, although the characteristic did enhance the sharpness of the weapon slightly. Upon activation, the skill book shattered, transforming into specks of white light that merged into his being. Xia Bo's expression turned peculiar, as he did not experience anything particularly unusual. It was only when he drew forth a steel dagger that he sensed a subtle difference. The steel dagger felt as though it had fused with him, becoming far more manageable. The same sensation persisted with the giant axe and the dagger. He found solace in this newfound ease. He decided to set the advanced skill upgrade book aside for now, as the majority of his current skills were primarily beneficial enhancements and could not be upgraded. He resolved to wait until other professional skills emerged before utilizing it. After spending some time playing with Blueberry, Xia Bo lay on his bed, summoning the system with a tranquil mind, deep in contemplation. Given the passage of time, the popularity chests within the system space must be nearing their capacity. The items procured from these chests are predominantly rare, though occasionally, one might encounter particularly worthless trinkets. In the system space, the world space has also been activated, and the difficulty of acquiring popularity chests in the world space is significantly greater than that in the domestic space, primarily due to the increase in the human population. Remarkably, I have acquired 3 chests from the videos I previously published. Upon opening the 3 chests, I discovered Mana Crystal 1, Fertile Land 1, unopened death files. Among these 3 items, 2 exude an air of mystery. The first item instantly captivated Xia Bo's attention. He swiftly retrieved it, revealing a mana crystal, a substance imbued with enigmatic qualities. Mana crystal, mysterious material. Previously, he had been consumed by thoughts of the mana battle armor, for the name itself is quite striking. With 8 mana crystals already in his possession, he only requires 2 more to complete the upgrade, and as for iron and wood, he is abundantly supplied. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Mana Crystal 1 has been upgraded to Mana Crystal 5. Chapter 185, The Arcane Battle Armor, a grand deduction at last. The materials requisite for the arcane battle armor have been gathered. Xia Bo's mind surged with excitement as he leapt from his bed and retrieved the design blueprint for the armor. Arcane Battle Armor Blueprint. Arcane Crystals 10, Iron 60, Fabric 60, can be synthesized. Item, Arcane Battle Armor 14 Synthesis. Xia Bo produced all the necessary materials, clutching the blueprint in his hand as he softly intoned the incantation. The pile of materials on the ground vanished into thin air. The blueprint in his grasp also dissipated, and the void before him began to writhe, revealing the silhouette of a humanoid armor. The head, arms, torso, and legs materialized gradually, glimmering with a metallic sheen interlaced with an eerie green hue. The entire armor boasted a streamlined design, enveloping the body with elegant lines and an eye-catching appearance, exuding an aura of mystery and science fiction. Arcane Battle Armor. Integrity, 0. Attributes, all attributes 50. Description, a battle armor augmented with arcane crystals, possessing immensely powerful enhancements. Note, exercise caution, as it may be damaged. Such formidable attributes. Xia Bo swallowed hard, extending his hand to caress the armor's exterior. Despite its metallic luster, it bore no metallic texture, akin to the feel of pure cotton fabric. As he touched it, the armor fragmented like shards, disassembling into various pieces that floated in the air. Xia Bo approached, and as if responding to his presence, the fragments instantaneously converged, perfectly enveloping his body and forming a seamless unit. In an instant, he felt his attributes significantly fortified, embodying the strength to move mountains. Strength, 83. 2. Agility, 68. 8. Stamina, 57. 6. Mental power, 42. 8. This was his state after donning the armor. His 4-dimensional attributes had received an immense boost, exuding an aura of terror. Xia Bo attempted to move, and though clad in the armor, he distinctly sensed that it felt as light as his own skin, not cumbersome in the slightest, but rather as comfortable as a snug cotton shirt. Incredibly comfortable. He cleared a space for the belt, shedding the armor with a mere thought, causing it to vanish from sight. With another mental command, the armor reappeared around him, swiftly contracting to fit him perfectly, transforming him into a man clad in metallic armor, resembling an otherworldly being. This arrangement was exceedingly convenient. The armor was so lightweight that it could be stored in the belt without occupying any space. With the armor's enhancements, combined with the strength of Hercules' potion, his power could reach an astonishing 120. It was unfathomable to consider the potential of his trump card. Could it possibly allow him to shatter roads? Xia Bo stowed the armor away and sat upon his bed, deep in contemplation. The potency of the arcane battle armor exceeded his expectations. utilizing the resource system for upgrades. The armor remained unchanged, still embodying its essence. Perhaps its overwhelming strength rendered the effects of the resource upgrade system negligible, though it might have enhanced its defensive capabilities. As he sheathed his battle armor, he suddenly felt that 5 belt slots were insufficient. The steel knife, dagger, battle armor, giant axe, and magical scissors, all 5 slots were occupied by weaponry. The positioning of the belts was of paramount importance. There was no need to store superfluous items within. Xia Bo could not help but muse that retaining merely one weapon would suffice. However, keeping the axe would help him avoid detection, as the steel knife was undeniably conspicuous. After careful contemplation, he merely removed the dagger and stowed it in the Hercules potion. Rich soil 1. Characteristics 1M. Description: can be used to cultivate vegetables in rich soil. Rich soil was intended for growing vegetables, but regrettably, he currently lacked seeds. It was a valuable item that he decided to keep for future vegetable cultivation once he acquired seeds. The upgraded rich soil spanned 4 meters, offering a larger area. Though the quantity remained unchanged, it occupied only a small portion of space in his storage cabinet. The final item was particularly surprising to Xia Bo, a sealed dossier. He had a vague sense that it concealed a significant secret. Much of the information he had previously acquired was documented on paper, and the dossier was likely to contain similar records. A sense of unease washed over him, as he sensed an increase in the information he had been obtaining lately. Rather than immediately opening the dossier, he reclined on his bed, his gaze drifting, when an odd thought suddenly arose within him. Once this thought emerged, it spiraled out of control, revealing a colossal truth before his eyes. Old Joe had once told him that a game is merely a program. As a program, it must have a species that designed it. Much like online gambling, where the back-end controls everything, dictating what cards one might draw, all his perceived luck was, in fact, the result of the dealer manipulating the back-end. Thus, he pondered, could it be that the items he obtained were similarly orchestrated? Perhaps this information was not simply revealed to him, but was manipulated by some entity, merely because he was ranked first within the yellow faction. Logically, rank should not represent everything. Without combat prowess, most would subconsciously assume that being ranked first was impressive. Therefore, holding the top rank conferred certain privileges, such as access to information or other advantages. As Xia Bo contemplated this, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. If this were indeed the case, might the information obtained by the white faction players be a deliberate design of this program? The game seemed to revel in such a spectacle. The updates to the game aligned perfectly with this notion. The schism among the 3 factions resembled a gladiatorial arena, where the strong survived and the weak perished. If he could deduce this, then surely Old Joe and others had also arrived at the same conclusion. No wonder they had sought to unite everyone in rebellion. It was not merely a matter of preserving dignity, but a battle for survival. If his suspicions were validated, and the white faction emerged victorious, the fate that awaited the players of the yellow faction was all too clear, a conclusion that could only spell disaster. The underlying reasons, when contemplated deeply, resemble a process of selection. The absence of a combat power ranking in the game, replaced instead by a level ranking, indicates that the game's criteria for selection are based on player levels. Consequently, this mechanism filters all participants entering the game, with the level ranking serving as its definitive standard. The recent updates to the game signify the completion of this filtering process. Players from the white faction, possessing generally higher levels, are thus favored by the program, receiving certain advantageous information to assist them. The nature of this information is now somewhat discernible. It primarily involves suppressing the 2 opposing factions. In the foreseeable future, members of the white faction are likely to remain unscathed, while the fates of the other factions remain uncertain. Following the oppression from players of the white faction, some individuals may have already contemplated a tripartite balance of power, akin to the arena of gladiators, where survival of the fittest prevails. Their alliance and resistance seeks to withstand the pressures imposed by the white faction. Chapter 186. All of this, the rapid realization of this truth, suggests that these individuals have likely received certain information. Although the program favors the white faction, all other factions remain under its manipulation. Until the true conclusion is reached, the victor remains uncertain. Any scenario is possible, and the program cannot guarantee which side will prevail. Xia Bo vaguely suspects the intentions behind the game, yet feels an intellectual shortcoming, as if something crucial is missing. Could it be that this file holds the key to his understanding? Observing the conflicts in this world, he perceives that this is no ordinary duel fought for mere dignity. Rather, it is a battle for the very survival of an entire faction. Just days prior, nearly 1,000 players united in resistance, only to be brutally slaughtered. Even later, when Old Joe and his allies banded together, they failed to escape the dire situation. It is evident that they comprehend their inadequacy. They require a singular individual, someone who can demonstrate to the game's program that the yellow faction possesses worthy contenders. Hence, Old Joe sought him out. for he is that person. The initial success of the plan is undeniable. However, the members of the White faction are not to be underestimated. Recognizing his emergence while being unable to influence the game's reality, they resorted to underhanded tactics. After all, this concerns the very survival of a faction. They would not hesitate to resort to more despicable and cruel methods. Their plans, too, have succeeded, leaving him disheartened by the state of his world. Old Joe wishes to convey something significant, yet for reasons unknown, he cannot articulate it, merely hinting at the truth. Suddenly, Xia Bo awakens to clarity. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, but he quickly regains his composure. Why can others comprehend what he cannot? Is it due to his status? Being at the pinnacle of the ranks, akin to being the top student in a class, Old Joe has repeatedly referred to him as the hope for their future, a notion he has persistently dismissed. Yet, he has ultimately become that last beacon of hope. Something feels amiss. If Old Joe had revealed the complete truth, his character would not have allowed him to speak those earlier words. The emergence of a collective policy, the Yellow Faction's countermeasures. A smile spreads across Xia Bo's face as understanding dawns upon him. After a profound contemplation, all becomes clear. Within the Yellow Faction, only his strength is formidable, while their collective power pales in comparison to that of the White Faction. If he can anticipate this pressure transforming into motivation, surely Old Joe and the others can, too. They likely hope to harness this opportunity to inspire the Yellow Faction's players to cultivate a fighting spirit and enhance their capabilities. Thus, even in his absence, they will be well equipped to face future challenges. The efficacy of Old Joe's intentions is evident. His considerations for his comrades, whether in prior hints or in later revelations, point towards a singular desire, his hope for Xia Bo's safety. Subsequently, Xia Bo approached Old Joe for inquiries, though he did so indirectly, employing subtle hints woven into conversation. Old Joe, astute as ever, quickly grasped Xia Bo's intentions. "Ah, young lad, it appears you have come to your own conclusions. Your intellect is sharper than I presumed. I anticipated you would need more time to ponder. Yet your realization has arrived with remarkable swiftness. This is of secondary importance. It is time for the players in our faction to elevate their standing. The players of the White faction wish to exploit conspiracy theories, do they? Very well, I shall turn the tables on them, rallying numerous individuals to tarnish your reputation globally, thereby making their schemes appear successful. It seems the plan is progressing smoothly, as many of our faction's players now regard these individuals as traitors, stirred to a fervor. The atmosphere for leveling up is abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, I have been collaborating discreetly with others to establish a coalition, as some have already aligned with the White faction. These undertakings must remain clandestine. Although their advancement is gradual, it is indeed promising. You have endured unjust treatment. As for my prior silence, it was also to enlighten you to the treachery of human hearts. Your journey has been remarkably smooth. Without encountering a few setbacks, one might easily become complacent." Xia Bo smiled faintly, all his doubts resolved, his heart settling into tranquility as he listened to the gentle patter of rain against the window. This matter must remain unspoken. For now, you should maintain a low profile, as the plan has only just commenced, yet results are already manifesting. Many have reported back, having formed convoys, and the experience gained is significantly greater than when acting alone. Additionally, be wary of the players in the Black faction. They are far from foolish and may be biding their time. The players of the White faction, brimming with arrogance, believe they have everything under control. Soon, the Black faction will likely deliver a shocking surprise. Finally, Old Joe added, "By the way, regarding the information you mentioned about the players in the White faction, I have formed a rough conjecture. This relates to future disruptions in the roadway, even influencing its trajectory. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. In any case, we must prepare for the worst." "I understand," Xia Bo responded, a shiver of realization coursing through him. Old Joe was privy to certain matters, but had refrained from fully disclosing them, as they pertained to future developments. Despite Old Joe's penchant for deception, he was undeniably clever. And having once been a veteran of the military district, his connections were vast. In the realm of the game, soldiers possess unparalleled advantages, coupled with their past networks. Old Joe has sufficient trustworthy allies to leverage. Xia Bo's surmises were indeed accurate, as numerous subordinates loyal to Old Joe have returned to the fold. These individuals have undergone systematic military training and constitute a formidable mid-level strength within the Yellow faction, with several even holding high-ranking positions. It can be said that Old Joe now wields significant influence over the faction's direction. Soldiers, it seems, never fade away, especially within this game where their power is most formidable. Particularly now that the initial phase has passed, the weak have been eliminated, leaving behind individuals with considerable skills in Blue Star. Moreover, the soldiers, who undergo rigorous training daily and possess formidable physical prowess, have led Xia Bo to surmise that the old man Zhou has likely assembled a convoy, possibly even more extensive than he had initially imagined. Zhou is acutely aware of the path that lies ahead for him, in stark contrast to Xia Bo, who finds himself mired in indecision. As Xia Bo reclines on his bed, a profound tranquility envelopes him, and he contemplates that perhaps it is time for him to seek a steadfast path of his own. However, before embarking on such a journey, he resolves to await the conclusion of the current events. Who knows what repercussions this incident may have on the course of the future? Although he may not possess a brilliant intellect, he is endowed with a calm heart, which subconsciously enhances his capacity for reflection. All these elements are intricately intertwined, influencing destinies that have been meticulously orchestrated by the three factions involved. Perhaps it is only when the triad of power begins to engage that the true curtain will be lifted. Chapter 187. The Mysterious Figure. Unsealed Mysterious Files. Introduction. The file records the words left behind by a deceased player. Upon unsealing the file, it contained nothing but a sheet of pitch-black paper. As it came into contact with the air, the paper disintegrated into black powder, dissipating into the atmosphere. A message materialized in Xia Bo's mind. By the time you read this, I will have already passed away. Though merely 2 months have elapsed, it feels as though an entire year has gone by. Many have perished during these 2 months, particularly following the game's alterations, as a vast world has emerged. Ahem. To get to the point, consider this a warning I have left behind. Exercise utmost caution regarding the sudden appearance of a second road. The phrase sudden appearance of a second road lingered in Xia Bo's mind, leaving scant details yet sending a chill down his spine. 2 months. The sudden emergence of a second road, what could it signify? Could there indeed be a second road appearing? Might it be a pathway for beings from other planets seeking survival? All of this remained shrouded in uncertainty. Xia Bo found himself utterly awake, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. He sat up and lit a cigarette, attempting to clear his thoughts. Yet confusion still reigned. He sensed that his intellect was faltering. Could this be a veiled hint at the next update? In any case, it was undeniable that danger lurked on the second road. After finishing a cigarette, Xia Bo resolved not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. It was enough for him to know. Overthinking would bear no fruit. When soldiers come, let them face soldiers. When water comes, let it be blocked by earth, he mused. There would always be a solution to every problem. Xia Bo contemplated that it would be prudent not to share this information with Old Shou, as the latter was preoccupied with dealing with the White faction and was under considerable stress. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Xia Bo's hand trembled slightly as he glanced out the window, witnessing a fireball soaring into the sky. A vehicle had been detonated. Amidst the flames, a shadow darted with incredible speed, a sight both shocking and alarming. An incident had occurred. Xia Bo felt a jolt of anxiety and immediately sprang into action, leaping onto the car's roof for a better view. The blazing fire dispelled the darkness, illuminating the swirling yellow sands. Within the flames, a figure moved with astonishing swiftness, while the people in the convoy rallied in defense, but that shadow swiftly dispatched them with an unbelievable velocity. These individuals were no match for that dark figure. Xia Bo instantly comprehended that this was an exceptionally powerful wild creature. Due to the distance, his eye of detection could not discern the opponent's attributes. The 7 days of hunting. During the last game update, the anticipated 7 days of hunting had not materialized, and he had paid it little mind. Later, he learned that it remained in a dormant state, indicating that it would not appear in the near term. This creature was not a part of the 7 days of hunting. Inside the vehicle, Blueberry was startled awake by the explosion, expressing unease with its cries. Blueberry, come with me to investigate. Do not fly too low, and be sure to exercise caution. To ensure safety, Xia Bo decided to bring Blueberry along. Coco. The Blueberry called out as it fluttered through the open window, exhibiting an unexpected sense of responsibility by closing it behind itself. Let us go, commanded Xia Bo, his eyes icy as he summoned his battle armor. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he leaped across dozens of meters with terrifying speed. In the distance, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. As Xia Bo drew closer, shedding his armor, an overwhelming stench of blood permeated the air. It was the metallic scent of human lifeblood. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Old Shang, hurry. A feeble voice grasped Xia Bo's attention. He turned to see Wang Rini, half of his body remaining, propped against a car, clutching a gun barrel. Xia Bo swiftly approached and bent down. You must leave. The enemy is not wild. Before he could finish, a steel nail pierced Wang Rini's skull, exploding his head with a sickening crack, akin to a shattered watermelon. Xia Bo was immediately drenched in cold sweat, springing to his feet and leaping away. In the distance, a figure stood atop a vehicle, cloaked in black, resembling a specter of the night. With eyes wild and flickering, a series of numbers materialized before him. Unknown species, level 15, strength 97, agility 109, stamina 89, Mentality, 61. Skill, unknown. Extremely powerful. Xia Bo leaped onto a car, his expression turning cold and grim. The presence of an unknown skill could only signify one thing: another human. The eye of detection could identify wild beasts, but it could only perceive humans in 4 dimensions, with their skills always remaining a mystery. He had experienced this in both ranked matches and reality. Thus, the figure before him was not a beast, but a human. What terrified him even more was the realization that this human had attained a terrifying level of 15. The entire convoy of over 20 individuals appeared to be dead, with not a single survivor. Steadying himself, he coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "You, native, are unworthy of knowing my name." The reply was delivered with unsettling indifference, as if the slaughter of more than 20 lives was akin to crushing a few ants. "Native?" Xia Bo's gaze turned icy as he drew a steel knife from his belt. The initially luminous blade was soon enveloped in a sanguine hue. Escape was impossible. The opponent's agility exceeded 100, allowing them to close the distance in mere seconds. A loathsome profession, how intriguing, the figure remarked, a hint of surprise in their voice before returning to a placid tone. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the night as a steel nail tore through the air. Coco! The blueberry sensed danger and emitted a cry from the skies. Instantly, every hair on Xia Bo's body stood on end, triggering his hunting instincts. His cold eyes darted rapidly, and the blood-red steel knife traced a crescent arc through the dark. Clang! Sparks flew as Xia Bo parried the incoming projectile with his blade. A violent tremor surged from the point of contact, sending a tingling sensation through Xia Bo's arm. His gaze sharpened. The force capable of rendering his arm numb was evidently a skill. Merely possessing over 90 points of strength could not achieve such a degree. The assailant, taken aback by the thwarted attack, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Interesting, he actually managed to block it. Yet Xia Bo's resolve hardened. He intended not only to evade but to eliminate his opponent. With a frosty glare, he leapt into the air, fully aware that this individual was certainly not one of the common denizens of this highway. But what could have brought him here? Perhaps only through his demise would the truth be unveiled. Did he think a mere casual strike would grant him the right to take my life? He is utterly ignorant of true power. With a swift motion, the assailant moved, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning, tearing through the very air. The numerical values within Xia Bo's vision fluctuated wildly, indicating that his opponent's velocity had nearly doubled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Bo refrained from underestimating the threat and promptly consumed a potion of immense strength. This was not merely a battle of equals. However, it did not imply that he was devoid of opportunities. Chapter 188, The Highway Shuttling Command. The speed of the man was astonishing. As he unleashed a powerful kick towards Xia Bo's body, his leg radiated an ominous aura, as if it had the capability to rend anything asunder. With the sound of air being sliced echoing around. Boom! The earth shattered, rocks flew, and dust billowed into the air. Centered around Xia Bo, a 3-meter-wide area sank into the ground. "Is that all you've got?" A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, and he scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Let us see how many blows you can withstand." Boom! Boom! A violent tremor resonated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Inside a nearby truck, 2 pairs of terrified eyes bore witness to the unfolding chaos. Could such apocalyptic power truly belong to a mere human? What astonished them further was the fact that old Shang had managed to withstand it. The vibrations persisted, each jolt resonating within their hearts. There, debris swirled and dust rose. With even the vehicle being torn apart, the entire highway lay in utter disarray. Despair welled up within them, for the man's strength was truly terrifying. Perhaps even the strongest individual alive today could not match such might. Everything here had been obliterated, spiderweb-like fissures radiating from the ground where the man had struck, extending over 20 meters. Crack! "Are you done yet?" Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the chaos. The 2 men widened their eyes in disbelief. As the dust settled, a figure clad in striking metallic armor emerged, his hand gripping the black-clad man's wrist. Crack! The sound of shattering bones filled the air. "You!" The figure stood frozen, unable to fathom the armored individual before him. The opponent's strength had surpassed his own. It must be the effect of the armor. Ignoring his severed arm, greed flashed in his eyes. Xia Bo's gaze was icy. He had narrowly evaded being struck, and had it not been for the armor, he might have become nothing more than a puddle of flesh, unable to withstand such force. In that critical moment, the armor had finally manifested. Yet he remained dazed by the overwhelming power of his adversary. Thankfully, the armor's formidable defense had shielded him from the man's attack. Though it had sustained a damage level of 19, evidently a consequence of its upgraded state. Boom! Xia Bo seized the man's arm and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Buzz! A pale yellow barrier erupted from the black-clad man's body, immediately shielding Xia Bo from harm. The barrier appeared for but an instant, rescuing him before swiftly retracting. I never anticipated encountering a human of such formidable strength so quickly. I cannot allow you to escape. As for the armor, I shall gladly accept it." Rising from the ground, his eyes gleamed with greed, revealing his robust arms, which emanated a faint metallic sheen. The fist master profession. Boom. He planted his foot firmly on the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form, and launched himself upward, fist swinging, charging straight towards Xia Bo. With a strike. The numerical values in his eyes fluctuated once more. Xia Bo remained utterly unperturbed, the gleam of his steel blade emerging as crimson flowed forth. With a swift stroke, he executed a double strike, the air slicing through with a sharp whistle, the blade crashing decisively onto the assailant's fist. The blow struck true, targeting the fist's vulnerable point. Coupled with an overwhelming force exceeding 100 points, the impact of the double strike rivaled that of a cannonball. A wretched cry escaped the lips of the cloaked figure as he clutched his arm, propelled backward with great force. Seizing the moment, Xia Bo advanced with unwavering resolve, affording the man no time to retaliate, nor the opportunity to employ any techniques. The blood-red blade shimmered with a chilling light, reflecting the visor of the battle armor. Two arcs of light converged, and with a sickening sound, blood erupted forth. Under the force of the double strike, the yellow barrier was cleaved, and the steel blade effortlessly severed the man's head from his body. He was dead, deceased. Within the confines of the vehicle, the two hidden figures wore expressions of shock. This dark-clad individual had effortlessly dispatched Tan Song and over 20 others, who had not managed to withstand even 2 minutes against him, yet here he lay, slain by the hands of the venerable Shang Lao. Could it be that Shang Lao was not even human? Just moments before, they had been astonished to discover there was no one by the name of Tan Song in this world, but there were two individuals with the same name, both in their 20s and of mere level 3 or 4, far inferior to the formidable Shang Bo before them. At that moment, they were resolute in their belief that Shang Bo was not human. With the demise of the cloaked man, the tension in Xia Bo's body dissipated, and he let out a sigh of relief. He had feared granting him the time to unleash his techniques. Fortunately, everything had unfolded smoothly. The man had been somewhat arrogant. Had he employed all his means, the outcome might have been different. In truth, when donning his battle armor, he should have held nothing back and utilized every available resource. Strangely, after the man's death, his body did not undergo any transformation but rather vanished entirely. On the ground, a golden token glimmered. Highway Traverse Token. Status: awaiting return. Description: can search for a nearby highway and complete a highway traverse, allowing for a round trip. Note: this token can only be used once. Exercise caution. Indeed, this individual was not from his highway but from another. Xia Bo's heart tightened as a sudden realization struck him. Just then, he felt something fall from above, disrupting his thoughts. A chill ran through him as he grasped Blueberry in his hand, his expression icy. "I hope this is the last time. Should there be a next, your existence will be rendered unnecessary. Return." Blueberry, feeling wronged, squawked and flapped its wings in an attempt to escape his grasp. Xia Bo, maintaining his stern demeanor, released his hold, and Blueberry took flight, not looking back. This scene was witnessed clearly by the two concealed in the vehicle. Having a wild creature as a companion was undoubtedly not human. The two remained hidden in the dark corner of the vehicle, holding their breath, quietly awaiting their opportunity to flee. Xia Bo glanced around, noting the stillness, before hastily returning to the vehicle, not even pausing to collect the supplies, for he had more pressing matters at hand. The Blueberry sat in its nest, feeling quite aggrieved, while Xia Bo swiftly disregarded it, hastily stowing away the road-traversing token. He then reached out to Old Zhou, harboring a vague suspicion of what might be unfolding, even foreseeing a potential crisis ahead. Yet, he remained uncertain of the accuracy of his conjecture and felt the necessity to reconfirm with Old Zhou. "Why do you inquire about this?" Old Zhou replied almost instantaneously, clearly still engaged with the system. One had to admit, Old Zhou's vitality was remarkably robust. Xia Bo had now nearly concluded that he had formed a convoy on the road. Old Zhou was indeed quite astute. "I need to ascertain something, Old Zhou. Do not deceive me. Xia kid, am I so idle that I would amuse myself by toying with you? I can assure you unequivocally that I did not mislead you regarding that matter. The road is indeed humanity's final refuge. Today, I encountered an individual from another road, whose level had already reached 15. Had it not been for his arrogant demeanor, I might very well have been the one to perish." Xia Bo replied calmly, not concealing any details, for at this moment, he required Old Zhou's insights. What? Chapter 189. The Curse of Old Zhou Xia. Are you not deceiving me? Xia Bo retorted with a hint of irritation. Am I really going to trick you at this hour? It's true, I encountered a convoy today, and that fellow annihilated the entire group with barely any resistance. His four-dimensional attributes are nearing 100. Although his level is low, his attributes are remarkably solid. Level 15. Attributes exceeding 100. This is a common phenomenon given sufficient time for development, old Zhou replied, somewhat astonished. Indeed, had I not possessed a trump card, I might have already perished. Xia Bo reflected with gratitude. Had he not fortuitously acquired the battle armor, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse. Whether this was merely the influence of luck remained uncertain. Old Zhou felt a surge of trepidation. Xia's prowess had indeed grown terrifying. He quickly produced a piece of pitch-black human skin parchment, inscribed with dense, intricate characters. The parchment emanated an eerie darkness that seemed to have consumed its essence. It was a curse. This was not the first time he had unfurled the human skin parchment. Each encounter filled him with dread, for its possessor was undoubtedly immensely powerful, capable of obliterating his convoy. Upon scrutinizing it, Old Zhou discerned that the parchment did not categorically assert the safety of the roads. Otherwise, the existence of wild monsters would be inexplicable. As for the individual Xia encountered, he speculated whether they were equipped with some extraordinary gear or item. Given the previous existence of a dimensional gate key that allowed traversing time and space, it stood to reason that such items could breach the barriers of the roads and manifest in another realm. He had long suspected that within this boundless world, there existed more than just his solitary road. The subsequent revelations from the human skin parchment corroborated his inner conjecture. There were road fractures. What precisely constituted these road fractures? He dared not delve deeper, fearing the awakening of something profoundly terrifying, an entity capable of annihilating his convoy. He placed a hand over his chest, acutely aware of the deepening curse that threatened annihilation. This human skin parchment was of unknown origin, and the system had recognized the curse, marking it explicitly in his attributes. Following his name was the ominous inscription of curse. The manner in which the curse propagated was through the dissemination of the information recorded on the parchment or merely revealing its existence to others, thereby ensnaring them in its malevolent grasp. The severity of the curse was contingent upon the amount of information that surfaced from the parchment. Similarly, should the information presented be substantial enough to inform others of 60% of its content, the number of individuals informed would also influence the depth of the curse. Old Zhou, being a sagacious individual, found merit in the contents of the parchment. He contemplated briefly before responding to Xia Bo. Xia, I currently hold two hypotheses. Based on the information at hand, one of these hypotheses is undoubtedly correct. I have previously informed you that this world is not inhabited solely by humanity. Wild monsters and beings from various realms exist within this domain. Contemplate for a moment if they are not traversing the same highway as us. It is highly probable that they are on an alternate route. Thus, the individual you encountered may indeed be the one I mentioned, having acquired an object or equipment, enabling his arrival on this thoroughfare. This is merely one conjecture. Its accuracy remains uncertain. However, one thing is indisputable. Your luck seems rather unfortunate. The likelihood of such occurrences is exceedingly low, and the chances of an encounter even lower, given the endless expanse of the highway. When you stumbled upon me, one cannot ascertain whether your fortune is fortuitous or otherwise. The second deduction pertains to the ruptures within the highway. As for the reasons behind this, I find myself unable to speculate thoroughly. The fractures in the roadway, much like luck, are also rare phenomena. I sincerely hope you do not encounter both. Upon finishing his remarks, Old Zhou noticed that the young lad, Xia, remained silent, realizing that his words had likely left the boy in a state of astonishment. Xia was commendable in many respects, yet his youth rendered him impulsive in his actions. Sighing, Old Zhou hoped that the lad would refrain from falling into peril, for the future would require Xia's strength to avert calamity. A subtle intuition whispered to Old Zhou that the white faction constituted merely the initial challenge they faced. The true trials lay ahead. Contrary to Old Zhou's assumption, Xia Bo was not rendered speechless. Instead, he had plunged into deep contemplation. With a composed mind, he refrained from acting impulsively, whether it concerned the sea giant or this enigmatic figure. If he perceived an opportunity, he would seize it. Old Zhou was partially correct. This individual had indeed entered through the object that had been revealed. Coupled with the intel he had gathered, it became increasingly evident that the highway was not singular. This was not merely a struggle for survival among the blue-skinned humans, but rather a contest for existence among myriad races. Yet, Old Zhou's repeated mentions of highway ruptures piqued Xia Bo's curiosity. Could it be that these ruptures signified collapses in the road, leading to another highway? He had observed that whenever Old Zhou discussed such matters, he invariably alluded to the fractures, yet remained silent on the potential existence of a curse. What secrets was Old Zhou concealing? Xia Bo's intrigue grew, lamenting the missed opportunities to press Old Zhou for answers during their previous encounters. Suddenly, the sound of a roaring engine broke the silence, and a truck sped past. Someone. Xia Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his gaze toward the window. The convoy that had once comprised a dozen vehicles had dwindled to a mere few, most of the trucks having been shattered and their contents seized. Regarding the supplies, Due to the game's update, their drop rate had been altered, and it was likely that little remained. He had examined the bodies, all brutally dismembered by that man, ensuring they would not rise again. Yet, a significant number of vehicle fragments had still been lost. Xia Bo's countenance darkened. He should have dismantled the vehicles before inquiring. Cursing his own haste and the information he had received, even forgetting such critical details in his eagerness. Currently, I possess over 200 fragments of my automobile. Yet I am still 200 short of the 500 required for the next upgrade, which involves a compact RV, a prospect that fills me with great anticipation. Alas, I must set aside all contemplations and venture outside to gather resources. The majority of my convoy has perished, save for the vehicle that recently fled. Presently, 9 Jeep vehicles remain, and if I manage to salvage them and combine their resources with the upgrade system, it should enable me to elevate the truck. Upon reaching the scene of the incident, I am met with an overwhelming sight of dismembered limbs. The methods employed by the enigmatic assailant are ruthlessly efficient, striking with lethal precision. Most victims have been left in a state of utter disfigurement, with the only bodies remaining being those of severed arms and legs. Those who once thrived before my very eyes have now been reduced to mere fragments. A sense of unease washes over me, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh of resignation. Chapter 190. The luxurious compact RV. Every individual is destined for a unique fate. Had I not encountered them, it is likely that this convoy would have met its demise, and that enigmatic figure would remain at large, potentially causing the demise of many more. As Xia Bo contemplated these thoughts, his mood lightened slightly, prompting him to methodically inspect each vehicle. 9 Jeeps, a plethora of automotive debris, and a substantial quantity of gasoline, accompanied by an assortment of supplies. This evening proved to be a bountiful harvest. The inventory included 10 liters of inferior water, 7 liters of fuel, 9 loaves of bread, 11 packets of instant noodles, a single cabbage seed, 7 bottles of herbal tea, 5 pounds of wolf meat, a small bag of flour, 23 pieces of iron, 29 pieces of wood, 34 pieces of fabric, various quantities of professional badges, and 103 fragments of automobiles. Xia Bo meticulously arranged each item, and the resources from the 9 vehicles formed a small mountain towering to his height. This was accomplished even after the bloodshed, making it difficult to fathom the terrifying quantity of supplies this convoy must have possessed prior. A convoy of over 20 individuals indeed validates the wisdom of collective policy. Xia Bo's mind wandered, contemplating the potential of forming his own convoy. With such an alliance, the probabilities of acquiring both experience and resources would significantly increase. However, the unpredictability of human nature posed a concern. Yet, perhaps the trustworthiness conferred by the team badges could provide some measure of assurance. Xia Bo gazed at the pile of supplies before him, lost in thought. Perhaps it was best to set this matter aside for now, as trust is ever-changing. For instance, Feng Xian's trust level had recently seen a slight increase. Yet, such growth indicates the potential for decline, and if left unchecked, one might find that trust has dissipated without notice. The abundance of resources, including the cabbage seed, combined with his fertile land, could allow for the cultivation of vegetables, something he had not indulged in for quite some time. After dedicating a considerable amount of time, he successfully transported everything back to the vehicle. Blueberry, that rascal, slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers. After upgrading, he stowed everything in the storage compartment, a task that consumed over an hour. Currently, the quantities of iron and wood had exceeded 300, while automotive debris had surged past 900. The remaining supplies varied. First, he would upgrade the vehicle, then arrange the interior accordingly. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Bo roused Blueberry with a firm slap. "Coco," he muttered, as the small creature appeared quite aggrieved. Unsure of what to say, Xia Bo cleared his throat and stated matter-of-factly, "Rise, we have tasks to attend to." He placed a hen on the roadside, instructing Blueberry to keep watch. The clutter within the vehicle required organization, as some items would automatically integrate into the vehicle's interior post-upgrade. Additionally, his bed still felt a tad cramped. After the upgrade, it should expand in size. The process of tidying the cabin consumed a fair amount of time. Yet the road remained relatively quiet, devoid of wandering beasts for reasons unknown. Blueberry engaged in spirited play with the 5 hens, and while Xia Bo tidied up, he kept a vigilant eye, relieved as long as all remained well. Stepping back 5 paces, a green checkmark appeared atop the vehicle, and with a mere thought, he could initiate the upgrade. Beside the checkbox, there exists a side quest, accessible only to automotive mechanics. This likely pertains to the upgrade path for vehicles. As automotive mechanics rely on cars for their livelihood, it stands to reason that the upgrades would enhance either defense or offensive capabilities. With a mere thought, a massive vehicle materialized with a resounding thud, slightly larger than a freight truck. Aside from the cab, which featured a windshield, the entirety of the vehicle was sealed. with only 2 doors located centrally and adjacent to the driver's compartment. The overall dimensions of the vehicle measured approximately 7 meters in length and 3 meters in width, with an unexpected fence adorning the roof, which also housed a water heater. Upon completing the upgrade, a look of delight spread across Xia Bo's face. This vehicle exuded an air of sophistication. Compact RV. Medium RV. For 381000, this indicates the number of vehicle fragments required for the next upgrade, totaling 1,000. While he currently possessed a mere 400 fragments. After glancing at the requirements for the next enhancement, Xia Bo eagerly opened the door and stepped inside the vehicle. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a sense of luxury and grandeur. The interior of the RV was constructed entirely of wood, with wooden flooring and walls. Inside, he encountered a stove, surprisingly equipped with a gas burner, albeit devoid of gas. Adjacent to it was a faucet, and below the stove sat a microwave. Xia Bo tested the faucet, discovering that it dispensed water, hot water at that, presumably connected to the water heater. Gas stove. Complimentary gift from the RV package. Faucet. Complimentary gift from the RV package. Microwave. Complimentary gift from the RV package. Each of these items bore a notification. Shifting his gaze, he observed the dining area, which featured a table accompanied by 2 connected seats on either side. Behind the dining space were 2 genuine leather sofas, which also displayed a notification. Genuine leather sofa. Complimentary gift from the RV package. The table, a familiar piece from his past, was somewhat small yet perfectly adequate. A refrigerator was cleverly embedded in the wall beside the sofa, allowing for easy access to its contents while reclining. This area appeared to serve as a resting space. At the rear of the RV lay an enormous bed. Xia Bo walked over, reaching out to touch the mattress, which was made of pure cotton and felt luxuriously soft and comfortable, a significant upgrade from the previous hardboard bed. The bed was spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals comfortably. To his surprise, at the foot of the bed, there was a small staircase leading to a cabinet that opened to reveal a second bed. The space was complete with a changing area, wardrobe, nightstand, and bookshelf, all crafted from wood and finished in a rich brown hue, exuding an elegant aesthetic. A row of lights adorned the ceiling, extending into the driver's compartment. It was then that he noticed 2 additional doors beside him. Upon opening one, he gasped in astonishment. It was a bathroom, equipped with hot water. The door operated with a sliding mechanism and featured glass, cleverly concealed to serve as an entrance. A compact heating and cooling unit was situated centrally, ensuring comfort throughout. Having never encountered an RV before, Xia Bo found it astonishing to discover such a marvel within the realm of a survival game. Moving forward, he entered the driver's compartment, situated beyond the stove, where numerous cabinets adorned the ceiling, alongside another door. What purpose does this door serve? The RV is equipped with nearly all essentials. Yet a door is unexpectedly installed between the stove and the driver's cabin. As Xia Bo pushed the door open and tilted his head to glance inside, he discovered a staircase leading to the second floor. No wonder there is a railing atop the vehicle. Understanding the significance, he ascended the staircase, noticing that dust had settled upon its steps. At the base of the staircase, there was a groove that connected to the exterior of the vehicle, presumably a rainwater drainage system. Rainwater would flow into the groove and be directed outside. This thoughtful design is truly commendable. The rooftop is merely equipped with a railing, indicating that the compact RV lacks additional features. Perhaps only larger models would offer such amenities. Within the vehicle, aside from the cabinetry, there are windows that can be opened from the interior, situated near the bedroom, the stove, the dining table, and the sofa designated for leisure. The windows can be opened, and glass panels can be extracted from both sides. The setup is ingeniously crafted, maximizing space without being cumbersome, utilizing every inch to its fullest potential. Chapter 191. The comfort of it all. The storage space had vanished, yet anywhere within the confines of the vehicle, one could effortlessly connect to this storage, retrieving desired items at will, be it from the kitchen, dining area, driver's seat, or even the roof. There was no need to return to the vehicle to fetch anything. It seemed that the automobile had been upgraded, integrating the storage seamlessly into its very structure, resulting in this remarkable convenience. One must admit, this was exceedingly practical. The cabinets had become almost redundant. With this motorhome, life ahead promised to be considerably more comfortable. As Summerwave surveyed the surroundings, words such as comfort, enjoyment, and luxury danced in his mind. He mused contentedly that, if one were to disregard external dangers, relying on this motorhome and the ample supplies within, he could lead a life of greater ease. Alas, reality often proves to be unyieldingly harsh. He might be fortunate enough to confront only impending crises, while others were not so lucky. They faced not only the threats posed by wild creatures and future calamities, but also the peril of starvation. With a silent sigh, a new dilemma arose. Although the upgraded motorhome offered significantly more space, raising chickens remained a challenge. It was impractical to keep them inside the vehicle. The rooftop was also unsuitable. The uneven terrain could not support a proper enclosure. However, the fertile soil could indeed be placed atop the roof. It seemed raising chickens was no longer feasible. With a heavy heart, Summerwave sighed and first established a home for Blueberry in the bedroom, then proceeded to cull the chickens he had been tending. His heart trembled as he dispatched them, for they were a continuous source of eggs. It was a pity that the upgraded motorhome lacked the expansive space required for their proper care. The game's enhancements had rendered the available area quite limited. Perhaps it was for the best. He could also prepare chicken soup, nourishing his body in the process. As he dealt with the aftermath, Blueberry watched intently from the sidelines. What? Had he begun to develop an attachment? Summerwave cast a sidelong glance at the little creature while handling the remains. "Coco," Blueberry called, a hint of grievance in its tone. "Enough with the pity party. When it's time to eat, you'll realize just how delightful this is," Summerwave retorted, shaking the blood from his arms. He then scalded the 5 chickens with hot water from the heater, meticulously removing feathers and entrails, ensuring everything was properly cleaned, including the rear. Just as he was concluding his task, Blueberry suddenly sprang up. "Coco." Calmly, Summerwave lifted his gaze, shaking off the water droplets from his hands. Donning his night vision goggles, he murmured, "These wild creatures truly are a source of constant worry." In the darkness, a peculiar figure writhed, its stats flickering ominously before him. Level 6, Strength 43, Agility 39. The values before his eyes were crucial indicators. Wild creatures typically lacked finesse, reserving such attributes for special variants or elite bosses. With a swift motion, he shook off the water from his hands and drew forth a steel blade. "Blueberry, do exercise caution," he cautioned, retracting his palm. A layer of metallic armor, shimmering with an eerie green hue, materialized around him. As the wild creature set foot upon the roadway, a resounding crash echoed. And the very spot where Xia Bo had stood was etched with spiderweb-like fissures. In the darkness of the night, a flash of blood-red light surged forth, cleaving the creature in two as it crossed the road. 10 experience points were accrued, and a piece of iron glimmered upon the ground. Iron 1, a chunk of iron had been yielded. Clutching it in his hand, Xia Bo returned to the place where he tended to the chickens. Adorned in his battle armor, his strength approached invincibility. Now, he merely needed to refine his attributes. Xia Bo twisted his body, feeling the surge of power within him, a calm settling in his heart. Only through formidable strength could one attain a true sense of security. At the same time, he sensed that his prowess was on the verge of further augmentation, a boon from his intermediate agility and combat skills. Presently, his fighting techniques had become largely unnecessary, marred by flaws that were evident even in the state of hunting. The hunting state proved to be swifter than direct application of combat techniques. He cast the upgraded iron into the storage compartment. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, he found Blueberry drooling over the chickens in the basin. "Weren't you just sulking when I was slaughtering the chickens?" he said with a hint of annoyance. "When I have the materials, I shall prepare you some cola chicken." The recipe for cola chicken was quite straightforward, and the storage compartment was stocked with ample beverages. There was cola, orange juice, and herbal tea. Whenever he desired, he could simply retrieve one and chill it in the refrigerator for a refreshing treat. All these provisions had been procured through his own efforts. Placing the chicken in the storage compartment, he noted that time did not seem to pass within it, a revelation he had made while observing the snow-covered grass fish inside. The snow remained intact even after a lengthy duration, leading him to deduce that the contents could be preserved for an extended period. The night was tranquil. Save for the recent wild creature that had appeared, there had been no further spawns, and he was uncertain of the reason behind this. Xia Bo reclined on the spacious bed within the RV, indulging in a restful slumber, feeling immensely comfortable. Indeed, the RV offered a delightful sleeping experience, imbued with a sense of homeliness. In the morning, Xia Bo luxuriated in a hot shower and donned a fresh set of clothes from the wardrobe. His old garments were cast into the water, soaking with a bar of soap, as he had no laundry detergent at his disposal. The morning meal was simple, braised fish, requiring only a brief reheating in the microwave. While the fish warmed, Xia Bo retrieved a book and reclined comfortably on the sofa, the window beside him ajar, filtering the winds and sands from outside. Ding! The microwave chimed. "All right, Blueberry, come and eat." Upon hearing his voice, Xia Bo's eyes brightened as he rose to the microwave, a rich aroma wafting towards him. Braised fish, paired with sandwich bread, formed a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western flavors. Breakfast was not to be overly indulgent. Yet, Blueberry, that little rascal, seemed intent on devouring the entire fish, bones and all, demonstrating an insatiable appetite. Xia Bo, having eaten to a comfortable fullness, watched as Blueberry tidied up the aftermath, shaking his head in disbelief. "Leaning against my seat, I gazed out at the scenery, a profound tranquility enveloping my heart. If only this moment could persist indefinitely. In the end, this little creature managed to clean the plate entirely. You truly are a greedy little one. Were it not for my system providing an abundance of resources, I might find it quite challenging to sustain you. Xia Bo patted the little blueberry, and suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he slapped his forehead. Ah yes. Today marks the day of the defense battle. Blueberry, keep an eye out and ensure that no wild creatures pilfer from our home. The blueberry lazily called out a few times, signaling Xia Bo to be at ease. Work diligently, and I shall return with delectable treats for you. Xia Bo affectionately stroked the blueberry's head, then rose to enter the bedroom at the rear of the vehicle. Lying down on the bed and emptying his mind, he then activated the system. Chapter 192, Team Communication. The defense battle had yet to commence. It would follow the endless mode. Only a select few individuals, primarily those seeking to hone their skills, ventured into the endless mode, while the majority refrained from doing so. With merely half an hour remaining before the onset of the automobile defense battle, the world buzzed with fervor, though only a handful engaged in self-discussion, which was largely inconsequential. Is everyone present? Xia Bo inquired as he accessed his team interface, dispatching a message. The team medal was currently in use, generating a team template within the system, which displayed the members and their trust levels. Upon entering the game, the health status of all members would be visible, allowing for real-time monitoring of their conditions. Naturally, the trust levels were only visible to him. His teammates could only see their health values, which would only be revealed upon entering the mission. Feng Xian, I'm here, boss. Han Yi, I'm also present. Xia, count me in. Xia Bo, let us enter the mission. Please activate voice mode for better communication. The system allows us to monitor both our own status and that of our teammates, enabling timely support. Acknowledgement echoed back from the three, but silence soon enveloped them. Clearly, a certain distance lingered among them. Xia Bo pondered for a moment before speaking again. Hey, can everyone hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Came Xia's gentle and obedient voice, reminiscent of a younger sister. I can hear you too, replied Han Yi, her tone somewhat aloof. Had it not been for Xia Bo's stature, she would likely have said even less. Xia Lauda, I can hear you, Feng Xian chimed in, her voice easily recognizable, with a slightly higher pitch that conveyed authority, truly befitting her role as an instructor. Her high trust level was closely tied to her profession, martial artist revered strength, and Xia Bo's prior assistance to her exemplified benevolence. All right, allow me to speak briefly. We are all individuals on the leaderboard. If there have been prior disputes, let us resolve them now. In this realm, there are victors and vanquished. Do not limit your losses, as they stem from a matter of strength. I do not wish to see our team fracturing. Is that understood? Xia Bo's voice carried a hint of coldness, as if to keep others at bay. Understood. They responded in unison. Excellent. There is no need for introductions. You all know me. The rules of this mission bear resemblance to a mode I have encountered in another game, Defense Battle, wherein we protect the automobile from wild creature assaults. This will test our cooperation, and since this is our first time teaming up, failure is acceptable as we learn to synchronize with one another. I will refrain from assigning roles for now, as we are unfamiliar with the mission rules and terrain. Once we enter the game and gain some insight, I will proceed with the division of tasks. Xia Bo contemplated for a moment, then added, Do any of you have anything else to say? Xia Lada. This is the first time I've heard you speak so much. Your previous live streams always seemed so cold and intimidating. Xia spoke with a sweet voice, devoid of any pretense, exuding a natural charm. It is no wonder that countless individuals refer to her as the cute girl. Her voice alone brings comfort, independent of her appearance. Were she to narrate a story with that voice, it would surely be enchanting. Cough. Fortunately, I take competition seriously, often remaining silent. Speaking can lead to distraction. Even though there are no fatalities in ranked matches, fostering such a habit is more beneficial than harmful. Xia Bo remarked, half truthfully, half deceitfully. So that's how it is. It is no surprise that Boss Xia has become the foremost, even surpassing the second and third. Feng Xian spoke in the voice chat. Boss Xia, you are my aspiration. Han Ye's voice was somewhat cold, as it always seemed to be. I almost forgot to mention, Park Ying-wei is still alive. I'll eliminate him first, thus we can gain some influence within the faction. Upon hearing Feng Xian mention the second and third, Xia Bo immediately associated it with Park Ying-wei. Boss, that fellow Park Ying-wei has been in hiding ever since Du Sheng passed away, but he resurfaced last night, having leveled up to 7, seeking to ally with us, claiming it is for the collective charge into battle. Some supported him, while others opposed. The cute girl Xia's voice was soft and gentle. A dog cannot change its nature. It would be better to be rid of him. We do not need him. Xia Bo replied coolly, then exited the chat. With Boss Xia gone, I feel it may be for the best that Park Ying-wei is dead. Keeping him around is akin to having a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Feng Xian remarked in the voice chat. It is better to eliminate him. Han Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Xia Bo's course of action. Were he in the same position, he would not hesitate to strike down Park Ingwe. It would be best to utterly crush him. His previous remarks were exceedingly malicious. I shall go take a look. Zhu Xia left a sentence before departing. The death of Park Ingwe would undoubtedly cause a stir. This could be an opportunity for our nation to seize control of the Yellow Faction-esque discourse. Having exhausted the right to refuse, Park Ingwe remained in the car, his expression tense, repeatedly scanning the world. His attempts to reach Xia Bo were met with silence. Not even a ripple in the water. To survive, he was even willing to become a lackey for the great Xia, and he had leveled up to 7. Believing that the others would value him more. The reality proved him correct, as many in the faction chat indeed supported Park Ingwe's actions. A level 7 player possesses considerable strength and can contribute significantly. An hour passed, almost 2, and still, Xia Bo had yet to appear. Had he given up on taking action against him? Park Ingwe's crimson eyes fixated on the system, and despite his elevation to level 7, there was not a trace of rebellion within him. Xia Bo's performance that night was exceedingly fearsome. He had slain numerous strong players, even drawing the attention of those in the white faction. His power was terrifying, and no one was his match, not to mention reaching level 7. Even level 8 would not guarantee safety. As time passed, his anxiety intensified. Ding! Suddenly, the system vibrated, causing his body to jolt, nearly leaping from his seat. It was not a challenge invitation, but rather a team invitation. Indeed, today marks the commencement of the automotive defense battle. He clicked to accept the team invitation from a former comrade, Park Youngwei. The defense battle is about to begin. Would you care to join us? Without a team badge, one cannot summon others to form a team, as the matching is random. It is evident that this individual has indeed acquired a team badge. Yes, together. Such an alliance would enhance our chances of victory. Before he could finish his sentence, the system buzzed once more, and an unfamiliar invitation materialized on the screen. A stealthy challenger had initiated a duel. Judging by the color of the avatar, this player belonged to his faction. There was no option to decline. Only a countdown of 5 seconds. Xia Bo. In an instant, Park Younghui recognized him. His eyes filled with blood, his face contorted, and his entire body trembled. Why? Why must it be a relentless pursuit to the bitter end? Chapter 193. The Inferno Difficulty, Route 13. The 5-second countdown swiftly concluded, and Park Younghui vanished from the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the supplies within the car dissipated, leaving behind an empty shell. It is over. Is everyone still present? Xia Bo reopened the voice communication, his tone nonchalant, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. So soon it ended. Surely not even a minute has passed. Feng Xian and Han Yi were both left bewildered. Zhu Xia had only just exited, and it was over already? Had a minute truly elapsed? A brief delay occurred when Park Younghui activated his invisibility, wasting a little time. By the way, where's Zhu Xia? Xia Bo, unaware of their thoughts, casually remarked, only to realize Zhu Xia was nowhere to be found. A swift execution. The two felt a chill in their hearts. It could not have been a mere one-blow kill. How could it have concluded so rapidly? I am here, Boss Xia. Your strength is overwhelmingly formidable. A level 7 powerhouse, to declare a kill and execute it is nothing short of inhuman. Zhu Xia's voice was soft, laced with admiration. Xia Bo noticed an increase in the trust levels of the 3 individuals. Zhu Xia and Han Yu each gained 2 points, while Feng Xian increased by 1. Indeed, if I possessed Boss Xia's prowess, I would never allow players from the white faction to flaunt their dominance over us. Feng Xian chimed in, his tone filled with envy and reverence. Boss Xia, the strongest of humanity. Han Yi, typically taciturn, had a knack for flattery, delivering his icy praise with a distinct flavor. One reaps what one sows, if you work hard. You too can achieve results akin to mine. Strive to carve out your own path. Xia Bo stated calmly, as he would certainly not divulge his secrets, though he could dispense some motivational words. It is difficult to fathom the extent of effort Boss Xia has invested to reach this point. Han Yi remarked innocently, his cold voice tinged with a hint of awe. The two women exchanged dry smiles. How could this lad be so naive? It was evident that Boss Xia's journey was one of extraordinary fortune. The power he wielded was undeniably linked to his own abilities, but equally so to luck, after all. The rates of drops and treasure chests are inherently tied to chance. For someone as formidable as Xia Bo, the skills possessed are exceptionally potent. Attaining such powerful skills is inseparable from one's fortune. The ascent of Boss Xia is a testament to both his diligence and the significant role luck plays. As the group engaged in light conversation, their bonds subtly strengthened. Xia Bo, the event has commenced. Feng Xian suddenly interjected, their growing camaraderie prompting Xia Bo to request they refrain from calling him Boss Xia. as it felt awkward. Indeed, Xia Bo responded coolly, stepping into the event. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, revealing a shadowy room. Xia Bo, a voice echoed in his ears, and upon turning, he discovered Zhu Xia, Han Yi, and Feng Xian all present within the chamber, each armed with their respective weapons, while he stood there empty-handed. Xia Bo replied indifferently, surveying his attire, which remained consistent with that of the ranked competition, before fixing his gaze upon the black screen. The map for the defense battle is chosen at random, with each distinct terrain presenting unique monsters. Difficulty levels can be freely selected: easy, normal, hard, or infernal. There are also endless and non-endless modes, with rewards linked to the chosen difficulty and level, where the likelihood of acquiring vehicle fragments is high, while the chances of obtaining skill books and equipment are relatively low. Zhu Xia, breaking from her usual demeanor, analyzed in a soft, enchanting voice. We could attempt the challenge. Feng Xian pondered, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. Let us select Infernal mode. Endless, Xia Bo stated decisively, his gaze fixed on the final icon adorned with a skull. Infernal mode, exceedingly challenging, also implied a wealth of resources. Most importantly, he could utilize his battle armor. The defense battle would directly simulate all his equipment. This was his confidence. Xia Bo, you only have one chance to challenge this. Shouldn't you consider it carefully? Feng Xian turned to Xia Bo, whose peculiar attire and eerie eyes sent a chill down her spine. Is this a fusion entity? She instinctively touched her own thigh. Cold, devoid of human warmth. This leg bore an incredibly terrifying power, her trump card, evoking thoughts of fusion entities in Xia Bo's gaze. No need for hesitation, let us proceed with Endless Inferno. Xia Bo shook his head, his resolve evident in his indifferent expression. If not to challenge the Inferno, then what purpose do we serve here? Let it be the Inferno. A test of self, a breakthrough of limits. Han Yu's voice was somewhat cold, yet imbued with determination. Prepare yourselves. I am about to commence. In an instant, Xia Bo's eyes turned icy, and he seemed transformed. The trio braced themselves, nodding in unison. The infernal icon flickered, the room plunged into darkness, silence enveloping them. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves in a somber world, reminiscent of an impending thunderstorm. The sight before them a collection of abandoned houses long forgotten by time, coated in dust from years of exposure to the elements. It resembled a post-apocalyptic landscape. Their position lay upon a nearly shattered roadway, where derelict vehicles accumulated in heaps. Behind them stood a well-preserved car, displaying a crucial notification: damage level 0. Note: a damage level of 100 signifies failure in the defense battle. What now? Xia Bo? The game has begun, yet I sense something peculiar, Chu Shihan remarked, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, revealing not the anticipated throngs of monsters, but rather an eerie stillness. These houses seem open for exploration. The system has confined us to this area. Should we investigate while it remains quiet? Feng Xian suggested, noting the infernal difficulty may be linked to the unsettling atmosphere. The surroundings were eerily silent, with bloodstains marring some walls. Whether for atmospheric effect or genuine remnants was uncertain. Numerous walls bore deep scratch marks, as though the very steel within had been ripped apart. Route 13. Xia Bo suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixated on a specific point. The three individuals were taken aback, following Xia Bo's gaze towards a distant bus stop where a few crooked, vividly red characters announced the ominous Highway 13. The situation felt decidedly amiss. Could it be that our adversaries were not mere wild beasts? The absence of such creatures raised unsettling questions. Xia Bo scrutinized Highway 13. Lost in thought yet remarkably composed. Retracting his gaze, he stated, the circumstances have shifted. We must assign 2 individuals to guard the vehicle while the other 2 investigate the nearby structures, discerning what they might conceal. I shall remain, Hanyu declared, quietly positioning himself beside the car, testing the door to see if it could be opened. Finding it unyielding, he abandoned the notion of driving away. Instead, he leaned against the vehicle, his watchful eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. I too shall stay. Chapter 194. The Invisible Monster. Feng Xian remarked. She could distinctly perceive that Zhu Xia's gaze towards Xia Bo was markedly different. Perhaps this time could create an opportunity for the two of them. She and Zhu Xia were like sisters, often engaging in conversations, with the topic of Xia Bo dominating their discussions. His formidable prowess was an irresistible allure for women like them, who practiced martial arts. No one could withstand the allure of a handsome face coupled with immense strength. She certainly could not. Xia Bo, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. It was all the same to him who accompanied him. He lifted his gaze to survey the surrounding architecture, opting to walk towards the direction with a bus stop. The architectural style here was rather peculiar, constructed entirely of concrete, reminiscent of factory buildings. Some structures rose to 4 or 5 stories, and strangely, these edifices seemed to lack windows. Xia glanced back at Feng Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and swiftly caught up with Xia Bo, her heart fluttering. Her enchanting gaze lingered on Xia Bo's somewhat slender silhouette. Who could have imagined that such a frail body concealed an unfathomable power? Wait, Xia Bo, there is something here. As they rounded a corner, Xia's voice suddenly called out from behind. Xia Bo turned to see her crouched in a corner, staring at something on the ground. As they approached, they discovered a pool of thick, green liquid, exceedingly strange. Plop! Suddenly, a drop of the green liquid fell, nearly brushing against Xia as it hit the ground. Their expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly retreated, looking up at the ceiling. There was nothing. It fled. Xia Bo spoke coldly, his gaze icy, the surroundings eerily silent. What was that? How could green viscous liquid just fall from nowhere? A sense of unease crept into Xia's heart as she inquired, should we proceed further? If something were to happen to us, they might not be able to withstand it. You should return and stay with them. I'll go alone. If you're with me, I'll be distracted trying to protect you, Xia Bo replied coolly, his eyes calmly fixated on the ominous, dark doorway in the distance. The architecture here was bizarre. The doors of the buildings faced each other, separated by merely 7 or 8 meters. Such a vast factory with such a narrow passage was indeed peculiar. All right. Xia wisely chose not to insist on accompanying Xia Bo. She was a perceptive woman who understood the importance of prudence. It was evident that the green liquid had fallen from an unknown creature. Yet Xia Bo had not detected its presence, indicating that this creature was likely formidable. Watching Xia depart safely, Xia Bo then turned his gaze back to the spot they had just vacated. There, he observed a distortion in the air. The space appeared slightly warped before vanishing entirely. The difficulty of this hellish realm was indeed formidable. Xia Bo contemplated, then stepped inside. Suddenly, a swift sound tore through the air from behind. Something was there. Xia Bo's reaction was remarkably swift. In an instant, his battle armor enveloped his form, and the blood-red steel blade was swiftly brandished. Bang! The strike missed, and he was abruptly brought to the ground by an unseen force. Sparks flew from the armor. A creature capable of invisibility. Xia Bo furrowed his brow, yet felt not a shred of panic. He discerned that the creature's strength paled in comparison to his own. As it attacked, its true visage was revealed, a grotesque being, devoid of skin, with raw, crimson flesh exposed to the air. Upon recognizing its face, Xia Bo wasted no time, delivering a decisive blow that vanquished the creature. Scalding blood splattered onto his armor, staining it a deep red. He regarded the creature's assault as inconsequential. These beings merely possessed the ability to cloak themselves. While the creatures remained dormant and the waves had yet to commence, he resolved to investigate his surroundings. He sensed that the tranquility of the initial phase could only be found in the hellish mode. Often, after calmness comes an intense storm. Within the hollow chamber stood rows of glass cylinders, filled with an eerie green liquid, each containing a bizarre organism under confinement. Some of the cylinders lay shattered, green slime oozing across the floor. Xia Bo entered, calmly surveying the room. The viscous green substance, reminiscent of the earlier encounter, likely held the key to what they were about to face. The operations of a biochemical laboratory surrounded him, and he pondered the number of such glass cylinders within these walls. His heart sank. Just within this room, there were as many as 100 cylinders. How many of these buildings existed? The thought was overwhelming. This was the wave he would confront. Indestructible. Resurrection time. 4:49. 4:48. The game's notification flickered on the glass cylinder, interrupting his intent to eliminate the creatures before they awakened. Only 4 minutes remained. A night vision device. Item: night vision device, usable only in this mode. Xia Bo suddenly noticed a night vision device lying before the broken cylinder. As if a spark of inspiration had ignited in his mind, he patted his belt, realizing he had forgotten to bring his own. These invisible creatures could be detected with the night vision device, and its presence was undoubtedly linked to the monsters here. They possessed night vision devices. Approaching. Xia Bo picked up the night vision device, shaking off the slime that clung to it. It was intact, with all its functions operational. A multifaceted device far superior to his own. It was an embodiment of advanced technology. Yet, a single night vision device was far from sufficient. Glancing at the notification once more, only 4 minutes remained. He hastened to find 3 more night vision devices. Xia Bo scanned the area. Only 1 shattered glass cylinder remained, indicating that there was but a single night vision device. Without further contemplation, he donned his armor and proceeded to the next building, determined to locate the remaining devices swiftly. Xia Bo, where are you? Upon seeing Chu Shihan return alone, Feng Xian and the others were taken aback. Xia Bo ventured into those houses. Having encountered a peculiar incident, the atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet. One hoped that Xia Bo's return would yield valuable information. Chu Shihan sighed. Let us wait for a moment. The game offers no hints, and it seems these nearby dwellings are our only source of clues. Phone Xin mused. 3 minutes elapsed, and Xia Bo returned.